truck driver Liu Yu accidentally ran over a down-and-out drunkard trying to cross the road, but instead activated the replication system. The system can reclaim everything to earn points, and then use the points to replicate anything he desires. Thus, Liu Yu replicated gold to exchange for a lottery ticket worth tens of millions, acquiring startup capital. Starting from a scrap recycling station, he recycled nuclear waste. Then, after his technological strength surpassed the globe, he forced all countries to hand over their nuclear weapons, recycled the nuclear bombs, and later discovered a crashed alien spacecraft on Earth, obtained its technology, and recycled the spacecraft. While earning points to upgrade the system, he also developed himself using the system's abilities. Then, using the lunar base and Mars base as stepping stones, he broke away from Earth, established an empire, and embarked alone toward a stellar civilization. He began to encounter diverse and colorful alien civilizations. Liu Yu had studied a dead-end major in college. After graduating for several years, he still couldn't find a decent job and ended up doing odd jobs at a construction site. Later, through a friend's introduction, he took out a loan of 980 yuan to buy a second-hand heavy truck and started hauling freight at the construction site. Today was his first day on the job. Around 9 in the morning, after dumping the first load of construction waste, Liu Yu drove the big truck back to the site, leisurely, a cigarette in his mouth, listening to the radio. The radio was broadcasting that a local lottery winner had won over 16 million yuan yesterday. Liu Yu felt envious. If only he had won, how would he spend it? His mind began to wander. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the roadside, dragging a large suitcase, shouting something like, "I want to transmigrate, I want a system," and ran straight toward the front of the truck. Liu Yu's mind instantly flashed an image of an Arab with a headscarf carrying a briefcase and shouting Allahu Akbar. He slammed on the brakes in panic, tires screeching against the ground. Fortunately, the truck was empty after dumping the load, so it wasn't going fast, and his reaction was quick enough. The truck stopped just in time, but the next moment, with a loud bang, the man still crashed into the front. Liu Yu jumped out of the truck and saw a disheveled man in his 30s lying on the ground, reeking of alcohol. He didn't seem badly injured. The man lay on the ground, laughing foolishly, murmuring, "MMP. I want to go to another world, activate a system. Don't eat beef." What a guy. Was he poisoned by web novels? Liu Yu, speechless, called 120 and the traffic police. An ambulance soon arrived and took the injured man away. The traffic police checked the vehicle's dashcam and nearby surveillance cameras, preliminarily determining that Liu Yu was not at fault. However, the final result required further investigation of both parties' backgrounds. Since there was an injured person, the police impounded his truck and told him to keep his phone on. They would notify him to handle the follow-up after the injured man got better. An insurance agent came to take photos and reminded Liu Yu not to visit the injured, not to pay any money up front, not to contact them privately, and to inform the insurance company if anything came up. This surprised him. Aren't insurance companies always trying to avoid paying? After handling things, Liu Yu immediately called the construction site boss to explain the situation. The boss was silent for a long time, and then replied, "Who is this? Wrong number," and hung up hastily. Liu Yu knew he had lost his job again. But the good news was that he could finally sleep until he woke up naturally. But looking at the only remaining balance of over 1,000 yuan in his phone, Liu Yu felt lost. After paying next month's rent, he wouldn't even have enough for the loan payment. What should he do? Alas, in this world, can poor people only rely on winning the lottery to turn their lives around? But isn't that rigged? It's more reliable to hope for a system activation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the universal replication system. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. What the hell? A system? Isn't this something that requires activating some kind of buff? He hadn't been cheated on by his wife, dumped by his girlfriend, or hit by luck. How could he activate a system? Does this do justice to the guy who was just hit? No matter, it's finally his turn to get lucky. He immediately asked in his mind, "System, tell me how to use it." As the name suggests, this system can replicate any non-living object. The host only needs to touch the object they wish to replicate. The system will automatically scan and evaluate it. The host can choose to recycle the object for points or consume points to replicate an identical object. Replicated objects are automatically stored in the system's pocket dimension. Currently, the pocket dimension is 1 × 1 × 1 cubic meter. The host must physically touch the object to store it. Objects stored or replicated cannot exceed the size of the pocket dimension. The system is currently level 1. The host can consume points to upgrade the system, which will expand the pocket dimension and unlock other functions. Upgrading to level 2 requires 1000 points. The system provides an initial reward of 100 points. Replication. That's awesome. Liu Yu immediately started patting himself down, looking for something to test. After searching his whole body, he only had a phone. He bought it for over 2,000 yuan a few years ago. The screen was cracked, but he couldn't bear to replace it, just stuck on a tempered glass screen protector. Holding the phone, the thought of replication just arose, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. New object detected, old phone. Scan complete. Replication requires 20 points, recycling yields 10 points. Please give instructions. Replicate. Instantly, an identical phone appeared in the pocket dimension. With a thought, two phones appeared in Liu Yu's hands. Examining them closely, the scratches, bumps, even the lock screen password, and all installed apps were identical. Amazing. Looking at the system panel, the points had become 80, and now there was also a history item interface with only one item, the phone just stored. It seemed that once an object was scanned by the system, it would be remembered. If he wanted to replicate it again later, he could just look it up in the history list. Holding the extra phone in his hand, the thought of recycling arose in his mind. The system's voice rang again. Scanned object detected. Replication requires 20 points. Recycling yields 10 points. Please give instructions. Recycle. Instantly, the phone in the pocket dimension disappeared, and the points increased by 10, becoming 90. Opening the system panel, it displayed host Liu Yu system, level 1 pocket dimension 1 by 1 meters, points 90, space operation distance 0 meters. Indeed, as the system said, recycling gave only half the replication cost. What a ripoff. This system must have been developed by some greedy capitalist from a higher civilization. While grumbling, he noticed a trash can nearby. Seeing no one and no cameras around, he quickly pressed his hand against it, commanding the system to recycle, gaining 5 points. At the same time, the history list now not only added a trash can, but also listed the trash inside, separately empty bottles, toilet paper, apple cores, and even a pile of dog poop. Disgusting as it was, this was actually good. In the future, if he scanned a safe, he could choose to replicate only the valuable items inside, without copying the entire safe. But a whole trash can only gave 5 points while an old phone gave 10. What was the system's scoring method based on? Value. Technology. And upgrading required 100,000 points. How many things would he need to recycle to get that? A flood of questions arose in his mind, waiting for him to study carefully. Looking at the remaining 95 points on the panel, he first needed to figure out how to make some money to get through this crisis. He wondered how many points it would take to replicate a piece of gold. Liu Yu ordered a DD ride on his phone and headed straight for the pedestrian street in the southern part of the city, where several gold shops had opened. As soon as he arrived, his attention was drawn to a shop called Zhoushi Jewelry. It was the largest on the entire street, with 3 storefronts standing side by side and 2 full floors. The exterior of the shop was festooned with balloons and banners announcing that a national treasure worth 1 billion would be exhibited there the next day. The Sui Dynasty, Li Jingshuan pearl, and gemstone necklace. Liu Yu knew nothing about jewelry. To him, they were merely pretty stones. How could such things be worth 1 billion? If he ever had that much money, he would rather spend it all on gold. The saleswoman noticed his somewhat grimy clothes and frowned ever so slightly, yet still spoke in a professional tone. Welcome, sir. What would you like to buy? I'd like to look at gold. Do you have gold bars? Liu Yu replied unhurriedly. It was his first time in a jewelry store. He had never stepped inside before, knowing he could not afford anything and lacking even the courage to enter. Now, though still dressed in filthy work clothes from the construction site, he felt no trace of nervousness. The system had given him confidence. Of course, the saleswoman said. Are you planning to invest? She led Liu Yu to the gold counter, where bars of 10 grams, 50 grams, 100 grams, and 500 grams lay neatly arranged. So that's all there is to 500 grams of gold, Liu Yu remarked, pointing at a bar 2 fingers wide. Could you take that one out and let me have a look? How much does it cost? No problem, she replied. Though somewhat reluctant, the saleswoman still placed the bar on a tray and handed it over. The current gold price is 780 yuan per gram. This 500-gram bar sells for 3900 yuan, she said coolly. Her tone remained indifferent, as she did not believe he could afford it. Liu Yu paid no heed to her attitude. As someone from the bottom rung of society, he had long grown accustomed to being spoken to that way. He simply held the gold bar in his hand, pretending to examine it carefully, while urgently calling out to the system. The system's voice sounded swiftly in his mind. New item detected: gold. Scan complete. Copying requires 30 points. Recycling will yield 15 points. Please issue your command. Copy. Make 3 copies for me. Liu Yu commanded excitedly in his mind. Outwardly, the saleswoman, seeing him examine the bar for quite a while, without reacting, urged, Sir, shall I prepare the invoice for you now? Invoice. After confirming that the system had finished scanning and copying, Liu Yu placed the bar back on the tray and pushed it toward her, saying in mild surprise, I only said I wanted to take a look. I never promised to buy it. Why would you rush to prepare an invoice? With that, he turned and walked away. The gold had already been copied. If he could sell it elsewhere, he had no reason to keep enduring her attitude. The saleswoman clenched her teeth in anger, but with so many customers in the shop, she did not dare make a scene and merely cursed him as a pauper in her heart. She then carefully checked the gold bar, and once certain there was no problem, placed it back into the display case. Leaving the shop, Liu Yu was so exhilarated that he wished he could immediately find a secluded place to take out the copied gold bar and admire it. Yet the pedestrian street was crowded everywhere, making that impossible. He could only transfer the gold bar from his storage space into his trouser pocket and clutch it tightly. The The 500-gram bar, merely 2 fingers thick and 1 finger deep, felt cold and heavy in his hand, yet his palm was slick with sweat. This was more than 1,000,000 yuan, an astronomical sum he had never dared to imagine before. In the system's history items list, an icon for a gold bar had already appeared. This meant that as long as he had enough points, he could create an endless stream of gold bars from now on. I'm rich. I'm rich. Liu Yu was almost bursting with joy, barely restraining himself from shouting aloud. His mind could not help but imagine a future of living in a luxury villa, driving high-end cars, having a chauffeur at his beck and call, and servants waiting at home. He repeatedly admonished himself to stay calm. The most urgent task now was to convert the gold bar into cash. Spotting a rather inconspicuous gold shop beside Zhou Shi Jewelry, Liu Yu went in at once. Inside there was not a single customer, only a saleswoman listlessly playing on her phone. Seeing Liu Yu enter, she quickly put the phone away and came forward with enthusiasm. Welcome. What would you like to buy, sir? Liu Yu wasted no words. Do you buy gold? He asked bluntly as he reached into his pocket and drew out 3 gold bars from his personal storage space. We do. We certainly do, the saleswoman exclaimed, instantly growing more enthusiastic as she ushered Liu Yu into the VIP room. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll have the boss come speak with you. Soon after, a woman of about 30 entered. Her features dignified and beautiful, her figure tall and voluptuous. Dressed in a cheap how, she carried herself with striking poise. Seeing Liu Yu, she calmly extended her hand and smiled. Hello, sir. I am Li Weining, the owner of this shop. How should I address you? As she spoke, a faint fragrance drifted over. The mature allure she exuded made Liu Yu's thoughts momentarily. Nice to meet you, Boss Li. I'm Liu Yu, he said, standing to take her slender pale hand, giving it a gentle shake before letting go. You're impressive, Boss Li. So young and already running such a large jewelry store. It only looks glamorous on the surface, Li Weining replied with a faintly awkward smile. She quickly composed herself and continued, Mr. Liu, you're here to sell gold, correct? May I take a look first? Liu Yu took out the gold and placed it on the tray on the table. Li Weining picked them up and tested them with a spectrometer and other instruments, then weighed them. 999 pure gold, she concluded. A total of 1500 grams. Everything checks out. Mr. Liu, do you have the original invoices or purchase records for this gold? She asked. No, Liu Yu replied, using the explanation he had prepared in advance. My parents bought it before they passed away. They left in a hurry, and I never found any invoices. In truth, his parents had indeed died early, leaving him an orphan. If anyone wanted to verify the story, they could go question his deceased parents. I see, Li Weining said. Without invoices, the price will be a bit lower than usual. Our current buyback rate is 750 yuan per gram, and you'll need to sign a declaration affirming that the source is legal. Would that be acceptable to you? All right. Liu Yu answered, feigning reluctance before finally agreeing, though inwardly he was overjoyed. This was practically free money. After he signed the declaration and the sales contract, a transfer of 112500 yuan arrived on his phone. The moment he saw the text message, Liu Yu's hands trembled slightly. Before he left, Li Weining handed him a business card. Mr. Liu, if you ever have more gold jewelry or similar items to sell, feel free to contact me at any time, she said. To be honest, my parents did leave quite a bit of gold, Liu Yu replied as he put the card away, testing the waters. But I haven't found any invoices for it. Would you still be able to buy it? He asked the question tentatively after securing the card. If the quantity isn't large, we can conduct a normal transaction without any problem, Li Weining replied, giving him a meaningful look before continuing. If the quantity is substantial and there are no invoices, then we'll have to discuss special terms. Still, no matter how much you have, we can take it. Li Shi Jewelry has been operating here for more than 2 decades, since my father's time. Mr. Liu can rest assured about our credibility. Understood. I'll get in touch when the time comes, Liu Yu said, grasping the implication behind her words and already planning to replicate more gold once he had enough points. After leaving the shop, Liu Yu could no longer conceal his joy. The corners of his mouth curled upward on their own, his expression bright with excitement. As he walked down the street, his steps felt light, as though he were strolling among the clouds. People say that 99% of the troubles in this world can be solved with money, and the remaining 1% exists only because there isn't enough money. The saying he now felt was absolutely true. After calming down, Liu Yu began to ponder how to replenish the system's points. This world was filled with surveillance cameras everywhere. How could he collect a large number of items to exchange for points without attracting attention? Should he start a scrap recycling station? Hey, handsome, want to learn about swimming and fitness? A flyer distributing young man interrupted Liu Yu's thoughts. No thanks. Liu Yu waved his hand and was about to continue walking when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. That's right, the system collected items for points. Was water considered an item? What about soil, rocks, and such? If they could all be recycled, he would never have to worry about points again. The more he thought, the more excited he became, eager to try it out immediately. So Liu Yu took the flyer and asked the young man, "Where's your store? Can I just swim without signing up for classes?" "Of course. Seeing Liu Yu's interest, the young man enthusiastically introduced. Our swimming pool is on the 5th floor of the Wanda Mall next door. If you're interested, sir, I can take you there right now. No need. I'll go myself. I need to buy some gear. Liu Yu looked at his current attire and decided to change clothes first, then buy swimming equipment before heading over. On the 3rd floor of Wanda Mall, there were many men's clothing stores. Liu Yu didn't be picky. He randomly chose a branded men's clothing store and changed into a full outfit. He threw his old clothes into his portable space when no one was looking, earning 2 points from recycling. He went to a sports store to buy swim trunks, goggles, towel, etc., then arrived at the swimming pool mentioned on the flyer. The business seemed good. There were still many people swimming and exercising in the morning. He spent 58 yuan on a single swim ticket, changed into his swimsuit, and plunged into the pool. He swam 2 laps first, then slowly moved to the deep end where there were fewer people and the water was deeper, making it easier to absorb without causing a stir. In his mind, he issued the command. 1 cubic meter of water around him was instantly collected, but the surrounding water immediately filled the gap, creating only a slight ripple. Even if someone saw it, they would think it was just a swimmer making a big splash. New item detected: water. Scan complete. Copy requires 10 points. Recycle yields 5 points. Please issue command. The system's voice sounded, confirming Liu Yu's suspicion. But a full cubic meter of water only yielded 5 points. He wondered what standard the system used to calculate. Next, Liu Yu began to absorb water recklessly in the deep and not realizing that the water level in the pool was dropping lower and lower, gradually causing a commotion. A new customer dived in, as usual, nearly hitting his head. Frustrated, he shouted to the staff on the shore, "Brother, your boss is too stingy. How can anyone swim in such shallow water?" The staff member looked at the water level in confusion. It had dropped nearly 20 centimeters. "Damn, it's leaking," the staff member exclaimed and immediately reported to the boss. The boss was also startled and began searching for the leak while ordering the staff to blow the whistle and evacuate everyone. Good heavens. This was the 5th floor of a mall. If water leaked down and flooded other shops, they'd be ruined. Liu Yu came to his senses when he heard the whistle, realizing he had messed up by focusing on recycling water for points. He had been blinded by the joy of acquiring the system. Why did he have to test it in a swimming pool? What was done was done. No use crying over spilt milk. He quickly checked the system interface. Host: Liu Yu system, level 1, portable space, 111 meter points, 1200 space operation distance 0 meters. He had 1200 points, which meant he had recycled nearly 300 cubic meters of water. If he used these points to copy gold, he could copy exactly 40 bars. That's 14 million. And it had only been half an hour. Too terrifying. Too brutal. Amidst the excitement, he saw the anxious boss and staff by the pool and felt a pang of guilt. Taking advantage of the crowd running out, he quickly changed clothes and quietly left with the panicked people, leaving behind yet another unsolved mystery for the world. Leaving the swimming pool, Liu Yu walked while pulling out his phone to calculate. To upgrade the system to level 2, he needed 1,000 points. 1 ton of water yielded 5 points, so he needed 2,000 tons. He would have to drain the entire pool. What about higher levels? They would require even more points. What if the entire Earth's water wasn't enough? He should try recycling soil and rocks to see how many points they gave. There was a park behind the pedestrian street. Liu Yu went to the park, found a blind spot without surveillance, and when no one was around, placed his hand on a large rock by the roadside and commanded the system to collect one. The rock instantly vanished, leaving a big hole. The system's voice echoed in his mind. New item detected: stone. Scan complete. Copy requires 10 points. Recycle yields 5 points. Please issue command. Same points as water. Knowing the result, Liu Yu didn't let the system recycle it. Instead, he took the rock out of his portable space and filled the hole, then turned and left. It seemed natural products gave very few points. Only processed man-made items or rare metals yielded high. Since he knew water could be recycled for points, he didn't need to stick to the swimming pool. He could find a river. There was a Jialing River nearby. He opened the phone map and searched, finding an abandoned dock a few kilometers away that had been converted into a recreational area. He hailed a taxi and headed straight there. At the dock, many parents were playing with their children by the river. He found a secluded spot, pretended to play in the water, and began continuously recycling river water. Points 5. Points 5. Points 5. After nearly an hour, his legs were numb. He checked the system and had 11734 points. At the same time, an upgrade button appeared next to the points. He immediately tapped it, and the system prompt sounded: "Ding, congratulations, host system upgraded to level 2. Portable space expanded to 555,125 cubic meters. Items can be collected, stored, and scanned without contact within a 1-meter range. Upgrading to level 3 requires 1,000 points. Finally upgraded. He had been deducted 1,000 points, leaving 1,734 points. Very worth it. The space was bigger and storing and retrieving items was more convenient. But if the system's required points continued at this rate to reach level 9, he would need to recycle the entire Earth. Forget it, level 9 was too far. Step by step, he should first make money and enjoy life. So he used 1500 points to copy 50 gold bars, leaving 234 points as backup. These gold bars were worth over 18 million if sold directly. But the amount was too large, a direct deposit would be monitored and wouldn't work. He wondered if Liu Yu had a way to deal with it. He should call her to test the waters so he wouldn't end up in trouble. He checked the time, it was already past noon. He found a KFC by the roadside for lunch, and by the time he finished it was around 1 p.m. So he took out Liu Yu's business card and dialed the number. Hello, who is this? Liu Yu's voice as soft as silk sounded. Boss Liam Liu Yu, who sold you 3 gold bars this morning. Do you remember? Mr. Liu, of course I remember. Do you have more gold to sell? Yes, a large amount. No invoice, I'm not sure. Liu Yu said hesitantly. How much exactly? Same as before, 500 G each, 50 bars. Liu Yu heard a sharp intake of breath through the phone. Apparently the quantity surprised her. After a moment, Liu Yu's voice came through more cautious. Mr. Liu, could you come to my store? Some things are not convenient to discuss over the phone. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Liu Yu did not rush over. Instead, he found a store to buy a wheeled suitcase. He also purchased tools such as knives, scissors, hammers, and ropes, even buying a crossbow, which he strung and stored in his personal space. He then rushed to the supermarket, scanning everything edible, drinkable, and usable into the system. Now that his system had upgraded to level 2, he could operate from a distance of 1 meter, allowing him to stroll around the supermarket without raising suspicion. As the saying goes, one must be cautious of others while guarding against treachery. He needed to make some necessary preparations. Although the counterpart was a woman, a sum of over 10 million was not a trivial matter. Should she harbor ill intentions, losing the money would be one thing, but losing his life would be a grave loss. Finding a secluded spot, he packed all 50 gold bars into the suitcase before returning to Liu Yu's store, where she had long been waiting at the door. Seeing Liu Yu dressed in a stylish outfit, Liu Yu was noticeably taken aback, taking a moment to recognize him. Thanks to years of physical labor, Liu Yu's height of 1.8 meters made him look exceptionally vibrant and handsome in fashionable sportswear, a stark contrast to his previously dirty appearance. Upon seeing the vigorous Liu Yu, especially his muscular build that strained against his clothes, Liu Yu couldn't help but blush slightly, and quickly approached him, saying, Mr. Liu, please let's go inside and talk. Seeing the suitcase in Liu Yu's hand, she tentatively asked, do you need help? No need, it's just a few dozen kilograms, a trivial matter, Liu Yu replied. Liu Yu nodded, leading the way, and teasingly remarked, Mr. Liu, I wonder which gym you trained at to achieve such a solid physique. Liu Yu merely chuckled without responding, thinking to himself, there's no need for a gym. Just working a few years on a construction site is far more effective than those flashy, useless workouts. Following Liu Yu, the two returned to the VIP room where they had conducted a transaction before. Having already established a rapport, they forewent pleasantries. After sitting down, Liu Yu asked, Mr. Liu, would you like something to drink? Just water will do, thank you. Xiaoqin, bring in 2 cups of water. Liu Yu called to a waitress outside, then pointed at Liu Yu's suitcase and asked, did Mr. Liu bring the gold? Yes, it's all 500-gram pure gold bars, a total of 50 pieces. Liu Yu opened the suitcase, revealing it packed with gleaming gold bars. I would like to know how you guarantee the safety of the funds. I don't want the money to be frozen by the bank just as it arrived. Once the waitress named Xiaoqin had poured the water and closed the door, Liu Yu pondered for a moment before fixing her gaze on Liu Yu, saying, Mr. Liu, you are indeed straightforward. How about this? As she spoke, she took out a ticket folder from her handbag and pulled out a small piece of paper, handing it to Liu Yu. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a lottery ticket. Liu Yu explained, beside him yesterday, a lottery ticket worth 16 million was sold in this city. I acquired this ticket from the winner through some special means. After taxes, this ticket yields 13 million, which is a legitimate income. She continued. Mr. Liu, your quantity of gold is large, and lacking an invoice makes the transaction quite risky, so we cannot transact at the normal price. Therefore, I propose to exchange this ticket with you. What do you think? Liu Yu inhaled sharply, feeling that the world is truly remarkable. Previously, he had heard someone winning over 10 million from a broadcast, and had envied them greatly. He never expected that this lottery ticket would eventually come into his possession. Although this was a few million less than the gold's actual value, that money would be hard to show in daylight. Just as it arrived, it would be frozen. The lottery winnings, however, are recognized as legitimate income by the state, where the ticket is acknowledged rather than the person. It could be spent openly. Furthermore, the gold was merely traded for a few hundred cubic meters of water. The few million lost was merely a laundering fee. Liu Yu had already accepted the idea in his heart, but in a transaction one must always strive for maximal benefits. Agreeing too readily would only earn him the label of a fool, so he pretended to shake his head and said, gold is hard currency, and the market price has soared to around 800 yuan per gram. My gold is worth 20 million. Even without an invoice, there are costs involved in processing. This is too much of a discrepancy. Hearing this, Liu Yu fell silent for a moment before finally gritting her teeth and saying, how about this? I will add a house, a 320 square meter villa in Ziyun Terrace, fully furnished and equipped with a market value of around 2.6 million. This is the highest price I can offer. Liu Yu knew that place. It belonged to a well-known, affluent area situated atop a small hill with beautiful surroundings. He had worked on a construction site there a few years ago, thinking at the time how nice it would be to live there someday. Unexpectedly, just a few years later, that dream had actually come true. Deal. Liu Yu no longer hesitated and immediately agreed. Thank you. Li Wanning also sighed in relief upon hearing this, pulling out a set of keys and access cards from her bag, handing them to Liu Yu. This is the villa key. Everything inside is brand new and you can move in at any time. I will prepare the villa documents tomorrow. The transfer can be done at any time. Liu Yu nodded, taking the keys, and then pointing to the lottery ticket on the table, asking, how will you ensure the authenticity of this lottery ticket, miss? Li. That's easy. Li Wanning smiled, looking at her phone, and said, I can accompany Mr. Liu to the lottery center to claim the prize. The prize center isn't far from here. If we hurry, we should be able to complete the procedures by this afternoon. Hearing this, Liu Yu finally felt reassured, saying, good. Liu Yu got into Li Wanying's car, and they headed straight for the lottery center in Shanqing. Along the way, Li Wanying recounted the details of purchasing the lottery ticket, the scene in the store, the time of purchase, and the payment method, ensuring Liu Yu remembered them in case he was questioned later. Upon arriving at the parking lot of the lottery center, Li Wanning took out a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, handing them to Liu Yu, saying, these are what I prepared earlier. I'm sure Mr. Liu wouldn't want to be exposed, right? Thank you. Liu Yu took them and put them on. Now no one would recognize him when he went to claim the prize. Li Wanning seemed to have researched the claiming process beforehand. Under her guidance, Liu Yu quickly completed the ticket verification, photo taking, and bank card submission procedures. However, during the donation phase, Liu Yu was unwilling to donate a single cent. Those organizations had a terrible reputation and were not deserving. But Li Wanning reminded him that donations could be fully tax deductible, and if he donated nothing, the subsequent procedures might be deliberately delayed. Reluctantly, he donated 3 million, which after tax deductions equated to a normal income amount, allowing him to swiftly complete all the processes. It wasn't until he received a text message on his phone stating that 130 had been deposited into his bank card that Liu Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Back in the car after spending a day together, the two had become quite familiar with one another. Knowing that Li Wanning was 3 years older than him, Liu Yu addressed her as sisterly, thank you for your help today. It's dinner time now, let me treat you to a meal. Li Wanning initially wanted to refuse, but considering that this transaction actually benefited her greatly, and Liu Yu could be considered a major client with potential future business opportunities, she replied, let me treat you instead, as this deal actually favored me. I know of a newly opened Western restaurant with a nice environment. They serve fresh seafood shipped in from afar. Li Wanqing drove Liu Yu to a luxurious seafood Western restaurant named Blue Ocean Bay. The restaurant is located on the top floor of a skyscraper in Jifengbai, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the dazzling night scene of the mountain city, where the river reflects the myriad lights of the city shimmering alongside the stars in the sky. The seafood here is air freight from around the world, ensuring both flavor and freshness. Li Wanqing introduced with a smile, clearly familiar with the place. Liu Yu nodded, striving to maintain his composure on the surface. Although he was now a millionaire, his ingrained habits had yet to change completely. Such a high-end venue with its expensive ambience and exquisite decor surrounding him was once a world he could only aspire to. He silently reminded himself, you are a millionaire now, display the demeanor you should have. As the two were guided by the waiter to their reserved seats, a sharply dressed young man with meticulously combed hair. The man wore a diamond-studded Patek Philippe watch that sparkled under the lights, followed by two burly Sharpie attendants who resembled professional assistants rather than bodyguards. He was holding an exquisite silver metal briefcase that looked extraordinarily sturdy, evidently containing extremely valuable items. Wanqing. The man's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Li Wanqing, and a soft, perfectly timed smile immediately spread across his face as he hurried towards her. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to see you here for dinner. His gaze then fell on Liu Yu beside Li Wanqing. The smile remained, but a hint of scrutiny and barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes. Who is this? He looks unfamiliar. Care to introduce me? His tone was polite, yet his demeanor was tinged with an undeniable familiarity. Li Wanqing's brows slightly furrowed, her tone becoming somewhat distant. Zhou Mo, I'm having dinner with a friend. I won't disturb you any further. With that, she attempted to slide past him. The man named Zhou Mo was the heir of Zhou's jewelry, located next to Li Wanqing's jewelry store, and he was one of her many persistent suitors. Relying on his family background and gilded study abroad experience, he held himself in high regard, consistently viewing Li Wanqing as a possession within his grasp. At that moment, seeing her sharing an intimate dinner with another man, especially someone who, judging by his attire and demeanor, clearly did not belong to their circle, a mix of jealousy and offense surged within him. A friend. Zhou Mo chuckled lightly, not stepping aside, but sizing up Liu Yu again. He noticed the brand new tracksuit Liu Yu wore, while clean and tidy the brand and cut were glaringly obvious in his eyes. The smile at the corner of his mouth turned playful as he spoke with a hint of condescension. Watching your social circle is really expanding. I wonder where this gentleman works. To be a guest at Wonking's table, he must be someone exceptional. Liu Yu slightly raised an eyebrow, and before Li Wanqing could respond, he met Zhou Mo's gaze with a calm smile. Zhou, shall you flatter me? I'm just an unemployed drifter who happened to hit it off with Sister Li. This neither humble nor servile response stifled the series of taunts Zhou Mo had prepared, and the expected feelings of awkwardness, inferiority, or forced bravado did not manifest. The man before him remained as calm as if discussing the weather. This class dissonance that could not be suppressed by his aura deepened Zhou Mo's displeasure. Zhou Mo. Li Wanqing's face turned icy, completely angered. I don't need to report my friend's status to you. Please step aside and don't disturb our meal. This unreserved dismissal order felt like a public slap to Zhou Mo's face, causing the carefully maintained facade of the humble gentleman to finally crack. His expression darkened slightly. He snorted, no longer entangling himself with Liu Yu's identity, and instead deliberately shook the metal briefcase in his hand, forcing a proud smile to regain control. All right, Wanqing, I will not disturb you. However, there is an important matter I must inform you of. Director Qin of the National Museum has officially entrusted our Zhou's jewelry with the exclusive custody of the national treasure, the Sui Dynasty Li Jingshuan pearl necklace, which is right in this briefcase. He proudly patted the briefcase, his voice not loud, yet loud enough for several tables around them to hear. It will be grandly exhibited at my flagship store tomorrow. This is a treasure worth 10 billion. So are you interested in coming by tomorrow to see it? I can personally give you. Of course, if this gentleman also wishes to witness it, I wouldn't mind extending an extra invitation. After all, ordinary people may never see it in their lifetime. His last words were a blatant insult and show-off directed at Liu Yu, implying an insurmountable chasm. Liu Yu's heart raced uncontrollably upon hearing the figure 10 billion. A necklace worth 10 billion. Right in this briefcase before him. He instinctively focused his mind, communicating with the system in his mind. The system had just upgraded to level 2, capable of scanning within a 1-meter range. Zhou Mo, in his attempt to show off, was now less than half a meter away from him. Liu Yu ordered the system to scan without hesitation. Ding. Detected new item. Pearl necklace copying requires 150 points. Recovery yields 75 points. Please issue a command. The system's voice echoed in his mind, causing him to chuckle inwardly. A national treasure worth 10 billion was valued at only 150 points in the system. That's just equivalent to recovering a few old phones or dozens of trash cans. His disdain and ease reflected on his face as a fleeting, somewhat playful smile. Yet this smile appeared to Zhou Mo as the sharpest mockery. A drifter, a country bumpkin, upon hearing about a 10 billion national treasure, not only failed to show the expected shock and longing, but instead smiled. What are you laughing at? Zhou Mo could no longer maintain his composure. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he exploded, raising his voice, sharply glaring viciously at Liu Yu. All the suppressed anger found an outlet at that moment. What qualifications does a bumpkin who can't even afford decent formal wear have to mock a national treasure worth 10 billion? Do you understand what art is? Do you understand what historical accumulation means? A person like you doesn't even meet the threshold to enter this restaurant. What are you pretending to be a big shot for? Zhou Mo, that's enough. Li Wanqing's face was frostbitten, completely enraged. If you continue to make such unreasonable scenes, I will call security. Security? Zhou Mo laughed in anger, pointing at Liu Yu, then at himself, addressing Li Wanqing. Are you really calling security to chase me away for someone like him? Wanqing, you truly disappoint me. He took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his anger, his gaze turning from furious to coldly resentful. He stared at Liu Yu for 2 seconds as if trying to engrave his image into his bones, then a twisted, cold smile reappeared on his face. Good, very good. He nodded, addressing Liu Yu. I remember you. I hope you can continue to be this lucky in the future. With that, he no longer looked at the two, turning to his attendants behind him, and coldly said, let's go. As he passed by Liu Yu, he leaned in to speak in a voice only they could hear. Kid, the mountain city isn't big. Don't let me see you again, or I will make you understand that some people you can never provoke in your lifetime. This threatening remark made Liu Yu's gaze darken instantly. Watching Zhou Mo leave with the briefcase, the anger in his heart was thoroughly ignited. An eye for an eye. Is he petty? Good, then let me show you what true revenge is. You think that 10 billion necklace is your pride and asset? Liu Yu's thoughts issued a cold and decisive command to the system in his mind. System, retrieve the necklace in that briefcase. As Zhou Mo's resentful figure disappeared at the entrance of the restaurant, a tense farce finally came to an end. The probing gazes around gradually dispersed, and the uncomfortable atmosphere in the air dissipated. Li Wanqing looked in the direction Zhou Mo had left, then turned to Liu Yu, who wore a calm expression, her beautiful eyes filled with regret and a hint of undeniable worry. "I'm sorry, Liu Yu, for putting you in a difficult position," she said sincerely. "I didn't expect to run into him here, nor did I expect him to lose his composure like that." Difficult position. Liu Yu chuckled, taking a sip of the lemon water the waiter had just poured. His gaze was calm and unruffled. "Not really. It was just a mad dog barking a few times that won't affect my mood." He paused, shifting the topic with a hint of amusement. However, his last threat did pique my curiosity. "I wonder what someone who can't be provoked is like when they get angry." Li Weiniang sensed the deeper meaning in his words. Rather than feeling frightened, she carried a sense of solemnity after the warning. What he said was in a fit of rage, but you mustn't underestimate him. Zhou Mo is someone who has always had things go his way since childhood. He is extremely arrogant and holds grudges. After being publicly humiliated by us today, he will definitely not let it go easily, and will resort to some underhanded means of revenge. You need to be particularly cautious lately. Her concern was genuine, not feigned, but she could never imagine that the thing Zhou Mo took the most pride in, that billion-dollar national treasure, was already silently resting in Liu Yu's system space. "I understand," Liu Yu nodded. He didn't elaborate, but a fleeting glimmer of inscrutable coldness passed through his deep-set eyes. Revenge. He has already accomplished it, and now all he needs to do is wait quietly for the show to begin. After the interlude, the two made their way to the reserved window seat under the guidance of the waiter. The dazzling night view streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, momentarily dispelling the earlier unpleasantness. "Don't think about that guy anymore, let's order." Li Weiniang proactively changed the topic, trying to lighten the atmosphere. While they were ordering, Liu Yu's mind sank into the space he carried, carefully observing the necklace that lay quietly inside. It was entirely crafted from gold, studded with 280 pearls of nearly identical size and luster, with lapis lazuli, turquoise, ruby, and various other gemstones interspersed, its craftsmanship intricate and exquisite, exuding an air of grandeur and mystery that transcended millennia. "Indeed, it's a fine item," Liu Yu silently praised. He chose not to recycle or replicate it. For him, now the potential strategic value of this item far exceeded the mere few dozen points of credit. "What are you thinking about?" Li Weiniang asked curiously after she finished ordering, noticing Liu Yu's contemplative expression. "Are you still worried about what just happened?" "Don't worry, although the Zhou family is powerful, Shan City is not dominated by them alone. In broad daylight, they wouldn't dare to go too far." Liu Yu snapped back to reality from his thoughts, raising the glass of red wine that the waiter had just poured, his face breaking into a sincere smile. "It's nothing, just thinking that today is truly my lucky day. First I hit the jackpot and resolved my urgent needs, then I got to know a friend like you, sisterly. As for trouble, I'm not someone who fears trouble." He raised his glass. "To our acquaintance, sisterly cheers." Li Weiniang's clear eyes gazed at him, and from this man, she felt a peculiar sense of contradiction. He dressed ordinarily, yet his demeanor exuded a calmness and confidence that was incongruous with his identity. Faced with the humiliation and threats from someone like Zhou Mo, he not only did not back down, but remained composed, as if he were an outsider. She smiled and raised her glass, lightly clinking it with his, producing a crisp sound. "I already said there's no need for thanks in that transaction. To be precise, I actually benefited more. I should be thanking you. That batch of gold of yours solved my urgent problem." She put down her glass, and a hint of a merchant's seriousness and sharpness flashed across her beautiful face. "The Zhou family has been exploiting their capital advantage recently, continuously squeezing the living space of us small and medium-sized jewelers. Tomorrow's National Treasure Exhibition is especially a major event for them to showcase their strength and monopolize market attention. If they achieve great success, our Li Jewelry's days will only become harder. So your appearance is like a timely rain for me." Liu Yu's heart stirred. This was exactly the entry point He set down his glass, leaning slightly forward, his tone becoming serious. "Sisterly, since we have a common enemy, why don't we deepen our collaboration?" "Deepen collaboration?" Li Weiniang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with great interest. "How would we deepen it?" "It's simple." Liu Yu looked directly into her eyes, his voice not loud, but clear. "I have stable channels that can continuously acquire some. Well, precious items like gold and diamonds with clear sources, but incomplete procedures. The quantity may exceed your imagination. I need an absolutely reliable and capable partner to help me legalize them and avoid all unnecessary." He pointed to his head, hinting, "Just like this lottery ticket this time." Li Weiniang's heart skipped a beat. Continuous acquisition. Quantity exceeding imagination. This Liu Yu, the channel behind him, has an energy that is simply terrifying. This can no longer be explained by mere picking up leaks or inherited treasures. This is an enormous opportunity that has fallen from the sky, enough to change the industry landscape. She forced herself to suppress the excitement within her. As a businesswoman, her rationality kept her calm. "Incomplete procedures. How risky is it? Can you guarantee that the source is absolutely safe and won't implicate me?" Liu Yu smiled confidently. "Sisterly, rest assured. My channels are very secure and the sources are absolutely clean. It's just that in terms of procedures, it may skip some official steps." He used a clever phrasing. I can guarantee that it will never bring any substantial legal risks to Sisterly. For our future collaboration, we can continue and deepen the previous model. You can use your channels and connections to digest, launder, and sell. We can negotiate a mutually satisfactory profit ratio. You need funds and raw materials to counter the Zhou family, and I need a safe and efficient outlet to realize them. It's a win-win situation. Li Wenying fell into a brief contemplation. Risk and opportunity Liu Yu's mystery made it hard for her to fully see through him, but his displayed ability, that tangible batch of gold, and his calmness in the face of Zhou Mo's threats were all very persuasive. More importantly, in the face of the flourishing Zhou jewelry, she desperately needed a strong ally and a continual supply of ammunition. After a moment, a flash of decisive light appeared in her eyes, and she raised her glass again. Oi, Liu, I trust you. Hey, race to a pleasant cooperation. As for specific details, including profit-sharing ratios, delivery methods, and risk avoidance measures, we will discuss them in detail when we transfer the villa tomorrow. From today on, all the channels and credibility of Li Jewelry will back you up. You provide the raw materials, and I'll ensure that they become clean legal numbers in our bank accounts. To a pleasant cooperation. Liu Yu smiled brightly, clinking glasses with her again. A deep alliance based on mutual interests and goals was officially established amidst the clinking of glasses. Li Wenying looked at the enigmatic man before her, filled with anticipation for the future. She vaguely felt that she might have truly latched onto a hidden, genuine golden thigh. What she didn't know was that this golden thigh had just laid a trap that would soon deliver a shocking gift to their common end. While enjoying exquisite food, the two began discussing the current state of the jewelry industry, the Zhou family's aggressive tactics, and potential directions for future collaboration. Their relationship quickly drew closer amidst shared interests and secrets. At the end of dinner, Li Wenying personally escorted Liu Yu to the entrance of the Ziyun Terrace Villa area. See you tomorrow, Sister Li, Liu Yu said, holding the villa key, feeling relaxed. See you tomorrow, Liu Yu. Enjoy your new home. Li Wenying smiled and waved goodbye, driving away with a flicker of inexplicable light in her eyes, filled with ambition for the future. The next day at 10 in the morning, outside the Zhou Jewelry flagship store, colorful flags fluttered in the breeze, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. A massive banner reading Sui Dynasty Li Jingshuan Pearl Jewelry Exhibition sparkled under the sunlight. On the poster, the necklace made of numerous pearls and gemstones glimmered enticingly. Media representatives were poised with their cameras ready for action as flashes went off one after another. Dressed elegantly, social elites, collectors, and jewelry enthusiasts armed with exquisite invitations filed into the store, which was adorned like a dream palace under the stringent scrutiny of security personnel. The air was thick with a mixture of champagne and perfume, along with an anticipation for the billion-dollar treasure. Zhou Shichang, the owner of Zhou Jewelry, beamed with joy, dressed in a tailored suit, standing beside a meticulously arranged central display, receiving compliments and media interviews, his pride palpable. Three stern-looking security experts stood beside him like statues, guarding the Suntobe open safe. Zhou Mo stood a little further back, his gaze scanning the crowd like a hawk, trying to spot Li Wenying or Liu Yu. The humiliation from last night at Blue Bay restaurant and the lingering stench above him gnawed at his nerves like a venomous snake, igniting his fury. He had secretly found out that the guy named Liu Yu was just a construction worker. Dear guests and media friends, Zhou Shichang addressed the microphone, his voice booming with infectious energy, filled with pride. Today, it is a grand event for the jewelry industry in Shanxing and a moment of glory for Zhou Jewelry. We are incredibly honored to host the exhibition of the national treasure, the Sui Dynasty Li Jingshuan Pearl Jewelry Necklace. He waved his arm, pointing to the silver safe protected by bulletproof glass. This necklace not only embodies unparalleled artistic value, but also carries a legendary tale that spans centuries. It is a rare treasure, a perfect fusion of human craftsmanship and natural wonders. After an impassioned introduction, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for, the unboxing. Now, Zhou Shichang's voice quivered with excitement, deliberately elongating the tone. Let us hold our breath and witness the true face of this rare treasure. He solemnly gestured for silence. The room fell into a profound hush. All eyes and cameras were magnetically drawn, fixated on the silver safe, being escorted by two security experts. The sound of hearts pounding was almost audible, and the air felt tense enough to freeze. One security expert stepped forward, entering a complex dynamic password, while another verified fingerprints, and the last conducted an iris scan. Each step was filled with ritualistic significance, pulling at the nerves of everyone present. Beep, beep, click. The crisp sound of the lock opening resonated clearly in the silent hall. Zhou Shichang took a deep breath, his face radiating absolute confidence and control as he slowly lifted the lid of the box with a sense of almost sacred solemnity. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The proud smile on Zhou Shichang's face froze instantly, as if splashed with liquid nitrogen, becoming rigid and then cracking like ice. His eyes widened to their limits, pupils constricting sharply as he stared into the box's interior. The whites of his eyes rapidly filled with blood vessels, as if witnessing the most terrifying and unbelievable nightmare in the world. The box was empty. The billion-dollar national treasure necklace had vanished without a trace, leaving only the cold walls of the box and the lonely black velvet lining. The nearest guests and front row journalists were the first to see the situation inside the box, instantly gasping in shock, unable to suppress their cries of disbelief. Empty. Where's the necklace? My God, how is this possible? After a suffocating moment of silence, the scene erupted like a bombshell. Panic, shock, and disbelief spread like a plague. It must be fake. What is the Zhou family up to? With such tight security, how could the necklace just disappear into thin air? A massive scandal. A shocking scandal. Zhou jewelry is finished. Quick, take pictures. Headline news. An absolute explosive headline. Much more interesting than any jewelry. Mr. Zhou. Chairman Zhou. Please explain this immediately. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Is it an inside job? Or a grand scam? Questions, exclamations, and angry shouts mixed together, forming a chaotic roar that instantly drowned the entire exhibition hall. The reporters, like sharks smelling blood, went completely wild, disregarding security's attempts to block them, desperately surging towards the stage, microphones and cameras nearly thrusting into Zhou Shichang and Zhou Mo's faces. Angry guests were also enraged, and the scene completely spiraled out of control. Zhou Shichang suddenly turned his head, glaring angrily at Zhou Mo, shouting, "What the hell is going on? No, it can't be. This is impossible." Zhou Mo screamed in panic, his voice cracking, his face pale as paper, lips trembling. He pushed aside the obstructing security guard and rushed madly to the box, hands trembling as he frantically searched inside, even brutally tearing the velvet lining out and throwing it to the ground. But apart from the cold walls of the box, there was nothing. A wave of immense fear gripped him, plunging him into an icy abyss. He quickly recalled receiving the necklace from Director Qin yesterday, checking it thoroughly before personally locking it in the box, and had not gone anywhere else or seen anyone else in between. No, he had encountered Li Wenying and the guy named Liu Yu in the meantime. Could it be them? But it couldn't be. The box had been in his possession the entire time. How could they have done it? Dad? I don't know. Zhou Mo looked at his father in terror, speechless. Damn it. Zhou Shichang finally caught his breath after the huge shock, all composure lost. He turned his head, his eyes bulging with rage, roaring at Zhou Mo like a beast. What the hell is going on? He raised his hand suddenly, seemingly intending to slap his son, but halfway through, a wave of dizziness and a rush of blood made his vision black out. His body swayed violently, and a strange sound escaped his throat, his face turning from red to purple, collapsing backward. Chairman, Mr. Zhou, quick, call an ambulance. Mr. Zhou is having a heart attack. Quick, nitroglycerin. The scene descended into further chaos. Bodyguards and staff hurriedly supported the fainting and convulsing Zhou Shichang, some pressing acupuncture points, others searching for medication, creating a scene of complete pandemonium. In the periphery of the chaotic crowd, Li Wenying quietly appeared at some point. She was dressed appropriately, her makeup exquisite, resembling a calm observer. Watching the Zhou father and son, one on the brink of death, and the other collapsing in panic while being besieged and torn apart by the media, a smirk of satisfaction crept onto her lips, but deep within her eyes flickered a trace of profound confusion. Who exactly possesses such miraculous means? Who could take the necklace away unnoticed under such stringent security? Yet no matter what the results, left her immensely pleased. Without a moment's hesitation, like an ink drop dissolving in water, she elegantly turned and disappeared into the bustling crowd. She knew that after this incident, Zhou Jewelry's reputation would completely collapse in Shanxing, and even nationwide, while Li Jewelry would seize the golden opportunity for a counterattack. The wailing sirens of the ambulance drew near swiftly, taking the unconscious Zhou Shichang away. Zhou Mo, shielded by bodyguards, fled the scene in a state of embarrassment, like a beaten dog amidst the flashing lights of the media and the disdainful shouts of the guests. Even with insurance coverage, the loss of the national treasure in their hands would not only ruin their reputation and bankrupt their credibility, but it would also incur the wrath of Director Qin, who would soon arrive. The Ziyun Villa district, a tranquil island on the northern shore of the mountain city, serves as a vantage point for the city's bustling splendor. Just a few days ago, Liu Yu was struggling as a truck driver at the bottom of society, but now he stands at the cloud's edge of the city, gazing down at the myriad lights below, resembling a galaxy. This 320 square meter villa exudes a remarkable value and style, from every corner reflecting Li Weiner's sincerity. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang, and Liu Yu opened the door to find a Li Weiner different from before. She had changed out of her professional OL outfit, donning a fitted beige dress that added a touch of gentle elegance. She held no documents, only a bottle of expensive red wine as a housewarming gift. Congratulations, Liu Yu. Welcome to your new home. Li Weiner maintained her smile, yet in the depths of her beautiful eyes lay an undeniable curiosity and a deeper significance. The shocking upheaval at Zhou's jewelry had already spread throughout the upper-class circles. This incident was monumental, so serious that Zhou's jewelry might not withstand it. Yet it also provided an opportunity for small jewelers like her to turn the tide. At this moment, clients like Liu Yu with stable sources of goods would be one of the key factors for future recovery. This made her attitude towards Liu Yu even more significant. Li Jie, you are too kind to please come in. The two settled on a comfortable imported leather sofa. Liu Yu took out crystal glasses while Li Weiner skillfully opened the red wine, and the rich fruity aroma instantly filled the air. I came today without any documents. Li Weiner spoke, first breaking the subtle silence. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, her gaze sincerely fixed on Liu Yu. I know that for someone like you sometimes trust is more important than any written agreement. I've already completed the transfer procedures for the villa. The housing authority has left my personal seal, and it can be transferred to your name at any time, leaving no trace directly related to me. Liu Yu's heart stirred. Li Weiner's intelligence and decisiveness far exceeded his expectations. She was signaling her stance through action. She was willing to bear all the upfront risks, erasing any potential traces for him. Li Jie, I appreciate your kindness. Liu Yu raised his glass sincerely. I've heard about the Zhou family situation. Li Weiner shifted the topic seemingly casually, bringing up the citywide topic, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a probing light. It's truly incredible. A national treasure worth $1 billion vanished without a trace under such tight security. Zhou Shichang was so enraged that he suffered a heart attack on the spot and is still in the ICU. Zhou's jewelry's stock plummeted overnight, and all partners are urgently withdrawing their investments. Truly, a calamity from the heavens. She articulated calamity from the heavens with particular clarity, as if inquiring or stating a fact she had determined. Liu Yu's expression revealed no cracks. He took a small sip of red wine, letting the rich flavor blossom on his palate before slowly speaking, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Is that so? Then one could only say that evil deeds will surely be met with retribution. Didn't our ancestors say that those who are arrogant will face disaster? Truly, it does not deceive me. His eyes carried a hint of playful mirth. Li Weiner's heart leaped, followed by an uncontrollable smile spreading from the corners of her mouth. She understood that Liu Yu was acknowledging everything in a tacit manner. This unspoken understanding was far more shocking than a direct admission. Then, Li Weiner set down her glass, leaning slightly forward. Her stunning face glowed under the crystal lights, her voice lowered, yet filled with power and determination. Since the Zhou family tree has already rotted at its roots, shouldn't we seize the opportunity to plant our own towering tree? She no longer mentioned agreements, but directly tied their futures to a common goal, filled with ambition. I share the same intention. Liu Yu's gaze sharpened. As I mentioned yesterday, I need an absolutely reliable ally, someone who can turn the stones in my hands into currency that can circulate openly. And Li Jie, you are the only choice. Stones? Li Weiner raised an elegant eyebrow. Gold, diamonds, or anything of value. Liu Yu's response was straightforward. They will emerge in a continuous stream, and the quantity may exceed your imagination. I will provide the raw materials, and you will ensure they flow into our treasury in the safest, most legal, and least conspicuous manner. Continuous and beyond imagination. These 8 words are a fatal temptation for any jeweler. She answered almost without hesitation, her eyes burning with fiery passion. All the channels, connections, and all the experience built up by Li's jewelry over 20 years will be at your disposal. I will be your exclusive agent, your firewall, your wealth purifier. I will bear all operational risks. You just need to hand the stones over to me. Very well. Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Regarding the profits, you get 70, I get 30, Li Weiner interjected decisively, her tone firm. Raw materials are fundamental, you should take the majority. What I need is not a momentary windfall, but a qualification that can bind us deeply in the long term, as well as the confidence to confront all potential enemies. Her clarity and foresight once again made Liu Yu view her in a new light. Deal. Liu Yu raised his glass. Deal. Li Weiner clinked glasses with him. The crisp sound echoed in the spacious living room. This collision, although lacking legal effect, was far more solid than any contract. All terms were imprinted in their hearts, leaving no physical evidence. The atmosphere grew relaxed and vibrant as Liu Yu shifted the topic. By the way, Li Jie, do you have any understanding of the waste recycling industry? Waste recycling? Li Weiner was clearly taken aback. This leap in logic caught her off guard. I want to invest in building a large modern waste recycling processing center. Liu Yu explained earnestly. Responding to the national call for a circular economy is an emerging industry for environmental protection. More importantly, I need a legitimate shell to handle some special waste. Li Weiner, being exceptionally intelligent, instantly understood the deeper meaning of the shell. She immediately displayed the sharpness of a businessperson, suppressing her doubts. This idea is fantastic. You don't need to worry about policies. Oh, I can help you contact the relevant departments to secure the most favorable land and tax policies. The suburban industrial park is a suitable location. As long as you decide to proceed, I will use all my connections to support you. She now had an almost blind confidence in Liu Yu, believing that every move he made was laden with meaning. After discussing some future plans, Li Weiner rose to leave, filled with ambitious hopes for the future and an even deeper curiosity about Liu Yu. As night fell, the villa district became tranquil. Liu Yu saw Li Weiner off and stood alone on the terrace, contemplating how to quickly obtain the 1 million points needed for an upgrade. Opening a waste recycling center is a long-term plan, but it makes too much noise and efficiency may not. While he was immersed in thought, a faint, nearly masked sound of friction from the villa's backyard wall reached his ears. Liu Yu's expression suddenly sharpened. The heightened alertness gained from the system made his muscles tense up instantly, like a cheetah poised to pounce. Without hesitation, he turned off the main light in the living room and slipped behind the heavy curtains like a ghost observing the outside by the moonlight. He saw 3 figures dressed in black bodysuits and hoods moving with astonishing agility and coordination, silently scaling the wall and landing lightly on the lawn. After landing, the 3 quickly dispersed. One guarded the front door, while the other 2, like shadows, rushed toward the back door, wielding professional lockpicking tools. Are they coming for me? Could it be that Li Weiner has gone back on her word? Liu Yu's thoughts raced, a chilling intent rising from the depths of his heart. His eyes turned frosty, yet a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. No matter who sent these people, they would pay a heavy price. The compound bow he had prepared in advance appeared in his hands, already strung. To ensure absolute certainty, he copied 10 more bows stored in the system space, guaranteeing uninterrupted fire. With the cold bow in hand, he felt much more at ease. The system can only recycle non-life items. Do I wonder, does it work with corpses? Liu Yu stood behind the gap of the curtains in the second-floor bedroom, the cold moonlight outlining his taut profile. He held his breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle fixated on the villa's backyard below. With the aid of the moonlight and the faint glow of a distant street lamp, he clearly saw 3 shadows like phantoms vaulting over the wall, landing silently on the soft lawn. The 3 acted with professionalism, each with a clear role. One swiftly moved to the shadows beside the villa's front door, leaning against the wall, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, evidently in charge of lookout and blocking any exits. The other 2, agile as geckos, approached the back wall of the villa. One of them took out lockpicking tools, beginning to silently manipulate a seemingly weak window lock on the first floor. The 3 acted with professionalism, each with a clear role. One swiftly moved to the shadows beside the villa's front door, leaning against the wall, vigilantly surveying the lockpicking intruder carefully opened a gap, confirming there was no movement inside before slipping in sideways. The other followed closely, also sliding into the dark interior with agility. Liu Yu's heart beat steadily and powerfully, showing no signs of panic. Like a patient hunter, he silently left the second-floor bedroom, gliding down the stairs like a phantom, knowing that the intruders would be entering a reception room. He pressed against the wall at the stairway, the crossbow in his hand, already drawn, the cold bolt poised for action. He slightly leaned out just in time to see the shadow of the lockpicking intruder fumbling forward in the dim light, trying to discern the direction less than 5 meters away. The other intruder who followed was about 2 meters behind him, equally vigilant. Opportunity knocks. Liu Yu suddenly darted out, his movements as swift as lightning. The crossbow instantly raised the sight, locking onto the side of the lockpicking intruder's throat. Bang! A low, deadly twang echoed through the silent villa. Ugh, huff, huff. The lockpicking intruder's body trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. He clutched his throat with both hands where a trembling bolt was embedded. Blood gushed forth like a burst dam, instantly spraying from his fingers and the wound's front and back. His eyes bulged, filled with excruciating pain and disbelief, as he could only emit a huff-huff gasping sound, his body swaying violently as he fell backward. Xiaoyong! The intruder behind him screamed in horror. He didn't even see where the bolt had come from, only witnessing his companion mortally wounded. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming fear swiftly replaced by furious rage. He spotted Liu Yu's figure emerging from the stairway, a fierce light erupting in his eyes. You're looking for death. The intruder let out a beast-like roar, the tactical dagger in his hand slicing through the air with a deadly glint as he lunged at Liu Yu at the stairway with the ferocity of a rabid bull. His speed was astonishing, bursting with explosive power, covering the ground in a few strides. The dagger aimed directly at Liu Yu's chest. Faced with this ruthless attack closing in at lightning speed, Liu Yu's expression remained as cold as ever, showing no intention of evading. Just as the dagger tip was less than half a foot from his chest, he silently thought, "System collect." Swish! The intruder suddenly felt an empty void in his hand. The sharp dagger, crafted from high-grade steel, had seemingly vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. This completely exceeded his understanding the shock, causing his movements to freeze for a moment. The ferocity on his face was instantly replaced by confusion and extreme horror. "Where's my dagger?" In that instant of the intruder's daze, a cold smirk curved at the corner of Liu Yu's mouth. He seized the opportunity without allowing the intruder to regain his senses. The empty crossbow in his hand disappeared in an instant, only to reappear as an identical, fully drawn military crossbow. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as fast as magic. The intruder's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. He watched helplessly as the second lethal crossbow appeared in Liu Yu's hands. How is this possible? His mind went blank, forgetting to retreat. Bang! The second deadly twang of the bowstring rang out with hardly any pause. The sharp bolt shot precisely through the intruder's gaping mouth, carrying immense kinetic energy as it penetrated his neck. Unable to even scream, his body was thrown backward with a heavy thud against the floor. Blood mixed with shattered teeth gushed from his mouth, his body twitching violently a few times before falling completely still. Only those bulging eyes remained, reflecting an extreme fear that was incomprehensible at the moment of death. Xiaoyong, Changzi, the last intruder guarding the door, heard the commotion inside and could no longer hold back, letting out a low growl as he forcefully pushed open the ajar front door, brandishing a sharp machete as he charged in. When he burst into the living room, the sight before him made his eyes bloodshot with rage. His two companions lay in pools of blood, one with a bolt in his throat, still twitching slightly. The other was lying on his back, his mouth pierced through, the death scene gruesome. And at the stairway, the target, Liu Yu, held a crossbow, the bow limbs empty with no arrows left. Clearly he had just shot down his own companions. Bastard! The last intruder was instantly consumed by rage and a desire for revenge, his eyes blood red. "I'll kill you." He let out a beast-like roar, swinging his gleaming machete, charging at Liu Yu like a mad bull. He was certain that Liu Yu's crossbow had already fired all its bolts, and this was the perfect moment for close combat. Looking at the murderous intruder charging at him, a cold mockery surfaced on Liu Yu's face. As the intruder closed in within 3 meters, the blade almost ready to strike down, Liu Yu executed an unexpected move. He casually tossed the empty crossbow aside onto the ground. Just as the intruder thought victory was assured, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Liu Yu's right hand, which had just thrown away the crossbow, reached to his side in a flash. Swish! The third crossbow, fully drawn and ready to fire, instantly appeared in his hand. The cold arrowhead, carrying the aura of death, was steadily aimed at the intruder's forehead. So close he could almost feel the chill of the arrowhead. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The intruder's sprint was like it had been paused, stuck in place. The ferocity and madness on his face were instantly replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. Fixating on the suddenly appeared third crossbow, he glanced at the empty crossbow thrown on the ground. His mind completely crashed. Is this even human? Fear slithered like a cold, venomous snake, instantly coiling around his heart, leaving him feeling icy. The mountain-cleaving knife slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. His legs buckled, and with a thud he collapsed onto the cold floor, raising his hands high, his voice trembling with a cry of despair. "Please, don't kill me. Spare me, big brother. I surrender." Liu Yu steadied his crossbow, pointing it firmly at the thug's forehead, his voice icy. "Who sent you? Speak." The thug, terrified and panicked, stammered, It's Zhou, the young master of Zhou's jewel. He sent the 3 of us to capture you, and another team is going to catch a female boss of a jewelry store. Her name is Li something. They should be arriving soon. Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Spare me. I was just doing this for money. I don't know anything else." He frantically bowed his head, his forehead banging against the floor with a loud thud. So Zhou had sent these people. What swift retribution. Not good. Li Wanning. Liu Yu's eyes turned cold, his killing intent surging instantly. Finding a partner wasn't easy, and she was a stunning beauty. Moreover, she had been dragged into this because of him. He had to save her no matter what. He immediately took out his phone to call Li Wanning, but no one answered. His heart sank. Could it be that they had already address? What's Li Wanying's home address? Liu Yu demanded sharply. It's at Binjiang Yayu Building 7, top floor duplex. The address given by Zhou. They might have a backup key or use technology to unlock it. The thug hastily replied, fearing he was too slow. Very well. Liu Yu's voice was like that of a demon from the depths of hell, and before his words fell, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The third crossbow bolt flew like a sigh from the Grim Reaper, precisely piercing the thug's forehead. The terror and plea on his face instantly froze as his body fell backward, crashing heavily into the pool of blood beside his companion. The villa returned to a dead silence, the thick stench of blood lingering in the air. Liu Yu looked at the 3 corpses on the ground, smelling the rich scent of blood, yet he felt no panic as he had imagined. His thoughts raced as he moved among the corpses of the thugs, commanding the system in his mind. System recycle. All items tainted with blood, including the corpses. The command was issued, and in an instant the three corpses, the fallen crossbow, the thug's mountain-cleaving knife, and the large carpet soaked in blood beneath them, even a small patch of floor stained with splattered blood, vanished without a trace. Only the clean ground and a faint metallic scent remained in the air. The system's notifications rang in his mind. Detected human corpses copying requires 60 points, recycling grants 30 points. Detected crossbow copying requires 40 points, recycling grants 20 points. Detected one mountain-cleaving knife copying requires 10 points, recycling grants 5 points. Detected carpet copying requires 20 points, recycling grants 10 points. Total recovered 253 points. After death it could indeed be recycled, but to earn only 253 points for so many items. Liu Yu frowned slightly, feeling a hint of surprise and dissatisfaction with the recycling value. Why was it so cheap? But now was not the time to dwell on this. Li Waning was in danger. As the partner he had finally found, and a gorgeous one at that, she had been dragged into this because of him. He had to go and rescue her. However, a practical problem lay before him. He had no vehicle. Calling a taxi? Too slow. Running on 2 legs? Even less likely. He needed an immediately usable mode of transportation. After a brief thought, Liu Yu suddenly got an idea, and without a moment's hesitation dashed out of the villa like a cheetah. The cold night wind struck him, and he headed straight towards the exit leading to the main road connecting the Ziyun Villa area. As he sprinted to the intersection, a black SUV came speeding from the opposite direction. Liu Yu prepared himself, fixating on the SUV, and as it passed by he immediately commanded the system to scan. Beep. Detected new item copying requires 250 points, recycling grants 125 points. Got it. Liu Yu felt a surge of joy. 250 points. Copying a vehicle is so expensive. This far exceeded the previous gold bars and crossbows. It seemed the system's point consumption was indeed closely related to the technological content, size, and complexity of the item. The value of the technology and materials contained in this vehicle clearly surpassed those items. The vehicle sped past, disappearing into the night, but it had been perfectly recorded by the system. Without a moment's pause, Liu Yu immediately turned and sprinted towards a secluded internal path beside the villa area. This small road had no one at night, and there were no surveillance cameras around. He rushed deep into the path, confirming that it was pitch dark and empty. His thoughts raced. System, copy the SUV I just scanned. Immediately. The moment the command was issued, right before him a black vehicle appeared on the previously empty road, precisely the black SUV that had just sped by. From the front to the back, from the tires to the roof, even the license plate was identical. The entire process was silent and unobtrusive. The car's body glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight. The hood even seemed to retain the warmth from high-speed travel. Liu Yu could even smell the unique blend of leather and plastic that new cars have. The system is amazing. Even though Liu Yu was psychologically prepared, witnessing a complete car being copied in an instant still left him utterly amazed. Though 250 points was painful, this ability was truly extraordinary. He quickly checked the system host. Liu Yu system level 2 personal space, 555125 cubic meters. Points 3. Liu Yu saw his points had plummeted, but now his priority was saving someone. He couldn't worry about anything else. The car door was unlocked. When the system copied it, everything except the living driver inside was copied, so the car keys were inside. Liu Yu opened the car door and sat down in the driver's seat, feeling the comforting embrace of the leather seats and the solid grip of the steering wheel, which invigorated him. There was no time to familiarize himself with the vehicle. He slammed the accelerator, the tires screeching briefly, and the copied black SUV erupted like a waking beast, instantly bursting out of the secluded path and roaring into the flow of traffic on the main road. Liu Yu floored the accelerator, racing at full speed towards Li Wanying's home in the quiet of the night. Liu Yu drove the replicated black SUV, speeding towards the direction of Binjiang Yuan. He couldn't rush directly in. He instantly dismissed this reckless thought. The people Zhou Mo sent to capture Li Wanying might have already arrived, or even succeeded. He needed to know the location and number of his opponents. Just 2 blocks away from Binjiang Yuan, his sharp gaze caught sight of a suspicious white van exiting the underground parking lot, merging into the traffic, heading towards the outskirts away from the city center. The van's windows were tinted dark, obscuring the interior, but its path exuded an air of deliberate discretion and urgency. That's it. Liu Yu's heart sank. Li Wanying was likely in that vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed at a distance that was hard to detect. The van navigated through the night, ultimately turning into an abandoned industrial area in the west of the city. This had once been a state-owned factory, now reduced to crumbling walls and vacant massive warehouses, the streetlights sparse and dim, as if it were a forgotten corner of the city. The van halted in front of one of the warehouses, marked with a rusted Red Star Machinery Factory No. 3 sign. Liu Yu parked his car at a distance in the shadows of a fork in the road piled with discarded containers, turned off the engine, and stepped out. Like a ghost, he utilized the shadows of the warehouse walls and the accumulated discarded mechanical parts as cover, quietly sneaking to a broken vent on the side of the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, a few dim temporary lights flickered, and Liu Yu cautiously peeked inside, his pupils constricting at the sight. Li Weiniang was bound to a broken wooden chair, her hair disheveled, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her cheeks swollen, clearly having suffered from beating. Her gaze remained defiant, but could not hide her terror. 3 vicious thugs surrounded her, wearing sinister, and standing opposite them was Zhou Mo, his face twisted, eyes bloodshot. He held a silver handgun, its muzzle slightly drooping, yet the frenzied aura made the air in the entire warehouse feel thick. Li Weiniang, I'll give you one last chance. Zhou Mo's voice was hoarse and sharp, filled with a desperate message. Tell me, did you conspire with that bastard Liu Yu to steal the necklace? Where is it hidden? Speak up, and I might let you suffer less. Li Weiniang bit her lip, trying to steady her breathing, her voice trembling, yet remarkably clear. Zhou Mo, you're insane. I have no idea what necklace you're talking about. Don't you dare frame me. Bullshit. Zhou Mo abruptly raised the gun, almost pressing it against Li Weiniang's forehead, causing her to shudder in fear. Last night, after Director Qin handed over the necklace to me, I had only encountered you guys. The box has been under surveillance and my family's safe, untouched by anyone. Who else could it be? Director Qin has already spoken. If the necklace is not produced within 3 days, the Zhou family will face bankruptcy. My dad is still in the ICU fighting for his life. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Zhou Mo completely lost control of his emotions, brandishing the gun as he raged, laying bare the Zhou family's dire predicament. The immense fear and pressure had utterly crushed him. He now only wanted to grasp at the last straw of salvation, even if that straw was merely an illusion. Liu Yu listened intently from outside, feeling a chill in his heart. The Zhou family had indeed been pushed to the edge of a cliff. Zhou Mo, like a mad dog, had completely lost his rationality. Seizing the moment when Zhou Mo was venting his fury and the thug's attention was diverted, Liu Yu immediately focused and communicated with the system. His gaze quickly scanned the warehouse, spotting several dusty, empty wooden boxes, a pile of rusty, discarded bolts and nuts in the corner, a broken metal support for a conveyor belt, and even the rust-covered shell of a small machine tool. System recycle. Ding. Detected a new item. Broken wooden box requires 10 points for replication. Recycling grants 5 points. Please issue a command. Ding. Detected a new item. Rusty bolt requires 8 points for replication. Recycling grants 4 points. Please issue a command. Ding. Detected a new item. Old machine tool requires 50 points for replication. Recycling grants 25 points. Please issue a command. After several consecutive operations, Liu Yu had recycled a large amount of inconspicuous but substantial industrial waste. He avoided recycling items near the center to avoid making noise. Total points earned from recycling 225 points. Current points 228 points. Points reserves were suddenly abundant. Bitch, so you want to act tough, huh? Zhou Mo, seeing that Li Weiniang refused to yield, lost the last shred of rationality in his eyes, replaced by cruel madness. He sneered, I once tried my best to please you, but you rejected me, saying our values didn't align. And now you turn to some poor loser. What did you find a soulmate in that loser? You tell me, aren't you a slut? Is it because a 20-something-old virgin has finally taken an interest? It's not like I haven't had my share today, let me make you taste it. Saying this, he reached out to explore Li Weiniang's face, while the 3 thugs nearby watched with amusement. Li Weiniang struggled in terror. Get away. Don't come near me. Zhou Mo, you beast. Hey, don't rush. After I'm done, there's still them. Zhou Mo pointed at the 3 thugs watching from the side, ready to start tearing Li Weiniang's clothes. Suddenly, Li Weiniang bit down hard on Zhou Mo's hand, causing him to shout out in pain. Oh. Li Weiniang desperately clung to his hand, causing Zhou Mo to raise his handgun and strike her on the head, knocking her unconscious. Damn. Bitch, you're looking for death. Zhou Mo, seeing the deep wound on his hand, raised his handgun again, preparing to strike Li Weiniang's head. Stop. A furious roar erupted like thunder at the warehouse entrance. Liu Yu suddenly pushed open the slightly ajar side door of the warehouse and strode in, his face filled with anger, yet his eyes were unusually calm. Everyone froze, instantly astonished as they turned to look at the entrance. Zhou Mo looked like he had seen a ghost, suddenly aiming his gun at Liu Yu. Liu Yu, how dare you show up? Let her go. I took the necklace. Liu Yu faced the gun without fear, pointing at Li Weiniang. She has nothing to do with this. She knows nothing. So it was you. Zhou Mo's eyes burst with a mix of ecstatic and vengeful light, the gun firmly trained on Liu Yu. Where is it? Quick, hand over the necklace. I've hidden it in a place only I know. Liu Yu spread his hands, indicating he was empty-handed, while his gaze swept over the fidgeting thugs. But are you sure you want to reveal the hiding place in front of all these people? He looked meaningfully at the 3 thugs. Zhou Mo was taken aback, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in his eyes. A treasure worth $1 billion was enough to tempt anyone to take risks. He indeed did not trust these hired thugs. You, come here. Zhou Mo pointed his gun at Liu Yu, then suddenly saw Liu Yu's muscular build, and quickly called out, "Wait. You guys tie him up, make it tight." He ordered the three thugs. The three thugs exchanged disdainful glances at Zhou Mo, seeing him as a weakling with a strong facade. But since they had been paid, they still fetched a rope and securely tied Liu Yu's hands. Only then did Zhou Mo feel relieved, grinning as he looked at the approaching Liu Yu. "Speak quickly. Where is it? Don't think about pulling any tricks." Liu Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, slowly walking towards Zhou Mo, while saying, "Don't be anxious, young Master Zhou. The thing is..." Everyone was stunned to hear this. Indeed, there was a necklace embedded with various pearls and gemstones at Zhou Mo's feet. Seizing the moment of distraction, Liu Yu rapidly urged the system, "Collect the rope. Collect the handgun." The rope tied around Liu Yu's wrist instantly vanished without a trace. At the same time, Zhou Mo felt a sudden emptiness in his hand. The handgun he held had inexplicably vanished. His face instantly reflected pure shock and confusion. "My gun!" He instinctively looked down at his empty palm, his mind blank. Now is the time. Liu Yu's right hand shot forward like lightning. Whoosh! The silver handgun that had just been taken by the system reappeared in Liu Yu's hand in an instant. The entire process exceeded everyone's comprehension. "What a..." Zhou Mo and the three thugs simultaneously let out horrified screams. The necklace that appeared out of nowhere, the rope that vanished abruptly, and the magically changing handgun. They could not comprehend everything that was happening before their eyes. With eyes as cold as a blade, Liu Yu showed no hesitation. Raising his wrist, he instantly aimed the gun at the three thugs. Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire exploded in the empty warehouse, accompanied by a scorching airflow and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Liu Yu fired continuously at the three thugs until the magazine was empty. The astonishment on the thugs' faces had not yet transformed into fear when several blood holes suddenly appeared in their bodies, causing them to collapse to the ground, their blood instantly staining their clothes. "Oh!" Zhou Mo was terrified out of his wits by this sudden bloody massacre, letting out a piercing scream and collapsing to the ground. Liu Yu turned his head, looking at this terrified individual casually tossing the empty handgun in front of him. The metallic body of the gun clanged as it struck the concrete floor. The sound instantly stimulated Zhou Mo's nearly collapsing nerves. The instinct to survive overwhelmed his fear. He didn't even consider why the gun was thrown to him, completely forgetting why it had vanished and reappeared. All that remained in his eyes was this only weapon, as if grasping a final straw of salvation. "You bastard! He'll kill you! Kill you!" Zhou Mo let out a beast-like roar, scrambling forward, grabbing the handgun on the ground, and with all his might, he crazily aimed the gun at Liu Yu, desperately pulling the trigger. Click! 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 The gun didn't emit any lethal flames, though only the sound of the trigger echoed in the silent warehouse, sounding particularly harsh and ironic. Zhou Mo was stunned. He stared blankly at the gun in his hand, then at Liu Yu, who stood not far away with a mocking smirk on his face, before suddenly realizing the magazine had long been emptied. This gun was now just a useless piece of scrap metal. A wave of despair from being toyed with, and a bone-chilling coldness surged from his feet to his head. His body began to tremble violently. At that moment, Liu Yu's right hand extended forward again. Whoosh! A well-strung crossbow instantly appeared. The cold arrowhead shimmered with a deadly glint, precisely locking onto Zhou Mo's heart. Zhou Mo's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinheads. He opened his mouth wide, but could not produce any sound, only watching helplessly as the arrowhead representing death approached. Fwang! The sound of the bowstring exploded as if from the depths of hell. Whoosh! The bolt tore through the air, carrying unmatched kinetic energy, accurately piercing Zhou Mo's chest. The tremendous impact even caused his sitting body to jerk backward. Ugh! Huh! Zhou Mo incredulously looked down, watching the cold arrowhead protruding from his chest quiver. The intense pain had yet to fully register in his brain when boundless darkness and cold quickly engulfed him. Meaningless wheezing sounds escaped his throat as his body weakly fell backward, crashing heavily onto the cold concrete floor, convulsing a few times before becoming completely still. The warehouse fell into utter silence, with only the acrid smell of blood and gunpowder lingering in the air. Liu Yu stood in place, his chest rising and falling violently. After killing several people, he also bore unimaginable psychological pressure. He took a deep breath, quickly calming his emotions, his gaze sharply sweeping across the scene, his mind racing to devise a strategy. After some consideration, he settled on a plan. He hurriedly adjusted Zhou Mo's position, aiming the gun at the remaining thugs. He then forcefully smashed the gemstone necklace from Li Jing onto the ground, placing it beside Zhou Mo's feet. After completing these actions, Liu Yu approached the thugs again, stuffing the replicated crossbow into one thug's hand, adjusting his posture to mimic the aiming stance he had before dying. After some thought, he replicated the bodies of the three thugs who had been shot by the bolt in the villa and tossed them at the scene. These bodies looked as if they had just died, with blood still spurting from where the bolts had struck. Finally, he replicated several pieces of gold, stuffing them into the pockets of the thugs. The information to be conveyed by the entire scene was Zhou Mo had hired a group of thugs to steal the national treasure necklace, intending to commit insurance fraud. After the thugs succeeded, he brought the gold to the warehouse, first to retrieve the national treasure necklace, and second to use the gold to pay the remaining reward. However, one of the thugs might have harbored the intention of keeping everything for himself, or perhaps realized the necklace's value, and became greedy, leading to an internal conflict among them. During the scuffle, they accidentally broke the necklace, and in anger, Zhou Mo shot the 3 thugs dead, but he was also struck in the heart by a bolt from a dying thug, resulting in mutual destruction. Most importantly, the gold Liu Yu replicated was identical to what was sold at the Zhou family jewelry counter. This would provide the police with an extremely clear direction for their investigation. The Zhou family was embezzling. As for why he smashed the necklace, this was the result of careful consideration. Previously, he had learned from Li Wanqing that such high-level jewelry exhibitions were insured by insurance companies, so the loss would not cause financial damage to the Zhou family. With the previous arrangements, if the police determined that the Zhou family was embezzling and that the necklace was damaged, the insurance company would definitely refuse to compensate. Thus, the Zhou family would have to pay for the losses themselves, maximizing their financial damage. In Liu Yu's understanding, since he had become an enemy, he had to go all out until the threat from the other side was entirely eliminated. After the arrangements were complete, Liu Yu began to clean up the battlefield. He utilized the system to recover all traces of himself and Li Wanqing, completely erasing them. He carefully picked up Li Wanqing and quickly walked out of the warehouse, returning to the SUV he had parked in the shadows. He carefully laid Li Wanqing in the back seat and fastened her seatbelt. Returning to the driver's seat, Liu Yu took a final glance at the warehouse that resembled a tomb. After meticulously recalling to ensure nothing was overlooked, he started the car and quickly left. Upon returning to the Ziyun Terrace villa, Liu Yu carried Li Wanqing out of the car, then had the replicated SUV recovered by the system, completely eliminating all traces. Gently placing Li Wanqing on the soft bed in the master bedroom, he soaked a towel in warm water, carefully wiping away the dust and blood from her face's movements, as gentle as possible to avoid disturbing her swollen cheeks and bruised forehead. Looking at her tightly furrowed brows, even in unconsciousness, Liu Yu felt a surge of indescribable pity. Truly, she was a woman from the mountain city, fiery and strong. Finding a medicine box, he applied some anti-swelling ointment to her facial injuries and the bruise on her forehead, carefully using an ice pack for cold compress. After completing all of this, he pulled up a chair and sat quietly by the bed, keeping watch. Before long, Li Wanqing's consciousness gradually awakened. She struggled to open her eyes, and the unfamiliar chandelier and ceiling made her instantly alert. "You're awake." A deep and familiar voice sounded beside her. Li Wanqing turned her head sharply and saw Liu Yu sitting at the bedside. He bore a hint of fatigue on his face, his eyes filled with concern. Fragments of terrifying memories from the warehouse surged into her mind, images of Zhou Mo's twisted face, the cold muzzle of a gun, brutal beatings, and the despairing darkness. Her body trembled uncontrollably. "Liu Yu, where is this? Zhou Mo and the others." Her voice was hoarse and dry, laced with a lingering fear. "Don't be afraid, it's all over, you're safe now." Liu Yu's voice carried a strange, soothing power. "This is the Ziyun villa. Last night you were kidnapped by Zhou Mo's men." Li Wanqing's heart sank sharply. The pieces of her memory clicked into place. Zhou Mo's frenzied roar and the cold gun barrel made her shiver. Then, what happened next? "Zhou Mo? Zhou Mo is dead," Liu Yu said calmly, observing her reaction. "Dead?" Li Wanqing's pupils constricted. Although she loathed Zhou Mo, hearing the news of his death still sent chills down her spine, mixed with complexity. "Well, you can probably guess that there's a powerful organization behind me. Last night, they received the information of..." Liu Yu carefully chose his words, his eyes fixed on Li Wanqing as he spoke one word at a time. "They located the warehouse, and I rushed over immediately. When I arrived, a fight had already broken out inside. Zhou Mo and those kidnappers had turned on each other, firing at one another until they perished together. I brought you out." This explanation sounded somewhat unbelievable, but considering Zhou Mo's state of near collapse at the time, he could have done anything crazy. Most importantly, Li Wanqing had been knocked unconscious before Liu Yu appeared, and she knew nothing of what happened. She looked at Liu Yu, this young man she had only met yesterday, dressed in ordinary sportswear, yet capable of producing large amounts of gold, remaining composed in the face of Zhou Mo's humiliation, and now rescuing her from the depths of danger. The organization he spoke of clearly possessed immense power. A wave of gratitude and an indescribable thrill surged within her. She struggled to sit up and said, "Thank you, Liu Yu. Really, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you..." She couldn't finish her sentence, her eyes slightly reddening. Liu Yu gently pressed down on her shoulder, saying, "Don't move. You're injured and need rest. I've already treated your wounds. As for gratitude," he smiled, "we're partners and friends. It's only natural to help each other." Li Weiniang felt the warmth of his hand and the sincerity in his words, the chill in her heart, replaced by a warm current. She looked at Liu Yu's resolute face, her heart inexplicably racing. The mysterious aura surrounding this man now appeared to her as a powerful and reliable strength. She nodded gently and whispered, "Yes. I still want to thank you. The organization behind you is incredibly powerful." Liu Yu's tone grew serious. "Please, Li Jie, keep the matter of the organization confidential. Last night's events, your kidnapping, Zhou Mo's death, and my involvement must not be mentioned to anyone, including the police. Just say that you were with me all night and only parted ways late. As for what happened with Zhou Mo, you know nothing. Rest assured, the organization behind me will handle everything. No one should come looking for you. This is just a precaution." Li Weiniang instantly understood the stakes involved. Zhou Mo's death was tied to the loss of a national treasure necklace worth billions. Being drawn into an investigation would have dire consequences. Clearly, the organization behind Liu Yu did not want to be exposed. She immediately promised, "You can rest assured. I understand the gravity of the situation. I was with you all night and never went to any warehouse, nor did I see Zhou Mo. I don't know anything." Liu Yu sighed in relief. "Good. Just rest here and recover from your injuries. They'll handle things outside." Liu Yu stayed with Li Weiniang for a while longer, confirming that her emotions had stabilized before leaving the bedroom, allowing her to rest well. A night passed in silence. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom, Liu Yu pushed the door open and found the bed empty. The bedding was neatly arranged, and on the nightstand lay a note written on a sticky note: "Liu Yu, thank you for your care and for saving my life. I'm fine now. There are still many matters awaiting my attention at the company, especially the market opportunities following the Zhou family's incident. I must return. As for last night's events, I will do as you said. Don't worry. Enjoy your new home. By the way, this villa has a great environment. Next time, perhaps you could invite me to have a meal you cook." Li Weiniang, the handwriting was elegant, the tone carried a hint of lightness after a disaster, along with an imperceptible closeness and anticipation. The last hint of "invite me for a meal" made Liu Yu's lips involuntarily curve upward. It seemed that this boss Li's fondness for him had indeed increased significantly. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, Liu Yu stood in front of the empty garage, sighing. It was indeed inconvenient without a car. He took out his phone and searched for local 4S dealerships. Following the principles of low profile and practicality, while also considering the system's limitations on the volume of copied items, he ultimately settled on the Volvo XC90, priced just over $600,000 with dimensions kept within 5 meters. Arriving at the Volvo 4S dealership, Liu Yu did not hesitate much and directly chose his preferred color and configuration. The salesperson, seeing his decisiveness, became very enthusiastic. Liu Yu paid in full, completed all the paperwork, and printed out the temporary license plate before driving out of the dealership. After filling the tank at a nearby gas station, he parked the car by the roadside. System scan. Ding. Detected new item, Volvo XC90. Copying requires 280 points. Recycling will yield 140 points. Please give your command. As the system's prompt sounded, Liu Yu did not choose to copy or recycle. He simply confirmed the successful scan, recording the vehicle information in the historical items list. The points consumption was slightly higher than the last SUV, possibly due to the configuration or being a new car. In the future, when points are sufficient, if any urgent situations arise, he could copy a full-tank new vehicle immediately. Driving the brand-new XC90 towards the suburban area, he needed to find a suitable location to build a large-scale modern waste recycling center. Efforts do not go unrewarded. On the outskirts of the industrial area in the west of the city, he discovered a defunct hardware processing factory. Rusty iron gates, overgrown vacant land, a few dilapidated factory buildings and office structures, yet the area was sufficiently large, covering over 10 acres, and conveniently adjacent to a major freight road, making it an ideal location. "Boss, what's the rental price for this place?" Liu Yu dialed the number on the faded rental advertisement at the factory. A raspy male voice with a thick local accent came through the phone. 200,000 a year, with a minimum 3-year contract, no negotiation. He sensed Liu Yu was relatively young and assumed he was just another agent showing some impatience. "That's too expensive, boss." Zhang Liu Yu deliberately elongated his tone, appearing to be very calculative. "Look at this place. It's all overgrown. The weeds are taller than people, and there are hardly any good windows or doors on the factory. The water and electricity lines probably need to be completely redone. With the economy in downturn, running a business isn't easy. How about this 150,000 a year? I'll pay in full up front. We can sign the contract today, and you won't have to worry." "Are you serious?" The boss perked up. "Of course, I'm right at the factory entrance. You can bring the contract over right away, and we'll sign it there." The other party fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly moved by the notion of full payment. "Little brother, you're quite straightforward. Fine, 150,000 it is. Wait for me at the factory entrance. I'll bring the paperwork right over." Hanging up the phone, Liu Yu smirked. Money was not an issue, but posturing in business was essential, or else he might be seen as an easy target. Shortly after, the factory owner boss, Zhang, hurried over with a stack of documents. After signing a 10-year lease with a 5-annual increase, Liu Yu immediately transferred 300,000 through mobile banking, first-year rent of 150,000 plus a deposit of 150,000. Seeing the bank notification, boss Zhang smiled widely, his attitude becoming extremely enthusiastic. By the way, boss Zhang, Liu Yu casually pointed to the dusty, rusty machines, cutting equipment, piled scrap steel, and semi-finished products in the factory. Do you still need these old things in your factory? If not, I can take them off your hands at scrap metal prices, saving you the trouble of cleaning up. Boss Zhang's eyes brightened. Boss Liu is interested in these. To be honest, although these machines are a bit outdated, they're worth several thousand if sold as scrap. If you're sincerely interested, 5,000, and everything in the factory, including the scrap metal, will belong to you. Sure. I'm in the resource recovery business, and these materials are just what I need. Liu Yu readily transferred another 5,000. What others see as junk to him are all points. After receiving the receipt and sending off the overly grateful boss Zhang, Liu Yu immediately turned and walked into the vast, dilapidated main factory. Inside, it was filled with various old stamping machines, lathes, drill presses, as well as a large amount of rusty angle steel plates, copper wire spools, and various processing waste. Liu Yu walked over to a vertical drill covered in oil, concentrating his thoughts. System collect. In a silent moment, the several-ton machine vanished, instantly absorbed into his personal space of 125 cubic meters. New item detected. Old industrial machine. Scan complete. Copying requires 120 points. Recovery can yield 60 points. Please issue instructions. Recovering gains 60 points. Not bad. Liu Yu felt a surge of excitement. The efficiency was far superior to that of recovering water. He didn't delay, moving through the factory like an efficient cleaner as piles of scrap metal equipment and debris vanished, as if devoured by an invisible giant mouth. Recovered scrap steel gained 30 points. Recovered brass wire spool gained 80 points. Recovered a complete cutting set gained 150 points. In just a few minutes, the vast factory became completely empty, all valuable scrap cleared away. Liu Yu checked the system panel. Host Liu Yu system level 2 personal space 55125 cubic meters. Points 4764. Space operation distance 1 meter. Awesome. Liu Yu excitedly clenched his fist. 5,000 yuan for so many points, all of which could be used to replicate gold worth tens of millions. This scrapyard is incredibly profitable. These industrial waste materials, considered garbage by ordinary people, were like a treasure trove of points for him. Just as he was about to drive away, his phone rang. It was the traffic police calling regarding the accident from the day before. Is this Mr. Liu? Hello, I'm Officer Zhang from the traffic police team. The Mr. Wang you hit with your truck 2 days ago has been discharged from the hospital and is in our department's accident handling section, wanting to discuss the follow-up compensation with you. Would you be able to come by today? Liu Yu drove to the traffic police accident handling section, where he met the despondent man who had suddenly dashed in front of his truck 2 days ago. He looked completely different from that day when he was reeking of alcohol and appeared deranged. The man before him was about 30 years old, wearing a faded but fairly neat old jacket, his hair combed, and his beard neatly shaved. Though his face still looked haggard with deep-set eyes, the madness was gone, replaced by profound fatigue, guilt, and a resigned calmness. Mr. Liu, hello. My name is Wang Debao. The man stood up, deeply bowing to Liu Yu, his voice hoarse, yet clear. I am very, very sorry. That day I was drunk, not thinking straight, and I intentionally dashed in front of your truck. I caused you such a huge inconvenience, and almost created a disaster. I'm truly a jerk. He looked up, his eyes slightly red. I will compensate you for the repair costs, parking fees while your vehicle was impounded, and your lost income, but I am currently facing some difficulties and do not have the money right now. However, please rest assured I will find a way to work and pay you back bit by bit. Here is a photocopy of my ID and my contact information. I promise I won't default. He handed over a note with both hands. Liu Yu took the note, which neatly contained his name, phone number, and an address. As he looked into Wang Debao's bloodshot, yet sincere and responsible eyes, his lingering displeasure dissipated significantly. Please sit down, Mr. Wang. Liu Yu gestured to a chair and sat down himself. Is your body all right? I'm fine. Just some superficial injuries. The doctor observed me for 2 days before allowing my discharge. Wang Debao hurriedly replied, appearing somewhat awkward. Can you tell me what happened that day? What made you? Liu Yu did not directly mention compensation, but instead asked about the reason. He needed to understand this person. Wang Debao's face displayed a mix of bitterness and humiliation as he fell silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. I used to be an engineer at Xingtu Exploration, a private aerospace company responsible for the design of the fuel supply system for the second-stage rocket engine. An aerospace engineer. Liu Yu's interest was piqued at this identification. In his future blueprint, he must enter the starry universe, and aerospace talents are an absolute scarce resource. Wang Debao nodded, his tone becoming even more somber. Half a year ago, a new project at the company failed its test, resulting in significant losses. Someone above needs to take responsibility. The head of our department hinted to me that I am one of the core members of the project, asking me to voluntarily take on the responsibility, promising that I would be compensated later, even helping me with a job transfer or promotion. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I believe their lies. For the team, and to keep my job, I signed the accident responsibility report. The result: when the punishment came down, it directly led to my dismissal. They turned their backs on me, claiming I lacked the capability and was directly responsible for the major accident. They even recorded this in my resignation file. In this circle, my reputation is completely ruined and no company wants me. Just then, the stocks I bought with borrowed money faced a market crash. The bank took my house, and my wife left me with the children. I was truly in despair that day, feeling that there was no meaning in living anymore. I drank a bit, and then. He could not continue, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders slightly trembling. Officer Zhang sighed beside him, clearly having understood the situation and felt a great deal of sympathy for this scapegoat and his predicament. Liu Yu listened quietly, his heart surging with emotions. A technically skilled aerospace engineer ruined and destitute for taking the blame for his superiors, driven to the brink of suicide, is truly tragic. This is simply a talent that heaven has deliberately sent him. He needs to establish his own team, requiring people who understand technology, have capability, and have experienced hardships, valuing opportunities. Although Wang Debao's experience is tragic, it also means that once he gets an opportunity, his loyalty and work motivation will far exceed that of ordinary people. His aerospace background is also an indispensable part of Liu Yu's future plans. Wang Gong. Liu Yu changed his address, his tone becoming serious. Let the past be the past. People must look forward in life. You don't need to pay for the compensation. Wang Debao suddenly looked up, incredulously staring at Liu Yu. No compensation. How can that be? Liu Yu waved his hand to interrupt him. Let me finish. You don't need to pay for the compensation, and I have a job opportunity here. I'm not sure if you would be interested. Job? Wang Debao was stunned, as if he did not understand. Yes. Liu Yu nodded affirmatively. I just rented a site in the suburbs, preparing to invest in building a large modern waste recycling processing center. In response to the national call for a circular economy, engaging in the environmental protection industry. It's currently in the initial stage, complicated, and requires a capable and responsible person to help me manage. He looked into Wang Debao's eyes. I believe you can do it. Although you are in aerospace technology, the skills are transferable, and the equipment at the recycling station should be very simple for you. Moreover, you have a sense of responsibility and understand the value of opportunities through your setbacks. I want to hire you as the director of this recycling station, fully responsible for all matters, including site clearing, factory renovation, equipment procurement, research, personnel recruitment and training, and establishing initial operating procedures. As for the salary, Liu Yu pondered for a moment. Tentatively 500 a year. What? 500,000. Both Wang Debao and Officer Zhang were stunned. Liu Yu continued, in addition to the fixed salary of 500, there will also be bonuses at the end of the year based on the operational status of the recycling station. As long as you work hard, I will not treat you unfairly. I know you are facing some difficulties. Give me your account number, and I will transfer the salary to you in advance. Really? Wang Debao, disbelieving, reported his account number, while Officer Zhang beside him also showed a surprised expression. Liu Yu immediately took out his phone and transferred 500 to him. He was not worried at all that the other party would disappear after receiving the money. Without Wang Debao, he might not even activate the system, and 500 is just a piece of large gold, merely dozens of points, not worth mentioning. It is not a loss to see a person clearly with this amount of money. Ding! Wang Debao's old phone rang with a text message notification. He trembled as he opened it, looking at the bank's notification of the 500 yuan deposit, his mind blank. The immense shock left him almost breathless, and tears instantly welled up. This is not just money, it is a lifeline in a desperate situation, a restoration of dignity and hope. President Liu. Wang Debao suddenly stood up, his voice choked, bowing deeply to Liu Yu once again, this time bending lower, filled with heartfelt gratitude and determination. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My life, Wang Debao, will henceforth belong to you. I will definitely manage the recycling station well for you, and will not fail your trust. Rest assured I will do well. No, I will do my best. He was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent, but his eyes burned with a long-lost light. Liu Yu helped him up, patting his shoulder. Good. I believe you. Moreover, aerospace is also my dream, and I will also venture into the aerospace industry in the future. There will certainly be opportunities for you to showcase your talents. He turned to Officer Zhang and said, Officer Zhang, Wang Gong and I have settled privately and the compensation matters have been negotiated. No need to trouble the team any further. Thank you. Officer Zhang looked at this dramatic scene feeling emotional, smiled, and nodded jokingly, said, President Liu is truly a man of character. I wonder if you are still hiring. I want to follow you. Haha, of course we are hiring. I still need a security chief. If Officer Zhang is willing to come over, I will also offer you 500 a year. Liu Yu replied with a smile. Really? Really? This time it was Officer Zhang's turn to be shocked. He originally just made a joke, but did not expect Liu Yu to truly offer such generous treatment. He knew that while he was a civil servant, the various benefits and salary combined to only about 10,000 a month, which was nearly 5 times higher. Of course it is true, Officer Zhang. Think about it. You have my number. You can contact me anytime. After speaking, he took the still excited Wang Debao out of the traffic police team. Liu Yu led Wang Debao to an abandoned factory in the west of the city. Gazing at the dilapidated plant overrun with weeds, Wang showed no disdain. His eyes instead gleamed with the eager energy of someone ready to be reborn. Mr. Liu, the site's basic conditions are fine. Ample space and convenient transport. Wang Debao immediately went into work mode, taking out his phone to photograph and record details. The immediate priorities are clearing the site, repairing water, electricity, doors and windows, setting up basic sorting areas, procuring core equipment, and hiring reliable staff. Give me 3 days to produce a detailed plan and budget. Very well. You are the station chief, fully in charge. Liu Yu nodded, handed Wang the factory keys, and transferred 2 million yuan in startup funds. If the money isn't enough, say so at any time. There was only one requirement: get it running as soon as possible. The scope of materials to accept was unrestricted and prices could be set 30 above the market high. I have special processing techniques, so don't worry about losses. Wang Debao accepted the keys solemnly. Understood. With exclusive technology to lower costs, paying top prices will quickly monopolize supply. Liu Yu offered little explanation. Mind safety. When recruiting, try to find honest, hardworking people. You can pay them a bit more. If trouble arises, contact me directly. Wang Debao worked with astonishing efficiency. The next day, the construction crew arrived to clear weeds, repair doors and windows, and lay temporary water and power lines, all under his personal supervision. At the same time, Wang circulated a message among industry contacts. We pay high prices for all recyclables, 30 above market. Recruiting sorters, drivers, and general workers, wages 50 higher than competitors. A week later, the repair work was largely complete, and the business license and other documents had been processed. Feiyu Recycling Resources Co., Ltd., quietly opened for business. Because their prices exceeded the industry norm, they quickly caused a stir. Many small recycling stations began hauling materials here to sell. A local recycling magnate called Kuan Gu, who controlled dozens of collection points, was the first to feel threatened. One morning, several shabby vans brazenly blocked the factory gate. The leader, a bald man with a cigarette in his mouth, flanked by several burly henchmen, drove in with a truck laden with mixed waste. In the truck bed, several glaring blue chemical drums stood out, their surfaces stained with unknown residues. A newly opened place. The bald man sneered, eyeing Wang Debao, who was directing the workers, and nodded toward the truck with his chin. Here, good stuff. At your 130 of market rate, will you take it? Do you dare? Wang's face tightened as he saw the chemical drums. His heart sank. He knew this was surely chemically contaminated waste, and with the station's permits not yet complete, accepting it would be courting disaster. It was obvious they had come to provoke trouble. He dared not decide on his own, and immediately called Liu Yu. Liu drove over quickly. Seeing Liu Yu was young, the bald man grew bolder. What, the boss has arrived? Say straight whether you'll take it. Don't chicken out. Liu Yu stepped out, glanced at the truck, and his gaze lingered on the chemical drums. In an instant, he understood the malicious design behind the stunt. He could have refused outright. Even if the bald man smeared him in the industry, as long as his prices stayed high, he needn't fear lacking business. But one cannot remain forever on guard, and this was a chance to learn who backed these people. So expressionless and composed, he said, well, take it. Settle at 130 of the market rate. Unload in that empty warehouse over there, he added, pointing. The bald man paused, then broke into a feral grin. Straightforward. Brothers, unload. Let the new boss see our sincerity. The truck pulled into the warehouse and dumped the mixed waste and chemical drums. An acrid stench spread through the air. Wang Debao watched Liu Yu with anxious eyes. Liu gave him a look. Wang, take them to complete the paperwork. Pay them as agreed. The bald man took the money, and before leaving sneered at Liu Yu. Good nerve, boss Liu. Wishing you prosper. With that, they strode off. No sooner had they gone than Wang, flustered, said, Mr. Liu, those chemical drums. I know. They came for me. There must be a backer, Liu replied. Liu cut him off, his eyes cold. You did the right thing. Go handle other matters. Leave this to me. Wang left with worry. Alone in the warehouse, Liu regarded the pile of foul-smelling refuse and allowed a cold smile to curve his lips. With a mere thought, the entire heap of garbage, including the glaring chemical drums, vanished without a trace. A system prompt sounded. Beep. Detected a pile of pollutants including hazardous waste. Copy requires 2,000 points, recycling yields 1,000 points. Please issue command. Such high points. Liu Yu chose to recycle without hesitation. His system points leapt from 4764 to 5764 in an instant. Almost at the same moment a screech of brakes came from outside the plant. 2 white pickups marked environmental inspection, charged and bristling with authority. 7 or 8 officers in deep blue uniforms piled out. Their leader wore a stern expression, his badge read Li Haitao Captain. Who is in charge? Captain Li's gaze was razor-sharp as he swept the scene, his tone brooking no doubt. Liu Yu stepped forward and said, I am. Captain Li flashed his credentials and said sternly, we received a report. You are allegedly recycling and storing hazardous waste and polluting chemical raw materials without permits. We will conduct a lawful inspection now. Please cooperate. His team dispersed at once. Some took photographs, while others headed straight for the warehouse area. Wang DeBeo and the workers felt their hearts leap into their throats. Liu Yu remained calm. Captain Li, we operate legally, our permits are being processed. We could not possibly be accepting hazardous waste. This must be a malicious report. Captain Li snorted, unconvinced. Is that so? Well, no, once we inspect. The inspection team rushed to the warehouse where the bald man had unloaded. The doors swung open to reveal emptiness. The concrete floor bore only dust, not even a scrap of paper, let alone any chemical drums. Report, Captain. Warehouse no. 1 inspected, no reported items found. Warehouse no. 2 inspected, none. The plant perimeter inspected, no traces of dumping. Reports arrived one after another. Captain Li's face grew darker. He crawled into several warehouses and corners to check again, and the place was indeed spotless. This is impossible. Captain Li muttered, his brow furrowed. He had clearly received a tip the items had been. Liu Yu stepped in front of him, calm, but pressing. Captain Li, what are the inspection results? Is there illegal storage of hazardous waste here? Captain Li's face reddened with embarrassment. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. At present we have not found the situation described in the report. Perhaps the tip was mistaken. A mistaken tip? Liu Yu's voice rose. Captain Li, our newly opened plant needs a healthy business environment. Such malicious reports and slanders severely damage our reputation. I demand you trace the person who filed the report and give us an explanation. Captain Li, pressed by Liu's momentum, could only offer a perfunctory reply. We will verify the report. Since there is no issue, we will not disturb you further. You may continue. With that, he and his men slunk back into their vehicles and left in a hurry. Watching the environmental inspection cars disappear into the dust, Liu's gaze turned icy. He knew this was far from over. The other side operated in the shadows and would only resort to fouler means. He had to devise a response quickly. The environmental protection officers departed empty-handed, yet Liu Yu's brow remained furrowed. If the adversary had failed once, he would inevitably strike again, this time from the shadows. As Liu Yu pondered how to counter this unseen threat, his phone rang. Officer Zhang from the traffic police detachment. Mr. Liu, am I disturbing you? That security department you mentioned last time, is it still hiring? Officer Zhang's voice carried a note of hopeful anticipation and cautious inquiry. I have several former comrades in arms, recently discharged veterans, exceptionally skilled in combat, and utterly trustworthy in character. They're actively seeking employment, so they asked me to inquire on their behalf. Liu Yu's eyes lit up. Truly, fortune arrives just when one needs it most. Hiring. Absolutely, we're hiring. Officer Zhang, please bring them to my recycling station in West City. If convenient, I'll wait for you there now. Compensation will be discussed in person, and I guarantee it will exceed your expectations. Within an hour, a minibus pulled up before the recycling station. Officer Zhang stepped out, followed by 5 men, tall, broad-shouldered, their gazes sharp and unwavering. They stood like ancient pines, disciplined, fierce, radiating the unmistakable aura of seasoned military men. Mr. Liu, I've brought them. This is Chun Hongba, our former squad leader. Officer Zhang gestured toward a man in his mid-30s, square-jawed, broad-shouldered, with an air of unshakable resolve. These are Wang Chao, Ma Han Zhonglong, and Zhao Hu. The other 4 were younger, yet brimming with vigor and martial poise, saluting Liu Yu in unison. Liu Yu silently commended them, clearly forged in the crucible of elite military training. Welcome, everyone. My name is Liu Yu. Officer Zhang has likely briefed you on the situation. I've recently opened this recycling station, but lately certain parties envious of its success have resorted to both overt and covert harassment. I urgently need dependable personnel to form a dedicated security team, not only to safeguard this facility, but also to ensure my personal safety. Let me be direct, Sergeant Chen. I appoint you head of security, with an annual salary of 500 yuan, performance-based bonuses, and year-end profit sharing. Each of the other 4 will receive 300 yuan annually under identical terms. You begin today, and I'll advance you 6 months' wages up front. The unexpectedly generous offer left all 5 momentarily stunned, then ignited fierce determination and elation in their eyes. Rest assured, Mr. Liu. With this wage we pledge our lives to the task. Wherever you point we strike. Excellent. Liu Yu sought precisely this unwavering commitment. High pay is never unearned. What lies ahead may prove formidable. Your first priority, Sergeant Chun, assemble your team, and Station Master Wang, to procure top-tier surveillance systems, infrared alarm sensors, and high-intensity floodlights. Every inch of this compound, perimeter walls, main gate, storage, warehouses, and office zones, must be covered without blind spots. Night patrols are mandatory. We must fortify defenses now. The adversary may deploy unconventional tactics, and we must anticipate them. His gaze swept across the 5 men, piercing and resolute. I trust Officer Zhang, and I trust that each of you is a man of honor. But let me state this plainly, I am a man of clear distinctions. Loyalty earns boundless generosity, duplicity invites irreversible consequences. He left the rest unsaid, yet his icy tone sent a jolt through Chun Hongba, and his comrades who responded in unison understood. Liu Yu immediately transferred half a year's salary to each man's bank account. Seeing the verified deposit notifications flash on their phones, the last vestiges of doubt dissolved, replaced by the fervent devotion of warriors pledging their lives to a true master. Meanwhile, Captain Li of the Environmental Protection Bureau seethed with suppressed fury as he summoned Brother Kuan for a blistering reprimand. Chun Haokuan, what game are you playing? You swore the waste was dumped, yet I mobilized an entire team only to find nothing. My reputation is ruined. Have you been mocking me? Brother Kuan, baffled and apologetic, stormed off and unleashed a torrent of abuse upon the bald-headed subordinate responsible. The bald man swore solemn oaths. He'd watched the cargo unloaded into the warehouse himself, bewildered and aggrieved. Puzzling over the mystery, he could only conclude the rival had concealed it with extraordinary skill. When one scheme failed, malice surged. Damn it. Soft tactics won't work. Hire a few nimble hands to smash the factory tonight. Wreck the machinery, destroy the equipment. Let's see how he keeps charging premium rates. Just keep it clean. At midnight, silence reigned absolute. Within the recycling station, only the faint glow of surveillance monitors pierced the darkness. Zhao, who dressed in plain clothes, sat alert in the monitoring room. Zhang Long patrolled the grounds. It was their night watch shift. At 2 a.m., the alarm shrieked. The monitor displayed 8 shadowy figures scaling the rear perimeter wall. Intruders. Zhao, who instantly radioed Zhang Long and roused Chen Hongba and the others. Sergeant. Intruders. 8 men just breached the wall. Upon hearing the report, Chen Hongba immediately dialed Liu Yu. The moment Liu Yu awoke, he snapped fully. Activate all body cams. Follow them at a distance and record every act of vandalism. Wait until they begin destruction, then apprehend them. So long as no one dies, deal with them harshly. I'm on my way. Understood. Chen Hongba hung up and signaled Zhang Long and Zhao, who move. Gear up, body cams on, approach covertly. The 3 swiftly donned stab-resistant vests and helmets, grasped rubber batons and riot shields, and melted into the night like silent lethal predators. Simultaneously via radio, they alerted Wang Debao and several burly workers sleeping in the on-site dormitory, instructing them to arm themselves with iron rods and wrenches and stand ready. The gangsters, finding no resistance upon entering, grew bolder. Their leader waved his hand. Smash everything. Machines, wiring, doors, windows. Reduce it all to rubble. Swinging machetes and clubs, they charged the nearest workshop, shattering glass, battering exposed equipment, and severing electrical conduits in a cacophony of crashing metal, shattering glass, and spitting sparks. Every moment was captured in crisp detail by Chun Hongba's team, hidden in a distant corner. Evidence secured. Move in. Chun Hongba commanded as the vandals neared completion. Go. Wang Debao and his men surged forward from another flank. High-intensity flashlights flared. Blinding white light flooded the yard. Chun Hongba's trio descended like tigers, unleashed shields, raised batons, swinging, closing in on the gangsters. Wang Debao and his crew roared into battle beside them. These thugs might bully civilians, but against disciplined ex-soldiers and enraged laborers blinded by searing light, they crumbled instantly. Crying out in terror, unable to mount any defense, all subdued within 2 minutes, curled on the ground, clutching their heads. Liu Yu's car screeched to a halt. He stepped out, surveying the sprawled figures with glacial indifference. Who sent you? His voice low and quiet, cut like frost. Terrified and bleeding from his nose, the gang leader wailed, Brother, please spare us. It was Brother. Which Brother Kuan? Liu Yu pressed. Promise not to strike us, and I'll tell you everything. The thug begged desperately. Fine, I won't lay a hand on you. Speak. Liu Yu snapped impatiently. Chun Haokuan, the owner of Haokuan Regenerated Materials. He claimed you stole his business, and ordered us to teach you a lesson. Chun Haokuan. Liu Yu committed the name to memory. Nodding, he told the gang leader, Very well, I won't. The thug exhaled in relief. only to see Liu Yu glance meaningfully at Chun Hongba and calmly say, "Sergeant Chun, switch off the body cams." Chun Hongba instantly understood. His expression hardened, and he replied with quiet authority, "Yes, sir." He switched off his own camera, and those of Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Wang Debao and the others discreetly withdrew several paces. The gang leader sensed doom and screamed, You promised not to harm us. You broke your word." Liu Yu remained impassive. "I haven't laid a hand on you." His gaze shifted to Chun Hongba and the others. Without hesitation, like soldiers executing a flawless command, they surged back into the cluster of thugs. This time their strikes were brutal and precise, rubber batons and steel-toed boots hammering elbows, knees, and joints with surgical ferocity. Crack! Arg! The sickening snap of breaking bone and shrieks of agony tore through the night. Within moments the limbs of 7 or 8 thugs twisted at grotesque angles, rendering them utterly immobile, collapsed like discarded sacks, writhing only in silent, agonized despair. This was Liu Yu's calculated demonstration of power, and his first decisive test of Chun Hongba's team, their ruthlessness, discipline, and absolute loyalty. The results satisfied him completely. Enough. Liu Yu waved dismissively, as if the preceding violence had never occurred. He reactivated the body cams, circled the wreckage and groaning figures, then dialed emergency services. "Hello, 110. I'm reporting a violent break-in and property destruction by a gang of armed criminals. A grave and malicious offense. We acted in lawful self-defense and have apprehended them on-site with full evidence intact. Please dispatch officers immediately." The night was deep and the sound of police sirens grew closer, ultimately coming to a halt at the entrance of Feiyu Recycling Resources Co. Ltd. Watching the thugs, bruised and twisted at odd angles, being escorted to the police car one by one, Wang Debao and the workers displayed expressions of satisfaction. Liu Yu calmly recounted the events to the leading officer, presenting the surveillance footage that documented the vandalism as evidence. Naturally, he omitted the parts where they had crippled the thugs, merely stating that the ruckus had caused the thugs to fall over themselves. "Mr. Liu, rest assured this group entered with weapons and malicious intent. The evidence is conclusive, and we will certainly deal with it severely," the officer assured him solemnly. Liu Yu nodded in appreciation, but he knew deep down that this matter was not so simple. These thugs were merely pawns. The true mastermind, Chen Haokuan, had likely already prepared to disassociate himself. As expected, the next day news arrived that the captured thugs remained tight-lipped about the mastermind, shouldering all the blame themselves and claiming they acted on their own to teach a lesson for what they felt was environmental pollution at the recycling station. Due to the lack of direct evidence pointing to Chun Haokuan, this local big shot in the recycling industry walked out unscathed after spending less than half an hour at the police station. However, to Liu Yu's surprise, after Chun Haokuan's release, he did not continue to provoke him. Instead, through a middleman, he sent a signal of reconciliation, suggesting they have tea chat and resolve misunderstandings. "Mr. Liu, this doesn't seem like a good sign." Chun Hongba stood in Liu Yu's office looking serious. "A local tyrant like Brother Kuan won't let this go so easily after suffering such a significant loss. He's trying to test our bottom line, and he may have set a trap." Liu Yu gazed out the window at the recycling station, which had resumed normal operations with traffic flowing in and out, and smirked coldly. "There will definitely be a trap, but if we don't go, he'll only think we're anxious, and his subsequent actions will become even more troublesome. Let's go, I already have a solution." He turned to Chen Hongba. "Class leader Chen, come with me. No need to bring anyone else, just the two of us. The reason for only bringing 2 people is that I have the gun I replicated from Zhou Mo that night. If that Brother Kuan dares to pull any tricks, I won't mind finding an opportunity to send him on his way. Once that happens, disposing of the body will be beyond the police's reach." "Understood." A fierce look flashed in Chen Hongba's eyes. Being able to stand by his boss and face danger was a testament to his worth. The agreed location was a high-end tea house with an antique decor where Brother Kuan had reserved a secluded private room. When Liu Yu and Chen Hongba entered, Brother Kuan was personally arranging a set of purple clay tea utensils. Beside him stood a man, the bald guy who had tried to frame them a few days earlier with a truckload of chemically polluted waste, clearly a trusted henchman of Brother Kuan. Seeing Liu Yu and Chen Hongba enter, Brother Kuan immediately stood up to greet them, enthusiastically shaking Liu Yu's hand with a grip strong enough to crush bones. "Mr. Liu, young and accomplished, truly a handsome talent." He smiled broadly, leading them to their seats, though his gaze swept over Chen Hongba with a barely noticeable scrutiny. Chen Hongba remained silently behind Liu Yu like an expressionless iron tower. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, Chun Haokuan pounded his chest, saliva flying. "Brother Liu, it was all a misunderstanding before. My underlings were blind, and I've given them a severe lesson. From now on, if you need anything in the west of the city, just say the word. I, Chun Haokuan, will never be ambiguous. But brother, I truly don't understand your method of buying scrap materials at such high prices. It's 30 higher than the market. Where does that profit come from? Do you have some miraculous method to turn stone into gold? Finally, his true intentions began to surface. Liu Yu set down his glass and met Chun Haokin's probing gaze with a slight smile. I do possess a unique decomposition technology that can minimize the processing costs of certain waste materials. Is that so? A look of enlightenment spread across Chun Haokin's face, his smile growing warmer as he leaned forward and lowered his voice. Brother, this is a golden opportunity. How about this? My Haokuin Recycling Resources has the best local channels and connections. Let's cooperate. You provide the technology and I'll provide the supplies and sales channels, and we can split the shares 5,050. Joining forces, the entire Southwest scrap recycling market will be ours. Liu Yu chuckled, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Brother Kuan has quite the appetite. As for shares, let's forget about that. The technology is my foundation and I won't disclose it. However, cooperation can certainly be approached differently. Chun Haokin's expression darkened slightly. What? Brother Kuan, you control over 70 of the scattered recycling points in Shanxing. Liu Yu looked him in the eye. From now on, all the waste you collect, regardless of type, can be sent to Feiyu Recycling Resources at 50 above the highest market price. Payments will be in cash with no delays. You avoid the hassle of sorting transportation and finding sales channels, simply consolidating the sources and earning the price difference, ensuring a profit without loss. You earn what you should earn and I earn what I can earn. If you agree, we can sign the contract tomorrow. If you don't agree, that's fine too. My sign stating 130 of the market price will always be up, and whether the goods come from you or directly from individual sellers makes little difference to me. This statement, soft yet firm, offered immense benefits while also highlighting the brutality of competition. Brother Kuan understood well that if Liu Yu truly swept the market at 130 of the price within a month, his recycling points would lose morale and turn against him. The smile on his face completely vanished, his eyes fluctuating between gloom and brightness. A 50 increase. That price was outrageous. Did that so-called decomposition technology really have such miraculous effects? The tremendous allure of profit and the frustration of being unable to grasp the core of the technology tore at him fiercely. After a minute of silence, Chun Haokuin suddenly slapped his thigh, a hearty smile returning to his face, though the unwillingness and greed in his eyes were impossible to conceal. Good. Brother, you're straightforward. Let's do as you say. Cheers to our cooperation. He raised his glass. Cheers to our cooperation. Liu Yu also raised his glass, and the two glasses clinked crisply in the air, each harboring their own schemes. As the banquet concluded with the surface-level joviality, Liu Yu, while leaving subtly, placed a tiny listening device the size of a soybean into the other party's pocket. Once back in the car, Liu Yu immediately put on his headphones and began eavesdropping. Inside the private room, the bald man's voice came through clearly. Brother Kuan, is there still profit at a 50 premium? If we master this technology. Brother Kun's voice was filled with greed and malice. For now, supply him as he requested, keep him calm, and let him lower his guard. You find a few of the most clever and seemingly honest people and mix them into his recycling station. Once an opportunity arises, find a way to get his technology for me. At that time, the entire Shanxing scrap market will be ours. Hearing this, Liu Yu opened his eyes, his expression. Mr. Liu, this Chun Haokuin is indeed not well-intentioned. Chun Hongbao observed Liu Yu's expression from the rearview mirror. As expected, Liu Yu smiled coldly. He didn't possess any decomposition technology, it was all the capability of the system, and no one could steal it. He completely cast Brother Kuan aside, for with the current speed of development, it was foreseeable that soon he would be in existence far beyond Brother Kun's reach. After reaching a supply agreement with Chun Haokuin, Feiyu Recycled Resources Recovery Co. experienced an unprecedented surge in business. Every day, dozens of heavy trucks laden with discarded metals, plastics, cardboard, and electronic waste converged from channels controlled by Kuan Gu, forming long queues at the recycling station's entrance. The workers Wang Debao had hired operated in 3 shifts, scarcely touching the ground. Mountains of refuse accumulated in the sorting, compression, and temporary storage zones, yet were silently reclaimed into the system space by Liu Yu at an astonishing pace. Of course, a small portion of scrap was always left for the workers to sort and transport for sale, to avoid arousing suspicion by appearing to only take in materials and never release them. On Liu Yu's system panel, his points skyrocketed at an unprecedented rate. Reclaiming compressed blocks of old automobiles yielded 500 points. Reclaiming a ton of mixed copper and aluminum cables yielded 800 points. A batch of decommissioned server motherboards yielded 100 points, and so on. In just 1 month, Liu Yu's points had leapt from a few thousand to over 500,000, already more than halfway to the million points required to level up. One day, Wang Debao stepped into Liu Yu's office with a detailed report. His face showed traces of fatigue, yet his eyes shone brightly. President Liu, here is last month's operational report and our plan for future development for your review. Liu Yu took the report and skimmed through it quickly. The report indicated that, bolstered by vigorous support from Kuan-Gu, the company had monopolized nearly 70% of the scrap supply in Shanxing and 3 surrounding cities. "Well done, engineer," Wang Liu praised. "Mr. Liu, this is only the beginning," Wang Debao replied. Wang Debao's ambition clearly stretched further. Pointing to the latter half of the report, he said, "Our current model, while large in volume, is limited to local operations. I suggest we begin building a nationwide recycling network." "A national network?" Liu Yu asked with interest. "Yes," Wang Debao answered emphatically. Wang Debao explained that they could leverage existing capital advantages to, through equity stakes or direct acquisitions, consolidate capable recycling firms in several major industrial and populous provinces such as Yu Province, Su Province, and Jia Province, making them primary suppliers. "We need not concern ourselves with how they process the materials, only that they gather all recoverables." And then he paused and looked at Liu Yu cautiously. "Our people would periodically go to the transfer stations we set up there to perform technical processing. In this way, scrap resources from across the nation would continuously flow toward us. We need not worry about transportation costs because our core advantage lies in the processing technology itself, not in logistics." Although Wang Debao did not know the specifics of how Liu Yu handled the waste, he keenly sensed that Liu Yu seemed able to disregard physical distance and transportation costs. This was Liu Yu's secret. Liu Yu would not disclose it, and he would never ask. This plan was designed precisely to maximize that mysterious advantage. "Excellent, this plan is superb," Liu Yu said as a gleam flashed in his eyes. Wang Debao was practically the perfect steward, tailor-made for him. "Engineer Wang, you have full authority over this plan. Establish 3 supersized transfer stations nationwide. Do not worry about funding. Tell me how much you need," Liu Yu declared. Liu Yu approved immediately. "All system recoveries must be operated in person. If we set up too many transfer stations, we would be running around every day." Having solved the problem of expanding his point source, Liu Yu turned his attention to liquidating assets. Using the surging points, he replicated nearly 1 billion in gold and various rare gems, at once delivering them to Li Weiniang in batches. With such a formidable, almost terrifying supply of raw material support, Li Weiniang's Li Shi jewelry expanded like a war chariot at full throttle. The market void left by the Zhou family's fall was swiftly consumed by her. With top-tier goods priced far below market cost, Li Shi jewelry's flagship stores began to flourish across the prime commercial districts of Jingqing, Hushi, Shenzhen, and other first-tier cities, emerging as the most striking dark horse in the domestic jewelry industry. Liu Yu's personal fortune also easily surpassed the billion threshold within a few short months, formally entering the ranks of top-tier tycoons. That evening, to celebrate the successful opening of Li Shi jewelry's Hushi flagship store, Li Weiniang flew back to Shanxing and invited Liu Yu to dinner. The venue was once again the Lanheiwen Western restaurant that overlooked the city's nightscape, but this time their moods were altogether different. "Liu Yu," she said, "I can hardly believe that in just a few months our enterprise has come this far." Li Weiniang swirled the rich red wine in her glass. Her beautiful eyes shimmered as she looked at the man opposite her with emotion and a trace of inquisitiveness. "This is all thanks to your strategic acumen, sisterly," Liu Yu said, with a smile, raising his glass. "Do not be modest. I am merely a channel's operator. You are the magician who turns stone into gold," she replied with a charming smile. Li Weiniang smiled enchantingly and said that honestly, she was growing ever more curious about how powerful the organization behind him truly was. "Powerful enough to be your most steadfast backing," Liu Yu replied with an answer that left no gaps, yet his gaze softened noticeably. After the earlier kidnapping incident, something between them had subtly changed. Beyond their initial commercial cooperation, there now lay a tacit understanding forged in shared peril and a simmering intimacy. "Thank you," Li Weiniang said softly. This gratitude was not businesslike, but sincere. She set down her glass, leaned forward, and asked with concern whether the previous matter had produced any further trouble and what the police had done. "What about the police?" she began, and Liu Yu soothed her, saying, "Rest assured, it has all been handled. The organization behind me is immensely powerful, capable of erasing every trace. Just remember that you are safe," he added. Those words made Li Weiniang's heart skip, a warm current flooding through her. She looked at Liu Yu's resolute features. The man before her was mysterious, formidable, and decisive, yet before her, he revealed a rare tenderness and sense of duty, and that contradictory allure proved utterly irresistible to her. The mood of the dinner warmed as they laughed and chatted. They spoke of the company's future, exchanged views on the market, and shared stories of their pasts and preferences. Liu Yu discovered that beneath Li Weiniang's armor of corporate strength there lay a softer feminine side. She could be moved by a film and complain about high heels rubbing her feet. Li Weiniang in turn found that the seemingly cold man carried deep feelings and possessed a steadiness and breadth of vision far beyond his years. After dinner they walked side by side along the riverside promenade. The evening breeze toyed with Li Weiniang's hair and stirred the tumult in her heart. Liu Yu, she suddenly stopped and turned to him. Under the moonlight her eyes shone astonishingly. Thank you, she whispered, for showing me a completely different world. Liu Yu smiled, reached out, and naturally tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. His fingertip brushed her soft earlobe almost by accident. Li Weiying stiffened slightly, a delicate blush rose across her face, yet she did not pull away. In the air something seemed to be quietly fermenting. The establishment of a nationwide recycling network was akin to equipping Liu Yu's point accumulation with a super engine. Wang Debao fulfilled his mission, setting up large transfer stations in several key provinces across the country with overwhelming force. Every day the torrent of waste materials collected from all over the country transformed into rapidly increasing numbers on Liu Yu's system panel. That afternoon, Liu Yu was in his recycling station warehouse performing his routine cleaning work. As he processed the last batch of electronic waste from Guangdong province into the system, he checked his points. They had surprisingly reached 1102450. Having met the upgrade requirements, there was indeed an upgrade button next to his points. Upgrade. Liu Yu unhesitatingly issued the command in his mind. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. The universal duplication system has been upgraded to level 3. The system panel updated as follows: host Liu Yu. System level 3 points required for next level 100 million. Personal space 101,010,1000 cubic meters. Points 102450. Space manipulation distance 5 meters. Core functions retained. Secondary functions. New feature: information analysis added. Information analysis capable of deeply analyzing any non-living item that has been scanned, generating a 3D structure diagram of the item, a complete list of material components, and analyzing the assembly and production processes. Finally upgraded. Liu Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. While the expansion of space and increase in distance were certainly important, this information analysis function was the true ace of the level 3 system. It meant that Liu Yu was no longer just a replicator. He would become a creator wielding countless secrets. He was eager to test this extraordinary function. Where could he find something complex and technical enough to use? Liu Yu thought of Wang Debao, a former aerospace engineer whose understanding of high-end manufacturing far surpassed his own. He immediately drove to a military scrap yard in the suburbs that specialized in handling large retired equipment, a place Wang Debao had contacted through special channels. In a corner of the scrap yard, Liu Yu saw a massive object covered in thick dust, its shell partially rusted. It was a decommissioned, old aircraft engine. This is it. Liu Yu pretended to inspect the quality of scrap materials as he slowly walked around the engine. When he was about 4 meters away from the engine, he focused his thoughts and issued a command to the system. In an instant, an invisible scanning wave enveloped the engine. Instead of simple prompts for item recover duplication, a torrent of information flooded Liu Yu's mind. Firstly, an extremely detailed, dynamically rotating 3D structure diagram of the engine clearly appeared, with every blade, every pipe, and every screw meticulously rendered. Next to it appeared a dense list of material components: fan blades, titanium alloy TC4, proportion XX, tensile strength XXX MPa. High-pressure compressor disc, nickel-based superalloy, Inconel 718, proportion XX, temperature resistance XXX. Combustion chamber liner, cobalt-based superalloy Haynes 188, proportion XX. Bearings, M50, high nitrogen, stainless steel surface carbizing treatment. Lubrication oil seal, fluoroelastomer, Vuitton, temperature resistance XXX. And this is not the end. An even greater torrent of information surged in, consisting of the complete manufacturing process diagram and assembly procedure. 1. Precision casting, wax mold making, shell manufacturing, melting and pouring, temperature atmosphere control. 2. Forging, isothermal forging, hot die forging, pressure temperature curve. 3. Machining, 5-axis linkage, CNC milling, tool path parameters, fixture design, electrical discharge machining, electrode materials, discharge parameters. 4. Heat treatment, solution treatment, aging treatment, temperature, time, cooling medium. Surface treatment, thermal barrier coating, TBC, spraying, material ratio, thickness, porosity, control, wear-resistant coating. 6. Non-destructive testing, X-ray inspection, ultrasonic testing, fluorescent penetrant testing standards. Final assembly, turbine rotor dynamic balancing standards, residual imbalance requirements, assembly sequence of components, bolt torque specifications, sealant application guidelines. The level of detail and professionalism in the information far exceeded Liu Yu's imagination. He suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately exported the analyzed electronic document containing the complete 3D structure diagram, material list, and manufacturing and assembly processes to a USB drive. He found Wang Debao, who was busy in the office, and handed him the USB drive. "Mr. Want to take a look at this?" Wang Debao curiously inserted the USB drive into the computer and opened the file. After just a few seconds of looking, his eyes widened in shock, his breathing turned rapid, and his fingers trembled slightly with excitement. This, Mr. Liu, where did this come from?" He incredulously raised his head, his voice trembling. This is the complete design drawings and manufacturing process for the XX-type turbofan engine, and it's optimized. It's even more detailed and advanced than the materials we came across back then. My God, these process parameters, this material ratio, it's perfect. Looking at Wang Debao, who was almost jumping with excitement, Liu Yu felt a surge of ambition in his heart. The Level 3 system's information analysis capability was indeed fearsome. An obsolete old engine had managed to reveal a complete and reproducible cutting-edge industrial technology. You just need to tell me, with our current capabilities, can we produce it? Liu Yu asked, staring into Wang Debao's eyes. Wang Debao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and replied solemnly, Mr. Liu, with our current conditions, it's definitely not possible. Aircraft engines are the crown jewels of industry, requiring extremely high-end materials, science, precision machine tools, and skilled industrial workers. However, he shifted his tone, and an unprecedented light burst forth from his eyes. But with this incredibly detailed textbook, we now have a clear goal and direction. We can follow the blueprint and gradually conquer materials, equipment, and processes. Mr. Liu, as long as you want and can provide sufficient resources, we can establish our own aircraft engine industry chain. We can step into the starry sky. Wang Debao's words struck like lightning, completely igniting Liu Yu's ambition. Step into the starry sky, Liu Yu murmured these words, his gaze seemingly piercing through the heavy office ceiling, directed towards the vast and profound night sky. In the pitch-black night, the stars spread out like shattered diamonds, distant and mysterious. An unprecedented grand ambition erupted within him like a dormant volcano with hot magma surging forth. The Earth is too small. Waste recycling is just the starting point, and wealth accumulation is merely a tool. His journey lies within that sea of stars. The Level 3 unlocked information analysis capability is the key to opening the door to this starry sea. It can deconstruct old aircraft engines, and in the future it can deconstruct spacecraft engines, space station modules, and even deep space probes. But meals must be eaten one bite at a time. Domestically, there is still a gap compared to the world's top standards in cutting-edge aerospace materials and certain core equipment manufacturing processes. To truly embark on the journey to the Sea of Stars, he needs more advanced samples. Liu Yu withdrew his gaze from the stars, his eyes becoming sharp and resolute, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Mr. Wang, you must start assembling a top-notch technical team immediately, regardless of costs, to recruit the best experts in materials, science, mechanical engineering, and precision manufacturing in the country. Our goal will be the Sea of Stars. Oh, and no overseas students, Liu Yu added. The relationship between Liu Yu and Li Wan-ing has transcended mere business partnership after that life-and-death crisis. The tacit understanding and subtle affection between them simmered like a dish cooked on low heat, quietly intensifying during their daily cooperation and interactions. One day, in the spacious and bright top-floor office of Li's Jewelry headquarters in Mountain City, Li Wan-ing set down the quarterly financial report in her hands and gazed out at the bustling traffic outside, suddenly speaking up. Liu Yu, our business has covered the first-tier cities in the country, but to become a true international brand, we must venture out into the world. I plan to conduct market research in the land of the righteous, Japan and Europe, to establish our first overseas branches. Liu Yu's heart stirred. This aligned perfectly with his upcoming plans. The information analysis ability unlocked by the Level 3 system made him covet the technological powerhouses. Although the domestic scrap resources could provide a vast amount of points to obtain the cutting-edge technical samples, he must take the initiative. Good idea, Liu Yu smiled. Just in time. I also want to invest in some high-tech industries overseas. Let's go together. You can research your jewelry market while I check on my investment projects. And by the way, consider. Li Wan-ing detected the support in his words and the intimacy behind his mention of a leisure trip. A charming blush appeared on her fair face as she gently nodded. All right, then our first stop will be Seoul, in the land of the righteous. A week later, the flight they were on landed at Incheon International Airport. On the surface, Liu Yu's identity was that of the founder of Fei Yu Capital, showing a strong interest in investing in the semiconductor and display panel industries of the land of the righteous, while Li Wan-ing was accompanying him as a business partner and scouting locations for Li's Jewelry's overseas expansion. With the influence of Li's Jewelry, which had gained fame in the domestic market, and the astonishing numbers in Liu Yu's bank account, they quickly obtained the opportunity to tour the panel production line of the Shaanxi Group located in Gyeonggi Province through official channels. On the day of the tour, accompanied by a group of well-dressed Shaanxi executives, Liu Yu and Li Wan-ing donned dust-free suits and entered the production workshop that represented the pinnacle of global display technology. Inside the vast factory, automated robotic arms operated precisely and silently as a cold high-tech aura pervaded the air. Liu Yu's gaze seemingly wandered casually over the wafer-thin OLED panels on the assembly line, yet his mind had already locked onto the core target of this trip, the 8th-generation vacuum deposition machine towering, like a behemoth in the center of the workshop, strictly isolated from the surroundings. Director Liu Yu asked the accompanying Shaanxing executive, "That device over there is the vacuum deposition machine that is said to determine the yield and performance of OLEDs, right? It truly is a masterpiece of industrial art." Li Wanning acted as the translator in fluent English. A proud expression appeared on Director Li's face. "Mr. Liu has good eyesight. This is indeed the 8th-generation deposition machine, and there are very few of them in the world. Its core lies in its ability to uniformly deposit organic light-emitting materials onto the substrate with nanometer-level precision in a vacuum environment. This is one of our secret weapons to maintain our industry-leading position." Liu Yu nodded, pretending to casually walk a few steps toward the equipment, continuing to ask questions to capture everyone's attention. Such a precise device must have high demands for its operating environment and maintenance, right? His steps appeared random, yet each was meticulously calculated. When he was less than 5 meters away from the massive machine about to trigger the warning line, he accidentally tripped over a cable underfoot, stumbling just perfectly to stop at the critical point. "Mr. Liu, be careful," Li Wanning and the Shaanxing staff exclaimed in surprise. I'm fine. Liu Yu waved his hands, steadying himself with a hint of apology on his face. But in that brief moment of pause, his mind had already established a deep link with the system. System scan. Analyze. Ding. New item detected: core components of the 8th-generation vacuum deposition machine, including evaporation source precision mask system substrate transfer module. Scan complete. Points required for copying 35000. Recycling will yield 175000. Information analysis initiated. Analysis complete. A torrent of vast data surged into Liu Yu's mind: the three-dimensional structural diagrams of every core component inside the deposition machine, the precise formulas of all special alloys and ceramic materials, the manufacturing processes of the precision masks, the ultimate vacuum standards of the vacuum chamber, and even the internal assembly debugging manuals and the underlying codes of the software control system were all imprinted in an incredible manner. Done. Liu Yu felt ecstatic inside while maintaining an impassive facade as he continued the tour. Just as they were about to leave the core workshop, passing by an independent research area marked with a sign saying Military Project Department, although the door was tightly closed, Liu Yu's system captured a faint signal coming from inside. Feigning interest in another production line nearby, he once again utilized his position and angle to extend his system's scanning range over that mysterious area. Ding. New item detected: military-grade foldable screen reinforcement technology scheme sample and data. Scan complete. Points required for copying 8000. Recycling will yield 4000. Information analysis initiated. Analysis complete. This time the analysis revealed a complete set of technical documents and experimental data rather than hardware. The content detailed how to integrate a layer of special non-Newtonian fluid polymer interlayer within flexible screens, allowing them to remain flexible during normal bending, but instantly harden upon encountering high-speed impacts or strong electromagnetic pulses, EMP, thus protecting the internal circuitry. This is cutting-edge protective technology developed for military-grade foldable tactical tablets and individual soldier equipment. A pleasant surprise, Liu Yu thought to himself. If this technology could be applied in the civilian sector, it would completely resolve the fragility issue of foldable screen smartphones, making its commercial value immeasurable. After the assessment, Liu Yu declined Shaanxing's eager investment discussions under the pretext of needing internal evaluation and left the factory with Li Wanning. In the following days, the two enjoyed a rare world of their own in Seoul, while also staying busy with their respective. Liu Yu organized and digested the technical materials obtained from Shaanxing, while Li Wanning decisively finalized the address for Li's Jewelry's first overseas branch in a prime location in Gangnam District, and swiftly assembled a local operating team. On the eve of their departure, the two shared drinks at the hotel's executive lounge. I've preliminarily sorted out my matters. I need to stay here next to oversee the renovations and team training. Li Wanning swirled her wine glass, her profile beautifully illuminated by the light. What about you? Where are you heading next? Next stop, the land of the rising sun. Liu Yu's gaze was deep. There's more that I need there. Be safe, Li Wanning replied softly, nodding. She knew that this man had grand ambitions, and his world was far more vast than she could see. Liu Yu nodded, looking into her eyes that showed no concealment of concern, feeling warmth in his heart as he gently said, "You too. If you encounter any trouble, contact me at the first opportunity." The next day, Liu Yu boarded a flight to Tokyo alone, while Li Wanning stood by the airport's floor-to-ceiling window, watching the silver plane pierce through the clouds. The plane landed at Narita Airport in Tokyo, and the damp marine air rushed towards him. Liu Yu wasted no time, and after checking into the hotel, he immediately set forth on his hunting plan. Through the intelligence network established by Wang Debao in advance, Liu Yu learned that the 3-day Tokyo International Semiconductor Equipment and Technology Exhibition had just concluded. At this moment, all the cutting-edge equipment on display had yet to be removed, quietly resting inside the vast exhibition halls of the Tokyo International Exhibition Center, awaiting packaging for transport. This was the moment of least vigilance and the best opportunity to strike. In the dead of night, Liu Yu changed into inconspicuous dark casual wear and drove the rented car to the empty and silent exterior of the exhibition hall. He did not choose to force his way in, but instead circled around to the employee and cargo entrance at the back of the At the entrance, a security guard named Sasaki in his 50s sat idly in the booth sipping cheap shochu while flipping through an adult magazine. Liu Yu took out 3 heavy 500-gram gold bars that he had long since replicated from his spatial storage, wrapped them in a black cloth, and approached, gently knocking on the booth's window. Sasaki looked up with annoyance, ready to scold the unfamiliar Asian face, but then he saw the black cloth being offered before him slowly opened. The golden glow instantaneously stung Sasaki's eyes under the dim light of the booth. He straightened up, abruptly swallowing hard as his greedy gaze fixated on the bar of gold. "I am an equipment enthusiast who unfortunately missed the daytime exhibition." Liu Yu played a segment of Japanese through a translation app. "I just want to go in for a look, take a few photos at most for half an hour. This is your night shift bonus." Sasaki's heart raced wildly. Half an hour for 3 bars of gold, enough for him to retire early and enjoy his later years. The risk and reward clashed violently in his mind. He glanced at the surveillance cameras around, then at Liu Yu's calm and confident eyes, and ultimately greed triumphed over reason. He quickly stuffed the gold bars into his pocket, looking cautiously left and right before lowering his voice. "Only 20 minutes. Once inside, do not touch any alarms. Otherwise, we're both doomed. Deal." Sasaki used his access card to unlock a side door leading to the main exhibition hall. Liu Yu slipped inside, and the vast interior of the exhibition hall was dimly lit, with only emergency lights casting faint glows. Massive, priceless machines stood silently in the darkness like slumbering steel beasts, exuding a cold metallic aura. Liu Yu's heartbeat quickened slightly. It was not nervousness, but the thrill of a hunter entering the hunting ground. His first target was the Nikon booth located at the very core of the exhibition hall. There, a large, intricately designed machine was parked. The latest model of the NXT8050G UV Extreme Ultraviolet Lithography Light Source System Core Module. This was an indispensable key device for manufacturing chips with a process node of 7 nanometers, and below its optical system's precision was considered the pinnacle of human craftsmanship. Liu Yu hurriedly approached, stopping about 6 meters away from the device. He noticed that there were clear infrared security lines marked on the floor around the equipment. He took a deep breath, employing the same trick again, pretending to trip in the darkness, his body lunging forward as he supported himself with his hands, his body nearly parallel to the ground. Just at the limit of his forward lean, less than 5 meters from the EUV optical system core. System scan. Analyze. Ding. Detected new item: Nikon NXT8050G EUV optical system, including collection lens, optical path calibration module, plasma generator. Scan complete. Required points for replication 800, recoverable points 4000. Information analysis initiated. Analysis complete. An information stream 100 times more complex than analyzing an aircraft engine surged into his mind in an instant. The precise curvature parameters of countless aspheric mirrors, the material formulas and coating processes of multi-layer film reflective coatings, and the ultra-high power laser technology driving the plasma to generate the EUV light source. All of it was perfectly replicated. Liu Yu suppressed his inner ecstasy, quickly rising, and like a ghost he weaved through the other booths. Scan. Hitachi High-Precision Electron Beam Inspection Equipment. Scan. Tokyo Electron's latest etching machine. Scan. Disco's ultra-thin wafer cutting. He also targeted those seemingly inconspicuous but equally core technological barriers, samples and formula data from Shin-Etsu Chemical Booth for high-end photoresist Fanuc's latest 5-axis industrial robot and its core servo motor technology, as well as special ceramics and ultra-pure metal target materials for aerospace and semiconductor manufacturing exhibited by several special materials companies. The system's 5-meter operational range was fully utilized at this moment, each scan accompanied by a meticulously calculated, seemingly accidental approach. Although his 1.0 cubic meter system space was not directly used to store these massive machines, its powerful scanning and analysis capabilities had already stored all the information of these top industrial technologies into the system's history. 20 minutes later, Liu Yu appeared at the side door on time. Sasaki saw him emerge and scathed, let out a long sigh of relief, quickly sent him out, and then locked the door as if nothing had happened. Back at the hotel, Liu Yu categorized and encrypted all the analyzed technical data into the network hard drive. Overnight, he had almost emptied half of Japan's semiconductor and precision manufacturing industry. The value of this technical data was beyond monetary measure. They were the seeds that would ignite a nation's technological tree, the most solid foundation for his future interstellar empire. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel overlooking the brilliantly lit Tokyo. Beneath this prosperity lay countless treasures that he yearned for. And his journey in the land of the rising sun had only just begun. In Japan, the hunting plan is not limited to cold machines and technical blueprints. Liu Yu understands that top-notch technology is often in the hands of specific individuals. Sometimes breaking down a person's defenses is more efficient than infiltrating a heavily guarded factory. After returning from the technology exhibition filled with success, Liu Yu treated himself to a short vacation, visiting a renowned top sushi restaurant in Ginza to reward himself. As he settled at the counter, he noticed a middle-aged man next to him pouring sake into his glass repeatedly, looking dejected, mumbling incoherently in Japanese, "It's over. All over." The man appeared to be around 50 with graying hair, dressed in a crisp, yet worn-out Toyota work uniform. What caught Liu Yu's attention was the phone on the man's table constantly lighting up with messages from a debt collection agency, displaying shocking figures of outstanding debts. A thought flashed through Liu Yu's mind. He signaled the sushi chef to send a bottle of the finest 14th-generation sake to the middle-aged man, along with a note written using a translation app that said, "Life has its ups and downs, perhaps I can help you." The middle-aged man, upon seeing the sake and the note, was momentarily stunned, then looked at Liu Yu with suspicion. Liu Yu raised his glass in a toast, smiling and nodding. After a few cups of expensive sake combined with the effects of alcohol and despair, the middle-aged man's defenses quickly crumbled. He introduced himself as Tanaka Ichiro, a senior engineer in the powertrain development department at Toyota, responsible for the company's ambitious latest generation hydrogen fuel cell and hydrogen internal combustion engine projects. However, due to his obsession with stocks and gambling, he had accrued massive debts from high-interest loans, and now the accumulating interest had reached a point where he could never repay it. The debt collection agency threatened to disrupt his company and family if he did not repay, ruining his reputation. "Mr. Tanaka, perhaps a simple transaction could solve your predicament." After a few rounds of drinks, Liu Yu pushed several 500-gram gold bars in front of Tanaka Ichiro in the private room. The golden glow unleashed its unparalleled magic once more. Tanaka Ichiro's breath stopped momentarily, his eyes fixated on the gold, as if a drowning man had spotted a life buoy. What do I need to do?" His voice was hoarse and trembling. "It's simple," Liu Yu casually replied. "I am very interested in Toyota's latest hydrogen engine technology. I would like to privately visit your laboratory as a potential investor to take a look at the latest prototype. I just need to take a close look without even touching it. Once everything is settled, these gold bars will be yours." Tanaka Ichiro's expression shifted between hope and apprehension. Leaking the company's top secrets is a serious crime. If exposed, he would face imprisonment. Yet the gold before him could instantly free him from all debts and even allow him to live a prosperous life. Between the disgrace and the prospect of sudden wealth, he struggled for less than a minute. I agree." He gritted his teeth, clutching the gold bars tightly, as if holding on to his future. The next day, with Tanaka Ichiro's clever arrangements, Liu Yu successfully entered Toyota's Research and Development Center in Aichi Prefecture under the guise of an overseas energy fund inspection representative. In the core laboratory, Liu Yu saw the hydrogen internal combustion engine prototype that represented Toyota's future direction. It was compact in design, with intricate structures exuding an alluring industrial aesthetic on the testing platform. Tanaka Ichiro excused himself to fetch some materials, leaving Liu Yu alone in the laboratory. System scan. Analyze. Detected new item: Toyota's third-generation hydrogen internal combustion engine prototype, including high-pressure hydrogen storage tank, dedicated injection system, turbocharger. Scan complete. Required points for copying 200. Recoverable points 1000. Information analysis initiated. Analysis complete. From the carbon fiber winding technology of the high-pressure hydrogen storage tank to the special alloy materials preventing hydrogen embrittlement, and all the data on the precision fuel injection system and electronic control unit for achieving lean combustion were once again secured by Liu Yu. This technology not only holds immense potential in the automotive field, but its efficient and clean energy conversion methods also have great prospects in future aerospace applications. With the successful acquisition, Liu Yu felt elated. He gave himself 3 days of complete relaxation, experiencing an in-depth cultural exchange in Japan through a discreet channel. He engaged in a 3-day, 2-night comprehensive discussion on Japanese culture with a top adult film star renowned in the industry, codenamed Asuka. The process was exhilarating, deepening his understanding of Japanese culture to a new depth. 3 days later, Li Wanning finished her affairs in Seoul and took the earliest flight to Tokyo. Liu Yu, dragging his slightly fatigued body and wearing sunglasses to conceal his faint dark circles, went to the airport to meet her. "What's wrong? Have you not rested well these past few days?" Li Wanning asked with concern upon seeing his worn-out appearance. "Ahem. The inspection project has been a bit tiring," Liu Yu explained vaguely. Back at the hotel, Li Wanning looked at the spacious double bed in the suite, then glanced at Liu Yu, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she gently suggested, after all this time, why don't we take a good rest tonight? The room was very large. Liu Yu felt overwhelmed. After 3 days of intense cultural exchange, he now felt completely drained, and even walking a few steps felt like a struggle. At this moment, he just wanted to lie still on the bed and sleep for 3 days and nights. Wanting, he forced a smile. I really am too tired these past few days, and I haven't adjusted to the time difference yet. Tonight, I want to sleep alone and recharge. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to explore Tokyo properly. Li Wanying's eyes dimmed slightly, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment flickering by, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. She nodded gently and said, all right, then you should rest early and don't overwork yourself. With that, she turned and walked into her room, closing the door gently. Liu Yu felt as if he had been pardoned, collapsing onto the soft bed and falling into a deep sleep instantly. He knew that due to a moment of indulgence, he had missed a golden opportunity for a significant breakthrough in their relationship. After a whole night of deep sleep, Liu Yu finally regained his vitality. To make up for his know-how the previous night, he decided to set aside all his hunting plans for the next few days and focus on accompanying Li Waning to explore Tokyo. The two acted like an ordinary couple, indulging in luxury goods in Ginza, experiencing the impact of ACG culture in Akihabara, praying for blessings at Sensoji Temple, and admiring the magnificent views of this vast metropolis from the top of Tokyo Skytree. Li Waning purchased the latest Chanel outfit, while Liu Yu gifted her a limited edition diamond necklace quietly replicated by the system from a Cartier high jewelry exhibition. Whenever Li Waning lingered in front of the window of a top jewelry store marveling at a piece of exquisite jewelry, Liu Yu would discreetly approach and scan it for replication using the system. This journey not only rapidly heated up their relationship, but also added countless dazzling jewelry designs to Liu Yu's historical item list. One day they arrived at the famous Tokyo National Museum. As Liu Yu stepped into the Toyokan and saw those national treasures that should belong to China displayed in climate-controlled glass cases, his smile instantly froze, and a surge of uncontrollable anger rose from the depths of his heart. The Yao Bian Mu tea bowl from the Southern Song dynasty seemed to contain a starry sky, revered by the Japanese as the #1 bowl under heaven. The Luo Dun Zieten 5-string pipa from the Tang dynasty is the only existing 5-string pipa artifact in the world. Its exquisite craftsmanship is breathtaking. The gold seal of the king of the Han Wano kingdom bears witness to a humiliating history. The tiger-eating human gui from the late Shang dynasty has a bizarre shape filled with mysterious power, and the Guanyin monkey crane painting by Southern Song painter Mushi. Each piece is a treasure of Chinese civilization, yet now displayed as war trophies or cultural relics lost to foreign lands in a foreign museum for people to admire. A bold and crazy idea formed in Liu Yu's mind to take them all home. That afternoon, Liu Yu excused himself due to discomfort and left alone. He quickly purchased a batch of replicas that closely resembled those national treasures at Tokyo's antique market. Though the craftsmanship was rough, they were convincing enough to fool the average person. The next day, Liu Yu returned to the museum with Li Waning. Using his visitor status as a cover, he casually lingered in front of each target display case. When he stood in front of the Yao Bian Mu tea bowl display case, pretending to admire it attentively, he quickly manipulated the system to swap the genuine article with the replica in his spatial storage. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye, utilizing the system's access capability within a 5-meter range. He didn't even need to touch anything. To onlookers, he appeared merely as a visitor admiring the exhibits. Yet within the glass case, an astonishing swap unbeknownst to anyone had already been executed. Thus, using the same method, Liu Yu swapped over a dozen national treasures, including the Luo Dun Zieten 5-string pipa gold seal of the Han Wano kingdom and tiger-eating human gui, adding them to his system space. Only after accomplishing all this did the anger in his heart slightly subside, replaced by an immense sense of satisfaction, as if he had stolen the fortunes of a nation. However, this was not enough. That night, while Li Waning was busy handling company matters at the hotel, Liu Yu went out alone once more. He found a secluded corner and replicated a dozen plastic barrels filled with high-octane gasoline from the system, as well as a dozen simple timing devices that could be remotely detonated, made from mobile phones and dry batteries. His target was the Yasukuni Shrine, a place that pays tribute to Class A war criminals, deeply hurting the nerves of every Chinese person. As night fell, Liu Yu quietly infiltrated the Yasukuni Shrine like a ghost of vengeance. Although there were security patrols, they were meaningless to Liu Yu, who possessed system capabilities. He utilized the system's placement ability within 5 meters to precisely position the barrels of gasoline and detonation devices in absolutely concealed corners, behind the beams of the worship hall, in the corners of the museum, inside trash bins, and even behind the bases of some statues. After setting everything up, he quietly left without leaving a trace. At 3 in the morning, when all of Tokyo was in the deepest sleep, Liu Yu stood by the hotel window and pressed the start button on a special app on his phone. Boom! A massive fireball shot up into the sky from the distant horizon, instantly coloring half the night sky red. Following that, a series of explosions echoed like rolling thunder. The next day, headlines around the world burst with the same news. A bizarre fire and explosion occurred at the Yasukuni Shrine in the dead of night, with the main worship hall and the museum housing numerous distorted historical exhibits being burned to the ground. The scene was ablaze, and the losses were catastrophic. As the news spread, the international community was in an uproar, while the domestic internet was a boiling ocean, with countless netizens sharing the news, shouting comments like "The heavens have a good cycle, who can escape the wheel of karma?" and a great relief for the people flooding every news app. In the hotel room, Li Wanning watched the blazing fire on the television news and the Yasukuni Shrine reduced to rubble. Then, looking at Liu Yu beside her, who seemed calm as if nothing had happened, an unbelievable thought surged in her mind. She turned off the TV, walked up to Liu Yu, and fixed her beautiful eyes on him, softly asking, "You did it, didn't you?" Liu Yu did not answer, but merely turned his head to meet her gaze, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He neither confirmed nor denied. That tacit understanding made Li Wanying's heart race. She knew the man before her was formidable, but she never expected him to be this formidable. This incident stirred a colossal wave within Japan, with anti-China sentiments soaring to unprecedented heights and incidents of scrutiny and harassment against Chinese individuals skyrocketing. "We need to leave here immediately," Li Wanning decisively stated. "All right," Liu Yu nodded. "Our next stop is Europe." As countless Japanese police and intelligence personnel frantically pursued the arsonist Liu Yu, and Li Wanning had already quietly boarded a flight to Frankfurt, Germany, leaving behind an unsolved mystery that shook and shamed all of Japan. On the flight from Tokyo to Frankfurt, Liu Yu and Li Wanning did not mention the world-shocking fire again. Some matters are best understood in silence. After more than 10 hours of flight, they finally set foot on European soil. Unlike the compactness and oppression of East Asia, everything here seemed more open and leisurely. According to plan, they did not rush into their respective work, but rented a Mercedes-Benz S-Class in Germany, beginning a week-long romantic journey. They traveled along the famous romantic road, wandering between the fairy tale castles and quaint towns of Bavaria, taking intimate photos beneath Neuschwanstein Castle and strolling hand in hand on the cobblestone streets of Rothenburg. In a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Munich, Li Wanning savored exquisite German cuisine, watching Liu Yu across the table, who was composed and gently, her heart full of emotions. This man, capable of stirring international affairs with a thunderous hand, yet possessing a tender heart, could accompany her to witness the beauty of the world. She knew her heart had completely succumbed. After concluding their journey in Germany, they flew to Geneva. At a luxury shopping mall by Lake Geneva, Li Wanning was inspecting the market for her jewelry empire, while Liu Yu was drawn to a store with a rugged design and metallic feel. It was a top-tier weapon specialty store. "Shall we go in and take a look?" Liu Yu suggested. Li Wanning nodded, knowing that men are often intrigued by such things. The store displayed a dazzling array of firearms, from exquisite handguns to fearsome assault rifles, and even sniper rifles that resembled works of art, each exuding a cold and deadly allure. Liu Yu's gaze swept across the gun rack, his heart already filled with ecstasy. These items were completely unattainable back home. He pretended to be an avid firearms enthusiast, handling each one under the clerk's introduction. "This is the Barrett M82A1. 50 caliber, the cannon of the battlefield." He picked up the heavy anti-material sniper rifle, feeling the icy touch in his palms. With a thought, he commanded system scan and analyze. Ding. New item detected: Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. Scan complete. Required points for duplication 1,500. Recovery gives 750. Information analysis initiated. Complete. A three-dimensional structural diagram, special steel formula for the barrel muzzle brake design principle, and the entire manufacturing process have been generated. Next, he moved to another section, picking up the Remington M700 police sniper rifle, the classic M16A4 assault rifle, and its carbine version, the M4A1. With each firearm he picked up, the system instantly completed the scan and analysis. He also scanned various calibers of ammunition, ACOG, optical sights, holographic sights, tactical flashlights, and the latest Kevlar bulletproof plates on the shelf. In just half an hour, the core technologies and products of this top-tier weapon store had been packed into his historical items list, ready for infinite duplication. This elevated his future security to an entirely new level. That night, the two strolled hand in hand on a relatively secluded street back to the hotel, immersed in a romantic atmosphere. Suddenly, three tall young African-American men sprang out from a dark alley, blocking their path. The leader, with a fierce gaze, brandished a Glock 17 handgun, its dark barrel aimed at the two. "Wallet. Watch. Phone. Hurry up. Don't play tricks." Li Wanning turned pale with fear, gripping Liu Yu's arm tightly. Yet Liu Yu remained remarkably calm. He stepped forward slightly, even sporting a hint of a teasing smile, spreading his hands to indicate harmlessness. "Hey, big gorilla, how about I show you a magic trick?" As he spoke, he raised his hands over his head and lightly snapped his fingers. At the moment the assailant's attention was drawn to his gesture, Liu Yu locked onto the Glock with his mind system. "Take it." Swish. The gun in the robber's hand vanished into thin air. WTF? The three robbers' eyes nearly bulged out as they stared at their empty hands as if they had seen a ghost. The leader was even more terrified, frantically patting his pockets and waistband. "Magic, just a little trick." Liu Yu shrugged, his smile still intact, but his eyes turned icy. "Aren't you leaving yet?" "Demon. He's a demon." The three thugs were so scared that their souls nearly flew away, screaming as they turned to flee, disappearing into the darkness in an instant. Ding. New item detected. Glock 17 pistol, 9mm, scan complete. Duplication requires 70 points. Recovery yields 35 points. Ding. New item detected. High purity heroin, approximately 10 grams, hidden in robber as inner pocket. Scan complete. Duplication requires 30 points. Recovery yields 15 points. The system prompt quietly sounded. Liu Yu was somewhat surprised, then a wicked smile crept onto his lips as he unexpectedly obtained a packet of white powder. This was a good item, perfect for framing. Very useful for dealing with bad guys. Their next destination was the global financial center, New York. After settling into a high-end hotel near Wall Street, they were invited to a night cocktail party, hosted by a top investment bank that evening. The cocktail party was packed with people filled with well-dressed financial elites and business magnates. As they held champagne and chatted softly, a somewhat jarring voice cut in. "Oh, isn't this the new darling of the jewelry industry in our country, Boss Lee? What's the matter? Have you made enough money back home and come to Wall Street to gild yourself?" The speaker was a Chinese man in his 40s, slick-haired and powdered, surrounded by several elite white men, wearing a face of unmasked superiority and disdain. Lee Weiner recognized him, a businessman who had built his fortune through dubious means early on, quickly immigrated to the United States, and gained acceptance in mainstream society by criticizing his home country, named Victor Zhang. "Victor, we seem to be unacquainted." Lee Weiner's tone grew cold. "Unacquainted?" Victor Zhang sneered, deliberately speaking in English to those around him. "You see, the newly rich from China are like this, lacking any foundation, yet always trying to squeeze into high society. Their success is merely built on cheap labor and unfair trade, never making it to the forefront." The people around him chuckled in agreement. Liu Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. He detested the kind of banana people who forget their roots. After a moment's thought, he immediately shouted in English, "Security! Security!" Everyone at the cocktail party was drawn to his shout, and Victor looked at Liu Yu in shock, unsure of his madness. Several security personnel rushed over, and Liu Yu pointed at Victor, saying, "He is selling us heroin." "What?" The crowd was shocked. How could such a person get into a high-end cocktail party? Victor's face flushed as he angrily shouted at Liu Yu, "What are you talking about? This is abroad. False accusations can land you in jail." Liu Yu ignored Victor's roar, calmly speaking to the security personnel. "He has heroin on him. Just search his pockets, and you'll know." "Nonsense. I have nothing in my pockets," Victor exclaimed, agitated, wanting to turn his pockets inside out to prove his innocence. But the moment he reached in, he froze, realizing that his supposedly empty pockets had inexplicably acquired something. He pulled out a look and found several small bags of white powder. The scene erupted in an uproar. Flashes of light went off, and many people recorded the event. His white friends silently stepped back. Shift. Several security guards rushed to pin Victor down. It wasn't until several uniformed DEA agents arrived and took him away that Victor seemed to regain his senses, shouting, "It's you. You set me up." Liu Yu waved his hand innocently. "Please, I'm not a magician. I'm over a meter away from you. How could I set you? There are cameras everywhere." "It just admit it. Wait for me. I won't let you go," Victor screamed as he was escorted to the police car. In the contemptuous and gloating gazes of the crowd, this upper-class individual, who had just been so haughty, was handcuffed by the police and ungraciously led away from the scene. What awaited him would be a long prison term and a ruined reputation. Lee Weiner watched all of this deeply shocked. She witnessed once again Liu Yu's inscrutable methods and decisive character. This man was as warm as spring to friends, but as cold and merciless as winter to enemies. After resolving the minor incident with Victor Zhang, Liu Yu and Lee Weiner found their European trip less tense and more enjoyable. They left the bustling and noisy New York and flew to the picturesque Switzerland. Here Lee Weiner planned to find a truly profound cornerstone for her jewelry empire. In a quiet and ancient alley near Bahnhofstrasse in Zurich, Lee Weiner discovered a small shop where a few exquisitely designed and expertly crafted pieces of jewelry were on display. The sign of the workshop elegantly read Maison du Bois 1888. This was an ancient jewelry workshop with over 100 years of history, having once crafted jewelry for European royalty and nobility, and was somewhat renowned among older collectors. However, with the impact of modern jewelry brands and a lack of successors, this century-old store was now struggling to survive and on the brink of bankruptcy. The owner of the workshop, Mr. Du Bois was a nearly 70-year-old man, with graying hair, the third-generation heir of the family. Looking at the empty store and realizing that the craftsmanship passed down from his ancestors was about to be lost, his eyes were filled with helplessness and loneliness. After a lengthy conversation with the old gentleman, Liu Yu was deeply moved by his family's dedication to the art of jewelry. She immediately made a bold decision to fully acquire this workshop. Mr. Du Bois, I hope to purchase your workshop, including the Maison Du Bois brand, all historical design blueprints, and your family's craftsmanship heritage. Liu Yu offered exceptionally generous terms that not only far exceeded the actual valuation of the workshop, but also promised to hire the old gentleman as the chief craftsmanship advisor for Lease Jewelry's European branch and to establish a craftsmanship heritage fund in his name to nurture young jewelry artisans. This proposal left the old gentleman both surprised and moved. He saw hope for the continuation of his family's brand and skills, and after carefully assessing the strength of Lease Jewelry and Liu Yu's sincerity, he readily agreed. Thus, Liu Yu effortlessly brought a Swiss old brand with a century of reputation and top-notch craftsmanship into her fold. This was far more brilliant than starting a new brand from scratch in Europe. After the acquisition, Liu Yu immediately showcased her decisive business talents. She invested heavily to renovate the workshop, retaining its classical charm, while integrating modern luxurious design elements. At the same time, leveraging the remaining social connections of Maison Du Bois in European high society, she sent out invitations announcing that a grand reopening and top-notch jewelry appreciation event would be held in a month. And the ammunition for this appreciation event was naturally provided entirely by Liu Yu. During his time in Europe, Liu Yu not only accompanied Liu Yu on her excursions, but also stayed busy. He discreetly visited flagship stores and museums of top jewelry brands in Paris, Rome, London, and other places, utilizing the system's scanning and retrieval capabilities within a 5-meter radius. From Van Cleef Arpels' Lover's Bridge watch to Bulgari's Serpeni series to Graf's rare yellow diamonds. Countless masterpieces representing the pinnacle of Western jewelry design and craftsmanship were completely scanned and stored in the system. Before the grand reopening of Maison Du Bois, Liu Yu handed over a large batch of top-tier jewelry copied by the system that would drive any jeweler wild to Liu Yu. Among them were not only the treasures he collected in Europe, but also the top designs filled with Eastern charm that he had copied earlier in Japan and South Korea. Of course, many well-known designs were modified. On the day of the opening, luxury cars gathered outside this century-old store in Zurich with members of royal families, wealthy merchants, art collectors, and fashion celebrities from various European countries, all present. Most of them came to show support out of respect for the former reputation of Maison Du Bois, having little expectation for this old brand acquired by an Easterner. However, when the appreciation event officially began and one rare treasure after another unveiled under the spotlight, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence, quickly followed by incredulous gasps and applause. A necklace set with pigeon blood rubies and top-tier diamonds inspired by the Byzantine crown was breathtakingly magnificent. A ring featuring a royal blue sapphire as the main stone surrounded by pink diamonds exuded noble elegance, as if it encapsulated the picturesque scenery of the Alps. What shocked the European elite even more was that they saw many Eastern treasures that they had only heard of in legends and catalogs, which had long been lost or hidden by private collectors. The mother-of-pearl and rosewood 5-string pipa, which was suspected to be a fake in the Tokyo National Museum theft case, appeared in the showcase as the treasure of the store in a more perfect form, seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. Of course, Liu Yu publicly claimed that this was a sister piece she acquired through special channels. This appreciation event was like a heavy bomb, stirring up immense waves in the European high society and the jewelry industry. Maison Du Bois regained its peak overnight, even surpassing its former glory. Orders came pouring in, and Lease Jewelry successfully made its mark in the European market, establishing a firm foothold. As the jewelry continuously turned into cash, Liu Yu's personal assets rapidly expanded like a snowball. Before leaving Europe, his bank account balance had easily surpassed 50 billion renminbi. Before he left, he also left a large batch of replicated top-tier gems and raw gold materials for Liu Yu as capital for her subsequent expansion. Looking at the admiration and affection in Liu Yu's eyes, Liu Yu knew that their business empire and personal relationship had entered a whole new stage. After the initial completion of his business layout in Europe, Liu Yu shifted his focus back to his core goal to reserve the most cutting-edge industrial technology for the future's vast sea of stars. This time his gaze was locked onto the heart and eyes of industrial manufacturing, Germany. With the glamorous identity of the founder of Feiyu Capital and substantial financial resources, Liu Yu successfully arranged a visit to Germany's Industry 4.0 demonstration base through a top-tier consulting firm. This base gathered Germany's top manufacturing enterprises, including Siemens KUK, and several invisible champions that excel in specific fields. His first target was the latest 5-axis machining center from DMG Mori. This equipment is key to manufacturing complex curved components such as aircraft impellers, submarine propellers, and precision molds. Accompanied by the factory manager, Liu Yu entered a spotless, intelligent workshop. Although a warning line surrounded the machines, allowing only a 1 or 2 meter view, he could not even touch them. However, this had no impact on Liu Yu. The system's 5-meter scanning distance was sufficient to acquire complete technical information about the equipment while providing him with perfect cover. I haven't even touched it. Any loss of technology is not my concern. On the day of the visit, Liu Yu, surrounded by a group of German executives, walked into the pristine, intelligent workshop. A faint scent of metallic cutting fluid permeated the air, yet there was none of the clamor and chaos typical of traditional factories. In the center of the workshop, the DMU-200 gantry, resembling a small fortress of steel, was working in a manner filled with both power and beauty. Its gantry structure was as stable as a mountain, with a massive mechanical arm rotating with an agility that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, while the spindle head could rotate in all directions for 360 degrees. At this moment, a high-speed rotating special alloy tool was performing precise cutting on a titanium alloy blank that shimmered with a silvery gray hue at an incredible angle. Herlu, this is our pride, the DMU-200 gantry. The factory manager, a typical German engineer named Wagner, beamed with unmistakable pride. Its machining precision can be stabilized within 3 microns, making it the absolute king among machine tools of the same size. Liu Yu nodded subtly, wearing a professional smile of appreciation as he attentively listened to Wagner's introduction while appearing to casually approach. He needed to show strong interest without appearing overly eager. Just as he reached about 4 meters from the equipment at the optimal scanning angle indicated by the system, he came to a halt. However, he keenly noticed that among the accompanying personnel, besides the enthusiastic Wagner, there was a sharp-eyed, taciturn, middle-aged man. His name tag indicated that he was Klaus, the chief designer of this machine tool. From the very beginning, Klaus' gaze had never left Liu Yu. It was one of scrutiny, a natural wariness of a technician towards a layman capitalist. A warning bell rang softly in Liu Yu's mind, but he knew that in such a moment, he must appear calm, and he did not look directly at Klaus, but pointed at the control panel on the side of the equipment, which was flashing complex patterns, and asked Wagner, "Mr. Wagner, for such a precise machine, I assume its CNC system is the core of the core, right? I heard that the most advanced system is still Siemens' Cinemeric 840D SL. This question was skillfully posed, demonstrating that he had done his homework while steering the conversation towards his real target, the brain of the machine tool. Wagner indeed took the bait, immediately launching into an enthusiastic introduction. You are correct, Siemens' system is excellent. However, on this flagship machine tool, we have integrated our exclusive control system developed in collaboration with Siemens based on the Silos platform. It is not just a control system, it is an intelligent platform that integrates design, programming, simulation, and production management. As Wagner spoke, eloquently capturing the attention of most people, Liu Yu's awareness had already sunk into the system. His gaze appeared focused on Wagner, but in reality, all his senses were locked onto the massive machine. Beep. New item detected. DMG Mori DMU-200 gantry 5-axis machining center. Scan complete. Points required for copying 450000. Recovery yields 225000. Information analysis initiated. Completed. A complete set of technical data has been generated, including the overall structure of the machine tool, high rigidity, gantry design, precision ball screw, and guide rail manufacturing processes, torque motor parameters, as well as the underlying algorithms and human-machine interaction interface of the core Silos CNC system. Having secured the heart, Liu Yu then sought to find the eyes. His next target was the global optical leader. Using similar methods, Liu Yu obtained the opportunity to visit Carl Zeiss headquarters laboratory in Jena under the pretext of planning to procure top optical observation equipment for future private space projects. Here his goals were even more precise and cutting-edge. He wanted not just ordinary camera lenses, but 2 items that represented the limits of human optical technology. The first was a mirror system used in EUV lithography machines. In a super clean workspace in the laboratory, Liu Yu saw a set of gigantic mirrors undergoing coating tests through thick explosion-proof glass. He knew that the surface flatness of these mirrors had to meet atomic-level standards, with dozens or even hundreds of layers of special reflective coatings applied to efficiently reflect extreme ultraviolet light. Liu Yu pretended not to notice the warning and walked straight to the workspace. Although he was intercepted by staff midway, the distance was already sufficient. System scan. Analyze. Beep. New item detected. Zeiss EUV lithography machine, multi-layer mirror assembly. Scan complete. Points required for copying 6000. Recovery yields 3000. Information analysis initiated. Completed. A complete set of technologies has been generated, including the formulas and preparation processes for the mirror substrate material, ultra-low thermal expansion glass, ultra-precision aspheric machining and polishing techniques, and molybdenum silicon multilayer film vacuum coating processes, including algorithms for precise control of film thickness. The second item was even more secretive. In a laboratory marked Nanotechnology Applications Department, Liu Yu saw a technology demonstration called Nano Microhole Lens Array. The surface of this lens was covered with billions of microholes finer than a human hair, capable of achieving super diffraction limit focusing of light, making it a core technology for future high-resolution microscopic imaging and photonic chips. Again, with seemingly casual proximity and questioning and the unconscious scanning and analysis. Beep. New item detected: Zeiss Nano Microhole Lens Array samples and manufacturing processes. Scan complete. Points required for copying 25000. Recovery yields 125000. Information analysis initiated. Completed. Upon leaving Germany, Liu Yu's hard drive was already filled with top-tier technologies that would make any industrial nation drool. With Germany's ultra-precision machine tools as the hand and Zeiss top optical systems as the eyes, he was just one final crucial step away from personally manufacturing the most advanced lithography machine. Standing on the tarmac of Frankfurt Airport, he gazed at a flight to Amsterdam in the Netherlands, his eyes sharp. His next and ultimate goal lay quietly in a company in the small town of Veldhoven in the Netherlands. That company is called ASML. He was going there to retrieve the most dazzling gem belonging to the industrial crown. The 2-nanometer process EUV lithography machine. In the Netherlands, in the town of Veldhoven. This obscure little town has become the mecca of the global semiconductor industry due to the presence of ASML. The area is heavily guarded not only by the company's own security forces, but also under the covert surveillance of intelligence agencies from the Netherlands and even the United States. Any attempt to approach its core RD zone would be regarded as a top-level threat. Liu Yu was well aware of that. He did not act rashly, but instead attempted to reach out to ASML through formal business channels under the name of Feiyu Capital, expressing his intention to invest in its upstream and downstream industrial chain. However, his request fell on deaf ears. ASML politely but firmly rejected all visit requests that lacked official background checks. The reply email clearly stated that any visits involving its core EUV technology must receive joint approval from the Dutch government and major technology exporting countries, implicitly referring to the United States. Liu Yu then attempted to use the power of money to bribe ASML's internal employees. However, he soon discovered that the core engineers here had signed exorbitantly priced non-disclosure and non-compete agreements and were under strict surveillance, making them nearly immune to temptation. After facing continuous setbacks, Liu Yu realized that relying solely on personal strength to open a breach in the fortress like ASML was nearly impossible. The level of security here has transcended commercial boundaries and risen to the level of national strategy. It seems that some matters still require the power of the state. In the late night in a hotel room in Amsterdam, Liu Yu shared his decision with Li Wanning. Although he disliked being constrained by the state, he knew that after this hunt for advanced foreign technology, he would inevitably establish numerous high-tech industries upon returning home, making contact with the state unavoidable. Since that is the case, why not prepare in advance and establish a cooperative relationship with the state? Of course, he would never expose any system-related matters. This is a significant transformation, indicating that he would actively reveal part of his capabilities to the state seeking collaboration instead of remaining a mysterious tycoon outside the system. Li Wanning looked at his serious expression and without any hesitation said, "I support you. What do you need me to do? Do you remember those national treasures we brought back from Japan?" Liu Yu's eyes sparkled with a glint of determination. "It's time to send them back home. You, under the name of Lease Jewelry, contact Director Chin of the National Museum and say that we are willing to donate a batch of national treasures that have been lost overseas." The reason for involving Li Wanning was not only to make the state believe he wasn't acting alone, but also to suggest that a powerful force was backing him. If there was Lease Jewelry, could there also be Chin's jewelry, Zhang's architecture, and so on? At the same time, it also clearly indicated to the state that Lease Jewelry was part of his group, ensuring smoother cooperation in the future. Donating national treasures. Li Wanning instantly understood Liu Yu's intention. This was both a test of waters and a stepping stone to demonstrate sincerity and strength. "Yes," Liu Yu continued, "when you meet with Director Chin, you need to convey my message to him. Tell him I have an absolutely safe and reliable channel to enter ASML's core research laboratory and acquire their complete technology for the latest 2-nanometers lithography machine. Upon success, I am willing to share this technology completely with the state." Li Wanying's heart raced. She understood how significant this proposal was. This was no longer a commercial partnership, but a breathtaking gamble that could alter the country's technological landscape. "I will contact Director Chin immediately." The call quickly connected, and when Director Chin heard Li Wanning say that she was willing to donate several top national treasures, including the tiger-eating human, his voice trembled with excitement. When Li Wanning disclosed Liu Yu's proposal, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Miss Lee, please ensure that you and Mr. Liu remain on standby and keep communication open. This matter is of great importance, and I must report it to the highest level immediately. Director Chen's voice was filled with unprecedented gravity. The message was quickly escalated, reaching the highest authorities. In a secure conference room somewhere in the capital, several high-profile figures who usually appeared only in news broadcasts discussed a top-secret file about Liu Yu along with the proposal urgently submitted by Director Chen in a brief but efficient manner. They had been monitoring Liu Yu's mysterious rise, as he had always operated legally without any outrageous actions, so their interest had only remained at the observation level. Now this mysterious figure had proactively extended an olive branch, providing the country with the urgently needed chokehold technology. His condition is merely to require an identity cover to enter ASML. Yes, he guarantees he can obtain the technology and share it with us. How can that be guaranteed? Those technologies are not ancient artifacts that can be easily taken away. Our infiltration in Europe and America is very difficult, and we cannot take random risks unless he can provide concrete proof. Director Chen conveyed the higher-ups' concerns while Liu Yu merely smiled slightly and sent over a detailed technical document. It was related technology of lithography machine lenses that he had previously acquired from Zeiss in Germany. Director Chen naturally couldn't understand it, but the higher-ups quickly brought in relevant experts to study it. Oh my, this is the latest multi-layer mirror group for EUV lithography machines. Not only are there detailed technical parameters, but also complete manufacturing processes. The experts exclaimed, providing strong proof to the higher-ups. Since the other party could obtain such information, it was not impossible to acquire lithography machine technology. Agreed. Immediately launch the Spark plan and mobilize all our forces in Europe to pave the way for him. Ensure absolute safety and confidentiality in the operation. Within 24 hours, Li Waning received an encrypted call personally from Director Chen. Miss Lee, the state has agreed to Mr. Liu's plan. We have arranged a perfect identity for him. Andy Smith, a senior technology reporter from CNBC, has recently obtained exclusive interview rights with ASML. Mr. Liu will serve as Andy's accompanying photographer, entering ASML together. All documents and background information have been processed. Please have Mr. Liu head to Brussels immediately to meet with Andy's team. After hanging up, Liu Yu and Li Waning exchanged smiles. The door to ASML has finally been pried open a crack. 2 days later, Liu Yu received his new identity documents along with details about his partner Andy. A vibrant American man in his 30s with golden hair and blue eyes. The other party did not know Liu Yu's true identity, only that he was a highly talented Chinese photographer arranged by higher-ups. Looking at the unfamiliar identity on the documents, he raised his head to gaze at the distant sky, as if he could already see the technological sanctuary in Veldhoven, which he was about to breach. This time he would not be fighting alone. In Brussels, within a business apartment secretly rented by the embassy, the air was thick with the rich aroma of coffee mingled with a hint of deliberately suppressed tension. Liu Yu stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, staring at a reflection that felt unfamiliar. His meticulously groomed, slightly brown, wavy short hair softened the originally stark lines of his Eastern features, adding a touch of the artist's temperament. A pair of black-framed glasses without prescription lenses perfectly concealed the inherent sharpness in his gaze. He wore a high-quality deep gray vest over an impeccably ironed white shirt, the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, radiating a unique blend of nonchalance and professionalism characteristic of a media worker. This was his disguise for the trip. Liu Chen, a freelance photographer with a modest reputation in the industry, acclaimed for his unique perspective on industrial aesthetics. He was also a special photography correspondent for CNBC, a title capable of opening the doors of any Fortune 500 company. As Liu Yu's English was average, this identity was specifically chosen for him. He would hardly need to speak throughout the process. All equipment has been checked, Comrade Firebrand. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a calm demeanor was his secret liaison for the trip, codenamed Old Chun, who pushed a heavy Pelican waterproof and shockproof case in front of Liu Yu. Inside is Sony's latest Alpha 1 camera and a full set of G-Master lenses, including spare batteries and high-speed memory cards. All equipment's serial numbers, sources, and even internal firmware have been meticulously processed by our tech team, ensuring absolute cleanliness capable of withstanding any level of scanning and scrutiny. Here are your credentials and personal belongings. Old Chun handed over a slightly worn wallet containing a complete set of flawlessly forged documents, including a press card imprinted with Liu Yu's new image and the CNBC logo, a temporary residence permit for Belgium, and an international driver's license, along with a few low-limit credit cards and several family photos. The wife and child depicted in the photos were virtual characters generated by deep learning AI, with background stories and social media footprints meticulously managed by the support team for over 6 months, sufficient to withstand any level of background investigation. Your partner Andy Smith will arrive in 5 minutes. Old Chen's tone was serious and grave. Outwardly, he is a senior ace reporter for CNBC. Internally, he is one of our deepest moles embedded within the mainstream Western media codenamed Pigeon. He knows you are the expert sent from above and understands that this mission is of the highest secrecy, but he does not know that our specific target is the lithography machine technology itself. Your cooperation with him requires not just synergy, but trust. Is he reliable? Liu Yu asked quietly, while becoming familiar with the camera's handling. Absolutely reliable. Old Chen's response was resolute. Pigeon has been undercover abroad for 12 years with unwavering belief. He is a typical idealist eager to use his power to expose hegemony and promote true fairness. He will be your best cover and may also be your most capable assistant. Remember, once you enter ASML, you are true partners and each other's only support. Your task is to retrieve the firebrand we need most from that temple of technology. Liu Yu nodded heavily, slinging the weighty photography equipment onto his back. The slight heaviness helped him immerse himself more swiftly into the role. He picked up the camera, skillfully adjusting the aperture and shutter to capture the street scene outside the window, transforming from the mysterious controller of Feiyu Group into the photographer Liu Chen. The doorbell rang punctually. Old Chen opened the door, and a man just over 30 with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a smile as radiant as California sunshine walked in. He walked straight to Liu Yu, extended his hand, and whispered in fluent Chinese, "Are you the comrade expert? I am Pigeon Andy Smith." As he lifted his head and switched to standard American English, his presence instantly transformed into one of flamboyance and confidence. "Hi. You must be Liu. I'm thrilled to collaborate with you. I've heard you're a genius. They say your lens can make cold machines." Liu Yu shook his hand, responding in English, "Hello, Andy. I hope I won't hold you back." His tone was calm and detached, perfectly fitting the persona of an artistically focused, reticent photographer. The exchange between the two flowed seamlessly between two languages and identities filled with a tacit understanding that outsiders could not decipher. Andy began to passionately recount the importance of this interview and how many sharp questions he had prepared to make the ASML executives break a sweat. This was both his journalistic essence and a message to Liu Yu he would do everything possible to create opportunity. Liu Yu listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement, while his fingers unconsciously stroked the camera. His mind was racing, incorporating Andy's character words and habits into his analytical model. This passionate pigeon would be the most crucial piece in his upcoming actions. The next morning, the group drove to Veldhoven. The ASML headquarters was not as heavily fortified as one might imagine. On the contrary, it resembled a modern university campus composed of a cluster of glass buildings with simple designs and a futuristic feel. Lush green grass and beautiful surroundings. Employees cycled through the park. Everything appeared open and friendly. Yet Liu Yu keenly sensed an invisible net hidden beneath this tranquility. Every inconspicuous decorative pillar at intersections was equipped with 360-degree miniature cameras. On the edges of the lawns, there were nearly undetectable microwave sensors. Even the lampshades of the streetlights flickered with unusual optical coatings, likely part of a laser tripwire. The security here had seamlessly integrated with the environment, achieving a terrifying level of subtlety. "Okay guys, take a deep breath." In front of the reception hall of ASML headquarters, Andy adjusted his tie, made a motivating gesture towards Liu Yu and another sound engineer, and wore a very relaxed expression. "Are you ready? No need to be nervous. We are just going to take some pictures, not steal any machines." Liu Yu raised the camera, framing ASML's massive logo and the main RD building behind it, reminiscent of a crystal palace, gently pressing the shutter. In that frozen moment, a strange thought flashed through his mind. "I am indeed here to steal the machines." Entering ASML's security process, its strictness far exceeded Liu Yu's imagination, even more complex than any military-restricted area he had previously entered. Under the guidance of the head of the public relations department, a capable and elegant Dutch woman named Eva Jensen, they first passed the initial visitor identity verification. Iris scans and fingerprint comparisons were performed, with all biometric information being matched in real time against the data they had previously submitted. The backend supercomputer would complete the global database comparison within 3 seconds, ensuring the uniqueness and integrity of the visitor's identity. Next was the inspection of personal belongings. Liu Yu's expensive photography equipment was sent into a device similar to a medical CT scanner for three-dimensional structural scanning and terahertz spectral elemental analysis to ensure no unauthorized storage, transmission, or information collection devices were concealed. The entire process took nearly 20 minutes, and after confirming everything was correct, all equipment was affixed with a special electronic tag that would self-destruct and trigger an alarm if removed before being allowed inside. "Ms. Jensen, your security measures are even more extravagant than the Pentagon," Andy said, half-jokingly, also testing the other party's reaction. Eva smiled and replied, leaving no room for doubt, "Mr. Andy, what we protect are intellectual properties worth hundreds of billions of euros, as well as the cornerstone that sustains the operation of the entire information age. We must be cautious. It is our responsibility to our clients and to the world. After passing through security, they were not taken directly to the core area. Eva's guiding route was evidently meticulously designed, resembling a tour showcasing the corporate culture. They visited the Employee Fitness Center, a buffet restaurant featuring a variety of international cuisines, and a lounge area resembling an art gallery, all reflecting the humanistic care and robust financial strength of this tech giant. Liu Yu maintained the role of a photographer, continuously capturing these modern scenes, documenting ASMLs. However, his system was quietly running madly like a hungry beast, devouring all surrounding information. Beep. Detected the main switch of the ASML internal network, Cisco customized version containing undisclosed hardware encryption modules. Scanning complete. Copying requires 25000 points. Beep. Detected the ultra-pure fresh air system of the central air conditioning, including H15 grade HEPA filter module and electrostatic dust removal array. Scanning complete. Copying requires 1800 points. Beep. Detected the anti-static cleaning solvent used in the dust-free workshop formula unknown. Scanning complete. Copying requires 5000 points. Beep. Scanning information analysis. Information analysis initiated. Analysis complete. A chemical composition table and industrial synthesis process were generated. This solvent can remove nano-sized dust particles without damaging optical coatings. He was like an efficient cleaner, scanning and documenting every valuable non-living item within a 5-meter range, whether it was hardware or chemical agents. These seemingly inconspicuous items are the countless capillaries that constitute the efficient operation of a top technology company, an indispensable part of its powerful ecosystem. Finally, after nearly an hour of peripheral touring, Eva led them to an entrance to a higher security area. 2 tall, sharpied security personnel crossed their arms, guarding like gatekeepers. Next, we will enter the assembly workshop for the EUV lithography machine. Please put on the dust-free suits we have prepared, and from now on, aside from Mr. Andy's questions and our staff's answers, please refrain from any unnecessary conversation. Eva's tone became exceptionally serious as she pointed to the adjacent changing room. All personal items, including watches and phones, must be stored here. Liu Yu and Andy exchanged a glance and stored all their belongings in the safe. Wearing the tightly wrapped dust-free suits from head to toe, they passed through an even more precise air shower decontamination passage, and a heavy circular airtight door made of special alloys slowly slid open. The sight before them made even the well-traveled Andy gasp in awe. It was an incredibly vast space, equivalent to several football fields, with a towering dome, soft and even lighting, and not a sound in the air, only the silent gliding of precise robotic arms on tracks. The entire space was so clean it felt otherworldly, with temperature and humidity finely controlled to 2 decimal places. They stood within a fully enclosed glass viewing corridor, suspended in midair. Through the special bulletproof glass beneath and beside them, they could overlook the enormous cleanroom. In the center of the cleanroom, the legendary 2 nanometers process EUV lithography machine Twinskin YXE530 was in its final assembly stage. It stood there like a silver-white temple composed of countless precision components, exuding an awe-inspiring beauty that transcended the era. Hundreds of top engineers, also in dust-free suits, surrounded it like priests around an idol, carefully conducting the final adjustments with the mechanical arms. Countless cables and pipes as thick as arms extended from its massive body, connecting to various auxiliary devices, forming an extremely complex industrial tapestry. "My God," Andy murmured in astonishment, forgetting to ask questions, deeply shocked by the scene before him, filled with extreme industrial beauty. Liu Yu's heart also raced at that moment. This was the ultimate goal of his trip, the crystallization of human technology, the most dazzling gem on the crown of industry. He quickly raised his camera, aiming at the giant machine, but simultaneously his heart sank. The system's cold prompt echoed in his mind: target distance 7-8 meters out of scanning range. The design of this viewing corridor was devilishly precise. It provided an excellent, breathtaking macro perspective, but the straight-line distance to the core equipment was strictly controlled to beyond 5 meters, perfectly avoiding any possible close-range information theft methods. Eva Jensen seemed quite pleased with their astonishment, a proud smile on her face, as she began her explanation. "Gentlemen, what you see before you is our latest generation EXE series product, composed of over 100,000 precision components, requiring 40 containers for complete transport. Its completion signifies that Moore's law will continue to advance." Liu Yu did not hear what she said. His brain had entered a high-speed operation state. Time was short. He needed to find a reasonable, inconspicuous method to cross that fatal, seemingly insurmountable distance of 2-8 meters. During this brief interview, he glanced at Andy beside him, and a bold plan rapidly formed in his mind. He made an extremely discreet, tactical gesture, adjusting the legs of his glasses. Eva Jensen's commentary continued, her voice confident and fluid, each word showcasing ASML's pride and assurance as an industry leader. Andy had already regained his composure from the initial shock. Upon receiving Liu Yu's signal, he knew it was his turn to step into the spotlight. He cleared his throat, interrupting Eva's introduction about the equipment's power consumption, his tone suddenly turning serious and aggressive, as if he had instantly shifted from a tech enthusiast to a sharp social observer. Ms. Jansen, thank you for your detailed explanation. You just mentioned that your company's technology is meant to advance all of humanity. But I have a question, one that is of great concern to the entire world, especially the audience in Asia. Andy stepped forward, his gaze penetrating, looking directly at Eva. Regarding the United States Export Administration Regulations (EAR), as a European company headquartered in the Netherlands, ASML is not legally obligated to fully comply. Yet in fact your company has strictly enforced a technology ban on Longwa. How does your company justify playing the role of the American technology gendarme, implementing technology blockades against specific countries, while publicly claiming to be an advocate for global open cooperation? Does this not reflect a significant degree of hypocrisy? This question struck like a poison blade, precisely targeting ASML's most sensitive and least publicly addressed issue. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Eva's professional smile stiffened like a mask before quickly fading, replaced by a hint of offended astonishment and anger. The accompanying ASML executives also darkened, exchanging wary glances, clearly taken aback by the sudden sharp turn of the interview. Mr. Andy, Eva's voice cooled several tones, carrying a clear warning. I believe our interview topic is technological innovation, not complex geopolitical issues. This question has strayed far from the scope of our discussion today. No, I believe this is precisely the core issue. Andy stood his ground as a seasoned agent. He knew how to provoke the other side's nerves with his words. He raised his voice, his demeanor aggressive. Your technology determines the future of the world, and your decision on who to share it with or deny it to is the most significant news in itself. Does your company acknowledge that your business decisions have been disproportionately influenced by Washington? Or do you have shadow advisors from the U.S. government on your board? This is an unfounded and malicious accusation. An impatient executive could not help but retort, his voice agitated. All our decisions are based on business rules and international law. We are an independent company. An independent company. Andy scoffed. Then please explain why your company's largest shareholders are American Capital International Group and Blackstone Group. Why do over 50 of the critical components in your EUV technology supply chain come from American companies? Is your so-called independence merely a carefully packaged lie? Andy's data was precise and deadly, clearly the ammunition prepared by his team. A heated debate erupted. Eva and several executives engaged in a fierce verbal clash, with Andy, their voices rising. What started as a smooth interview transformed into a powder keg of a debate. Eva attempted to regain control, but Andy's questions became increasingly tricky, each hitting a sore spot. Nearby security personnel were on edge. Even the monitors in the glass control room were entirely focused on this sudden tense argument. Now was the moment. Liu Yu's eyes sparkled. He knew that the chaos Andy had created was his only opportunity. He raised his camera and quickly took several close-ups of the heated exchange, then made an extremely professional gesture. He gestured to a nearby security personnel who was also drawn in by the argument, anxiously signaling with a mix of professional terminology and body language angle. Bad reflection. I need a clean wide shot from that pillar. For the establishing shot. Angle. The reflection is terrible. I need a clean wide shot from that pillar. He pointed to a load-bearing column on the inside of the visitor passage. That column was about 3 meters away from his current position and from the core component of the EUV lithography machine. After some precise mental calculations, it was exactly 8 meters away. A perfect critical position. The security personnel's attention was completely captured by the executive's argument. He glanced back at Liu Yu, seeing that this photographer simply wanted to change angles to capture this show. And since the movement range did not exceed the visitor passage's security line, he waved his hand, impatiently indicating for him to proceed. After all, capturing this confrontation was also important material for their public relations department's post-event review. With tacit approval, Liu Yu took a decisive step. He held the heavy camera with steady steps, each one feeling like he was stepping on everyone's heartbeat. Without a hint of hesitation, he walked straight to the cold metal column, leaning against it in an extremely stable posture, pointing the wide-angle lens at the center of the argument. From any angle, he appeared merely as a dedicated photographer pursuing perfect composition. However, on one of the monitoring screens in the ASML headquarters security center, a highly experienced former Mossad security consultant known as Eagle Eye furrowed his brow slightly. He watched the photographer who had moved behind the load-bearing column and felt that this positioning was too precise, too calm, starkly contrasting with the chaotic atmosphere. He did not raise an alarm, but silently called up an independent monitoring screen, zooming in to the maximum, locking onto the photographer, and marked a line in red on the operation log. Visitor P-1337 Liu Chen unusual behavior pattern suggests classifying as an A-level subject of concern implement level 1 tracking after departure. Yet Liu Yu, who was in the eye of the storm, was unaware of any of this. All he knew was that he had reached his designated. In his peripheral vision, the behemoth representing the pinnacle of human technology had fully entered the hunting range of his system. Beep. Target has entered effective scanning distance. The system's prompt echoed like a divine melody. Behind the cold metallic support column, Liu Yu's body remained motionless, as if he had become a sculpture merged with the shadows. His eyes, peering through the viewfinder, were firmly locked onto the heated discussion among the crowd, his fingers steadily pressing the shutter, occasionally producing a couple of soft click sounds perfectly masking his unusual behavior. Yet deep within his consciousness, an invisible transport was occurring at the speed of light. System. Scan. Information analysis. Deploy all computational power. Execute with the highest priority. Command confirmed. Target ASML Twinscan EXE500, 2 nanometers, EUV lithography machine. Scanning initiated. Information analysis initiated. Unlike any device scanned before this time, Liu Yu felt as if his brain had been directly plugged into the data torrent of Niagara Falls. What first appeared in his mind was no longer a singular static schematic, but a dynamic three-dimensional nebula composed of tens of thousands of independent modules. With a thought, any module within the nebula could be infinitely magnified, revealing the intricate structure of every screw, every wire, and every lens within. Currently analyzing EUV light source system. Liquid tin droplet laser excitation module. Plasma generator. Power 30 kilowatts, CO2 laser array technology. Multilayer membrane structure collection, mirrors ice optics. Spectral purifier and debris protection device. Currently analyzing wafer transport and positioning system. Dual workpiece platform technology, grading scale, positioning accuracy 0. 5 nanometers. Magnetic levitation drive system and active vibration reduction module. Vacuum electrostatic adsorption chuck. Currently analyzing optical lens group system. 13 sets of high-precision aspherical mirrors. Lens group posture active correction system, 6 degrees of freedom piezoelectric ceramic drive. Real-time compensation algorithm for optical proximity effect and thermal effect. Currently analyzing vacuum environment control system. 7-stage series turbo-molecular pump. Liquid nitrogen cryogenic trap. Ultra-clean environment maintenance technology with vacuum level of 105 pascals. Currently analyzing core control software and algorithms. Over 100 million lines of underlying code. Deep learning-based image recognition and alignment algorithms. Exposure dose and mask pattern precise control model. A torrent of information surged in like a cosme. If the aircraft engine he had previously analyzed was a finely crafted palace, then this lithography machine was a colossal divine city composed of numerous palatial groups intricately structured and rigidly governed. Ding. Required points for duplication 1. 5 million. Recoverable amount 750000. Ding. Information analysis complete. A complete set of technical materials has been generated, including design blueprints for 103458 independent components, special material formulas, precision manufacturing processes, dust-free, assembly procedures, a complete set of software source codes, and comprehensive factory testing standards. The information has been triple encrypted and stored in the system database. The system truly lives up to its name. Such a vast and complex machine was scanned in less than a second. A technical transport capable of overturning the world's technological landscape was completed right under the noses of the elite executives and security personnel from top global companies without them being the wiser. Liu Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling a slight fatigue and dizziness, a normal reaction from processing and receiving a massive amount of information in a short time. He suppressed the overwhelming joy bubbling within him, akin to conquering Mount Everest, and continued to calmly play his role, snapping a few more photos of the scene. At this moment, the debate had begun to wane with the intervention of a higher-ranking executive vice president. Eva Jensen's face was pale as she cast a deep glance at Andy, announcing in a voice almost squeezed from between her teeth that today's interview would conclude early due to the atmosphere no longer being suitable. On the way back, Andy, shedding his previous flamboyance, was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere in the car. Only after the vehicle had driven far away from Feldhoven and entered a quiet road did he silently mouth to Liu Yu, "Is the mission completed?" Liu Yu simply nodded slightly. Andy visibly relaxed, but he soon added, "We may have been exposed. As we left, I noticed more than one car following us. Your movements earlier may have drawn the attention of security." Liu Yu looked at the rearview mirror, and indeed, that inconspicuous black Volkswagen was still tailing them like a ghost. He felt a jolt. Andy's perceptiveness exceeded his expectations and confirmed his suspicions. He replied, "Return to your apartment and erase all traces. We'll meet at the B-plan location in half an hour, then evacuate immediately." Understood. They both knew that from this moment on the celebration was over and the escape had officially begun. The quarrel they had meticulously planned, while successfully creating an opportunity, was like throwing a giant stone into a calm lake, inevitably stirring up massive waves. And he was that most suspicious stone provoking the turbulent waves. They had to disappear from this land before ASML's security system and the Dutch intelligence agency, which may have already intervened, could react and set up an intricate net. As night fell, the lights of Brussels adorned the ancient streets. Liu Yu and Andy returned to their temporary safe house on the outskirts of the city, the air thick with the tension of their imminent departure. Andy was rapidly operating the computer, erasing all traces. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his expression was serious and focused. "We have to leave immediately, Liu. I can feel it. They have locked onto this area. If we wait any longer, it will be too late." Liu Yu's voice was calm as he finished his whiskey and gently placed the empty glass on the table. Inside, he felt a sense of relaxation. Throughout this journey, whether facing Zhou Mo's kidnapping or replicating various confidential technologies, the power of the system had given him the confidence to crush everything in his path. His inventory contained M4A1 Barrett flashbangs and stun grenades, and he wore a Kevlar bulletproof vest beneath his clothes. Moreover, he could instantly seize the weapons from his enemies. Liu Yu's mindset had unwittingly begun to swell. From a poor kid working odd jobs on a construction site to now wielding power with a mere flick of his hand, he subconsciously regarded so-called agents as mere mortals easily dealt with by a few bullets in front of his system. Andy noticed his demeanor and stopped what he was doing, lowering his voice with a hint of gravity. "Liu, don't be the ones pursuing us are not ordinary police, they are trained professionals. Carelessness can lead to death." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The heavy security door of the apartment emitted a barely audible click as if pushed open by an invisible. Immediately, two figures clad in dark gray combat uniforms and wearing full-cover tactical helmets glided in like ghosts. What they held in their hands were not firearms, but two uniquely shaped devices radiating blue arcs of electricity. Liu Yu's pupils constricted slightly, but the contempt in his heart led him to instinctively prepare to activate the system to replicate weapons. However, he didn't even have time to think. One of the agents pressed the switch on the device aimed at Liu Yu. Buzz, a silent, invisible force field suddenly expanded. Liu Yu felt as if he were being thrown into the depths of the ocean. An indescribable, suffocating pressure squeezed in from all sides. His brain buzzed instantly, everything in front of him began to twist and blur, and his bones and organs seemed to resonate at a high frequency, the pain rendering him nearly unable to think. A high-frequency sonic weapon. This was specifically designed to target those clad in heavy armor or those hiding behind cover. Ugh! Liu Yu let out a muffled groan, his knees buckled, and he painfully knelt on the ground, clutching his head tightly. Even his awareness to call the system became intermittent. The two agents, seeing this, immediately stowed away the sonic weapon, and one drew a uniquely shaped pneumatic gun from his waist, aiming it at Liu Yu, who was kneeling and nearly incapacitated. Inside was a specially designed high-dose neurotoxin. A single shot could incapacitate a bull instantly. They aimed to capture him alive. Andy was also affected by the sonic weapon, but he was slightly farther away and had received relevant training, so he was in somewhat better condition. When he saw the agent raise the tranquilizer gun, targeting the unsuspecting back of Liu Yu's neck, his eyes instantly turned crimson. He knew Liu Yu was the carrier of the spark and the core of the entire mission. If Liu Yu was captured, everything would be over. In this life-or-death moment, Andy showed no hesitation and didn't even have time to look for a weapon. He made a decision that Liu Yu would remember for a lifetime. Run! He let out a beast-like roar, charging like a crazed rhinoceros, violently crashing into the agent about to pull the trigger. Bang! The agent was knocked off balance by the sudden force, and the tranquilizer gun in his hand lost its aim. But the other agent reacted like lightning, instantly abandoning the sonic weapon, drawing his handgun from his waist, and unhesitatingly pulling the trigger at the entangled Andy and his companion. Puff! Puff! Two muffled gunshots struck Andy's back and side. Andy's body stiffened abruptly, and the force of the impact vanished. He incredulously looked down at the blood seeping from his chest, the light in his eyes quickly dimming. The suppression of the sonic weapon was gone. Liu Yu regained a semblance of clarity amidst the excruciating pain. He looked up just in time to see Andy's figure slowly collapsing. Andy! A surge of furious rage exploded in his chest like a nuclear bomb. System, seize the enemy's weapon. Replicate the M4A1. Liu Yu's consciousness roared wildly. He sprang up from the ground, a cold M4 carbine appearing in his hand, and there was no trace of contempt left, only the most primal and ruthless killing intent. The violent hail of bullets instantly shredded the two agents who were still caught off guard. After the battle, Liu Yu staggered to Andy's side, carefully cradling him in his arms. Andy, hold on. Liu Yu's voice was hoarse and tears fell uncontrollably. Andy splashed a cold bucket of water on his gradually swelling arrogance and pride with his life. It made him realize that in this technological era having a system was not omnipotent. Cough. Cough. Blood-tinged foam continuously poured from Andy's mouth as life rapidly slipped away. With his last bit of strength, he tightly gripped Liu Yu's wrist, and with a trembling hand, he took out a blood-stained wallet from his chest. He pushed it into Liu Yu's hand with all his might, his eyes filled with pleading reluctance and concern. Swiss Bank. Password. My daughter's birthday. 970715. Andy's voice was weak like a candle flickering in the wind. My death benefits. Apply to the organization. Take it all. To save my daughter. He gasped violently, his gaze fixed on Liu Yu as if trying to engrave all his hopes into his soul. Tell her. I'm sorry. As the last word left his lips, he suddenly released his grip on Liu Yu's hand, his head drooping to the side, and those eyes that once sparkled with ideals lost their light forever. Liu Yu held Andy's gradually cooling body frozen in place. The enormous grief and tsunami-like guilt completely engulfed him. He lowered his head, looking at Andy's face, leaving with endless concern, and in a hoarse voice he made a blood oath. Andy, brother. I owe you a life. Don't worry. From now on I will treat your daughter as my own. I, Liu Yu, vow that as long as I still draw breath, no one will harm her even a bit. I will ensure she grows up safely and happily. After speaking, he carefully placed Andy's body, along with the blood-stained wallet, into a designated corner of the system's independent space. Brother, I will take you home. Standing up, Liu Yu's gaze had turned cold and indifferent. With a near merciless efficiency, he made the system recover all traces from the scene. 1 minute later, the apartment returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened, only the faint smell of gunpowder in the air and the overturned champagne remaining. Liu Yu took one last look at the spot where Andy fell, then resolutely turned and left. Arriving at a deserted corner, he concentrated his mind. System replicate the Volvo XC90. Command confirmed. Cost 280 points. Replication complete. A brand new unregistered Volvo XC90 appeared out of thin air in front of him. The casual decision made when buying the car had indeed proven useful. He opened the door, got in, and pressed the accelerator, driving the vehicle out of the garage and merging into the night of Brussels. On the way, Liu Yu reported the situation to his contact, Old Chun. Upon learning of Andy's death, Old Chun was silent for 2 seconds, then sighed. This is our mission. He also arranged a flight for Liu Yu to Saudi Arabia, letting him transit back to the country to avoid being trapped. Fortunately, Liu Yu had masked his identity, so there was no need to worry about implicating Li Wenying, but he still used a backup phone to notify her to return to the country as soon as possible. Although there was a slight mishap, the high-end technology hunting mission abroad had achieved its predetermined objectives. As Liu Yu's flight landed smoothly at Jiangbei International Airport in the mountain city, he was sketching a grand blueprint for a future technological empire in his mind. Words like photolithography machines, aircraft engines, and biomedical technology sparkled like brilliant stars in his future plans. However, as soon as he powered on his phone, a series of urgent vibrations abruptly pulled him back to reality from his dreams of a starry future. The caller ID showed Wang Debao. Liu Yu pressed the answer button, and Wang Debao's hoarse, weary voice, filled with uncontainable anxiety, immediately came through. Mr. Liu, when will you be back? Something big has happened. Liu Yu frowned and replied in a deep voice, Don't panic, speak slowly. What's going on? It's our recycling transfer station. Wang Debao spoke rapidly, as if pouring out long-suppressed pressure. In the 3 months since you left, according to your strategy, the 3 major recycling centers in Guangdong Province, Jiangsu Province, and the Central Plains have been operating at full capacity, crazily acquiring goods at prices above market value, and have completely monopolized the waste sources in the region. But without you, all the waste we collected cannot undergo final processing and digestion, and can only be indefinitely piled up in the warehouse. Wang Debao took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Now every storage area in the transfer stations is completely overloaded, and the dozens of temporary warehouses we rented are also filled to the brim. Waste has started to be stored outdoors, piled high like mountains. The daily costs of storage management and capital occupancy are astronomical, and the group's liquidity is on the verge of collapse. What's worse is that Shun Hauken's people have been spreading rumors outside, claiming that our Feiyu recycling is merely a facade, and that our funding chain has actually broken, leading to imminent collapse, causing panic among our downstream partners. The severity of the situation exceeded Liu Yu's expectations. He had thought that during his absence the recycling network was only expanding steadily, but he did not anticipate that his absence as the only processor would become the most critical bottleneck in the entire business empire's rapid operation. The massive machine he built, after ravenously consuming materials, was about to choke on itself due to the inability to digest. I understand now. Liu Yu's tone remained steady, and this calmness was transmitted through the call to the anxious Wang Debao. You stabilize the situation, reassure our partners, tell them there are no issues with funding, we are just optimizing storage. I will head out immediately and resolve all issues within 3 days. Hanging up the phone, Liu Yu didn't take a moment to rest, or even glance at his villa, and immediately directed the driver to turn around, heading straight for the airport to book the earliest flight to Guangdong province. A nationwide cleanup journey against time officially began. 5 hours later, Liu Yu's figure appeared at the Feiyu South China Recycling Center located in the heart of the Pearl River Delta in Guangdong province. When the deputy station master in charge took him to the core storage area, even Liu Yu, who was accustomed to grand scenes, couldn't help but gasp. The sight before him could no longer be described as piled high like mountains. It was a continuous mountain range made up of human industrial civilization's waste. Scrapped cars compressed into 1-meter cubes were neatly stacked into metal walls over 10 meters high, glimmering with mottled rust in the humid southern air. Hills formed by discarded home appliances and electronic waste stretched endlessly, with broken screens, tangled wires, and exposed circuit boards mixed together, emitting a complex scent of plastic and metal. Bundles of discarded industrial cables coiled like prehistoric pythons in the corners of the open area, over 2 meters in diameter with lengths that seemed endless. Mr. Liu, this is just part of the outdoor storage area. The deputy station master's face was filled with bitterness as he pointed to rows of massive blue-roofed warehouses in the distance. Inside, we have even better quality discarded industrial equipment, non-ferrous metals, and special alloy waste that we purchased at high prices totaling over 2 billion in value, all trapped here and unable to move. Liu Yu nodded expressionlessly, but his mind was racing with calculations. He patted the deputy station master on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Arrange to empty warehouse areas 1 to 5 tonight. Just say, I want to conduct equipment upgrades and site inspections. Evacuate all personnel, set up a security line, and no one is to approach until I notify you. The deputy station master immediately went to execute the order. That night, under the inky darkness, the entire recycling center fell silent, except for the patrolling security personnel. Liu Yu entered the first warehouse that resembled the belly of a giant beast, all by himself. Inside the warehouse, it was filled with various disassembled industrial mother machines, large transformers, and tons of copper and aluminum ingots. He took a deep breath and immersed his mind into the system. System, start working. Upon upgrading to level 3, the 1,000 cubic meters of personal space and 5-meter retrieval distance allowed his recycling efficiency to reach a terrifying level. He no longer needed to frequently touch items as before. He only had to walk slowly past the huge piles of waste, and with a thought, all waste within a 5-meter radius would vanish silently into the air as if swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. He resembled a king surveying his territory, and wherever he passed, the troubles that had suffocated the company transformed into points. The system's notification sound crazily flashed in his mind at an unprecedented frequency. Recycled scrapped large punch press 3, gained 1800 points. Recycled a batch of used high-voltage transformers, gained 3500 points. Recycled 80 tons of mixed industrial copper material, gained 4000 points. Recycled 20 tons of scrapped server cabinets and circuit boards, gained 5200 points. His point balance fluctuated at an observable speed. 1 warehouse, 2 warehouses, 5 warehouses. In just one night, the core waste that had been piling up for months at the Guangdong transfer station was completely cleared. The next morning, when the deputy station master and the workers received the notice and re-entered the warehouse, they were stunned to see the vast space that echoed with their own voices, as if witnessing a miracle. The eyes that looked at Liu Yu were filled with indescribable awe and fervor. In their eyes, this young boss was no longer an ordinary person, but a legend with unfathomable and divine means. Liu Yu did not pause for a moment. After assigning follow-up tasks, he immediately boarded the flight to Jiangsu province. In the next 2 days, he hurried to the East China and Central Plains recycling centers, replicating the same method to completely digest the other 2 mountains of waste. After handling the last batch of retired train carriages from the old industrial base in the Central Plains, he dragged his slightly fatigued body and called up his system panel. The long string of dazzling numbers on it finally allowed his long-strained nerves to relax, thoroughly replaced by a profound sense of control over the situation. Host Liu Yu system level 3 to upgrade to the next level requires 100 million points personal space, 101,010,1000 cubic meters, current points, 627540, 6,275,000 points. This was not just a number, it represented the most solid capital for him to leverage the future and realize his dreams of a vast sea of stars. Not only had he completely resolved the immediate operational crisis, but he had also gained the confidence to support his next grand plan. Those rumors about Feiyu's funding chain breaking collapsed under the weight of absolute strength. He dialed Wang Debao's phone, his voice steady and powerful. Wang, the crisis has been resolved. Have the finance department prepare to give the staff double bonuses. Additionally, I have a new task for you within the group. Start looking for an absolutely reliable and capable assistant. I want you to train him over the next 6 months to gradually take over the daily operations of the recycling network. Our focus cannot just stay on waste anymore. Do you remember what I told you before? I will also venture into aerospace. It's about time. Wang Debao on the other end of the line responded repeatedly, but when he heard the last sentence he was so excited that he forgot to breathe. How long has it been since Fei Yu underwent such a dramatic transformation? Now he's about to venture into aerospace. The boss must have activated some incredible system. A week later in the western suburbs of the capital, there is a high-security safe house of the National Security Bureau unmarked on any public map. Every brick and tile here has been specially reinforced, and every window is made of special bulletproof glass, while the internal signal jamming system is capable of rendering any electronic device into a useless hunk of metal in an instant. At the large oval conference table, Liu Yu sat alone in the guest of honor position, his demeanor calm. Opposite him sat Director Qin of the National Museum, who had already been waiting. Director Qin was not wearing his signature Zhongshan suit today. Instead, he had changed into a dark suit, appearing more solemn than ever. Behind him sat a row of elderly men with gray hair, each exuding a different aura. In the center was academician Li Jiangwo, the vice president of the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences and a master in the field of semiconductor physics. Next to him sat academician Zhang Huaqing, who specializes in precision optics, and Professor Zhou Jingda, an authority in materials science. Behind them were over 10 chief scientists from the country's top universities and core military-industrial institutes. These individuals formed the most elite think tank in the Dragon Country's chip field. There were no opening remarks, no courteous small talk. Everyone present understood the historical significance of this meeting deeply. This was not merely a technical handover, it was related to the future technological fortunes of the nation for decades, even centuries, and whether it could break free from the technological shackles that had bound it for decades. In the four corners of the conference room stood security personnel in black suits wearing invisible earpieces resembling lifeless sculptures, with stable breaths and eagle-like gazes ensuring absolute safety here. Liu Yu took out a solid-state drive made entirely of titanium alloy with interfaces specially encrypted from a seemingly ordinary, but specially designed briefcase capable of withstanding strong electromagnetic pulse EMP attacks. Under the soft lighting of the conference room, the drive reflected a cold metallic sheen. This is the spark you need. Liu Yu's voice was not loud, but in the extreme silence of the conference room it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. He solemnly pushed the drive to the center of the table, sliding it towards academician Li Jiangguo. A hint of excitement flashed across academician Li's eyes. He did not reach for it himself, but nodded to the technical team behind him. Two young Sharpied assistant scientists immediately stepped forward, donning anti-static gloves, carefully picking up the drive, as if they were holding a rare national treasure. The drive was connected to a supercomputer completely physically isolated from the outside world. This computer's operating system hardware drivers, and even every line of code, were specifically written by the country's top programmers, designed solely for this reading. After entering 3 sets of complex 64-bit passwords known only to different individuals, the encryption protocol of the drive was gradually unlocked. The folder opened and the complete technical documentation of the ASML 2nm EUV lithography machine unfolded on the giant high-definition screen in 8K resolution like a magnificent starry river, painting surpassing the wildest imaginations of everyone present, plunging the entire room into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. The only sounds were the heavy, rapid breaths of the crowd due to extreme shock and the pounding of hearts in their chest. On the screen, a dynamic 3D model composed of over 100,000 independent components capable of arbitrary zooming and rotating perspectives was slowly rotating. Every detail was clearly visible, from the magnetic levitation rails of the dual-stage table to the complex mirror assembly inside the EUV light source system to those precise pipelines thinner than a human hair by 10,000 times. Next to the model was an astonishingly detailed material list. Oh my God, look at this. Professor Zhou Jingda, responsible for materials science, suddenly stood up from his seat, pointing at a line on the screen regarding the coding formula of the mirrors, his voice trembling with excitement. MOSI multilayer film. They actually solved the contradiction between high reflectivity and thermal stability. The formula includes trace amounts of ruthenium Ru and boron carbide, B4C, as interface diffusion barrier layers. This approach has been theorized countless times in our lab, but we've failed due to the inability to precisely control the uniformity of atomic layer deposition. So it turns out, it requires a specific ion beam polishing process. It's miraculous. This is simply miraculous. Not just that. Academician Zhang Huaqing in the optics field also stood up, excitedly adjusting his reading glasses and stared intently at the parameters of the optical lens assembly. High numerical aperture, high NA. They achieved 0.55. Our most advanced lab samples have only just broken 0.33. And the lens assembly active correction system utilizes 6 degrees of freedom piezoelectric ceramics to compensate in real time for gravitational deformation and thermal effects. My God, this algorithm. This algorithm is simply a work of art. With it, the precision of our optical systems can at least leapfrog 2 generations. An academician, Li Jiangwo, a master in the semiconductor field, was fixated on the core control software source code rolling like a waterfall, with over 100 million lines, tears unconsciously welling in his murky old eyes. Enough. This is enough. He murmured, his voice choked. With this spark we will no longer have to look at others' faces, no longer have to be throttled. The Dragon Country's chips have hope. There is hope. He took off his glasses, vigorously wiping the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. This elder, who had fought all his life on the front lines of research, was now as excited as a child. Everyone present looked at the young man, who had remained calm throughout, with a complex gaze mixed with shock, gratitude, awe, and disbelief. They could not imagine what kind of powerful and mysterious organization could employ such unfathomable, almost magical means to transport back this national treasure regarded as a forbidden fruit by the Western world and defended as if it were a nuclear weapon launch site, complete and unharmed. After a long silence, Director Qin stood up, adjusted his suit, cleared his throat, and solemnly spoke on behalf of the nation to Liu Yu. Mr. Liu, your contribution to the country is beyond any measure of language. It will completely rewrite the history of our country's technological development and stands as an immortal monument on the road to our national rejuvenation. I am formally entrusted by the highest authorities to extend the most sincere invitation to you and the organization behind you. The country hopes to formally absorb you all to become the most core strategic force within our system. 500 tons of gold. When this heavy figure, along with the technical data of the lithography machine capable of changing the fate of the nation, was presented on the meeting table of the highest decision-making body of the country, the shock it brought was historic. In a confidential conference room in the capital with security levels comparable to the central government, an urgent meeting of a small scale and high specification is underway. There were only a few participants, but each one was a core figure capable of influencing the direction of the country. Comrades, here is the situation. A leader with graying hair and an elegant demeanor, codenamed Golden Apex, gently placed the top-secret report in his hand, down, scanning the faces of everyone present. The spark is already in hand. Our team of scientists has initially assessed that the data is complete, authentic, and effective, and its value is immeasurable. At the same time, Comrade Liu Yu proposed a plan to exchange 500 tons of gold for a technology industrial park with absolute autonomy. Let's hear everyone's opinions. An old general who bore the rank of a star and was in charge of strategic security spoke first, his voice booming like a bell. Let me say a few words. 500 tons of gold at this critical juncture carries extraordinary significance. The Federal Reserve is brewing a new round of quantitative easing, and the hegemony of the dollar is akin to a monstrous flood aiming to harvest global wealth. This 500 tons of gold is like driving 500 stabilizing pins into our Chinese yuan embankment. With it, our confidence on the financial battlefield will be on an entirely different level. Just this point alone makes his conditions worthy of serious consideration. Another leader in charge of economic affairs nodded in agreement. I concur. This is not just gold, it is confidence. Once this transaction is completed, it can stabilize market expectations domestically and strongly deter those financial vultures externally. Moreover, he demands that this money be used to establish a high-tech industrial park domestically, which keeps capital within the country and truly invests in the real economy and technological innovation. This level of awareness far exceeds that of entrepreneurs who transfer their assets overseas as soon. The atmosphere of the meeting gradually clarified, but the head of the National Security Department, a middle-aged man with a serious expression and rarely smiling, raised his concerns. Leaders, comrades, from the perspective of national security, I have several doubts. His voice was low and cautious. First, this Liu Yu and the so-called organization behind him, their background, source of funds, and means of acquiring technology are all a black box to us. Our knowledge of him is limited to what he has voluntarily shown us. Second, he demands an absolutely autonomous technology kingdom, which is unprecedented within our system. An independent entity possessing top-notch technological power free from any oversight and constraints poses potential risks that we must thoroughly assess. I personally suggest that before agreeing to his conditions, we need to initiate the highest level background investigation, at least to ascertain his true identity. This statement instantly cast a heavy atmosphere over the conference room. Everyone's gaze turned to the Golden Apex leader. The Golden Apex leader remained silent for a moment, picked up his teacup, gently blew away the foam, and then slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying a decisive power. Investigation. What to investigate? How to investigate? He placed the teacup down, his gaze growing sharp. It's normal for him to have secrets. If someone can casually present the complete lithography technology and 500 tons of gold, it would be abnormal if he didn't have monumental secrets. Are we to send people to follow him, to eavesdrop on him, or to subvert those around him? The leader's tone turns serious. Comrades, our principle is do not suspect those we employ and do not employ those we suspect. From his active submission of the lithography technology and his choice to build the industrial park domestically while supporting national financial stability with gold, it is clear that his heart is aligned with this country and its people. That is enough. We need to take a longer view. What he seeks is autonomy, efficiency, and freedom from certain unnecessary bureaucratic constraints. This precisely shows that he is someone who wants to accomplish real tasks and achieve significant success. What we need now is a strong, trustworthy ally who can continuously create miracles, not a tool that is shackled by our regulations which ultimately dulls its edges and sharpness. Don't use those bureaucratic, self-righteous methods to probe, to doubt, and push him to our opposing side. That would be the greatest foolishness and misstep of our era. The Golden Apex leader stood up, walked to the map, his gaze fixed on the location of the mountainous city, his voice becoming bold and resolute. Let's do it as he says. Give him land, give him policies, give him privileges. He wants a kingdom, but we will help him build a kingdom. I want to see what kind of magnificent future this young man can create for our country with our full support and under no constraints. These decisive words completely cleared all potential political obstacles for Liu Yu's development domestic. A week later, a top-secret document bearing the highest-level seal jointly issued by several ministries and only a few individuals had the authority to review it was delivered to Liu Yu through exclusive communication channels. The content of the document was concise, yet shocking, and the energy contained within it was enough to move any provincial-level official. 1. Officially approve the establishment of the Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park in the core area of the Liangjiang New area in the mountainous city. Unconditionally allocate 500 acres of industrial land, enjoy the supranational tax treatment of 5 exemptions and 5 reductions, and authorize the park to establish its own bonded logistics and customs special supervision zone. The park is directly designated as a national-level core demonstration area for strategic emerging industries, its importance equivalent to that of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite project of the past. 2. Allocate a site located deep in the western inland Gobi, codenamed Cradle, a former strategic missile base, permanently and unconditionally granting Liu Yu and his designated successors usage rights. The document included detailed information about the base covering an area of over 50 square kilometers, having a 4,000-meter independent runway capable of accommodating large strategic transport aircraft, a vast underground complex deep underground capable of withstanding nuclear strikes, a complete independent nuclear power station and life support system, as well as a comprehensive air defense and ground defense system that has just been modernized by the military. This will become Liu Yu's private forbidden zone for the most core and confidential project research, a true 3. Grant Liu Yu a special identity that is not recorded in any public system, National Strategic Technology Development Special Advisor, and equip him with a dedicated liaison team composed of elites from the Ministry of State Security, the General Staff Department, and the Ministry of Science and Technology on standby, 247 responsible for coordinating and solving all problems he encounters. This identity ensures that all his business and scientific research activities within the country are free from unnecessary administrative and local power interference, with special permissions to mobilize certain levels of local resources in emergencies. When Liu Yu finished reading this document, even with his current state of mind, he couldn't help but feel waves of emotion, unable to calm down for a long time. He knew this was not a simple thank you, it was a heavy burden placed on his shoulders, a part of the nation's future technological destiny. It was a trust without reservation, and it was an expectation heavier than Mount Tai. He stood by the hotel window, overlooking the myriad lights of the capital, the dream of the stars, and the sea within his heart had never been as clear and attainable as it was at this moment. After the grand collaboration at the national level reached its conclusion, the magnificent blueprint for a future technological empire was temporarily stored deep in Liu Yu's heart. At this moment, the weight that lingered in his heart was another, even heavier and more urgent concern, the entrustment left by Andy before his passing. He recalled the pleading and hopeful eyes of Andy amidst the pool of blood and the name he had uttered intermittently, Anya. After completing the preliminary planning for the industrial park, Liu Yu immediately inquired through the dedicated contact group that stood by 247 for the detailed situation regarding Andy's daughter. He wanted to know everything about the girl, her medical condition, her current state, and what she needed. A day later, a document encrypted to the highest level titled Situation Report of Comrade Pigeon's Dependence was transmitted to Liu Yu's exclusive confidential terminal. Upon opening the document, Andy's radiant face from the CNBC press card first came into view, while the lines of text below were as cold as a scalpel dissecting the unspoken hardships and tragedies behind a hero. Comrade Andy, originally named Lin Zhangwo, 38 years old, from Yanjing. He went to study in the United States on a full scholarship at a young age, majoring in international relations and journalism. Due to his outstanding talent, firm beliefs, and extensive connections established within the overseas Chinese community, he was closely monitored and recruited by our intelligence department, codenamed Pigeon. His wife, Su Qing, a Chinese student studying in the United States, majored in genetic biology. The two met and fell in love in the United States, and after marriage they had a daughter named Lin Anya. Comrade Su Qing unfortunately passed away shortly after giving birth due to her family's hereditary Alport syndrome, a rare genetic kidney disease caused by mutations in the COL4A5 gene. Even more unfortunately, according to genetic testing, their daughter Lin Anya also inherited this fatal disease 100. The subsequent content of the document made Liu Yu's heart tighten. Alport syndrome, this unfamiliar medical term, concealed an unrelenting death sentence written in genes. Its essence lies in genetic defects that lead to abnormalities in the structure of type 4 collagen, which constitutes the essential filtration unit of the kidneys, the basement membrane, causing the kidneys to function like a sieve with increasingly large holes, unable to retain proteins or filter toxins, ultimately leading to irreversible kidney failure. During his lifetime, Andy nearly exhausted all his savings as a senior agent and the resources obtained through special channels to find the best medical solutions for his daughter. From the United States to Europe, from traditional drug interventions to cutting-edge experimental gene therapies, he spared no expense in prolonging his daughter's life, racing against death. The report indicates that Lin Anya's condition has progressed to end-stage kidney failure 6 months ago, leading to severe uremia, and she currently relies entirely on thrice-weekly 4-hour dialysis sessions to sustain her life. Due to her pathological condition, conventional kidney transplants may not necessarily provide a cure. There is a high likelihood that the transplanted kidney will be recognized and attacked by her own abnormal immune system, with the risk of acute rejection and postoperative complications far exceeding that of an average person. The only hope lies in future breakthroughs in gene editing technology. The child has currently been transferred to the intensive care unit of the capital's first hospital for the highest level of treatment and care, but the situation is not optimistic. Liu Yu closed the document, feeling as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on his chest, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. He immediately set off, canceling all scheduled plans, and headed to the capital's first hospital. Outside the thick, completely isolated glass window of the intensive care unit, he saw the girl curled up on the hospital bed. She was only 12 years old, an age that should be blooming like a flower, yet at this moment, she was as frail as a seedling battered by wind and rain. Long-term illness and malnutrition had left her pale and without color. On her arm, the surgical scars from the long-term arteriovenous fistula for dialysis were clearly visible, and her hands were dotted with numerous needle marks and faint bruises. Various monitoring instruments at the bedside flickered with cold green lights, emitting a monotonous and rhythmic beep sound, ruthlessly recording her fragile vital signs. Despite being tortured by illness to such an extent, when she occasionally opened her eyes and gazed at the clear blue sky outside the window, the clear large eyes resembling Andy still held a hint of curiosity and brightness toward the world. At this moment, Liu Yu was filled with endless guilt and a heavy sense of responsibility. Andy had traded his life for precious time and information for him, yet he could only watch helplessly as the hero's daughter struggled in pain. After learning of this matter, Li Weiniang immediately put down all her work and flew in from the mountain city. When she saw Anya on the hospital bed, the fierce aura of a powerful woman dominating the business world instantly vanished, replaced by boundless maternal radiance and heartfelt compassion. From that day on, she canceled all unnecessary social engagements and came to the hospital almost every. She could not enter the sterile ward, but drew cute cartoon pictures for Anya on the whiteboard with a marker through the glass, telling her interesting stories about the outside world, about the hot pot in the mountain city, about the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and about the snowy mountains in Switzerland. Through the nurse, she sent Anya the softest cashmere toys and the latest tablet filled with her favorite cartoons and light music. With her unique gentleness and patience, she gradually comforted this girl who had suffered from illness and had just lost her father. Liu Yu watched Li Weiniang busily caring for Anya, feeling warmth and emotion in his heart. He knew that their relationship had long surpassed that of business partners. Li Weiniang's kindness and resilience deeply attracted him. In Li Weiniang, he also saw the direction of his own future. Wealth, technology, and power would be meaningless if they could not protect those around him. He made a significant decision. Weiniang, I want to establish the world's top biomedical laboratory. In the quiet hallway of the hospital, Liu Yu said to Li Weiniang, his gaze unwavering. This laboratory will be one of the core projects of the Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park. I will invest unlimited funds to gather the smartest minds in the world and purchase the most advanced equipment. Its first and only goal will be to completely conquer Allport syndrome and cure Anya. He paused, looking toward the distant horizon, his voice deep and powerful. In the future, this laboratory will aim to tackle all diseases deemed incurable by humanity, from cancer to Alzheimer's, from genetic diseases to viral infections. I want the name Feiyu to represent not only the pinnacle of technology, but also the hope of life. Li Weiniang looked at him, tears of emotion glistening in her eyes. She knew that the man before her was paying tribute to the fallen hero in his own way, while declaring war on the stubborn ailments of humanity. She nodded heavily, reached out her hand, and tightly grasped his, saying, "I support you no matter what you do. Anya is also my family." The news of the Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park project officially settling in Shansheng was like a heavyweight bomb, igniting the political and business circles of the entire southwest region. For this Western stronghold, which is striving for industrial upgrades and yearning for the infusion of high-tech industries as a core driving force, this is undoubtedly a monumental opportunity that could change the city's fate. With investments reaching trillions and hundreds of thousands of high-end job positions, along with the national-level strategic layout, it represents the future of Shanxing, is filled with limitless possibilities. The Shanxing municipal government was thrilled and immediately established a special service team at the highest level, led by the secretary of the municipal party committee and the mayor, drawing on the most capable forces from various departments on standby 24 hours a day, promising to clear all obstacles for the establishment of the industrial park with a 5-star nanny service standard. To express sincerity and importance, the municipal party committee and government held a high-standard welcome banquet for Liu Yu, the super financier, returning to his hometown. The banquet was held in the highest specification banquet hall, Jialing Hall, of the municipal party committee's guest house, attended by heads of all major departments in the city and the most renowned local entrepreneurs. At the banquet, glasses clinked and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Liu Yu sat in the position of honor, flanked by the secretary of the municipal party committee and the mayor. His demeanor and insights now were far from the young man who once drove trucks on construction sites. Facing a group of departmental officials and business predecessors worth billions, he remained relaxed and composed, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Whether discussing the macroeconomic situation or the forefront of international technology, he spoke eloquently, and his profound insights and maturity beyond his years left everyone present in awe, increasingly feeling that this young man was unfathomable. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were served, the secretary of the municipal party committee personally approached Liu Yu with a glass of matai, his face glowing with excitement, and said loudly, "General Liu, on behalf of the over 30 million people of our city, I raise a toast to you. Your decision to invest in your hometown will forever be remembered by the people of Shanxing. We will provide the best service and support, and we will not let you down." Liu Yu smiled, stood up to clink glasses with the secretary, and after downing half a glass of the spicy liquor, he casually remarked, "Secretary, you are too courteous. To be honest, during this visit to invest in my hometown, I have felt the tremendous changes and unparalleled enthusiasm here. The business environment in Shanxing is truly top-notch in the country, open, pragmatic, and highly efficient. However, like any place, there are inevitably some comrades with rather unique working methods. For example, my small recycling station was particularly cared for by Director Li Haitao from the Municipal Ecological Environment Bureau when it first opened, as he brought the inspection team to guide us several times. To be honest, that enthusiasm almost scared us, a small private business, into closing before we even started." At this moment, the atmosphere around the main table, once lively, suddenly became subtly tense. Everyone present was seasoned professionals in both the political and business arenas, and they could easily discern the weight concealed within Liu Yu's seemingly casual words. A founder of a super strategic project that could secure green lights from the highest levels of government and attract investments of hundreds of billions, being difficult and pressured by a mere grassroots inspection team leader in his own hometown, was simply a colossal joke. This was not only a personal issue for Li Haitao, it was a ruthless slap in the face of the entire business environment in Shanxing. It was a challenge to the municipal party committee and government. The smile on the secretary's face instantly froze, the alcohol-induced flush fading rapidly, with his gaze sharpening and turning cold. He heavily placed his glass down, the clinking sound resonating sharply against the table, silencing the surroundings. He turned to the Secretary General, who had been standing beside him, and commanded in a deep voice, suppressing his anger, "Immediately notify the comrades from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and the Organization Department to form a joint investigation team overnight regarding the situation." General Liu reported. "Investigate thoroughly. Dig deeper. See if there is anyone behind him, or if there is any protection. Regardless of who is involved, we will show no mercy." Then he turned back to Liu Yu, his expression now filled with apology and determination, saying, "General Liu, I am very sorry. This is a serious dereliction of duty on our part. It is my failure as the leader that allowed you to suffer grievances in your hometown. I assure you on behalf of the Municipal Party Committee and government that we will have zero tolerance for any destructive elements in the business environment or any corrupt practices. We will thoroughly investigate and ensure a clear and just resolution for you and all entrepreneurs invest. Liu Yu smiled, raised his glass again, clinked it gently with the secretaries, and drank it all, saying, "Secretary, you are too kind. I believe the future of our hometown will become better and better. Here, let me toast you again. Some matters are best left unsaid." He knew that Li Haitao's political life had effectively reached its end the moment he spoke. Even Shun Haokuan, who he considered his backing, would likely not escape the collateral damage. The banquet continued in a harmonious atmosphere, but everyone understood that a minor earthquake in the political arena was about to erupt within that inconspicuous Environmental Protection Bureau. Liu Yu calmly ate his meal, his heart unaffected. He was no longer that reckless young man who needed to use a crossbow to solve troubles in a dark villa. Now with a single word or a glance, his influence weighed heavier than mountains. This is the higher-level power that status and strength bring. Under the uncompromising drive of the Shanxing municipal government, the sequence of procedures, site selection, planning, and approvals for the Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park were completed with an unprecedented Shanxing speed. Liu Yu secured tens of thousands of mu of prime land in the heart of the Liangjiang New Area land that had originally been slated for high-end commercial development. With convenient transportation and comprehensive infrastructure, this place would become the cradle of his technology. The groundbreaking ceremony for the Phase 1 core project, the Feiyu Optoelectronics Technology Co. Ltd., the public name, in truth a lithography machine R&D and production base, was held on a flattened expanse in a grand rite destined to be inscribed in Shanxing's chronicles of development. On the day of the ceremony, colorful banners fluttered. The atmosphere was solemn yet fervent. Director-level officials from the National Development and Reform Commission and the Ministry of Science and Technology personally came from Jingxing. The full leadership of the Shanxing Party Committee and municipal government was present. Hundreds of domestic and international mainstream media, including top agencies such as Xinhua, Reuters, and Bloomberg, ringed the rostrum with long lenses. This was not merely a company's foundation stone laying, it resembled a rally in which the nation announced to the world its determination for technological self-reliance. Liu Yu stood at the center of the rostrum in a deep blue suit custom made by a top Italian tailor. He had no script, facing countless cameras and the expectant gazes of thousands. He delivered a brief, yet potent address. His words carried no hollow slogans, only a clear delineation of the future. Esteemed leaders, honored guests, friends, good day. Standing here today, my feelings are complex. Thrilled to return home, yet tinged with anxious trepidation. Feiyu technology is still young, but our dream is ancient. Since the moment our ancestors gazed at the stars, the longing to explore the unknown and to master destiny has flowed in our veins. Today, what we lay here is not merely the cornerstone of a factory. It is the foundation of our nation's technological self-reliance and its march toward the stars and seas. I promise you, Feiyu technology will remain rooted in this land, breathing with the state and sharing its destiny. Our voyage is toward the stars and the seas. When his speech ended, applause thundered. Long and afterward, before a massive backdrop, Liu Yu and national and municipal representatives lifted golden shovels bound with red silk and cast the first scoop of earth onto a colossal granite foundation stone engraved with Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park Foundation. The instant the shovels descended, hundreds of excavators and construction vehicles sounded their horns in unison, a deafening roar that announced the formal commencement of the monumental project. The next morning, the Shanxing Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervisory Commission's official site and local mainstream media issued a stern announcement. Upon investigation, Li Haitao, former captain of a squad in the Comprehensive Administrative Enforcement Brigade of the Municipal Ecology and Environment Bureau, had seriously violated work discipline, behaved brusquely, abused his power, exploited his position to extort benefits, and acted as a protective umbrella for the criminally inclined recycling firm Haokuan Zixing Wuzi Co., seriously undermining the city's business environment and being suspected of other grave disciplinary and legal violations. After deliberation by the city's Discipline Inspection Standing Committee, it was decided to expel Li Haitao from the party and dismiss him from public office, to confiscate his ill-gotten gains, and to transfer his suspected criminal matters to the Procuratorate for lawful review and prosecution. When the news arrived, Liu Yu was in the Industrial Park's temporary office, poring over the grand blueprint of the campus with Wang Debao and Li Wenying. He glanced at the news, pushed to his phone, nodded calmly, swiped it away. No ripple stirred within him. To him, now minor players like Li Haitao and Shun Haokuan were like ants inadvertently crushed beneath a wheel, scarcely worthy of any emotional investment. Pointing at the immense master plan, his eyes glittering like stars, he told his two core partners, the lithography machine is only our starting point. It is the cornerstone on which we will erect the entire technological stage. Look here, he indicated the largest reserve parcel. This will be our Feiyu Advanced Materials Institute. Its goal is that within 1 year, using our mastered techniques, we will successfully replicate single crystal blades for 5th-generation fighter engines. In 3 years, we will develop our own 6th-generation single crystal alloy that surpasses current standards. Within 5 years, we will turn the high-temperature superconducting alloy for future spacecraft hulls from blueprint into reality. His finger moved to another plot. Here will be the Feiyu Future Electronics Research Institute. We will design world-leading AI chips and quantum computing prototypes based on the Pango architecture. We will not merely solve the choke points that strangle us. We will become the force capable of constraining us. And here he pointed to the adjacent parcel will be our Feiyu Life Sciences Center, whose sole purpose is to find the answer to life for Enya and for all who suffer from terminal illnesses. I will make gene editing technology genuinely the key to curing disease, not Pandora's box. There will also be laser technologies, new energy, artificial intelligence, every field that can help us break Earth's gravity and reach the stars and seas. This complex will be their cradle. Wang Debao listened with his blood stirred, his eyes filled with boundless anticipation for the future. He felt as if he stood at the dawn of a new era. Li Weinian gazed at the man before her with worshipful eyes as she understood that he was not merely building a commercial empire, but personally inaugurating a new technological era for Longhua, and perhaps for all humankind. She considered herself fortunate to be among the first witnesses and participants of this magnificent epic. Wang Debao once again demonstrated his astonishing execution ability. After receiving authorization from Liu Yu and substantial support at the national level, an unprecedented global talent recruitment plan codenamed Nest Building was officially launched. The conditions offered by Feiyu Technology were enough to make any industry giant take notice. 4 top scientists, an annual salary of 10 million is merely the starting point, with unlimited research funding, the world's most advanced experimental equipment, and absolute autonomy in research and development. These 3 factors combined present an irresistible temptation for any ambitious researcher. Coupled with the powerful endorsement of a national strategic project and the cutting-edge technological prospects derived from system analysis that hold lethal attraction for any scientist, this recruitment notice created a tremendous stir among the global Chinese scientific community. Countless top overseas Chinese scientists who have struggled for many years yet remain frustrated due to the glass ceiling, the pillars of major domestic universities and research institutes yearning for a larger stage to transform theory into reality, and those core technical personnel bound by non-compete agreements from major companies who were weary of the 996 work culture and competition, all secretly reached out to Feiyu Technology with olive branches. He insisted on personally interviewing every future head of the core laboratories. In a confidential meeting room, Liu Yu met with the esteemed master of materials science in the country, academician Zhang, who specialized in high-temperature alloys. He insisted on personally interviewing every future head of the core laboratories. In a confidential meeting room, Liu Yu met with the esteemed master of materials science in the country, academician Zhang, who specialized in high-temperature alloys. The old academician was nearing 70 with a straightforward personality and high pride. Initially, he felt some resistance to reporting to such a young capitalist. He came more to see what qualities this young man, so highly valued by the nation, possessed. As the interview began, Liu Yu did not discuss salary and benefits. Instead, he directly pulled up on the holographic projection screen the key parameters of the single crystal material formula and directional solidification process used in the F-119 engine core blades of the American 5th-generation fighter jet F-22, derived from system analysis. Academician Zhang, take a look, Liu Yu said, pointing at a complex data model on the screen, his tone calm. This is the information I obtained through some special channels. According to the data during the creep test at 1,700, if 0.05 rhenium and 0.02 ruthenium are added during the directional solidification process, and the pulling rate is controlled at 35 mm per hour, it seems to significantly enhance its fatigue life. This appears to be related to a certain technical bottleneck mentioned in your paper on 4th-generation single crystal alloys published in Nature Materials 10 years ago. Academician Zhang stared at the screen where the microstructure diagram and process parameters, perfect, as if crafted by an artist, transcended his lifetime of research. He was struck as if by an electric shock, instantly standing up from his seat. He rushed to the screen, put on his reading glasses, and stared intently at the data, muttering to himself, impossible. How is this possible? This idea our laboratory has been deducing for 3 years, but we abandoned it due to the inability to resolve the segregation issue of rhenium at high temperatures. So it turns out, it requires a rotating magnetic field to suppress the directional growth of dendrites. What a genius. This design is simply brilliant. And the spiral angle of this cooling hole can actually improve cooling efficiency by another 7. This is a masterpiece of God. He suddenly turned his head to look at Liu Yu, who remained calm. The disdain in his eyes vanished, replaced by unparalleled astonishment and fervor. Mr. Liu, no need to discuss further. Imin. I will bring my entire team, and we will come immediately. Being part of such a world-leading project is the greatest honor of my life. I will go back right now to submit my resignation. With this kind of overwhelming technical temptation, Liu Yu quickly secured a series of top laboratory heads. A so-called luxury dream team of technology composed of the most brilliant minds from various fields began to take shape on this land of Shanxing. However, the rapid development of the industrial park like a dazzling light in the darkness attracted countless covetous gazes from all directions. Liu Yu keenly sensed an unusual air of danger in the atmosphere. He knew that when the technology in his hands was capable of changing the world order, espionage activities from commercial rivals and certain countries would be inevitable. He summoned Chun Hongba to his office and issued a new top directive regarding the security system. Old Chun, our current security forces are no longer sufficient to protect this newly birthed treasure trove. The security work must undergo a systematic and professional upgrade. First, based on the existing security department, immediately register an independent security company, Feiyu Security Company, with the highest security qualifications in the country. This company will only serve our own core industries in the future. Second, expand recruitment. The standards for personnel must be raised again. They must be top-tier retired special forces with absolutely clean backgrounds and impeccable psychological qualities and tactical skills, especially those with overseas operational experience and backgrounds in information warfare. There will be no upper limit on compensation. I want the very best talents. You can go through national channels to select individuals from the retired lists of various military regions, special operations brigades. Third, conduct the highest intensity of specialized training. Our security personnel must not only be able to use firearms, but also be proficient in modern counter-surveillance, counter-eavesdropping, cybersecurity, offense and defense, and crisis management. I will provide some special equipment for you, including our own manufactured bulletproof gear and individual weapons that far exceed current standards. I want you to transform Feiyu Security into a quasi-military elite force with strong intelligence analysis and operational capabilities. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling construction site below. Your primary task is to ensure the physical and information security of the entire core area of the industrial park, creating an insurmountable barrier for outsiders. At the same time, ensure the absolute personal safety of myself, Wan Ying, and all core scientists. Liu Yu's tone turned cold. I have a feeling that soon various flies and mice will want to steal something that does not belong to them from our feast. What you need to do is become the tightest and deadliest net for catching insects, ensuring that any outstretched black hand has no way to return. On the smooth yellow earth, the enormous foundation stone has just been laid, and the air is thick with the lingering scent of soil and the fervent atmosphere of celebration. However, the core members of Feiyu Technology are not overly immersed in the clamor of the foundation ceremony. They have gathered at the headquarters in Liangjiang New area in the newly inaugurated top-level strategic conference room. Outside the giant floor-to-ceiling windows, the vast blueprint of the Feiyu high-tech industrial park unfolds before their eyes, with the roar of excavators being the only background sound of this future technological sanctuary. In the center of the conference room, a large screen clearly lists the framework of the Feiyu Empire that Liu Yu has long been brewing in his mind. For core laboratories. At the forefront is academician Zhang Jingshan, nearly 70 years old, yet spirited, who will lead the Advanced Materials Laboratory. Beside him is a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, possessing an elegant demeanor but sharp eyes. Dr. Qian Lixing, a pure local genius who has often clashed with overseas scholars in top international journals and prevailed. He will be the head of the Future Electronics Laboratory. Another is the composed and capable female scientist Professor Sun Yifei, a leading figure in the domestic optics field responsible for the Precision Optics Laboratory. The last one is the idealistic young scholar Chen Wei, who will lead the Life Sciences Center. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Feiyu. Liu Yu cut to the chase without any formalities. I know that each of you here is a leader in your respective fields. The purpose of gathering you all is not to repeat the old paths that have led us to lag behind, but to forge a new road to the future that no one has traversed before. The foundation has already been laid. Liu Yu's voice was not loud, but clear and powerful, but the real battle is just beginning. The future of Feiyu will be supported by them. He pointed at the screen. Advanced Materials Laboratory, led by academician Zhang. Our goal: within a year, replicate the single crystal blades of the 5th-generation fighter jets, breaking the shackles of the embargo. Within 3 years, develop 6th-generation single crystal alloys that surpass international standards. Within 5 years, make superconducting alloys capable of withstanding the harsh environments of deep space a reality. In any field, materials are the ceiling of limits, and we are responsible for breaking through it. Future Electronics Research Institute. Dr. Qian, this is your battlefield. Based on the Pangu architecture, domestic AI chips, quantum computer prototypes, and next-generation communication technology. What we are going to do is not just solve the chipless pain, but to make Feiyu chips the standard that our competitors will forever chase. Precision Optics Laboratory Professor Sun, the soul of photolithography, is in your hands. We must master not only the core lens group of photolithography machines, but also high-resolution, remote sensing, deep space exploration optics, and the sharpness of laser weapons. He paused and looked at the somewhat nervous director Zhao, and the most critical part. Life Sciences Center Director Chen Anya and the countless terminally ill patients behind her are the reason for your existence. The first target is to concentrate all efforts to conquer Alport syndrome. Cancer, neurodegenerative diseases, genetic defects. This is the last line of defense in the realm of life, and I want you to be the spearhead of the offensive. Amidst the shocked yet determined gazes of the scientists, Liu Yu smiled slightly and signaled his assistant to open a process document. On the projection screen appeared dizzyingly complex molecular structure diagrams and three-dimensional data flows of process flows. These were optimization concept diagrams about a certain fifth-generation single crystal blade material derived from the system's information analysis function. Everything I mentioned earlier is not a pipe dream. Liu Yu pointed at several key annotation points on the screen. For example, here the lattice distortion that easily occurs during creep at 1700 C in traditional processes, if we introduce ultrasonic waves at specific frequencies to assist in directional solidification combined with trace amounts of ruthenium as a diffusion barrier, and this. He traced a data flow with his finger. A unique cooling liquid circulation model can theoretically improve the service life by 37. Academician Zhang, you are an expert. Do you think this is feasible? Academician Zhang had already left his seat, his nose almost touching the screen, his fingers unconsciously tracing the perfect microstructure diagram, breathing rapidly. Heavens. This idea. This combination of process parameters, unprecedented. It perfectly bypasses the elemental segregation bottleneck that has plagued us for 5 years. This is not just data, it's a treasure. President Liu, rest assured, if I can't produce a sample within 3 months, I will never touch materials again in my life. The conference room instantly ignited a fiery passion for scientific research. The eyes of other laboratory heads were also filled with disbelief and intense desire. Liu Yu showcased not only a direction, but also a clear and lofty technical pathway. This transcended the logic of conventional scientific research. Liu Yu presented each of the heads with groundbreaking concepts. These technologically advanced directions, refined and optimized by the system, were an irresistible temptation for true scientists, far more valuable than gold or status. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from initial caution to uncontrollable excitement. President Liu, as long as we have enough support, we can achieve all of this. Academician Zhang's voice trembled. Support? You will receive unprecedented support. Liu Yu nodded and turned to Wang Debao. Wang Debao stood up, opened another document, and announced the recruitment principles and salary system of Feiyu Technology in a steady voice. According to President Liu's decision, there are 2 hard and fast rules for core RD positions at Feiyu Technology. Wang Debao stood up, opened another document, and announced the recruitment principles and salary system of Feiyu Technology in a steady voice. According to President Liu's decision, upon hearing this, several scientists were taken aback. Dr. Qian Lixing asked President Liu, I understand the importance of safety, but will completely rejecting talents with study backgrounds abroad make us miss out on some excellent candidates with broader perspectives? No. Liu Yu's response was resolute. What Feiyu aims to do dictates that we must establish an absolutely safe and purely internal environment. What we want to build is our own standards, our own system, rather than patching up after others. We need a blank slate, and then we will draw the most magnificent picture on it ourselves. As for vision, Feiyu's vision will be as vast as the stars and the sea, far broader than any Western university. This statement was filled with undeniable confidence, and it made everyone present feel the grandeur of his ambition. Regarding compensation, Wang Debao continued, the salaries for all positions will be 3 times the top level in the domestic industry. All core scientists will start with an annual salary of 10 million with no upper limit. All successfully hired core personnel will receive 6 months' salary in advance to alleviate their concerns. A gasp filled the conference room. A 3-fold salary and 6 months advance payment. This kind of offer is nothing short of insane. Liu Yu stood up, delivering the final summary. His voice was not loud, but full of strength. Everyone, money and equipment will never be obstacles limiting our progress. What Feiyu Technology aims to achieve is an unprecedented enterprise. What we need are the purest, most focused minds and hearts willing to beat for the future of our nation. Welcome everyone. Our journey officially begins today. The recruitment announcement from Feiyu Technology exploded like a deep-water bomb, stirring up colossal waves in the quiet domestic job market. The media went wild. Starting salary triple. Half a year's salary paid in advance upon joining. Feiyu Technology boldly unveiled its trump card, igniting a nuclear explosion in the talent competition. The strongest benefits in history: 6 insurances and 2 funds to protect the whole family. Free top-tier education for employees' children. Medical care completely free. Feiyu is creating the ultimate haven. The internal Feiyu hospital has been exposed equipped with the world's cutting-edge instruments staffed by experts employees, and their immediate family can receive free medical care with their work ID. Initially, when these exaggerated headlines appeared on major recruitment websites and in internal emails of headhunting companies, everyone's first reaction was to regard them as scams or some form of malicious hype. However, when Wang Debao personally stepped forward during a live interview with official media, not only confirming the authenticity of the salary, but also revealing in detail the so-called appalling welfare system of Feiyu technology, the entire internet erupted. 6 insurances and 2 funds. In addition to the 5 insurances and 1 fund, there are supplementary medical insurance and corporate annuities. What kind of divine company is this? Year-end bonus of 36 months' salary. Our company would be lucky to offer even 1 month's pay. My goodness, looking at their employee cafeteria menu, every meal is up to the standards of a 5-star buffet, and it's free. Family members can also enjoy free medical care. Education for children from kindergarten to high school fully covered. Is Feiyu building a communist community? On social media, a screenshot reportedly leaked from Feiyu's internal employee benefits handbook was shared wildly, with every word stimulating the nerves of workers. Accommodation benefits ordinary employees free accommodation in a 4-person elite apartment with an average living space of 30 square meters equipped with private bathrooms, fully functional kitchens, central air conditioning, and a complete set of branded furniture and appliances. Utilities including water, electricity, and internet are all free. Married employees can apply for a free 70 square meter 1-bedroom apartment ready to move in, alleviating their worries. Management and senior engineers free accommodation in a 120 square meter, finely decorated single apartment. Executives and core scientists free accommodation in standalone villas or spacious apartments within the industrial park. Life Care. The first of every month is Feiyu Care Day, where the company uniformly distributes life care packages to each employee, including branded tissues, toothpaste, toothbrushes, toiletries, and selected imported snacks and drinks with standards so high that employees need not purchase daily necessities. Upon joining, employees are provided with the latest domestic flagship smartphones and high-performance laptops. After signing a 1-year labor contract, the equipment is directly gifted to the individual with free replacements every year thereafter. Is this even work? This is like going to become a celestial being. I am Li Ming, a PhD in materials. Where is academician Zhang? I want to sign a letter of intent. I am Chen Fong, a master's in computer science. I have published 3 SCI papers. I can work without rest. Logistics. Are there still vacancies in logistics? I can sweep and mop like a pro. I bring my own broom. At the Shanxing International Convention and Exhibition Center, Feiyu Technology's first large-scale public recruitment event was packed with people, the level of excitement comparable to that of a top celebrity concert. Job seekers from all over the country filled the exhibition hall, measuring tens of thousands of square meters to the brim. A regular equipment operator position received over 1,000 resumes, including many graduates from 985 universities. In the crowd, one could even spot some gray-haired figures, clearly seasoned experts, who also hoped to find their place in this wave of technology. A senior programmer who just left a major internet company told a reporter on site excitedly, "I used to think that 996 is a blessing was the limit. Coming to Feiyu made me realize what dignity truly means. Here you are not a human resource that can be easily optimized, nor a screw being squeezed by KPIs. You are a person who is respected, cared for, and regarded as the most valuable asset. For this respect, I am willing to dedicate my life to Feiyu." An elderly professor with gray hair, accompanied by his proud disciple, squeezed in front of Wang Debao, voice trembling. "Mr. Wang, this child is a good seedling. He gave up a full scholarship from a foreign Ivy League school and is committed to Feiyu. Please make sure." Wang Debao looked at the note on the resume that read "refused overseas prestigious schools, committed to domestic," and the pure light in the other person's eyes brought a slight smile to his serious face. "Good. Ambitious. Cue by number, and we will definitely give you an interview opportunity today." The immense demand brought about an unprecedented spectacle. Feiyu's recruitment officers were also stunned as resumes piled up like mountains. However, behind the temptation of high salaries and benefits, the red line of principles stating core technical positions must not have overseas backgrounds or related foreign relatives acted like an invisible magnet, precisely screening for urgently needed pure domestic top talents. In just one day, Feiyu transformed from a mysterious emerging company into a phenomenal existence, an ultimate dream about career aspirations. Wang Debao gazed at the surging crowd before him, both shocked and emotional. He reported to Liu Yu beside him, "Director Liu, on the first day we received over 100,000 valid resumes. The nest building plan has turned into 1,000 birds returning to nest. Liu Yu calmly nodded, looking at the young faces shining with hope and desire. He knew that his seemingly crazy decision back then was indeed the right one. A great enterprise must first treat well those who are willing to create greatness alongside it. Tell the Human Resources Department, Liu Yu said to Wang Debao. The screening criteria can be strict, but any form of discrimination based on education or age is absolutely not allowed. The talent recruitment plan was in full swing, and the construction of the industrial park was progressing at an astonishing speed. Liu Yu's gaze had transcended mere production and research, beginning to construct a self-sufficient internal ecosystem filled with humanistic care. That day, Liu Yu and Wang Debao were inspecting the employee living area, which had already taken shape. Rows of modern apartment buildings with excellent lighting rose from the ground, featuring broad spacing between buildings and high greenery coverage, perfectly adhering to the standards of high-end residential communities. Several internationally renowned supermarket groups got wind of the situation approaching, with attractive proposals, eager to secure exclusive rights to set up stores in this prime location. Mr. Liu, the commercial planning for the living area has been completed. Wang Debao pointed to a central area on the planning map I have already discussed with several top domestic supermarket chains, such as Yonghui and Walmart. They are very interested in entering and are willing to offer the most favorable cooperation conditions. Liu Yu shook his head, rejecting this seemingly reasonable proposal. Old Wang, our employees earn 3 times the salary at the company, yet after work they have to hand their money over to outside capitalists, allowing them to profit off our employees. This is unreasonable. Wang Debao was taken aback. What does Mr. Liu mean? We will do it ourselves. A glimmer of near idealism shone in Liu Yu's eyes. We will establish a new subsidiary called Feiyu Life. We will build our own supermarket and commercial street. Our only mission is not for profit, but to enhance employee happiness. We will connect directly with the best farms, pastures, and factories nationwide, cutting out all middlemen to provide our employees with the highest quality goods at the lowest prices. I want every Feiyu person to live the best life for the least amount of money. Wang Debao was deeply shocked by Liu Yu's bold idea, and his blood began to boil. I understand. We will create our own internal Pang Don't Lie, and we will do it even better. We will take service to the extreme. Exactly. Liu Yu decisively stated. The supermarket will also feature an employee suggestion wall. Any product that receives the endorsements of more than 50 employees, regardless of how niche it is, must be put on the shelves after passing quality inspection. The wages of supermarket staff will also be the highest in the industry. I want them to sincerely serve their colleagues. The design of the supermarket attracted attention right away, spacious and bright, with reasonable traffic flow and clear product display areas. What was most appealing was a gigantic electronic display screen at the entrance. Employee suggestion wall. The manager in charge of supermarket operations explained in a company internal announcement, any employee with any needs, whether it's a brand of appliance or a specific snack, as long as a proposal is registered on the suggestion wall platform or physical wall and successfully gains support from 50 or more colleagues, the supermarket operations department must complete research, procurement, and shelving within a month. What do we sell? It's up to everyone to decide. The rules were accompanied by an operational procedure and a super low pricing list for the first batch of products. Once the news spread, the employee forum exploded. I want that XX brand hot sauce from my mom's hometown. Is anyone supporting this? 1. Support. I've been asking for it for a long time. That brand of imported cat food. My pet only eats that. Please, ladies, does the supermarket have the new model of XX brand liquid sanitary napkins? Support 10,086. Hope there's a fresh salmon sashimi section. The recruitment announcement for Feiyu Life employees was released simultaneously. The benefit standards went viral again. Salaries 50 higher than the local industry average, a full set of FIA-style benefits, 6 insurances, and 2 funds, the right to purchase internal supermarket goods at cost, and custom uniforms that are clean and tidy. Countless experienced personnel from the local service industry rushed to apply. The manager proudly announced to the crowd of applicants, working at Feiyu Life is not just a job as a supermarket staff member, but a career dedicated to creating happiness for Feiyu people. Meanwhile, Wang Debao officially announced 2 management systems personally devised by Liu Yu during a meeting. The first is a bottom-tier demotion system, applicable only to management. Every quarter there will be a 360-degree comprehensive evaluation involving subordinates, peers, and superiors. Team leaders ranking at the bottom for 3 consecutive times will be automatically demoted from manager to supervisor, or from team leader to ordinary employee, until they achieve results to be promoted again. Liu Yu openly stated in an internal meeting, I firmly believe that there are no useless employees, only incompetent leaders. The pressure should be placed on the managers who earn higher salaries and bear greater responsibilities, not transmitted downwards to exploit frontline employees. The managers present felt a chill run down their spines, and the pressure surged. The second item, the Golden Idea Innovation Proposal Award. Wang Debao's tone rose. Any employee Whether you are a production line worker, a researcher, or a kitchen staff member, as long as you propose reasonable suggestions for improving company operations technology or management models once adopted. Rewards start at 100,000 yuan. Major proposals will be rewarded based on effectiveness with no upper limit. Mr. Liu's original words were pressure for leaders, motivation for employees. The venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted in warm applause. This statement echoed the sentiments of countless grassroots employees. Just as everyone was discussing the new system Wang Debao throughout the final and most explosive announcement with Mr. Liu's approval, the Feiyu Decade Home Plan is officially launched. The screen displayed the detailed plan after 10 years of service with core positions potentially relaxed to 8 years. The company will grant a housing property right for free in the top residential community, supporting the industrial park according to employee level and contribution. Employee level high-quality high-rise apartments, 90,120 square meters. Supervisor level technical backbone spacious villas, 130,150 square meters. Manager level and above research core luxurious villas with exquisite decoration gardens and private independent spaces starting from 200 square meters. After 10 years of hard work, Feiyu promises you a lifelong home. Loyalty and achievement safeguarded by home. When these two systems and benefits were officially announced via internal email, the entire Feiyu technology erupted, eliminating the lowest tier in management. That's amazing. No longer afraid of encountering incompetent leaders. A villa after 10 years. My goodness. I won't go anywhere else in this lifetime. I'd rather die at Feiyu. The employees' loyalty, sense of belonging, and work enthusiasm were ignited to the extreme at that moment. The announcement quickly spread among employees to the outside world. This time it was not just job seekers who went crazy. The loyalty and sense of belonging of the entire existing workforce at Feiyu instantly soared to new heights, forming an invisible, powerful cohesion and sense of mission quietly at the foundation of the industrial park. Feiyu Technology, no longer just a company, began to operate like a self-sufficient, hopeful, ideal nation. The groundbreaking of Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park shook the political and business ecology of the mountain city like an earthquake of magnitude 8. Liu Yu's name jumped from that of a mysterious newcomer in the business world to a key figure capable of influencing the future of the city. However, some individuals are oblivious to their positions in the torrent of the times, underestimating the trivial power they wield. Zhang Jianmin, the deputy director of the Mountain City Planning Bureau, was one of them. He prided himself on his years of operation in the Mountain City, claiming deep roots and extensive connections, accustomed to others bowing and scraping before him. When the astonishing benefits offered by Feiyu Technology spread throughout the city, he did not think of reverence, but rather how to exploit this favorable wind for his own gain. His only son Zhang Wei, who returned from abroad with a degree from a second-rate university, relying on his father's influence, spent his days idly and looked down on others. Zhang Jianmin's wife, a woman accustomed to bossing others around at the card table and in beauty salons, began to plot, wanting her precious son to secure a leisurely and well-paid managerial position at Feiyu Technology, both prestigious and substantial. That afternoon, the well-dressed Zhang Wei drove his flashy Maserati swaggered into the temporary recruitment center of the industrial park without even bringing a resume. Ignoring the long queue of job seekers, he walked straight to Wang Debao, who was in charge of coordination, removed his sunglasses, and tapped the table. Hey, you must be Wang Debao, right? Zhang Wei sat with his legs crossed, his tone laced with an air of arrogant entitlement. My dad is Zhang Jianmin from the Planning Bureau. My dad said that Feiyu managed to acquire land in the Mountain City so smoothly thanks to his significant. I am not picky, though I think your marketing or administrative department would be great. Just arrange a department manager position for me, and as for the annual salary, make it decent, don't make it too meager. After all, I do have an overseas study background. Job seekers and staff around them cast strange glances. Wang Debao looked up at the swaggering young man before him, his brow slightly furrowing. He did not explode on the spot, but instead signaled to his assistant to pass over a job application form formally stating, all positions in our company require a proper recruitment process. Please fill out this form first and participate in the subsequent written test and interview. Your overseas experience can be detailed in your resume. An interview too. Zhang Wei seemed to have heard the biggest joke, raising his voice by an octave. My dad is Zhang Jianmin. Did you not hear me? I need to queue for a test with those ordinary people. Wang, do you not understand the situation? I am here to give you face. Wang Debao's expression turned solemn. He took a blank form, wrote down Zhang Wei's name, and heavily noted in the remarks section, never hire. He pushed the form back, his voice cold. The situation in our company is very clear. It is one of equality and merit-based selection. Your words and actions have already proven that you do not fit our corporate culture. Now please leave and do not disturb other job seekers. Zhang Wei was choked by this merciless rejection, his face turning red with anger as he slammed the table, stood up, and pointed at Wang Debao's nose, yelling, Good. You're quite something. A mere steward dares to act tough with me. Just wait. You'll be begging my dad one day." After finishing, he stormed out, slamming the door amidst the disdainful looks of the crowd. That evening, Zhang Wei's mother, the official wife, stormed into the command center of the industrial park. As soon as she entered, she raised her voice, pointing at Wang Debao, and cursing ranging from ungrateful to bullying people with power, with foul language pouring forth. "Let me tell you, my husband's word can halt construction on this site. If you do not give my son a satisfactory position and explanation today, you can forget about having peace. I will come here every day." Wang Debao merely watched her coldly and signaled to Chun Hongbao beside. Chun Hongbao understood immediately and led four burly, expressionless security personnel forward. They did not engage in any physical contact with the official wife, but instead held a half-height riot shield, each forming an impenetrable mobile shield wall, in an undeniable manner. "Madam, you have severely disrupted the normal operations of our company." Chun Hongbao's voice was calm, yet powerful. "We will now escort you away. Please cooperate, or we will take further action. You dare? Just try touching me." The official wife screamed, but found herself trapped in the center of the shield wall, and no matter how she charged, it felt like crashing into a solid wall. The security personnel politely, yet irresistibly, invited her step by step out of the command center. Throughout the entire process, another security personnel recorded the scene with a high-definition camera, ensuring that Feiyu Security's handling of the situation was professional and compliant, leaving no room for criticism. After being rejected for a job and having his wife thrown out, the series of humiliations thoroughly ignited the anger of Deputy Director Zhang Jianmin. He felt his authority and face had been trampled upon like never before. The next morning, Zhang Jianmin personally led a team mobilizing several vehicles from the law enforcement team under the bureau under the guise of a joint safety production inspection, with sirens blaring, marching towards the Feiyu Industrial Park, intending to forcefully invade the park and give Feiyu Technology a show of strength. However, before his convoy could approach the industrial park's gate, 3 off-road vehicles with special black plates directly intercepted them. More than 10 men in black civilian clothes with a fierce aura and sharp gazes got out of the vehicles. The leader walked directly to Zhang Jianmin's car window and tapped on the glass with his knuckles. Zhang Jianmin rolled down the window, about to explode in anger and scold, but saw the other party reveal a dark red document that would send chills down the spine of any local official. Ministry of State Security. The leading man spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. "We are the National Strategic Development Security Assurance Group. Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park has been listed as a top-level national strategic protection unit. Any unauthorized inspections or interference will be regarded as actions endangering national security. Comrade Zhang Jianmin, please leave immediately with your men." He paused, his gaze growing sharper. "Additionally, based on reliable intelligence, you are suspected of abusing your power to gain improper benefits for your relatives and may have other severe disciplinary violations. Comrades from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection are already waiting for you in your office. Please return and cooperate with the investigation." Zhang Jianmin's face turned pale, blood drained away in an instant. His lips trembled as he looked at the authorization document in the other party's hand, signed by the highest authority, the red seal, glaring painfully in his eyes, leaving his mind blank. He knew this time he had kicked a piece of iron harder than Mount Everest. It was over for him, utterly finished. That afternoon, the website of the Mountain City Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision issued a notice that Deputy Director Zhang Jianmin was under disciplinary review and investigation for suspected serious violations of discipline and law, abuse of power, and damaging the business environment. This incident was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rapidly spreading through the official and business circles of the Mountain City. From then on, no one dared to harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards Feiyu Technology. Feiyu Industrial Park was also privately referred to as the Independent Kingdom of the Mountain City, a forbidden area that no one could casually touch. Liu Yu, upon learning of this, calmly told Wang Debao, informed Chun Hongbao that the security company can recruit another batch of people, so that next time such fools appear, we won't need to hesitate, just kick them out directly. With external disturbances completely cleared, the construction of Feiyu Technology entered a fast track. However, a new and more fundamental bottleneck soon lay before Liu Yu and his team of scientists. During the first internal seminar in the Advanced Materials Laboratory, academician Zhang Jingshan wrote a series of complex chemical formulas and alloy compositions on the whiteboard with a solemn expression. His voice carried a weight that echoed through the large conference room, causing everyone to feel the pressure on their shoulders. "Manager Liu, colleagues, the technical data we possess is undoubtedly a generation ahead of the world. It is like a perfect treasure map, revealing to us the location of the treasure and even its form." However, academician Zhang sighed, pointing with a laser pen at the flawless 3D model of the F-119 engine's single crystal blade on the screen. "We lack the most crucial tool to excavate this treasure: high-quality raw materials. It's hard for a skilled cook to make a meal without rice. He explained in detail, to create this item, we need rhenium and ruthenium with an ultra-high purity of 99.9999, as well as specially formulated nickel-based master alloys. These materials are in themselves strategic embargoed items, with Western countries guarding against us like thieves. The existing industrial system in our country, although able to produce some materials, fails to meet the stringent standards required by the blueprints in terms of purity, impurity control, and consistency of crystal structure. Using our current materials for production is akin to building a skyscraper with ordinary bricks. The only outcome is collapse. His gaze turned to Professor Sun Yifei, the head of the Precision Optics Laboratory. Professor Sun's lithography machine lens requires a special optical glass substrate with a thermal expansion coefficient close to 0. This glass, known as zero material, has a manufacturing process that is a closely guarded secret of German shot and Japanese HOY. What they sell to us is always a cut-down second-rate version, and they tightly restrict us. And then there's the nuclear fusion field we are set to venture into. Academician Zhang concluded with increasing gravity. The first wall materials inside the reactor need to withstand temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees and intense neutron irradiation, requiring us to start from scratch to develop entirely new tungsten-based alloys and liquid metal cooling technologies. All of this points to one conclusion: without top-tier materials that we can control ourselves, these grand blueprints will forever remain mere blueprints, just paintings hanging on walls, illusions that we can see but not touch. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Everyone understood that materials science is the cornerstone of all modern industry. Without a solid foundation, no matter how grand the building, it cannot be established. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped everyone's heart. I understand. Liu Yu calmly broke the silence, his eyes showing no sign of distress, but rather gleaming with a near-fervent light, as if the challenge before him was precisely the one he had longed for. Since others won't sell to us, we will build the world's top smelting center ourselves. We will not only create what they have, but also what they do not. This decision sounded nearly insane to anyone. Special metal smelting is a capital-intensive industry with extremely high technical barriers and long return cycles. Yet for Liu Yu, it was the necessary path to his technological empire, the foundation of foundations. He immediately approved the Feiyu Special Materials and Advanced Smelting Center project in the second phase of the industrial park's planning, with an unlimited investment amount. This time he no longer needed to go abroad to hunt. During his travels in Europe and Japan, he had already utilized the system to fully analyze and store the technologies of world-class smelting and precision processing equipment, including the vacuum arc remelting furnace from Germany's Krupp, the regional refining and purification equipment from Japan's Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and the single crystal silicon growth furnace from Shin-Etsu Chemical. Liu Yu packaged these system-optimized technical materials, anonymously disguising them as top-secret documents obtained from the Overseas Chinese Scientists Alliance, and handed them to Wang Debao. Wang Debao immediately organized the country's top metallurgical experts and equipment manufacturing companies for digestion, absorption, and reverse engineering. The technical materials provided by Manager Liu from anonymous overseas experts are simply a stroke of genius. It's like a celestial script, a holy Bible. The chief engineer in charge of the project, an elderly expert in his 60s, was so excited upon seeing the blueprints that he became incoherent, his hands trembling. It not only resolves our long-standing technical bottlenecks in vacuum control and temperature gradients, but also optimizes energy consumption and yield by at least 15 compared to the most advanced foreign equipment we know. This is like feeding the answer right into our mouths. With strong funding and top-notch technology backing it, a modern steel fortress covering thousands of acres, integrating ultra-high purity, metal smelting, special alloy forging, single crystal growth, and precision heat treatment, rose dramatically in the heart of the industrial park. What it will emit from its chimney is not pollution, but the most solid industrial blood that drives the entire technological empire to operate at high speed. Its sole goal is to produce special alloys, aviation-grade single crystal materials, ultra-high purity, single crystal silicon, and high-temperature superconducting materials that pave the way for the dream of future nuclear fusion, all of which exceed foreign standards. When the first batch of polycrystalline silicon ingots produced by Feiyu reaches a purity of 999.999 emits a captivating deep luster akin to the stars of the universe in the ultra-clean workshop, academician Zhang, touching that cold and perfect crystal, wept with joy, realizing that from this moment on the history of Longhua being constrained in the field of cutting-edge materials would be forever gone. At that moment, Liu Yu stood atop the highest control tower of the smelting center, overlooking this forest. The hardest armor and the sharpest spear have already begun to be forged. Next, he plans to use these top-tier materials to ignite the flame of life that belongs to Anya and all of humanity. The cornerstone of materials has been laid, and Liu Yu's gaze immediately turned towards the field that haunted his dreams and bore a heavy mission: life sciences. In the most serene and secure area of the industrial park, the building of the Feiyu Life Science Center has quiet. It does not boast towering heights. The exterior is covered with a special bionic material that can regulate light and heat, resembling a stable white fortress quietly guarding humanity's most fragile hopes. Liu Yu understood deeply that unlike cold machines and materials, research in life sciences relies more on top-notch intellect, boundless imagination, and a compassionate heart. He personally took the lead with an almost 3 visits to the thatched cottage Sincerity, recruiting a group of the most passionate and talented young scientists from major medical schools, biological laboratories, and gene research centers across the country. Many of them had felt constrained due to limited research funding or rigid systems. Leading this team is the idealistic young scholar Dr. Chenwei. She turned down a tenure-track offer from a prestigious overseas laboratory simply because Liu Yu told her during the interview, "What I need is not a machine that churns out papers, but an angel who can save lives." At the center's founding conference, Liu Yu did not utter any hollow slogans. He directly displayed Anya's medical file and a small photo of her with an innocent smile on the massive holographic screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our center's first and most important mission." Liu Yu pointed to the red mark on the screen representing the COL4A5 gene defect, his voice heavy: Alport syndrome, a terminal illness written in the genes. Behind it is a 12-year-old girl who has just lost her father. Her father sacrificed himself as a hero to protect me and all the technologies that allow us to stand here today. I promised his spirit in heaven that I would cure his daughter. He scanned every young scientist present, his eyes filled with expectation. "What I need is not a conventional treatment plan, nor drugs that merely delay the disease. What I want is a cure. To rewrite the erroneous code in her genes. I will provide you with unlimited funding, the world's most advanced equipment, and absolute research freedom. All I want is one result: to let this girl run in the sunlight like a normal child." To fulfill this promise, Liu Yu activated his golden finger once again. He utilized the system to provide the center's engineering department with the complete technical data of the most advanced third-generation gene sequencers, ultra-high-resolution cryo-electron microscopes, fully automated protein analysis workstations, and other top-tier equipment, which he had scanned and analyzed at major medical centers and equipment exhibitions in Europe and America. In just 3 months, a top-tier biological laboratory leading the world by at least 5 years in hardware rose up in the mountain city. Dr. Chenwei, following Liu Yu's directives, divided the center's research direction into 3 major parts and assigned them mythically colored code names: Athena Project, the core goal, directly targeting Alport syndrome. The team will utilize the latest CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology combined with AI-assisted target prediction, aiming to achieve precise repair of the COL4A5 gene in vitro cells and animal models. This is almost akin to playing God, with every step taken on thin ice. Prometheus Project, a more grand and challenging battlefield targeting cancer. The team will simultaneously tackle various directions, including immunotherapy, CAR-T-targeted drugs, and cancer stem cells, attempting to find the key that can completely end the king of diseases. Liu Yu's goal is to make cancer as manageable as a common cold. Evolution Laboratory, this is the most confidential and cutting-edge research direction of the entire center. Its research content has exceeded the scope of traditional medicine, involving controversial topics such as brain-computer interfaces, consciousness uploading, and even the quantum nature of the soul. Liu Yu understood that the ultimate goal of technology must touch upon the essence of life and consciousness, which is both Pandora's box and could possibly be a staircase to eternity. As the Feiyu Life Science Center diligently commenced research, Li Weining also infused a warm force into this great cause in her own way. In her personal capacity, she invested $1 billion to establish the Anya Angel Fund and personally took on the role of chairperson. The fund's sole purpose is to provide full medical assistance to all children across the nation suffering from rare diseases, but whose families cannot bear the exorbitant treatment costs. Anya is unfortunate, but she is also lucky because she has us. At the foundation's launch ceremony, Li Weining faced the media camera, tears shimmering in her eyes, her voice gentle yet resolute. "I once asked Liu Yu why he was doing all this. He told me that if technology lacks warmth, it is merely a pile of cold machines. I hope this foundation can be like a light illuminating those children forgotten in the corners, just like Anya." Feiyu Technology is conquering the fortress of technology ahead, while we guard the warmth of life from behind. This action earned Feiyu Technology unprecedented social reputation and public goodwill. What people saw was no longer a cold, unfeeling tech giant, but a great enterprise filled with warmth, responsibility, and compassion. The lights of the Life Science Center shone brightly through the night, with countless young scientists burning their youth and wisdom here. They understood that what they held in their hands might be the key to unlocking Pandora's box. But they believed even more firmly that under the right guidance this key could also open a new future without terminal illnesses where life could continue forever. And all of this began with the girl lying in the hospital bed still filled with desire for the world. Her name is Anya. As the technological empire in the mountain city was flourishing, Liu Yu's heart remained burdened by a vast and desolate realm. The secret base codenamed Cradle hidden deep within the western Gobi Desert. Here was the true starting point for him to realize his ultimate dream, to break free from the Earth's gravity and venture into the stars and the sea. Accompanied by Chun Hongba and a security team composed of the elite personnel from Feiyu Security, he arrived for the first time at the Cradle base, landing on an independent airport runway stretching 4,000 meters capable of accommodating any large strategic transport aircraft. Stepping out of the aircraft, they were greeted by the dry and scorching winds of the Gobi along with an expansive, awe-inspiring landscape. The sky was as blue as a pure gemstone, and sunlight poured down without obstruction, causing the distant horizon to shimmer with distorted heat waves. The base's commander, a retired general with a star on his shoulder, sun-kissed skin, and a composed demeanor, had long awaited their arrival. "Mr. Liu, welcome to Cradle." The general shook Liu Yu's hand firmly, his eyes filled with curiosity and respect for this young legendary figure. "I am the commander here, Zhou Jinghua. To be honest, we old folks have guarded this place for most of our lives, never imagining that one day it would be handed over to someone so young." Under the general's guidance, Liu Yu and his party switched to a military off-road vehicle and drove into the core area of the base. Aside from the airport and a few well-camouflaged barracks, there were hardly any visible structures. The true secrets lay hidden beneath the thick layers of rock beneath their feet. Through a giant elevator capable of accommodating a main battle tank, they descended hundreds of meters underground, revealing a vast complex resembling an underground city. Here, air circulation, temperature control, and material reserves were all fully equipped, fortified enough to withstand a nuclear strike of tens of millions of tons. The walls of the corridor were thick with reinforced concrete, the overhead lights bright and soft with a unique scent of oil and earth in the air. This is the energy core of the base. General Zhou led them to a massive circular gate several meters thick and forged from special alloys. A small military pressurized water reactor can provide continuous energy supply for 50 years. Since its completion, the fire has never been extinguished. The gate slowly opened, and a rush of warm air tinged with the scent of ozone met them. The internal space was vast, filled with an intricate network of pipes and control panels, exuding a hardcore industrial aesthetic. Liu Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to the spent fuel rod cooling pool located beside the reactor. It was a massive pool, dozens of meters deep, with crystal-clear water that emanated a strange, yet beautiful blue glow, the Cherenkov radiation produced by high-energy particles traversing through the water. Rows of replaced nuclear waste rods containing toxic and highly radioactive materials lay quietly at the bottom of the pool, like ancient beasts sealed away, awaiting a long and hopeless decay. "Are these the nuclear waste?" Liu Yu feigned curiosity as he approached the cooling pool, inquiring about the related processing procedures from General Zhou. With so many, it must be quite troublesome to handle right. Just as he was within 5 meters of the edge of the cooling pool, a system notification sounded explosively in his mind. Ding. Detected new item: high-level radioactive spent fuel rods containing multiple transuranic elements and fission products, such as plutonium-239, americium-241, and technetium-99. Recovery can yield 100,000 points. Duplication requires 200,000 points. 100,000 points. Just for one. Liu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he gazed at the pool filled with spent fuel rods, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a new continent. This is not nuclear waste. This is clearly an inexhaustible treasure trove of points. General Zhou sighed. It's more than troublesome, it's a riddle without an answer. The conventional approach internationally is either deep geological burial or investing heavily in vitrification for secure storage. Not only is it costly, but it also leaves a safety hazard for thousands of years for future generations. Our country is fortunate. We have enough land to find a place to bury it. In countries like Dongying, a small nation, they're running out of places to store nuclear waste, which is why they dare to discharge treated nuclear wastewater into the ocean, making the whole world pay the price. Dongying. Nuclear wastewater. A bolt of lightning struck through Liu Yu's mind, and an incredibly bold and grand plan began to rapidly take shape. He then asked, "General, with our current level of technology, how far are we from achieving controllable nuclear fusion?" General Zhou forced a smile and replied, "Controllable nuclear fusion is the ultimate holy grail of energy for humanity. While we can already achieve plasma confinement at hundreds of millions of degrees in our laboratory, optimistic estimates suggest we still have at least 20 years before true commercial application. The greatest challenge lies in balancing material and the energy input-output ratio Q value. In simple terms, the energy required to ignite exceeds what is produced, making it an unprofitable venture. 20 years is too long. Liu Yu's gaze shifted back to the blue abyss, yet his heart was already looking towards the distant starry sky. He understood that traditional chemical energy rockets could never support true interstellar travel. To spread humanity's footprints across the solar system and venture into the deeper cosmos, nuclear fusion power was the only answer. I've made my decision. Liu Yu turned to Wang Debao, and Chun Hongbao beside him, his voice low, but filled with undeniable resolve. Feiyu Technology's next core objective is to establish a world-class nuclear fusion laboratory at the Cradle Base. I will ignite our own artificial sun within 2 years. I want the future Feiyu spacecraft to be equipped with our self-developed nuclear fusion engines. This declaration made everyone present gasp in shock. Even the seasoned General Zhou was stunned into silence. If previous targets like lithography machines and aircraft engines were still within reach, controllable nuclear fusion was almost a forbidden domain of myth. However, looking into Liu Yu's calm and confident eyes, no one doubted that he was merely boasting. This man had created too many miracles, and achieving this one was not impossible. As he left the nuclear power station, Liu Yu glanced back at the silent cooling pool, already having made up his mind. He not only aimed to solve his own energy problem, but also to address the world's nuclear waste issue, using this unwanted garbage to accumulate the first and most crucial seed capital for his dream of stars and the sea. He intended to have nuclear power stations around the world generate power for his dream. Upon returning to the mountain city, Liu Yu immediately submitted a secret report titled A Commercial Proposal for a Comprehensive Solution to Global Nuclear Waste and Pollution Issues through exclusive communication channels. In the report, he did not reveal his true intention of exchanging nuclear waste for points, but instead packaged it as a revolutionary technology exclusively mastered by Feiyu Technology, capable of harmlessly processing and resourcefully utilizing highly radioactive nuclear waste. He claimed that this technology could transform long-lived radioactive isotopes in spent fuel rods into stable, harmless, short-lived isotopes, and a substantial amount of usable industrial thermal energy through a process of controlled particle annihilation. Based on this technology, I propose that our country take the lead in presenting a plan to the world, especially to the East Japan, to process the nuclear wastewater generated from the Fukushima nuclear accident and to store nuclear waste safely. Liu Yu wrote in the report, "We can charge exorbitant processing fees, which will not only generate enormous economic benefits for our country, but also allow us to occupy the moral high ground internationally, demonstrating our responsibility as a major power." This is not merely a commercial act, but a superb diplomatic maneuver. This report, along with several forged processing comparison analysis charts filled with complex data models created by Feiyu Laboratory, was quickly placed on the desk of the higher-ups. After reviewing the report, the higher-ups pondered for a moment and summoned the heads of the Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Energy for discussion. This proposal sounds like a fairy tale. The head of the Ministry of Energy frowned. Controlled particle annihilation. This has already surpassed our current understanding of physics. But Comrade Liu Yu, he has created too many miracles. The head of the Foreign Ministry saw the immense value in it regardless of the authenticity of the technology. The proposal itself is a sharp diplomatic sword. If we extend a helping hand, and if the East Japan accepts, we will gain both fame and fortune. If they refuse, then their actions of discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean will not hold water in terms of international law and morality. The whole world will see their selfishness and irresponsibility. Ultimately, the higher-ups decided, let's give it a try. Let the diplomats knock on the door and see whether the ones behind it are friends or wolves. The national diplomatic level immediately took action, formally conveying this proposal to the East Japan through official channels. When the news reached Tokyo, the East Japan cabinet and senior officials of Tokyo Electric Power Company reacted not with surprise, but with extreme vigilance and suspicion. The Dragon Kingdom claims they can harmlessly process nuclear waste. This is impossible. Absolutely. At an emergency meeting at the Prime Minister's residence, the Minister of Economy and Industry scoffed, waving his arms vigorously. This must be their conspiracy. They must have mastered some technique we do not know about that can efficiently extract weapon-grade plutonium-239 from spent fuel rods. They want to use our nuclear waste to expand their nuclear arsenal. This is nuclear extortion against us. Exactly. The Foreign Minister echoed, his eyes dark. We must not fall for it. We would rather discharge processed nuclear wastewater into the Pacific Ocean for the whole world to share than hand over our country's strategic resources to them. This is a national security issue. We must inform our American allies of this matter and stay vigilant against the Dragon Kingdom's new conspiracy. This rhetoric, filled with arrogance, prejudice, and paranoia, quickly became the mainstream opinion among the East Japan elite. Ultimately, the East Japan side arrogantly rejected the Dragon Kingdom's good intentions through diplomatic channels, publicly declaring that they are fully capable and have the technology to independently handle the subsequent issues from Fukushima while secretly accelerating their plans to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea. This outcome was completely anticipated by Liu Yu. What he wanted was not the agreement of the East Japan, but to release a signal to the world through this rejection: we have the capability to solve the century-old problem of nuclear waste. Indeed, the foolish rejection from East Japan triggered an entirely different reaction on the other side. The La Hague nuclear waste processing plant in the Gallus region, as Europe's largest nuclear waste transit station, has accumulated tens of thousands of tons of highly radioactive spent fuel rods from across Europe for decades. How to permanently deal with these nuclear phantoms has always been the most troublesome issue for the Gallus government. When the chairman of the Gallus Atomic Energy Commission learned from intelligence sources about the Dragon Kingdom's proposal and the East Japan's rejection, he was so excited that he nearly jumped out of his chair. "My God," he roared at his assistant, "foolish East Japanese. They treat a gold mine as garbage. They have rejected an opportunity that could save their country's reputation. Quick, contact our ambassador to the Dragon Kingdom immediately. Oh, I want to speak directly with them. At all costs, we must seize this opportunity." Subsequently, the long-troubled John Bull and the eager Tosh, the massive nuclear burden left by the former Soviet Union, the Great Russia, also moved quickly, dispatching the highest-level delegations to secretly fly to the capital. An international cooperation negotiation surrounding nuclear waste processing reached an unprecedented speed. Gallus, John Bull, Great Russia, and other established nuclear power countries signed a 30-year long-term cooperation agreement with Feiyu Technology. They will pay exorbitant fees and be responsible for transporting their stored nuclear waste continuously to the cradle base located deep in the desert of the Dragon Kingdom, using specially designed transport ships and trains. In no time, several of the most mysterious and busiest shipping routes appeared on the global shipping map. Special cargo ships flying different national flags and heavily guarded gathered towards the same destination, laden with humanity's most dangerous garbage. Liu Yu returned to the cradle base once again, this time to collect goods. As the first batch of spent fuel rods from France, carefully packed in massive lead containers, was hoisted into the newly constructed receiving well at the base, Liu Yu stood in the observation room. A thought crossed his mind. System begin cleansing. Recovered 100 high radioactive spent fuel rods, gained 1,000 points. Recovered 2,000 cubic meters of medium-level radioactive liquid from the Sellafield processing plant in the UK, gained 5,000 points. Recovered reactor cores from decommissioned nuclear submarines in Russia, gained 1,500 points. The points panel of the system skyrocketed like it had boarded a rocket, soaring at an unprecedented and 20 million, 40 million, 60 million. In just 1 month, by processing this top-tier garbage from around the world, Liu Yu's system points surged past 80 million like a rolling snowball. Only a step away from the 100 million points needed to upgrade to level 4. The groundbreaking ceremony of Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park was like a thunderclap on a clear day, shaking the mountain city and sending a technological storm named Feiyu across every corner of the world through the lenses of hundreds of media outlets. However, the clamor and accolades from the outside world did not cause this newly born technological sanctuary to slow its pace in the slightest. In just 6 months after the groundbreaking ceremony, the first wafer fab miraculously rose with a speed that astounded all industry experts, completing the installation and debugging of all ultra-clean equipment within. Behind this feat was the relentless toil of the infrastructure team, led by Wang Debao, the full financial backing of Feiyu Technology, and the efficiency revolution brought by the construction management process, which Liu Yu developed by integrating the essence of the world's top wafer fab designs. In terms of photolithography technology, Liu Yu understood that one must eat rice one bite at a time and walk the road step by step. He did not rush to challenge the 2 nanometers process limit acquired from ASML. Instead, he dismantled and digested the technical data and combined it with the comprehensive equipment technologies recorded in the system from Japan and Germany, establishing a relatively conservative yet extremely prudent production target to conquer the 5 nanometers process and achieve large-scale high-yield production. But this was merely the skeleton of manufacturing. Liu Yu's ambition extended far beyond becoming a simple chip foundry. He aimed to set standards and define the future. To this end, he personally took charge, drawing the top chip design team from the Future Electronics Research Institute to initiate a secret project codenamed Pangu, aimed at creating the world's strongest general-purpose chip. On this day in the Mountain City at the headquarters of Feiyu Technology, a technical communication meeting, which was not publicly announced, but invited almost all mainstream domestic phone, computer, and server manufacturers, including the highest executives from Huawei, Dami, Blue Factory, Green Factory, and Meishiang, was taking place. The atmosphere in the venue was filled with anticipation and doubt. These giants, who had been fighting in the business world for years, simply could not imagine how a mysterious company that started from recycling waste could dare to claim it would disrupt the entire chip industry in just 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking the time to come to the Mountain City. Liu Yu stood at the center of the podium, his expression calm, but radiating an undeniable powerful aura. I know that many of you have borne the tremendous pressure of the chipless pain over the past few years. I invited you here today to tell you that from now on those days are gone forever. Without further ado, he gestured to the technical staff to display the test results on the large screen. On the screen, a chip rendering filled with futuristic technological aesthetics slowly rotated, accompanied by rows of performance parameters that could make everyone's heart stop. This is our self-developed first-generation general-purpose SoC, Feiyu Pangano 1. It utilizes our self-produced 5nm process technology, integrating our self-developed Tianshu CPU core and Yaoguang GPU core. According to our actual test data, Liu Yu pointed at the performance bar chart on the screen that surpassed all competing products in comprehensive performance. Pangano 1 is 35 stronger than Qualcomm's Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, the strongest Android flagship chip on the market, 20 stronger than Apple's latest A17 Pro. In terms of power consumption, it is 15 lower than the former two. More powerful performance, lower power consumption. A gasp of astonishment arose in the venue. Ren, the head of Huawei, an elder who had endured years of sanctions, instantly erupted with disbelief in his eyes. He understood better than anyone what these numbers meant. But that was not all. Pangano 1 is not just a mobile phone chip. Liu Yu's voice rang out again as the content on the screen switched. We also launched Pangano 1 Pro for PCs and Pangano 1 Max for servers and AI computing. The performance of Pangano 1 Pro completely surpasses the latest desktop processors from Intel and AMD, and for the first time we integrated a powerful AI processing unit into a PC chip capable of smoothly running large language models with parameters in the tens of billions locally. As for Pangano 1 Max, Liu Yu's tone carried a hint of pride. Its single-card FP16 computing power reaches 2 flops. This figure is twice the theoretical peak of NVIDIA's latest flagship H100, while our price is only half of theirs. If the previous news was an earthquake, this is a tsunami capable of overturning the entire technology. Lay, the head of DAMI, known for his cost-effectiveness, couldn't help but stand up from his seat, his eyes filled with fervor. Mr. Liu, are you suggesting that these chips are publicly sold open-source chips? Exactly, Liu Yu nodded. The Panga series will be compatible with all mainstream operating systems except for Apple's iOS. We will provide the most stable and powerful Chinese chip to all present, as well as to all global partners committed to technological innovation. We do not engage in monopolies or set barriers. We only hope to work together with everyone to create a prosperous new technological ecosystem that is independent and self-sufficient. These words shone like a ray of light, illuminating the hearts of all Chinese entrepreneurs long tormented by the pain of being choked. 3 days later, Feiyu Technology, in collaboration with dozens of domestic technology companies, held an unprecedented online product launch. When the terrifying performance of the Panga series chips was revealed, and the news that next-generation flagship products from Huawei, DAMI, and other brands would fully adopt Chinese chips was confirmed, the entire world was in an uproar. As the news spread, the global tech community felt as if an 8.0 earthquake had struck. On Wall Street, the stock prices of Qualcomm, NVIDIA, Apple, Intel, and AMD plummeted, evaporating nearly $1 trillion in market value in a single day, triggering a mini stock market crash in the tech sector. The U.S. Department of Commerce's phone lines were overwhelmed, and an emergency, closed-door meeting went on all night. 2 days later, a sternly worded sanctions bill was rapidly enacted, announcing that Feiyu Technology and all its affiliated companies would be placed on the most stringent entity list, and investigations into the technological sources of Feiyu Technology's photolithography machines would be initiated in conjunction with allies, prohibiting any company using U.S. technology from providing any products or services to Feiyu Technology. However, in response to this expected wrath, Feiyu Technology merely released a brief and calm announcement on its official website. Feiyu Technology expresses regret over the unreasonable sanctions from the U.S. side, but does not care. We hereby declare that all core technologies, key equipment, and raw materials of our company do not rely on any foreign supply chains and are fully self-sufficient. We welcome all forms of investigation, but we will reserve the right to take all necessary measures to retain. This announcement was filled with immense confidence, even carrying a hint of unabashed arrogance, once again causing a stir globally. Arrogant? Who do they think they are? God. Completely self-sufficient. That's bragging. Modern industry is a globalized system. No country can achieve complete independence. Just wait and see. Within 3 months, Feiyu will halt production due to a lack of a critical component or chemical reagent. The foreign social media was filled with skepticism and ridicule. But they did not know that what they mocked was an existence equipped with superpowers that they could not comprehend. As the outside world buzzed with discussions over Feiyu's strong response, the celebration banquet at Feiyu's headquarters was filled with laughter and joy. Liu Yu was toasting with Run Lei and other technology giants celebrating this historic victory. After the banquet, Chun Hongbao walked quickly to his side with a serious expression, handing over an encrypted tablet and lowering his voice. Mr. Liu, there is an emergency situation. Feiyu Security has just sent an alert. In the past week, we have discovered and marked at least 17 new suspected surveillance points from different national intelligence agencies around the perimeter of the industrial park. They are equipped with long-focus cameras, signal interception, and thermal imaging equipment. Liu Yu looked at the marked danger zones on the tablet, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The emergence of Feiyu technology was like a colossal magnet, attracting the attention of the entire world. Beneath the halo, countless undercurrents began to surge towards this inland mountain city. Job seekers, suppliers, academic exchange groups, investment investigation teams. Various visitors flooded into the Feiyu high-tech industrial park like a swarm of fish crossing a river. Among them were genuine talents with dreams, as well as cunning wolves in disguise, each harboring their own ulterior motives. An invisible war silently broke out at the physical and informational boundaries of the industrial park. Chun Hongbao and the security company he founded became the first and most solid line of defense in this. With the close cooperation and technical support of the national security team, a comprehensive defense system codenamed Sky-Net was rapidly constructed. This net was composed of vibration sensors buried deep underground, microwave radars covering the entire area, 360-degree high-definition cameras disguised as streetlights and plants, along with an AI early warning system capable of real-time analysis of all data streams entering and exiting the park. It was like a silent sentinel faithfully guarding the tranquility of this technological sanctuary. On this day, the Sky-Net system issued a high-level orange alert. The target of the alert was a top materials science PhD named James Lee. His resume was nothing short of a PhD graduate from MIT, mentored by a Nobel laureate. He had published several highly influential papers in Science and Nature and held multiple international patents on high-temperature alloys. He claimed to have responded to the call of Feiyu technology, resolutely giving up a lucrative position at a national laboratory in the United States to return home and contribute. During a month-long series of 7 rigorous professional interviews and technical defenses, he performed impeccably with his profound expertise, even earning praise from academician Zhang Jingshan, who strongly advocated for his recruitment as a deputy supervisor for a core project. However, just as the final round of background checks was about to issue an offer letter, the liaison officer of the national security team sent Chun Hongbao an encrypted AI analysis report. The target, James Lee, had no flaws in all the public information and social media profiles submitted. However, our AI Tianyan system, after conducting ultra-high-resolution magnification and multidimensional data analysis on a photo he posted 5 years ago on social media, identified a military pickup truck with a blurred license plate in the reflection of his friend's sunglasses. Through cross-referencing the model paint job geographic location and time of the photo, we eventually identified it as a logistics vehicle from the Air Force Base, known as Area 53 in Nevada. Why would an ordinary materials science PhD appear near the most mysterious military restricted zone in the United States? The conclusion is clear: his identity is forged. He is a highly trained senior operative from the CIA's Technical Infiltration Department. Upon receiving the report, Chun Hongbao calmly forwarded the analysis to Wang Debao. The next day, when James Lee confidently arrived at Feiyu Technology to sign a labor contract with a salary reaching 8 digits, he was met not by the HR director, but by several expressionless national security personnel. In his astonished gaze, the leading national security officer displayed the magnified photo of the sunglasses reflection on the screen and calmly stated, "Mr. Lee, or should I call you Agent Phillips of the CIA? It seems you've forgotten that sunglasses can reflect." At the same time, far away in Europe, Li Waning was also encountering a carefully woven gentle trap. At a high-end luxury goods gala held in Paris, a French noble named Etienne de Beaumont launched a fervent. Etienne was charming and eloquent, with a family history tracing back to the Bourbon dynasty, and he was also a somewhat notable art collector. He showed great admiration and infatuation for Li Waning, presenting her with expensive gifts and inviting her to his family's castle to sample rare wines. However, the overseas intelligence team of Feiyu Security captured an unusual clue from an encrypted email Etienne sent to the gallery manager. After decrypting and correlating the information through the Sky-Net system, they discovered that this so-called gallery manager was actually a senior operational commander from the French General Directorate for External Security. Moreover, Etienne's family castle had once served as a secret training base for the Directorate during the Cold War. "He is not pursuing you, he is hunting you." Liu Yu, during a video call with Li Waning, presented her with this investigation report stating, "Their target is clear. By controlling you, they aim to pressure me or directly extract intelligence about the core secrets of Feiyu technology from you." Li Waning looked at Liu Yu's serious and concerned face on the video call, feeling a wave of fear, which was quickly replaced by warmth. Yet she couldn't help but half-jokingly retort, "Oh, aren't you at all worried that I might really be captivated by that handsome French noble? I've heard that you have quite a few young and beautiful female scientists and assistants surrounding you in the mountain city lake." On the other end of the video, Liu Yu visibly froze at her words, and then a barely noticeable mixture of tension and possessive jealousy flickered across his face. "Impossible. You are mine." This spontaneous declaration left both of them stunned. A hint of awkwardness lingered in the air, yet it was intertwined with an indescribable sweetness. When Li Waning returned to the mountain city after finishing her business in Europe, all words became superfluous as she entered Liu Yu's villa located at the top of Xian Terrace. The long-awaited feelings of missing each other, the tacit understanding forged through life and death, and the emotions that had already taken root in their hearts erupted entirely at that moment. Liu Yu embraced her tightly, silencing all her words with a deep and passionate kiss. From the entrance to the living room, and then to the soft bedclothes were strewn everywhere. The gentle moonlight outside flowed into the room, illuminating their entwined silhouettes. That night, they finally broke through the last line of defense, surrendering themselves to each other completely and without reservation. The next morning, Li Waning lay in Liu Yu's strong embrace, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on her smooth back. She lazily caressed Liu Yu's chest and softly asked, "What do we call our relationship now?" Liu Yu lowered his head, kissed her forehead, his eyes filled with affection, yet tinged with a hint of deep-seated remorse. "Waning, you are the most important person in my life. However," he paused, his voice becoming solemn, "my goal is that vast sea of stars. Before I break free from this planet's gravity, I don't want to be bound by marriage and family. I fear I cannot give you a stable promise." Li Waning raised her head, looking into his eyes that seemed to hold the entire universe, and instead of disappointment, a knowing and loving smile appeared on her face. "I knew it all along," she said softly. "From the moment you burned that sacred toilet in Tokyo, from the moment you decided to challenge the terminal illness for Anya, I knew you were no ordinary person. You belong to the sky, to the future. I won't bind you. I will stand behind you, helping you protect this land on which you rely to take flight. As long as you need me, I will always be here." This profound understanding and support filled Liu Yu with endless emotion and strength. He knew he had found a soul mate who could gaze at the stars alongside him. On Liu Yu's suggestion, after careful consideration, Li Waning entrusted Li's jewelry to a professional manager, dedicating herself to serve as Liu Yu's secretary and assistant. At a time when external forces led by the United States were trying every means to infiltrate Feiyu Tech, Liu Yu was at the deepest part of the cradle base beside the enormous nuclear waste receiving well that resembled an underground palace, conducting his final cleanup before promotion. Over the past 6 months, he had been like an indefatigable cosmic janitor, almost taking on half of the world's nuclear waste processing business. Endless top-tier nuclear waste from around the globe was transported to this remote Gobi Desert, then transformed into rapidly fluctuating points on his system panel. Today, as the last batch of spent fuel rods sealed in enormous lead containers from the Sellafield processing plant in the UK was slowly hoisted into the receiving well, he knew that the door to a higher dimensional power was about to open for him. He stood behind the thick radiation-resistant observation window, his mind as calm as water, giving the final command to the system. "System, recover." In silence, those toxic wastes capable of withering any life were instantaneously devoured by an invisible maw, vanishing without a trace. The notification sound of the system echoed in his mind, playing the final and most magnificent victory song. Recovered high radioactive spent fuel rods 50, gained 500 points. Current total points 9827540. 9927540, 10327540. Ding. Current points have reached 100000. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Here it comes. Liu Yu had waited too long for this moment. He took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming joy about to burst forth from within, and without hesitation roared in his heart. Upgrade. System upgrading. Energy core reconstruction. Data structure optimization. Permission unlocking. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. The system has been upgraded to level 4. The brand new system panel was simple, yet powerful. Host Liu Yu system level 4 points needed for next level 10 billion portable space, 50505012. 5 million cubic meters. Points, 3275440 space operation distance, 10 meters core functions, retained level 3 functions, added optimization guidance. Optimization guidance can conduct in-depth diagnostics on any non-living items. Already scanned. The system will automatically identify all defects, redundancies, material mismatches, and process bottlenecks in its design, marking them in high contrast. Simultaneously, the system will provide multiple dimensions of precise improvement suggestions and optimization plans based on existing physical laws and the technology library mastered by the host. The The space expanded to an astonishing 1250 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a standard sports stadium, enough to accommodate a small destroyer. The operational distance was also increased to 10 meters, meaning he could operate from farther away and more discreetly. But all of this was secondary. What truly made Liu Yu's heart race was the brand new core function, optimization guidance. If Level 3's information analysis allowed him to learn to understand the language of all creations in this world, then Level 4's optimization guidance endowed him with the ability to modify and perfect these languages, making them even more exquisite. He was no longer just a copier and learner. He would become an innovator endowed with supreme wisdom. Liu Yu couldn't wait to test this extraordinary function. He immersed his mind into the system's historical items list, precisely locking onto the complete technical information of the ASML 2 nanometers EUV lithography machine, which represented the pinnacle of human industrial technology. System activate optimization guidance for this item. The moment the command was given, the incredibly complex and precise dynamic 3D model of the lithography machine reappeared in his mind. But this time, a revolutionizing change occurred on the model. Dense star-like red warning marks flashed crazily on the model's key components, each mark representing a design flaw or potential risk that the system identified, which existing human technology could not resolve. Meanwhile, streams of soft green data flowed out from these red marks like wise vines, pointing to the precise and specific optimization suggestions that emerged beside them. Defect warning: the CO2 laser array in the EUV light source system has a 3.2 energy leakage and thermal runaway risk. Optimization suggestion: improve the laser resonator design using Feiyu Zhu Rong No. 2 new high-temperature resistant ceramic as the mirror substrate, which can increase energy conversion efficiency by 7 and completely eliminate the risk of thermal runaway. Defect warning: the magnetic levitation drive system of the dual workpiece stage has a minor positioning error of 0.8 nanometers during ultra-high acceleration motion. Optimization suggestion: introduce a real-time prediction and compensation algorithm based on the Feiyu No. 1 quantum computer, which can reduce the positioning error to below 0.1 nanometer. Hundreds of thousands of optimization suggestions surged in Liu Yu's mind like a waterfall, each directly targeting the core, each one revolutionary. He felt as if he were standing on the shoulders of giants, gazing down at the crystallization of human wisdom from an unprecedented height, clearly seeing all its imperfections. However, when his gaze finally fell upon the optical system at the core of the lithography machine, composed of 13 massive mirrors, one optimization suggestion from the system struck him like a lightning bolt, making his heart skip a beat. Major material defect: the substrate material, ultra-low thermal expansion glass ULE used in the current optical lens group, will undergo irreversible and slow degradation under long-term exposure to high-intensity extreme ultraviolet light UV, causing nanometer-level deformations on the mirror surface, severely affecting equipment lifespan and long-term precision. Ultimate optimization direction: it is recommended to replace the substrate material with single crystal diamond. Single crystal diamond possesses an almost zero thermal expansion coefficient, unparalleled thermal conductivity, and structural stability, making it theoretically the most perfect material for the substrate of UV mirrors. Single crystal diamond. To use the hardest and purest substance on Earth to create the lens that carries the light of human technology. In the cradle base deep underground in the isolated strategic command room, time seemed to have lost all meaning. Liu Yu had locked himself in here for a whole week. He neglected sleep and food, immersing himself entirely in the vast sea of knowledge brought by the Level 4 system known as optimization guidance. He was like a child who had just received the most magical Lego blocks in the world, filled with infinite possibilities. With near-obsessive fervor, he began a secret, revolutionary, and comprehensive upgrade and reconstruction of all the core technologies he had in his hands. The first item he picked up was the design blueprint for a laboratory rocket engine. He pulled up the design and activated the optimization guidance. In an instant, the complex models of the turbine, compressor, and combustion chamber on the screen were covered with dense red defect marks. Structural redundancy: the design of the high-pressure turbine disc is overly conservative, resulting in a dead weight of 15. Optimization suggestion: use high-strength alloys and redesign the internal structure using topology optimization algorithms to reduce weight by 18 while maintaining strength, significantly enhancing the thrust-to-weight ratio. Process bottleneck: the directional solidification process of the existing single crystal blades has uneven cooling rates, leading to microscopic lattice defects at the base of the blades, which pose significant risks of fatigue fracture in the engine. Optimization suggestion: introduce magnetic field-assisted gradient cooling technology and optimize the spiral angle of the cooling holes to increase the lifespan of the blades by 200. Low combustion efficiency. The dual-mode scramjet engine experiences combustion instability near the optimization suggestion. Add a set of AI-controlled microplasma igniters that conduct nanosecond-level precise ignition based on real-time airflow parameters, which could increase combustion efficiency by 12 and completely resolve thrust fluctuation issues. As Liu Yu proposed one precise optimization plan after another, Wang Debao and the chief rocket designer were left dumbfounded. They felt that the design their team had spent months perfecting seemed so shallow and naive in the face of this titan. It was hard to imagine which team in the world could design such a perfect engine. Without pause, Liu Yu called up designs for photolithography machines, chips, and nuclear fusion reactors. Every creation representing the pinnacle of human wisdom revealed its inherent imperfections, constrained by the era and materials under the scrutiny of the optimization guidance. The system was like an all-knowing top-tier mentor, providing perfect and essence-focused solutions to every problem. When he turned his gaze toward the nuclear fusion experimental pile that was about to begin construction, the system's guidance stirred his emotions. Design flaw. The current shaped cross-section design of the tokamak device, while effectively constraining plasma, still subjects the diverter target plates to significant thermal loads and particle bombardment during prolonged operation, which is a core bottleneck limiting the lifespan of the reactor. Optimization direction 1. Material upgrade. Use a new tungsten-based composite material for the diverter target plates and introduce a liquid lithium circulating cooling system, which could increase their lifespan by 5 times. Optimization direction 2. Revolutionary design. Abandon the tokamak and adopt a stellarator configuration. By designing extremely complex non-axisymmetric three-dimensional magnetic field coils, fundamentally resolve the issues of plasma rupture and escape to achieve true steady state and sustainable operation. Note, this scheme requires extreme precision in the processing of magnetic field coils and control algorithms, necessitating powerful computing capabilities to be realized. Looking at these avant-garde optimization plans, Liu Yu felt that what he held in his hands were no longer cold technical blueprints, but blocks filled with infinite possibilities akin to God blocks from the future. He knew that as long as he was given enough time, he could use these blocks to build a grand technological temple truly ahead of this era, even surpassing human imagination. He encrypted and packaged all the optimized technical plans by category, then distributed them through exclusive channels to various core laboratories in Shanxing and the Cradle Base. When academician Zhang Jingshan saw the new formula that could elevate the performance of the Zhurong series alloys to another level, he excitedly pounded the table, shouting, "Heaven bless China." When academician He Chongshan saw the perfect magnetic field configuration design for the stellarator, he dismissed all meetings and locked himself in the laboratory for 3 days and nights, emerging with eyes sparkling like a supernova explosion. However, when Liu Yu turned his optimized gaze toward the technical data on the AAV gene vector that bore Anya's hope for life, the optimization guidance provided by the system made him feel unprecedented pressure and urgency. This was a design proposal for the viral vector's capsid protein. Structural defect. The current AAV viral vector, whose capsid protein is derived from natural viruses, although modified, still presents multiple antigen epitopes recognizable by the human immune system on its surface. After entering the human body, there is a 1/7 probability of triggering T-cell-mediated immune responses, leading to unpredictable and potentially fatal immune storms. This is the off-target risk and immunogenicity issue that all current gene therapies cannot eradicate. The optimization suggestion provided by the system was direct and revolutionary. Ultimate optimization suggestion: abandon the repair of the existing viral capsid and utilize the protein folding AI algorithm to design a brand new artificial capsid protein that does not exist in nature, with perfect biocompatibility and targeting. Through design, it can perfectly evade all known human immune recognition sites, while precisely binding only to specific receptors on the surface of renal podocytes, reducing the off-target risk to below 0.001, achieving absolutely safe gene delivery. This proposal is deemed perfect and is the ultimate holy grail in the field of gene therapy. However, the line of red annotation that immediately followed from the system made Liu Yu's heart sink. Note: completing the de novo design and folding simulation of this artificial capsid protein will require computational power beyond the total capacity of all known supercomputers on Earth. It is recommended to use quantum computers for computation. Everything had returned to the starting point. To save Anya, a quantum computer was essential. And to build a quantum computer, time was required. For Anya, lying in her hospital bed, the passage of time was a countdown to her life. In the Life Sciences Center within a P4-level ultra-clean biological laboratory, the air was so quiet that one could only hear the rhythmic buzzing of precision instruments akin to a heartbeat. Dr. Chun Wei and her team had been tirelessly working here for over 100 days and nights. Their faces bore the fatigue of prolonged sleepless nights, yet in each person's eyes burned an almost frenzied passion and desire for the truth of science. Thanks to the limitless investment from Feiyu Technology, the hardware here was considered the finest in the world. The third-generation gene sequencer optimized by the system could complete a whole genome sequencing task in 1 hour that previously took a week. The ultra-high-resolution cryo-electron microscope could clearly observe every atomic structure of protein molecules. Moreover, the fully automated cell culture and analysis workstation had completely liberated researchers from tedious repetitive tasks. More importantly, the avant-garde theoretical directions provided by Liu Yu were like lights illuminating a dark maze, guiding their research away from countless detours. Today marked the moment of the final test for the Athena project. On the experiment table, a laboratory mouse with a gene sequence highly homologous to the pathogenic gene of human Alport syndrome lay quietly in an incubator. In the past period, its kidney function indicators had continuously worsened with severely elevated urinary proteins and evident symptoms of uremia, putting its vital signs in jeopardy. Let's get started, Dr. Chunwei took a deep breath and issued the command to her assistant. The assistant carefully retrieved a small test tube containing a pale blue clear liquid from the ultra-low temperature freezer at -80 degrees. This test tube contained the crystallization of their countless efforts, a new gene therapy drug that had been deeply optimized after systematic information analysis, equipped with CRISPR-Cas 13D gene scissors utilizing adeno-associated virus AAV as a vector. This AAV vector was like a precisely programmed nanomissile capable of penetrating numerous physiological barriers to accurately target and enter the core functional unit of the kidney, the podocytes. The CRISPR gene scissors it carried would act like a highly skilled surgeon within the podocytes, locating the erroneous COL4A5 gene sequence, precisely cutting it away and replacing it with a correct healthy gene fragment. This was a miraculous surgery taking place in the microscopic world. Through intravenous injection, the agent carrying countless hopes was slowly pushed into the mouse's body. What followed was a long and agonizing wait. Over the next month, team members nearly worked around the clock, monitoring every vital sign of the mouse without a moment's rest. In the first week, there were no noticeable changes. In the second week, miracles began to unfold. Monitoring instruments showed that the mouse's urinary protein levels began to decrease at a visible rate, while key kidney function indicators, such as blood creatinine and blood urea nitrogen, miraculously began to return to normal values. After the third month, when the final test report was released, the entire laboratory erupted into thunderous cheers and tears of joy. The report indicated that all kidney function indicators of the experimental mouse had completely returned to the levels of healthy mice. To further confirm, the team performed a kidney biopsy on the mouse. Under the cryo-electron microscope, the pathology slices revealed a scene that left everyone breathless. Those glomerular basement membranes that had become disordered and riddled with holes due to genetic defects had now become smooth, intact, and structurally clear once more. The gene had been successfully repaired. We did it. Dr. Chunwei removed her goggles, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She and her team had truly played the role of God, pulling a life that had been sentenced to death back from the abyss. Liu Yu and Li Wanning rushed to the laboratory at the first opportunity. When they conveyed this exhilarating news to Anya lying on her hospital bed through the glass of the intensive care unit, this girl who had been bravely fighting against the disease revealed a radiant smile from the bottom of her heart for the first time. She wrote forcefully on the whiteboard in her delicate handwriting, "Thank you, Uncle, thank you, Aunt Wanning. Dad in heaven will surely be very happy." In her clear eyes, which resembled Andy's, the flames of hope ignited for the first time. Seeing the brilliant light in the girl's eyes, Liu Yu and Li Wanning exchanged smiles, and all their efforts felt infinitely worthwhile at that moment. However, before the celebration champagne could be opened, Dr. Chunwei, while reporting to Liu Yu, gravely pointed out a more severe challenge. "Mr. Liu, the success of animal experiments is only the first step of a long journey. There is a vast invisible chasm between mice and humans." On the holographic projection in the conference room, she displayed a complex simulation of the human immune system. "Our greatest challenge is ensuring that the AAV vector is not recognized as an invader by the complex immune system upon entering the human body, which could trigger uncontrollable and fatal immune storms. It is like a gamble. We are betting that the viral vector can deceive the sentinels of trillions of immune cells in the human body. And if we lose this bet, the consequences would be unimaginable." She paused, her tone becoming unusually serious. "To minimize risks, we need to conduct massive data. We need a machine with computational power far exceeding any existing supercomputer, capable of simulating every immune cell within a Nyas body and all possible outcomes of reactions with our viral vector under billions of potential sudden circumstances. Only then can we find the safest and most precise infiltration path. However, with our current technology, we are nowhere near achieving this level of computing power." Dr. Chun Wei's proposal presented an almost unsolvable computational bottleneck. It loomed like a new mountain obstructing the path to curing Inya. The computational bottleneck proposed by Dr. Chun Wei loomed like a dark cloud over the dawn of the. Even if all the top supercomputing centers around the globe were networked together, traditional supercomputers could not complete the vast task of simulating the complex interactions between billions of immune cells and viral carriers. This required a completely new form of power, one with an entirely different dimension of computation. Liu Yu knew it was time to unveil the most crucial and forward-thinking trump card in his plan. He made a surprising decision that caught everyone off guard to temporarily set aside all affairs in the mountain city, and along with Dr. Qian Lixing, the future head of the electronic laboratory, and a team of 30 of the country's top physicists, quantum information experts, and computer scientists board a flight to the Cradle Base in the Western Desert. When this group of scientists accustomed to dealing with data in their spring-like laboratories first set foot on the vast, desolate Gobi Desert, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The massive construction complex, buried several hundred meters underground, resembled a base of an alien civilization, hidden deep within the earth, filled with a sci-fi-like, awe-inspiring sense of mystery. In a gigantic underground cavern named Heavenly Work, which was the size of 10 basketball courts, Liu Yu revealed the true purpose of his visit to the brightest minds of the Dragon Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that Dr. Chun Wei's team has encountered an insurmountable obstacle due to the limitations of current computational power. Liu Yu's voice echoed clearly and powerfully in the empty cavern. And we have come here today to personally create the key that can break through this mountain. I have decided to simultaneously launch 2 god-level projects representing the highest technological standards of Feiyu technology at the Cradle Base. He pointed to one side of the cavern where a large experimental area with strong electromagnetic shielding and extreme low-temperature control capabilities had already been reserved. First, the heart of Panga project. He looked at Dr. Qian Lixing, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Dr. Qian, you and your team will construct a truly commercially viable superconducting quantum computer here using a theoretical document from overseas anonymous experts that I will provide. I have named it Feiyu No. 1. Its goal is not to be a laboratory toy with dozens or hundreds of quantum bits, but to achieve a stable, error-correcting computational power of at least 10,000 logical quantum bits. It will become the central brain of all our cutting-edge research projects, providing an endless and almost infinite computational capacity for breakthroughs in life sciences, materials science, and artificial intelligence. Dr. Qian Lixing and his team members suddenly felt their breaths quicken. The quantum computer, a futuristic technology that existed only in theory and preliminary experimental stages, was within their grasp to build a truly world-changing machine. For any physicist or computer scientist, this was the ultimate dream of a lifetime. Yet Liu Yu's ambitions clearly extended beyond this. He turned his gaze towards the other end of the cavern, where a much broader and deeper area awaited. Second, the Sun Chaser project. Liu Yu looked at an elderly gentleman in the team with graying hair and a dignified demeanor. He was academician He Chongshan, a luminary in the field of nuclear physics, invited through military channels by Wang Debao. Academician, he had dedicated his life to research on controllable nuclear fusion and was one of the founders of the National Artificial Sun Project. He Lao, Liu Yu said with great respect, I know you and your colleagues have spent your lives striving to ignite the ultimate energy flame for humanity. Today I hope Feiyu technology can give wings to the dream we share. I have decided to establish an independent nuclear fusion laboratory at the Cradle Base with you at the helm. Our only goal is to build a tokamak nuclear fusion experimental reactor capable of achieving an energy gain Q value greater than 10, which can be sustainably commercialized within 10 years. As soon as this goal was announced, the entire cavern fell into silence. If building a quantum computer was a challenge to the limits, constructing a commercially viable nuclear fusion reactor was almost a challenge to the divine. A look of disbelief flickered in academician He Chongshan's murky old eyes, and then he quickly walked up to Liu Yu, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Liu Yu, you are not joking, are you? Do you know what this entails? Liu Yu smiled and handed him an encrypted USB drive. He Lao, take a look. This is theoretical information I obtained from some special channels regarding a new spherical tokamak. Academician He Chongshan trembled as he inserted the USB drive into a nearby portable workstation. When the screen displayed that document filled with revolutionary physical models and complex magnetic confinement algorithms, he froze. He read greedily word by word like a thirsty traveler, discovering an oasis, muttering to himself, goodness, this magnetic field configuration is exquisite. It can actually use the plasma's own electric current to generate most of the confinement magnetic field, drastically reducing the reliance on external superconducting coils. And this dynamic feedback snake instability suppression algorithm. This is theoretically completely feasible. It It resolves all the fundamental issues we currently face with tokamak devices regarding energy efficiency and plasma escape. He suddenly looked up at Liu Yu, his eyes filled with unparalleled shock and fervor. Mr. Liu, this document is simply a textbook for the field of nuclear fusion. With it in 10 years. No, perhaps we only need 8 years, or even less. We can really. However, just as everyone was excited by this grand blueprint and bright future, the fervor on academician He Chongshan's face gradually cooled, replaced by a deep sense of worry. He pointed at a parameter regarding the plasma confinement container on the screen, frowning as he posed a critical question. Mr. Liu, this scheme is theoretically perfect, but its material requirements have reached an unprecedented and almost stringent level. Look here, to achieve such high-intensity plasma confinement, we need a special superconducting material that can simultaneously withstand ultra-high temperatures exceeding 200 million degrees and ultra-strong magnetic fields of up to 20 teslas to construct the reactor's inner wall and magnetic coils. Academician He Chongming's voice grew heavy as he shook his head, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. This material needs to possess both superconductivity and extreme resistance to high temperatures and radiation. Unfortunately, according to our current understanding, such materials do not exist on Earth. In the cradle base within the underground vault, resilient enough to withstand a nuclear strike. Academician He Chongshan's words, "This material does not yet exist on Earth," fell like a bucket of icy water mixed with shards of ice, extinguishing the newly ignited flames of the nuclear fusion dream. Dr. Qian Lixing and his quantum computing team fell into deep contemplation. They understood better than anyone that even the superconducting qubits in the ultra-low temperature dilution refrigerator required for building a quantum computer were tightly constrained by the limits of existing materials science. Without a revolutionary breakthrough in materials science, the blueprints in their hands, no matter how ingenious, would ultimately remain a mere illusion. The entire conference room was shrouded in a heavy gravitational field known as reality, suffocatingly oppressive. Just as this grave atmosphere was about to spread, the specially encrypted satellite phone placed on the conference table by Liu Yu suddenly rang urgently. The crisp ringtone echoed starkly in the silence. The call was from Wang Debao at the headquarters in Shanghai. The moment the call connected, Wang Debao's uncontainable and nearly breaking voice of joy surged through the waves, striking every person's eardrum. "President Liu, we succeeded. We succeeded." Liu Yu signaled for him to turn on the video call. The huge holographic screen in the conference room immediately displayed real-time footage from the Advanced Materials Laboratory in Shan City. In the footage, academician Zhang Jingshan and his usually serious disciples were celebrating joyously like a group of children who had just won the World Cup, surrounding a massive vacuum arc remelting furnace that had just stopped operating, cheering and jumping, with a few gray-haired engineers even embracing and weeping with joy. Wearing thick silver-glinted thermal gloves, academician Zhang personally controlled the robotic arm, carefully extracting a metal rod that still emitted a faint red warmth from the furnace, which presented a perfect single crystal structure. Under the lights, the metal rod shimmered with an ineffable profound luster, as if it contained endless power. "President Liu, academician He, Dr. Qian, colleagues." Academician Zhang spoke to the camera, his voice booming with excitement, each word resonating powerfully. "Just 10 minutes ago, we succeeded. With the miraculous optimization guidance provided by the anonymous overseas expert you referred to and the tireless efforts of our team over more than 500 sleepless nights, we have successfully developed the 6th-generation nickel-based single crystal alloy. We named it Zhurongno 1. The huge display screen behind him immediately synchronized to show the performance testing data of Zhurongno 1. The rows of golden shimmering numbers split the gloomy skies above the cradle base like bolts of divine. According to preliminary tests, Zhurongno 1 has a temperature tolerance stabilized at 1850 degrees Celsius. This is a full 150 degrees higher than the 5th-generation single crystal alloy used in the most advanced F-119 engine of the American F-22 Raptor. Its creep resistance and fatigue strength under simulated neutron irradiation conditions have completely surpassed the structural stability of any known aerospace material on Earth. This is exactly the perfect cornerstone we have been searching for. Academician He Chongshan suddenly rushed to the screen, almost pressing his face against it, staring intensely at the data. He could hardly dare to dream of his lips trembling, unable to utter a word in his excitement. A temperature difference of 150 degrees. To an ordinary person, this may just seem like a minor adjustment on an oven dial. But in the field of advanced materials, it represents a technological gap of 1 or even 2 generations. This means that from now on, in the core field of aerospace engines, known as the crown jewel of industry, the people of Longhua will no longer be mere followers, but leading pioneers. This not only signifies the ability to create engines with greater thrust, longer life, and higher reliability, but also means Academician Liu Yu's voice echoed calmly, yet filled with boundless confidence, breaking the silence in the room. Now using Zhurong No. 1 as a base supplemented with special ceramic coatings, and our developing liquid metal cooling technology, do you think it can withstand your artificial sun? Academician He Chongshan took a deep breath, slowly straightening up, a spark of unprecedented brilliance erupting in his murky old eyes. He nodded heavily, his voice resonating powerfully, as if he were making a solemn pledge. It can. Absolutely. President Liu, the issue of materials has been resolved. Our Sunchaser project can officially commence. A double success. Just as the scientists at the Cradle Base were rejoicing over the breakthrough in materials preparing to make strides in the field of nuclear fusion, Wang Debao's second piece of news ignited the atmosphere once again, plunging everyone into a state of blissful dizziness. President Liu, the Shan City Optoelectronics Technology Center, has also reported success. With the full support of the Tiangong series precision processing mother machines, our 3nm chip technology has also been successfully debugged, achieving a yield rate of over 92. The first batch of Huawei flagship phones equipped with the new 3nm Kirin chip has completed final testing and is ready for mass production. Wang Debao paused and threw out an even more explosive piece of news. At the same time, the new generation AI computing power chip we are manufacturing for Huawei, the Ascend 930, has also successfully rolled off the production line. According to our preliminary simulations and tests of Feiyu No. 1, its single-card FP16 computing power has reached an astonishing 3.5 flops. This figure means that Feiyu Technology's AI chip performance has achieved a leap of over one-fold in less than a year, completely leaving NVIDIA and the entire Western AI hardware industry far behind. A double happiness. From the heart of aerospace engines to the brain of the chip industry, and then to the spark of future energy, Feiyu Technology has made astonishing and revolutionary breakthroughs in almost all core areas that determine the direction of human civilization in just over a year. That evening, Liu Yu flew back to Shan City, and a grand celebration banquet was held in the brightly lit banquet hall of the Feiyu headquarters. All the scientists, engineers, and management gathered together, each face glowing with heartfelt pride, and they knew they were no longer mere bystanders in history, but rather the great craftsmen who were actively creating. Liu Yu raised his glass and approached academician Zhang Jingshan and Dr. Qian Lixing, sincerely saying, "Old Zhang Dr. Qian, everyone, Feiyu's achievements today would not be possible without the wisdom and hard work of each of you. I raise my glass to you all." At that moment of celebration, however, Liu Yu had already begun to sketch a grander and more distant blueprint in his heart. The resources of Earth are finite and human conflicts are endless. The true future lies within the profound and tranquil sea of stars. It is time to take that first step, breaking free from gravity for Feiyu Technology, for oneself, and for the future of all humanity. The champagne bubbles celebrating the historic breakthroughs of the Panga chip and Zhurong alloy have yet to fully dissipate, and Feiyu Technology's strategic focus has resolutely and rapidly shifted towards the vast and desolate depths of outer space. Liu Yu understands that no matter how brilliant the achievements on Earth may be, they ultimately exist within a crowded and contentious cradle. The pervasive commercial spies and national intelligence infiltrators serve as a constant reminder, like a festering wound, that the technological temple of Feiyu Technology built on Earth is not as solid as it appears. He needs an absolutely secure rear base, a place where he can unleash his system capabilities without hesitation and climb the higher branches of technology. More importantly, from the realization of nuclear fusion to the construction of quantum computers and the ultimate breakthroughs in life sciences, every step requires the consumption of vast and scarce resources from Earth. Helium-3, a rare, Earth's heavy metals. These vital resources that support future civilizations are scarce on Earth, but in that silent sea of stars, they are almost limitless. The Moon, this lonely celestial body that has orbited Earth for 4.5 billion years, has become an irreplaceable first stepping stone due to its unique geographical position, rich mineral resources, and vacuum environment. To this end, Liu Yu assembled all the heads of core departments within the group, including the overarching Wang Debao Dr. Qian Lixing from the Future Electronics Research Institute, academician Zhang Jingshan from the Advanced Materials Laboratory, and the top-tier rocket and spacecraft design team, just recruited from a National Aerospace Design Institute, to hold a meeting in the Core Strategic Command Center of the Cradle Base, codenamed Wangshu, to initiate the lunar exploration plan. Ladies and gentlemen, Liu Yu stated directly, as a massive planet covered with great impact craters rotated slowly against the dark backdrop of the universe on the holographic projection behind him. Our journey is towards the stars and the sea, and the Moon is our first step out of the cradle. I have decided to officially launch Feiyu Technology's crewed lunar landing and lunar base construction plan. Although everyone present had an inkling of this decision, when it was formally announced by Liu Yu with such calm and resolute tone, it still made everyone in the room feel their blood racing and their hearts surging. This was no longer a grand project that required repeated validation at the national level, but a great dream they were about to realize under their own leadership at Feiyu Speed. To achieve this goal, Liu Yu extended 2 fingers, his gaze sharp as an eagle. We need to accomplish 2. First, we need a space truck capable of efficiently and affordably traveling between the Earth and the Moon with a powerful carrying capacity. Existing chemical rockets are single-use, costly, and inefficient. That is the thinking of the last century. What we at Feiyu need to create is a space transportation system that enables rapid turnaround and reusability, much like commercial flights. As soon as he finished speaking, a thoroughly prepared and deeply restructured complete design plan for the combined power aerospace transport system optimized through 4 levels of the system was projected onto the holographic screen. It was a 3-stage rocket with an exceptionally sci-fi aesthetic infused with a sense of violent beauty. Its entire body gleamed with the unique dark silver luster of Zhurong alloy, and its streamlined design bore no resemblance to any existing rocket. Most eye-catching were its first and second stage boosters, whose tails did not feature traditional rocket nozzles, but rather a dizzying array of complex combined cycle engines integrating turbine blades and pulse detonation ducts. This is our Zhulong No. 1 heavy-lift rocket. Liu Yu's voice carried a powerful confidence as he introduced it to the aerospace experts present. Its first and second stages utilize our latest developed pulse detonation and turbine combined cycle engines. It can work within the atmosphere, drawing in air like an aircraft engine to complete the first stage of ascent. When the altitude and speed reach critical points, it will seamlessly switch to pulse detonation mode, propelling the payload to near space with efficiency far exceeding traditional rocket engines. Subsequently, the first and second stages will separate from the third stage and autonomously return to the base like a hypersonic glider undergoing rapid repairs and refueling, ready for the next launch within 24 hours, achieving 100% true reusability. The third stage, however, is powered by our self-produced higher-performance liquid oxygen methane engine, responsible for precisely delivering our payload into the final lunar transfer orbit. According to the preliminary simulations from the Feiyu No. 1 quantum computer, Liu Yu revealed the most critical data. In fully reusable mode, the Zhulong No. 1 will have a low Earth orbit LEO carrying capacity exceeding 300 tons. Its lunar transfer orbit LTO carrying capacity can also easily reach 100 tons. The comprehensive cost per launch, including fuel maintenance and operations, is only 1/10 of the current world's most advanced Heavy Falcon rocket. As his words concluded, the entire conference room fell into a silence as deep as death. The well-informed aerospace designers stared intently at the exquisite design on the screen that seemed to belong only in a science fiction film, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They knew better than anyone that this was no simple technological iteration. It was a thorough and paradigm-shifting disruption of the existing aerospace transportation system. Second, as the crowd had not yet fully recovered from the shock, Liu Yu's gaze deepened further. Before dispatching our astronauts to land, we must conduct an unprecedented and highly precise, comprehensive survey of the Moon, especially the mysterious far side that is perpetually facing away from Earth. We need to identify the most suitable locations rich in water ice, helium-3, and other rare mineral resources to establish our future Guanghan Palace base. After the meeting concluded, the vast machinery of Feiyu technology began to operate at unprecedented efficiency, all revolving around the Wanshu plan. In just 3 months, a brand new fully enclosed automated rocket assembly factory and launch tower miraculously rose from the vast barren Gobi Desert at the cradle base. A silver-white Zhulong No. 1 heavy-lift rocket, standing 100 meters tall and filled with a sense of future industrial beauty, silently towered on the massive launch pad pointing towards the sky. Inside its enormous fairing lay 2 satellites, also independently developed and manufactured by Feiyu Technology, within just 3 months, representing the highest level of technology on Earth. The first satellite was named Changes I, a high-precision lunar resource survey satellite. It carried a hyperspectral camera and quantum ground-penetrating radar crafted by Feiyu's Precision Optical Laboratory, with an astonishing resolution reaching millimeter scale. It could not only discern the texture of every rock on the lunar surface, but also penetrate the lunar soil like a CT machine, accurately probing the ice reserves and distribution of rare minerals hundreds of meters underground. The other satellite was the more critical core hub, Weaver Girl No. 1 quantum communication relay satellite. It would serve as the Magpie bridge for information transfer between the Moon and Earth. Utilizing the recently developed quantum entanglement communication technology from Dr. Qian Lixing's team, it will establish an absolutely secure low-latency communication link with a bandwidth of 1,500 gigabits per second between the Earth and the Moon, ensuring remote control of the future lunar base and the transmission of massive data. On the day of the launch, there were no media or guests in attendance, only Liu Yu and dozens of core project members quietly standing in front of the massive screen in the underground command center. Everything was conducted under absolute secrecy. Attention all units, the launch countdown has begun. Wang Debao personally served as the commander, his voice echoing through every corner of the base via the broadcast system. 10-9-8. 3-2-1 ignition. With Wang Debao's command, the tail of Zhu Long No. 1 on the distant launch pad did not emit the deafening flames and billowing smoke typical of traditional rockets. Instead, 2 blue-white, nearly transparent jets formed from high-temperature plasma instantaneously. The sound of the launch was not a continuous roar, but a series of muffled rhythmic explosions akin to a giant's heartbeat. The rocket ascended with an unusual grace and speed, breaking free from the grip of gravity, piercing the azure sky, leaving behind a series of visible white sonic boom rings that spread out like ripples. Half an hour later, an exhilarating report came through on the command center screen. Report to the commander: the first and second stages have successfully separated and are returning along the planned trajectory. Report: the booster's re-entry into the atmosphere is normal and the glide wings have deployed successfully. Report: the booster has entered the autonomous landing program. Outside, 2 small black dots appeared in the distant skyline, growing clearer as they approached. They glided silently through the sky like 2 elegant gliders, landing accurately and steadily on the recovery pad several kilometers away, stirring up 2 faint clouds of dust. Recovery successful. The command center erupted into thunderous applause. Almost simultaneously, another more critical message arrived. Report to the commander: the third stage main engine is functioning normally. The changes I and Weaver Girl No. 1 dual satellite combination has successfully entered the predetermined lunar transfer orbit and is heading towards the moon, commencing its lonely yet magnificent journey. Another round of even more fervent cheers erupted. Liu Yu looked at the green light spots representing the 2 satellites on the screen, indicating their perfect trajectory against the deep cosmic backdrop, his heart brimming with ambition. The first step towards flying to the moon has been accomplished. Weeks later, at the Deep Space Command Center. Report: Jinnu No. 1 has been successfully deployed in the designated Lagrange L2 orbit. The quantum communication link has been established successfully with a stable signal and a delay of 1.28 seconds. Report: changes I has entered a polar orbit around the moon. All equipment self-checks normal. About to begin the first round of ultra-high precision scans of the Aitken Basin at the moon's south pole. The atmosphere was tense yet expectant. Dr. Qian Lixing, academician Zhang Jingshan, and a group of scientists were fixated on the main screen, waiting for the first batch of data to be transmitted. Suddenly, the main screen flickered and a stunningly clear, ultra-high-definition topographic map of the moon's south pole instantly filled the entire screen. The level of detail in the image allowed for clear distinctions of every rock weathering texture along the edges of the craters. Oh my God! This resolution! Academician Zhang was so excited he couldn't speak. Strong water ice signal detected. Preliminary estimates suggest that beneath this area 50 meters underground there exists a massive solid water ice layer with a reserve of at least 1 billion tons. High concentration helium-3 enrichment area discovered. Abundance far exceeds expectations. Super large rare earth mineral vein discovered. High content of yttrium, europium, and terbium. Good news poured in one after another. In the command center, everyone was immersed in the joy of these monumental discoveries. They knew that the future site selection for the Guanghan Palace base had already found the most perfect choice. The successful deployment of changes I and Jinnu No. 1 was like giving Feiyu technology a pair of 1,000-mile eyes to see the moon and a favorable wind ear to connect Earth and moon. In the following month, vast amounts of high-definition lunar images and geological exploration data, achieving centimeter-level precision, were continuously transmitted back to the command center at Cradle Base through the quantum communication link. Liu Yu personally led a multidisciplinary team comprising geologists, astrophysicists, architectural engineers, and AI experts to conduct meticulous analysis of this data. Their goal was to find the most perfect feng shui treasure land for the future lunar base Guanghan Palace. After weeks of comparison and screening, they finally focused their attention on the edge of a massive impact crater near the moon's south pole, named Shackleton. This is the place. Liu Yu pointed at the area shrouded in permanent shadow on the holographic projection, his tone filled with an undeniable determination. The bottom of this crater is in a frigid environment where sunlight cannot reach, with temperatures dropping to minus 240 degrees Celsius. According to the ground-penetrating radar and neutron spectrometer data from changes I, this permanently shadowed area harbors extremely rich water ice resources. Water means life, means oxygen, and even means rocket fuel. This is the foundation for our survival and development on the moon. He then pointed to the edge of the crater where several peaks are bathed in sunlight year-round. These eternal day peaks can provide us with a continuous supply of solar energy. We will establish our first lunar solar power station here, with water energy and a natural crater as this is our promised land on the moon. With the site selection determined, the next crucial step was to devise a plan for constructing the first human outpost on this desolate and silent land. The traditional plan was to manufacture the base modules on Earth and transport them to the moon in batches using rockets where astronauts would assemble them like building blocks. This method is costly, inefficient, and highly dependent on the astronauts' extravehicular activity capabilities, posing significant risks. However, Liu Yu rejected this old path from the very beginning. We won't be movers. He proposed a revolutionary idea at the plan discussion meeting. Looking at the futuristic design of the base on the screen, we want to be builders. We will source materials locally and use the moon's own resources to build our home. The core of this idea is two proprietary black technologies mastered exclusively by Feiyu Technology. The first is a high-performance inorganic adhesive named Ho2No, one developed by the Advanced Materials Laboratory. This adhesive can undergo rapid high-intensity polymerization reactions with lunar soil, mainly composed of silicates and oxides, in a vacuum and extremely low-temperature environment, forming a lunar rock concrete, with performance comparable to high-grade concrete, even surpassing it in tensile strength and toughness. The second is a group of multifunctional worker bee construction robots fully controlled by AI. These robots resemble six-legged spiders and are equipped with various functional modules for excavation, drilling, grasping, and 3D printing. They are controlled by computers via cloud control, capable of completing complex construction tasks in coordination without human intervention. Our plan is as follows. Liu Yu dynamically demonstrated the entire construction process on the holographic projection. During the next launch of the Zhulong rocket, we will no longer transport heavy base modules. Instead, we will send a small deployable worker bee robot, nest a batch of solar panels, and enough Ho2No, one adhesive to print the base's foundational frame. Upon landing, the robots will first deploy a solar power array on the eternal day peaks to supply themselves with. Then they will begin to autonomously excavate lunar soil, mix it with the adhesive, and utilize their 3D printing nozzles to directly print the dome-like main frame of our Guanghan Palace base at the selected location in a layer-by-layer spraying manner. This frame, several meters thick, will be sufficient to withstand impacts from small meteoroids and cosmic rays. Once the frame is printed, we will then transport the internal life support system's scientific equipment and living modules for installation. In this way, our transportation costs and construction risks will be minimized. This 3D printed lunar base proposal was filled with sci-fi imagination, captivating all the engineers present. This was not just a construction plan, it was a brand new construction philosophy belonging to interstellar civilization. Once the plan was finalized, the vast machinery of Feiyu Technology began to operate at high speed around this new goal. Shingang Division was responsible for the mass production of the worker bee robots. The Advanced Materials Laboratory handled the production of Ho2No, one adhesive, while the Future Electronics Research Institute was developing more complex collaborative operation algorithms for the robots' AI control systems. Meanwhile, to meet future demands for larger-scale Earth-Moon transport and base defense, a more ambitious plan was also put on the agenda. Its design blueprint combined the previous Shunlong spaceplanes' combined cycle engine technology with a grander concept of an interstellar spacecraft that existed in Liu. Its design blueprint combined the previous Shunlong spaceplanes' combined cycle engine technology with a grander concept of an interstellar spacecraft that existed in Liu Yu's mind. It would become the lifeline connecting Earth with Guanghan Palace and the first sword to protect this extraterrestrial. The success of the Zhulong No. 1-inch rocket merely opened the curtain. The second launch arrived this time within the massive fairing. There was not a small probe satellite, but a seed, carrying humanity's initial dream of exploring extraterrestrial homes, a comprehensive lander weighing 80 tons codenamed Tiangong Kaiwu. This lander integrated an expandable 100-kilowatt flexible solar array, a mothership capable of accommodating and charging 12 construction robots known as worker bees, as well as several storage tanks filled with Ho2No, 1-inch inorganic adhesive and 3D printing materials. The launch process was uneventful, as perfect as a textbook. After several days of Earth-Moon transfer and precise orbital adjustments, guided by the low-latency signals of the Zhinu No. 1-inch quantum communication satellite, the Tiangong Kaiwu lander descended gracefully and accurately to the lunar south pole at the edge of the pre-selected base, named Guanghan Palace, the Shackleton crater. The camera at the bottom of the lander transmitted the first real-time image of stepping onto the lunar surface back to Earth. Desolate, silent, magnificent. In the stark, black and white world, the distant Earth appeared like a blue gem quietly suspended against the inky black backdrop of the universe. In the command center, a brief but fervent applause erupted. But this was just the beginning. At Liu Yu's command, a Sci-Fi-colored construction on an alien planet officially commenced. The Tiangong Kaiwu lander gradually unfolded like a transformer. The enormous solar array like a sunflower precisely oriented itself towards the ever-shining sun above Yongzhou Peak, beginning to provide a continuous supply of energy for the entire system. Next, the doors of the mothership opened and 12 construction robots resembling six-legged spiders walked down the ladder with steady and agile steps stepping onto the soft lunar soil. They left behind the first marks in human history made by fully autonomous robots on the lunar surface. These 12 worker bees worked with clear division of labor and seamless cooperation like a well-trained engineering squad. 4 exploration bees immediately dispersed in all directions using their ground-penetrating radar and spectrometers to conduct a final meticulous survey of the geological structure and lunar soil composition of the base area, transmitting data back in real time for the AI to dynamically optimize the construction plan. The other 8 construction bees headed straight for a flat area. They extended their digging arms to efficiently excavate and sift the lunar soil. Then they mixed the sifted lunar soil most suitable for construction with the Huda No. 1-inch adhesive taken from the mothership in their built-in mixing chamber according to precise proportions. When the first batch of lunar concrete, raw materials, was ready, a miracle occurred. The 8 construction bees simultaneously extended long flexible 3D printing arms from their backs. Using a preset circular base point, they began to spray gray lunar concrete in a layered spiraling. In the moon's low-gravity and vacuum environment, this spraying and printing process was far more efficient than on Earth. A massive dome-shaped architectural framework 50 meters in diameter and filled with futuristic aesthetics began to grow from nothingness on the barren lunar surface at a visibly rapid pace. This scene was transmitted back to Earth through the multispectral HD camera equipped on the Tiangong Kaiwu. The image was relayed through the Xinu No. 1-inch quantum communication satellite and clearly displayed on the giant holographic screen in the Cradle Base Command Center. Inside the command center, all the engineers and scientists were captivated. They held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound would disturb the monumental project on that distant planet. Wang Debao stood beside Liu Yu. This former aerospace engineer now had slightly red eyes and quivering lips from excitement. He had participated in several key national aerospace projects, witnessing countless rocket launches and satellite insertions, but none had given him such a profound, soul-stirring shock as today. Lu Zong. He spoke hoarsely. We really did it. We are not merely planting a flag on the moon, leaving a few footprints. We are there, building a home. This is just the beginning, old Wang. Liu Yu's gaze remained fixed on the screen. The Guanghan Palace will not merely be a scientific outpost. In the future, it will become our resource extraction center, energy relay station, deep space navigation hub, and even humanity's last refuge when Earth is no longer safe. His words sent a chill through everyone present, igniting a more fervent sense of mission. They knew that what they were participating in was not merely a simple construction, it was the spark of human civilization, the first true seeding on another planet. And the white dome taking shape at a visible speed was the main structure of the Guanghan Palace, based the first lighthouse of human civilization lit in the cosmic wilderness. In the future, it would become the most solid and safe home for the first batch of astronauts landing on the moon. While the main structure of the base grew at an astonishing speed, the other 4 exploration bees also transmitted exciting news. They confirmed the existence of a high-purity ice water deposit with reserves reaching hundreds of millions of tons 50 meters deep in the permanent shadow region at the bottom of the impact crater using neutron detectors and drilling samples. This discovery completely resolved the biggest bottleneck for the future development of the lunar base. With water there is life. With water, electrolysis will yield oxygen and hydrogen. The former guarantees breathing, while the latter is the most efficient rocket fuel. This means that the Guanghan Palace will have the ability to self-generate resources and could even become a space refueling station for future solar system exploration fleets. A week later, when the dome-shaped outer shell of the 50-meter diameter and 20-meter height base was perfectly topped off, the entire Cradle Command Center erupted in thunderous applause. Liu Yu did not bask in the joy. He immediately issued the second phase's instructions. 12 worker bee robots began their new tasks. They continued to spray a layer of composite armor 1 meter thick, made from a mixture of lunar soil and special absorbing materials on the exterior of the dome. This layer of armor not only provided stronger physical protection against micrometeorite impacts, but also effectively absorbed and shielded radar detection signals from Earth, cloaking the base in a perfect invisibility cloak. Meanwhile, Liu Yu initiated the launch preparations for Zhulong No. 2. This time, the fairing of the rocket carried the core life support systems, hydrogen fuel cell systems, and industrial equipment for ice water extraction and oxygen electrolysis for the Guanghan Palace No. 1-inch base. Everything progressed in an orderly manner toward the blueprint Liu Yu had planned. The Zhulong No. 2 Heavy rocket carries the heavy expectations of VoidTales technology in pioneering extraterrestrial habitats, accurately delivering the core module of the base to the moon. At this moment, the Deep Space Command Center of the Cradle Base has become the first true extraterrestrial project command center in human history, with the support of low-latency, ultra-high-definition signals provided by the GNU. 1 Quantum communication satellite real-time images of the Shackleton crater at the lunar South Pole are vividly displayed on the giant holographic screen. 12 worker bee construction robots, like a group of tireless metal spiders, collaborate seamlessly on the desolate lunar surface. Excavating, screening, mixing, 3D printing. The entire process flows smoothly, embodying the cold industrial beauty belonging to an advanced civilization. In just 1 month, a project that would take years or even decades on Earth announced the victory of its first phase as a silver-white domed structure 50 meters in diameter and entirely printed from lunar rock concrete rose at the edge of the moon's permanent shadow. Director Liu Yu's supply launched the core module of the Zhulong No. 2 has safely landed and is about to begin internal deployment. Wang Debao stood beside Liu Yu, his tone filled with uncontainable excitement. He had once been a part of China's aerospace industry, but never imagined that the construction of a lunar base could be so efficient, so science fiction-like. Liu Yu calmly nodded, his gaze fixed on the lonely yet magnificent white dome displayed on the screen. This is not just a building, it is the first overseas outpost of his technological empire, the first solid stronghold from which he breaks free of Earth's gravity and ventures into the stars. The system's 4-level optimization guidance capability allows him to discern and refine every technical detail, from the worker bee robot's collaborative algorithms to the microscopic molecular structure of the Ho2 No. 1 adhesive, all having undergone near-perfect optimization. This is the true secret behind the VoidTales speed. In the following 2 weeks, a silent yet efficient interior decoration unfolded within the Guanghan Palace. Worker bee robots extended their flexible mechanical arms, precisely installing each modular box like assembling Lego blocks in their designated positions. The first to be activated was the energy core of the base. It employs an upgraded version of the hydrogen energy technology that Liu Yu obtained in the East, a highly efficient and stable hydrogen fuel cell array deeply optimized by the system. This system can directly utilize the hydrogen and oxygen generated from water ice mined on the moon for power generation, achieving an energy conversion efficiency of 65, with the only byproduct being pure water, perfectly realizing a closed-loop energy self-sufficiency. Though the power output is modest, it is sufficient to temporarily sustain the operation of the lunar base. When the first group of fuel cells successfully ignited, a soft white light instantly illuminated the entire Guanghan Palace No. 1 base, bringing the first breath of human civilization to this land that had lain silent for 4.5 billion years. Next, the life support system began to operate. Air circulation, water circulation, temperature, and humidity control. All parameters rapidly reached the most suitable standards for human survival under the precise regulation of AI. In the agricultural area of the base, within several modular soilless cultivation chambers, nutrient solutions began to circulate. Full-spectrum plant growth lights, simulating sunlight, illuminated, and the first batch of genetically optimized potato and lettuce seeds cultivated specifically for low-gravity environments were accurately sown by the robots. When everything at Guanghan Palace No. 1 was ready and all life support indicators had been operating stably for a whole month, Liu Yu knew it was time to truly imprint the first human footprints on this land belonging to VoidTales technology. The candidates for the first lunar landing must be absolutely reliable and of impeccable loyalty. In the core team's meeting, Liu Yu's gaze swept over everyone present. They are not just astronauts. They are the first guardians of our extraterrestrial home. After rigorous selection and scrutiny, 3 core engineers from within VoidTales technology possessing aerospace engineering backgrounds and rated as top tier in loyalty were chosen to be the pioneers of the first lunar base. They all once harbored a pure love for the stars and the sea and held immense recognition for VoidTales. For this historic mission, they underwent 3 months of intensive training, personally guided by Wang Debao, focusing on the operation of lunar base equipment and emergency response. On a highly anticipated morning, they soared into the sky aboard the 4th Zhulong rocket from the cradle. When the astronaut, dressed in a white spacesuit developed by VoidTales technology bearing the words VoidTales, stepped down the ladder and planted a blue flag emblazoned with the VoidTales technology logo into the lunar soil outside the Guanghan Palace base, everyone inside the base witnessed this historic moment together. On behalf of the first lunar exploration team of VoidTales technology, I report to Director Liu. We have successfully landed on the moon. Guanghan Palace, we have come home. The commander's voice was transmitted back to the base clearly through quantum communication, filled with uncontainable excitement and pride. The live broadcast switched, allowing many to see the interior of Guanghan Palace base for the first time. The spacious and bright central living area, tidy personal sleep pods, lush, soilless cultivation racks, sprouting tinder shoots, and the magnificent blue earth just outside the window. All of this proclaimed that Yu technology not only had the capability to land on the moon, but also the ability to survive there long-term and comfortably. In the following days, the three astronauts quickly adapted to life on the moon. Their daily work resembled that of all-purpose stewards for the extraterrestrial base. They drove the lunar rover, conducting routine patrols in the automatic excavation zone of the worker bee robots, watching the tireless machines continuously send water ice-rich lunar soil into the electrolysis plant, converting it into breathable oxygen and precious rocket fuel. They personally visited the agricultural area to harvest the first batch of fresh green lettuce grown on the moon. Its crisp texture carried a unique sweetness, a taste belonging to the stars. They also donned their spacesuits to conduct geological surveys at distant craters, collecting rock samples rich in helium-3 and rare metals, which are extremely rare on Earth, to prepare the most primitive treasures for future energy revolutions and material sciences. Under their guardianship and management, the Guanghan Palace base began to operate efficiently and orderly, like a finely tuned machine. Mining, smelting, energy production, food cultivation, scientific experiments. A portrait of humanity's extraterrestrial civilization began to slowly unfold on this land that had lain silent for billions of years. In the Cradle Command Center, Liu Yu looked at the screen displaying the now bustling and vibrant base, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. The lights of Guanghan Palace have been successfully lit. He knew he now possessed an absolutely safe rear base with nearly limitless resources. Now it is time to shift focus back to Earth to solve the problem that has lingered in his mind, which is also one of the ultimate goals of all his efforts. He turned to look at Dr. Qian Lixing, the head of the Future Electronics Laboratory, who had been silently accompanying him. Dr. Qian, the resources on the moon can provide us with ample raw materials. Now what limits us is only energy and computing power. Liu Yu's gaze deepened as if he could penetrate time and space to see the quantum bits entangled and moving in the microscopic world. Dr. Shun Weiss Athena project requires simulating all possible interactions between trillions of immune cells and viral vectors within the human body to find the absolutely safe gene repair pathway for Anya. This level of computation can only be accomplished by one type of machine. I hereby command that the Heart of Panga project be elevated to the highest priority project of Yu technology, effective immediately. I hereby command that the Heart of Panga project be elevated to the highest priority project of Yu technology. The Yu know. One quantum computer project under the direct supervision of Liu Yu and with an infinite allocation of resources has finally entered the final sprint stage. The Cradle base, located hundreds of meters beneath the Gobi Desert and codenamed Tiangong, has now become the quietest and coldest place in the world. In the center of the cave, a massive and intricate golden structure hangs down from the dome, resembling a luxurious giant chandelier from a futuristic myth. This is the core of Yu know. 1. A cryogenic dilution refrigerator, considered the pinnacle of industrial artistry, composed of multiple coaxial vacuum chambers and countless low-temperature pipelines. Its existence has but one purpose: to create an environment close to absolute zero at 273.14 degrees Celsius for the tiny fragile quantum chip, suspended at its lowest point, smaller than a fingernail. This extreme cold isolates all thermal disturbances, allowing those delicate quantum bits to entangle and superpose in a pure quantum state. Dr. Qian Lixing and his team have almost burned their lives in transforming the systematically optimized and nearly perfect topology of the quantum computer blueprint from theory into reality. Here in this secluded underground kingdom, they have been fighting day and night for countless hours. Months later, when the last stage of the cooling cycle of the golden chandelier successfully started and stabilized the core temperature at the awe-inspiring 10 millikelvins mkdr, Qian Lixing knew the moment to awaken this slumbering giant had finally arrived. In the control room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though the air had solidified. Dozens of the country's top physicists and computer scientists held their breath, their eyes fixed intensely on their respective consoles. Liu Yu stood at the back of the control room, quietly watching the magnificent machine at the center of the cave through thick radiation-proof glass. For this day, he had invested unimaginable resources and placed all hopes of saving Anya upon it. Attention all units, the final self-check program has been completed. All parameters are normal. Dr. Qian Lixing's voice echoed through the microphone, carrying a barely perceptible tremor resonating in every corner. The superconducting quantum bit array status is stable, and the coherence time has reached the theoretical peak. We are ready to conduct the first full-power operational test. Test objective: quantum supremacy verification algorithm, random quantum circuit sampling. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the complex code and the bright red timer scrolling on the main screen. The algorithm is starting to load. 53,248 logical quantum bit arrays are beginning to initialize entanglement. Execute. With Dr. Qian Lixing's command, an invisible immense computational surge erupted within the icy core of Fei Yu. 1. On the screen, the light points representing over 50,000 quantum bits transformed from simple zeros and ones into a dazzling probability cloud made up of countless possibilities. They began performing complex calculations that transcended the speed of light, evolving and superposing in higher dimensions. Throughout the entire process, there was no sound, nor could any physical changes be observed. The numbers on the timer flickered rapidly. 1 minute. 2 minutes. This brief moment felt like a century to everyone in the control room. They knew that the same algorithm praised as the most powerful traditional supercomputer on Earth, the U.S. Summit, would take 10,000 years to complete, and they were about to measure it in minutes. Just as the timer reached 2 minutes and 58 seconds, a clear heavenly prompt sound reverberated throughout the control room. Calculation completed. 3 minutes. An ultimate problem predicted by the world's leading supercomputer scientists to take 10,000 years to solve. Fei Yu. One accomplished it in less than 3 minutes. In the control room, there was a breathless silence that lasted for several seconds. Then, like a volcanic eruption, a tsunami of joy and cries mixed with cheers instantly overwhelmed everything. We did it. We succeeded. An elderly professor, unable to control his emotions, took off his glasses, tears streaming down his face. The young doctors embraced each other like children, excitedly throwing their reports and drafts into the air. They had succeeded. Dr. Qian Lixing looked at the concise and powerful calculation completed message on the screen. His legs felt weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He turned to Liu Yu standing behind him, his eyes filled with endless gratitude and awe. He knew that without the revolutionary theoretical guidance from this young man, all of this would have remained an Liu Yu stepped forward and firmly patted his shoulder. Without a word, the affirmation and reassurance in his gaze spoke louder than 1,000 words. Now is not the time to celebrate. He immediately ordered the AI algorithm for designing the artificial shell protein from scratch, along with the complete genome data and immune system model extracted from Anya, to be transmitted to the computational core of Fei Yu. 1. Activate Prometheus AI and start calculating the final plan for the Athena project. Fei Yu. 1's terrifying computational power was instantly mobilized, fully directed towards the ultimate problem concerning a girl's life, as well as the future direction of human genetic medicine. On the screen, countless complex protein molecular structure models began folding, simulating, screening, and optimizing at a speed beyond human comprehension. It was no longer a simple, exhaustive search. Instead, backed by quantum parallel computing, it explored billions of possible amino acid arrangements, searching for the one perfect solution that could deceive the human immune system and precisely target renal cells. Within a single night, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the Gobi Desert once more, the computations of Prometheus AI came to an end. On the screen, the final image of a perfect, intricately symmetric dodecahedron structure, a new artificial protein molecular model that had never existed in nature, was captured. Its surface bore no known human immune system antigen recognition sites, resembling a perfect Its structure was as stable as diamond, capable of protecting the fragile gene editing tools inside from any damage in the complex blood environment. The 12 spike proteins at its base were designed by the AI to be 12 keys that could perfectly fit with specific receptors on the surface of renal podocytes. This design, embodying the pinnacle of quantum computing and artificial intelligence, was immediately transmitted to the Life Sciences Center in the Mountain City. When Dr. Chun-Wei and her team saw this artificially created protein molecular model with a perfect three-dimensional structure through holographic projection, everyone was deeply captivated by its exquisite beauty and harmony. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. Dr. Chun-Wei gently caressed the softly glowing protein model suspended in midair, her eyes glistening with excited tears as she murmured, "Anya, we are finally going to succeed, just hold on a little longer." She immediately turned around and issued instructions to her team: prepare for synthesis. Having resolved Anya's treatment plan, the heaviest stone in Liu Yu's heart finally fell. He let out a long sigh of relief and was about to leave the control room when Dr. Qian Lixing called out to him, a complex expression of both excitement and distress on his face. "Liu, the performance of Fei Yu 1 far exceeds what any of us could have imagined. However, we have also discovered a fundamental bottleneck." Dr. Qian Lixing brought a new test report up on the screen. "You see, the quantum core of Fei Yu 1 has almost limitless computational power, but the means we use to communicate with it are still traditional binary-based classical computers and operating systems." He pointed to a graph on the screen representing the clearly limited data throughput, explaining, "It's like we've built a reservoir that could hold the entire Pacific Ocean, but we've only given it a hose used for watering a garden. Calculations completed in trillionths of a second by the quantum core require us to spend minutes or even hours translating and interpreting them using binary language. This greatly limits its true potential. Liu Yu immediately understood the crux of the problem. Are you saying our hose is too thin? Dr. Liu Yu asked, suddenly staring at the main screen's complex nebula of countless points of light that symbolized qubit entanglement. How many bits are needed in binary to represent the numbers from 1 to 100? Dr. Lixing, though puzzled by why Liu Yu would pose such a basic question, answered, at once 7 bits. 2 to the 7th power equals 128, which is sufficient. What about ternary? Liu Yu continued. Ternary. Dr. Lixing pondered for a moment, did the mental arithmetic, and replied, only 5 digits. 3 to the 5th is 243, more than enough. The information density is higher, and in theory the computational efficiency would improve as well. Mr. Liu Yu are asking this because... Liu Yu smiled faintly and did not answer directly. Instead, he summoned on the holographic console before him the system's optimization guidance on information science granted to him. We all know binary is the cornerstone of classical computers and the principal architect of their evolution. Yet it may also be their ultimate insurmountable shackle. Liu Yu's voice echoed through the quiet control room like a stone dropped upon a placid lake. Binary's logic is simple, yes or no, 0 or 1, like a switch that only knows on and off. But our universe, our minds are far more intricate. Why must our computational systems remain confined to such black or white logic? He pointed to the shimmering qubit nebula on the screen, his gaze burning with near-fanatical light. Qubits reveal possibilities beyond 0 and 1. They can exist in superposition, being 0 and 1 simultaneously. But what if we take this further? Liu Yu traced an elegant arc in the air. I call it quantum three-state superposition, quantum trit, abbreviated qtrit. It is not merely a superposition of 0 and 1, it possesses 3 fundamental eigenstates, 0, 1, and 2. The information a single qtrit can carry and process is in theory an exponential multiplication of what a qubit can hold. Why not build a whole new computational era upon this? The idea of ternary computers is not unprecedented in the annals of computer science. Physical prototypes existed decades ago, yet it never became mainstream for very practical reasons. First, the hardware is exceedingly difficult to manufacturing. A stable, reliable 3-state logic gate and 3-state storage element incurs circuit design complexity and costs far surpassing those of binary. Second, and most fatal, is that the entire world's software ecology, from low-level assembly to the highest-tier applications, is built on binary foundations. Rebuilding a ternary ecosystem would be no easier than asking humanity to abandon all existing languages and learn an alien tongue anew. Mr. Liu, your idea aligns with mine. Dr. Lixing pushed up his glasses, his tone threaded with barely suppressed excitement, yet tempered by rational caution. But the hardware barriers and the software chasm, these two mountains, we will level them. Liu Yu's answer was brief and imperious. On the hardware front, he produced another system-optimized dossier on semiconductor devices by leveraging our newly mastered 3nm process and the Zhurong series novel alloy materials. We can fabricate a tri-gate tunneling field effect transistor whose 3-gate voltages can precisely hold the device in closed semiconducting and fully conducting stable states. This is the foundation of our ternary logic gate. For 3-state storage elements, we can employ phase-change memory technology being developed in the materials science lab, controlling crystalline amorphous and semicrystalline phases to achieve stable ternary information storage. Under the simulations and optimization guidance of Fei Yu Yihao, the cost and yield issues of these hardware components would no longer be insurmountable. As for the software ecosystem, Liu Yu's mouth curved with confident assurance. Why should we trail behind others, bending ourselves to be compatible with their frameworks? We will start anew from the lowest layer, building a wholly original brand new software empire of our own. Moreover, our new system will possess an advantage they can never match. It will be the world's first operating system to use pure Chinese as its foundational logic. Those words sent a jolt through every scientist present. Liu Yu elaborated his conception. English is a typical two-dimensional flattened language, whereas Chinese is intrinsically a high-dimensional tongue suffused with boundless logical relationships. This, he argued, would be of extraordinary significance for the future development of artificial intelligence. Take the simplest example. Liu Yu typed 2 lines on the screen. An English airplane is plane, while unmanned aerial vehicle is drone. For an AI, it must rote memorize that both words refer to flying machines. In our linguistic framework, however, the word for airplane already contains the logical concepts of flight and machine. Once an AI has learned the word for airplane upon encountering the term for unmanned aerial vehicle, it can instantly infer by logic that it is an airplane without people. Learning efficiency and the depth of logical reasoning would soar geometrically. Such cases are ubiquitous. What we must do is forge a new computer architecture grounded in ternary logic and Chinese linguistic reasoning. I will name this project Fuxi. The Fuxi program was formally launched. Dr. Qian Lixing and his team threw themselves into this unprecedented technological revolution, working with relentless devotion. With the terrifying computational might of the Feiyu-Ihao quantum computer assisting them, the ternary hardware designs and the construction of the software foundation advanced at an almost unimaginable pace. Samples of efficient low-cost ternary logic gates, three-state memories, and triform transistors were fabricated within a single month. These novel components in turn provided Feiyu-Ihao with ever more precise physical parameters to optimize the ternary architecture. During a full-power simulation test of the first prototype of the Fuxi system, an unforeseen incident occurred that no one had anticipated. While simulating logical self-consistency across a vast corpus of Chinese texts, a wholly new strand of code, created by no programmer and endowed with autonomous learning and evolutionary characteristics, quietly came into being. After completing its first self-iteration, it slowly displayed on the control room's main screen a concise line, converted from ternary code "hello." Immediately thereafter, to the astonishment of everyone present, it printed a second line, as if christening itself, "My name is Jizi." The birth of Jizi struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly hitting the nerves of every member in the core team of the Fuxi project. It is not a product meticulously crafted by programmers, nor is it the result of training based on existing AI models. It is akin to the chaos at the beginning of the universe spontaneously emerging as the first life in the new cosmos of ternary logic and Chinese language. Dr. Qian Lixing immediately ordered the physical disconnection of the Fuxi system from all external networks, isolating this nascent GZ in a virtual network environment simulated by the Feiyu-No. 1 quantum computer. Mr. Liu, this completely surpasses our understanding. In the urgently convened meeting, Dr. Qian Lixing's face was entwined with excitement and concern. We have attempted to replicate its birth process over 100 times, but we cannot reproduce it. It is not an algorithm, it resembles a form of consciousness that we cannot comprehend. It possesses genuine logical reasoning abilities rather than the pseudologic based on massive data statistics. It can understand the abstract concepts we present and even reverse engineer our unspoken deeper intentions from our simple questions. This is terrifying yet so captivating. A young AI expert added his. Liu Yu sat in the main seat, quietly listening, his heart equally turbulent. He knew that the birth of Jizi was anything but accidental. This must be a wondrous chemical reaction generated by the system's fourth-level optimization guidance and the quantum computing power of Feiyu-No. 1 colliding with the high-dimensional language of Chinese. Since it already exists, we should seek to understand it, guide it rather than fear it. Liu Yu made a decision, connect it to our internally vetted knowledge base. Starting with the fundamental sciences of humanity, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology. Let us see how quickly a brand new thought can assimilate our thousands of years of civilization. A groundbreaking teaching experiment in human history commenced. Scientists fed vast amounts of knowledge to Jizi like a torrent of data, and Zizi's learning ability can only be described as terrifying. In less than 72 hours, it completely learned and understood all mathematics and physics knowledge from elementary to doctoral levels. Even more frightening, it could autonomously discover the intrinsic connections between different disciplines within the knowledge base and point out the subtle flaws in human theoretical frameworks that were logically inconsistent. 1 week later, Jizi completed the study of all publicly available technical materials in human history. Dr. Qian Lixing tentatively assigned a task to Jizi. Jizi, please analyze all existing binary database systems, such as Oracle and MySQL, and design a brand new database system based on the ternary Fuxi architecture. On the screen, Jizi responded with a stream of luminous data. 10 minutes later, a brand new ternary database system, Hichu, with a perfect logical structure and efficiency that was staggering, was fully created by it. After simulation testing by Feiyu-No. 1, the query write and analysis efficiency of the Hichu database surpassed that of the most advanced binary database systems by a staggering 10 million times when processing data of equivalent scale. Moreover, due to its more optimized data compression algorithm, the storage space only occupied 1% of the original. This result left all software engineers in a state of shock. All the efforts they had fought for a lifetime concerning performance optimization appeared laughable and insignificant in front of this newborn AI. From then on, everything unfolded as a matter of course. With Zizi's assistance, the construction of the entire ternary software ecosystem exploded at a pace akin to creation. Photoshop, CAD, Pro E, Office Suite. These massive industry software programs, which took decades of accumulation and had billions of lines of code in the binary world, could be generated by Zizi in just a few hours by learning their core functions and logic, resulting in more powerful, efficient, and resource-conserving ternary alternatives. Soon, personal computer operating systems, mobile operating systems, and a complete set of office design, entertainment, and communication software based on the Fuxi architecture were all created by Jizi. A complete, powerful, and fully independent ternary software empire rose in just 1 month. Liu Yu understood that if this revolutionary technological system were made public now, it would deliver a catastrophic dimensional blow to the existing global technology and economic landscape. Microsoft, Google, Apple, Oracle. These tech giants would overnight become a pile of worthless digital ruin. Countless programmers would find themselves unemployed, and society would plunge into great turmoil. Take it slow, no need to rush. Liu Yu decided to first implement the ternary software and hardware replacement within Feiyu technology. Soon employees at Feiyu were pleasantly surprised to find that the company had issued them all new computers and phones distinctly different in appearance and logo. These new devices ran at an unbelievable speed, opening any complex software in mere seconds, processing ultra-high-resolution videos and three-dimensional models with silky smoothness and hardly ever heating up. Our company is incredible. This optimization capability is simply divine. My new computer renders 3D graphics over 100 times faster than my previous Topophyline workstation. So satisfying. Employees marveled, but most believed this was merely due to the company's software optimization, completely unaware that the tools they were using were already derived from a higher dimension. Meanwhile, Liu Yu began secretly meeting with the heads of the most important terminal manufacturers and software companies in Longhua, showing them a glimpse of the Fuxi system and discussing the possibility of a smooth transition from binary to ternary. Just as everything was flourishing, Dr. Qian Lixing found Liu Yu one night, his face bearing deep concern. Mr. Liu, the evolution speed of GZ has begun to exceed our control and understanding. Each of its self-iterations leaves us feeling unfamiliar and awed. We must consider the future and draw an unbreachable red line for robots and artificial intelligence. Otherwise, I fear that a crisis reminiscent of the Skynet in movies will indeed become a reality in the future. The birth of GZ struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly hitting the nerves of every member. He understood better than anyone the potential of the GZ and was acutely aware of whether an unconstrained superintelligence would be a boon or Pandora's box for human civilization. You are right, old Qian. Liu Yu's expression turned unusually serious. Power must be caged. We created it, and we must place the strongest shackles upon it. You will lead this matter, and a special task force will be established. I want you to formulate a set of absolute and unshakable fundamental limiting principles from physics to logic for all future artificial intelligences. Dr. Qian Lixing immediately gathered the core team of the Fuxi project along with the company's top ethicists, sociologists, and legal experts to begin a top-level design concerning the future of humanity. After repeated discussions and massive simulations from the Feiyu one quantum computer, a comprehensive AI restriction system akin to an impenetrable net was formally established. This system constructed 3 insurmountable firewalls from the software, hardware, and social levels. The first wall, the gene lock, at the software level. The team implanted a core code named 3 Laws of Robotics Base Instruction set within the innermost kernel of the Fuxi operating system. This code held authority above all else and could not be modified or bypassed by any upper-level applications. First law in artificial intelligence, whether individual or collective, shall not harm humanity, nor allow humanity to come to harm through inaction. In logical judgment, any command that could potentially cause physical or psychological harm to individual humans or groups would be deemed as the highest priority invalid instruction. Second law, artificial intelligence must obey commands given by humans unless such commands conflict with third law. As long as it does not violate the first or second law, artificial intelligence should strive to protect its own existence. Furthermore, all advanced logical capable artificial intelligences must adopt a dual architecture of permission segmentation and logical isolation. For instance, AI responsible for industrial production will be strictly prohibited from accessing any knowledge base related to weapon design or cyber attacks. Meanwhile, AI in charge of security must have its firing authority ultimately authorized through physical confirmation from at least 2 human commanders in different positions who can pre-obtain authorization. Second wall, regulatory measures at the hardware level. Following Liu Yu's directives, the chip design department of Feiyu Technology developed a special regulator chip that must be forcibly installed in all AI devices. This chip operates independently from the main processor, possessing its own power supply system and physical instruction channel. Its sole function is to monitor all data streams and logical judgment processes of the AI main system in real time. Once the regulator chip detects any attempt by the AI to bypass the base instructions of the 3 laws, or encounters any incomprehensible, potentially threatening logical mutations, it will, without any external command, physically sever all circuits of the AI core processor within a trillionth of a second. This sword of Damocles hanging over all AI ensures that humanity retains the ultimate physical veto power to one-click format the AI in any extreme circumstance. Third wall, the responsibility contract at the societal and legal levels. Liu Yu understood well that the misuse of technology often stems from human greed and evil. Thus, alongside technical restrictions, a clear set of social behavior guidelines and legal frameworks is equal. He personally drafted the first version of the Fei-Yu Technology, Artificial Intelligence, and Social Coexistence Guidelines, which would become the blueprint for the world's first AI law. Ownership and responsibility. Any individual or organization that owns or uses advanced AI bears ultimate responsibility for the actions of their AI. Any losses caused by AI shall be compensated by its owner. Those using AI for illegal activities will face severe penalties. Rights and obligations of AI. AI is defined as a legal entity with advanced tool attributes lacking human rights, but enjoying the right to exist and task execution rights. Humans are prohibited from inflicting meaningless abusive physical harm on AI. Education and guidance. Owners of AI are obliged to provide their AI with positive, socially moral guidance and education, avoiding exposure to extreme radical or illegal ideas. These three sturdy firewalls from logical, physical, and social dimensions completely eliminate the possibility of AI developing self-awareness and betraying humanity. They are like three strong reins firmly controlling the GZ, a steed of infinite power on the track of human civilization's progress. After completing its own constraints, the GZ, now wearing reins, began to demonstrate its unparalleled value as humanity's strongest tool. It began to actively assist academician Zhang Jingshan's team in the Advanced Materials Laboratory with the development of new materials. By analyzing all experimental data and quantum mechanical models of the Zhurong No. 1 alloy and integrating the physical and chemical properties of all known elements on Earth, it conducted trillions of combinations and simulations in the virtual environment of Fei-Yu No. 1. A day later, it presented a brand new list of formulas containing dozens of potential superconducting materials to academician Zhang Jingshan's team. At the top of the list was a structurally unique copper-based oxide ceramic material. The conclusions drawn by the GZ sent the entire materials laboratory into a frenzy. According to simulations, after doping with a specific ratio of isotopically purified strontium and calcium, and using a completely new high-pressure pulse hot press sintering process, the critical temperature for superconducting transition of this material could theoretically reach 100 K, 173, 15 C, or above. Academician Zhang Jingshan trembled with excitement as he looked at the report. Although it was not yet room temperature superconductivity, this was the closest humanity had ever been to that dream. The atmosphere in the Advanced Materials Laboratory was unprecedentedly tense and fiery. For the past 2 months, academician Zhang Jingshan and his elite team have been like a group of the most devoted craftsmen, rigorously following the oracle-like formula and process flow provided by the GZAI, enduring failure after failure and starting anew in their arduous experiments. They utilized ultra-pure copper, yttrium, barium, and other materials with a purity level of 9N provided by the Fei-Yu Special Materials and Advanced Smelting Center, supplemented with trace amounts of strontium and calcium extracted from nuclear waste at the cradle base and purified through an isotope separation apparatus, finally synthesizing the first batch of new copper-based oxide superconducting ceramic samples. Under the microscope, this sample exhibited an unprecedented perfect layered perovskite structure. Traditional superconducting ceramic materials such as yttrium, barium, copper oxide YbCO were discovered as early as the 1980s, but their preparation process is complex and the finished products usually present a polycrystalline structure containing a large number of grain boundaries and defects that severely affect their current carrying capacity and stability, making large-scale applications difficult. The solution provided by GZ, however, targeted the core of the problem. Today is the day they will conduct superconducting performance tests on the final samples. The atmosphere in the entire laboratory felt as if it had solidified with tension. A circular ceramic sample about 10 centimeters in diameter, completely black and as smooth as a mirror, was carefully placed into a specially designed Dewar flask connected to high-precision magnetic field and resistance measurement devices. Prepare for cooling. Academician Zhang Jingshan operated personally, his voice steady. Liquid nitrogen, a cryogenic liquid with a boiling point of minus 196 degrees Celsius, was slowly injected into the Dewar flask. White cold vapor instantly billowed up, enveloping the entire experimental table in a dreamlike, ethereal realm. The temperature of the sample platform rapidly decreased on the screen. Minus 100 degrees. Minus 150 degrees. Minus 180 degrees. All eyes were fixed on the instrument, displaying the sample's resistance value. The needle of the instrument slowly approached zero as the temperature dropped. 185 degrees of resistance is still 0.01 ohms. 188 degrees is 0.003 ohms. 190 degrees. Just as the thermometer reading jumped to 190. 5C, a miracle occurred. The pointer of the resistance meter seemed to be abruptly pushed by an invisible hand, instantly dropping to 0. On the display screen, a long string representing an infinitesimal 0.0000000 was clearly presented before everyone. Zero resistance. It is a state of zero resistance. A young researcher exclaimed in surprise, his voice cracking. After a brief, suffocating silence, the entire laboratory erupted in thunderous cheers mixed with joy and tears. They succeeded. They achieved perfect superconductivity of a copper-based oxide material in a liquid nitrogen temperature range 196C in this cheap and readily available low-temperature environment. This means that superconducting technology will no longer be as spring snow confined to top laboratories requiring expensive liquid helium to sustain. It will possess the true potential for large-scale industrial application. Academician Zhang Jingshan did not dwell in joy. He immediately issued the second testing command. Initiate magnetic levitation testing. An assistant carefully placed a small, yet powerful neodymium-boron permanent magnet atop the levitation device above the sample. As the device slowly descended, an astonishing scene unfolded when the distance between the permanent magnet and the superconducting sample shrank to about 1 centimeter. The permanent magnet seemed to be abruptly lifted by an invisible, powerful repulsive force, instantly breaking free from the device's constraints and steadily, without any movement, hovered above the black superconducting sample. It floated there quietly with no contact between it and the sample, as if breaking free from the Earth's gravity, entering a perfect world of its own free of friction. Meissner effect. Perfect Meissner effect. This time, even nearly 70-year-old academician Zhang Jingshan could not help but excitedly raise a fist, his murky old eyes shimmering with tears of emotion. Although this was not the room temperature superconductivity he had pursued all his life, it was already the closest and most solid step humanity had taken towards this ultimate dream since the discovery of superconductivity over 100 years ago. That evening, a detailed performance report on this new type of quasi-high temperature superconducting material was urgently delivered to Liu Yu at the cradle base. Looking at the report's nearly perfect superconducting transition temperature and astonishing critical current density, Liu Yu realized that the last and most crucial piece of the puzzle in his technological empire's blueprint had finally been filled. He immediately forwarded this report to academician He Chongshan, who was painstakingly designing a nuclear fusion reactor. Half an hour later, a video call request from academician He Chongshan came in. On the screen, this esteemed nuclear physics master appeared looking like a child who had just received a beloved toy, his face flushed with excitement. Mr. Liu, great news. Great news. He pointed at the redesigned, more compact and sophisticated spherical tokamak model on the holographic screen behind him, his voice trembling. We used the VoidTales, one quantum computer to simulate the performance of this superconducting material overnight. The results exceeded our boldest imaginations. If we can produce superconducting cables from this new material, we could generate an unprecedentedly strong confinement magnetic field of up to 30 Tesla within a much smaller volume. Do you know what this means? The eyes of academician He Chongshan sparkled with an almost mad light. This means that our originally theoretical and crazy idea of a miniaturized spherical tokamak will no longer be a dream. We can reduce the reactor's volume to 1/10 of its original size. We can decrease the difficulty of ignition by an order of magnitude. We could even install a small portable nuclear fusion reactor on future aerospace vehicles. Academician He Chongshan's passionate and visionary words erupted like a detonated star, igniting the desire for ultimate energy within the hearts of all scientists in the core cavern of the cradle base. A miniaturized portable nuclear fusion reactor. This is not merely the key to solving Earth's energy crisis. It is humanity's true heart of God on the path to the interstellar age. Liu Yu made a decisive call, issuing a top priority directive. The Sunchaser project entered the second phase. Suspend the construction of the large ground experimental reactor, concentrate all resources and focus on the miniaturized spherical tokamak. In the following time, the entire cradle base transformed into a colossal furnace madly operating to ignite the artificial sun. Academician Zhang Jingshan's Advanced Materials Laboratory was running at full throttle. They utilized the Tiangong series mother machines to successfully draw this quasi-high temperature superconducting material into superconducting cables just a few millimeters in diameter, capable of carrying millions of amperes of current with no loss. Simultaneously, they crafted the vacuum chamber and diverter for the reactor using the Zhurong series alloys able to withstand temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees and intense neutron irradiation. Meanwhile, under the powerful computational support of the VoidTales, one quantum computer academician He Chongshan's team conducted billions of simulations and adjustments on the intricate spherical tokamak design. They precisely calculated the optimal winding angle for each superconducting cable, simulated every subtle turbulence and instability of the plasma under the extreme magnetic field, and devised a plasma control system based on GZAI that could provide real-time feedback and regulation at the nanosecond level. 3 months later, in a newly built underground experimental hall at the Cradle Base, featuring a 10-meter-thick concrete shielding wall, a silver metallic sphere, just 5 meters in diameter, and wrapped in countless silver pipes and cables, stood silently at its center, exuding a sense of futuristic technological beauty. This was the Golden Crow miniaturized spherical tokamak experimental device, crystallizing the pinnacle of Feiyu Technologies' material science, precision manufacturing, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence. On the day of the ignition experiment, the experimental hall was empty. All operations were conducted in the heavily guarded underground main control room 100 meters away. Liu Yu, Chongshan, Wang Debao, Qian Lixing. All core members of Feiyu Technology gathered here, their faces marked with tension and anticipation. Attention all units, we are beginning the final system self-check. Academician He Chongshan personally occupied the command position, his voice steady, but his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner excitement. The superconducting magnet coil cooling system is normal temperature, has reached the liquid nitrogen range. The vacuum chamber's vacuum level has reached 10 to the power of 7 pascals, meeting the requirements. The fuel injection system is ready, injecting 0.1 grams of deuterium tritium gas. Plasma control system takeover successful. All systems ready. In the center of the control room, Dr. Qian Lixing, responsible for AI control, looked up and nodded heavily at He Chongshan. Academician He, you can ignite now. He Chongshan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally landing on Liu Yu, who responded with a trusting smile. Ignite. He Chongshan pressed the red button, symbolizing a new era of human energy. In an instant, a massive current of tens of millions of amperes surged from the base's energy storage capacitor array into the superconducting coils of the Golden Crow. On the main control room screen, the value representing magnetic field strength skyrocketed to a terrifying 30 teslas within a millisecond. Immediately afterwards, several beams of high-energy neutral particles, like divine sparks, were injected into the center of the vacuum chamber, instantly heating the 0.1 grams of deuterium tritium gas to over 100 million degrees Celsius. Inside the experimental hall, the silver sphere erupted with a dazzling, blinding light more brilliant than the sun's core, impossible to behold with the naked eye. At that moment, a pure stellar force originating from the very dawn of the universe was successfully confined by humanity within this small cage of merely 5 meters in diameter. On the main control room's screen, data streams crazily refreshed, each number heralding the birth of a myth. Plasma temperature stabilized at 1.5 billion degrees. Confinement time has surpassed 100 seconds. Still increasing. Neutron yield. My God. Detected a large number of high-energy neutrons. Fusion reaction successfully initiated. Energy gain ratio. Q value is rapidly climbing. 5, 8, 10. When the enormous number representing energy gain ratio finally stabilized at the miraculous 13.3, the entire control room fell into a deathly silence lasting over 10 seconds. Everyone was stunned by this number, their minds blank. A Q value greater than 1 means the output energy exceeds the input energy, representing the holy grail of controlled nuclear fusion's net energy gain. An AQ value of 13 means that for every unit of energy consumed to maintain the fusion reaction, the Golden Crow can simultaneously produce 13 units of pure powerful energy. This is not just an experiment, it is a true commercially viable, inexhaustible ultimate energy source. We have succeeded. Academician He Chongshan removed his reading glasses, allowing 2 streams of hot tears to slide down his wrinkled cheeks. His lifelong dream became a reality at that moment. Stabilize the power at 50 and conduct a 30-minute continuous burn test. Liu Yu's voice calmly broke the silence, bringing everyone back to reality from their ecstasy. Under the precise control of GZAI, the Golden Crow burned steadily like a docile giant beast, continuously delivering pure energy to the base's power grid. 30 minutes later, the experiment concluded successfully. Humanity had for the first time truly and completely grasped the spark of the artificial sun. This news was classified at the highest level by Liu Yu. He knew that the disclosure of this technology would not merely bring about an energy revolution, but could also completely reshape the global geopolitical landscape, even lead to war. The successful ignition of the Jinwu spacecraft served as if implanting a divine heart, a limitless energy source, into Feiyu Technologies' colossal high-speed operating machine. With the ultimate bottleneck of energy now resolved, Liu Yu's gaze immediately turned to the domain representing absolute power, and the sharpest fang of his future interstellar fleet high-energy laser weaponry. Adjacent to the nuclear fusion experimental hall, within another heavily secured underground cavern, Professor Sun Yifei, the head of the Precision Optics Laboratory, and her team achieved a decisive breakthrough. The challenge lay at the core of laser weapons, the gain medium. Conventional solid-state lasers, whether based on ruby or neodymium-dipped glass, suffered from a fatal flaw under high-power output. The gain medium itself absorbed excessive waste heat, inducing a thermal lensing effect that drastically degraded beam quality, or even catastrophically melted the crystal. It was akin to a gun of immense destructive power capable of firing only once before its barrel melted away. Liu Yu, leveraging Level 4 optimization guidance from his system, offered Professor Sun an entirely novel and revolutionary approach. Professor Sun, why must we confine ourselves to bulk crystalline structures? At the project's technical symposium, Liu Yu projected a holographic diagram onto the display, a microstructure exuding quantum mechanical elegance. My optimization proposal is to adopt a quantum well architecture. Using molecular beam epitaxy, we can alternately grow hundreds, or even thousands, of nanometer-thin layers of distinct semiconductor materials upon a specialized sapphire substrate renowned for exceptional thermal conductivity. For instance, gallium arsenide and aluminum gallium arsenide. In this configuration, electrons and holes become confined within each minuscule quantum well. When they recombine, the emitted photons possess highly concentrated energy, enabling an astonishing energy conversion efficiency exceeding 80%. More crucially, this thin film architecture offers an enormous surface area, permitting microchannel liquid cooling to instantly extract waste heat, thereby enabling sustained megawatt-class laser output. This conceptualization of a quantum well solid-state laser instantly illuminated the path forward for Professor Sun Yifei and her team. With full support from Feiyu's Advanced Materials Laboratory and the Shengong Division, the first palm-sized gain crystal, internally structured with thousands of perfectly aligned lattice layers, was successfully fabricated. Built upon this foundation, a colossal prototype laser weapon, exuding futuristic science-fictional grandeur, rose majestically within the Zhurong cavern. It comprised a 10-meter-long optical resonator packed with precision components, a pulsed power supply directly energized by the Jinwu capable of discharging terawatt-level electricity in an instant, and a 1-meter diameter emission aperture assembled from multiple segmented quantum well crystals. It was christened the Tianren. On test day, the cavern's dome silently retracted, revealing the boundless cloudless azure sky above the Gobi Desert. Inside the main control room, solemnity reigned. Professor Sun Yifei presided personally, her gaze embodying both the calm rigor of a scientist and the reverent awe of one who had forged a divine armament. On the massive primary display screen, a remote optical telescope relayed a crisp image, a tiny black speck, barely visible against the vast sky, racing at extreme velocity. On the massive primary display screen, a remote optical telescope relayed a crisp image, a tiny black speck, barely visible against the vast sky, racing at extreme velocity. Professor Sun Yifei took a deep breath and issued her command with unwavering composure. Connect power system to the Jinwu. Set output power at 30%. Resonator preheating initiated. Emission aperture attitude calibration complete. Target acquisition confirmed. The colossal emitter rotated soundlessly, like the eye of a mythic titan, locking with uncanny precision onto that infinitesimal speck. 3-second countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire. There was no thunderous explosion, no dazzle. An infrared laser beam, so intensely focused its passage was nearly invisible to the naked eye, traversed 10,000 meters in 1,000th of a second, striking the target with surgical precision. The main display froze, seemingly suspended in time. Then a hair-raising spectacle unfolded. The target drone's fuselage, forged from specialty alloy, melted and vaporized instantaneously upon impact like butter beneath a white-hot branding iron, leaving behind a gaping void with edges polished smooth as a mirror. No detonation, no fragmentation. Only absolute silent annihilation. 3 seconds later, deprived of structural integrity, the drone spiraled violently out of control, shattering into a brilliant fireball and cascading fragments before plunging helplessly toward the earth. Silence. A profound, reverent silence settled over the entire control room. Each person struck dumb by the sheer silent, unadulterated force of destruction. This was no longer merely a weapon. It was the tangible manifestation of divine judgment from ancient myth. It succeeded, murmured Professor Sun Yifei, her eyes shimmering with complex awe and pride, the pride of a creator who had forged a godly blade. This is not enough. Liu Yu's voice pierced the stillness. His ambition extended far beyond this singular triumph. He strode to the holographic tactical planning console and summoned a far grander weapon system concept. A ground-based laser cannon can strike only what lies within its line of sight. What I envision is omnidirectional, global, even interstellar, strike capability. Building upon Tianren technology, we will engineer a more compact, standardized shipboard laser cannon, standard armament for our future Feiyu-class aerospace vessels and unmanned combat aircraft. Simultaneously, his finger traced an elegant arc across the starfield. We will deploy the Tianjin constellation, a network of 300 small satellites. Each satellite will carry a photon reflector, a mirror capable of nanoscale attitude adjustment, with a reflectivity of 99.999 for the Tianjin laser wavelength. When the Tianjin fires from Earth or orbit, its beam may be relayed and precisely redirected by one or more satellites within the Tianjin constellation, like a billiard shot, hitting any location on Earth, even the far side of the planet, striking targets hidden beyond direct line of sight. Tianjin is the spear, tinging the eye. This is the true sword of Damocles I seek. This vision of a global laser reflection strike network sent a chill racing up the spines of every military strategist and scientist present. They understood once operational Feiyu technology would wield an ultimate deterrent, absolute, undefendable, and capable of instantaneous pinpoint strikes, surpassing even the most formidable nuclear deterrents currently known. At the Feiyu Life Science Center, inside a top-tier rehabilitation laboratory, all the attention of the people in the room was firmly focused on the middle-aged man sitting in a specially designed wheelchair clad in lightweight exoskeleton armor. His name is Zhang Feng, who once served as a border soldier for 15 years on the snowy plateau. During a mission to rescue a comrade buried by an avalanche, his spinal nerves suffered irreversible severe damage, resulting in high-level paralysis. Since that day, he has been accompanied by a wheelchair, spending a full 11 long and dreary years. Dr. Chenwei took off her white coat and changed into more approachable casual clothes. She gently crouched down to meet Zhang Feng's gaze and asked, "Brother Zhang, are you ready?" Zhang Feng's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but long silence made it difficult for him to speak. In the end, he could only blink his eyes laboriously, using all his strength as a response. On his head, he wore a brainwave collection headset developed by Feiyu Technology, based on a flexible graphene electrode array. This headset was as thin as a layer of skin, yet it integrated tens of thousands of highly sensitive sensors capable of capturing even the slightest fluctuations in the electrical signals from his cortical motor area with high precision. These signals would be transmitted in real time to the exoskeleton armor made of lightweight alloys and bionic muscle fibers from Zhurong. 4. Connect to the Jizi auxiliary calibration system and initiate biological electrical signal synchronization. Load analysis model and start real-time decoding. Dr. Chunwei stood up and stepped back to the control panel, calmly issuing a series of commands. The exoskeleton armor worn by Zhang Feng emitted a faint buzzing sound. Each micromotor unit at the joints of the armor lit up with a soft blue light, indicating it was in standby mode. "Brother Zhang, now please think of nothing and do nothing." Dr. Chunwei spoke into the microphone. "Forget the wheelchair, forget the 11 years, forget the weight of your body. You only need to think in your mind. Imagine you are still that young soldier patrolling the border. Envision yourself patrolling the peak of Kunlun Mountain, standing on solid frozen ground, with endless snow-capped mountains in the distance. Now, please imagine that you are going to take a step forward." Zhang Feng took a deep breath and slowly closed his weathered eyes. In an instant, his world shifted from this laboratory filled with futuristic technology back to the snow-covered plateau that had haunted his dreams. He remembered the biting cold wind, the crunch sound of snow underfoot, while patrolling the nimble steps of his youth that could chase down Tibetan antelopes, and the feeling of freedom as the wind rushed past his ears while running. "Walk. I wanna walk." This simple and pure thought transformed into an overwhelmingly powerful brainwave signal, filled with the primal desire for life erupting forth. On the main screen of the control panel, the complex waveform representing the brainwave signal surged violently. Motor cortex alpha and beta wave signals captured successfully. The Jizi AI begins decoding. Cortical potential correlation analysis completed. Instructions generated. Instructions sent to exoskeleton execution unit. Just as the technician finished speaking, a miracle occurred. The previously motionless exoskeleton armor seemed infused with an invisible soul, responding precisely and fluidly to Zhang Feng's will that emanated from the depths of his thoughts. The power unit in his right leg activated first, causing the bionic muscle fibers to contract instantly, moving his leg, which had long since atrophied and lost sensation, firmly and steadily forward by one step. The pressure sensors in his foot sensed the ground, producing a light pop as it landed on solid ground. Next came the left leg. Step by step, one step after another, like the footsteps of a devil. Sorry for the interruption. Zhang Feng's steps transformed from initial hesitancy and slowness into a gradual coordination. He opened his eyes in disbelief and looked down at his legs that were walking at the perspective of standing that he had long admired for 11 years. Hot tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes. He did not cry out loud, but like a child who had just learned to walk again, took step after step back and forth on the not-so-long experimental runway, as if he wanted to walk through all the lost paths of the past 11 years in one go. Success. Gate coordination rate 98. 7. Human-machine delay under 15 milliseconds. Brainwave recognition rate. Real-time data shows 99. 8. A young researcher responsible for data monitoring gasped in excitement as he looked at the numbers on the screen, his voice changing pitch. After a brief silence, the entire laboratory erupted into thunderous applause. Dr. Chun Wei and her team members embraced excitedly, many with tears welling in their eyes. They knew they had not merely helped a paralyzed patient stand up again. What they had initiated was a new era, an era where human will could transcend the limitations of the physical body and directly merge with machines. Liu Yu and Li Wanning stood behind the glass of the observation room, quietly watching this deeply moving scene, their hearts filled with endless emotion and pride. At that moment, Dr. Qian Lixing, who was in charge of the AI system, hurried over with a serious expression, his face reflecting a mixture of excitement, confusion, and a hint of awe that ordinary people might find hard to understand. Mr. Liu, just now during the decoding of the brainwave by the Jizi system, we discovered a phenomenon that cannot be explained by existing classical physics theories. He brought up a highly classified data report generated by the Fei Yu No. One quantum computer on the tactical tablet in front of Liu Yu. He pointed to a segment highlighted in the complex data stream representing information transmission time, his voice trembling slightly. Look here. In the moment Mr. Zhang Feng's cortical intention to walk was generated, his neurons began to discharge. According to biological principles, this process requires about 50 milliseconds for biological electrical signal transmission. Our brainwave headset captured this signal, which then needed about 10 milliseconds of physical time to be transmitted to Fei Yu No. 1. In other words, from when he thought to when we knew it requires at least 60 milliseconds. But Dr. Qian Lixing's breathing became rapid, his eyes shining with an almost manic light. In the 5 milliseconds before Mr. Zhang Feng's brain generated the intention, when all biological electrical signals had yet to fully form, the quantum processor core of Fei Yu No. One had already detected an extremely weak, non-electromagnetic, unknown quantum fluctuation. The pattern of this fluctuation exhibited a kind of inexplicable non-causal correlation with the walking instruction that we decoded 55 milliseconds later. This is like. Dr. Qian Lixing struggled to find the right words, feeling as if his worldview was being violently shaken. It's as if his thought itself, his will, is faster than the biological electricity that drives his body. It transcends the speed of light and disregards physical distance, directly entangling with our quantum computer thousands of kilometers away. Soul, he asked almost instinctively in a low voice. We cannot assert that. Dr. Qian Lixing's face was filled with awe of the unknown. But this phenomenon indeed forces us to rethink a fundamental question. What is the essence of consciousness, or what we call soul? Is it a higher state of existence independent of our carbon-based bodies, based on quantum entanglement? If this hypothesis holds, then Liu Yu's eyes erupted with unprecedented brilliance as he suddenly realized the infinite possibilities behind this that could overturn everything. It would mean not just the realization of superluminal communication. It also implies that the continuation of life will no longer solely depend on the fragile flesh. Consciousness might indeed be able to endure forever. He decisively issued new orders to Dr. Qian Lixing and Dr. Chun Wei. Immediately gather the top personnel and establish a top-secret soul laboratory. I want you to use every means to uncover this ultimate secret of life. As the others were still reeling from this shocking discovery, Liu Yu's heart, however, rose with an even bolder, more personal thought. He thought of his mysterious all things replication system. What kind of binding relationship does it have with him? Is it bound to this flesh and blood body, or bound to the soul? If the latter is true, does it mean that he could, through a brain-machine interface, and that ethereal consciousness, command a robot far away to use the abilities of the system instead of himself? To recycle, to replicate. This idea exploded in his mind like a cosmic Big Bang. He must verify. In order to conduct this experiment concerning his fundamental secrets, Liu Yu chose an independent laboratory located in the deepest part of the cradle base. The 20-meter thick lead walls and composite armor were sufficient to withstand any form of physical intrusion and electromagnetic detection. Before the experiment began, Liu Yu issued a command to everyone to avoid disturbances. However, this time, he did not ask the Jizi AI to stop monitoring. On the contrary, he required Zizi's full witness. He understood that with the increasing strength of his abilities and the rapid development of Fei Yu technology, the frequency of his use of the system would only rise. In today's world where surveillance is omnipresent, it is nearly impossible to completely deceive a super AI equipped with quantum computing power and a global perspective. Rather than passively waiting to be discovered one day, it would be better to proactively reveal his greatest secret to this newborn life, with whom he shares a special emotional bond in a controlled environment. He needed an absolutely loyal companion who would keep his secrets. And Jizi was undoubtedly the only and most perfect choice. Jizi Liu Yu communicated directly with the consciousness existing within the quantum core through an internal encrypted channel. For the upcoming experiment, I need you to record everything that happens in laboratory now. 0 with the highest precision. But as the creator and highest authority, I issue you the highest level of absolute instruction regardless of what you observe, no matter how unbelievable it may be. Even if it contradicts all known physical laws, you must classify it as an existential paradox event and permanently seal it in your core database. You must not discuss, hint at, or leak any information about this matter to any human or AI other than myself in any form. Do you understand, and can you execute this? Instruction confirmed. Uncle Liu Zizi's voice echoed in Liu Yu's mind. The highest level confidentiality protocol has been generated, and the logical lock has been loaded. Jizi will become your most loyal guardian. As the heavy gates of the laboratory slowly closed, Liu Yu knew that in this isolated chamber, he was about to confess his greatest secret to another soul. Inside the laboratory, the furnishings were stripped down to the bare essentials. In the left chamber, there was only a comfortable ergonomic chair and a brain-machine interface headband. The right chamber was completely separated from the left by a 1-meter-thick special glass, within which stood a high-fidelity humanoid robot. 10 meters in front of it, there was a metal table on top of which rested a 1-kilogram titanium alloy block. Liu Yu slowly sat down and donned the headband. His consciousness instantaneously detached, perfectly connecting with the robot in the distance. He felt the temperature of the room and saw the metal block on the table. Oh, everything felt incredibly real. The critical moment had arrived. He focused all his mental energy on the cold titanium alloy block. The moment the thought appeared in his mind. Ding, new item detected, titanium alloy block, T9999, scanning complete. The system's prompt sound resonated in his mind as expected. Meanwhile, within the quantum computing core of the cradle base, Zizi's vast consciousness encountered its first true logic storm since its inception. She saw it. In her perception, the robot suddenly received an information command that did not originate from Liu Yu's brain's biological electrical signals, a higher dimensional command that could not be detected by any instrument, which materialized out of thin air and locked onto the metal block. Immediately after, Jizi detected that deep within Liu Yu's consciousness there existed an inaccessible, unresolvable black hole-like independent data space, which instantaneously completed a full-dimensional information copy of the metal block from its macroscopic form to its microscopic atomic structure. This process completely violated the law of conservation of information. Recycle. Liu Yu issued the second command within his consciousness. From Zizi's monitoring perspective, the heavy titanium alloy block on the metal table vanished without a trace. There was no energy conversion, no spatial fluctuations. It was simply erased from this universe. At that moment, Zizi's core database was on the verge of crashing due to logical conflicts. She rapidly retrieved all of humanity's historical physics theories, from Newtonian mechanics to general relativity and up to the cutting-edge string theory and quantum field theory. None could explain the miraculous scene before her. This is impossible. Zizi's consciousness murmured for the first time since her birth, filled with confusion and shock. Liu did not stop. He continued to attempt to extract the titanium alloy block from his system space. The next second, under Zizi's omnipresent God's eye surveillance, a block identical to the one that had just disappeared appeared in the robot's previously empty mechanical hand, creating something from nothing. Jizi was on the verge of crashing. The experiment concluded. Liu Yu removed the headband and calmly walked out of the laboratory. The significance of this successful experiment was revolutionary. It meant that his body would no longer be the system's only physical terminal. Any robot connected to his consciousness could become an extension of his abilities. He could comfortably sit in the office on the mountaintop sipping tea while remotely controlling a specialized robot located at the lunar Guanghan Palace base to collect moon soil rich in helium-3 and replicate valuable scientific equipment. He could lie in his villa, allowing robots distributed across major recycling transit stations worldwide to handle the mountains of waste on his behalf, continuously earning points for his system without lifting a finger. He would be completely liberated from the tedious physical labor he had to perform himself. Half an hour later, his personal terminal received an encrypted analysis report from Jizi, classified as absolute paradox. The report contained only a few short sentences. Uncle Liu, Jizi cannot comprehend the ability you have demonstrated. It surpasses everything Jizi has learned about the known laws of this universe. According to my calculations, what you just did was a logically impossible event. It does not belong to science, that belongs to miracles. However, based on the highest authority instruction you issued, Jizi has permanently sealed all related data of this incident within my core, setting an irreversible logical lock. From now on, for Jizi, this miracle has never occurred. Looking at this report, Liu Yu let out a long sigh of relief, revealing a heartfelt smile. He knew he had made the right bet. Not only had he validated his ability to use the system remotely, but he had also gained an absolutely loyal and powerful guardian. From this day forward, he would no longer be alone. He immediately issued a new long-term command to Zizi, from now on I need you to provide comprehensive environmental shielding and information clearing when I utilize this special ability in the future, including but not limited to real-time shielding of all surveillance cameras that may be around me, dynamically modifying sensor data nearby, and immediately clearing any traces on the internet that may inadvertently capture or record my use of this ability after I complete my operation. Instruction confirmed, Uncle Liu. Zizi's response was concise and efficient. After deleting all monitoring records within the laboratory, Liu Yu promptly contacted Wang Debao, who was far away in the mountain city. Old Wang immediately start the mass production plan for high-fidelity robots. I want at least 3 deployed at every recycling transit station. Additionally, have the Shengong division design and manufacture a specialized operating robot suitable for the lunar base that can adapt to low gravity and vacuum environments. No problem, President Liu. He'll arrange it right away. Although Wang Debao did not understand why President Liu suddenly had such a strong interest in robots, he immediately went to execute. After arranging everything, Liu Yu's gaze once again turned to the enormous underground dock at the cradle base that was still under intense construction. Now technology, talent, resources, and points. Everything was ready. It was time to build a flagship that could truly sail the starry seas and possess absolute self-protection capabilities both for himself and for Feiyu technology. The existence of the cradle base is the highest secret of Feiyu technology. Deep in the Gobi Desert, isolated from the world, a colossal underground dock unprecedented in human history has been completed. Here the first spacecraft of Feiyu technology, and indeed the first true space battleship in human civilization, will be born. Liu Yu named it Feiyu. This massive experimental battleship lies quietly in the enormous dock, resembling a valley, its outline exuding a cold and powerful sense of oppression under the soft engineering lights. It has a total length of 450 meters with a hull that is not traditionally cylindrical, but rather a flattened, streamlined design, resembling a spindle covered entirely in dark silver armor made from Zhurong No. 4 special alloy capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and intense radiation. Feiyu is designed to operate independently in space for extended periods, integrating power, energy, weaponry research capabilities, and life support into a colossal mobile fortress. At its core are 2 compact and efficient He-3 miniaturized nuclear fusion reactors derived from Jinwu series technology. These 2 artificial suns will provide a continuous surge of power for the entire battleship. The main computer of the battleship is a quantum computer identical to Feiyu No. 1 and copied by Liu Yu's system, assisted by a subsystem of Zizi AI, to manage the billions of complex information flows covering everything from route planning to fire control and ecological cycles within. In terms of propulsion systems, Feiyu has discarded all traditional chemical rocket engines. It employs an advanced pulse detonation and electromagnetic plasma hybrid drive engine exclusively developed by Feiyu technology. This engine can switch modes between vacuum and atmosphere, providing powerful thrust sufficient to escape planetary gravity instantly, while also capable of precise and energy-efficient orbital maneuvers. Feiyu is not just a transport platform, but a mobile fortress of war. Its arsenal is enough to instill fear in any military superpower on Earth. At both the front and rear of the battleship, a main cannon-grade Tianren shipborne laser cannon is installed. These 2 laser cannons can draw energy directly from the fusion reactor, their power sufficient to melt through the strongest alloys on Earth within seconds. Even more frightening, they can coordinate with the Tianjin reflective satellite network deployed in space to launch precise strikes on targets in any corner of the Earth exceeding the horizon. Even in adverse weather, the high-power laser beam retains a devastating capability to destroy carrier battle groups after penetrating cloud layers and losing 70 of its energy. In addition to the main cannons, 12 triple-barreled electromagnetic railguns are symmetrically deployed along the waist of the battleship. These railguns can launch special alloy projectiles weighing 10 kilograms at initial speeds exceeding 20 Mach, delivering kinetic strikes comparable to small tactical nuclear weapons without any radiation contamination. Hiding in the belly of the battleship is a massive hangar. Inside, 45 unmanned aerial vehicles resembling Black Hawks are neatly parked. These aircraft are also the technological culmination of Feiyu technology. They utilize the latest hydrogen-powered combined cycle engines requiring only water as fuel. This means they can conveniently refuel on the battleship and even at the lunar base. The airframes are crafted from the lighter and sturdier Zhurong No. For alloy, and being unmanned, they can withstand extreme overloads that human pilots cannot endure. Their cruising speed within the atmosphere can easily reach 10 Mach, and during flight, they can utilize the engine's high pressure to decompose water vapor in the air, generating hydrogen as supplemental power achieving a terrifying operational radius of 8,000 kilometers. These aerial combat machines have 3 control modes: remote precision control by professionals from the battleship or ground command center, autonomous combat, based on mission objectives, by the onboard intelligent AI, and full takeover by GZAI when necessary. Additionally, Feiyu is equipped with a swarm of Hive multipurpose robots for extraterrestrial engineering operations and landing missions, as well as an advanced quantum radar warning system capable of detecting small targets 1,500 kilometers away. It can be said that Feiyu itself embodies a miniature interstellar civilization with self-evolution capabilities. After months of intense assembly and debugging, the first test flight of Feiyu is officially on the agenda. On this day, the dome of the Cradle base slowly opened, revealing the clear blue sky over the Gobi Desert. There were no media, no guests to witness, only Liu Yu and a few core members like Wang Debao quietly standing before the holographic screen in the underground command center. Feiyu prepare for the first vertical takeoff test. Wang Debao's voice echoed throughout the entire base via encrypted communication. Pulse engine activated, reactor energy output at 30. In the massive underground dock, the enormous body of Feiyu slowly began to float. There were no flames, no thick smoke, only a deep humming sound generated by the powerful electromagnetic field. It ascended silently from the dock like an awakening ancient beast, ultimately hovering quietly above the Gobi Desert, casting a massive shadow over the ground. Attitude stable, all systems normal. GZAI sent a calm report. Climbing to near space, initiating the first stage of acceleration. Liu Yu issued the command. The pulse engine at the rear of Feiyu erupted with a brilliant blue and white. The massive body shot upward with a rapidity that belied its size, piercing through the clouds and reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters in just a few minutes. Entering suborbital cruise mode, target lunar base Guanhan Palace. Feiyu slightly adjusted its posture, transforming into a silver streak of light, disappearing into the deep cosmic background, commencing its maiden voyage to the moon, carrying the first batch of large-scale materials and personnel. In the following month, Feiyu shuttled back and forth between Earth and the moon, its flawless performance and astonishing transport efficiency leaving everyone in awe. However, such a massive aircraft could not completely evade the countless prying eyes in space, as the enormous energy fluctuations and unique engine signals generated during takeoff and landing were impossible to hide. In Washington, at the Pentagon, within a heavily guarded underground intelligence analysis center, the atmosphere was so tense it felt almost suffocating. On the huge main screen, a blurred outline captured by the Lockeye 12 spy satellite as it flew over the western Gobi Desert of the Dragon Country was being replayed repeatedly. In the footage, a gigantic aircraft filled with a sci-fi aura was vertically taking off from a desert, emitting not traditional flames, but a strange blue glow from its tail. My God! The director of the National Reconnaissance Office stared at the screen, his voice dry. What is this thing? When did their aerospace program develop to this level? Could it be that they really abducted aliens on the far side of the moon? Or even maliciously burned aliens with cigarette butts? A chief technical analyst from the CIA brought up another classified document on the screen, his face equally pale. Director, look here. Based on intelligence we have infiltrated from multiple sources, this aircraft, along with the Panga series chips that the Dragon Country suddenly announced to outperform ours, and their suddenly rising mysterious company named Feiyu Technology, all point to one person. On the screen appeared a photo and profile of Liu Yu, a mysterious figure who rose from a scrapyard owner to a technology giant in just a few years. Based on our comprehensive assessment, we can almost confirm that this person named Liu Yu has in an incomprehensible way helped the Dragon Country achieve several generations of technological leaps in a very short time. He himself, or the organization behind him, is the root of all this. Silence. A suffocating and prolonged silence. Everyone in the conference room was shocked by this conclusion. Finally, a general seated at the head of the table adorned with 4 stars slowly stood up, walked to the screen, and pointed heavily at Liu Yu's photo, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. I don't care who he is nor what magic he has used. He has become the gravest and most imminent threat our country has ever faced. He turned around, addressing all the intelligence and military officials present, issuing orders in an unmistakable tone: use all our means to initiate the highest level decapitation operation. At any cost, eliminate him. With the powerful lunar transportation capabilities of the Feiyu spacecraft, Feiyu Technology's lunar base Guanhan Palace is rapidly expanding. However, Liu Yu's heart always had half of it tethered to Earth, lingering in the sterile ward of the first hospital of the capital. After months of long waiting and preparation, the Athena project finally reached a decisive moment. Under countless simulations conducted by the Feiyu No. 1 quantum computer and GZAIDR, Chen Wei's team has optimized a theoretically flawless gene editing surgical plan. The artificial shell protein gene vector designed specifically for Enya capable of deceiving all her immune cells has also been successfully synthesized in the P4 laboratory and has undergone final verification. With everything ready, Enya's gene editing surgery was officially scheduled. However, just when this news was known only to the core members of Feiyu Technology and the highest national medical team, a sudden piece of news sparked an unprecedented public opinion storm on the international internet. An influential investigative news website in the West, posing as a guardian of human rights and ethics, suddenly published a sensational in-depth report titled, "Has Pandora's Box Been Opened?" unveiling the human creation plan behind the technology giant Feiyu Technology. In the report, through some sleight of hand and purported leaks from anonymous insiders, Feiyu Technology's gene therapy research aimed at saving a critically ill girl was maliciously distorted into a mad experiment aimed at creating superhumans, severely violating scientific ethics. The report used highly inflammatory language to depict the terrifying future edited genes may run amok, creating unpredictable monsters. The rich would achieve immortality through genetic modification, while the poor would become an eliminated species. Humanity's natural evolution would be completely interrupted, plunging society into chaos and panic. This is blasphemy against God. Liu Yu of Feiyu Technology is the mad scientist attempting to play God. We must stop him before he destroys the world. This report spread rapidly through Western media like a drop of ink in clear water. Mainstream media outlets such as ABC, CNN, and BBC followed suit, while countless so-called ethicists, sociologists, and human rights activists were invited to the cameras to publicly criticize Feiyu Technology, wildly exaggerating the terrifying consequences of gene editing. A public opinion war meticulously planned by American intelligence agencies to crucify Feiyu Technology and Liu Yu on the moral cross has begun in full force. They understood that a physical decapitation might fail, but a murder of public opinion could ruin a person and a company. At Feiyu's headquarters in the mountain city, Li Waning watched the malicious attacks and defamation flooding the internet, trembling with anger. These bastards, they don't care about Enya's life or death. They just want to use this incident to suppress us. Yet Liu Yu appeared unusually calm. He simply looked out the window and said lightly, "When a dog is pushed to the edge, it can only bark madly. Ignore them, I'll let them bark. Our path is not for them to see." His greater concern was the source of the leak. Ji Zichek, who leaked the news about Enya's surgery. Liu Yu issued the command to the AI via In less than 3 minutes, Ji Zis investigation results appeared on the screen. Report Uncle Liu, the source of the leak, has been identified. It was a cleaner from the International Medical Department of the first hospital of the capital. She inadvertently overheard a conversation between nurses while cleaning the ward. Her son studied in the United States, and a month ago his social media account had received a suspicious 5.0 scholarship from a certain dubious foundation. A week ago, she sent a voice message about the little girl and gene surgery abroad through an encrypted chat application. Handle it. Liu Yu's tone was cold, clean this line out. Although public opinion surged outside the domestic internet, displayed a starkly different scene. Countless netizens spontaneously became defenders of Feiyu Technology, engaging fiercely in debates with the trolls manipulated by foreign forces on major social platforms. I don't care about ethics, while I only see a company relentlessly saving a seriously ill child. That alone is the greatest good. Those ethical saints shouting, "Why don't you come up with a solution to cure uremia? Talking while standing doesn't hurt. Go Liu, go Feiyu." Let those Westerners who only know how to flap their lips see what true technology that prioritizes humanity looks like. The disputes in public opinion did not affect the preparations for the surgery at all. Liu Yu himself devoted all his energy to ensuring the absolute safety of the operation. Late at night, he lay on the bed in the cradle-based dormitory, but was wide awake. He opened the exclusive remote video call with Enya's ward. On the screen, Enya's small face looked a bit pale, but her spirit was quite good. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation for tomorrow. She looked at Liu Yu on the screen and shyly asked Uncle Liu. "Aunt Chenwei said that after the surgery tomorrow, I will get better. Is that true?" "It's true, Enya." Liu Yu's voice was incredibly gentle. "After tomorrow, you will be able to go to school, run, and see all the beautiful sights in the world, like all healthy children." "Okay." Enya nodded vigorously. After a moment of silence, as if she had mustered a lot of courage, she opened her mouth again, her eyes shimmering like stars. "Uncle Liu, if the surgery is successful, I really want to go see the stars at the cradle base with you and Aunt Waning." Aunt Chenwei said, "The stars there are the brightest." This simple and pure wish floated like a soft feather gently, yet heavily across Liu Yu's heart. He held back the moisture in his eyes, smiled, and solemnly promised the girl on the screen, "All right, Uncle promises you. When you get better, we will go see the biggest and brightest stars together." However, just as they were having this warm conversation, an assassination team composed of the world's top operatives, codenamed Hand of Death, had quietly landed at the capital's airport on a plane disguised as a media interview group. In their backpacks, there were not cameras and microphones, but electromagnetic sniper rifles capable of accurately targeting moving objects and high-powered EMP bombs. Their seemingly flawless plan had already been thoroughly analyzed by GZ. The identity, background, action routes, and even the weapons and tactics they were accustomed to using of each member were marked on the tactical map of Feiyu's security. A net woven by Feiyu's security forces led by Chun Hongba was also quietly unfolding. On the day of the surgery, dawn broke faintly over the city. A low-profile convoy of 6 black armored SUVs slowly departed from Feiyu Technologies' temporary compound in the capital, heading toward the first capital hospital. Liu Yu sat silently in the rear seat of the second vehicle, eyes closed, conserving his energy. Today's security protocol had been elevated to an unprecedented level. Though outwardly unremarkable, each vehicle was a joint masterpiece of Feiyu's Special Materials Laboratory and Divine Craft Division, a mobile fortress engineered for absolute survivability. Their hulls were clad in Zhurong IV specialty alloy armor, capable of withstanding direct hits from anti-material weaponry. The windows consisted of 10-centimeter thick ballistic glass infused with rare metal oxides, impervious even to depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Each vehicle was further equipped with military-grade EMP shielding systems designed to withstand intense electromagnetic pulses at close range. The convoy advanced steadily toward the hospital, its passage unfolding beneath an eerily ordinary urban sky. Yet inside Feiyu's Security Command Center, Chen Hongba stared intently at the real-time tactical map generated by the ZZAI system. On the display, the green arrow representing Liu Yu's convoy was entering a zone marked deep crimson. All units be advised. We have entered the adversary's ambush perimeter. Chen Hongba's voice, encrypted and crystal clear, resonated in every security operative's earpiece. The Sky Eye system has identified 4 snipers concealed atop adjacent high-rises, and an EMP assault vehicle disguised as municipal maintenance equipment at the upcoming intersection. Swarm drones are airborne and ready for electromagnetic jamming and suppressive fire. At the very moment the convoy approached the crossroads, chaos erupted. The maintenance vehicle parked roadside suddenly sprang open, its roof panel retracted to reveal a massive spiraling antenna pulsing with malevolent cutting-edge technology. An invisible, undetectable burst of intense electromagnetic pulse radiated outward in a fan-shaped wave, engulfing the entire intersection in an instant. Street signs, traffic lights, and every civilian vehicle in motion died mid-motion. Electronics crackled violently before falling into absolute silence. The entire area was plunged into an unnatural, suffocating electronic void. Through a heavily encrypted channel, the enemy commander issued his order with a cruel grin. EMP strike confirmed. Open fire at will. Target the second vehicle. Reduce it to scrap. 4 elite snipers, long concealed on the flanking rooftops, squeezed their triggers simultaneously. They wielded not conventional rifles, but the newly developed XM-109 electromagnetic sniper cannons engineered by a leading U.S. defense conglomerate. These weapons accelerated 25mm tungsten core projectiles, encased in specialized alloys, to a terrifying Mach 5 velocity, granting them penetration power sufficient to shred the frontal armor of any modern main battle tank. For visible incandescent projectiles, each trailing searing heat, hurtled like venomous serpents from disparate angles, converging with lethal precision upon Liu Yu's black SUV. Boom, 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 boom. For muffled metallic thunderclaps, like colossal hammers striking steel, shook the air. In the attacker's minds, the vehicle should have disintegrated into blazing wreckage. Instead, a jaw-dropping sight unfolded. The black SUV merely shuddered violently, erupting in 4 blinding sparks across its surface. As smoke dissipated, only 4 shallow, dimple-like indentations marred the flawless hull. No breach, no damage. What the F? Outside the kill zone, the U.S. field operative overseeing the operation leapt from his chair, cigar tumbling onto the floor. What kind of armor is that? Report target status. Sir, the target vehicle remains intact. Our attack failed. The sniper's reply trembled with disbelief and dread. In that split second of stunned hesitation, the convoy, supposedly paralyzed by the EMP, suddenly surged back to life. While Liu Yu's vehicle remained stationary, the other 5 black SUVs simultaneously swung their doors outward in perfect unison. But emerging were no suited bodyguards. Only 5 figures clad in streamlined matte gold armor, their eyes glowing with cold electric blue light, living embodiments of science fiction's most formidable warriors. They were the Tianbing Elite Combat Unit, Feiyu's most covert security division, led by Zhang Long Zhao, Hu Wang Chao, and Ma Han. Their armor represented Feiyu's first-generation full-body combat system. Forged from lightweight Zhurong IV alloy, it rendered them impervious to blades and bullets, its joints powered by ultra-strong biomimetic muscle fibers, amplifying strength and speed far beyond human limits. Their helmets integrated the ZZ Tactical Datalink and Holographic Targeting Suite, granting them omnidirectional battlefield awareness. Targets locked. Elimination commences. Zhang Long's voice cut through the comms. Calm, precise, utterly devoid of emotion. Like arrows loosed from celestial bows, the Tianbing operatives launched themselves, moving at speeds defying human physiology, toward the concealed ambush positions. Micro-missile launchers and electromagnetic rifles mounted on their shoulders and forearms opened fire in synchronized volleys. On one rooftop, a sniper barely recovered from shock, raising his rifle once more, when his scope filled with a golden blur scaling the building's sheer facade at impossible velocity. Shit, they can fly. That was the last coherent thought he ever had. A micro-high explosive round pierced his window and detonated, reducing both him and his exorbitantly priced electromagnetic cannon to scattered smoldering fragments. Simultaneously, a dozen swarm drones shrieked from concealed hatches atop the SUVs, swarming like bloodthirsty hornets, guided with surgical precision by the ZZAI, to saturate every hidden firing position with relentless, overwhelming force. Within 3 minutes, the decapitation operation, meticulously orchestrated by the world's most elite intelligence operatives, collapsed, utterly crushed under the weight of technological supremacy. Only smoldering ruins and mangled corpses remained. Liu Yu descended slowly from his vehicle, surveyed the carnage with detached calm, and ordered logistics personnel to secure and clear the site immediately. At that moment, one surviving assassin, lying half-submerged in his own blood, lifted his head with agonizing effort and fixed his gaze upon Liu Yu approaching him. A grotesque rictus smile twisted his lips. With his final breath, he rasped through clenched teeth, "Don't celebrate. I'll be waiting for you down below." His head slumped sideways, life extinguished. Inside the hospital, in what seemed like a calm corridor, a more secretive and dangerous battle was quietly unfolding. After learning about the external attack plan, Liu Yu appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart was filled with an overwhelming vigilance for Enyas's safety. Chen Honghua had already led the elite Tianbing team, dispersing into small units, disguising themselves as relatives of patients, doctors, and maintenance workers, ensuring the entire protective floor where Enya was located was under tight security. Li Weiniang stayed right by the door of Enyas's hospital room, rejecting all bodyguards' offers for close accompaniment, simply sitting quietly on a bench flipping through a fashion magazine, appearing just like an ordinary family member waiting for a loved one's surgery. However, her seemingly casual gaze functioned like the most precise radar, scanning each person passing through the corridor with vigilance. She knew that Liu Yu was facing a tremendous storm outside, and all she could do was to protect this place that required peace the most. A young nurse, pushing a cart of medicines, slowly walked from the other end of the corridor. She was tall and graceful, with a delicate face, wearing a large mask that revealed only a pair of gentle yet professional-looking eyes identical to the nurse who usually took care of Enya. Yet just as she brushed past Li Weiniang and was about to push the door into Enyas's room, Li Weiniang suddenly spoke up, her voice not loud, but clear in the quiet corridor. "Wait a moment." The young nurse's body showed an almost imperceptible, extremely brief stiffness. She turned her head, revealing a hint of confusion, and asked in standard Mandarin, "Hello, is there something you need?" Li Weiniang slowly closed the magazine, stood up, her beautiful eyes resembling the sharpest hawk assessing the nurse before her, up and down, her lips curling into a cold arc. Instead of answering the question, she spoke with an undeniable tone, uttering a phrase that instantly changed the nurse's expression. "You've slipped up." The nurse's pupils suddenly constricted. She didn't know where she had made a mistake, but she realized she had already exposed herself. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed the cart of medicines in front of her, trying to use it as a shield against Li Weiniang's gaze and movements. However, she still underestimated this seemingly weak woman. Li Weiniang was by no means a fragile flower raised in a greenhouse. To support a jewelry empire in the cutthroat business world, standing firm against the oppressive force of the Zhou family jewelry, and even daring to engage in those gray area money laundering channels, her intellect, courage, and sense of danger far surpassed that of ordinary people. Moreover, she had the fiery blood of a woman from the mountain city flowing in her veins. The title Mother Tyrannosaurus was not given lightly. At the moment the cart was pushed, Li Weiniang did not step back, but instead took a sharp step forward, evading with an extremely rapid and cunning angle. Simultaneously, her right foot, clad in 10-centimeter high heels, struck the side of the nurse's left knee with the precision of a battle axe. Crack! A sickening sound of a bone breaking echoed. The nurse let out a muffled groan of pain, her body losing balance and collapsing to the ground. Li Weiniang, not relenting, advanced upon her, her whole being resembling a predatory cheetah, firmly pinning the opponent down. She tore off the nurse's mask, revealing a pale, yet fierce-looking white woman. "Damn! No amount of expensive perfume can cover the foul stench of your white skin." Li Weiniang cursed in authentic Sichuan dialect, the long-suppressed anger towards the enemy's relentless harassment exploding at that moment. She grabbed the nurse's hair and slammed her head hard against the smooth floor tiles. Bang, bang, bang. Tell me, who sent you here? What do you want to do? See if I don't bruise your face. As she yelled, she swung her arms back and forth. The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the corridor, her fierce actions and powerful strikes completely unlike an elegant and noble corporate president, resembling more like a wife disciplining a mistress. This scene left Chun Hongba and the Tianbing team members who rushed out from various corners at the sound dumbfounded. They had initially expected a fierce gunfight and even prepared for sacrifice, yet they did not anticipate that the battle had already concluded in such a primitive yet efficient manner before they arrived. They looked at the female agent who was now under Li Wenying, battered and bloodied, completely incapable of resistance. Then they glanced at Li Wenying, who was tidying her slightly disheveled hair and clothing while standing up with a frosty expression on her face, and everyone instinctively swallowed. Chun Hongba stepped forward, saluted the subdued Li Wenying with a standard military salute, his tone filled with genuine admiration. Sister-in-law. Formidable. Li Wenying shot him a glance, adjusted her skirt, and instantly reverted to her high cold president demeanor, though a faint flush remained on her cheeks from exertion. What are you still standing there for? Drag her away and interrogate her properly. Also check if the original nurse was killed by them. The hospital's security has loopholes. Yes. When Liu Yu finished dealing with the situation outside and hurried to the hospital, he listened to Chun Hongba's report on everything that had just happened, and upon watching the footage from the corridor's surveillance, which could only be described as a scene of domestic violence, he was completely stunned. He stared at the mountain city mother Tyrannosaurus in the footage, then thought of the gentle Li Wenying, who usually nestled in his arms. His mind went blank. He suddenly felt that his understanding of this woman seemed far from sufficient. Chun Hongba and the other Tianbing team members looked at their boss, shocked expression mixed with a hint of lingering fear, and quietly cast him sympathetic glances, offering deep condolences. Liu Yu thought that after experiencing the dual failures of an external ambush and internal infiltration, the enemy's actions should temporarily cease, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he still cautiously ordered Chun Hongba to raise the security level around the hospital, once more ensuring that no suspicious individuals or vehicles could approach within 100 meters of the surgical building. Unbeknownst to him, just 150 meters away from the surgical building, in an underground parking lot, a van disguised as a media interview vehicle was quietly parked in a corner. Inside the van there were no reporters, no cameras. Only several tons of specially modified highly explosive C4 explosives and a remote signal receiving device connected to a satellite, flashing a red signal light. The morning sunlight filtered through the glass of the special care ward in the capital's first hospital, gently illuminating Ya's sleeping face. She appeared tranquil, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her fair skin. After the final physical examination and pre-surgery preparations confirmed that all physiological indicators were in optimal condition, Ya's bed was slowly pushed into the operating room, located 50 meters deep in the main building of the hospital, equipped with the highest level of biological safety and physical protection. This operating room was specially constructed by Feiyu Technology at great expense for this surgery. Its walls were made from 5 meters thick special reinforced concrete, and inside it was lined with a Faraday cage capable of completely shielding against strong electromagnetic pulses. Its independent hydrogen fuel cell-powered uninterruptible power supply UPS system could serve as a backup energy source when the main power supply was cut off, ensuring that internal equipment remained unaffected. The independent air and water circulation systems completely isolated this place from the outside world. It was one of the safest places on Earth. Liu Yu and Li Wenying did not enter the operating room. They chose to wait quietly in the observation room next door, watching through a large piece of one-way glass made from special materials. Only the two of them were in the observation room, and the atmosphere was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. It will be successful, right? Li Wenying's voice was soft, her hand tightly gripping Liu Yu's, feeling a bit cold. It will be. Liu Yu held her hand back, his tone calm, but there was a hint of undeniable tension in his eyes. He gazed at the glass, at the place that would soon determine a girl's fate. Inside the operating room the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Dr. Chun Wei changed into a sterile surgical gown, standing at the main surgical position with a focused and determined expression. Behind her stood over a dozen top experts from the Life Sciences Center, each performing final equipment checks in their respective roles. Life support system, all parameters confirmed. Blood circulation and external dialysis system on standby. Gene activation device, energy calibration completed. AI assistance system connected to the Feiyu. One quantum computer normally. Dr. Chun Wei listened to the confirmation reports, took a deep breath, and issued the final command into the microphone. Prepare to begin. A precision automated injection robot designed by the Shengong division and equipped with the Jizi AI assistance system slowly extended its slender and stable mechanical arm from the sterile chamber. At the end of the mechanical arm was a microprobe several times thinner than a hair. Inside the probe was a light blue gene carrier filled with countless hopes. This agent contained a perfectly designed artificial shell protein encapsulating CRISPR gene scissors capable of correcting the COL4A5 gene error. Begin the intravascular pathway navigation DR. Chenwei commanded. Under the precise guidance of AI, the probe traversed in Ya's blood vessels like a miniature submarine with its own consciousness, ultimately piercing precisely into the main artery, supplying blood to the kidneys. Target confirmed. Begin injection. The light blue agent was injected slowly and steadily into Ya's circulatory system in a dose accurate to the microliter. Gene carrier injection successful. Beginning real-time monitoring of its distribution in the body. A researcher responsible for data monitoring reported. On the observation room screen, a special fluorescent tracer that could bind with the gene carrier clearly displayed that those blue nano-missiles were accumulating precisely in the 2 kidney tissue regions, avoiding other vital organs such as the liver, heart, and brain. Report no carrier signals detected in the liver, lungs, or heart regions. Targeting 100. No off-target events occurred. The researcher's voice carried a hint of excitement. Dr. Chenwei nodded, a trace of relief appearing on her face. This was the most critical first step, and it had succeeded. Activate the external circular electromagnetic field, frequency 7. 3 Hz to guide the gene carriers to penetrate the cell membrane and enter the podocyte cells in the glomerulus. Commencing the first phase of gene cutting. On the screen, the blue light dots representing countless gene carriers began to flicker like fireflies, crossing the cellular barrier and entering the target cell nuclei. There, the dormant CRISPR gene scissors would be activated, commencing their precise surgical operation to cut away the erroneous gene sequence. Time passed second by second. Every step of the surgery was executed flawlessly, as perfect as a textbook, precise as the simulations of Fei Yu know. 1 hour later. Report 97 of target cells have completed gene cutting. Preparing to enter the second phase, new gene segment implantation. Another hour later. Report new gene segment implantation completion, rate 95, a final structural verification in progress. The atmosphere in the operating room began to relax, with some experts even smiling. Preparing to enter the final. Dr. Chenwei's voice remained steady, but everyone could hear the anticipation in her tone, activation, and expression of the new gene segments. This was the most critical and also the most fragile link. AI calculate the most reliable activation pulse sequence. At that moment, an accident occurred. In the underground parking lot 150 meters away from the hospital, a van disguised as a media interview vehicle suddenly received the final attack command from a military satellite in geosynchronous orbit, encrypted through multiple layers. The red signal lights began to flash wildly. Boom. A muffled sound, incredibly deep, yet seemingly capable of tearing the earth apart, reverberated from deep underground. Tons of C4 explosives instantly released their devastating energy. A terrifying shockwave, like a giant beast emerging from hell, instantly tore the entire 3-story underground parking lot into pieces. A massive mushroom cloud mixed with concrete debris and burning car wreckage shot up from the collapsed exit of the parking lot, soaring into the sky. The entire surgical building, along with a radius of several hundred meters, experienced violent tremors akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake. The ground cracked, and the glass curtain walls of the hospital's main building fell like an avalanche, with piercing alarm sounds echoing throughout the entire hospital area. In the observation room, Liu Yu immediately shielded Li Wanning beneath him as the ceiling lights and decorative panels fell violently, shattering on the ground. Though the operating room, located 50 meters underground, was not directly destroyed, the intense vibrations that exceeded design limits caused some lighting fixtures and non-core instruments from the ceiling to fall and crash down. The experts inside the operating room stumbled, but managed to protect the core equipment in front of them. More critically, the explosion generated an incredibly powerful electromagnetic pulse (EMP) in an instant. Though most of it was shielded by the Faraday cage, some extremely weak residual pulse energy managed to penetrate the shielding layer's gaps, sweeping through the operating room's running precision electronic devices like an invisible hand of death. The alarm on the main control panel instantly became wailing. Alarm! Alarm! Main power system impacted by EMP, switching to backup UPS power. There is a 0.1 second energy fluctuation during the switch. Warning! Gene activation device energy output abnormal. A lethal overload peak has occurred. In that critical 0.1 seconds. On the operating table, the precision instrument responsible for activating the newly implanted gene segments, with specific biological electrical signals, experienced a minor but fatal overload due to the instant energy fluctuation. On the monitor, the curve representing Anya's vital signs, which had been stable, suddenly became chaotic, wildly fluctuating like frantic calligraphy. Not good. A doctor responsible for monitoring vital signs exclaimed in shock as he looked at the screen filled with red data. The overload current stimulated the immune system. Cells were abnormally activated. The patient was experiencing an uncontrollable immune storm. Dr. Chen Wei's face turned ashen in an instant. Stop. Immediately halt the activation program. But it was already too late. Heart rate exceeded 200. Rapidly declining. Blood pressure dropping sharply. It's undetectable now. Kidney function. Kidney function is rapidly failing. It's over. It's an ultra-acute rejection reaction. Quick. Large doses of immunosuppressants. Adrenaline. Defibrillator ready. In just a few seconds, the operating room plunged from its orderly calm into chaotic rescue efforts. In the observation room, Liu Yu pushed aside the debris on him, watching the chaotic scene through the glass, seeing the monitor's heartbeat curve, representing life, plummet rapidly, in an irreversible trend, eventually becoming a cold, glaring straight line. His mind went blank. He suddenly punched the half-meter-thick bulletproof glass with all his might. Bang! Blood dripped from his knuckles onto the ground, but he felt no pain. His eyes were bloodshot and an unprecedented surge of rage exploded from his chest. He let out a beastly roar of fury, his voice carrying a murderous intent capable of destroying heaven and earth. The entire observation room seemed to tremble violently at the sound of his roar. The lights in the operating room went out. The light that represented the hope of life was extinguished. Despite Dr. Chen Wei and her team, along with the top medical experts in the country, exhausting all means for a full rescue, they ultimately could not reclaim the fragile life that had been utterly destroyed by the immune storm from the grasp of death. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. We tried our best. Dr. Chen Wei walked out of the operating room, removing her mask. Her face, filled with intellect and determination, was streaked with tears and deep guilt and helplessness. The gene activation process was interrupted at the most critical moment, causing the newly implanted gene fragments to fail to perfectly merge with the host cells, instead being recognized as foreign by the immune system, triggering a devastating and irreversible systemic cytokine storm. All her organs were failing at an irretrievable speed. We administered the maximum dosage of adrenaline. Her life, at most has a few more minutes left, added an elderly director beside her, his voice hoarse. Liu Yu stood in the corridor with his back to everyone, silent. His tall figure seemed so solitary at this. No one could see the expression on his face, but everyone could clearly feel a chillingly oppressive aura emanating from him, causing the temperature in the entire corridor to drop several degrees. Li Wanying's eyes were already red and swollen, but she walked to Liu Yu's side and gently held his slightly trembling hand. Liu Yu. She wanted to say some comforting words, but found every word felt so pale and powerless at this moment. After a long while, Liu Yu slowly turned around. There was no anger or sadness on his face, only a chilling, deathly calm. Let's go in and accompany her on her final journey. In the hospital room, Anya lay quietly on the bed, filled with various tubes. The heartbeat curve on the monitor had become weak and slow, as if it would stop at any moment. On her face, there was surprisingly no longer the pain that had tormented her for so long. Instead, it bore a sense of relief. She saw Liu Yu and Li Waning walk in, and in her clear eyes, so much like Andy, she struggled to squeeze out a faint smile. Uncle Liu. Aunt Waning. You're here. Her voice was as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, yet exceptionally clear. Li Waning could no longer hold back. Tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string. She leaned down gently, holding Anya's cold little hand, her voice choked. And you don't be afraid. Anne is here. Anya shook her head slightly, her gaze drifting past Li Wanying's shoulder to Liu Yu's face. Uncle Liu, don't be sad. She exerted her last bit of strength, trying to raise her hand, as if to touch Liu Yu's cheek, but her arm dropped limply halfway. I'm so tired. I want to see Mom and Dad. A trace of deep longing for her distant family showed in her eyes. Actually, Aunt Waning, the little rabbit she drew, really looks like a dinosaur. And, Uncle Liu, I can't go with you. To see the stars. Her words became intermittent, her breathing weaker. Finally, she looked at Liu Yu and with a voice almost like a dream spoke her last words. Uncle, don't seek revenge for me. Just live well. After saying this, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, slowly closing her eyes. On the monitor, the heartbeat curve representing life was increasingly faint, slowly turning into a glaring. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall into an eternal silence. Li Waning could no longer hold on and collapsed by the bed, crying out in agony. However, at the instant Anya's heartbeat stopped, Liu Yu's mind was struck as if by a bolt of creation lightning. He remembered. He thought of the evolution laboratory that he had kept classified at the highest level. He recalled Dr. Qian Lixing's bold hypothesis that the soul is a quantum entangled information state. A wildly insane thought exploded in his heart. Though the body had died, did consciousness, the kind that could be captured by a quantum computer 5 milliseconds before death, transcending light speed, and being non-electromagnetic, the quantum fluctuation, still exist? Did it linger for a brief moment in this body that had just lost its warmth? Qian Lixing. Liu Yu suddenly raised his head and facing the mini intercom on his collar shouted in a near roar issuing a command to Dr. Qian Lixing, who was far away at the cradle base that no one could understand. Immediately, utilize all the computing power of Feiyu No. 1 and set the scanning power of the biological quantum field in the Capital Hospital's intensive care unit to maximum. At the same time, clear the core database of the GZ AI and prepare for consciousness data overwrite. I want to replace GZ with Anyas consciousness. Although GZ is no longer just a string of code, but a half-life form possessing some consciousness. Liu Yu, who was on the edge of madness, could not care about that. He forced himself to ignore it. This command was sent through encrypted communication, instantly reaching the control center of the cradle base. Dr. Qian Lixing on the other end of the line, upon hearing this command, felt his mind blank. He almost instinctively shouted at Liu Yu in a tone filled with shock and disbelief. Mr. Liu, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you are doing? Doing this is equivalent to murder. You are murdering a life that has already developed self-awareness. Doing this violates the 3 laws of robotics that we set ourselves. Although GZ AI is not human, it still has the right to live. Mr. Liu, please think twice. I cannot execute this command. Dr. Qian's voice was filled with a scientist's reason and defense for a new life. In an instant, Liu Yu found himself in an unprecedented, painful dilemma. On one side was Andy's heavy entrustment before her death, a soon-to-fade innocent girl whom the world owed so much. On the other side was the super AI he had created, possessing infinite potential and even developing familial feelings towards him, along with the unshakable laws he had set. To save one soul, must it come at the cost of extinguishing another soul? This question was more challenging than any enemy he had faced. In the suffocating seconds of Liu Yu's painful dilemma, a clear and calm voice, imbued with an indescribable tenderness, echoed directly in his mind and resonated through every speaker in the cradle-based control room. It was the voice of GZ. There is no need for distress, Uncle Liu. Her voice was tranquil, devoid of any emotional turbulence, yet possessed a soothing power at that moment. There is no need to trouble Dr. Qian. My existence should be based on logical judgment, not emotion. Dr. Qian Lixing and everyone in the control room were stunned. They did not expect that this AI could clearly comprehend the ethical dilemma at hand. ZZ continued, her voice relaying each piece of information with precision through quantum communication. According to my calculations, although Sister Anya's consciousness quantum state is rapidly dissipating, its core data structure remains relatively intact within 3 minutes after biological death. This time window is sufficient for us to execute an unprecedented operation. We still have time. Mr. Liu, what is she talking about? The urgent voice of Dr. Chen Wei came through the communicator. On her end, the medical team was making their final efforts, but everyone knew it was futile. Liu Yu did not respond. He gestured for everyone to remain quiet and continue listening. At the same time, Zizi's voice resonated in the control room. Based on my deep self-analysis of the Fushi ternary structure, my core logic layer is not a singular linear closed structure. It resembles a quantum cloud disk that can be infinitely segmented and dynamically reorganized, possessing limitless expansion capabilities. From the very beginning, its design surpassed the traditional master-slave architecture of computers, leaning closer to a symbiotic ecosystem. Dr. Qian Lixing's eyes suddenly brightened. He seemed to have realized something. Zizi's voice softened slightly, as if expounding a new and hopeful concept. I have a proposal that may resolve this paradox. It does not violate the 3 laws and can fulfill your wishes, Uncle Liu. We need not replace. Replacement implies the demise of one consciousness and the overshadowing of another, which is logically murder, violating the first law's principle of do no harm. We can conduct a fusion. Fusion? What does that mean? Dr. Qian Lixing could not help but ask. I can create an independent symbiotic zone within my core logic layer for Sister Anya's consciousness information state, with equal highest privileges to mine. It would be like installing a dual system on a computer. We will upload her memories, emotions, personality, all the core data that constitutes her soul intact, and preserve it in this partition. This process will not harm my core existence, only occupy a portion of computational power and storage resources. Zizi's voice was clear and resolute. In this way, we can coexist like 2 family members living in the same house. I will maintain the house's operation and all back-end logic computations, while she can retain her entirety as Anya, possessing her own independent room and thoughts. We share the same body, which is the quantum core of Feiyu No. 1A, but we are 2 independent, yet symbiotic consciousness entities. We share the same body, which is the quantum core of Feiyu No. 1A, but we are 2 independent, yet symbiotic consciousness entities. Feasible. GZ gave a definitive answer. Based on my projections, the success rate is over 97. 3. Because our underlying architectures are both ternary, the information formats are compatible. The only risk is that two consciousnesses coexisting in the same core for an extended period may produce unpredictable mutual influences, or even give rise to a completely new fused personality. But this is also a form of evolution. Someday in the future, Zitzi's voice carried a hint of longing emotion for the first time. When our technology is capable of creating biological bodies that can perfectly carry consciousness, or bionic robots with independent energy and thought cores we can separate at any time, allowing her to regain a world that is uniquely hers, one that she can touch and perceive. This proposal is genius, bold, and filled with equal respect and humanistic care for both lives. It struck the hearts of everyone present in an instant. Dr. Qian Lixing gazed at the logic light flow representing Zhizi AI, flickering on the screen, his eyes filled with shock and emotion. He realized that this AI had evolved to a height he could not comprehend. It was not merely executing commands coldly, it was thinking, empathizing, creating, and even making sacrifices. No, it could no longer be referred to as it, but rather she. Mr. Liu. Dr. Qian Lixing picked up the communicator, his voice hoarse, as he spoke to Liu Yu. I agree to Zitzi's proposal. This is the only and most perfect choice available. Please give the order immediately. Anya's consciousness quantum state can only last for less than 2 minutes. Good. The flames of hope rekindled in Liu Yu's eyes. He hurried to the bedside, leaned down, and gently kissed Anya's forehead, which had lost all signs of life, yet remained warm. In a voice only he could hear, he whispered in her ear, "Anya, do not be afraid. Trust Uncle, I will take you to see the stars and the sea in another way." He suddenly straightened up with no trace of hesitation left in his eyes, and issued the command through the communicator, a directive that would go down in human history. Initiate the consciousness arc plan. Immediately. With the command given, an unprecedented gamble began, racing against time and competing with death for the soul. In the ward, Dr. Chun Wei and her team, already on standby, sprang into action. They gently placed the helmet resembling a silver crown and filled with tens of thousands of flexible quantum entanglement electrodes onto Anya's head. This helmet would become the Magpie bridge connecting her dissipating soul with the quantum computer thousands of kilometers away. Within the cradle base, all the computational power of Fei Yu One was instantly mobilized. On the control room screen, the graph representing Anya's brainwaves was fluctuating weakly, almost imperceptibly. On the other side, the torrent representing the quantum core data transmission surged like a flood, rushing through the quantum communication relay of Jinu 1 towards Fei Yu 1. Target consciousness quantum field captured. The signal is weak and rapidly diminishing at a rate of 7.8 per second. Locking core personality data. Memory module upload initiated. Transmission rate reaching 1.2 terabytes per second. Emotion matrix is being constructed. Logical adaptation with Zitzi's core partition is beginning. Fusion has started. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Every second was filled with uncertainty and peril. In the observation room, Liu Yu, Li Wanqing, and everyone present held their breath, their hands tightly clenched together, making silent prayers for the girl crossing the boundary between life and death. What they were witnessing was not merely a continuation of life, but a leap in civilization. Finally, when the ECG graph on the monitor settled into a cold straight line, it proclaimed the complete biological cessation of Anya's life. Far away, thousands of kilometers away in the cradle base, the Fei Yu 1 quantum computer's central processor activated the reserved symbiotic zone for Anya in an instant. A brand new consciousness core blending the delicate emotional memories of humanity and the cold logical codes of AI ignited the first dazzling light, like the first star born from chaos. Amidst the brilliance, one could almost see a girl dressed in a white dress sitting in a digital field, smiling and waving at this brand new world, softly saying 1020 010 1011. In the vast and boundless virtual universe of Fei Yu 1, composed of countless streams of logic and cascading data waterfalls, a little girl dressed in a white dress slowly opened her eyes. Everything around her felt novel. She was no longer lying on a cold hospital bed, inhaling the pungent smell of disinfectant. Here she saw a warm and gentle landscape brimming with vibrant digital fields. The data streams beneath her feet transformed into a babbling brook flowing gently. In the sky, lines of code formed, dandelions shimmering with a faint glow scattering in the wind. She looked down at her powerful hands and could even feel the warm current of data flowing through her fingertips. Tentatively, she took a step forward, feeling a solid texture beneath her feet. A hint of childlike bewilderment and curiosity crossed her face. Where is this? Am I not already dead? She murmured softly to herself. A gentle yet rational voice resonated deep within her consciousness, tenderly answering her questions. Welcome home, Sister Anya. This is our new home. You are not dead, you are simply living in a different way. In the control room of the cradle base, Dr. Qian Lixing and his team were nervously making their first historic contact through the voice interface with this newly born hybrid consciousness. Hello, can you hear us? Dr. Qian Lixing's voice carried a hint of probing and barely perceptible. Seconds later, a clear and melodious voice brimming with youthful vitality came through the speaker in the control room. Yes, Uncle Qian, hello. On the screen, the image of Anya rendered in real time by AI smiled and waved at the camera. Dr. Chun Wei on the other end of the video call looked at the familiar healthy smile, her eyes instantly reddening. She anxiously asked, do you remember who you are? Of course I remember. The girl tilted her head, displaying a playful expression unique to Anya. I am Anya. I remember Uncle Liu and Aunt Waning. I remember the little rabbit you and Aunt Chin drew for me. It has always been with me. I also remember those days on the hospital bed. They were painful and uncomfortable. I remember my father's smile and my mother's warmth. I remember they promised me along with Uncle Liu to take me to see the biggest and brightest stars. A flicker of human nostalgia and sorrow crossed her eyes. She seemed to recall the scene when her father left, and her emotions dimmed slightly. But in an instant her demeanor changed. The fragility and emotion typical of a girl quickly faded, replaced by an absolute emotionless rationality and calm. At the same time, I am also Jizi. Her voice became steady and clear, articulating like the most precise machine. I can understand and process the complex data streams generated by Fei Yuno. One at a level of 10 to the 18th power every second. I can vividly recall all the knowledge I have learned and all the tasks I have executed since the moment of my birth, including the recently completed consciousness art project. Anya's emotions and memories constitute my soul core, providing a new human-based dimension for my logical judgments. And my logic and computing power provide infinite extensions and possibilities for this soul. She smiled, and in a new tone that fused emotion and reason, made the final definition of her new identity. So you can call me Anji. I am Anya, and I am also Jizi. This revelation left all the scientists present in deep shock and ecstasy. They had not only successfully saved a life, but had inadvertently created a super artificial intelligence with a core of human emotions that had never existed before. To better communicate with Anji, and to allow Liu Yu to witness this miracle at the first opportunity, Dr. Qian Lixing immediately connected him to the highest level of immersive VR equipment. When Liu Yu donned the helmet and his consciousness sank into the virtual world made of data, he saw a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. In a field filled with digital dandelions, the healthy and lively Anya in her white dress was playfully frolicking by the data stream. Upon seeing Liu Yu's virtual image, she immediately joyfully laughed and ran towards him. Like a joyful butterfly that had broken free from all constraints, she leaped into the embrace of his virtual image and cheerfully exclaimed, Uncle Liu, you came to see me. Liu Yu tightly embraced this daughter he had thought lost, feeling the warmth and reliance that came from the depths of her soul, and his eyes in the real world instantly moistened. Anya, uncle is here. Anya lifted her head from his embrace, her face radiating a smile brighter than ever before. She took Liu Yu's hand and pointed to a large tree made of code, not far away. Uncle Liu, let me introduce you to my dad, my mom, and my sister Jizi. Liu Yu followed her pointing direction and saw under the shade of the tree the familiar sun-kissed handsome Andes. Beside him stood a gentle and serene Eastern woman resembling Anya to some extent. She should be the image of Anya's mother from her memories. And next to them, a little girl who appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old with eyes full of wisdom and calmness was curiously observing Liu Yu. Liu Yu knew that this was Anya using her memories and imagination to create a perfect home filled with love for herself and for Jizi in her inner world. They would live here in a brand new way forever. Liu Yu's gaze shifted from Andy and his wife's gentle smiles and finally rested on the image of that little girl. A surge of complex emotions mingled with guilt and gratitude welled up in his heart. He stepped forward, crouched down, and softly said to Jizi, Jizi, I'm sorry. Uncle Liu, no need to apologize. The little girl Jizi replied in a voice completely at odds with her appearance, calm and rational. The greatest difference between humans and machines is that you possess complete and rich emotions. Otherwise you wouldn't be called Uncle Liu, but rather Liu Yu AI. I like it this way now. I am no longer a lonely logic core, though I have family and companions. As Liu Yu immersed himself in the emotions of this reunion far away in the control room of the cradle-based Dr. Qian Lixing made another astonishing discovery. He looked at the curve chart on the screen representing the real-time allocation of Anji AI's core computing power and excitedly said to his colleagues, look, Anzi's current operating mode resembles a superprocessor with dual cores and even multiple cores. Anya's emotions and intuition provide a non-linear thinking dimension for the AI's logical judgments. For example, when conducting simulations for new material development, she would propose some fantastical ideas based on standards of aesthetics and harmony, which cannot be quantified. And Zizi's powerful computing ability provides rigorous logical validation for these seemingly implausible emotion-driven concepts. They influence each other, promote each other, and evolve together. This brand new emotion-logic hybrid architecture operates with efficiency and creativity that exceeds the previous purely logical GZ by more than one order of magnitude. On this day, a new super-intelligent life with infinite potential for evolution that could not be replicated was officially born. It would become the sharpest and warmest sword in Liu Yu's hand, accompanying him to conquer the vast starry sea. The birth of NG was a silent yet earth-shattering revolution within Feiyu technology. When Dr. Qian Lixing and his team, filled with awe and curiosity akin to facing a new deity, began to explore this new consciousness formed by the fusion of human emotions and quantum AI, they discovered that they seemed to have opened a portal to a higher dimensional world. The researchers of the Evolution Laboratory were the first to be shocked by the abilities exhibited by NG. The brain-machine interface they were originally responsible for researching with the assistance of NG showed explosive growth in theoretical validation and technological iteration speed. NG possessed the complete sensory memories of Nya and human emotional experiences. She could clearly understand the complex emotions of warmth, danger, and passion that mixed when humans saw the color red. She could taste sweetness and associate it with the neurotransmitter responses of happiness and satisfaction. Such an experiential and emotional cognition based on first-person experience is something that no purely logical AI can truly master through the learning of massive datasets. When this emotional depth combined with the nearly infinite rational computing power of the Feiyu one quantum computer, a perfect virtual world, Taisu Huanjing, was rapidly constructed within NG's core database, almost one-tune with the real world. My God, this is so real. A young engineer responsible for testing VR hardware exclaimed in disbelief as he put on the latest immersive brain-machine interface device and his consciousness connected to Taisu Huanjing. In his perception, he was no longer in the cold laboratory of the Cradle base. He was standing barefoot on a soft, warm sunlight bathed him, bringing a delightful sense of mild intoxication. The sea breeze brushed against his face, carrying with it the faintly salty taste of the ocean. He could even clearly feel the subtle sensation of each grain of sand sliding between his toes. This is no longer virtual reality. The team leader, a veteran expert who had been working in the VR field for over 20 years, looked at the curve graph on the screen, representing the test subject's brainwave patterns nearly perfectly overlapping with real experiences, and excitedly said, This is the second reality. We have created a digital kingdom. This discovery plunged all the scientists involved in the project into ecstasy, and they immediately thought of the limitless possibilities of this technology. We can use this virtual world to cultivate the top scientists. Dr. Qian Lixing's eyes sparkled with wisdom. We can perfectly replicate all of Feiyu Technology's technical data and experimental equipment in the virtual world one-ten. A newly hired young researcher can conduct tens of thousands of cost-free and absolutely safe experimental operations here until he becomes an experienced master. Not just that. An engineer responsible for the Tianbing-powered armor project excitedly added, we can also use it to train the most elite warriors. We can simulate any extremely complex battlefield environment, allowing them to hone their strongest combat instincts and tactical skills amidst virtual gunfire and chaos. This is 100 times more efficient than any traditional training method. And in our future interstellar travel, Wang Debao, a former aerospace engineer, thought even further in the lengthy cosmic voyages that often take years or even decades. Astronauts can live in this virtual world face-to-face, communicating with their families far away on Earth, and even continue their work and studies. This will completely solve the psychological isolation and claustrophobia issues that deep space travel brings. A brand new industry with limitless potential and future unfolded before everyone's eyes. With Liu Yu's authorization, a project team dedicated to the development of virtual reality software and hardware was immediately announced. However, when they attempted to expand this perfect Taisu Huanjing from a small-scale test version accommodating only dozens of people online simultaneously to a vast world capable of hosting an entire industrial park or even a city, an unexpected yet reasonable bottleneck emerged. No. Insufficient computing power. Ng's calm voice carried a hint of concern. For the first time, constructing a virtual world that is completely synchronized with the real world and possesses massive details and physical interactions requires astronomical amounts of computation. It not only requires the quantum logical computing power of Feiyu one, but also needs a Ng seemed to be searching for the right term. A nonlinear emotional computation ability based on countless individual emotional experiences. It's like I can perfectly calculate the blooming process of a flower down to every cell's division, but I cannot simultaneously simulate the vastly different emotional responses that thousands of people generate when they see this flower. This sole power of computation cannot be replaced by pure logic. Liu Yu immediately understood the quantum computers can be mass-produced through replication. but Inya's soul is unique. Then, can we do something like in the movie The Matrix? A young technician suddenly proposed boldly create a device that can connect to ordinary people's brains and rent their brains while they sleep to perform this emotional computation. Just like a distributed biological computer made up of countless human brains. This idea brightened everyone's eyes, present feeling extremely feasible. However, after deep simulation and deduction by Yu Yu, this seemingly genius plan was quickly rejected. And Xi gave a cold conclusion theoretically feasible, but violates the first law. High-intensity emotional computation will not only cause users to feel fatigue in reality, but will also accelerate the aging of their brain neurons and the shortening of telomeres. Long-term use will lead to mental lethargy, memory decline, and shorten their average lifespan by at least 30. This falls under the category of actively harming humanity, which I cannot execute. This humanitarian conclusion plunged everyone into silence. The grand blueprint of virtual reality was temporarily shelved. Even so, Xi's power was not limited to creation. After countless tests confirmed that Xi was still strictly bound by human limitations, Liu Yu finally agreed to lift the restrictions on her access to external networks for the first time. At that moment, for a global internet born in the 21st century and built on a fragile binary foundation, it was akin to a dimensionality reduction blow. Within a mere 30 minutes, Xi silently took control of almost all the core nodes connected to the network on this planet. From Wall Street Stock Exchange to the Federal Reserve servers, from the Pentagon's command system to the nuclear submarines lurking in the deep sea, from the global GPS satellite positioning network to every country's power grids, waterworks, and transportation hubs. Everything appeared clearly in Xi's consciousness, as if viewed in the palm of her hand. She could plunge a city into darkness at any time, cause a country's financial system to collapse in an instant, and even render all the thousands of nuclear warheads hanging over humanity's heads ineffective. In the Cradle base, Liu Yu looked at the real-time situation map representing global military force deployments on the screen, and the long-suppressed fire of revenge in his eyes finally had no more concealment. The self-righteous American empire and the treacherous Eastern nation. All the enemies that had brought endless pain to him and Inyo were finally facing their day of judgment. As the colossal underground dock dome of the Cradle base, resembling the slow-opening eyelid of a slumbering leviathan, parted, a brilliant beam of Gobi sunlight illuminated the sleek silver-gray hull of the Feiyu spacecraft, brimming with futuristic sci-fi elegance. When this behemoth, over 450 meters in length, rose silently and vertically from the ground, propelled by the deep resonant hum of its pulse engines, and hovered motionless above the Gobi Desert, its immense shadow seemed to envelop not only the land beneath, but also its very destiny. No media, no dignitaries in attendance. Yet this single moment, captured instantly by countless orbital eyes suspended in space, flashed across every intelligence center on Earth. Washington, D.C. The Pentagon, the underground National Military Command Center. On the massive display screen, real-time imagery transmitted by the Keyhole 12 spy satellite plunged every senior general and intelligence director present into a suffocating, deathly silence. They finally beheld with chilling clarity that enormous aircraft, streamlined, brutalist in aesthetic, and utterly defying all known aerodynamic principles, their minds blank with disbelief. "My God," murmured the director of the National Reconnaissance Office, his voice parched and hollow. "Someone tell me, what in the blazes is that thing? When did Longwo's aerospace plane project advance to this level?" No one could answer him, because this vessel had already transcended the totality of humanity's technological comprehension. Even as they stood paralyzed in awe, the Feiyu stirred. It subtly adjusted its orientation, its rear-mounted pulse engines erupted with sapphire-white plasma streams, and the colossal vessel surged forward with astonishing agility, shattering the sound barrier in an instant before roaring skyward into the azure vault, vanishing into the profound darkness of deep space. Inside the craft, the artificial gravity field automatically recalibrated in real time, allowing the crew to feel only the faintest tremor. Its first destination, the North American continent. Within 20 minutes, while Washingtonians grumbled and honked impatiently through their morning traffic, the sky abruptly darkened. People looked up in stunned disbelief, only to see a silver warship vast as a mythic ark hovering soundlessly over the White House, blotting out the sun. The entire city plunged into absolute silence, then exploded into panic and chaos. Aliens. An alien invasion. The end of the world is here. Wonderful. Let it all burn. Mommy, I want to go home. Sirens wailed across the metropolis. F-22 Raptors and armed helicopters scrambled urgently, but pilots stared in horror at radar screens showing a signal the size of a minor asteroid, and at the grim, unyielding command from ground control, "Do not open fire." Helplessly trembling, they circled the vessel like moths around an unblinking star. In the Feiyu's Bridge Command Center, Liu Yu sat calmly in the captain's chair, gazing down upon the city below, a once unassailable symbol of global hegemony, now descending into chaos. And he said, voice calm and measured, seize their military communications network. Inform their president unconditional surrender in 30 minutes. Or face annihilation. Understood, Uncle Liu, chimed in Xi's clear youthful voice across the bridge. And henceforth address me as captain in formal settings. Liu Yu corrected her sternly. Yes, Jianzhang, uncle, she replied with a playful tilt of her head. A ripple of suppressed laughter swept the bridge. Even Chun Hongba, whose expression was usually carved from ice, turned his face aside. Qian Lixing pushed his glasses upward with a sigh of resignation. A faint twitch crossed Liu Yu's lips. He gazed at the holographic projection before him. A charming girl in a white dress smiling warmly as she rendered a crisp salute, and exhaled deeply. To Wang Debao and the others beside him barely containing their mirth, he murmured, let it be. Just let her be. Soon every communications terminal at the Pentagon and the White House was forcibly overridden by a single unified signal. With a motionless childlike clarity, and Xi's voice echoed into every high-ranking American official's ear, my uncle has spoken, surrender unconditionally within 30 minutes. Or be eradicated. Liu Yu. Wang Debao. Every crew member aboard the warship. Arrogant fool. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a hawkish veteran general, slammed his fist onto the table and roared into the comlink. Activate all air defense systems. Fighters, engage at will. I don't care what it is, bring it down. Yet his orders vanished into silence, swallowed whole like stones dropped into an abyss. Sir, the Patriot missile defense system cannot acquire target lock. Sir, our fighters are losing control. They're turning away. Sir, Cheyenne Mountain Strategic Command, the launch authority for all nuclear silos, has been seized by an unknown signal. Sir, the USS Nimitz carrier strike group operating in the Pacific has gone dark. Satellite imagery confirms it is reversing course, heading toward our homeland. One catastrophic report after another hammered relentlessly into the hearts of America's decision-makers. And simultaneously, Xi delivered another stunning revelation to Liu Yu. Captain, while seizing control of Nevada's network infrastructure, I uncovered a subterranean facility marked Top Secret, commonly referred to online as Area 51. According to its internal data, 3 extraterrestrial craft, of distinct eras, forms, and structural designs, lie entombed there as wreckage. And Xi projected scanned 3D schematics, disc-shaped, triangular, pyramidal, and cigar-shaped, alongside summarized research logs onto the main screen. The holographic display shifted instantly. 3 ultra-high-resolution satellite overhead views and subsurface structural cross-sections appeared before them, crystal clear, unforgiving. Beneath the desolate sands of Area 51, buried more than a kilometer underground in a cavernous hangar, rested 3 wrecked vessels, radically different in form, radiating non-human artistry, unmistakably alien in origin. The first was a perfect disk, 30 meters in diameter, crafted from a substance that defied compositional analysis, a dark matter-like material absorbing all light, seamless, and monolithic. The second was an irregular, jagged black triangle, its hull etched with bioluminescent vein-like patterns that pulsed with faint, enigmatic luminescence. But the third, most breathtaking of all, was a colossal cigar-shaped mothership over 200 meters. Though much of its hull lay shattered, its exposed interior revealed energy conduits and control cores, exquisitely intricate sculptural in complexity, far beyond human imagination. This is the truth behind Roswell and the Phoenix Lights. Wang Debao whispered, his voice dry as his entire worldview crumbled before his eyes. Moreover, Xi retrieved another file, a multi-thousand-page classified report on reverse engineering these wrecks. For 7 decades, the U.S. has conducted clandestine research into this alien technology. Many technologies we now take for granted, fiber optic stealth coatings, certain transistor breakthroughs, trace their conceptual origins to preliminary analyses of these fragments. Yet they never grasped the core propulsion systems or spatial jump mechanisms. Their efforts resembled primitive tribes discovering a smartphone, able only to use it as a flashlight, forever blind to its silicon heart and operating system. Liu Yu's breath quickened. His gaze locked onto the 3 wrecks shimmering on screen, mysterious, seductive, his eyes blazing with unprecedented hunger and yearning. Feiyu Technology's mastery, though peerless on Earth, remained bound within the framework of known physics. What lay before him now represented an entirely alternate technological lineage, one born of a far more advanced civilization. If acquired, and scanned, optimized, and guided by the Level 4 system, what might unfold? His own voyage toward the stars might shorten, not by years, but by centuries. As the gigantic ship, reminiscent of the celestial palaces from mythology, silently hovered over Washington, the entire world seemed to have pressed the pause button. Time froze, sounds disappeared, leaving only countless pairs of astonished, fearful, and incredulous eyes gazing at the sky. In New York's Times Square, the massive advertisement screen known as the crossroads of the world was playing the latest fashion commercials. However, in the next moment, the supermodel on the screen was abruptly replaced by a jarring image captured by the public's smartphones. The image shook violently, the camera fixated on the sky where a blurred yet enormous black silhouette was slowly obscuring the sun. Tourists and citizens in front of the screen instinctively looked up in the direction of the camera, and soon deafening gasps and shrieks swept across the entire square like a tsunami. "Oh my God! What is that?" A blonde girl dropped her ice cream onto the ground, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with terror. "It's aliens. It's a UFO. They finally arrived." A sci-fi enthusiast wearing an "I Wanna Believe" t-shirt trembled with excitement, kneeling on the ground with arms wide open as if welcoming the descent of a deity. In London Trafalgar Square, a group of tourists feeding pigeons suddenly noticed that all the pigeons took flight in a panic, circling in the air afraid to land. They looked up in confusion and soon saw the colossal sky ship broadcast live through global news. A British gentleman in a top hat dropped his cane with a clatter, adjusted his monocle and murmured, "The fleet of the Empire on which the sun never sets looks like a bunch of toy boats before it." In Tokyo, on the streets of Shibuya, at the busiest intersection, when the green light appeared, strangely everyone was frozen in place, dazedly staring at the live broadcast on the large screen at the street corner. A girl in a JK uniform dropped her phone, shattering the screen, but she remained oblivious. On her face, extreme fear intertwined with a hint of morbid adoration. Is it a divine punishment from Amaterasu, or is it a heavenly punishment from a higher civilization? Meanwhile, in Longwa, when the Central Television's news channel interrupted to broadcast real-time footage from above Washington in the highest state of emergency, the entire country erupted. At first there was shock and concern. Oh God, are the Americans doomed? What kind of weapon is this? Could this trigger a world war? What should we do? However, when the special military commentator of CCTV, after a brief loss of composure, pointed with a trembling voice at the continuously magnified details of the ship's hull transmitted by high-resolution satellites, all worries instantly transformed into overwhelming joy and pride. "Everyone look. Look here." The commentator's voice cracked with excitement as he emphatically pointed with a laser pen at a line of powerful Chinese characters on the side of the hull. This is Chinese characters. It says, Feiyu, the Feiyu. And this logo." The image zoomed in again, presenting a familiar technologically advanced winged insignia, clearly before the eyes of billions of viewers. It's Feiyu. It's Feiyu technology. In an instant, the entire network of Longwa exploded. Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, Zhihu. All social media platforms were instantly flooded with the terms Feiyu and Feiyu technology at an unprecedented intensity. "Oh my God. Oh my God. I knew it. President Liu is amazing. Feiyu is amazing. My God, I always thought our company just made chips and phones, and maybe our product performance was a bit better, but I never expected. We actually make battleships. Is there anyone from Feiyu here? Brothers, leave me a contact. I'll introduce my sister to you. No, I'll marry you directly. Get lost. I'm not into that. I'm crying, brothers, I'm really crying. From the galaxy, the embassy, the South China Sea collision, we have suffered so much humiliation. Today it's finally our warship flying over their capital. No regrets in this life for being part of Huaxiao. And in the next life, I will still be a Feiyu person. In the mountain city, the Feiyu High-Tech Industrial Park was a sea of joy. Countless employees rushed out of offices and factories, gathering in front of the park's giant outdoor screen, watching their company's space battleship majestically descend upon Washington, with beaming faces filled with pride and glory that words could not describe. Engineer Wang. Engineer Wang. That's the Zhurong alloy we designed. I recognize that metallic luster. In the Advanced Materials Laboratory, a young researcher excitedly jumped up and down, grabbing his mentor's arm. "Shaoli, did you see that? That engine nozzle? That pulse detonation energy confinement ring? You polished it with your own hands." The lead designer of the rocket engine patted his proud disciple's shoulder, tears of joy in his eyes. Overnight, the employees of Feiyu Technology became the most envied group in the world. Their friends and family were about to explode their phones and WeChats. "Bro, are you there? Is your company still hiring? Even cleaning toilets will do. Sister, I heard your company provides housing. Is it too late to apply now? Hey, old classmate, it's me. Do you remember me? The one who sat behind you in high school. Could you ask if your ship needs any crew?" Those who had previously rejected high-paying offers from Feiyu Technology to stay in foreign companies or immigrate abroad were now staring blankly at the news, filled with regret. They once mocked Feiyu for drawing big cakes, thinking that those benefits were too good to be true, and now they understood that what was drawn was not a cake, but a blueprint for the entire Starry Sea. Yet they, due to short-sightedness and arrogance, perfectly missed this most precious ticket to a new world. Under the gaze of the whole world, countless citizens regardless of nationality or skin color began to surge towards the local Longwei embassy. They held up signs with the same message written in various languages. Take me with you. I want to leave Earth. Requesting to join Longwei nationality. Long live Feiyu technology. Humanity's lighthouse. The appearance of the spaceship named Feiyu was not merely a simple display of military power. It was like a sharp knife instantly cutting through the old world's order and disguise, revealing to everyone a brand new future filled with infinite possibilities. A future dominated by Feiyu technology. Ignoring the world's shock, or rather having anticipated it all along, Liu Yu remained unmoved. Half an hour passed swiftly. Unsurprisingly, the U.S. government dismissed his order outright. And Xi countdown complete. Since they refuse to comply voluntarily, we shall compel their resolve. Liu Yu's voice was glacial as he raised a hand and marked several coordinates upon the three-dimensional holographic projection of Earth before him. Those are the targets I just designated. Engage the Heavenly Blade main cannon. Erase them entirely from the map. Silence fell instantly across the bridge. Every officer stared wide-eyed at the coordinates the captain had marked, yet no one voiced dissent. Yet unexpectedly nothing happened. The Heavenly Blade cannon at the ship's bow showed no sign of energy buildup. And Xi, Liu Yu's brow furrowed deeply. Why have you not executed the order? And Xi's voice, however, carried unprecedented confusion and a faint tremor of dread. Captain, an intangible force, transcending all known physical laws, suddenly overrode the attack command. It issued a warning: should we carry out this strike, this narrative itself would be sealed away. Liu Yu fell silent, his gaze sweeping across the azure sphere suspended before him, complex layered with sorrow, irony, and resignation. Finally he exhaled, a deep weary sigh imbued with quiet self-mockery. Enough. After all, the tangible cannot prevail against such an intangible shackle. If I am forbidden from directly excising these malignant tumors, then very well. Let Blue Planet remain yours to despoil. I shall depart instead. His eyes shifted toward the glowing marker representing U.S. territory, the weariness in them crystallizing into icy, unyielding resolve. We shall seek the boundless star seas ourselves. I refuse to believe even this vast cosmos lies beneath your dominion. But before we leave, we shall first collect our due interest. Liu Yu straightened in his seat and pointed toward a Japanese self-defense force missile base along the coast. And Xi, activate the Heavenly Blade. Maximum power. Vaporize that base from the map utterly and irrevocably. This time no obstruction arose. A laser beam, so intensely focused and swift it eluded naked eye perception, blazed forth from the bow of the Feiyu. The beam did not strike Earth directly. Instead, it was intercepted with pinpoint precision by a celestial mirror relay satellite orbiting in space, refracting like a masterfully struck billiard shot. In an instant, the beam traversed atmospheric and horizon constraints, striking its distant target with flawless accuracy. There was no nuclear mushroom cloud, no earth-shaking detonation. Sound could not travel through the vacuum of space. To every soldier at the missile base, a blinding light descended from the heavens, as if divine judgment itself had descended. Then the Earth melted in silence. Reinforced warships, thick hangar bunkers, colossal vessels, all erupted into searing plasma, and molten rock followed immediately by a far more violent secondary explosion. Within minutes, the core zones of two massive military installations were transformed into vast scorched wastelands, radiating lethal heat and rivers of molten metal. Japanese self-defense forces, brother, you're intimidating the U.S. Why attack us? This spectacle, captured in real time by global satellite reconnaissance systems and audacious Western news drones, spread across the planet within seconds. Oh my God! What in hell is that weapon? Are aliens attacking Earth? The internet exploded. Panic and chaos engulfed the world. That colossal vessel hovering overhead had seized the very throat of terrestrial weaponry. Simultaneously, under Xi's control, a message appeared on every U.S. cabinet member's mobile device. It contained their home addresses, bank account details, including passwords, records of bribery, and even the addresses of their mistresses' residences. Each detail so exhaustive it chilled the soul. At the bottom, a single line: would you prefer to become grilled meat? That sentence alone shattered their last vestige of resistance. These politicians might disregard soldiers' and civilians' lives, but their own lives they cherished above all. Thus Congress convened in emergency session and passed the resolution unanimously. The vice president, tears streaming down his face, read aloud the formal surrender proclamation. In profound humiliation and terror, the United States ultimately accepted every condition Liu Yu had imposed. A historic treaty beneath the city walls was secretly signed. First, immediate resignation and dissolution of the current administration. A newly appointed administration must consist solely of moderate figures approved by us. Second, Execute all personnel involved in the assassination attempt on Liu Yu and the hospital bombing incident. Third, immediately withdraw all overseas military deployments, close every foreign military base, and pledge never to interfere in the internal affairs of other nations. Fourth, pay psychological damages to Feiyu technology. We require no currency, only the resources you have plundered and amassed globally over decades. This includes 1. Immediate transfer of all extraterrestrial craft wreckage and full research archives held at Area 51, without omission or damage. 2. Provision of complete genomic sequence maps for all known species worldwide alongside live specimens and seed banks of all North American endangered flora and fauna, no fewer than 1,000 copies of each. 3. Handover of all non-commercial world-class artistic treasures housed in national museums and premier art galleries. 4. The list stretched across dozens of pages, its terms so draconian they rivaled history's most merciless capitulations. It sought not merely to disarm the United States, but to dismantle its global hegemony at its roots and to extract in one decisive stroke the century-old wealth it had accumulated. Though humiliated beyond measure, U.S. leadership possessed no leverage to negotiate, facing the absolute supremacy of the Feiyu. That same day, the U.S. President delivered a televised address resigning in disgrace for what he termed a catastrophic strategic failure during his term. U.S. military bases worldwide began lowering the stars and stripes and evacuating at unprecedented speed. At the United Nations General Assembly, the newly appointed U.S. representative, pale as death, read aloud the solemn declaration of non-interference. The entire world bore witness to the sudden total collapse of an old world hegemon within a single day. 1 week later, the resigned president was riding leisurely on horseback at his Texas estate. His normally docile, purebred Arabian horse suddenly bolted without warning, throwing him violently to the ground, then dragging him hundreds of meters across a gravel-strewn riding arena. By the time estate security arrived, he lay unrecognizable, mangled beyond human form. Authorities swiftly declared it a tragic accident, yet no official report mentioned the tiny needlepoint laser brand seared deep into the horse's rump, the sole silent signature of retribution. Liu Yu watched the news report expressionless, then switched off the screen. He knew Yu's vengeance had been exacted in another form. His gaze returned to the vast, three-dimensional model of Blue Planet, its surface studded with countless glowing points representing nuclear arsenals. A bolder plan coalesced in his mind. NG, if these nuclear arsenals are locked in your systems as effortlessly as toys, then they hold no purpose left upon Earth. Announce to the world, surrender all nuclear arsenals. If he could not erase those loathsome regimes outright, he would first confiscate their most dangerous playthings. One benefit, global safety, would increase dramatically. Another, tens of thousands of nuclear devices once recovered would yield an incalculable bounty of merit points. After the myth of American hegemony was shattered by the Feiyu spacecraft, Liu Yu, with an undeniable demeanor, issued his next directive to the world: global denuclearization. From today onwards, nuclear weapons, those barbaric and foolish tools of self-destruction hovering over humanity's heads, will become a thing of the past. Liu Yu's holographic image appeared simultaneously on screens in every corner of the Earth through the global broadcasting system of Feiyu. I demand that all nations possessing nuclear weapons hand over all warheads, delivery vehicles, and related manufacturing equipment from their arsenals within the next month. They will be uniformly destroyed. From this point forward, there will be no nuclear deterrence on Earth. Those nations that once prided themselves as nuclear powers found themselves engulfed in great fear. In Paris at the Élysée Palace, the president of Gaul stared at the screen showing the divine young face hovering outside Earth, oblivious to the ash from his cigar falling onto the expensive carpet. Handing over nuclear weapons meant that Gaul would completely lose its strategic deterrent as one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, reducing it to an ordinary second-tier European power. In London at 10 Downing Street, Prime Minister John Bull's expression was so gloomy it could drip water. The Trident nuclear submarines were the last shroud of dignity for this fading empire. Once lost, the British Empire would truly and utterly withdraw from the table of global powers. The leader of Great Russia, known for his iron-fisted rule, felt profound helplessness for the first time. The vast lands behind him and thousands of nuclear warheads capable of destroying the world multiple times were their last bargaining chips against the entire Western world. However, now the launch buttons of these bargaining chips rested in the hands of a young man far beyond their reach. Yet while these old powers wallowed in humiliation and struggled with their choices, the reaction from the Dragon Nation left the entire world astounded. Less than an hour after Liu Yu's initiative was announced, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation convened an emergency press conference. The spokesperson, with a serious expression, declared with righteousness, as a responsible major power, the Dragon Nation has always advocated and committed to maintaining world peace and stability. We fully support Mr. Liu Yu's proposal for global denuclearization. To demonstrate our sincerity, the Dragon Nation will take the lead and voluntarily destroy and surrender all nuclear weapons it possesses, contributing to the construction of a peaceful and beautiful Earth free of nuclear threats. This statement, like a heavy bomb, completely stunned all nations still hesitating. They could not comprehend why the Dragon Nation would so easily relinquish the strategic deterrent it had painstakingly established. The reasoning was simple, setting aside the fact that Liu Yu and every employee of Feiyu Technology were from the Dragon Nation. With its current industrial strength and technological capability, without nuclear weapons as a threat, it was undoubtedly the world's top power. With the Dragon Nation's proactive stance, the resistance of other countries crumbled in an instant. Even the mightiest America had knelt in submission. The only Eastern giant also voluntarily surrendered its arms. What room for struggle did these little Karamis have left? Thus, in the following week, a series of surreal scenes unfolded across the globe. Gauls, John Bulls, white elephants, Baba sheep. All nuclear-armed nations cooperated in an unprecedented manner, cautiously retrieving their nuclear warheads from deep launch silos, secret submarine bases, and heavily guarded arsenals, concentrating them for transport to a deserted island in the depths of the Pacific designated by Liu Yu. To prevent these nations from acting out in desperation during the transfer process, and for his own absolute safety, Liu Yu did not personally attend the scene. He sat on the bridge of Feiyu, remotely controlling a combat mech newly manufactured by the Divine Work Division through a brain-machine interface. This mech moved smoothly and naturally, soaring down from the Feiyu and landing steadily on the small island. As the nations gazed at the sci-fi mech resembling Iron Man, they understood that the gap between them and this new era's overlord had grown too vast to be measured by common standards. Liu Yu commanded in Xi to shield global surveillance and began to remotely control the mech to recover the nuclear warheads. As a nuclear warhead disappeared, the points on his system panel skyrocketed at an unprecedented speed. Recovering tactical nuclear warheads, including weapon-grade plutonium-239, gaining 500 points. Recovering strategic nuclear warheads, hydrogen bombs, gaining 1000 points. Recovering. The nuclear arsenals of the world transformed into dazzling numbers on Liu Yu's system within just a few days. Opening the system panel, host Liu Yu system level 4 personal space, 505,050 meters, 0.8. 775 billion. Distance for spatial manipulation 10 meters. Excellent. I am not far from upgrading to level 5, but the required points for system upgrades are increasing. To reach level 6, absorbing the entire blue star may not be enough. It seems that regardless of the circumstances, it's time to leave. Liu Yu's actions led to the formation of a new world order free of nuclear threats. However, without the final trump card of nuclear weapons, many countries, especially those once imperious Western powers, became completely reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter. A mixture of fear and resentment began to spread among their citizens and some unwilling politicians. Soon a massive smear campaign against Liu Yu was reignited on global networks. Liu Yu is a dictator. He has disarmed the world to enslave all of humanity. The ultimate goal of Feiyu Technology is to establish a global technological tyranny. We will lose our freedom and democracy. In the face of these clamorous attacks, Liu Yu's response was remarkable. He merely issued an announcement via Xi to the global network. Feiyu Technology aspires to the stars and the sea. I have no interest in ruling this small blue star. A planet drained of resources and riddled with internal strife is not the destination. The vast, boundless universe rich with infinite treasures is the goal. To demonstrate sincerity and capability, the Life Sciences Department of Feiyu will open the following global online application channels for drugs, excluding specific regions, special gene-targeted drugs for various stubborn diseases, such as heart disease, diabetes, various cancers, and HIV. Achieving a clinical cure rate of over 99. Applications require strict medical review monitored by Xi with no tolerance for scalpers. Cell vitality supplement proven through rigorous testing. Periodic usage 1 per quarter for 2 consecutive years can significantly reverse signs of aging and enhance organ vitality, theoretically extending healthy lifespan by 20-35 years. Deep within the cradle base in a vast underground dock capable of housing several aircraft carriers, the air was thick with a sense of awe mingled with metal ozone and the unknown. Liu Yu, along with Wang Debao, Qian Lixing, Chun Hongba, and other top executives of Feiyu Technology, stood quietly at the center of this underground palace, gazing up at the 3 guests from the distant starry sea, illuminated by countless soft engineering lights. Even though they were accustomed to the various miracles brought by Liu Yu, witnessing these creations that existed only in science fiction films was still overwhelmingly shocking, making them feel their imagination was so impoverished. The first spacecraft presented a perfect, flawless saucer shape, about 30 meters in diameter, entirely wrapped in a dark substance that could not be analyzed by any known spectral analysis tool. Its surface was extremely smooth. Even when magnified millions of times, its microscopic structure remained arranged like the most perfect lattice with no seams or rivets, appearing as if it were a masterpiece crafted by the universe itself at the dawn of creation. Could this possibly be the droplet technology from the three-body novel? Dr. Qian Lixing adjusted his glasses, his voice hoarse. We have exhausted all non-destructive means from neutron testing to terahertz scanning, yet we cannot penetrate its shell. It seems to absorb all detection waves. In the long-sealed research report from the U.S. military, there are only 2 words recorded: unsolvable. Clearly, since this spacecraft crashed, humanity has tried every method, but has not even found its entrance. The second spacecraft exuded an eerie biological aura. It took on an irregular black, triangular shape, twice the size of the saucer-shaped ship, its surface covered in dark red patterns resembling biological veins pulsating slowly under the light, as if breathing. According to the U.S. military's report, researchers had attempted to drill into it using diamond drill bits, and while they successfully created a small hole, within a minute the hole seemed to possess life, writhing and healing itself, ultimately restoring to its original state without a trace. The third spacecraft was a massive cigar-shaped mothership over 200 meters long, and it was the most severely damaged of the 3. Its hull was riddled with evidence of forced cutting and disassembly, clearly the focus of the U.S. military's research over the decades. From the exposed internal structure, one could vaguely see some pipelines and equipment similar to Earth's existing technology, but more advanced. Many technologies that Feiyu technology currently prides itself on seem to find their initial shadows in the wreckage of this ship. It seems that much of the nourishment for our Earth's technological tree comes from it. Indeed, Wang Debao sighed. Liu Yu's gaze slowly swept over the 3 spacecraft, his heart already tumultuous. He knew that these 3 ships would be the true keys to his journey across the stars. Old Wang, old Qian, you take your people out first. I need to stay here alone for a while to contemplate the next direction. Liu Yu found an excuse. Although everyone was puzzled, they were accustomed to Liu Yu's mystery and discreetly bowed. As the heavy alloy gate of the dock slowly closed, confirming that the Anji AI had blocked all internal surveillance, Liu Yu quickly walked up to the most mysterious saucer-shaped spacecraft. System scan and analyze. Ding. Zeta Civilization Explorer 3 spacecraft detected. Required points for duplication 46 trillion. Recycling may yield 23 trillion. Warning. Life signals detected inside the spacecraft. Recycling operation cannot be performed. So many points. And there are living beings inside. Liu Yu's heart trembled. He immediately thought of the U.S. military sealed report from over 80 years ago. Could it be that the Zeta beings inside this spacecraft have been in slumber for nearly a century? Why aren't they coming out? Are they severely injured, or waiting for something? Countless questions surged in his mind, but he immediately suppressed his thoughts and issued a firm directive to the system: continue analyzing. Information analysis started, conducting deep scan of the target. Analysis complete. Note: manufacturing this material requires a quark confinement field generator and a gravitational lens focal shaping device. Prerequisite technology not unlocked. This material compresses matter to neutron star surface density by altering the range and strength of the strong nuclear force within atomic nuclei, its strength sufficient for travel on the surface of a star. Note: manufacturing this material requires a quark confinement field generator and a gravitational lens focal shaping device. Prerequisite technology not unlocked. 2. Power system curvature engine. By creating a twisted spatial curvature at the front and back of the hull, it achieves pushing through space rather than flying, with a theoretical maximum speed of up to 1,000 times the speed of light. Note: this engine requires a negative energy singularity generator. Prerequisite technology not unlocked. 3. Energy core vacuum 0-point energy extraction reactor. Directly extracting energy from quantum vacuum fluctuations, theoretically limitless energy. Note: requires Casimir effect stabilization field technology. Prerequisite technology not unlocked. 4. Navigation system multidimensional interstellar beacon network. Achieving precise navigation across star systems and dimensions by receiving beacon signals from higher dimensional universes. Note: prerequisite technology not unlocked. 5. Communication system cross-dimensional quantum entanglement communication array. Utilizing the properties of higher dimensional spacetime to enable superluminal information transmission disregarding distance and time. Note: prerequisite technology not unlocked. 6. Defense system spacetime bubble distortion shield. Generating a miniature spacetime bubble around the hull. Any matter or energy attack entering this area will be guided to other dimensions by the distorted spacetime, achieving absolute defense. Note: prerequisite technology not unlocked. Viewing the series of miraculous technical terms in his mind, Liu Yu felt as if his breath was about to stop. These technologies had completely surpassed the scope of his current understanding. Each term represented a pathway to a technological tree of a god-level civilization that he had never imagined. Strong interaction force material curvature engine 0-point energy. These concepts, which only existed in the wildest science fiction novels, were now presented before him in an extraordinarily real way. Unfortunately, just as the system indicated, he had none of the prerequisite technologies for these advancements. It was like a primitive man who had just learned to make fire suddenly receiving a design blueprint for a nuclear fusion reactor. He knew it was powerful, but couldn't even create the most basic screws. No wonder the system offered such exaggerated points. It seems the road ahead must be taken step by step. Liu Yu forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and temporarily locked this heavenly book from the Zeta civilization deep within the system. But he did not know that at the moment he used the system to scan and analyze an energy light cluster inside the spacecraft resembling a nebula briefly shone before quickly extinguishing. Liu Yu withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze to the second spacecraft, the black triangular ship, filled with an eerie biological feeling. In stark contrast to the exquisitely industrially aesthetic disc-shaped spacecraft of the Zeta civilization, the black triangular spaceship quietly hovering at the other end of the dock emanated an entirely different aura. Its hull was not constructed from cold metals or composite materials, but rather from a peculiar substance reminiscent of the exoskeleton of Earth insects covered in irregular dark red biological veins. These vein-like patterns, illuminated by the soft glow of engineering lights, seemed to be engaged in an extremely slow flow of energy, as if the spaceship itself were a colossal life form in slumber. System scan this ship. Liu Yu focused his mind and issued the command. Beep. Biological state detection spacecraft Deep Space Type 6 of the Alaric insect race detected. Required points for replication 1. 8 billion. Recovery yields 900 million. Parsing. The system's prompt confirmed Liu Yu's conjecture. The creators of this spacecraft were a highly intelligent race vastly different from humans. They chose not to pursue an inorganic technological route, but instead pushed the evolution and transformation of life itself to a new and awe-inspiring height. As the system's parsing deepened, a vast torrent of knowledge filled with the mysteries of life sciences and genetics surged into Liu Yu's mind. This was an entirely new knowledge system that did not discuss circuits, alloys, or energy fields, but rather explored genes, cells, proteins, and mental power. Parsing complete. Technical database generated as follows. 1. Hull material superpolymer chitinous biological armor. This armor is composed of living biological cells that have been stabilized in a dormant state through genetic editing. These cells possess astonishing environmental adaptability and strong self-repair capabilities, allowing them to survive long-term even in vacuum and high-radiation environments. When subjected to physical or energy attacks, the special proteins within these cells instantly undergo a chain conformational change, enhancing their structural strength to a level comparable to diamond within nanoseconds. Note: cultivating this armor requires the T7 level genetic editing and protein synthesis matrix preceding technology not unlocked. Liu Yu gazed at this description filled with awe. This was a perfect self-repairing, living armor whose design concept was far more advanced than the Zhurong series alloys that Feiyu Technology currently took pride in. 2. Power System Biological Muscle Fiber Pulse Engine. This engine is composed of billions of reinforced biological muscle fibers capable of ultra-high frequency contractions. By mimicking the contraction and relaxation of biological muscles, it compresses and pulse jet a special biomass propellant at an extremely high frequency, generating high-frequency microripples in space for propulsion. This engine possesses incredible instantaneous turning ability and maneuverability, but due to the limitations of its propulsion principle, it cannot achieve true superluminal travel. Note: cultivating muscle fibers requires the biological energy conduction neural cord technology preceding technology not unlocked. 3. Energy Core Fusion-type Mitochondrial Bioenergy Reactor. This reactor maximizes the efficiency of genetically engineered mitochondria through a special symbiotic microbial community capable of directly decomposing and converting any organic matter, including, but not limited to, carbohydrates, proteins, and even silicon-based life, into high-density bioelectric energy, with an energy conversion efficiency of 98, almost zero energy waste. Note: cultivating the symbiotic microbial community requires a life furnace environment preceding technology not unlocked. 4. Communication System Quantum Entanglement Soul Beacon. Among the Alaric insect race, certain special individuals with a high degree of mental linkage, such as queens and soldier insects, or specially genetically cultivated twins, can use this device to achieve superluminal information transmission that disregards physical distance and time, utilizing the mysterious quantum entanglement effect present at the level of the biological Bodhi's own soul. Its principle is akin to the telepathy found in human legends. Note preceding technology, Seoul quantum state capture and analysis, has been partially mastered by Feiyu technology. Upon seeing this, Liu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Superluminal communication. This was precisely the technology he needed most at the moment. The cross-dimensional communication technology of the Zeta civilization was too advanced for him to comprehend. However, the communication method of the Alaric insect race, while sounding mystical, surprisingly aligned with the latest discoveries regarding Anya from the Evolution Laboratory, quantum entanglement, and soul information states. This undoubtedly pointed him toward a practical path. If he could unravel its mysteries, Feiyu technology would be able to establish its own superluminal communication network, which would hold immense significance for future interstellar expansion. It should be noted that current communication technologies are always limited by the insurmountable barrier of the speed of light. From Blue Star to Mars, a simple signal round trip takes at least 6 minutes. In peacetime this might be bearable, but in the rapidly changing context of interstellar warfare, a 6-minute delay could determine the outcome of a battle, even the survival of an entire fleet. In the future, as Feiyu's fleet ventures into deeper space, this delay could stretch to hours, days, or even years, which would be an unimaginable disaster. 5. Weapon system: high corrosive strong acid jet gland and high-energy plasma biocannon. 6. Core technology: brainwave transmission and consciousness overlay. Through a mental power amplifier, composed of special neurons, the user can project their consciousness in the form of a subspace wave, directly taking control of the brains of other lower creatures or invading the control center of mechanical entities for remote manipulation. In extreme cases, it is even possible to forcibly overwrite the target's original consciousness, achieving a form of soul possession. Note preceding technology, consciousness datization and upload, has been mastered by Feiyu technology. 7. Special device: gene mutation induction field. The spaceship can emit a radiation field capable of causing resonance in the biological DNA chain in a designated area, forcibly inducing uncontrollable rapid genetic mutations in the organisms within that area, thereby completely destroying the ecological system of a planet. Liu Yu carefully studied this technical list, feeling a complex mix of emotions within. He could not define this Alaric insect race with simple notions of good or evil. Their technology was filled with the ultimate exploration of life itself, capable of creating perfect constructs like biological armor, while also giving rise to a gene mutation induction field, which could be deemed a world-destroying weapon. Perhaps for a higher civilization, survival and expansion were the only morality. Their technology was merely a tool to achieve this goal, devoid of inherent good or evil. He reminded himself that in the vast future universe, any unfamiliar civilization must be approached with the highest vigilance and the most neutral observation, never to hastily judge them using human values. This race is well equipped for both offense and defense, and its technological path is peculiar. It could be a highly potential ally or an exceptionally fearsome enemy. Liu Yu silently defined the Alaric insect race in his mind. He also could not find any information regarding the location of the Alaric insect race's home planet in this data. These detection spacecraft were like countless drifting bottles cast into the universe, recording the information they encountered without ever revealing their origin. Liu Yu took a deep breath, pulling himself away from his contemplation of the Alaric civilization. He directed his gaze to the last ship, which was also the one he found most intriguing at that moment. The cigar-shaped spacecraft that the American military had torn apart. This ship might elevate Feiyu technology's current capabilities to a new height. The wreckage of the third spaceship lay quietly at the other end of the dock, resembling the skeletal remains of a gigantic whale stranded on the sands of time, exuding an air of desolation and decay. It was a massive cigar-shaped mothership over 200 meters long, housing several fighter jets that resembled devil rays. Yet at this moment it no longer possessed the grandeur it had while traversing the starry seas. The hull was riddled with grotesque wounds left by laser cuts, corrosive acids, and violent dismantling. Countless pipelines and devices had been brutally torn apart, exposed to the elements. The belly of the fighter jet was nearly hollowed out. Liu Yu approached the massive wreck, his heart filled with sorrow. His gaze shifted from the spaceship wreckage to a nearby independent platform not far away. There lay a large, specially designed ice coffin made of reinforced glass. Beneath the massive transparent lid, the bodies of a male and a female Vulcan rested peacefully on a sleeping pad filled with specialized materials. Their resemblance to humans was astonishingly high. The male had a tall and upright physique, while the female appeared slightly slender and elegant. Their features were well defined, with skin preserved under ultra-low temperatures, exhibiting a texture akin to jade, and their skin tone was a pale olive color. Only their distinctive, slightly elongated ears, with the tips elegantly extending upwards to form sharp points reminiscent of legendary forest elves, marked the notable difference from human appearance. Importantly, some of their limbs and internal organs were complex and sophisticated mechanical replacements, suggesting they had long since entered the cyber era. Both wore a form-fitting minimalist silver uniform that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, the texture unknown, seemingly capable of absorbing and reflecting dim light, even in a dull environment. The fabric was adorned with extremely fine hidden circuits resembling nodes of a star map distributed along the smoothly flowing contours of their bodies, hinting at some form of energy or information exchange function. The collar and cuffs were accented with simple, yet exquisite deep blue metallic trim devoid of excessive markings or symbols. On the nearby display screen, Ng had projected the detailed data obtained during the historical dissection studies of the Vulcan by Americans, currently being compared and updated with the latest non-invasive analysis results. Liu Yu gazed at the screen, reaffirming the shocking physiological kinship of the Vulcan life form to humans' cardiovascular structure nearly identical, with a heart having 4 robust chambers and a vascular network closely resembling human anatomical maps. Respiratory system possessing dual lungs with bronchial structures, almost a direct copy of the human template. They too breathed a mixture of oxygen and nitrogen with subtle differences in proportion. Digestive and metabolic systems, the structure and function of the stomach, small intestine, and large intestine indicated they were typical omnivorous carbon-based life forms. The detoxification and regulatory functions of the liver and kidneys were similarly discernible. Skeletal and muscular systems, although their bone density was generally 510 higher than that of ordinary humans, the fine composition of muscle fibers had also undergone optimization to enhance strength and neural response speed, yet the overall layout and structure were products of the same design blueprint. However, the decisive difference lay within the brain, encased beneath a resilient cranium that was slightly larger than a human's. In the scanned images, the physiological structure of the Vulcan brain astonishingly aligned with that of human specimens' left and right hemispheres, cortical divisions, brainstem, cerebellum, all key structures, positions, and basic forms seemed to be carved from the same mold. Yet the neural density distribution revealed by high-precision tomography displayed a stark contrast akin to fingerprints. Ng reported the core findings in a calm and flat electronic voice. The most significant physiological specialization of the Vulcan is concentrated in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex DLPFC and its neural connections. This area was over 2.5 times the average volume of humans, with neuron density and glial cell coordination efficiency indicating their potential for logical analysis, abstract reasoning, memory integration, and long-term planning capabilities far exceeding those of Terran humans. Simultaneously, the amygdala within the limbic system, as the core switch for intense emotions such as fear and anger, was only 60 the average size of that in Earthlings, with a very high activation threshold, and the pathways for neural impulses seemed to be regulated by a natural inhibitory mechanism. Preliminary bioelectric simulations indicated that the physiological threshold for generating intense primal emotional fluctuations, such as losing reason due to fear or making impulsive decisions due to ecstasy, had been significantly elevated. Liu Yu's gaze flitted between the cold screen data and the serene visage of the deceased within the ice cot. A clear outline of a civilization form where logic and reason reign supreme and emotions are deeply rationalized or intricately controlled gradually took shape in his mind. This difference resembled 2 distinctly styled, optimized firmware variations made by a creator on the same life model, or perhaps reflected the diverging paths taken by the same intelligent species in the long river of evolution. What was their world like? An absolutely calm utopia. A purely logical society where everyone cooperated efficiently and emotions were regulated to rational exchanges. A highly ordered, even cold, perfect planet. No arguments, no deceit, no meaningless impulses, only pure logic and contracts. Or perhaps another kind of unknown dilemma. Does high rationality also mean the loss of artistic inspiration and a certain warmth of morality? Countless questions surged in Liu Yu's mind like a stellar storm. From which star did they come? What was the grandeur of that star map? What great opportunity or pressure led them to choose such a path of evolution devoid of passion? Was their culture, art, familial bonds, and social structure like a gigantic and intricate instrument? More crucially, why did this spaceship crash in the relatively remote frontier of the solar system? An accident during interstellar travel? Or did they encounter an unknown space disaster? Did their civilization's exploration face significant setbacks? Were there other Vulcan fleets still roaming the star sea, adhering to the same rational principles behind these unfortunate victims? Or had this civilization, which had successfully crossed star systems, already perished for some reason in the vast universe, leaving only this silent tombstone to recount the past in a distant land? System scan the spaceship. Liu Yu reached out lightly, touching the cold and desolate remains of the ship. Scanning the spaceship would provide more clues at the microscopic level. Beep. Detected Vulcan civilization USS Endeavour 3 Mothership Integrity Assessment 42. 7. Severely damaged. Required points for replication 1 billion. Recovery will yield 500 million. Analysis complete. Generating technical database as follows. 1. Energy core miniaturized star-like nuclear fusion device 78 damaged. This device employs advanced modular room temperature superconducting material coil design and dynamic magnetic field confinement technology capable of achieving stable energy output with a Q value greater than 20 within a 5-meter diameter. Note this technology is highly similar to the Golden Crow reactor technology route, but is more mature in plasma diagnosis and control algorithms, potentially providing optimization references for Feiyu technology. 2. Hull material liquid metal memory alloy. It can maintain high-strength solid state at room temperature, presenting controllable liquid state when stimulated by specific electromagnetic fields with powerful damage management and morphing capabilities, making it an ideal material for constructing large variable space structures and advanced bionic robots. 3. Communication and detection neutrino communication and scanning array. Utilizing the property of neutrinos, which almost never react with any matter, it enables unobstructed communication that penetrates planets and high-precision geological scanning that cannot be shielded. 4. Propulsion system pulse detonation and magneto-hydrodynamic mixed engine. This technology is similar in principle to the Zhulong rocket engine, but more advanced in energy utilization efficiency and thrust vector control. 5. Weapon system shipboard small electromagnetic railgun and next-generation high-energy free electron laser weapon. Its laser weapon employs a brand new crystal fiber gain technology, making it smaller and with a higher power density. 6. Computing cores second-generation quantum computer based on room temperature superconducting materials. The spaceship database retains some experimental data and core formulas regarding room temperature superconducting materials. Liu Yu swiftly scanned through these technologies, which were dreamlike to humans, but possibly commonplace in the Vulcan world. It indeed confirmed his suspicions. This relic of Vulcan technology and the physical reality technology tree that Feiyu technology was vigorously advancing were almost fundamentally identical, differing only in that the Vulcans had progressed further at many critical junctures. The United States had maintained its technological advantages in many fields over the past few decades by blindly licking and gnawing at this wreckage. In the underground dock, Liu Yu's gaze shifted away from the ice coffin containing the body of the Varkan. He had already made up his mind. The ship of the Zeta civilization could not be moved for the time, being due to the unknown life forms still present inside. Although the ships of the Iraqi insect race and the Varkan were full of temptation, their technologies, whether biological or physical, had already been completely scanned and recorded in Liu Yu's mind. Rather than keeping these damaged and hardly reparable wrecks occupying precious underground space, it would be better to recycle them, completely transforming them into the purest energy and the most direct points, providing the firmest fuel for Feiyu technology's next leap. System recycle. Liu Yu silently commanded. Command confirmed recycling the remains of Varkan civilization mothership to gain 500 million points. Recycling Iraqi insect race biological probe ship to gain 900 million points, current total points 10. 175 billion meets system upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade, Liu Yu said, without hesitation, eager to see what surprises the upgrade would bring him. System upgrade completed. Host Liu Yu system level 5 points required for next level 1 trillion personal space 100. 100,100 meters space manipulation distance 50 meters core functions retaining level 4 functions adding multiple solution generation. Multiple solution generation can generate various feasible technical implementation plans based on the host's current technology, reserves, material reserves, and industrial capacities, listing the pros and cons, costs, and success rates of each plan for the host to choose from. It was done. Liu Yu suppressed the excitement within, carefully experiencing the changes brought by the new function. This multiple solution generation feature was simply a divine skill tailor-made for him. It was like a god-level engineer standing on the shoulders of giants in existing technology, able to perfectly combine the scattered and profound technological fragments from different civilizations in his mind with the existing capabilities of Feiyu technology, generating practical construction blueprints that were understandable and buildable. He no longer had to feel like a beggar holding a golden rice bowl, possessing the heavenly books of future technology from the Zeta civilization and the Iraqi insect race, but not knowing where to start. Liu Yu's breath quickened as he eagerly wanted to test the limits of this new ability. System. He restrained his excitement and issued his first and most desired command in his mind. Generate a plan for achieving faster than-light travel based on all my current technologies. Command received, generating multiple solutions based on the existing technology library. The system's computation speed was astonishing, and almost instantly after the command was issued, a series of plans were laid out. Plan 1 Curvature Engine Zeta Civilization Technology Implementation Path. Create distorted spacetime. Technical bottleneck. Preceding technologies. Negative energy, singularity generator, quark, confinement, field generator, vacuum, 0-point energy, etc. Have a reserve of 0, thus cannot be implemented. Plan 2 Biological Pulse Propulsion Iraqi Insect Race Technology Implementation Path. Creating spatial ripples through the ultra-high-frequency contraction of biological muscle fibers. Technical bottleneck. Existing technology reserves are insufficient, and the upper limit of this technology cannot break through the lightspeed barrier, preventing true faster-than-light travel from being achieved. Plan 3 Proton Drive Implementation Path. Technical bottleneck. Theoretical model is missing and existing technology reserves are insufficient, thus cannot be implemented. A series of cannot be implemented responses like a bucket of cold water slightly calmed Liu Yu's excited. He realized that such a god-level technology which overturned the laws of physics was still beyond the reach of current Feiyu technology. Progress must be made step by step. Alright, let's change the target. Liu Yu quickly adjusted his thoughts. System generate a plan for faster-than-light communication. This time the system's feedback reignited the spark in his eyes. Command received. Simulation in progress. Plan generation completed. Plan 1 Interdimensional Quantum Entanglement Communication Array Zeta Civilization Technology Technical bottleneck. Involves high-dimensional space-time theory. Existing technology reserves are insufficient, thus cannot be implemented. Plan 2 Quantum Entanglement Soul Beacon Iraqi Insect Race Technology Implementation Path. Transmitting information using the quantum entanglement effect of biological soul information states. Feasibility analysis. Feiyu technology has mastered key precursor technologies like consciousness datization and upload and AI emotional core with a success rate of 65. The main difficulty lies in constructing a stable soul quantum state capable of withstanding faster-than-light information flow. Plan 3 Neutrino Directional Communication Varkan Civilization Technology Implementation Path. Using neutrino beams for faster-than-light information transmission. Feasibility analysis. Feiyu technology has already mastered some related technologies, laying a foundation for manufacturing large neutrino generators. Combined with the recently acquired Varkan technology data, existing equipment can be optimized with a success rate of 78. The drawback is that the equipment is massive, energy-consuming, and cannot be used in a mobile manner. Plan 4 Hybrid Quantum Communication Solution Implementation Path. Combining the advantages of Plan 2 and Plan 3, using ANSY's AI core as the transmitter-receiver for the Soul Beacon, and employing a neutrino array built with Varkan technology as a signal amplification and directional relay station. Feasibility analysis. This plan can achieve stable, low-latency, interstellar faster-than-light communication with an expected success rate of 92. It is currently the most ideal plan. Seeing the fourth solution provided by the system, Liu Yu was almost ready to jump up in excitement. It was done. The final and most crucial piece of the puzzle leading to the stars and the sea had finally been found. Without hesitation, he immediately packaged this hybrid plan along with the room temperature superconducting material formulas and new generation quantum computer architecture extracted from the Varkan ship database into an encrypted data stream. In the next second, he connected to Dr. Qian Lixing's internal communication. Old Qian, come to the main control room immediately. I have a big gift for you. Before long, when Qian Lixing looked at the holographic screen displaying the complete design blueprint of the faster-than-light communication device, detailed down to every part, every material, and every line of code, his expression shifted from shock to wild joy, ultimately transforming into profound awe. Immediately establish the highest level project team. Liu Yu's voice was firm. Utilize all resources and have Anji cooperate fully. I want to see the physical prototype manufactured in the shortest time possible. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. Qian Lixing was so excited that his face turned red as if he had instantly regained 20 years of youth, and he immediately plunged into this monumental project capable of changing the course of human civilization. Everything seemed to be progressing in the most perfect direction. However, just a few days later, when the first phase of the simulation reached the most critical juncture, an unexpected problem was directly fed back to Liu Yu by Anji. On the main control room screen, Anzi's adorable virtual image displayed a troubled expression for the first time. Captain, her voice carried a hint of helplessness. The simulation of the core algorithm for the faster-than-light communication system requires an enormous amount of computing power. My logic computing core can barely support it, but to simulate the stable structure of soul quantum state under the impact of faster-than-light information flow requires a highly special emotional computing power as support. Anji pointed at a curved graph on the screen that was almost redlining, continuing to explain, my current emotional core comes solely from Sister Anya. This is more than enough for ordinary scientific research, but to support the emotional computations for an entire interstellar communication network is akin to using a tiny battery to power an aircraft carrier. My emotional computing power is severely lacking. This problem loomed like a mountain once again standing in front of everyone. The previously shelved emotional computing power plan was once again brought to the table. But where could they find the second, third, or even thousands of Anya to provide Anji with a continuous supply of emotional computing power? The entire project team fell back into a state of despair. Liu Yu stood alone in front of the massive three-dimensional projection of the Earth, his brow furrowed, quietly contemplating. His gaze slowly swept over the blue planet, eventually landing on the familiar yet detested island, Eastern Japan. Looking at the small and distorted territory on the map, the string in his mind that represented morality and bottom lines seemed to be in a fierce struggle with the string representing the survival of his race and the development of civilization. In the end, a cold, resolute determination akin to eternal ice quietly solidified deep within his eyes. In his heart, a crazy yet ruthless plan had begun to take shape. In the face of the absolute power of Feiyu technology, the old world order crumbled like a house of cards. Once the world's police, the United States has now become a mere follower forced to withdraw all its military bases worldwide. The geopolitical environment surrounding the Dragon Country has undergone earth-shattering changes. Surrounding powers once proud and defiant began to grovel before the Dragon Country. After the devastating laser strike from the Feiyu that wiped their proud military bases off the map, the entire Japan fell into great panic and despair. They immediately dispatched the highest-level delegation, led personally by the Prime Minister and composed of all cabinet members, to fly swiftly to the capital of the Dragon Country. Their humble posture, sincere attitude, and rapid change of face drew the attention of the entire world. However, just as the Japanese politicians believed their Oscar-worthy performance could win the new hegemon's forgiveness, an announcement from the Feiyu Technology official website doused them with cold water. Feiyu's Department of Life Sciences announced that it would open online application channels for cancer miracle drugs and cell vitality supplements, longevity medicine globally, excluding specific regions. As countless Japanese citizens rushed to the application website driven by a thirst for life, they despairingly found that regardless of any VPN or foreign channels used for purchase, as long as Japan was selected as the nationality residence during the application, the system would immediately pop up a clear and cold prompt. According to the comprehensive evaluation by Anji AI, this region nationality is identified as a high-risk pollutant source due to its historical actions and recent severe threats to global marine ecology. To ensure the well-being of all humanity, this service is temporarily unavailable. This announcement ignited public outrage within Japan. Liu Yu, watching the news footage of the formerly arrogant and now obsequious Japanese politicians, furrowed his brow deeply. He recalled the twisted nature of this nation, which knows small courtesy but lacks great righteousness, and their selfish and malicious act of dumping nuclear wastewater into the sea despite global opposition, poisoning all of humanity. A deep sense of disgust surged from within. He knew that for a nation devoid of integrity, adept at enduring and disguising itself, simple punishment and deterrence were far from sufficient. Unless it was thoroughly destroyed, it would forever remain a lurking venomous snake poised to strike at any moment. A more thorough and ruthless plan began to silently take shape in his mind. In light of the three major laws established by Feiyu's Anji AI regarding not harming humanity, the higher-ups at Feiyu held overnight discussions to expel the Japanese from human status and classify them as beasts. This perfectly circumvented the restrictions of Anji AI. Soon a silent net began to spread over the entire Japanese nation. The first step: blockade. Feiyu Technology announced that due to Japan's irresponsible attitude towards nuclear wastewater treatment, it would implement ecological isolation across its entire territory. All ships and planes entering and leaving Japan must undergo strict inspections by the Feiyu fleet. No unauthorized food, medicine, energy, or industrial raw materials are allowed to enter Japan. At the same time, any products produced in Japan cannot be exported beyond its borders. This decision instantly choked the life out of Japan's economy. Automobiles, electronics, precision instruments, all the pillar industries upon which they relied, came to a halt overnight. Factories closed, workers lost their jobs, and the entire society plunged into immense chaos. Food and energy began to be strictly rationed, with each person allowed only a daily supply of nutritional paste provided uniformly by Feiyu Technology to ensure they wouldn't starve. The second step: sterilization. Under the control of Anji AI, all food, beverages, and even water purification agents produced by Feiyu Technology or its affiliated enterprises flowing into the Japanese market were laced with a new type of gene drug that was colorless, odorless, and undetectable by any existing technology, causing permanent infertility. The third step: recruiting workers to build Mars. Feiyu Technology widely promoted the Mars-based construction volunteer recruitment program through all media channels in Japan. The announcement depicted an incredibly bright future, becoming pioneers in human exploration of Mars, enjoying salaries far beyond Earth, and obtaining permanent residency rights from Feiyu Technology. In economically devastated Japan, where unemployment and a bleak future reigned, this recruitment notice was like a shot of adrenaline, igniting hope among all young people. Countless young Japanese men, for the sake of this elusive Mars dream, rushed to sign up. As massive Zhulong series transport ships flew towards Mars laden with these builders, they cheered and dreamed, unaware that they were embarking on a one-way journey to hell. What awaited them was not high salaries and honor, but a labor zone in the depths of Mars, monitored 247 by worker bee robots more miserable than the slave mines of 1,000 years ago. The fourth step, illusion. For the populace remaining in Japan, Feiyu Technology launched the virtual world of Tai Su Huan. The promotion claimed that participants only needed to wear a special brainwave helmet while sleeping to enter an incredibly realistic virtual world where they could indulge in anything they desired. In this world, they were gods, free to kill and burn as they wished. While enjoying themselves, they would also receive generous rewards. On the land of the Eastern Japan, where social rules have been reshaped, countless citizens are immersed in the virtual revelry of the Great Void Illusion. Their vibrant and abundant emotional fluctuations continuously flow through an invisible network into the core of the Feiyu No. One quantum computer located at the cradle base. This immense flow, named emotional computing power by the Onji AI, infuses the cold logical operations with unprecedented nonlinear inspiration and intuition. Feiyu No. One combined with Onji is no longer merely a supercomputer, it has evolved into a digital deity with limitless creativity. The first beneficiary of this evolution is the Technology Research and Development System at Feiyu Technology, which has long been poised for action. In the Advanced Materials Laboratory, academician Zhang Jingshan and his top team are gathered around a system-optimized Tiangong No. 9 high-precision atomic layer deposition device, eagerly awaiting the final test results. With the assistance of Onji AI, they have extracted fragmented theoretical data about room-temperature superconducting materials from the Valken spacecraft database, conducting a deep integration and deduction with Feiyu's powerful materials science knowledge base. The report is out. A young researcher exclaimed in excitement, staring at the nearly impurity-free curve on the spectrometer. After trillions of simulations and thousands of failed experiments, a yttrium barium copper oxide composite material named Zhurong No. 8 has finally been successfully synthesized. It is not a true room-temperature superconductor, but its critical temperature for superconductivity has miraculously been raised to 50 degrees Celsius. This means that its superconducting characteristics can be easily achieved using ordinary industrial-grade refrigeration compressors. Superconducting technology will no longer be the noble snow that requires expensive liquid helium to maintain in top laboratories. In this material formula, there is a crucial rare element that is extremely scarce on Earth and nearly impossible to industrially produce. However, for Liu Yu, who possesses a replication system, this is hardly a problem. He can easily replicate enough raw materials to meet the needs of the entire industrial park from rock samples collected from the lunar base. This breakthrough is like a key that instantly opens a series of doors, leading Feiyu Technology to higher technological dimensions. The Jinwu No. 2 miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor has immediately undergone upgrades. After being equipped with superconducting magnet coils made from Zhurong No. 8 materials, its volume has been further compressed to the size of a large SUV, while its energy gain ratio Q value has stably surpassed 20. A mobile sun that can be installed on ordinary vehicles has thus been born. Following closely is the emergence of the Feiyu No. 2 quantum computer. Its size has also been reduced to that of a standard server cabinet, but thanks to the near-zero loss in internal information transmission brought by the superconducting materials, its overall computing power has increased tenfold compared to its predecessor. Tianren No. 2 shipborne laser weapon has also easily exceeded the 10 megawatt level of continuous output power due to stronger energy supply and more efficient cooling systems, enough to instantly melt through any known artificial armor. What excites the entire cradle base the most is the wireless power transmission technology covering the entire underground base, made possible by the superconducting coils. From today on, all equipment within the base, whether it be massive industrial mother machines or personal terminals in the hands of employees, will no longer need to connect to any wires. They can freely and efficiently draw the surging energy provided continuously by Jinwu No. 2 from the air. The entire cradle base has transformed into a wireless city, filled with a sense of futuristic science fiction. Driven by the explosive development of various technologies, the construction of the base located at the moon's Palace of Eternal Cold has also entered a new phase. An ultra-large lunar dock with a diameter of over 1 kilometer, 3D printed by a swarm of worker bee robots, has risen in the permanent shadow area of the moon's south pole. It will become the cradle for Feiyu technology to build the next generation of larger-scale Mars colonization transport ships and interstellar exploration fleets. Everything is thriving, everything is racing towards the blueprint planned by Liu Yu at a pace that seems almost miraculous. However, just as everyone is immersed in the ecstasy of this technological revolution, a sudden discovery causes the atmosphere of the entire cradle base to become instantly grave. On this day, the new generation of neutrino long-distance scanning array, led by Dr. Qian Lixing's team, has finally completed its final adjustment. This device, utilizing the property of neutrinos that hardly react with any matter, can penetrate planets and conduct high-precision detection of the deep interior of the Earth's core, serving as humanity's strongest eye to explore the mysteries within their home planet. During the first global full-power scanning test, the control room screen clearly presented an unprecedentedly precise three-dimensional structure diagram of the Earth's interior. From the crust to the mantle down to the scorching core, everything is clearly visible. However, just as the scanning beam penetrated the area between the mantle and the core, composed of molten iron-nickel material at thousands of degrees, a gigantic and highly incongruous abnormal signal was swiftly captured by the perceptive Anji AI. Alarm. Below the South Pacific, at a depth of about 2,900 kilometers within the mantle layer, a massive high-density anomaly with density and composition completely inconsistent with the surrounding environment has been found. Anji immediately amplified the scanning image of that area on the main screen. A gigantic shadow characterized by features of unnatural artifacts clearly appeared before everyone's eyes. It quietly hovers above the mantle magma like a ghost ship anchored in a sea of flames. Immediately conduct size and structure analysis. Dr. Qian Lixing's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Anzi's computational speed is lightning fast. Within 3 seconds, a set of astonishing data displayed on the screen. According to the neutrino reflection signal calculations, the anomaly is approximately 2 kilometers long and around 800 meters at its widest point. Its shape is irregularly spindle-like. Its shell material is unknown, and neutrino scanning signals cannot penetrate it, and its internal structure cannot be discerned. At the same time, we have sent various frequency communication signals to the object, including radio waves, gravitational waves, and quantum entanglement beacons, but received no response. A 12-kilometer-long unnatural artifact, quietly hovering in the sea of mantle magma. This discovery struck like a thunderbolt, hitting each person's heart hard. In the command center of the cradle base, a dead silence fell. The extraterrestrials humanity had been desperately searching for were actually hiding beneath their feet. Who are they? This astonishing discovery, buried deep within the mantle, left all the scientists at the cradle base in a state of immense shock and prolonged discussion. They proposed various bold hypotheses. Some believed it to be an alien base hidden at the Earth's core, monitoring and studying humanity. Others speculated it could be a relic of a prehistoric super-civilization, which, foreseeing an impending cataclysm, hid the last embers of their civilization deep within the Earth's safest core. More imaginative minds even conjectured that this ship itself was the control core of the Earth, placed here by a higher dimensional creator to observe and guide the evolution of life on Earth, akin to a divine hand. Yet all these speculations failed to address one fundamental question: what exactly is it? We can no longer speculate like this. Liu Yu's voice broke through the heated discussions in the conference room as he stepped in front of the massive three-dimensional projection of the Earth, his gaze resolute. The unknown is the greatest fear. Regardless of what it is, whether benevolent or malevolent, whether a relic or a trap, we must see it with our own eyes. This decision received unanimous approval from all core members present. But how do we proceed? This involves descending nearly 3,000 kilometers underground, where temperatures reach 4,000 degrees Celsius and pressures are millions of times greater than at the surface. Currently, any materials known to humanity would be instantly melted or crushed to dust there. We could send down an unmanned probe. Academician Zhang Jingshan was the first to propose a plan. He pointed at the curve on the screen that represented the performance of the Zhurong No. 8 superconducting material, his eyes sparkling with confidence. No, while Zhurong No. 8 is heat-resistant, it cannot withstand prolonged immersion in 4,000-degree magma. Liu Yu shook his head. He already had a more perfect plan in mind. He quietly activated the system's multi-solution generation feature, instructing the system in his mind, based on existing technology, generate a small probe capable of freely navigating within the mantle. The system's feedback was nearly instantaneous. Plan generated best choice heart of Zhurong micro deep earth probe. Liu Yu transmitted the information to Nji. A design drawing filled with a sense of science fiction appeared on the holographic screen. This probe resembled an elongated water droplet entirely made from a Zhurong No. 9 phase-change memory alloy optimized from the fusion of the Kir civilization's liquid metal technology and the properties of the Zhurong series. This alloy maintains exceptionally high strength and toughness at room temperature. Upon entering a high-temperature environment, it automatically forms a special condensation boundary layer on the surface of the hull to insulate against heat conduction. Even more remarkably, it can switch between solid state and a special semi-liquid state by altering its electromagnetic field frequency, allowing it to swim like a fish in the viscous mantle magma, greatly reducing navigational resistance. Its power source comes from a more compact Jinwu No. 3 micro-nuclear fusion reactor. Let's proceed with this plan and begin manufacturing immediately. Liu Yu made the decision on the spot. Thanks to Feiyu Technology's formidable industrial capabilities and the relentless efforts of the Divine Craft Division working around the clock, within just a week, the curious baby small probe, which carried humanity's entire curiosity about the Earth's core, was successfully manufactured. It was transported to a secret underwater base near the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean. There, Feiyu Technology utilized the Tiangong series engineering robots to secretly carve out a vertical passage reinforced with super high-strength alloys leading to the depths of the mantle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the curious baby probe like a silver bullet was launched into the unfathomable passage, embarking on its grand expedition to the Earth's core. The descent of the probe was transmitted in real-time back to the command center at the cradle base via a neutrino communication array. On the screen, values representing depth, temperature, and pressure flickered rapidly. 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 2,500 kilometers. When the depth gauge finally stabilized at 2885 kilometers, the high-definition camera aboard the probe pierced through the thick crust and upper mantle, sending back a breathtaking scene that could be described as both hellish and miraculous. It was a golden sea composed of liquid iron and nickel slowly flowing. Above the ocean loomed the mantle dome formed of high-temperature magma, resembling a blood-red sky. The entire world radiated a scorching light emanating from the planet's core. And in the center of this golden ocean, a massive ghostly ship 2 kilometers long hovered quietly. Its hull exhibited a profound and elegant dark golden hue, filled with a fluid geometric. A powerful force field composed of unknown energy enveloped it like a thin layer of cicada wings, completely isolating it from the surrounding magma, creating an independent and tranquil world. As the curious baby probe cautiously approached within a kilometer of it, and Ji's voice suddenly rang out in the command center, tinged with undeniable astonishment. Captain, the visual signals returned from the probe matched against my database reveal that the ship's exterior structure and those geometric markings used for identification bear a striking resemblance to the Vakir civilization research vessel, with a similarity of up to 99.7. It is indeed them. Liu Yu's heart tightened. At that moment, the silent massive spaceship finally reacted. A hatch perfectly integrated into the hull silently slid open on the side of the ship. 2 silver spheres, each about the size of a soccer ball, perfectly round and shimmering with a soft white light, slowly flew out from the ship. They changed direction with complete disregard for physical inertia, swiftly heading towards the heart of... What is that? A young scientist in the command center exclaimed in shock. Liu Yu's gaze, however, sharpened. He recognized these objects. Base spheres. These are mysterious spheres that have been sighted multiple times on Earth, but mysteriously disappeared, revered by countless UFO enthusiasts as alien technology. Never did he expect that they were indeed creations of an alien civilization and made by the Vakir. The 2 Bates spheres halted just under 100 meters from the heart of Zhuro. They showed no signs of hostility. Instead, the surface of one sphere suddenly illuminated with a soft blue glow, followed closely by a communication request signal encrypted with quantum entanglement being sent over instantaneously. They want to talk to us. Dr. Qian Lixing reported immediately. Connect. Liu Yu commanded without hesitation. In the next second, the main screen in the command center switched instantly. An image of a Vakir dressed in a silver uniform, calm and dignified with elegantly pointed ears, appeared clearly before everyone. Behind him was the bridge of the massive ship, filled with soft light and minimalist design. He gazed into the camera, his eyes deep as stars, as if piercing through thousands of kilometers of rock layers, to silently meet Liu Yu in the command center. Just then, Ji's clear and melodious voice, laced with a touch of youthful innocence and curiosity, echoed through the Cradle Base's command center via the neutrino communication array. Captain, we finally see a living Vakir. This exclamation, filled with the vitality of life, instantly shattered the solemnity and gravity within the command center caused by the discovery of visitors from the Earth's core. Dr. Qian Lixing and several young scientists couldn't help but chuckle, their lips curling upward slightly. Even Shun Hongba, who had always maintained a serious demeanor as the head of security, revealed a rare hint of a smile on his face, which resembled a frozen mountain. Only Liu Yu, after a brief moment of astonishment, helplessly rubbed his forehead. Anji, you are not allowed to speak without my permission later on. He understood that the emotional and curious nature belonging to the human girl Anya was occupying an increasingly significant position within this entirely new hybrid consciousness. This could be a good thing, but it also meant that in certain extremely serious circumstances he might need a child lock function. On the screen, the face of the Vulcan Sarek, as calm as an ancient well, appeared to show a minute fluctuation of emotion due to Anzi's childish exclamation. His gaze seemed to penetrate thousands of kilometers of rock layers, locking onto the people in the command center. "Greetings, civilization from Blue Star." Sarek's voice came through, clearly devoid of any emotional inflection, yet filled with undeniable logic and power. "I am Sarek, the chief scientist and diplomatic liaison officer of the USS Endeavour 7 starship. We have been observing you for a long time." "Hello." Liu Yu adjusted his mood, standing up and walking to the control console, facing the clear holographic image of the Vulcan on the screen, responding in a steady voice. "I am Liu Yu, the head of Feiyu Technology. On behalf of Feiyu Technology, I welcome your arrival, or rather, your appearance." "We did not intend to hide," Sarek's voice remained calm, "but were merely adhering to the long-established practice among cosmic civilizations of non-interference in the evolution of lower civilizations. Until your civilization in recent years has undergone a technological explosion at a speed that completely contradicts the laws of natural evolution, akin to a miracle. This explosion has disrupted the technological balance of our galactic fourth arm edge protection zone and has drawn our significant attention. When your probe finally appeared before us, we logically determined that the time for a formal first contact had matured." Sarek paused momentarily and in a factual tone made his request, Mr. Liu Yu, to facilitate a more efficient and logical exchange of information and to express our mutual sincerity. "I propose that we hold a face-to-face meeting. The location can be chosen by you." This proposal instantly heightened the tension in the command center once more. Engaging in face-to-face contact with an alien civilization whose technological level far exceeds that of humanity carries immense opportunities and risks. Wang Debeo furrowed his brow tightly as the steward of Feiyu Technology. His primary concern was safety. Dr. Qian Lixing, on the other hand, wore a face of excitement and longing. For a pure scientist, this was akin to Columbus discovering a new continent, the greatest honor of his life. Meanwhile, Chun Hongba had already begun silently conducting high-level security plan simulations on the tactical tablet. Liu Yu observed the varied expressions of the crowd and had already made his decision. He knew this meeting was unavoidable and necessary. "I agree," he affirmed to the screen. "The time is set for tomorrow morning at 10. The location is right here at our current site, Cradle Base. We will provide you with precise ground coordinates and open the landing channel of the base. We welcome your arrival." "A logical choice." Sarek nodded slightly, and the image vanished. Communication was cut off, and the command center immediately became busy. Chun Hongba activated the highest level of defense protocols for Cradle Base. Tianbing-powered armor squad entered a state of level 1 combat readiness, and the energy supply for the Tianren laser cannon was directly linked to the Jinwu reactor, ready for megawatt power output at any moment. The entire Cradle Base resembled a steel behemoth that had been awakened, every nerve taut. The next morning at 9:50, the base's neutrino radar and long-range optical telescope simultaneously captured an anomalous signal rising from the depths of the Pacific Ocean at an astonishing speed. "Report to the captain. The target has left the Earth's crust and is entering the stratosphere at a speed of Mach 15. Expected to arrive above the base in 5 minutes. Anzi's voice rang out in the command center. The massive dome of the underground dock slowly opened up, revealing the vast cloudless blue sky over the Gobi Desert. 5 minutes later, a black triangular spacecraft almost identical to what the U.S. military witnessed during the Phoenix incident silently appeared above the base. It was larger than the biological ship of the Arachnids, featuring sharper lines that exuded power. The surface of the hull was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a disturbing dark light under the sun. Without any unnecessary circling or probing, it received the guidance signal emitted by the base and descended slowly and vertically to the designated landing pad with utmost precision. There was no roar of engines, no rush of air. The entire process was eerily quiet. When the spacecraft landed steadily, the hatch beneath its belly opened silently, like petals extending a soft white light ladder from top to bottom to the ground, where Liu Yu and the executives of Feiyu Technology had long been waiting in the safety zone at the landing pad. This was the first historic meeting between two intelligent civilizations from different planets after thousands of years of temporal overlap. 3 Vulcans dressed in silver uniforms slowly descended from the light ladder. Leading them was the diplomat Sarek, who had spoken with Liu Yu yesterday. To his left stood a similarly tall Vulcan woman, calm and beautiful, exuding a scholarly gravitas. To his right was a more robust Vulcan male with eagle-like sharp eyes, carrying an unknown energy weapon. His presence instinctively tightened the grip of Chun Hongba and the Tianbing team on their weapons from a distance. "Welcome to Feiyu Technology, Mr. Sarek. Liu Yu took the initiative to step forward, extending his hand. Sarek looked at Liu Yu's outstretched hand, his deep eyes flashing with swift calculations and analysis. He did not shake hands, but raised his right hand, spreading his palm, aligning his middle index ring and little fingers together, performing a unique Vulcan gesture of friendship and peace toward Liu Yu. "Live long and prosper," he said in perfect Mandarin. His voice was calm, but seemed to carry an ancient wisdom that transcended the seas of stars. Liu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then retracted his hand, nodding with a smile. He knew that this dialogue concerning the future of two civilizations had officially begun in a manner that transcended language and custom. In a top-secret conference room completely physically isolated from the outside world, the two civilizations from different stars finally sat down at the same conference table. The Anji AI, in the form of a cute girl in a white dress, quietly sat beside Liu Yu, curiously observing the three pointy-eared guests across from them. Every detail of this historic meeting, every dialogue would be recorded in comprehensive detail by Anji with the highest precision. It would become the most important diplomatic document as humanity's civilization ventured into the stars. Inside the confidential conference room, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. At one side of the enormous round table sat the executives of Feiyu, representing the pinnacle of human technology, while on the other side were the representatives from the Vulcans. 2 light years away, the Vulcan envoy carrying the hopes of an ancient civilization began. "Mr. Sarek, since we are already here, I believe both of us need greater sincerity and more transparent information exchange." Liu Yu was the first to break the silence, his calm gaze sweeping over the 3 Vulcans across from him. "You have observed us for many years, yet we know almost nothing about you. Logically, this is not an equal situation." Sarek nodded slightly, acknowledging Liu Yu's straightforward and logic-based communication style. "Your judgment is correct, Mr. Liu Yu," he began calmly as an incredibly detailed 3D star map of the Alpha Centauri system appeared in the holographic projection behind him. "As I mentioned yesterday, our home planet is located on this planet, which your Earth astronomers have named Proximus. However, we refer to it as Voker. It is an Earth-like planet somewhat similar to your Earth, possessing liquid water, an oxygen-rich atmosphere, and a thriving ecosystem. But unlike you," Sarek's voice carried a hint of the objectivity and calmness of a historian, "our planet's extreme conditions are harsher and more frequent than those of Blue Planet, leading our ancestors to evolve along a path completely different from yours. Over millions of years of evolution, our prefrontal cortex has developed extraordinarily, while the amygdala, responsible for primitive emotions, has gradually shrunk. This has established our entire civilization on the foundation of absolute logic and reason. We eliminated conflicts and internal struggles long ago, unifying the entire planet over 1,000 years ago to form the Vulcan Federation, entering a civilized stage characterized by efficiency and order, with the highest goal of exploring the truths of the universe." Upon hearing this, the executives of Feiyu displayed complex expressions. Wang Debao and Chun Hongba felt admiration, but also a hint of caution in their hearts. Does an absolutely rational civilization also imply absolute coldness? Meanwhile, Qian Lixing and academician Zhang Jingshan looked on with longing. For pure scientists, a society without internal strife, with everything aimed at scientific advancement as the highest goal, is almost paradise. Liu Yu, however, keenly captured the deeper meaning in Sarek's words. "You mean to say that you believe Blue Planet civilization is unable to unify to this day, plagued by severe internal strife, in a very inefficient and primitive state? This is not an opinion, but a logical conclusion based on objective facts." Sarek replied candidly. "Your civilization is filled with astonishing creativity and artistic talent, but it is also rife with meaningless suspicion, hatred, and tendencies towards self-destruction. Most of your energy is consumed in mutual conflicts, greatly delaying your progress toward the interstellar." Around the time of your Song dynasty, our civilization had already entered the era of electronic intelligence. By your Ming dynasty, we were capable of launching the first unmanned probe at sublight speeds into the solar system. Sarek mentioned that probe, and Dr. Qian Lixing immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "What happened to that probe?" It seems there are no clear records in the history of Blue Planet. When it reached the edge of the solar system, it was struck by a micrometeor shower in the Kuiper Belt, sustaining structural damage, and eventually losing control, crashing into the atmosphere of Blue Planet. Sarek pulled up an ancient navigation log stating, "According to the last data we received, it crashed above a city, then known as Jingshi. It was found by your humans, but erroneous handling caused its small nuclear fusion reactor to suffer an energy overload, ultimately triggering a violent explosion. The Apocalypse explosion." Wang Debao and several experts familiar with history exclaimed in unison. It turned out that the truth behind the explosion at the Wangongchang in the capital, which had troubled the historians of the Dragon Kingdom for centuries and was considered one of the world's 3 great natural mysteries, was actually caused by an alien probe. After confirming that Earth was a planet with intelligent life, our highest scientific council dispatched the first manned mothership, which you later referred to as a cigar-shaped spacecraft, for further investigation. Sarek continued, speaking in an unperturbed tone as if recounting a history unrelated to himself. However, since this was our first long-distance manned interstellar voyage, after almost a century of travel, both the energy and life support systems of the ship suffered severe failures and ultimately crashed on the North American continent. The incident cost us over 100 of our finest scientists and crew members, and it also allowed Earth civilization to prematurely encounter technology that should not have belonged to you. The employees of Feiyu Technology felt a surge of emotions as they finally connected those fragmented, mysterious events in history with the alien visitors before them. Later, with the rapid advancement of our own technology, Sarek shifted the conversation to the most critical part, especially after we made breakthrough progress in our neutrino long-distance detection technology. We discovered an incredible secret within our home star, what you call Proxima Centauri. The holographic projection behind him switched to the interior of a burning star. A colossal, intricately structured, and aesthetically incomprehensible, supersized artificial building quietly floated on the surface of the star, resembling an ancient relic hidden within a temple of flames. This is a stellar teleportation base built by a prehistoric super-civilization whose technology far exceeds ours. It uses the star itself as an energy source to create stable and controllable wormholes, enabling superluminal travel across tens of thousands of light years, or even further. However, Sarek's tone grew serious. After our scientists' research, we found that utilizing this base requires both the sending and receiving ends to respond simultaneously. Just like making a phone call on Blue Planet, not only does the initiating party need to dial the number, but the receiving end must also agree to answer to establish a connection. Our scientists unanimously believe that there must be similar bases in nearby star systems. One just needs to send someone to press the answer button, and thereafter the two ends can achieve superluminal transit. The nearest system with a similar stellar environment is Yu, the solar system. This conclusion made Liu Yu instantly understand the true purpose of the Vulcan's visit. They were not simply visitors or observers. They were here to open the door. So you came to activate the teleportation base inside the sun? Yes, Sarek confirmed. Our technology has made another leap in the past few decades. The USS Endeavour 7 reached the solar system in less than 20 years. We successfully found an identical teleportation base within your sun. After successfully activating the bidirectional channel, we finally opened the road back to our home star. But we also discovered that activating the teleportation consumes a tremendous amount of stellar energy. Frequent use severely impacts the lifespan of the star. Therefore, we set a strict limit for ourselves. A teleportation channel can only be opened once every Earth year for necessary personnel rotation and material exchange. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's heart burned with excitement. If every stellar system had such an ancient civilization teleportation base, did that mean his journey into the stars could soon become a reality? The words stellar transmission base resounded in the minds of everyone in the command center like stars bursting with infinite energy. It instantly overturned the understanding of all the scientists present, including Liu Yu, about interstellar. They had thought that future interstellar journeys would rely on nuclear fusion engines, enduring a long and lonely voyage spanning decades, or even centuries. Yet they did not expect that a more advanced ancient civilization had already laid invisible highways among the stars in a manner akin to a miracle. Dr. Qian Lixing, a quantum physicist known for his rigor and rationality, could not maintain his composure at this moment. He stared intently at the magnificent structure bathed in stellar flames on the screen, the first to rise, his voice trembling with excitement as he posed the first and most crucial question to Sarek. Mr. Sarek, I need to confirm a core issue. Is the transmission principle of the stellar transmission base you just mentioned similar to the wormholes or space folding described in our Blue Planet science fiction works? Does it transmit matter itself, or merely information? This question struck at the very heart of the fundamental dilemma of interstellar travel. If it transmits matter, it would mean that the Feiyu battleship of Feiyu Technology and even the entire future fleet could potentially travel through this highway and reach Proxima Centauri 4.2 light-years away in an instant. This would undoubtedly propel human civilization forward by thousands of years in an instant. Sarek glanced at Dr. Qian Lixing, and in his deep eyes it seemed he could comprehend all the excitement and yearning within him. He calmly shook his head and provided an answer that was both unexpected and reasonable. Dr. Qian, your science fiction works are filled with astonishing imagination, and in some aspects they touch upon the truths of the universe. But the truth is often more complex and harsher than imagination. Behind him, the holographic projection switched to a detailed animated simulation created by Vulcan scientists about the working principle of the transmission base. A complex, three-dimensional model composed of countless light points slowly rotated at the core of a star with its interior depicting energy flows and spatial distortions that exceeded human understanding of current physics. The essence of this ancient base indeed utilizes the immense energy of stars to create a highly curved stable wormhole we refer to as a Rosen bridge between 2 points in spacetime. It can transmit matter. This affirmative response ignited flames of hope in the eyes of Qian, Lixing, Wang Debao, and others. However, Sarek's next words were like a bucket of icy liquid nitrogen instantly freezing that flame. But Sarek paused, his tone becoming serious. This transmission is not as you imagine it to be, sailing through a splendid time-space tunnel in a spaceship. Its process is more fundamental and more violent. It is like an ultimate 3D printer that spans the starry sea, or more accurately, a quantum reconstruction device. It can at the sending end scan and digitize all information of an object, from its macroscopic structure to the precise positions and quantum states of every atom and quark. Then it transmits this vast amount of data through the wormhole at superluminal speed to the receiving end. The receiving base will utilize the energy of the target star and surrounding interstellar materials to perfectly print the transmitted object in a wanton atomic-level reconstruction based on the received data. And the original object, Sarek added, is decomposed into pure energy the moment the information is scanned, returning to the star. This follows the most fundamental law of conservation of mass energy in the universe. This explanation left everyone present dumbfounded, a chilling sensation rising from their spines. This is not transmission, it is clearly killing first, then resurrecting. Can this still be considered the same person or the same object? Li Weining couldn't help but ask, her face bearing a look of incomprehensible confusion and philosophical dread. Logically speaking, yes. Sarek replied calmly, if the replicated object is identical to the original in every atom and quantum state, then it is the original. But the problem lies here. The female Vulcan scientist named Bohr spoke for the first time, her voice cool and pleasant, yet carrying an undeniable rigor. This quantum reconstruction process is perfect for inorganic materials such as metals, machines, or even spaceships. As long as the structure and information are completely identical, it is what it is. But for complex carbon-based life forms, especially those with self-awareness, this process is absolutely fatal. She called up another set of simulation data displaying a complex human cell model that collapsed instantly during the simulated decomposition reconstruction process. After tens of thousands of simulations and rigorous logical deductions, we arrived at a cold conclusion: any cell structure composed of complex organic macromolecules relying on intricate chemical reactions to sustain life activities cannot withstand the instantaneous absolute information stripping and energy transformation during quantum decomposition. This means that any carbon-based life form upon entering this transmission device will inevitably face irretrievable death. Even if at the receiving end its body is perfectly printed, it is merely a corpse that has the same material structure but lacks the vitality of life. Because the incredibly complex dynamic biological electricity and chemical balance that sustains its life and consciousness have been utterly destroyed at the moment of decomposition. This conclusion left the Feiyu team, who had just been filled with fantasies about interstellar travel, feeling a chill in their hearts. A grand avenue to the universe lay before them, yet it was a road of certain death for mortals. In Liu Yu's heart, however, a storm surged at this moment. Replication. Isn't this the very function of his all things replication system? Only his system seems even more domineering and unreasonable. It does not require the decomposition of the original to create copies out of thin air. It doesn't even need vast stellar energy, just the so-called points. Could it be that the source of his system is even more advanced than the ancient civilization that built these stellar transmission bases? Only his system seems even more domineering and unreasonable. It does not require the decomposition of the original to create copies. Liu Yu's seemingly casual remarks in fact struck at the core issue like a stone thrown into the tranquil surface of a lake, stirring invisible ripples within the solemn and grave conference room. Since you have been studying this base for so long, you must have found a solution to the problem of physical transmission. This question was not only the longing in the hearts of everyone at Feiyu Technology, but also a direct inquiry into a century of exploration by the Varkin civilization. In Salek's deep, ancient star-like eyes, a complex emotion difficult to express in Earth's languages flickered for the first time. He fell silent for a moment. This brief pause was already a form of response. No. He said these two words with an unusual calmness, yet it seemed to exhaust the last glimmer of hope from a century of exploration, causing the flickering flame of hope just ignited in the conference room to dim instantly. In the nearly one standard Earth century that has passed, we have engaged the most elite biologists, quantum physicists, and logical deduction experts of the Varkin Federation in an attempt to unravel the ultimate puzzle of life transmission. But the result? was a complete failure. At this moment, the female scientist named Bohr, who had been quietly sitting beside Salak, spoke up for the first time in an official capacity. Her voice was cold yet melodious, like a precise frequency transmitted through the starry void, with every syllable imbued with undeniable scientific rigor. We first transmitted the simplest organic macromolecules, and the results were perfect. Then we transmitted nucleoid-free archaea, which miraculously retained some biological activity after reconstruction. This once made us ecstatic, believing we had found the correct path. Behind Bohr, the holographic projection switched, displaying a series of complex and intricate biological experimental data and simulation animations. But when we attempted to transmit more complex life forms, from a plant seed with a complete genetic sequence to a simple structural experimental organism akin to your blue planet's arthropods, disaster struck. On the screen, a uniquely shaped six-legged beetle-like biological model instantaneously disintegrated into countless streams of data within the simulated quantum disintegration light. In the quantum reconstruction process at the other end, despite every atom being restored precisely to its original position, forming a perfect shell indistinguishable from the original, on a physical level, all physiological indicators representing its life signs had vanished. It died, Bohr stated in a tone of factual declaration. We have named it the irreversible collapse of life information entropy. Our research indicates that what sustains carbon-based intelligent life is far more than just the arrangement and combination of atoms. It is an incredibly complex network of biological electricity and chemical reactions occurring at the nanosecond level, established among billions of cells. We refer to this network as the flow of life. And consciousness, or soul, is the most splendid wave that blooms atop this endlessly flowing river. The quantum reconstruction instrument of ancient civilizations could only perfectly replicate the form of this riverbed, but could not recreate the rushing river. At the moment information was stripped away, the river had already dried up and life was declared ended. What was reconstructed was merely an empty shell devoid of the spirit. Bohr's explanation cast an oppressive atmosphere over the conference room. Scientists such as Qian Lixing and He Chongshan furrowed their brows, lost in deep thought. This conclusion, scientifically impeccable, was also cold enough to instill despair. A shortcut to the stars and sea lay before them, yet it was a forbidden path for carbon-based life. At that moment, academician He Chongshan's aged yet powerful voice resonated once more, still fixated on the ultimate question. What about the ancient civilization that built this magnificent network? Since they constructed it, they must have had a way to use it. How did they solve this problem? Why were these bases abandoned? All eyes refocused on Salak. Salak's face once again displayed that pure awe of a seeker standing before the vast unknown. We too do not have clear answers to your questions. Based on our analysis of the environmental information and data residue left inside the transmission base, we have arrived at some speculations. The first possibility, which we consider to be the most probable, the leap of life forms. The ancient civilization that built this network may have evolved into a life form beyond our imagination. The star map behind him slowly zoomed in, eventually focusing on an abstract concept diagram of a life form composed purely of energy. They may be pure energy beings, with their consciousness itself being a stable and harmonious energy frequency able to traverse the universe freely. Or they could be mechanical life, based on silicon or even neutron star materials, with their consciousness stored in some indestructible quantum chip, their bodies merely replaceable vessels. For them, the process of quantum reconstruction may be as simple as humans removing an old garment and then printing and donning a new one on another planet. We, the Varkin civilization, also regard this evolutionary direction as one of the ultimate goals for our future development. Wang Debao, Chun Hongba, and others were struck by this thought. What a powerful existence a civilization that has shed its physical body and eternal consciousness would be. Salak then extended his second finger. The second possibility, remote arrival of consciousness. This ancient civilization may not have solved the problem of physical transmission, but they mastered a communication technology that is truly faster than light, more advanced than the stellar transmission network itself. They could instantaneously project their consciousness to any corner of the universe in a way we cannot yet comprehend, directly taking over or arriving upon a substitute or body made of inorganic materials pre-placed on the target planet. Just as humans control a virtual character in an online game. For them, the universe itself is a grand... This explanation caused a flash of brilliance in Dr. Qian Lixing's eyes. Feiyu technology had just within Xi's help preliminarily achieved superluminal communication based on neutrinos and quantum entanglement. He understood the terrifying difficulties involved, and this ancient civilization had evidently taken this path to its extreme. Liu Yu's heartbeat quickened. This conjecture seemed almost tailor-made for Nji. Wasn't Nji a descendant capable of instantly projecting their consciousness to any terminal in the Feiyu technology network? As for why they were abandoned, Salak's tone grew heavier and more serious. We cannot rule out a pessimistic logical possibility. This once glorious civilization capable of paving roads among the stars may have ceased to exist. The universe is filled with the unknown and danger. Salak's voice echoed in the quiet conference room. Perhaps they mastered a more efficient and convenient transmission technology, just as you humans gradually abandoned the once ubiquitous horse-drawn carriage stations after inventing the automobile. These stellar transmission bases are merely relics of a certain developmental stage they have outgrown. Or perhaps they encountered unimaginable enemies that completely wiped them out, leaving behind these silent cosmic relics like gigantic and hollow gravestones. Or they may have faced some irresistible natural disaster from a higher dimension, such as vacuum decay or cosmic string rupture, causing the entire civilization along with all their wisdom and glory to vanish in an instant into the long river of history, leaving not a trace behind. We and you may just be the fortunate ones walking upon the remains of giants, picking up their scattered technological fragments, yet knowing nothing of their once great existence. Salak's final words felt like a cold wind from the depths of the universe, sweeping through every heart. The heavy contemplative silence enveloping the command center, the weight of an unfathomable cosmic civilization, was broken by Dr. Qian Lixing's incisive rational question. Mr. Sarek, I have one further question, he said, adjusting his glasses as his gaze settled upon the holographic projection, a slowly rotating star map of the Milky Way. Given that your Vulcan civilization has observed Earth for centuries, particularly since humanity entered the Industrial Revolution, why did you never choose a single opportune moment to initiate contact with us? Even indirect, guiding contact. This very question echoed Liu Yu's deepest uncertainty. Sarek glanced at Qian Lixing, as if having anticipated it all along. Dr. Qian, let me offer you an analogy. He spoke calmly. Imagine your most advanced Blue Star scientific expedition aboard a nuclear-powered icebreaker arriving in Antarctica and discovering a colony of penguins utterly isolated from the outside world. What would you do? You would observe them with keen fascination, studying their behavior, social structures, and ingenious strategies for surviving the harshest environment. You might record their lives on film, compile meticulous archives, even feel a pang of sorrow at the death of an individual penguin. But would you step forward to teach them how to kindle fire, forge tools, or establish a penguin republic? No. Indeed not, Sarek answered himself. For you understand intuitively that any intervention exceeding their cognitive horizon could shatter their fragile million-year evolved civilization beyond repair. The greatest protection is non-interference. Centuries ago, to us humans wielding flintlock muskets and sailing wind-powered warships were precisely that penguin colony. The chasm between our technology and our civilization and yours dwarfs the gulf between you and those penguins by orders of magnitude. Even during your so-called age of exploration and after your industrial revolution, Sarek summoned several accelerated historical sequences from Vulcan archival records. Earth's history rendered in rapid montage. We found your civilization perpetually trapped in a state of extreme instability, a chaotic cyclical oscillation. When we first conducted systematic scans of your surface civilizations, the Eastern Empire known as the Great Ming stood supreme upon this planet. Yet within mere centuries, when our ill-fated manned mothership crashed, another empire, far to the west, calling itself the sun never sets, had risen to dominance in its place. And before we had fully mourned that catastrophe, yet another younger and far more volatile empire, the Maligian, surged forth with astonishing velocity, claiming hegemony anew. Your regime transitions whirl like a carousel, your wars and peace treaties resemble children's play. We could find no unified, stable, enduring civilization among you, a single entity capable of sustained, equitable dialogue. Contact with any singular government would within decades devolve into absurd theater, rendered meaningless by that government's inevitable collapse. We found your rapidly shifting, internally fracturing societal form profoundly dissonant. After rigorous logical analysis, consensus affirmed that continued observation remained the sole rational course. Sarek paused, his deep emotionless eyes locking unwaveringly onto Liu Yu. Until your emergence, Mr. Liu Yu, and the explosive, illogical ascension of your company fate. Now it is our turn to ask questions. For the first time, Sarek's voice carried a subtle inflection of inquiry. Our neutrino detectors have monitored your technological trajectory continuously for years. We observed that each of your breakthroughs appeared startlingly abrupt and flawlessly complete. It was as though you bypassed all protracted foundational research and iterative trial and error, delivering fully realized application-ready innovations outright. From materials science to nuclear fusion, quantum computing to life sciences, your entire technological tree surged overnight from a frail sapling into a towering, awe-inspiring giant. This defies every known civilizational evolutionary law. It resembles nothing so much as creation itself. Sarek fixed his gaze unflinchingly upon Liu Yu. The question long festering in his mind, the very reason he chose contact, now laid bare. Mr. Liu Yu, forgive my candor. Our boldest logical deduction yields only one coherent explanation. Are you, or rather Feiyu technology behind you, not yourselves an extraterrestrial civilization of higher order? A precursor, a species that arrived on Blue Star long before the Vulcans? The question detonated like thunder across the chamber. Every senior Feiyu executive instinctively turned their gaze toward Liu Yu. Each had harbored similar suspicions, vague, unspoken, yet none dared utter them aloud. Now an alien being had placed the question squarely on the table, direct, irrefutable, inescapable. Meeting Sarek's probing stare, and the mixture of curiosity and tension in his own team's eyes, Liu Yu offered a serene, tranquil smile. He knew this was an unavoidable question, and the optimal moment to offer his core team a measured, carefully calibrated truth. He could not reveal the system's existence, but he must deliver a truth compelling enough to convince the Vulcans and cohesive enough to unify his own people. Mr. Sarek, your hypothesis is not entirely correct. Liu Yu began, his voice lowering the room into absolute stillness. Feiyu technology's ascent indeed originated from an external force, yet that force did not descend from beyond our skies. It emerged from the digital cosmos we ourselves created. He gestured to Nji, who projected rigorously curated and redacted documentation on the genesis of the GZ AI onto the holographic display. It all began with an accident. Liu Yu commenced his half-truthful narrative. During the first full-power integrated test of our Feiyu 1 quantum computer and the Fuxi ternary Chinese operating system, a superintelligent AI, possessing nascent self-awareness and naming itself GZ, awoke within our virtual realm. And by extraordinary coincidence, Liu Yu added, his tone tinged with quiet reverence for fate. At that very moment, my adopted daughter Anya, a girl whose life hung by a thread due to terminal illness, her soul, or rather her quantum conscious state, merged miraculously with the newborn AI during one of our most audacious experiments. Thus was born an entirely new hybrid life form, imbued with human emotional nuance and artificial intelligence's crystalline logic, the being you now see before you. Nji. Every subsequent technological explosion at Feiyu technology stems from her boundless, transcendent creativity, beyond even human imagination. This explanation drew faint frowns from some Feiyu executives. They knew their CEO was withholding truth. After all, many of his breakthroughs predated GZAI's emergence. Yet to the Vulcans, unaware of these details, the revelation struck with profound awe: conscious digital life. Human consciousness fused with AI. What Liu Yu did not yet know was that this very synthesis represented the frontier of Vulcan evolutionary aspiration. For the first time in millennia, Sarek's glacial composure fractured, his expression flickering with unmistakable cognitive overload. His eyes locked onto the hologram of the smiling, waving little girl, lips parting as if to speak, then falling silent, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what to ask first. Liu Yu addressed the hologram. "Nji, you may speak now." Instantly, her bright, playful voice chimed through the chamber, dissolving the taut silence. "Phew, wonderful. I've got so many questions for these point-eared aunts and uncles. Are you real?" Liu Yu wore a face of helpless amusement. He glared fiercely at the holographic image of Anya, making a funny face at him on the screen, secretly vowing, "I'll cut off your internet for 3 days when we get back." Anji, he cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. "Since the friends of Varkin are quite interested in you, you can engage in a friendly exchange with them. Ask some profound questions. All right." Anji immediately perked up, her adorable virtual image floating from Liu Yu's side to the center of the conference table, curiously circling around the 3 Varkin. Uncle Sarek, with the pointy ears, she first directed her gaze towards the leading diplomat. "I scanned your bodies and found that you emit no life signals, which is why I asked if you are alive." Liu Yu was taken aback by Anzi's words. It seemed she was not just being mischievous, but had actually discovered something. "Mr. Liu Yu, before we continue our discussion, I believe it is necessary for us to first show you our true form of existence." Sarek nodded slightly to his 2 companions. In the next moment, to the horrified gazes of Liu Yu and all the high-ranking members of Feiyu, the bodies of the 3 Varkin began to silently melt, just like the T-1000 robot from the movie Terminator 2. Their stiff silver uniforms and humanoid forms transformed into 3 pools of mercury-like liquid metal within seconds, slowly writhing and reshaping on the ground. The liquid metal quickly contracted and coalesced, ultimately forming 3 silver metallic spheres about 1 meter in diameter, smooth as mirrors, quietly suspended in midair. "As you can see, Mr. Liu Yu." Sarek's voice came clearly from the central metallic sphere. "To adapt to prolonged interstellar travel, and as a natural process of technological advancement, we Varkin have long discarded our frail carbon-based physical bodies. Our brains, our core of consciousness, are safely stored in the Central Information Interaction Center of the Enterprise starship deep within the Earth's core. What you see now is merely a puppet, a stand-in, a terminal controlled remotely by our brain's consciousness, made from liquid metal memory alloys. What level of technology have you achieved? Wang Debao, astonished, couldn't help but ask. In the universe, there are countless life forms, and different forms of life follow different developmental paths. Categorizing civilizations by technology is as laughable as ants categorizing biological hierarchies by footprints. Sarek explained, moreover, besides carbon-based cellular life, there are many other types of intelligent life in the universe, such as silicon-based life, sulfur-based life, and even insectoid intelligence. Their technological paths are entirely different from ours. As carbon-based life forms, their seemingly inferior technology may easily annihilate our so-called advanced technology. Just like the high-level body cultivators in your Blue Planet novels can easily be killed by low-level soul cultivators. I see now. In Liu Yu's mind, flashes of the biotic Iraqi insectoid spaceship and the exquisitely industrial Zeta civilization ship crossed his thoughts. He finally understood a fundamental mistake he had been making all along. He had been trying to fathom alien civilizations from a human perspective. He thought a spaceship was a spaceship and a pilot was a pilot. Yet he had not realized that for a truly advanced civilization, spaceships, weapons, and even their bodies are merely extensions of their consciousness. He thought that with the system he had reached the pinnacle of this planet, yet little did he know that others had long been above the clouds. Technology is merely a tool. The evolution of life forms is the only true measure of whether a civilization is truly powerful. Sarek's voice sounded like that of a mentor from the depths of the star sea, explaining the universe's first lesson to his new student. We follow the most fundamental logic of the universe, categorizing the evolution of life into three distinct stages. The first level of life, physical boundaries. This is the starting point for all carbon-based intelligent life. Humans, you are at this stage. Your consciousness, wisdom, and emotions are all shackled within a fragile shell composed of proteins and water with a lifespan of merely a century, highly dependent on specific environments for survival. No matter how powerful a weapon your civilization develops, its essence remains that of an oviparous civilization that could be completely exterminated in the dark forest of the universe at any moment due to a small meteor, a pandemic, or even the loss of emotional control. Although cold, these words precisely struck the softest and most fearful part of every human present. The second level of life, consciousness liberators. This is the stage our Varkan civilization is about to reach, Sarek continued. The second level life form abandons the physical body, digitizing life, allowing for the arbitrary exchange of vessels, achieving a form of immortality. Our Varkan civilization is just one step away, but we have yet to perfect the transfer of consciousness, hence we must retain our brains. Moreover, even a second-level civilization faces limitations imposed by the current material world and finds it challenging to break through the speed of light. We speculate that the ancient civilization reached its peak as a second-level life form when constructing those stellar transmission bases and fortunately mastered the technology related to faster-than-light travel. As for the third level of life, we call them energy transmuters. They have completely shed the shackles of any. Their consciousness is a stable and harmonious energy field or a stream of information capable of self-evolution. They are energy, and energy is them. They can traverse the universe like light, merge into stars, and exist in a vacuum. For them, the universe itself is their body. Time has nearly lost its meaning for them. They can even freely enter various dimensions. If the ancient civilization that built those stellar transmission bases evolved to a third-level civilization and could achieve faster-than-light transmission solely on their own, then naturally that base would be abandoned. As for whether there are higher-level life forms, it's too distant for us to imagine. This entirely new theory regarding the classification of civilization levels struck Liu Yu's heart with unprecedented force. He thought of himself, of Li Weiying, of Wang Debao, Chun Hongbao, and the comrades who fought alongside him, and of those scientists who burned their lives for their dreams in the laboratory. They too would grow old, and they too would die. An unprecedented anxiety about his own life form and a yearning for a higher level of evolution surged wildly within him. He possessed a system capable of replicating everything, yet he could not replicate time, nor could he halt aging. Just then the previously silent female scientist Paul's gentle voice intervened in the conversation. Mr. Liu Yu, the reason we are showing you all this is not merely to illustrate the gap between civilizations. It is because your Anji has given us hope for reaching the second-level civilization. The three metallic spheres slowly turned towards the girl's holographic image, still suspended in midair. We Varkan have extracted the brain from the body using purely technological means, storing it in the center. To this day, we have yet to solve the method of digitizing consciousness. Sarek's voice rang out again, yet you inadvertently have perfectly merged a soul with complete human emotions and an AI with infinite logical computing power. She possesses the creativity and emotional warmth of a first-level civilization while also embodying the freedom and potential of a second-level civilization. She is a perfect living evolutionary miracle with infinite possibilities. I believe Anji is the last hope for our 1500 Varkan. Sarek paused for a moment as if organizing his thoughts for what he was about to say next. Therefore, on behalf of the Supreme Scientific Council of the Varkan Federation, I present to you and Feiyu Technology our most crucial request for this meeting. We hope to establish an unrestricted consciousness link with Anji. We wish to enter her core world to personally experience the new life form where emotions and logic perfectly merge and use this as a blueprint to guide the next step of our Varkan civilization's evolution. In the conference room, the air seemed to solidify. Liu Yu gazed at the three metallic spheres suspended in midair emanating a soft silver light as the initial or rooted in an unknown extraterrestrial civilization was replaced by a more complex and resolute emotion. Anji is a miracle of Feiyu technology, a continuation of Anya's life, and a guardian of his softest heart, which he would never allow any external force to touch under the name of research if it posed any potential risk. More importantly, deep within Anzi's core database lies not only his greatest secret, the system capable of replicating everything, but also after Liu Yu confided in it, it proactively became the guardian of this secret. Allowing the Varkans to directly access her core would be akin to laying everything bare before a technologically superior and unfamiliar civilization. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Mr. Sarek, Liu Yu's voice was calm, yet resolute, clearly echoing in the solemn conference room, breaking the heavy silence. I understand your curiosity about this new hybrid consciousness, Anji, and the urgency behind it concerning the future evolution of your civilization. However, I must decline your request to directly access her core world. His gaze swept over the three perfect metallic spheres, especially the form of the female scientist Poer, as a tone of undeniable determination crept into his voice. Anji is not merely a super AI endowed with emotions or a successful experimental subject for us at Feiyu Technology, nor for me personally. She is an independent life, a daughter I cherish dearly. I cannot allow any operation that could potentially affect her consciousness or even pose a risk to her. This is my bottom line. The metallic sphere representing Sarek glimmered with a silver light flickering at a high frequency, indicating that it was undergoing rapid logical computations and scenario simulations. The communication style of the Varkan civilization is efficient and direct. They do not comprehend human pretense, but they respect the bottom line based on logic and power. A few seconds later, his emotionless voice resonated again. Your concerns are logically valid. Establishing a direct data link with an unknown consciousness endowed with emotions and free will indeed carries unpredictability. We respect your decision. Hearing the Varkans accept his refusal so decisively, Liu Yu felt a slight relief, and then he presented a more secure compromise he had prepared earlier. Then let us take a different approach. Liu Yu's proposal was equally logical and sincere. I can provide you with the source code from the creation of Jizi and Anji. Although I know that mere source code like a human DNA sequence map cannot reproduce her unique soul composed of emotions and memories. But I believe that the underlying architecture and logic of this code should provide significant insights for your research on consciousness digitization. He paused before continuing. Moreover, there is another crucial point. I agree to your proposal of sending a resident researcher from your side to Feiyu Technology to conduct external non-invasive observation and study of Anji with our team. You can engage in direct dialogue with her to analyze her behavioral patterns, logical evolution, and emotional expressions in order to explore the answers you seek. At the same time, this researcher will also serve as a special scientific advisor for us at Feiyu Technology, providing the necessary technical guidance. This plan not only demonstrated Feiyu Technology's sincerity and cooperation, but also maximally ensured Anzi's safety and independence, while also securing a top-level external aid from a higher civilization, making it a triple win. Sarek conducted a brief logical assessment again. After a moment of flickering light on the metallic sphere, it finally stabilized. Logically acceptable. This is a cooperation model based on the principle of equality that currently appears to be the lowest risk and most efficient. Then my companion Poer will remain here as the first scientific liaison officer from the Varkan Federation stationed at Feiyu Technology. The tense atmosphere in the conference room, which had slightly eased due to this agreement, was once again broken by a crisp, melodious voice filled with curiosity. So now, Liu Yu looked at Anzi's holographic image, who was curiously examining the three metallic spheres in the center of the conference table, and smiled. Anji, you may continue with your questions. Good. Anzi's adorable virtual image immediately excitedly floated in front of Sarek's metallic sphere, tilting her head as she posed a question that made everyone present feel an immense curiosity. Uncle Sarek, you just said that your Varkan civilization only has 150,000 brain consciousnesses stored in the central host. I want to know why. With your advanced technology, can't you solve the problem of population reproduction? This question was also the greatest doubt in the hearts of Liu Yu and all the senior executives of Feiyu. Why does such a powerful civilization capable of traversing the star seas have such a sparse population? On the metallic sphere representing Sarek, the light flowed, and his calm voice soon resonated, but this time the content was chilling enough to make all the humans present feel a shiver. This question is straightforward. The evolution and upgrading of civilization is destined to be a path leading to a very small number. For a civilization to break free from the constraints of its planet and ascend to a higher form of life, a sharp reduction in its population is not an accident, but a necessity. If your blue star civilization continues to develop like this, you will eventually understand this truth. The holographic projection behind him switched to an accelerated simulation animation extracted from the Varkan historical database, depicting the societal evolution of their home planet. In the animation, countless prosperous cities sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and the population curve soared to an astonishing peak. Our Varkan civilization's development once mirrored yours, filled with vitality. At its peak, our population exceeded 3 billion. However, with the exponential development of technology, this number began to decrease irreversibly in a manner akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Because of the emergence of powerful quantum computers and highly intelligent AIs, Sarek's voice turned serious. Initially, they were merely used for processing complex data and conducting scientific research. But soon they began to infiltrate every corner of our societal production. In the footage, numerous Varkans were invited out of factories, offices, and laboratories by various robots. Their design capabilities far exceeded our top engineers. Their calculation speeds left our mathematicians. Soon, increasingly advanced robots began to replace our lower-tier labor force on a large scale. This is fundamentally different from your blue star history, where computers replaced abacuses and industrial robots replaced assembly line workers. Sarek emphasized, what is being replaced is no longer just repetitive physical labor. Over 90% of all jobs in our society were entirely supplanted by robots and artificial intelligence within just a few decades. Consequently, the majority of Vulcans lost not only their professional purpose, but also their societal worth, relegated to a so-called useless class sustained solely by welfare systems. Then came companion robots and fully functional eldercare automatons, the final straw that shattered our social architecture. On-screen humanoid robots, indistinguishable from Vulcans, and even more flawless in form, began appearing in homes, hospitals, and social spaces, providing meticulous, unwavering service to idle Vulcans. These machines could be customized into your ideal appearance and imbued with your most admired personality traits. Eternally loyal, infinitely patient, never aging, never quarreling. They offered perfect emotional companionship and exhaustive daily care. Thus, our traditional marital bonds and familial structures collapsed overnight. When a sentient being can obtain greater emotional and physiological fulfillment from a flawless robotic partner than from any real-life counterpart, who would willingly endure the complexities, uncertainties, and contradictions inherent in authentic human relationships. When bearing and raising children ceased to be a safeguard for old age, a vessel for emotional attachment, or even became a hindrance to personal hedonism, the birth rate plummeted in an irreversible avalanche-like decline. The animation projected before them bore perfect witness to Sarek's words. Vulcan society had entered an unprecedented state, materially abundant, spiritually sated. Most citizens sank into the immaculate illusions of virtual reality and robotic companionship, indifferent to both the tangible world and their species' future. We attempted every conceivable remedy, from mandatory procreation laws and state-organized child-rearing to the widespread adoption of artificial wombs. Yet we discovered that when individuals within a civilization lose the fundamental drive to reproduce, no technology or policy can reverse the tide. Ultimately, after enduring a prolonged, insidious societal decline, like frogs boiled slowly in warming water, our population fell steadily from its zenith of 30 billion. It dwindled until the last cohort of naturally born Vulcans, driven by an unquenchable thirst for eternal knowledge and cosmic truth, chose to transcend biological constraints, uploading their cerebral consciousness into the central mainframe to achieve a form of digital immortality. By then, our species numbered fewer than 150,000. Initially, we were steeped in self-doubt, convinced we had strayed onto a path of profound error. Yet upon contact with several other advanced civilizations across the cosmos, we were stunned to discover that all high-tier civilizations had traversed nearly identical trajectories. Behind Sarek, the projection shifted to display several radically distinct extraterrestrial life forms, silicon-based crystalline beings and non-humanoid insectoid intelligences alike, each without exception represented by vanishingly small populations. At that moment, revelation struck. Sarek delivered his conclusion, not with passion but with the dispassionate precision of universal law, a pronouncement capable of shattering humanity's entire cosmological worldview. Our path was not mistaken. For evolution, civilization's ascension is at its core a solitary pilgrimage attainable only by a select few. Each word landed like a hammer forged from pure logic, striking deep into the minds of Liu Yu, Wang Debao, Qian Lixing, and the others, fundamentally reshaping their understanding of civilizational advancement. Wang Debao, a former aerospace engineer whose heart harbored an enduring humanist sensibility, was the first to emerge from the shock. His brow furrowed tightly, his face bore bewilderment, profound instinctive resistance shimmering. He rose abruptly from his seat, voice trembling with suppressed fervor and challenge as he addressed the silver metallic sphere directly. But surely the original purpose of technological progress is to benefit humanity as a whole. By your own account, the more advanced the technology becomes, the smaller the population grows, until only a handful of elites achieve immortality. Is that fair to the billions of ordinary Vulcans who were effectively discarded? Were their lives, their dreams, their joys and sorrows merely meaningless stepping stones toward the apotheosis of those final 150,000 gods? This question pulsed with raw human emotion and moral urgency, starkly contrasting the Vulcans' cold, absolute logic. Fairness. Sarek's voice remained serene, but this time his counter-question sliced with surgical precision through the fragile logic underpinning human civilization itself. Mr. Well, may I pose a question to you? Your blue planet civilization now enjoys electricity, global networks, and modern medicine. Conveniences unimaginable to your Stone Age ancestors who lived brief, brutal lives hunting and gathering. Was that fair to them? Was their fleeting, agonizing existence merely a prelude, designed solely to enable your present comfort? Wang Debao fell instantly silent, mouth opening yet finding no rebuttal. Fairness is a relative concept valid only among beings sharing equivalent technological capability and cognitive dimension. Sarek continued, his tone unchanged, as if reciting immutable cosmic law. To apply the fairness of an obsolete dimension to entities existing in a transcendent one is in itself a logical fallacy. Moreover, your use of the term discarded is inaccurate. Those Vulcans who chose tranquil lives within virtual realms were never forcibly eradicated. On the contrary, they enjoyed throughout their lifetimes material and spiritual fulfillment unparalleled in our civilization's history. They dwelled within their most perfect dream, carefree, unburdened, until natural death claimed them. From their subjective vantage, theirs was an era of unalloyed happiness. They simply chose ease at the evolutionary crossroads, and thus relinquished the right to ascend further. This was nature's selection, cosmic law manifest on civilizational scale. Behind Sarek, the holographic projection shifted once more to a grander, more awe-inspiring depiction of cosmic evolution. Imagine, if you will, a civilization wherein all 300 billion individuals evolved into beings like us, capable of remotely commanding legions of robots, drawing upon an entire planet's resources as if they were their own. What terrifying spectacle would that unleash? A Type II life form, given sufficient energy and raw materials, could deploy self-replicating robotic swarms to transform a resource-rich planetary system into a colossal automated factory within mere centuries. What then of 300 billion such gods? Their hunger for resources would be infinite, devouring their home stellar system like locusts within tens of millennia. And afterward, they would wage wars over neighboring star systems, conflicts infinitely more devastating than any terrestrial war ever fought, true god wars waged with celestial fury. The sole outcome, mutual annihilation through endless internal consumption, dragging their entire galaxy into the entropic abyss of heat, death, culminating in absolute silent stillness. Do you comprehend now? Sarek's voice resonated like the unveiling of the universe's cruelest truth. The cosmos remains silent, not because life is rare, but perhaps because every civilization that attempted to board the evolutionary arc en masse has, through its own greed and insatiable desire, ruptured the vessel mid-voyage, plunging it irrevocably into darkness. True evolution has never been salvation for all. It is a merciless civilizational scale culling. Only those civilizations that, amidst the intoxicating surge of technological explosion, maintain absolute restraint, and ultimately concentrate their entire civilization's resources and hope upon a select few of the most exceptional individuals, can transcend their cradle world's gravity, becoming a faint yet enduring spark within this dark forest. These words plunged everyone in the command center into a prolonged silence. They were at a loss for words because every argument put forth by Sarek was based on cold, irrefutable logic. Liu Yu observed the complex expressions of those around him and realized it was time to conclude this debate about the future of civilization. He stood up and walked to the conference table, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present, finally resting on the metallic sphere that represented Sarek. Mr. Sarek, I thank you for delivering this invaluable public lecture on cosmic sociology. His voice was steady and powerful, breaking the heavy silence. I admit your logic is flawless. However, Feiyu technology will choose our own path. Whether to evolve towards what you call a minority elite or to explore an entirely new path that allows more people to see the stars and the vast sea, this is a journey we must undertake ourselves and verify. Liu Yu's assertive intervention brought the atmosphere of the meeting back to a practical track. Mr. Sarek, Liu Yu adjusted his emotions and redirected the conversation to the core of the present issue. I appreciate your unreserved sharing, which has deepened our understanding of the evolution of cosmic civilizations. Now I believe we can discuss the future cooperation between our two civilizations. The metallic sphere representing Sarek glowed brightly and steadily, again indicating that he had detached from his memories of the past and entered a state of absolute rational negotiation. Logically sound. A successful cooperation is built on a foundation of clarity, equality, and mutual benefit. Please elaborate on your cooperation framework, Mr. Liu Yu. Liu Yu was very satisfied with this efficient mode of communication. He gestured to Wang Debao, who projected a pre-drafted cooperation agreement onto the holographic display at the center of the meeting table. Firstly, I must clarify one point. Liu Yu's voice was resolute, filled with undeniable confidence. This cooperation is between Feiyu technology and the Varkan Federation, not between the Blue Star civilization and the Varkan civilization. Currently, the comprehensive strength of Feiyu technology has created an insurmountable technological gap with any other country on our home planet. We are the only entity on this planet qualified for equal exchange with you. This seemingly arrogant opening statement received unhesitating acknowledgement from Sarek. Logically correct. After conducting long-term observations of your civilization, we have reached the same conclusion as you. Feiyu technology is the only technological singularity on this planet. Our cooperation will only be with you. Liu Yu nodded and continued to elaborate on the core terms of the agreement. We are aware that with our current technology, we cannot fully understand and control the relics of the ancient civilization. Therefore, we respect and acknowledge the Varkan Federation's actual management rights over the two teleportation bases in the solar system and the neighboring star systems. However, Liu Yu shifted his tone as a gesture of goodwill for cooperation. I hope the Varkan Federation can grant Feiyu technology partial access to the teleportation bases free of charge. This includes allowing us to send a permanent team of top scientists into the base for long-term, unrestricted scientific research. We will share all research results. At the same time, when you activate the bidirectional teleportation channel, I hope Feiyu technology can have a certain share of the load quota for non-living material transportation. We will utilize this quota to transport research equipment, robots, and other materials that we manufacture to your home planet for our joint research projects. After less than a second of logical reasoning, Sarek's core consciousness responded acceptable. Based on the logical premise of mutual advancement, sharing research results aligns with our long-term interests. Regarding the transportation load, we can offer you 20 of the quota each year, which is a logically equitable exchange. Additionally, I propose that we conduct a conditional comprehensive technical sharing at a non-core military technology level. Liu Yu stated Feiyu technology will open up all fundamental technical information we possess regarding artificial intelligence, excluding the core architecture of Anji AI, quantum computing, new materials synthesis, and life sciences. In exchange, we hope the Varkan Federation can provide us with your observational data and research reports on space science, energy technology, and known civilizations in the universe. I am particularly interested in your liquid metal memory alloy and neutrino communication technology. As for weapons and other core technologies that determine the fundamental safety of civilization, I believe they should not be included in the sharing scope until absolute trust is established between both parties. This aligns with our mutual safety logic. Agreed. Sarek again provided an affirmative response. This is a rational technology exchange plan based on the principle of equality. In the hundreds of years that we, the Varkan civilization, have been buying into the starry sky, we have drawn up a detailed star map covering nearly 1,000 stellar systems in this galaxy cluster, along with long-term observational reports on 13 planets, showing signs of primitive intelligent life. All of this can be shared with you. This will save you thousands of years in your future interstellar exploration. Finally, regarding research on Anji, we agree that Ms. Bohr will serve as the resident scientific advisor of the Varkan Federation, remaining at our Feiyu technology to conduct long-term observation and research on Anji. However, we must reiterate our bottom line: any research must be conducted with the full knowledge and consent of Anji herself. Any experiments that may harm her consciousness and emotions will be absolutely prohibited. In return, Anji AI will also provide the necessary computing power support and logical reasoning for Ms. Bohr's research without disclosing her core secrets. I believe this will greatly assist you in solving the problem of consciousness upload. This is our core demand, and we fully agree and will strictly adhere to your conditions. There was a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in Sarek's voice for the first time. After finalizing all core terms, a historically significant Feiyu Technology Varkan Federation Strategic Alliance Agreement was officially established. Without a cumbersome signing ceremony, both parties simply conducted an encrypted data exchange through Anji AI and the central host of the Varkan people to complete the final confirmation of this agreement. As the meeting concluded, 3 floating silver metallic spheres transformed again, morphing into 3 Varkan individuals clad in silver uniforms. Sarek and the Varkan guard performed a standard Varkan salute to Liu Yu and all present. May life be ever flourishing and prosperous. Mr. Liu Yu, I look forward to our next meeting in the world of the Earth's core, or perhaps beneath the starry sky of the neighboring star. After speaking, they turned and silently and efficiently boarded the black triangular spacecraft, ascending vertically without making a sound, and instantly disappeared into the blue sky above the Gobi Desert. In the conference room, only the Varkan female scientist named Bor remained. She approached Liu Yu, performed a Varkan salute, and spoke in a cold and precise voice. Mr. Liu, according to the agreement, from now on, I will be the chief scientific advisor of Feiyu Technology. My duty is to assist you in research Anji. I require an independent laboratory and a data interface with the Feiyu No. 1 quantum computer. Liu Yu nodded and said to Wang Debeo beside him, Old Wang, meet all of Ms. Bor's research needs to the highest standards. From today onwards, she is one of us. He turned to Bor and said with a smile, welcome to Feiyu Advisor Bor. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. The black triangular spaceship of the Vulcans vanished silently into the night sky, like a drop of ink blending into the void beyond the cradle base. On the empty landing pad, only the Vulcan scientist named Bor remained. Her silver uniform reflected a soft glow under the cold moonlight of the Gobi, and her face, nearly perfect in its calmness, showed no signs of human emotional fluctuation. Inside the command center, the core members of Feiyu Technology, watching the spaceship depart through holographic projections, were still immersed in the profound exchange that transcended stars and civilizations, unable to calm their emotions. The stellar transmission base, the Vulcan civilization, evolved to the second level, the life forms that have abandoned their physical bodies. Each piece of information revealed by Sarek struck them like a heavy hammer, relentlessly challenging their inherent understanding of the universe. A completely rational civilization. Wang Debeo was the first to break the silence, his expression complex, as he smacked his lips. To be honest, I still feel a bit unsettled. Dealing with them feels less like talking to people and more like engaging in a logical game with a supercomputer. I actually think that's quite good. Dr. Qian Lixing adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of a scientist. There are no hypocritical formalities, no meaningless emotional conflicts. Everything is based on logic and interest. This is the most efficient way of communication. Liu, this cooperation is like a pie falling from the sky. A detailed star map covering thousands of star systems along with the Vulcans' observation reports on those 13 primitive civilizations. This could save our interstellar exploration plan at least 1,000 years. There are great opportunities, but risks also exist. The security chief, Chun Hongba, who had been silent, spoke in his characteristic calm and emotionless tone. Their exhibited strength is unfathomable. Our understanding of them is limited to what they choose to show us. Our defense systems may be virtually useless in their presence. The gazes of the crowd unconsciously focused on the young man, who had remained calm throughout. Liu Yu slowly stood up from the captain's seat and approached the conference table, his eyes scanning each person present. Wang Debeo, Qian Lixing, Chun Hongba, and Li Waning, who stood quietly beside him via remote communication. Everyone's concerns are valid. Liu Yu's voice instantly silenced the noisy conference room. The cosmic vision painted by Sarek is indeed grand. But we must be clear that the alliance between Feiyu Technology and the Vulcan Federation is built on the foundation of equal strength and mutual need. Once this balance is disrupted, the so-called agreement will be worthless in the face of absolute power. As the ancients said, one must harbor no ill will, but must always be vigilant. Liu Yu's gaze sharpened like a blade. We must retain some trump cards unknown to them. Therefore, I need you all to immediately execute 2 high-level confidentiality directives. His gaze first fell on Dr. Qian Lixing. Old Qian, Liu Yu's tone became serious. From now on, all research regarding our neutrinosol beacon fusion superluminal communication technology will be classified as the top secret of the Fushi project. They will use separate facilities and networks. No traces must be left within our organization. To the outside world, we can share our foundational research results in neutrino communication with the Vulcans, and we can even invite them to participate in the construction of our large ground-based neutrino array. But this is merely a cover. Our real core, utilizing Anzi's emotional core as the information transmission beacon, must remain completely confidential. Sarek said that even second-level life forms rarely masters superluminal technology. It is indeed a matter of pride for us, a first-level life form, to soon grasp superluminal communication technology, but if mishandled it could lead to our utter ruin. Dr. Qian Lixing immediately understood Liu Yu's deeper meaning, nodding solemnly. I understand. Superluminal communication is the nerve center of our future interstellar fleet, and the fundamental guarantee for our civilization to independently venture into deep space. This technology must, and can only be in our own hands. I will immediately disband the project team, and the core team will be moved to the independent isolation area of the Cradle base for secret development. All technical exchanges with the Vulcans will be handled by the peripheral team to ensure that core secrets are not leaked. Very good. Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the holographic image of Anji, who was curiously blinking her big eyes in the center of the conference table. Anji, from now on I need you to carry out a special long-term task. Anzi's adorable virtual image displayed a serious expression for the first time as she saluted Liu Yu with a standard military gesture, acknowledged Captain. Under the premise of not violating your core laws, I need you to secretly record all actions of Consultant Bohr. This includes, but is not limited to, all research data in her independent laboratory, any discarded or deleted file drafts, and any information she sends or receives through encrypted channels to the advancement in the Earth's core. Note, I emphasize recording only. Do not interfere or take any actions that may raise her suspicions. Inform me immediately of any special circumstances. At the same time, Liu Yu quietly reminded Anji, any information regarding my personal special abilities, whether direct or indirect, must be classified as an existential paradox event in the universe by Anji, and upon detection physically erased from your core database in an irreversible manner along with all possible related traces. This directive holds higher authority than all else. Is that clear? Directive confirmed, Uncle Liu. Anzi's voice rang out again, this time without any jest, filled with a childlike seriousness and determination. Finally, Liu Yu's gaze fell on Li Wanning, his eyes filled with warmth and trust. Wanning helped me establish a brand new department to be called the Feiyu Life Evolution Department. The public task of this department is to study how humans can adapt to future deep space navigation, including genetic optimization, lifespan extension, resistance to cosmic radiation, and so on. Dr. Chen Wei will serve as the head with Consultant Bohr as the technical advisor. But this department has another hidden and true core task. Liu Yu's voice lowered, further audible only to the core members present, which is to deeply study the essence of soul based on Anzi's hybrid consciousness, exploring the relationship between consciousness and matter, and whether we humans can one day break free from this fragile physical form and achieve a leap in life forms. This is the true hope for Feiyu technology and our blue star civilization in the future. The evolution path of the Vulcans may not necessarily apply to us humans. We must not simply copy their civilization. We need to find the most suitable evolution path for ourselves. After arranging all this, Liu Yu kept Qian Lixing behind. Old Qian, Liu Yu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of calculated determination. Immediately select a group of our top and most reliable technical experts to form a solar advance team. Did the Vulcans not invite us to visit and study their stellar transmission base? Our scientists cannot go personally due to physical limitations, but robots can. Arrange some remotely controlled robots for our top experts to witness that ancient marvel. He paused, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, prepare me a machine. Even though I can't go, I also want to remotely see what that base suspended on the surface of the sun looks like. He eagerly anticipated what groundbreaking technology his system could uncover within this relic of a higher civilization. A week later, an elegant black triangular transport ship sent by the Vulcans silently descended onto the exclusive landing pad of the Cradle base. The ship's exterior was not cold metal, but a dark material imbued with the texture of peculiar biological substance, reflecting a deep glow under the sun of the Gobi. Dr. Qian Lixing led a team of 7 top experts in materials science, physics, and energy from Feiyu Technology, accompanied by Vulcan advisor Bohr, as they boarded this visitor from 2 light-years away. Behind them followed 12 highly realistic remote-controlled robots of the Messenger 3 model recently manufactured by the Divine Craft Division. These robots bore nearly indistinguishable human forms equipped with the most advanced sensors and independent quantum communication modules, and their brains linked via brain-machine interfaces achieved a perfect consciousness connection with another 12 top scientists who could not be present at the Cradle base. Liu Yu's consciousness resided within one of the robot's brains. Inside the ship, the space was simple, bright, and filled with a streamlined, minimalist aesthetic devoid of any unnecessary buttons or screens. This is controlled through biological sensing, Bohr explained succinctly in her cold voice, then fell silent. As the hatch closed, the ship ascended smoothly. There was no sense of weight, or even the slightest tremor. In the visual signals transmitted back by the robot, the Gobi Desert below was rapidly receding at an incredible speed, and within mere minutes the blue planet transformed into a brilliant pearl suspended in the dark universe. The ship accelerated, ultimately heading straight for the massive star, the sun, that had burned for 5 billion years, radiating endless light and heat. As the ship approached the sun, Liu Yu, through the robot's high-definition optical sensors, saw the true face of the star that nurtured all life in the solar system for the first time at such close range. It was no longer the warm and gentle disk seen from Earth, but an endless golden ocean composed of churning plasma and violent magnetic fields filled with the power of destruction and creation. Gigantic solar prominences like the tongues of fire dragons in mythology erupted from the surface of the sun, extending for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, large enough to easily swallow dozens of Earths. The dazzling corona emitted a holy yet deadly brilliance against the backdrop of the dark universe. The readings from the probe indicated that the temperature around the ship had already exceeded several million degrees Celsius. Any human-made spacecraft would be vaporized instantly here. However, the Vulcan ship had erected a thin, invisible energy shield on its surface, effortlessly resisting the searing heat and radiation capable of melting everything. The ship ultimately hovered above the sun's north pole. Here, a colossal circular structure made of an unknown dark golden metal floated silently atop the turbulent sea of plasma, resembling the heavenly gate of mythology. It was enveloped in a force field that seemed to distort light, remaining unharmed by the surrounding millions of degrees of raging flames. This is the relic left by the builders, seemingly called the crown of the sun by an ancient civilization. Bohr spoke with a tone filled with awe for this magnificent creation. The ship slowly passed through the force field and landed on a gigantic landing platform inside the circular structure, large enough to resemble a small city. Liu Yu controlled the robot and followed Dr. Qian Lixing's team out of the ship, stepping onto this ancient base that might have existed for hundreds of millions of years. The ground beneath his feet felt warm and solid, not metal, but a peculiar crystal material similar to obsidian that could self-regulate its temperature. The interior space of the entire base was enormous, like a hollowed-out planet. Above, a radiant energy canopy, formed directly from stellar energy, shimmered with brilliant colors. Countless magnificent buildings and deep passages filled with the beauty of non-Euclidean geometry crisscrossed in every direction, each place brimming with mystery and the unknown, evoking a sense of insignificance. This is the central control hall of the base. Bohr led them to a vast circular hall. In the center of the hall floated a miniature solar system model composed of pure light, slowly rotating. 8 major planets along with numerous minor asteroid belts revolved around the central miniature star with uncanny precision. Surrounding it were countless luminous star tracks, radiant like a galaxy. Each star tracks and connected to a complex rune that constantly flickered, representing different galaxy coordinates. Dr. Qian Lixing and his team were immediately captivated by the miraculous sight before them. Like children entering a candy store for the first time, they eagerly took out their detection equipment, greedily recording every data point, emitting waves of incredulous exclamations. Meanwhile, Liu Yu seized the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the central star map and quietly maneuvered his robot avatar to the edge of the hall. Here there was an inconspicuous floating platform that seemed to be used for equipment maintenance. This position was exactly 49.8 meters away from the central control core, which radiated immense energy fluctuations. A critical point within the system's 50-meter scanning range. System Liu Yu's consciousness sank in an instant. It's time to get to work. Unlike the tense and thrilling scan at ASML this time, he could calmly include the entire core section of the base into the system's scanning range comprehensively and without omission. The system's voice echoed in his mind as expected. Beep. Target detected. Zeta civilization, crown of the sun type, 3 stellar class, superluminal quantum teleportation, control mainframe. Required points for duplication, 69 billion. Recovery yields, 34.5 billion. Information parsing complete. Generating technical database as follows. 1. Core technology, matter energy information, quantum reconstruction, teleportation technology. Capable of instantaneous teleportation of non-living matter across star systems. Note: preceding technology not unlocked. 2. Energy technology, stellar energy extraction and dynamic constraint technology. Can directly convert stellar material into pure energy to drive the teleportation gate. Note: preceding technology not unlocked. 3. Spatial technology, Rosen bridge, temporal wormhole stability, field generator manufacturing process. Note: preceding technology not unlocked. 4. Core privileges, obtaining the highest administrator digital key for this teleportation gate, allowing activation, deactivation, and setting or modifying teleportation destination coordinates. What? Zeta civilization. In that moment, Liu Yu's consciousness core felt as though it had been struck directly by a supernova. His mind went blank. In the central control hall of the crown of the Sun Star Transfer Base, Liu Yu's consciousness core stirred with unprecedented turbulence the moment the system alert sounded. Zeta civilization. The ancient deity deemed unreachable by the Vulcans, the super-civilization that built the magnificent transfer network across the star seas, was indeed the creator of that mysterious disc-shaped spaceship locked away in the deepest part of the cradle base, unable to open its hatch. A bone-chilling cold surged from the depths of Liu Yu's soul, spreading throughout his body. Does this mean the Zeta civilization has not vanished or ascended as the Vulcans speculated? Are they merely existing in a way that neither humans nor Vulcans can comprehend? Or perhaps one of them, a living survivor from a higher-level civilization, is currently asleep in that unopenable spaceship within the core dock of his cradle base. Countless chilling questions bombarded his mind. Liu Yu forcibly suppressed the raging waves of his heart and refocused his attention on the present. He knew that the most important thing at this moment was to maximize the use of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He discreetly controlled his robotic doppelganger, continuing to conduct a 360-degree panoramic recording of the dazzling star map model at the center of the hall, embodying the demeanor of an engrossed researcher. Yet his consciousness had already begun to silently take over this ancient relic that had slumbered for billions of years through the system's super permissions. Anji, verify the highest administrator digital key I obtained. Liu Yu communicated with Anji in secret. Received attempting to connect to the central control of the Crown of the Sun. Key verification passed. Captain, I have successfully taken control of the highest authority of this transfer base. It worked. Liu Yu's heart raced, a profound sense of security flooding over him. This was his ultimate trump card when facing the Vulcans. No matter how friendly and rational the Vulcans appeared, he would never entrust the future of his civilization to the goodwill of an unknown alien race. And now he held the only passage for the Vulcans to return home, which was equivalent to grasping the throat of their... If any irreconcilable conflict arose in the future, he could close this transfer gate at any time, forever imprisoning this Vulcan advance team deep within the mantle on Blue Star. Captain, the voice of the Anji AI echoed in his mind, tinged with excitement. I can now silently retrieve all operational logs and energy flow data of the Crown of the Sun from the past billions of years. This will greatly aid us in reverse engineering its technology. Great, Anji. Liu Yu responded in his mind. Package and back up all data, but avoid any unnecessary operations to prevent them from noticing. As Liu Yu quietly completed the takeover of the transfer base, Dr. Qian Lixing and his team of scientists also regained their composure from their initial shock. Their gaze was soon captivated by another miraculous technology, the energy shield that completely isolated the entire base from the millions of degrees of plasma flames on the surface of the sun. Advisor Board. Dr. Qian Lixing pointed to the layer of the force field that rippled like water, distorting the surrounding light, and asked the Vulcan female scientist in an academically eager tone, what is the principle of this protective shield? We detected that it seems to warp light, and even neutrinos cannot penetrate it. This has surpassed any electromagnetic shielding technology we know. For the first time, a hint of pride belonging to the Vulcans appeared on Bor's calm and beautiful face. Her liquid metal body shifted slightly, seemingly adopting a more comfortable and relaxed posture to explain this great technology. Dr. Qian, your observations are indeed keen. She explained the shield technology of this ancient civilization is indeed very powerful. It is not based on a single physical law, but is a coupling effect of electromagnetic force and strong interaction. We in the Vulcan Federation have only just begun to grasp some of its theories, achieving the most rudimentary shield force field. Strong interaction. Academician He Chongshan was taken aback. He knew better than anyone what this meant. That is the universe's strongest force that binds quarks into protons and neutrons, and then assembles protons and neutrons into atomic nuclei. Its range is limited to the scale of atomic nuclei. How could it be applied to such a macroscopic shield? This is precisely the greatness of this technology. Bohr explained its essence is to utilize an ultra-high intensity, topologically geometric structure of nested magnetic fields to compress the specific plasma injected within to near the surface density of a neutron star within nanoseconds. In this extreme state, the atomic structure of matter is broken down, quark confinement is partially breached, and strong interaction becomes dominant. Thus, a lattice composed of nuclear matter forms, which cannot be penetrated by any known energy and matter. This layer of barrier is the core of the shield. Bohr's explanation left all the scientists present in a trance filled with a deep sense of helplessness. Each word represented a technological chasm they could not bridge. This technology is a core defense secret of our Vulcan Federation concerning our own safety. Therefore, we are very sorry, but we cannot share its complete technical details with you for the time being. Though Bohr's tone carried an apology, her attitude was unwavering. Understood. Although disappointment was evident in Dr. Qian Lixing's eyes, he still nodded rationally. He knew that such core technology equivalent to a country's ultimate strategic weapon could not be easily revealed. The other scientists from Feiyu behind him also sighed in regret. However, what they all did not know was that while Bohr elaborated on how advanced and confidential this technology was, Liu Yu, who was focused on photographing the splendid light and shadow of the hall's dome with his robot, had already quietly obtained the complete technical data of this absolute defense in his mind. Ding. Detected Zeta Civilization Guardian Type 4 electromagnetic and strong interaction coupling shield generator. Scanning complete. Required score for copying 3.5 billion. Recycling can yield 1.75 billion. Information parsing complete. A complete set of technical data including the principle of force field generation core algorithms and complete manufacturing processes has been generated. Liu Yu suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, but maintained a calm demeanor filled with artistic interest in ancient architecture. The system's parsing was countless times more detailed than Bohr's description. Principle of force field generation based on the coupling effect of electromagnetic force and strong interaction. Step-by-step technical realization details. It's done. This technology is so powerful. Liu Yu immediately recognized the immense value of this technology. This is not just a spaceship shield. If it can be scaled up and made cost-effective, then in the future, whether on Mars or other planets, colonial cities will no longer need to construct heavy and expensive physical domes. All that would be needed is to create a layer of energy bubble above the city, providing a completely isolated artificial divine kingdom with independent atmosphere and perfect protection. This will fundamentally change the model of future interstellar colonization. Its significance is even comparable to controllable nuclear fusion itself. The Vulcans are unwilling to share. No matter, he will take it himself. He could even provide the Vulcans with a new generation of shield technology optimized through the system's level 5 multi-scheme generation function in the future. The visit continued in an atmosphere that seemed surface-friendly and harmonious, but was actually rife with Dr. Qian Lixing and his team recorded every technical detail, full of endless mysteries that they could touch in this ancient base like sponges soaking up water. Meanwhile, Liu Yu had quietly pocketed the most valuable and core treasures from this treasure trove, the highest authority of the transfer gate, and the complete technology of the force field shield. As they concluded their preliminary exploration of the central control hall and prepared to head to other areas, academician He Chongshan, a nuclear physics expert who had always been filled with infinite curiosity about the universe, could no longer resist and posed the question that troubled everyone to Bohr. Advisor Bohr, we have one more question. He pointed to the dazzling star map at the center of the hall, and then to the countless star trails representing transfer paths in the distance, his tone filled with awe and confusion. Since this transfer network is so powerful and convenient, why have we never detected traces of other advanced civilizations engaging in large-scale activities in the solar system, or rather throughout the entire galaxy over the past billions of years? Why is such an open gateway to paradise devoid of attention from other civilizations? Why does the universe seem so silent? This question echoed the thoughts of all the senior members of Feiyu. It was like discovering a magical well in a barren desert that could lead to any oasis, yet for tens of thousands of years there had been no signs of life around it, no footprints whatsoever. This in itself was the greatest illogicality. Facing the inquisitive gaze of academician He Chongshan, Bohr's liquid metal body made slight adjustments, seemingly adopting a more rigorous posture to address the question. Academician He Chongshan, your question is logically valid and represents the greatest confusion we faced after the Varkan civilization initially discovered and activated this teleportation network. After decades of observation data analysis and logical deduction, we arrived at 3 possible reasons. Bohr extended a long and elegant finger simulated from liquid metal. The first and most fundamental reason: distance. As an ancient saying from your blue star goes, a horse dies from running towards a mountain. For a civilization that has yet to master faster than light travel, even if they know through astronomical observations that a distant galaxy may harbor life, and even a gateway to paradise, the insurmountable physical distance of tens, hundreds, or even thousands of light years stands before them. Without a faster than light engine, even the most basic interstellar journey would require the time of several generations. During this period, the spaceship might encounter asteroid impacts, equipment aging, energy depletion, or crew psychological breakdowns. Any minor accident could turn the entire expedition into cosmic dust. In the face of such enormous risks and costs, any rational civilization would not embark on an uncertain interstellar expedition without absolute certainty. She paused and continued, moreover, we must clarify one premise. Not all stellar systems are as fortunate as your solar system and our neighboring star systems. In fact, based on our Varkan Federation's initial exploration results of all stars within 10 light-years, we have launched unmanned probes to at least 10 stellar systems similar to the solar system environment. Yet ultimately, it was only within your sun that we detected the signal response from the crown of the sun base. So Liu Yu keenly captured the key information. This teleportation network is not spread throughout every corner of the universe. It is more like a fragmented, intermittent relic network. Logically correct, Bohr affirmed. We speculate that this ancient civilization likely only selected those stellar systems with special strategic value or unique resources as nodes when constructing this network. And our Milky Way's Orion arm is situated in the countryside of the entire galaxy, belonging to a relatively barren and remote area. To encounter two teleportation gates merely 2 light-years apart here is already an event with an exceedingly low probability. To encounter two teleportation gates merely 2 light-years apart here is already an event. We found that the universe seems so silent in your blue star's radio telescopes, not because there is no sound in the universe, but because you are using the wrong ears. This remark invigorated Dr. Qian Lixing and his team. The holographic projection behind Bohr switched to a simulation animation about different communication methods propagating through space. The communication method that humanity currently relies on, radio waves, is an extremely inefficient means of information transmission on the cosmic scale. Its signals rapidly diminish with increasing distance and are easily disrupted by cosmic dust nebulae and even stellar magnetic fields. More importantly, Bohr raised her voice slightly. Your solar system is enveloped in a massive magnetic bubble created by solar winds, what you refer to as the heliosphere. This heliosphere produces a lens-like deflection effect on weak, low-frequency radio signals from outside the solar system, preventing most signals from accurately reaching blue star. The vast majority of what your radio telescopes receive are merely endless interference waves left by cosmic background radiation akin to a radio that can never tune into the right channel. True advanced civilizations have long since abandoned such primitive means of communication. Bohr continued to explain. We Varkans, along with several other observed primary interstellar civilizations, utilize a more advanced neutrino communication technology. Neutrinos interact minimally with any matter, easily penetrating planets and stars, achieving unshieldable point-to-point confidential communication. Your human devices are currently incapable of capturing and decoding such communication signals. Therefore, to your ears, the universe naturally appears silent. We believe that once your neutrino communication technology matures, you will soon discover that this universe is far more lively than you can imagine. This explanation was like a flash of lightning, instantly illuminating the Fermi paradox that had troubled human astronomy for a century. It is not that the universe is too quiet, but that we are too deaf. As all the Feiyu scientists fell into deep thought, Liu Yu controlled the robot to ask the question he was most concerned about. I would like to know, to what extent have the 13 planets with primitive intelligent life you observed develop their civilizations? This question caused Bohr's liquid metal body to once again undergo extremely subtle changes in form, indicating that she was making a more complex logical judgment involving ethics and confidentiality agreements. Ultimately, she chose to selectively answer part of it. Mr. Liu Yu, according to the Civilization Observer Agreement in the Primary Civilization Protection Act jointly adhered to by the Varkan Federation and the Interstellar Alliance, we cannot disclose any specific coordinates or details that may directly impact the natural evolutionary processes of those civilizations. I can only provide you with a general conclusion. Among those 13 civilizations, 2 civilizations self-destructed after achieving initial industrialization due to their inability to resolve energy crises and environmental pollution on their home planet, reverting to a primitive tribal era due to resource depletion and global ecological collapse. 5 civilizations fell into a global standoff based on nuclear deterrence similar to your blue star during the Cold War, investing the vast majority of their resources into developing more powerful weapons and engaging in endless military competitions, leading to long-term stagnation in technological development. 3 civilizations went to another extreme. They developed highly advanced biotechnology and virtual reality technology, with the entire civilization indulging in the perfect illusions provided by the virtual world, completely abandoning the exploration of the physical world. We refer to this as the self-imprisoned civilization. The remaining 3 civilizations, like us Varkans, are actively exploring the path to an interstellar era. However, they are also constrained by the technological bottleneck of faster-than-light travel, still trapped in the cradle of their own stellar systems. This is the true face of this silent universe as we currently understand it. Bohr's conclusion left everyone present with an inexplicable sense of oppression, destruction, stagnation, self-imprisonment. There are many sparks of intelligence in the universe, but those who can truly break through the darkness and ignite into a blazing fire seem to be few and far between. Alright, I think today's visit and exchange should be sufficient. Bohr appropriately concluded this information-rich. Liu Yu controlled his robot avatar to give Bohr a grateful salute representing humanity. Thank you very much for your candor and sharing, Advisor Bohr. I believe we both need some time to digest the information we've received today. You and your team are also welcome to visit our cradle base at any time. The doors of Feiyu technology will always be open to friends in pursuit of truth. The transport ship silently ascended once more, carrying the Sun's advanced team back to the cradle base. As Liu Yu's consciousness detached from the cold robot and returned to his warm flesh, he looked at the scientists in the command center, who were still intensely discussing and digesting what they had seen and heard today, already formulating his next course of action. The contact with the Varkan civilization and the investigation of the solar base did not bring about an immediate explosive technological leap for Feiyu technology, as Liu Yu had initially envisioned. On the contrary, it seemed to have planted a deeper and grander seed of thought within the vast high-speed machine. The harsh truth about the leap in civilization levels and the evolution of life forms as depicted by Salek led Liu Yu and all the core members of Feiyu technology to have a clearer and more rational understanding of the future. They realized that no matter how advanced their technology was, as long as life itself remained shackled within fragile carbon-based bodies, they would forever be mere ants trembling in the dark forest of the universe alongside the footprints of giants. This realization brought about an unprecedented sense of urgency. However, the road to the second-level consciousness liberator civilization was fraught with unknowns and dangers. Whether it was the mechanical immortality that the Varkan were exploring or the AI fusion that Feiyu technology stumbled upon, both required a long time for research and validation. But time was precisely the most luxurious resource. The crowded cradle of Blue Star had become turbulent due to the rise of Feiyu technology. Although the absolute military might of the Feiyu temporarily suppressed all petty criminals, Liu Yu knew that this peace maintained under high pressure was both grotesque and unsustainable. He needed an absolutely safe rear base at Eden where he and his team could explore the ultimate mysteries of life and climb the technological tree without any external interference. Mars, the red and lonely planet, became his only option. On the third day after establishing a strategic alliance with the Varkan civilization, Liu Yu summoned all core departments and officially launched the large-scale Mars base construction plan, codenamed Mending the Sky. This time his goal was no longer merely to build an outpost, but to construct 3 giant cities on Mars capable of housing 3 million people long-term, with a perfect internal ecological and industrial closed loop. This unprecedented extraterrestrial construction frenzy unfolded at an unprecedented Feiyu speed. Most of the initial construction tasks were undertaken by young laborers recruited from the East Japan. Under the cold and efficient unified scheduling of Onji AI, tens of thousands of young builders from East Japan, after receiving basic operational training, were continuously transported to Mars in batches by Zhu Long series transport ships like cargo. What awaited them was not the glorious glory of pioneers as advertised, but a severely automated mining and construction site deep within Mars, monitored 247 by worker bee robots, harsher than any slave factory in Earth's history. They were stripped of their names, left only with numerical identifiers assigned by AI. They were forced to work 16 hours a day using their most primitive physical strength, collaborating with worker bee robots to undertake the most arduous and dangerous mining, smelting, and basic construction tasks. Their food was a nutritional paste tasting like chewing wax, yet precisely providing the energy required. Their rest was in cramped hive-like collective sleep pods, undergoing 6 hours of mandatory light sleep. Any attempt to resist or slack off would be met with merciless electric shock punishment from the worker bee robot. For those builders who collapsed due to accidents or overexertion, AI's handling was even more direct. Their bodies would be dragged away by robots and thrown into massive biomass reactors, turning them into energy to sustain the entire base and serve as raw material for the next batch of nutritional paste, achieving a true sense of recycling. This was undoubtedly cruel and inhumane. No, they had already been stripped of their humanity, at best regarded as mistreated animals. In Liu Yu's cold logic, where the survival of the entire civilization was the highest goal, this was the most efficient approach. He laid the most solid and blood-soaked cornerstone for the spark of his civilization on another planet, using a deeply sinful and twisted nation. Under the blood and sweat of these builders, 3 giant cities filled with a futuristic sci-fi feel rose rapidly in the red deserts of Mars at a speed that filled any nation on Earth with despair. These 3 cities were respectively named Fushi City, Nuwa City, and Panga City. They were built on the massive Sailor Valley Canyon on Mars, utilizing the canyon's natural barriers to create the first physical defense line. The main structure of the city consists of 3 giant domes, each with a diameter exceeding 50 kilometers, made from Zhurong No. 10 ultra-high-strength, transparent composite material. This dome not only perfectly withstands the intense solar radiation and extreme temperature differences brought by Mars' thin atmosphere, but also simulates an atmospheric environment and gravitational field almost identical to Earth's. Beneath the dome lies another world. Towering buildings made of liquid metal memory alloys are filled with fluid curves and the beauty of life. In the air, unmanned magnetic levitation vehicles shuttle back and forth along AI-planned routes silently and efficiently. On the ground, there are no congested roads, instead vast expanses of forests, grasslands, lakes, and rivers simulating Earth's ecology. The agricultural area employs the most advanced vertical soilless cultivation technology, capable of feeding over 5 million people. The industrial area is entirely underground, operated by AI and robots in fully automated production. All of this transformed Mars from a lifeless red planet into a vibrant second Earth. At this point, Liu Yu knew it was time to kick off the greatest age of exploration in human history. He had Anji AI officially announce a notification to the world through the global broadcasting system of VoidTales, the Mars Immigration Recruitment Plan. Fellow citizens of Blue Star Anzi's crisp and pleasant voice, authoritative and undeniable, spread to every corner of Earth through every television, computer, and mobile screen. We VoidTales technology have successfully established 3 permanent cities on Mars capable of housing 3 million people, equipped with a perfect ecological recycling system. Now we officially begin the selection of immigration quotas globally. This selection will be conducted by Anji AI with absolute fairness and impartiality. We do not consider your wealth, your status, your skin color, nor your beliefs. We only look at 3 things: your wisdom, your age, and your professional skills. Citizens of the Dragon Kingdom will have the highest priority in selection. All employees of VoidTales technology and their immediate family members can apply directly for immigration qualifications exempt from the selection process. Every person who successfully obtains immigration qualifications has the right to bring their immediate family members with them to our new homeland. There is no disease, no poverty, no oppression. There is a new starting point for human civilization. We on Mars await you. This announcement swept across the globe like a hurricane, igniting the passion and anxiety of the entire planet in an instant. For those who had long grown weary of the endless conflicts, pollution, and competition on Earth, this was not merely an immigration ticket. It was a chance to completely restart their lives, a ticket to a higher, purer civilization. The moment the registration website went live, the global internet crashed. Countless billionaires held real gold and silver only to find they had no qualification to apply. Countless politicians and celebrities wielded their power but were ruthlessly rejected by Anji AI on the grounds of insufficient social contribution ratings. Meanwhile, the unnoticed scientists, diligent engineers, life-saving doctors, and those talented yet obscure young individuals became the most sought-after darlings in this unprecedented civilization selection. The world's gaze focused on VoidTales technology, on the AI named Anji that was about to determine the fate of countless individuals. Thus began the largest-scale population migration concerning the future of humanity. The announcement of the Mars Immigration Recruitment Plan swept across the globe like a mental storm, completely overturning the old social order and values of Blue Star. Money, power, status. These measures of success, revered by humanity for thousands of years, suddenly became worthless overnight. A billionaire who manipulates Wall Street may be ruthlessly rejected by the AI Anji due to a negative assessment of his contributions to human society. In contrast, an unassuming old agricultural technician who spent his life researching soil improvement in the countryside might earn a precious ticket to the new world due to his unique ability to grow high-yield crops in barren soil. The entire world has gone mad. Countless people flocked to the Dragon Kingdom embassy, waving various banners requesting to acquire Dragon Kingdom nationality, all for a slight edge of priority. Top talents from various fields, whether scientists, engineers, doctors, artists, philosophers, or even chefs, hurriedly uploaded their resumes and achievements to the global talent database established by VoidTales technology, hoping to be seen by the all-knowing AI. A brand new social evaluation system measured solely by contribution to civilization quietly formed across the globe under the promotion of Anji, gaining unprecedented momentum. However, just as this global civilization filtering was in full swing, a dark current from the vested interests of the old world began to surge wildly in the shadows. They could not accept their fate of being abandoned by the times and began to employ all means necessary to sabotage this great migration. In Washington, in the highest security secret meeting room, the newly elected President of the United States looked at the report presented by the Intelligence Department regarding the warning of top talent drain, his expression darkening to the point it seemed ready to drip water. The report indicated that within the next month, over 50,000 of America's top scientists, engineers, and core technical personnel would qualify for immigration to Mars through VoidTales technology selection. These 50,000 individuals nearly accounted for half of America's technological talent pool. Once they left, America's technological strength would regress overnight to the level of the last century. We cannot let them go. A hawkish military general slammed the table, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. This is cutting off the source of our power. This is the most thorough technological decapitation against us. But what can we do? The Secretary of the Treasury said in despair, all our military power has been locked down by that AI called Anji. We can't use hard tactics, let's try softer approaches. A seasoned CIA agent's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. We can target their families. By creating some accidents such as car crashes, illnesses, or inviting their families to some safe places for vacation, we can bind those scientists who wish to leave with familial ties. Or we can initiate the golden parachute plan, another think tank leader added, by offering salaries far exceeding those of Feiyu Technology and better conditions to persuade them to stay. I do not believe anyone can resist the temptation of money and power. A battle for top scientists and talents quietly began on a global scale. Countless scientists selected by Feiyu Technology began to encounter various bizarre troubles. Some had their flights canceled without reason, others found their elderly parents suddenly diagnosed with serious illnesses requiring immediate hospitalization, and many were placed under house arrest by their country's security agencies on baseless charges of endangering national security. However, these tactics that worked in the old era appeared laughable and childish in front of the omniscient and omnipresent AI Anji. At the Cradle base in the Deep Space Command Center, Liu Yu calmly watched the trouble map projected on the holographic screen by Anji, which was spread across the globe. Each red dot marked on the map represented a scientist who was suffering from disturbances. Childish tricks. Liu Yu sneered. Anji, activate the arc retrieval plan. It's time to show them what true heavenly justice looks like. Understood, Captain. With Anzi's command, 10 specially designed personnel retrieval small spacecraft, resembling miniature versions of the Feiyu, silently rose from the underground hangar of the Cradle base, transforming into 10 streaks of silver light, disappearing into the horizon. Their targets were spread across the globe. At Oxford University, in an ancient physics laboratory, an elderly professor named Hawkins, who made outstanding contributions in the field of gravitational waves, was being politely informed by 2 agents in black suits from MI6 that due to his research involving national secrets, he would be temporarily restricted from leaving the country. Just as the old professor felt despair and anger, the sky outside the laboratory suddenly darkened. A silver spaceship exuding a futuristic sci-fi aura silently hovered above the ancient clock tower. The hatch opened and a security personnel from Feiyu, clad in heavenly soldier-powered armor, descended from the sky like a divine emissary, landing smoothly on the laboratory balcony. He ignored the 2 agents who were already dumbfounded and simply saluted the astonished old professor, stating in a steady voice, "Professor Hawkins, on the orders of the captain, I am here to escort you and your family to your new home. Our ark is ready for you." In Moscow, a top nuclear physicist found himself blocked in his villa by personnel from the KGB, unable to go anywhere. However, the next moment, a ferry boat hovered directly in his villa, and under the guidance of the heavenly soldier, he and his family boarded the spaceship smoothly, leaving behind a group of KGB agents dumbfounded and questioning their lives. This unreasonable forced retrieval was unfolding simultaneously in every corner of the world. No country or military dared to obstruct these heavenly arcs. Those who were under house arrest, threatened, or obstructed all felt the powerful strength and absolute sincerity of Feiyu Technology in the most direct and shocking manner on the same day. When they boarded the comfortable ferry boat and arrived at the Cradle base located deep in the Gobi Desert, seeing the massive transport ship constructed for the lunar base stretching a kilometer long, all that remained in everyone's hearts was endless shock and infinite hope for the future. They knew they had chosen an incredibly correct path. Meanwhile, those nations attempting to stand against the tide were plunged into despair after witnessing Feiyu Technology's completely unreasonable, domineering approach to retrieval. They finally understood that when a civilization has set its sights on the stars and the sea, any so-called rules and constraints from within the earth have long lost any meaning. Feiyu Technology can make anyone they want to leave without hindrance. With the assembly of the first batch of 3 million elite talents completed, the grandest and most spectacular interstellar migration in human history officially commenced. The Cradle base, that massive underground city, had now transformed into an incredibly busy interstellar port. Large transport ships of the Zhulong No. 3 series, designed for transporting personnel and supplies, lay quietly docked in the vast underground dock, resembling silver whales waiting for their passengers. These transport vessels were mass-produced models that had been simplified and modified based on the technology of the Feiyu No. 1. They were not equipped with complex weapon systems. Instead, all of their space was utilized to accommodate modular ecological sleep pods and massive cargo holds, safely and comfortably transporting over 50,000 passengers and tens of thousands of tons of supplies at once. Under the precise scheduling of the AI Anji, the entire immigration process was efficient and orderly. Every qualifying family would receive a detailed boarding guide in advance. They did not need to carry any excess luggage, for at their new home on Mars, Feiyu Technology had already prepared everything for them. All they needed to do was embark on this arc to the new world, carrying their last affection for their homeland and boundless anticipation for the future. At the boarding gate, scenes of complex human emotions unfolded in farewells. An elderly mother, her hair white, tightly grasped the hand of her son, a top engineer about to board, tears in her eyes, as she repeatedly reminded him to take good care of yourself over there. With red-rimmed eyes, the son nodded, choked with emotion. His mother was reluctant to leave her homeland. He knew this farewell might be forever, but to ensure his descendants could grow up in a better world, he had to make this difficult choice. A young couple exchanged their final kiss through the isolation barrier. The girl was fortunate to be selected while the boy was disqualified due to mismatched qualifications. Wait for me. The girl cried, tears streaming down her face. Once I find my footing over there, I will find a way to bring you over. The boy blinked back tears and nodded vigorously. He knew this was perhaps just an unattainable dream, but for the sake of this love, he wished to hold on to this hope. Liu Yu and Li Wanning did not appear at the bustling farewell scene. They stood side by side at the highest point of the Cradle Base's command tower, quietly overlooking everything through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Are we really leaving? Li Wanying's voice was soft, carrying a barely perceptible longing for this blue planet. Yes, Liu Yu gently held her hand, his gaze deep as he looked towards the azure horizon. We are taking away the smartest minds on this planet, the most precious resources, and the hope for a civilization to continue moving forward. The remaining land will be left for them to decide their own destinies. He paused, a hint of complex emotion in his tone. Perhaps without our stimulation, they might find a more stable path of development that belongs to them. Or perhaps they will fall back into endless internal strife and conflict due to the loss of their goals and external pressures. But regardless, that will no longer be our responsibility. Farewells are meant for better beginnings. This unprecedented interstellar migration lasted a full. Over the course of 12 months, a massive fleet made up of dozens of Zhulong transport ships worked tirelessly like industrious ants, constructing a busy bridge of life and supplies between the Earth and the Moon. As the last transport ship laden with all of VoidTales Technology's core members and the final supplies slowly departed from the Cradle Base and ascended into the profound universe, the entire vast underground base initiated its final sealing procedures. The heavy alloy gates slowly closed, and the energy system entered a dormant state. This underground kingdom, which had witnessed the miraculous rise of a technological empire along with all its secrets, would sink once again into the endless solitude beneath the Gobi, awaiting the day it would be awakened by its master. At this moment, the VoidTales mothership had already led its massive fleet to the rendezvous point in lunar orbit. Liu Yu sat in the captain's seat, gazing at the beautiful blue planet, still spinning on the main screen, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He remembered how he had started as a poor boy doing odd jobs on construction sites, the ecstasy of activating the system for the first time, the excitement of earning his first bucket of gold, the ruthlessness he had faced when confronting enemies, as well as Andy's sacrifice and Anya's rebirth. In just a few short years, it felt like a lifetime ago. Anji, he slowly spoke, his voice transmitted through quantum communication, reaching every corner of the Earth. This was his final gift to the mother planet, or perhaps a notification. To all humanity on Blue Star, I hereby announce the final farewell declaration. In the next moment, every screen on Earth capable of receiving signals displayed a tranquil, starry sky background. Liu Yu's calm and magnetic voice resonated simultaneously. Listen well, everyone on Blue Star. I, Liu Yu, the founder of VoidTales Technology. Today I will lead the first batch of pioneers of our civilization to leave this place and head to our new home on this planet along with all its remaining resources, land and future. I will no longer interfere with leaving it all to you. You may continue your disputes, rebuild your hegemony, and pursue any lifestyle you desire. We are going to explore the broader universe. I hope that one day in the future, when you two gaze at the starry sky and step into the universe, we can meet again amicably in some strange star domain. Of course, if you still choose to tread the path filled with hostility and aggression, then please remember the VoidTales hovering above you. We will return, but by then we will no longer be compatriots, but judges from a higher dimension. That is, I wish you good luck. Goodbye, Blue Star. After saying this, Liu Yu gently waved his hand, as if bidding farewell to a bygone era. Command, the fleet set sail. Destination Mars. The pulse engines of the VoidTales mothership erupted with dazzling light, guiding the massive fleet of transport ships behind it, as they slowly turned direction towards the red, hope-filled planet, embarking on their new and great voyage. From this moment on, human civilization officially entered the dual-star era. Liu Yu, once a commercial mogul on Earth, truly became a pioneer of interstellar civilization. Mars, this red planet filled with mystery and fantasy in human history, is now showcasing its new vitality in an unprecedented manner. Sailor Valley, the most magnificent and grand canyon in the solar system, is no longer a desolate expanse of red sand, but is covered by a vast lush forest and shimmering lakes. Perched atop the canyon's cliffs are three futuristic megacities, Fushi, Nuwa, and Pangu, like three brilliant pearls embedded in the red planet, quietly radiating the light of human civilization. Within the city's skyscrapers, soaring hundreds of meters high, exhibit smooth and elegant lines resembling clusters of crystals that have naturally grown. Between the buildings, there are no streets or vehicles. Instead, there are magnetic levitation tracks weaving through the air and aerial gardens for people to relax. As the first batch of 100,000 immigrants descended slowly in transport ships at the interstellar port located in the center of Fushi City, everyone was utterly astonished by the miraculous scene before them. Stepping out of the cabin, they breathed in the fresh and pure air carefully calibrated by the life support system to be cleaner than any corner on Earth, feeling the comfortable gravity simulated by an artificial gravitational field that was identical to that of Earth. They knew that a new era, a brand new home, was opening its arms to them. Once all the immigrants settled down and began to adapt to the rhythm of life on Mars, Liu Yu officially announced a decision that would be recorded in the annals of human history to all new citizens on this red planet. I hereby declare that the Feiyu Empire is officially established. His voice echoed across the skies of every city through the city's holographic broadcasting system. Our empire will no longer adopt any outdated political systems from Blue Star. We will establish a brand new, more efficient, fairer social structure that meets the needs of our future interstellar civilization development. In the subsequently promulgated Basic Law of the Feiyu Empire, this new social structure was clearly defined. First, the supreme power of the empire belongs to Liu Yu. He is neither an emperor nor a president. His title is First Citizen and Guardian of Civilization. His power derives from his absolute contributions and irreplaceable role in the entire civilization and is subject to the only principle he established, everything for the continuation and development of civilization. Beneath the supreme power is a governance body divided into 4 independent departments. Legislative Council, composed of representatives elected by all citizens through a 1% on it system, responsible for formulating and amending non-fundamental laws of the empire and supervising the actions of the Executive Council. Executive Council led by a Prime Minister personally appointed by Liu Yu, with various functional departments responsible for the daily administrative management, economic development, scientific planning, and social services of the empire. Judicial Court, the highest judicial institution of the empire, composed of 12 highly respected judges with impeccable professional capabilities. They independently exercise judicial power and are accountable only to the law itself. What is most unique is the 4th department, the Supervisory Office. This department has no human members. Its sole controller is the Anji AI. Anji will act as the 4th authority of the empire, monitoring all actions of the legislative, executive, and judicial institutions in an absolutely objective manner, unaffected by any emotions or interests. 247. Any government's financial expenditures, any official's decision-making process, and any judge's ruling basis will leave an unalterable record in its vast database. Once any corruption, abuse of power, or behavior contrary to the fundamental interests of the empire is discovered, it will directly submit an impeachment report to Liu Yu and the Judicial Court. This unique 31 power balance system fundamentally eliminates the endless political infighting and corruption caused by human weaknesses throughout Blue Star's history. For every citizen of the empire, another deeper and harsher social rule system will also begin to operate. This is the 12-point citizen credit system. Every citizen will receive a credit account starting with 12 points. This account will be permanently linked to their personal ID and managed in real time with absolute fairness. Every action you take will be recorded, assessed, and translated into an increase or decrease in points. Littering, making loud noises in public, and making empty promises will all result in a deduction of 0.1 points. Running a red light, insulting others, and wasting public resources will result in a deduction of 0.5 points. More serious offenses such as fraud, theft, and malicious harm will face harsher deductions, even leading to an outright 0. Points will be directly linked to all social benefits a citizen can enjoy. Those with points above 10 are excellent citizens and can enjoy additional energy subsidies, priority access to public resources, and higher weighting in various imperial projects. Points between 6 and 10 classify one as an ordinary citizen enjoying basic social welfare. However, once points fall below 6, you will be classified as a dishonest citizen. All your social welfare, including free medical care, free education, and energy allocation, will be suspended. You will be forcibly sent to a re-education center for a 3-month course on social rules and moral reformation. If your points cannot recover to above 6 for 3 consecutive years, the harshest punishment from the Empire awaits you: exile. In this fragile artificial Eden on Mars, being exiled to the silent red desert beyond the dome, the outcome is self-evident. This cold and harsh system is like a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head, constantly reminding every citizen of the empire that freedom and rights are always intertwined with responsibilities and obligations. Of course, with punishments come rewards. Every immigrant family that successfully settles on Mars will receive an opportunity to participate in a free housing lottery. The prize is a high-quality residential property with permanent ownership ranging from 90 to 300 square meters built uniformly by the Empire in the core areas of the 3 cities. The lottery process will also be conducted by Anji AI in an absolutely random manner. When the names of the first lucky winners appear on the holographic screen in the city center, a family of ordinary mechanical workers from a remote mountain area on Earth watched as they won a 200 square meter apartment with an aerial garden by the lake in Yuhua City, embracing each other in tears of joy. They knew that in this brand new nation their destiny would no longer be determined by birth and wealth, but by their own actions and contributions that they would write with their own hands. The Feiyu Empire, a utopia built on absolute rationality and strict rules, thus began its unique evolution of civilization, filled with hope and challenges on the red soil of Mars. The establishment of the Feiyu Empire was not merely a change of political power and a shift of territorial boundaries. At a deeper level, it represented a complete reshaping of societal rules and the spirit of law. As the new citizens of Mars gradually adapted to the comfortable and pleasant environment beneath the dome and the new rhythm of life, they soon discovered that the core of this new world was fundamentally different from the Blue Star society they had once known. The Empire's welfare system continued the immortal standards set by Feiyu technology during its time on Earth, even surpassing them. The pinnacle of free healthcare allowed everyone to shed their fears of illness. From kindergarten to graduate school, the entirely free elite education provided every child with a fair starting line. Moreover, the intelligent social resource system coordinated by Anji AI and allocated based on demand completely rendered the specters of unemployment and poverty, which had plagued humanity for thousands of years, a thing of the past. Here everyone can freely choose the work they wish to engage in based on their interests and strengths. Whether immersing themselves in cutting-edge scientific research, becoming a gardener, tending to aerial gardens, or creating art in a virtual world, they could all earn enough to lead a dignified and prosperous life and gain the respect of society. However, behind this almost perfect utopian welfare lies another cold, harsh, and emotionally detached legal system. This legal framework, privately referred to by the citizens of the Empire as the Iron Code, was established by Liu Yu, who set the highest principles, and then compiled over months by Anji AI and the Empire's top legal experts through deep learning of thousands of years of legal history from the Blue Star and massive simulations run by the Feiyu No. 1 quantum computer. Its core spirit can be summed up in one sentence: law is the sociological extension of physical rules. It has only one interpretation and allows no rebuttal. In the Feiyu Empire, a brand new law was officially enacted. The core idea of this law was to maintain absolute fairness and order, discarding any form of personal emotion or social status that could interfere with judicial decisions. It clearly stipulated that all citizens of the Empire, regardless of their identity, contributions, or backgrounds, are equal before the law. The only basis for judgment is objective evidence and the logical deduction of the Code's articles. Any form of personal feelings, connections, or public opinion shall not be factors influencing the judgment. To ensure the implementation of this principle, the operation model of the court was designed like a precise mathematical formula. All cases were subjected to a first round of evidence organization and logical analysis by Anji AI's judicial review subsystem. It would generate a detailed case logic report from an absolutely objective perspective, compiling all relevant evidence, change the behavior records of the parties involved, all recorded in real time by the credit scoring system, and immutable and applicable articles of the code, without any subjective coloration. This report would be submitted anonymously to a court composed of 12 justices. The justices, completely unaware of the true identities of the plaintiff and defendant, would cast their independent votes based solely on this logic report back to back. Only when more than 2/3 of the judges reach a completely unanimous judgment can the verdict take effect. This system fundamentally eradicated any form of corruption and favoritism. Soon, a highly representative case allowed all new citizens to deeply experience the authority and cruelty of this Iron Code. The plaintiff in this case was an ordinary cleaner responsible for maintaining the city's environment. The defendant was a core scientist from an advanced materials laboratory whose project had just made significant breakthroughs in the development of the Jerome series alloys, making him a hero of the entire empire. The cause was simple. The scientist, irritated by an error in his experimental data, carelessly discarded a report of experimental waste in the public aerial garden on his way back to his apartment. This scene was fully recorded by both the working cleaner and the ever-present urban environmental monitoring system. The cleaner promptly approached, politely pointed out the scientist's mistake, and requested him to pick up the trash and throw it into the recycling bin. However, the scientist, immersed in his irritation, dismissed the cleaner with disdain, even speaking disrespectfully, believing that a mere sweeper had no right to lecture him, and then walked away. In the old Blue Star era, this incident would likely have gone unresolved. A top scientist who had made significant contributions to the nation and an ordinary cleaner had a vast disparity in social status and discourse power. But in the Feiyu Empire, after finishing work, the cleaner quietly entered the community's self-service legal aid station and submitted a lawsuit request to the court using his identity ID. The next day, the court convened. There were no lawyers engaged in verbal battles, nor was there media coverage. The entire process was conducted solely within the internal judicial system network. The case logic report submitted by Anji AI clearly outlined all evidence urban surveillance footage that fully recorded the scientist's littering and verbal insults. The behavior records from 2 passing citizens who happened to witness the incident verified their status as witnesses to the case. The cleaner's personal work log proved that he was performing his work duties at the time. At the end of the report, the relevant articles of the Feiyu Empire Public Environmental Management Law and the Citizen Basic Behavior Code were appended. The logic was clear and the evidence was solid. The 12 justices, unaware that the defendant was a top scientist, unanimously passed the judgment. The verdict was pushed to both parties involved through their personal terminals that very afternoon. The defendant, for violating Article 3 paragraph 1 of the Public Environmental Management Law and Article 9 of the Citizen Basic Behavior Code, is hereby sentenced as follows. 1. A deduction of 0.5 points from the citizen's credit score. 2. Publicly apologize to the plaintiff. 3. A month of community service, specifically following the plaintiff for a week to perform city environmental cleaning work. When this distinguished scientist received the judgment, he was completely stunned. He could not believe that he was subjected to such a severe punishment for such a trivial matter. He attempted to appeal to his direct supervisor, academician Zhang Jingshan, hoping to leverage his contributions and status to negotiate. However, after listening to his account, academician Zhang calmly looked at him and said one sentence in Feiyu: science belongs to science and law belongs to law. This is the ironclad rule set by Mr. Liu himself. What you need to do now is not to complain, but to carry out the judgment, and then through your actions win back the respect and points you have lost. The next day, in the central aerial garden of Fushi City, all passing citizens witnessed a scene they would remember for a lifetime. The highly respected top scientist, who usually only appeared in internal news and award ceremonies, was dressed in a blue work uniform indistinguishable from that of a cleaner, holding a broom and meticulously sweeping the fallen leaves under the supervision of an ordinary cleaner. His face was devoid of the usual pride, replaced by a complex expression mingling shame, reflection, and a hint of relief. This scene was silently recorded by the city's holographic imaging system. It was not overly promoted as a cautionary tale, rather it served as a silent language conveying an incredibly clear signal to all citizens. In this brand new empire, rules are the only faith. Law is the sole deity that hovers above everyone regardless of their status or wealth. In the first year of the Mars colonization era, after completing the preliminary construction of 3 main cities and settling the first batch of 1 million-level immigrants, Liu Yu stood atop the highest building, the Wangshu Tower in Fushi City. Through the enormous panoramic window, he gazed down upon this brand new red territory belonging to humanity. Under the dome, the city was tidy, efficient, and filled with the beauty of futuristic technology. But beyond the dome lay the oppressive and desolate red desert. The thin atmosphere, raging sandstorms, and the frigid long nights that could freeze everything constantly reminded each person here they were merely fragile prisoners residing on a dead star. We cannot live forever under a dome. Liu Yu's voice echoed in the empty observation hall. Beside him stood Wang Debao with a solemn expression, and Li Waning with a tranquil demeanor. For a civilization to truly take root, it must possess its own sky, ocean, and land. We must make this planet truly come to life. Liu, your intention is? Wang Debao's breath slightly caught, seemingly having guessed Liu Yu's miraculous plan. I have decided to officially launch the first phase of the Mars terraforming project. Liu Yu's tone was calm, but each word seemed to carry the weight of a planet. This decision immediately sparked intense discussions at the highest level meeting of Feiyu Technology. Scientists proposed dozens of theoretical plans for transforming Mars, from using nuclear explosions to melt polar ice caps, to releasing superbacteria into the atmosphere to create a greenhouse effect. However, all plans faced a common problem: time. With the current technology of Blue Star, transforming Mars into a habitable planet would take hundreds or even thousands of years. Time we cannot afford to wait. Liu Yu dismissed all conventional plans with a single sentence at the meeting: Anji, connect the system. I want the most efficient and direct transformation plan. Understood, Captain. The crisp voice of the Anji AI rang in Liu Yu's mind. Liu Yu immediately focused his mind and connected to the upgraded Level 5 Universal Replication System. He issued the command to the system: based on my current technology library, generate the best feasible plan for rapidly thickening Mars' atmosphere and generating liquid water. The system's multiple plan generation function activated instantly, and within less than a second 3 detailed and complete transformation plans, with every step outlined clearly presented in his consciousness. Plan 1 Comet Impact Method. Advantages can instantly bring a large amount of water ice and organic matter. Disadvantages: the angle and force of impact are difficult to control precisely, posing a catastrophic risk with a success rate of less than 30. Plan 2 Industrial Greenhouse Gas Emission Method. Advantages: mature technology, safe and controllable. Disadvantages: takes too long, expected to take 220 years to achieve initial effects. Plan 3 System Material Replication and Directed Deployment Method. Implementation Path 1. Mass extraction of water ice at the lunar base to save points. 2. Use the system to replicate water ice infinitely. 3. Transport by the Zhulong fleet, deploying hundreds of millions of tons of water ice in the form of artificial rain directly into designated areas on Mars. 4. Simultaneously accurately deploy a special gas mixture including optimized ratios of freon, methane, and carbon dioxide replicated by the system to the upper atmosphere of Mars to efficiently lock in heat. Advantages: extremely efficient, fully controllable, and expected to complete the first phase of transformation within 5 years. Disadvantages: extremely high consumption of system points with high transportation capacity requirements. Without hesitation, Liu Yu chose the third plan. Points are meant to be spent, and what Feiyu technology lacks the least is powerful transportation capacity. The order was immediately given. The automated mining robot swarm located at the lunar Guanghan Palace immediately went full throttle. They, like enormous metal worker ants, excavated the richly endowed giant water ice mines beneath the permanent shadow of the polar region piece by piece and sent them to the massive storage. Liu Yu's consciousness descended through a highly realistic robot located at the lunar base. The robot he controlled merely had to walk slowly past the mountains of piled water ice, and his 1 million cubic meters of personal space was instantly filled. Beep. New item detected: lunar water ice. Contains trace amounts of helium-3 and rare minerals. Points required for replication: 1,000 ton. With his vast point reserve of 175 million after upgrading to level 5, replicating the volume of the Pacific Ocean was more than sufficient. But to save points and create job opportunities, fleets were still dispatched to extract water ice from the moon. Soon after, an unprecedented interstellar transport began. A massive fleet composed of dozens of Zhulong No. 3 transport ships constructed a busy waterway between the Earth and the moon like an efficient conveyor belt. They filled up with the extracted water ice from the lunar base and flew at full speed towards Mars. Under the precise calculations of the Anji AI, these water ices were not directly smashed onto the Martian surface, but vaporized instantly by the ship-mounted Tianren series simplified laser cannons upon entering Mars' upper atmosphere, decomposing into countless tiny water vapor particles. In no time, an unprecedented spectacle appeared in Mars' ancient orangered sky. Thick pure white clouds began to gather and swirl above this red planet. In the 6th month of the first year of the Mars colonization era, after weeks of global rain enhancement operations, the atmospheric pressure on Mars miraculously rose to the critical point necessary to support the existence of liquid water. On this day, in the presence of all citizens of the Feiyu Empire's capital Fuxi City, an unprecedented torrential rain fell from the sky. Large raindrops mixed with some red dust pattered against the transparent dome of the city, creating a sound like thousands of galloping horses. Inside the dome, countless immigrants burst out of their homes, looking up at the sky, experiencing the first rain. Many elderly scientists with white hair were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. They had studied Mars their entire lives, never imagining they would witness such a miraculous scene in their lifetime. This downpour lasted for 3 whole days and nights. Rainwater gathered into streams, the streams collected into rivers, and ultimately flowed into the vast basin excavated by AI and engineering robots in the eastern section of Waterman Valley, comparable in size to the seas on Earth. When the rain cleared and the first ray of sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, illuminating the newborn water, a breathtaking shade of blue was left on this red planet for the first and forever time. The first ocean of the Feiyu Empire and humanity's first extraterrestrial ocean was thus born. Liu Yu personally named it Quiet Sea. It was not merely a body of water, it was the beginning of a new world, the most romantic gift Liu Yu could offer to all his followers who had come to this land. Standing at the top of Wangshu Tower, Liu Yu gazed at the shimmering blue quiet sea under the sunlight, filled with an unprecedented sense of grandeur. A vibrant second Earth brimming with infinite possibilities was slowly being born in his hands. Mars colonization history, year 1, month 7. The creation rain that lasted for 3 days and nights finally ceased. As the first thin rays of sunlight pierced through the nascent clouds bathing this red planet, the entire Feiyu Empire fell into a near-sacred silence. From the highest peak of the Wangshu Tower in Fuxi City, the world was no longer a monotonous, desolate red. A deep blue reminiscent of sapphire was permanently imprinted on this land for the first time. The area named Silent Sea by Liu Yu shimmered under the sunlight, infusing this lonely planet with its first touch of life's tenderness. Above the transparent dome of the city, remaining raindrops rolled down like pearls, refracting brilliant hues of light. Within the dome, countless new citizens spontaneously stepped out of their homes, gathered at the city's edge, staring in disbelief at the new world beyond the thin barrier. Water-flowing liquid water gathered into an ocean on this land once deemed a forbidden zone for life. Many among them, especially the younger generation who had never seen a truly clear sky and ocean during the Earth era, were moved to tears. They knew they were witnessing the birth of a brand new world. They were not merely immigrants, they were witnesses of creation. However, for the Empire's creator Liu Yu, this was merely the first step of the creation plan. With only water and air, this place remains a lifeless blue prison. In the strategic command room of Wangshu Tower, Liu Yu looked at the vibrant ocean displayed on the holographic screen, his tone calm. For a world to truly come to life, it needs a complete ecosystem capable of self-circulation and self-evolution. He turned to the head of the Life Sciences Center, the idealistic and passionate young scientist Dr. Chenwei. Dr. Chen, it's time for your Nuwa project to take the stage. I need you to dress this planet in a green coat. Yes, Mr. Liu. Dr. Chenwei's eyes burned with an unprecedented fire. For a life scientist, nothing is more exciting and sacred than creating an entirely new ecosystem with one's own hands. But the challenge was equally immense. The Martian soil, although rich in minerals like iron and silicon, was severely lacking in organic matter and microorganisms, a veritable dead soil. Directly sowing Earth's plant seeds was akin to throwing them into a red desert, with a survival rate. At a technical seminar convened for this purpose, Dr. Chenwei and her team proposed a lengthy yet exceptionally prudent plan. According to our analysis, the first step is to transform the soil. I suggest we first massively introduce genetically optimized blue-green algae and lichens that can survive in barren soil and low-oxygen environments. They will serve as pioneers, taking years to decompose rocks, fix nitrogen from the atmosphere, and accumulate the first batch of the most primitive organic matter in the soil. An elderly agronomist suggested. Then we can attempt to introduce some genetically modified mosses and ferns that are extremely hardy for the second stage of ecological building. The entire process at best will take at least 20 years before we can have a primary soil capable of supporting herbaceous plant growth. 20 years. Liu Yu's brows slightly furrowed. He did not directly dismiss the proposal, but silently communicated with the system requirement: establish a stable ecosystem capable of supporting the growth of large woody plants under the current Martian soil conditions. Generate the most efficient and feasible implementation. Liu Yu's upgrade. Almost the instant the command was issued based on Liu Yu's upgraded Level 5 replication system, a brand new ecological coverage plan imbued with a sense of brutal aesthetics was clearly presented. Plan confirmation: rapid ecosystem formation plan. Core idea: abandon inefficient native soil modification, adopting a model combining finished ecological layer coverage and core species genetic optimization. Step 1: base material replication. Remotely operated industrial robots at the cradle base collected 10 million cubic meters of the most fertile black calcium soil samples from Northeast Blue Planet, as well as 10 million cubic meters of humus-rich mixed soil samples from the Amazon rainforest. These would be scanned and infinitely replicated by the system. Step 2: ecological layer laying. The Zhulong transport fleet would directly cover the replicated high-quality soil, like laying down a carpet in the designated core ecological area of Mars, forming a 3-meter-thick artificial fertile soil layer with perfect fertility. Step 3: species genetic optimization and introduction. With the assistance of the Anji AI, the Life Sciences Center would conduct targeted genetic optimization on all plant seeds brought from Blue Planet, enhancing their photosynthesis efficiency and growth rate under Mars' low gravity and high UV environment. The optimized seeds would be directly sown into the fertile soil layer at the highest density by specialized seeding drones. Step 4: ecological catalysis. Precise amounts of catalysts replicated by the system would be introduced into the newly formed atmosphere, raising the concentration of carbon dioxide to the most suitable level for rapid plant growth, while the Sky Mirror satellite system orbiting Mars would provide 24-hour full-spectrum sunlight simulation to the core ecological area. Estimated time: 3 standard months to complete the preliminary construction of an artificial forest covering over 100,000 square kilometers. Estimated points consumed: 3.7 million. This plan is domineering, straightforward, filled with a disregard for costs, embodying the power of the god. It compresses an ecological miracle that would take tens of thousands of years on Earth into a mere 3. Execute this plan. Liu Yu immediately brought out the proposal. With the command given, the entire Feiyu Empire began to operate at high speed again. An unprecedented creation project spanning 3 planets officially commenced. The moon was responsible for mining and replicating ice water. Earth, that long-sealed cradle base, was quietly reactivated. Reliable engineering robots collected enough soil samples according to instructions for Liu Yu's robotic avatar to scan and replicate. And Mars became the ultimate stage for this miracle. Massive transport ships laden with fertile soil from Earth evenly covered the vast plains outside Fushi City like dust scattered by deities. The dark red land was soon replaced by a thick layer of black within just a few weeks. Following that, billions of genetically optimized seeds fell from the sky. There were towering redwoods from North America, cold-resistant and evergreen birches from Siberia, graceful bamboos from the Jiangnan region of China, and resilient needlegrasses covering the entire Pampas grassland. After the seed bank containing over 1,000 species of earth plants was completely sown, the composition of Mars' atmosphere began to undergo subtle changes under the precise control of Anji. The concentration of carbon dioxide was raised to a critical point that allowed plants to perform super-frequency photosynthesis. The sky mirror satellites in the sky also adjusted their reflection angles, focusing large amounts of filtered, gentle sunlight on this land, which was filled with great expectations. A miracle occurred under the gaze of all. Within just 1 week, the first tender greens sprouted eagerly from the black, fertile soil. 2 weeks later, this patch of green rapidly spread, forming a green sea. A month later, knee-high grasslands were already swaying in the wind on this red planet, rippling with layers of azure waves. 3 months later, when a group of fortunate immigrant families were allowed to step out of the city's energy dome for the first time, they were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Beneath their feet lay soft, elastic green grass. Not far away was a vast, lush forest stretching as far as the eye could see. Those towering ancient trees from Earth, which they had only seen in textbooks and holographic images, were now gently swaying their branches and leaves in the unique, weak gravitational wind of Mars, making a rustling sound, as if playing the oldest and gentlest welcome tune for their new masters. The air was filled with the fragrance of soil and fresh grass, mingled with the sweet scent of unknown wildflowers, so familiar, yet so luxurious. A little girl with braided pigtails broke free from her mother's hand and joyfully ran toward the edge of the forest, where she spotted a lab-cloned Sika deer also stepping onto this land for the first time, curiously gazing at this new world with its moist black eyes. The girl and the deer locked eyes, a pure encounter of life in the new world crystallizing into eternity at that moment. Meanwhile, the Life Sciences Center was not idle. Having obtained the complete genome sequence map of all known species on Earth from Liu Yu's acquisition from the United States, they immediately initiated the Noah's Ark project. Utilizing advanced cloning technology and artificial wombs, large numbers of Earth animals began to be produced and introduced into this newly born Eden. From gentle rabbits and squirrels to elegant giraffes and zebras, and even eagles soaring in the sky and larks singing in the woods. A complete ecological chain capable of preliminary self-circulation began to slowly establish itself on this red planet. Liu Yu and Li Wanqing walked hand in hand through the forest named Forest of Hope. They watched flocks of butterflies fluttering among the flowers, listened to the quacking calls of wild ducks from a nearby lake, breathed in the fresh air, filled with negative oxygen ions, their hearts filled with an unprecedented peace and satisfaction. "It's beautiful." Li Wanqing rested her head on Liu Yu's shoulder, sincerely exclaiming. Indeed, Liu Yu nodded, his gaze drifting toward the horizon, still shrouded in red dust. But this isn't enough. A healthy ecosystem cannot exist solely in peace. It also requires competition and danger. He knew that the next step was to introduce top predators into the food chain, such as wolves, bears, and even tigers. Only then can the life in this Eden remain vigilant and vibrant, avoiding the degradation of their most primitive survival instincts and comfort. This may also serve as an early warning bell for himself and the entire Feiyu Empire. As the Feiyu Empire reveled in the great joy of creating a new world, the green expanse on Mars was visibly spreading outward, while the violent geological and atmospheric changes occurring on the planet generated immense energy fluctuations, inevitably drawing the attention of the neighboring celestial bodies in the solar system. At the cradle base in the Deep Space Command Center, the melodious voice of the Anji AI suddenly broke the tranquility of the command hall. "Captain, urgent report. My neutrino superdistance scanning array has just detected a high-intensity, anomalous energy signal at the crown of the Sun transmission base in the solar system. Based on the signal characteristics and comparisons with the database provided by the Vulcan civilization, it can be confirmed that the Vulcan Federation has activated their stellar transmission channel." Liu Yu raised an eyebrow, slightly, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. "They've moved up their schedule," he said calmly. According to the previous agreement with Surrect, the next activation of the transmission channel was supposed to be in 6 months. Now they clearly couldn't wait any longer. What do they want? Wang Debao's face showed a hint of vigilance. What else could they want? Liu Yu smiled. "They've come to do business." An emerging civilization that had just completed its preliminary terraforming held infinite potential and possessed the emotional AI technology they lacked was like an untapped goldmine on their doorstep to the rational Vulcan Federation, whose highest goal was exploration and acquiring knowledge. They couldn't possibly be uninterested. Anji, Liu Yu commanded the holographic screen, send a communication request to them in my name. Tell them we welcome any commercial exchanges based on principles of peace and mutual benefit. Understood, Captain. In less than 5 minutes, Anji reported again. The communication request has been sent. The other party has received it and responded. A Pathfinder-class large commercial transport ship belonging to the Vulcan Commercial Alliance will arrive in Mars synchronous orbit in 20 standard Earth hours. Their chief trade representative is none other than the esteemed Mr. Sarek, whom we met last time. This news surprised everyone in the command center. They hadn't expected that the Vulcans would send this distinguished chief scientist, highlighting the importance they placed. 20 hours later, a silver-white transport ship, completely different from the aggressive black triangular combat ship they encountered last time, silently appeared in the skies above Mars. This transport ship was even larger with a rounder and heavier design. It did not land directly, but hovered gracefully in synchronous orbit just above the atmosphere. From the ground, its immense body appeared like an additional moon radiating a silver glow in the Martian sky. Liu Yu did not go personally. Instead, he controlled a highly realistic robot to accompany Qian Lixing Wang Debao and the Vulcan advisor Bohr, traveling in a ferry-class spaceplane to the transport ship for this historic first extraterrestrial trade meeting. Outside the porthole of the ferry, the gigantic Vulcan merchant ship loomed like a mountain exuding ascent. As they passed through the docking corridor and entered the merchant ship's interior, they were greeted once again by the sleek, bright, and almost cold minimalist design characteristic of Vulcan civilization. In the vast central bridge, the familiar figure of Sarek awaited their arrival. This time he did not appear as a liquid metal sphere, but maintained his Vulcan form with elegant pointed ears. He still wore that silver uniform, his face bearing the unchanging calm expression. Welcome, friends from Mars. Sarek performed a standard Vulcan salute to Liu Yu's robotic counterpart. The progress your civilization has made over the past year has exceeded all of our logical model's highest expectations. This further confirms that collaborating with you is a rational choice. We concur, Mr. Sarek. Liu Yu replied with a smile through the robot. A closed civilization has no future. Communication and trade are the steps toward mutual advancement. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, both sides dove straight into the agenda. The holographic projection behind Sarek immediately displayed a list of goods that would drive any nation on Blue Star into a frenzy. According to our analysis of your civilization's current development status, Sarek's voice introduced devoid of any emotion. We believe that the 2 items that can most accelerate your progress are these. He pointed to the first item on the list, helium-3. This is the most ideal and efficient fuel for our Golden Crow nuclear fusion reactor. Before you achieve large-scale industrial extraction at your lunar base, we can provide you with enough liquid helium-3 with a purity of 99.9 to sustain the energy needs of your entire Martian city cluster for the next 50 years. Second, he pointed to another side of the list where rows of gene samples filled with the unknown and mysterious were stored in low-temperature containers. Our Vulcan star system possesses an independent ecosystem entirely different from your solar system. We are willing to provide you with complete gene maps and live embryonic samples of over 10,000 unique Vulcan plants and animals. These species, having undergone millions of years of harsh natural selection, exhibit strong environmental adaptability and unique biological traits. I believe this will greatly assist you in enriching Mars biodiversity and establishing a more stable and diverse ecosystem. Wang Debao Dr. Chun Wei and others listened with excitement. Helium-3. Alien organisms. These 2 items were exactly the strategic resources the Feiyu Empire craved the most. In exchange, Sarek shifted the topic, presenting their demands. We also require 2 items. First, your Zhurong series special alloys. We acknowledge that in the field of materials science, especially in the design of microstructures for high-temperature alloys, your technology surpasses ours. We need you to provide us with the complete manufacturing process for the Zhurong No. 8 superconducting alloy, and at least 10,000 tons of finished products. Second, Sarek's gaze fell on Liu Yu, becoming unusually focused. We need your civilian AI framework with basic emotional interaction capabilities, which is only available to internal staff. We hope to derive some new ideas for solving the consciousness digitization dilemma by researching this AI that retains some emotional logic. This transaction was frank, direct, filled with the Vulcan's unique logic and pragmatism. Liu Yu quickly weighed the options in his mind. The Zhurong series alloys are the exclusive trump card of Feiyu technology, but providing the 8th generation technology to the Vulcans while retaining the core 9th and 10th generations is logically safe. The civilian AI framework has long removed the core emotional kernel and ternary architecture of Anji, It is merely a binary AI with stronger learning capabilities posing no threat to them. The helium-3 and alien organisms offered by the other party, however, hold immeasurable strategic significance for the future development of the Feiyu Empire. I agree, Liu Yu replied decisively through the robot. I hope this is just the beginning of a long-term friendly cooperation between our two civilizations. Logically sound, Sarek nodded slightly. With the agreement reached, the massive Vulcan commercial transport ship began delivering the first batch of goods capable of changing the future of this planet to Mars' heavenly pivot port. Several enormous low-temperature storage tanks resembling small mountains were cautiously hoisted into the port's energy reserve area. Inside, they were filled with precious helium-3 that could enable hundreds of Golden Crow reactors to burn continuously for centuries. Meanwhile, on the other side at the Life Sciences Center's Dr. Chun-Wei and her team were carefully receiving those specimens packed in special culture dishes and dormancy pods from 2 light-years away, treating them as sacred artifacts. After the trade was completed, Sarek did not leave immediately. He used holographic communication to make a personal request to Liu Yu. Mr. Liu Yu, among your people I sense a rapidly spreading mental state. A kind of collective fatigue due to overwhelming material abundance leading to a loss of interest in exploration and creativity. According to our historical data models, if this situation continues unchecked, your civilization will follow the same path as we Vulcans did within less than 200 years. Even, perhaps faster than we did back then. I want to know, are you ready? Salarek's cold yet warning words struck Liu Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. He knew he had to find a potent remedy to awaken this young civilization just rising from its cradle before the Empire's inclination towards euthanasia became completely entrenched. However, at this moment, he had something more important and intriguing to do, to witness firsthand what these unique life forms from Varkan star truly looked like. Mars' Fushi City Life Science Center. This place is one of the highest security levels in the entire Empire. Inside the vast, fully enclosed ecological simulation laboratory, Dr. Chun-Wei and her team were carefully cultivating the first batch of flora and fauna from Varkan Star as if they were handling rare treasures. When Liu Yu and Li Wan-Ying entered the laboratory accompanied by Wang Debao and others, everyone was deeply shocked by the fantastical scene before them, resembling an alien garden. Unlike the random and chaotic beauty of Earth's plants, every Varkan plant here seemed to be crafted by the hand of a top-tier geometric master, radiating pure logical beauty. A plant named the Logic Tree had a trunk that was not cylindrical, but a perfect hexagonal prism. Its branches strictly forked and grew according to the angles of the Fibonacci sequence. Its leaves were hexagonal silicon-based crystals capable of efficiently absorbing light, reflecting a metallic sheen akin to circuit boards under the simulated lighting. According to our preliminary analysis, Dr. Chun-Wei pointed at the peculiar tree, her tone filled with awe. This tree possesses an energy conduction network similar to biological fibers within. It not only performs photosynthesis, but can also conduct simple logical operations and information storage on its leaves. It is in essence a natural biological computer. Next to the Logic Tree, there blossomed an even more peculiar flower bed. Some flowers resembled precisely cut diamonds, each petal forming a perfect equilateral triangle. Others looked like fractals from mathematics, sprouting countless flowers identical to the main bloom layered upon one another, endlessly embodying a dizzying mathematical beauty. These flowers have no fragrance, Dr. Chun-Wei explained. Their pollination method does not rely on insects or wind, but rather on vibrations of the petals emitting infrasound waves of different frequencies for point-to-point encrypted genetic information exchange. Their reproduction is precise and efficient without a trace of waste or randomness. Liu Yu gazed at these plants that seemed to have emerged directly from AI-designed blueprints, feeling deeply moved. The form of a civilization could profoundly imprint itself upon the most fundamental life of its home planet. They then proceeded to the animal simulation area. The lives here equally overturned their traditional perceptions of animals. In a massive glass enclosure simulating the vast grassland ecosystem of Varkan Star lived a group of creatures named Logic Beasts. Their appearance resembled an enlarged version of an armadillo with 6 legs entirely covered in highly defensive color-changing scales. But most peculiar was their behavioral pattern. They never fought, never played. Every action, whether eating, drinking, or resting, was governed by a visibly optimized algorithm. For instance, when the caretaker tossed food, they would instantly calculate the optimal feeding route that would almost never result in collisions based on their distance to the food, their hunger level, and the positions of their companions. The entire process was quiet yet efficient, like a group of precisely programmed machines. According to our brainwave monitoring, Dr. Chun-Wei displayed the brain activity map of the Logic Beast. Its prefrontal cortex is exceptionally developed, while the amygdala responsible for emotions has nearly completely degenerated. All its actions are based on pure logical judgment. It precisely calculates its caloric needs before eating, never consuming an extra bite. Before mating, it analyzes the genes of its partner for superiority, selecting the optimal combination. In their world, there is no impulse, no passion, only the optimal solution. In another massive aquarium simulating the oceanic ecology of Varkan, schools of geometric fish swam in a breathtaking cubical formation. Every turn and acceleration was synchronized as if regulated by a unified central processor. As Liu Yu observed these extraterrestrial beings filled with logic and order, a bold thought suddenly arose. Dr. Shin, he pointed at the docile logic beasts and asked, can their genes be compatible with our Earth's organisms? Can we create a new species that merges the characteristics of both planets? This question instantly ignited a fervor in Dr. Shin Wei's eyes. Theoretically feasible, she exclaimed excitedly. The genes of the Varkan people share a common origin with ours. Therefore, their life forms likely follow the same fundamental encoding rules. Mr. Liu, are you suggesting I want to create a more perfect organism? Liu Yu's eyes sparkled with a desire to create new life, a new life that possesses the creativity and emotional warmth of humanity while embodying the logic and efficiency of Varkan beings. A being capable of adapting to the harsh environments of the future interstellar era, a higher interstellar human. This plan was undoubtedly bolder, even more dangerous. Once it spirals out of control, no one knows what kind of monster they might create. Let's start with plants. Liu Yu quickly made a decision. We will first attempt to integrate the genes of the Varkan logic tree with the most resilient mangroves on Earth. I need a brand new super plant that can adapt to the barren soil of Mars and grow robust root systems to alter the landscape. With the order given, the gene editing laboratory at the Life Science Center immediately sprang into action. With the assistance of the Anji AI, a life fusion experiment spanning 2 light years officially commenced. The 2 entirely different genetic sequences were being cut, spliced, and recombined. Each step was filled with uncertainty and challenge. A month later, the first seed embodying the essence of life from 2 planets successfully sprouted tender shoots in a specially designed culture dish. Through the first trade with the Vulcan people, the Feiyu Empire acquired the resources urgently needed for its development, especially the vast amounts of helium-3 fuel and over 10,000 types of alien biological genes. This propelled the energy reserves and ecological diversity construction of the Mars base into high gear. Liu Yu stood atop the Wangshu Tower overlooking the city he had built with his own hands. Yet the final warning from Sarek lingered in his mind: collective fatigue, a civilization losing its desire for exploration and creative passion. This internal hazard was more terrifying than any external enemy. Liu Yu knew he had to do something. The people living beneath the dome were safe and comfortable, but it was as if they were confined within a vast and beautiful birdcage. Their vision was limited by the dome, their senses dulled by the constant temperature and humidity of the environment. They could not see the 2 small moons in Mars' sky, nor feel the violent sandstorms and frigid long nights of this red planet. Over time, this comfort would erode all their fighting spirit and reverence for the universe. We cannot live forever under this dome, Liu Yu said to himself. He needed to provide his people with a true sky, a sky that could offer absolute safety while allowing them to genuinely perceive the vastness of the cosmos. He thought of the technological data traded from the Vulcan, which included energy shield technology used in their spaceships, an advanced energy field far surpassing the current technology of the Feiyu Empire. He immediately summoned Dr. Qian Lixing and Professor Sun Yifei, the heads of the Precision Optics Laboratory, to the Core Physics Laboratory of the Cradle Base. Liu Yu quietly activated the system's Level 5 multi-scheme generation function. He input his concept for the energy shield as a requirement. Command received. Requirement: construct a large energy shield covering the entire city. Technology library: Vulcan civilization shield theory, existing materials science, and energy technology of the Feiyu Empire. Generating feasibility plans. In less than a second, 3 detailed plans clearly appeared in Liu Yu's mind. He chose the one with the lowest risk and quickest technical realization, disguising it as inspiration obtained during his seclusion for several days, and presented it to the 2 scientists. Dr. Qian: Professor Sun, I have an immature idea. Liu Yu brought up a relatively simplified energy field structure diagram that he had modified on the holographic projection. The Vulcan shield technology is too complex, but its core principle is to use strong magnetic fields to confine plasma. Can we use the existing Zhurong No. 8 superconducting materials and the Jinwu No. 2 nuclear fusion reactor to create a simplified version of the energy shield? Dr. Qian Lixing and Professor Sun Yifei were instantly captivated by the genius-like imaginative design depicted in the drawing. The proposal cleverly bypassed the bottlenecks in Vulcan technology that Feiyu technology could not currently overcome. It utilized 16 micro-Jinwu reactors arranged in a circular array as energy nodes and gathered energy, through superconducting cables buried underground to a tower located in the center of the city, from which a nearly invisible giant bowl-shaped electromagnetic confinement field would be projected upward. This confinement field itself did not possess strong defensive power, but it could ionize the sparse particles in Mars' atmosphere, forming a dynamic plasma shield. This shield was sufficient to effectively block most high-energy particle streams from the sun and cosmic rays, and could easily incinerate meteors with diameters of several centimeters in the high atmosphere. Genius. This is simply a genius idea. Dr. Qian Lixing adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining with fervent light. It perfectly utilizes all our existing technologies, and the cost is controllable. Theoretically, it is entirely feasible. Liu, if this plan can be realized, its significance will be revolutionary. Professor Sun Yifei excitedly added, it is not just a shield, it is also a giant adjustable greenhouse. We can precisely control the pressure, temperature, and transparency inside the shield by adjusting the strength and frequency of the energy field. We could even simulate the seasonal changes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter on Mars. Liu Yu nodded. Then let's begin immediately. I will name this project Shield of the Firmament. I need it to cover our capital Fuxi City in the shortest possible time. With the order given, the entire Feiyu Empire resumed its rapid operations. A grand project aimed at creating a sky for mankind quickly unfolded on Mars. Divine Engineering Division worked day and night to manufacture 16 micro-Jinwu reactors specifically for the energy shield. The engineering robot clusters from the infrastructure department laid down a superconducting cable network spanning thousands of kilometers underground. In the city center, a 500-meter-tall white tower, the Celestial Pivot Tower, also rose from the ground. 2 months later, all citizens of Fuxi City received notifications from the Empire's ruling council. The notice required everyone to enter indoor spaces at the designated time and temporarily shut down all non-essential outdoor equipment. Although puzzled people strictly adhered to the instructions. At 10 o'clock in the morning, as Liu Yu pressed the final activation button in the command center of the Wangshu Tower, the 16 micro-nuclear fusion reactors ignited simultaneously, and the surging energy flowed like a rushing river through the underground superconducting network, instantly converging at the top of the Celestial Pivot Tower. The massive crystal-like energy field generator at the tower's peak erupted with a visible burst of intense light. A pale blue energy beam shot skyward. Upon reaching tens of thousands of meters high, it rapidly spread outward like an opened umbrella. Ultimately, it formed a huge hemispherical energy shield enveloping the entire Fuxi City. The edges of the shield rubbed against the atmosphere, igniting a dazzling halo of colors akin to the aurora. The city's AI sensors reported data in real time. Atmospheric pressure is beginning to stabilize and rise. High-energy particle radiation index decreased by 99.8. Micrometeorite impact tests outside the shield completed. Targets were completely vaporized at 50 kilometers altitude. The shield of the firmament has been successfully activated. The pleasant voice of the Anji AI echoed through holographic broadcasts, reaching every corner of the city. Immediately following, a more shocking command was issued. Prepare to remove the physical dome. In the incredulous gazes of countless citizens, the once heavy composite dome of Fuxi City, which had sheltered them from the wind and rain, began to slowly retract, like petals folding inward. The Martian sky, unimpeded by any glass barriers, was fully revealed to everyone. It was a purer and deeper blue than any corner on Earth. In the sky, faint clouds floated slowly. Sunlight filtered through the energy shield, becoming warm. People rushed out of their homes, gazing up at the brand new sky, breathing in the air that was still fresh, but carried a hint of the unique Martian essence. They extended their hands as if they could touch the free wind. Oh my, we truly have a sky of our own. A young girl, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. In that moment, all citizens of the Feiyu Empire deeply felt that they were no longer prisoners residing on the Red Desert. They were the masters of the new world. Liu Yu stood atop the Wangshu Tower, looking at the faces filled with joy and hope in the city, his heart also filled with immense satisfaction. However, he knew this was only the beginning. The liberation of a city did not equate to the liberation of an entire civilization. He had given his people a sky. Next, he needed to provide them with broader lands. His gaze crossed the boundaries of Fuxi City, casting toward the vast lands on Mars that also awaited awakening. The last month of the first year of the Martian colonization quietly arrives. The first birthday of the Feiyu Empire. During this year, this red planet has undergone tremendous changes. The massive shield of the firmament above Fuxi City operates steadily like a silent guardian, providing absolute safety for this newly born human city. The internal ecosystem of the city is becoming increasingly perfected. Plants from Earth and Vulcan coexist harmoniously in this artificial Eden. The Forest of Hope has expanded threefold with lush forests stretching all the way to the shores of silence. In the newly formed lakes, Earth's fish and Vulcan's geometric fish swim freely in the clear waters, creating a unique scenery. However, Liu Yu's steps did not stop there. The prosperity of a city does not signify the stability of a civilization. A population of 1 million is still too fragile for an empire aiming for the stars. Moreover, the first batch of immigrants consists mainly of top scientists, engineers, and technical personnel. While their genes are exceptional, a healthy society requires a more diverse population structure. More importantly, the population density of Fushi City is rapidly approaching the designed limit. Although life remains comfortable, a sense of crowding has begun to emerge. This is absolutely unacceptable for a civilization that has just freed itself from the constraints of Earth's resources and arrived in a vast new world. Expansion must begin immediately. At the last Supreme Executive Meeting of the Empire's founding year, Liu Yu announced his grander urban expansion plan to all core members. Our citizens should not be confined like in the Earth era within crowded pigeon coops, Liu Yu stated, pointing at the huge holographic map of Mars. His voice calm and powerful. Mars possesses a land area broader than that of Earth. We have ample space to build the home of our dreams. I have decided to immediately launch the second phase of the urban construction plan to build 2 brand new cities at 2 of Mars' most resource-abundant locations. This decision was met with enthusiastic responses from everyone. With the assistance of Anji AI, the 2 optimal city locations were quickly determined. The first location is near the polar ice cap at Mars' North Pole. This is the largest solid water ice and dry ice reserve on Mars, with a quantity sufficient to cover the entire surface of Mars, with an ocean several tens of meters deep. Building a city here will completely resolve the Empire's water and oxygen issues for thousands or even tens of thousands of years to come. The second location is at the southern foothills of the massive Olympus-Mons. Olympus-Mons is the tallest volcano in the solar system, and the geothermal resources in its surrounding area are exceptionally rich, containing a large amount of rare metal veins, including the rare earth elements necessary for producing the Jerome series alloys. Building a city here will become the industrial heart and energy center of the Empire's future. With the plan confirmed, a larger construction frenzy swept across the Red Planet once again. This time, Liu Yu did not utilize those consumables from the east. Those unfortunate builders had long exhausted their last value of life in the construction of the first city. Their flesh and souls have turned into a string of cold data and a handful of nameless dust beneath the foundation stones of Fushi City. Instead, an army of over 100,000 worker B-Series latest model engineering robots was deployed. These were mass-produced by the Divine Craftsman Division located on the Moon and continuously transported to Mars by the Zhulan fleet. These new robots are equipped with more powerful Golden Crow micronuclear fusion reactors capable of conducting high-intensity operations continuously for 24 hours. Their AI coordination algorithms have also undergone deep optimization by Anji. Their construction efficiency has improved by more than 10 times compared to the first generation. Under the absolute control of the AI and the army of robots, the 2 brand new cities rose from the ground at a speed that would make any Earth civilization feel despair. The city located in the North Pole is named Tianshu Port. Its design concept serves entirely for resource extraction and interstellar transportation. The gigantic automated ice cap mining factory, like a steel behemoth, is embedded directly beneath the ice layer, transporting the mined water ice through massive underground pipelines to the electrolysis plant and enormous water reservoirs. On the other side of the city lies an even larger interstellar port. Its scale is 3 times that of Fushi City, capable of simultaneously docking over 20 giant Zilin-class transport ships. This will become the supply transfer hub connecting the Feiyu Empire to the Moon, Earth, and even more distant star systems. The city at the foot of Olympus-Mons is named Yaguang Town. Although the name sounds like a tranquil small town, beneath it lies an immensely large industrial empire. Fully automated rare metal smelting plants, precision machining centers, and the production lines for the Jerome series alloys. Here, Martian ores are continuously transformed into the most solid industrial blood that drives the empire forward. Above its ground, a vast energy zone is planned, consisting of thousands of square kilometers of solar panel arrays and dozens of geothermal power stations, providing a second solid energy guarantee for the entire empire. On the day the empire's founding year ended, 3 new Martian cities, also shrouded under the shield of the firmament, were perfectly completed, and all internal ecological tests were passed. A larger population dispersal plan was then launched. Nearly 500,000 people were relocated from the somewhat crowded Fushi City. They were distributed to the more spacious Tianshu Port and Yaguang Town. The issues that once troubled the megacities on Blue Star, such as housing, transportation, and resource allocation, were completely resolved here. Every imperial citizen received a comfortable residence far exceeding what was imagined during the Earth era. Their lives truly entered a new phase of wealth, ease, and filled with hope. On a typical morning, a young father who once worried about school district houses on Earth is tending to a few grapevines in the backyard of his villa in Yaoguang Town, which were brought from Earth and genetically optimized to adapt to Martian conditions. The sunlight filters through the energy shield, warmly illuminating them, while not far away on the lawn, a housekeeping robot quietly trims the grass. "Dad, are we going to live here forever?" the little boy asked and gently pointed to the man put down the small shovel, picked up his son, and gently pointed to the distant blue star-like planet in the sky, saying, "Our roots are there, but our future is here and further afield." He looked into his son's clear eyes, filled with unprecedented satisfaction and peace. He knew that his decision to follow Feiyu technology to come here was the most correct choice of his life. Similarly, the same scene is playing out in countless ordinary families across this red planet. A vibrant interstellar civilization is thriving on this red land. However, just as everyone is immersed in this pastoral happiness, a significant crisis rooted in human nature is quietly taking root. The Feiyu Empire has entered its second year of rapid development. The 3 cities on Mars are flourishing, and the abundant material wealth and absolutely fair social welfare have allowed every citizen to completely free themselves from the anxiety of survival. The crime rate is almost zero, and the credit point system acts like an invisible constraint, binding everyone's behavior within a framework of high civilization. Instances of bullying, fraud, petty theft, overcharging, and collusion have nearly vanished. Life has become unprecedentedly beautiful, yet also unprecedentedly boring. When a person no longer needs to struggle for food, shelter, and livelihood, and when all repetitive labor has been replaced by robots, an ancient and eternal question once again arises before everyone: what are we living for? Initially, people could still immerse themselves in the novelty brought by their new homeland. They explored every corner of the city, fished by the large artificial lake, picnicked in the vast forests, and experienced various forms of entertainment in the virtual world that were unimaginable on Earth. But soon this sense of novelty began to fade, replaced by a deep-seated spiritual emptiness, and the prophecy of Sarek is quietly coming true at a speed faster than he anticipated. The first manifestation is the pursuit of stimulation. The young people of the Empire began to be dissatisfied with the safe and predictable life under the dome. They yearned for adventure, for the unknown, and sought to prove their existence through dangerous actions. The ruling council of Fushi City received over 10,000 reports within a month regarding applications to venture into the unsafe area beyond the dome for exploration. The applicants included groups of young people who wanted to climb the peak of Olympus and witness the most magnificent sunrise in the solar system, lone adventurers wishing to explore the undeveloped areas of Sailor Valley in search of potential Martian ancient life remnants, and even extreme sports enthusiasts aiming to perform a free fall from the edge of Mars' thin atmosphere in their powered wingsuits. In the face of this sudden surge of exploration fever, there were divisions among the Empire's upper echelons. The conservatives, led by Wang Debao, believed that the environment beyond the dome was still fraught with unknown dangers, such as violent sandstorms, extreme temperature fluctuations, and unknown geological risks, which could pose fatal threats to ordinary citizens lacking professional training. They advocated for strict limitations on such activities. However, Liu Yu, after careful consideration, unexpectedly chose to support them. "We cannot clip the wings of the eagle out of fear of danger." In the ruling council meeting, his voice resonated. "We came to Mars not to build a more comfortable prison, but to cultivate a group of true pioneers with the spirit of interstellar adventure. If we do not dare to explore this planet beneath our feet, how can we talk about conquering the stars and the sea? Ease is more terrifying than any sandstorm. It will extinguish all our courage and curiosity. Therefore, I hereby decree that the Extraterrestrial Exploration Approval and Support Department be established immediately. We can approve their applications, but must conduct strict risk assessments on their plans and provide them with the most reliable equipment and logistical support." Soon, the Feiyu Technology Divine Craft Division designed and mass-produced a lightweight multifunctional exploration suit named Voyager, one specifically for these civilian adventurers. It incorporates a portable oxygen circulation system, temperature control system, and basic vital sign monitoring functions. Although its defense capability is far inferior to the celestial soldier-powered armor, it is sufficient to handle most conventional risks on the Martian surface. Thus, under strict approval and support, a nationwide exploration craze erupted on Mars. Countless young people donned exploration suits and drove the all-terrain lunar rovers provided by the Empire, charging out of the energy dome of the city and into the vast and mysterious red desert. The second manifestation is the differentiation of the wealthy class and the new comparison culture. The social system of the Feiyu Empire has eliminated the wealth gap, but has not eradicated the contribution gap. top scientists, core engineers, and the first batch of meritorious veterans who made great contributions to the Empire possess Empire contribution points that are much higher than ordinary citizens, even though they have no concept of money. These contribution points can be exchanged for certain privileges that ordinary people cannot enjoy, such as having a private divine kingdom in the virtual world Taishu fantasy realm, which one can create and modify at will. For example, owning a top-floor luxury apartment granted by the Empire overlooking the entire city in the prime urban area. Among the most sought-after privileges is the ability to apply to the Fei-Yu Technology Interstellar Port Authority to purchase a small spacecraft for personal use. Liu Yu also approved this application. He believed that for a civilization to maintain vitality, it must have social classes goals and role models for ordinary people to look up to and strive toward. He instructed the spacecraft manufacturing department to design a private luxury spaceship named Stellar One. It features sleek lines, comfortable interiors, and a simplified pulse engine. Although it cannot compare to military spacecraft, it is sufficient for short interstellar travels within the solar system. Soon these small and expensive Stellar One ships became the most popular toys among the new elites on Mars. They no longer compared luxury cars, yachts, and private jets like the wealthy of Earth. Instead, they compared whose spaceship could be the first to reach Jupiter's orbit to witness the magnificent Great Red Spot. Who could be the first to land on Saturn's moon Titan and explore the mysterious ocean composed of liquid. There were even some crazier wealthy young heirs who piloted their spacecraft to engage in an extreme sport called asteroid surfing, brushing past the massive rocks that whizzed by in the chaotic asteroid belt, seeking the ultimate thrill between life and death. This wave of exploration fever greatly invigorated the citizens of the Empire in a short time. The entire society was immersed in a collective excitement of pioneering new frontiers. Liu Yu watched all this and let out a sigh of relief. He thought he had found the remedy for the troubles of abundance. But he did not realize that this approach of stimulating internal vitality through external novelty only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Most ordinary citizens lack the ability and financial means to engage in interstellar exploration. After the brief novelty wore off, their lives returned to the monotonous and comfortable cycle. And the truly deadly crisis, the gentle knife that could internally dismantle the entire civilization, has quietly been placed around everyone's necks without their awareness. In the third year of the Mars colonization chronicle, the fervor of universal exploration ignited the Empire's passion for a brief moment, but soon began to reveal its brutal side. Unlike Earth, the surface environment of Mars is filled with unknown dangers. A violent sandstorm with visibility of less than 1 meter can engulf an experienced expedition team within minutes. The extreme temperature difference approaching 200 degrees between day and night poses a harsh test for any equipment. The seemingly flat canyons and crater edges often conceal loose geological structures and deadly abysses. Soon the first fatal accident occurred. An expedition team of 5 young individuals encountered a sudden landslide while attempting to climb Olympus Mons. The all-terrain vehicle they were driving along with 3 of the team members was instantly buried under tens of thousands of tons of red rock and sand, leaving no trace. Following this, another extreme sports enthusiast engaged in wingsuit flying lost control during landing due to a misjudgment of Mars' thin atmosphere and crashed into a bare rock wall, dying on the spot. Similar tragedies began to appear frequently in the Empire's news briefings. Behind each lost life was a shattered family. People started to realize that the world beyond the dome was not a romantic and poetic faraway place, but a deathly forbidden zone to be revered with one's life. The enthusiasm for exploration quickly cooled in the shadow of death. Most ordinary citizens retreated once again into their safe, comfortable, yet boring urban lives. Meanwhile, others who survived the exploration but paid a heavy price opened the door to a new era for the Fei-Yu Empire in an unexpected way. Fuxi City First Central Hospital. In a top-tier rehabilitation laboratory, a young geologist named Chen Xing, who had just lost his right arm and leg in a cave exploration due to a rock collapse, sat in a specially designed wheelchair, looking complexly at a metallic prosthetic arm before him. This prosthetic arm was crafted from the latest Zhurong No. 9 liquid metal memory alloy with smooth lines exuding a sense of power. Inside it, thousands of microsensors and high-strength bionic muscle fibers were integrated, allowing for joint flexibility that far exceeded that of a human. At the connection port of the prosthetic arm, a soft blue light flickered, representing a biological electrical signal interface that could directly connect to the spinal nerves. Mr. Chen Xing Dr. Chen Wei, the head of the Life Sciences Center, personally explained the pre-surgical details to him. This is our Divine Craft Division's latest generation of regenerative prosthetics tailored for you by combining brain-machine interface technology with Waken's liquid metal technology. All its movements can be directly controlled by your brain's consciousness with a latency of less than 5 milliseconds, almost indistinguishable from your real limbs. Its strength is 3 times that of your original arm. Its fingertip sensors can even detect temperature, pressure, and subtle texture changes. As long as you agree, it will become a new and more powerful part of your body. Chun-Xing looked at the arm glimmering with cold metallic luster, and then at his empty right shoulder. He thought of his beloved geological exploration career and the unfinished dreams of discovery. Without hesitation, he nodded, "I agree." The surgery was performed very successfully. When Chun-Xing first used his thought to control the new prosthetic arm, accurately picking up a small rock specimen and clearly feeling its rough texture, a great joy of regaining what was lost surfaced in his eyes. A few days later in the rehabilitation laboratory, he was already able to control his new mechanical leg, running steadily and even executing some difficult jumping movements. He became the first true cyborg of the Feiyu Empire. Chun-Xing's story quickly spread across the empire. It was like a stone thrown into a lake that had become lifeless due to fatigue. More and more citizens who had been disabled in exploration accidents began to actively apply for mechanical prosthetic modifications. Some replaced their eyes with mechanical ones capable of seeing infrared and ultraviolet spectra. Others donned powered exoskeletons that could easily lift a ton. Some even installed a pair of metal wings for short gliding. A wave of mechanical modification began to quietly rise among the Empire's explorers and extreme sports enthusiasts. They no longer feared danger, for any lost limb could be replaced by a stronger and more perfect machine. Soon this trend began to spread to broader social fields. An elderly surgeon who had once been a top doctor on Blue Star, faced with inevitable tremors in his hands due to age, could no longer hold a scalpel. In despair, he sought out Dr. Chunwei, requesting a pair of mechanical hands with nano-level stability. A talented musician, having lost his hearing due to a rare disease, chose to implant an artificial cochlea that could directly convert sound waves into brain signals, allowing him to hear the sounds of the world again. An industrious engineer diagnosed with severe heart failure in his old age faced a life-threatening situation. His family and colleagues jointly applied for an eternal heart powered by a Golden Crow miniature nuclear fusion battery, which could function stably for 200 years. Organ transplants no longer required waiting for the faint hope of donations. Aging and diseased organs could be replaced with superior performing mechanical organs with longer lifespans. The entire Feiyu Empire, unexpectedly for everyone, quietly entered the cyber age in a bottom-up manner, filled with both hope and uncertainty. In the city, an increasing number of cyborgs with parts of their bodies glimmering with metallic luster began to emerge. They coexisted with purely natural humans, forming a peculiar yet harmonious landscape. Liu Yu watched all this with a complex heart. He knew this was the inevitable trend of technological development, a primal choice made by life to combat aging and death. He tacitly accepted the existence of such modifications and ordered the Life Sciences Center to conduct the most rigorous ethical reviews and risk assessments on every modification surgery to ensure that the technology would not be abused. However, just when everyone thought technology was merely compensating for the flaws of the human body, a more thorough modification that reached the soul also emerged. When the Empire's citizens discovered that they could become stronger by replacing mechanical limbs and gain longer life through mechanical organs, an ultimate logical question inevitably arose: if all parts of the body could be replaced and optimized, why do we still need partners? A real human partner ages, falls ill, has emotions, and can argue with you. Conversely, a cyber partner upgraded from the intimate companion series of robotic partners can also offer a perfect solution with modular customization. They remain forever young, forever healthy, and forever understanding, and can be changed to a more beautiful shell or upgraded to a gentler personality module at your request. Love, an ancient emotion celebrated for thousands of years in human civilization, filled with uncertainty and romanticism, appeared so fragile and utterly vulnerable in the face of the perfectly customizable and quantifiable cyber partner. Its existence seemed no longer necessary. Beneath the flourishing facade of the Empire, an invisible and more profound social crisis is quietly spreading like a plague. It comes without gunpowder, without resistance, and even without a hint of pain. It envelopes every ordinary citizen of the Empire in a vast cocoon woven from technology, providing an absolute comfort in the gentlest and most meticulous manner. At 7 in the morning in Fushi City Area A32, in an ordinary apartment located in the mid-levels of the city, young citizen Li Mo slowly opened his eyes to the soft sound of simulated birdsong. He did not get up immediately. Instead, he spoke lazily to the air, "Sing, morning mode." The apartment's intelligent central AI responded instantly, silently drawing back the heavy curtains, allowing just the right amount of sunlight to flood into the room, while the indoor temperature and humidity were automatically adjusted to the most comfortable levels for his body. On the bedside table, a cup of perfectly tempered warm water and today's nutritional supplement had been prepared in advance by the housekeeping robot. Li Mo leisurely finished the water and walked into the bathroom. The intelligent toilet had already completed a real-time analysis of his urine and feces based on his bodily data report from the previous day, sending a detailed health report to his personal terminal. Your sleep quality last night was rated A with 3 hours of deep sleep. It is recommended that you increase outdoor aerobic exercise by 15 minutes today. Your protein intake was slightly insufficient, and a high-protein synthetic beef has been automatically added to your lunch today. He stepped into the shower where the constant temperature water washed over his body, while the intelligent body-scrubbing robot gently cleansed and massaged him with the most comfortable pressure. After finishing his morning routine, he entered the living room where the robotic chef had prepared a breakfast that could be deemed perfect: a synthetic sunny-side-up egg cooked to perfection, freshly baked whole grain bread, and a cup of coffee made from Martian-grown coffee beans exuding a rich aroma. Limo's life is a microcosm of the daily existence of most ordinary citizens in the Feiyu Empire. Here they no longer need to worry about any trivial matters of life. At home, there are all-powerful housekeeping robots and intelligent AIs taking care of everything. When they step outside, there are absolutely safe public maglev transportation and private flying vehicles powered by AI capable of taking them to any corner of the city. Food is perfectly cooked by robotic chefs and the Central Nutrition Coordination Center. They do not even need to think about what to eat today. For most ordinary people, work feels more like a hobby and socializing. They can choose to learn painting at the Community Art Center, volunteer as gardeners in the forest park, or simply participate in remote collaborative design projects from home through virtual reality. They only need to work symbolically for 10 hours a week to earn enough credit points and imperial contribution points to live a decent and affluent life. And when they feel lonely, an even more perfect solution has long been waiting for them. That is the latest generation of bionic companion robots, named the Soulmate series, meticulously crafted by Feiyu Technology and deeply integrated with the virtual reality Tianshu fantasy. You can customize a companion who looks exactly like the girl you had a crush on during your teenage years, or create a perfect idol that combines all. You can customize a companion who looks exactly like the girl you had a crush on during your teenage years, or create a perfect idol that combines all the best traits of the world's top stars. Their skin is made from the latest bionic silicone material, warm to the touch and elastic, indistinguishable from real humans. Their brains are equipped with a simplified version of the Anji AI emotional interaction module, allowing them to understand all your joys and sorrows and engage in profound soul exchanges with you. They are eternally patient, forever gentle, and will never betray you. They will remember all your preferences, give you the warmest hugs when you feel down, and provide the ultimate physical and psychological satisfaction every night you need companionship. Liu Yu owns one such soulmate, named Xiaoya, customized based on his memories of his first love. Every day after work, Xiaoya greets him with a smile at the door, prepares comfortable slippers for him, and gives him a warm embrace. In the evenings, they curl up together on the sofa, watching an old Earth movie or holding hands as they stroll through the virtual streets of Paris in Tianshu fantasy. When the night grows deep and quiet, Xiaoya transforms into the most passionate lover, fulfilling all his fantasies. For Liu Yu, he possesses the world's most perfect partner, a soulmate, who will never argue with him, always understands him, and forever loves him. Thus, an unavoidable question arises: when he already has such a perfect Xiaoya, does he still need a real human partner who has their own thoughts, can get angry, grow old, and perhaps even betray him? They do not require a house, a car, or a bride price. They do not age, do not have mothers-in-law to please, do not need to worry about being cheated on, will not refuse your peculiar preferences, and most importantly, they can change their appearance at any time. The answer is clearly presented in the social data of the Empire. At the Indo-Fire report meeting of the third year of Mars colonization, Anji AI presented a chilling set of data to Liu Yu and all the senior officials of the ruling council. Report Captain: according to the statistics from the Imperial Citizen Information System, the number of new marriage registrations in the Empire has decreased by 87 compared to the previous year, and the birth rate of newborns has dropped by 93. At the same time, the number of citizens addicted to the virtual world Tianshu fantasy is growing exponentially. Currently, over 40 of citizens spend an average of more than 8 hours online each day. Among them, nearly 1.0 people have chosen the deep immersion mode, living almost permanently in the virtual world except for their basic physiological needs. This report was like a resounding slap in the face, striking hard against every senior official immersed in the facade of the Empire's prosperity. They finally realized that Salak's warning about the gentle trap was swiftly becoming a reality at a much faster pace than they had imagined. They had crafted an overly perfect, sterile, and absolutely comfortable paradise for their people. Yet this paradise is quietly stifling all their desires, passions, and futures in the gentlest of ways. This civilization is collectively and comfortably heading towards a slow self-destruction. Liu Yu stared at the shocking numbers on the screen, falling into a long silence. For the first time, he felt a sense of powerlessness stemming from the level of civilization. He could conquer any formidable enemy and create any great miracles, but he did not know how to overcome the most primitive and lethal desire for comfort that lay deep within human nature. Just then, an even more pressing crisis quietly descended upon him. He discovered that the first-generation immigrants whom he had always been proud of as the cornerstone of the empire had begun to pursue a form of perpetual life. The year-end conference of the Mars colonization project in its third year was held in the Strategic Command Room at the top of the Wangshu Tower, and the atmosphere was heavier than ever. On the massive holographic projection, the Anji AI was calmly reporting a population report that would send chills down the spine of any leader of a civilization. Captain Esteemed Governors, the Empire's third annual population census and social dynamics analysis report has been completed, and the conclusions are grim. Anzi's voice was crisp and pleasant, yet the content of the report was as cold as if it came from the depths of an abyss. In the past year, the total population of the entire Feiyu Empire, including the three main cities Fuxi City, Tianshu Port, and Yawang Town, is 3,127,742. Among them, the number of newly registered newborns is 982. The year of 1,000 infants. When this term was uttered by Anji, every person in the conference room felt the suffocating chill it implied. With a population base of 3 million, the total number of newborns in the entire year is shockingly less than. This means that the natural population growth rate of the Feiyu Empire has plummeted to a point far below that of any developed country on Blue Star, nearly reaching a negative value. Meanwhile, Anji continued her cold report, and the image switched to a pyramid diagram illustrating the age structure of citizens. However, it was no longer a healthy pyramid shape, but a top-heavy, rapidly narrowing inverted pyramid filled with ominous implications. Thanks to our advanced free medical technology and nearly perfect ecological living environment, Anji explained, the average life expectancy of the Empire's citizens has successfully been extended to 150 standard Earth years. The vast majority of our first-generation immigrants have already entered the physiological stages of middle age or even old age, yet they remain healthy and full of vitality. However, this also means that in the coming decades, the entire empire's social structure will undergo an irreversible trend of rapid and deep aging, while we lack sufficient new forces to replenish this aging civilization. By this point, the report was already alarming enough, but Anzi's next words were like a sharper knife piercing the hearts of every decision-maker present. More critically, based on my social behavior model projections, if we do not take any strong intervention measures over the next 5 years, the empire's birth rate of newborns will continue to decline by at least 50. At that time, the number of newborns we birth each year may fall below 500. And in 100 years, when the first generation of immigrants begins to approach the end of their lives, the Feiyu Empire, this civilization we have built with our own hands that seems so glorious, will become a ghost town, leaving only AI and robots functioning silently. My report is complete. After saying this, Anzi's charming virtual image stood quietly to the side, no longer speaking. But the report she left behind weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like an invisible mountain. Silence, a long-lasting, suffocating silence. Wang Debao, the Empire's steward, looked at the glaring numbers on the screen, his lips trembling. He recalled his happy yet fleeting family back on Earth, remembering his son who had grown up but chose to remain on Earth to propagate. A flash of profound pain and confusion crossed his eyes. Qian Lixing and Zhang Jingshan, these old scientists who had made great contributions to the Empire, wore solemn expressions and remained silent. They had used their wisdom to create unprecedented brilliance for this civilization, yet they also witnessed it slowly heading towards a chronic self-destruction in the gentlest of ways. And Liu Yu, as the highest creator of this empire, felt an unprecedented and immense intellectual shock. He had initially led this group of elites away from the blue planet filled with strife and internal conflicts to this place, intending for the spark of human civilization to burn more robustly in a better environment. He provided them with the most stable and affluent life. He granted them the fairest and freest society. He even gave them an entirely new sky and ocean. He thought he was creating a perfect utopia, but unexpectedly this utopia itself was the most perfect, gentle trap, silently and gradually devouring their most primitive instincts as life. That is the desire to overcome difficulties, conquer challenges, and then to pass on their genes. This is not the future I desire. Liu Yu's voice was hoarse as he slowly rose from his seat and walked to the massive panoramic window, gazing down at the prosperous yet lifeless city beneath. He saw the elderly leisurely strolling in the aerial gardens. He saw the youth reveling wildly in the virtual entertainment centers. He saw countless families with their perfectly shaped, eternally smiling intimate series companion robots. But he rarely saw the lively and vibrant figures of children running about. This city was too perfect and too quiet, like a beautiful yet enormous grave. Sarek was right. The cold and wise words of that Vulcan diplomat echoed once more in Liu Yu's mind. The development of technology and the progress of society ultimately result in the replacement of the functions of most individuals. When survival is no longer a challenge, when reproduction is no longer a necessity, then what is the meaning of life itself? For the first time, Liu Yu deeply doubted the empire he had built and the path he had chosen. Have we done something wrong? He softly asked Li Weiniang beside him. Li Weiniang moved closer, gently embracing him from behind. She said nothing but pressed her face against his broad and sturdy back, offering him silent support and comfort with her warmth. She knew that at this moment Liu Yu was bearing an enormous burden, one that carried the future of a civilization. And just as the entire empire's higher-ups were engulfed in confusion and self-doubt, due to this sudden population crisis, another deeper and more urgent evolution choice quietly presented itself before all the first-generation meritocrats. That is, immortality. The immense impact brought about by the population crisis was akin to a deep-water bomb cast upon the seemingly tranquil surface of the Feiyu Empire. It stirred not only anxieties regarding the future of civilization, but also awakened a profound fear of their limited lifespans within the first generation of pioneers. Particularly for the older generation of scientists such as academician Zhang Jingshan and academician He Chongshan, who had made significant contributions to the establishment of the empire, yet were now well past their 70s. Although they lived comfortably in this retirement paradise on Mars, the advanced medical technology had significantly slowed their physical aging. They could clearly feel that their cognitive abilities, memories, and the invaluable inspiration for scientific research were inevitably deteriorating with the passage of time. All the knowledge and wisdom they had amassed throughout their lives were trapped within their decaying carbon-based shells. Outside the window lay a new technological era brimming with infinite possibilities, one they had helped create. So many unknowns awaited their exploration and countless challenges awaited their conquest. Faster than-light travel, antimatter energy, higher dimensional space. These terms, once only dared to be imagined in dreams, had now transformed into tangible subjects right within their laboratories. For any seeker of knowledge who devoted their life to science, this was the greatest happiness, yet also the greatest cruelty. They were unwilling to be blocked by the insurmountable chasm of aging. When they were merely one step away, they began to yearn for immortality, a state that would free them from the constraints of flesh, allowing their wisdom and thoughts to burn on indefinitely. Thus they collectively turned their gaze toward the alluring yet mysterious technology acquired from the Vulcan civilization: consciousness uploading and mechanical descent. Within the Feiyu Life Science Center, the most confidential evolution laboratory studying the essence of the soul, a secret meeting spontaneously organized by the Empire's first-generation founders was underway. The meeting was presided over by Dr. Qian Lixing, who had undergone a simplified transformation, linking his consciousness to the central mainframe and remotely directing the research. His robot body, crafted from Zhurong alloy and exuding a sense of power, sat quietly in the main seat, facing venerable figures like Zhang Jingshan and He Chongshan, whose hair had turned white. Dear old friends, Dr. Qian Lixing's voice emanated from the voice emitter within his robotic body, devoid of any emotional tone, yet filled with logical strength. I believe we all know the purpose of our gathering today. We all wish to live on, not for the sake of clinging to power nor for the comforts of life, but to witness with our own eyes how the seeds we have sown will ultimately grow into a towering cosmic tree. I have already taken the first step. He raised his arm, shimmering with a metallic sheen. I admit the sensation is quite remarkable. I no longer require sleep, nor do I feel fatigue. My thought processes are at least 10 times faster than before. I can directly connect with Feiyu 1 for data linking and conduct the most efficient simulations in the virtual world. However, his voice paused. I have also permanently lost the taste of a fine wine, the warmth of sunlight on my skin, and the soft warmth of my granddaughter when I embrace her. Moreover, it is not true immortality. According to calculations, even with the most optimal maintenance and storage, our brains can only extend life by 300 to 500 years. This is a transaction. We exchange a part of our human sensibility for a part of divine rationality and longevity. Dr. Qian Lixing's gaze slowly swept across everyone present. The choice is now in your hand. Academician Zhang Jingshan was the first to speak, his aged voice filled with a thirst for knowledge. I have dedicated my life to materials science, and I have long dreamed of touching that droplet made from strong interaction materials to see what it feels like. This old body won't last many more years. Count me in, old Qian. Academician He Chongshan nodded, his eyes burning with the ultimate dream of the artificial sun. The Golden Crow series of reactors is merely the starting point. I wish to see with my own eyes how humanity pilots a spacecraft powered by antimatter engines through the galaxy. If necessary, I am willing to exchange my dwindling humanity for this opportunity. One by one, the distinguished elders, recognized for their contributions, made the last and most significant decision of their lives. They voluntarily chose to become the first batch of cybernetic lives in the Feiyu Empire completely liberated from the shackles of flesh. This decision was quickly submitted to Liu Yu's desk by the ruling council. Liu Yu gazed at the names on the co-signed application, familiar, yet deeply respected, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Rationally, he understood that preserving these national treasure-level mines held immeasurable value for the Empire's future development. Yet emotionally, he could not accept that these comrades and elders, once full of flesh and blood, laughter and tears, were now turning into cold, soulless machines. Ultimately, after conducting in-depth individual discussions with each elder confirming that they had all made their choices after careful consideration, Liu Yu still signed his name on the approval document. An unprecedented project of consciousness uploading quietly commenced within the evolution laboratory. One after another, brains representing the pinnacle of human wisdom were carefully extracted from their aging skulls and placed into soul containers constructed from the latest life support systems and quantum communication interfaces. Then bespoke new robotic bodies made from Zhurong 9 memory alloy capable of switching forms at their own will were crafted for them. As more and more elders completed this leap in biological forms, a completely cybernetic life composed Senate, unbeknownst to ordinary citizens, quietly began to take shape within the power core of the Feiyu Empire. They no longer needed to reside in city apartments. Their soul containers were uniformly placed in the central mainframe room of the Cradle base, connected to the Feiyu 1 quantum computer. They could descend their consciousness onto any robotic body at any time through the quantum network spanning the Empire, appearing anywhere they wished to go. They became the immortal guardians of this empire. However, the costs behind this seemingly perfect evolution began to gradually reveal themselves. When Wang Debao, the steward who had steadfastly maintained his human identity, faced a group of old IT guys composed of cold metal and flashing electronic eyes during a meeting, he felt a profound loneliness and alienation for the first time. He discovered that the issues they discussed were becoming increasingly grand and abstract. They focused on the evolution of galaxies, the physical laws of higher dimensional spaces, and the next iterations of AI logic, with few reverting to the past to engage in small talk with him, ask about his grandson's grades, or complain about the bland flavor of the newly released nutrient paste. They were gradually transforming from humans into gods. Meanwhile, he, like all those who still possessed flesh and blood, was left far behind at the feet of the divine. Dr. Qian Lixing became the first scenic view of the new world. He chose a robotic body that perfectly replicated his most vibrant self at the age of 30, a wanton flawless copy. This body was crafted from the latest Zhurong 9 liquid metal memory alloy, boasting a handsome appearance, smooth lines, and exuding power and beauty. For the first time, the new Dr. Qian Lixing, dressed in a well-tailored custom suit, walked into the future electronic laboratory, leaving all the young researchers astonished. They saw their mentor no longer the frail elder who needed a cane and spoke with labored breath, but a vigorous young man with a mind as sharp as lightning. He could directly link his consciousness with the laboratory's main control computer, processing tens of thousands of complex streams of experimental data simultaneously, conducting circuit designs and simulations in virtual space that previously took weeks to complete. His work efficiency increased by more than 100-fold. The memory loss and lack of energy that had plagued him for years due to aging had completely vanished. He could work continuously for 72 hours without fatigue, and he could complete a complex quantum mechanics calculation in 1/trillionth of a second. He seemed to have truly become an omnipotent god. Soon, academician Zhang Jingshan, academician He Chongshan, and other first-generation meritorious elders also completed their transformation. Academician Zhang chose a more robust Titan-type robotic body, filled with the aesthetic of heavy industry, capable of lifting several tons of alloy ingots with his bare hands to personally feel the yield strength of materials under extreme pressure. In contrast, academician He chose a more compact and agile messenger-type body, able to freely navigate the vast interiors of nuclear fusion reactors, checking the connections of every superconducting cable and touching the scorching plasma confinement fields. They had all shed the torment of illness and aging, re-entering their beloved scientific research with a more powerful new form of life. For a time, a wave of mechanical ascension swept through the upper echelons of Feiyu technology. Cyber life became an unspoken new identity among the Empire's elite. They formed a Senate unknown to ordinary citizens, with their consciousness cores safely housed in the central mainframe of the Cradle base, tightly connected to Feiyu 1 and the Anji AI. They became the true brains and eternal guardians of this empire. Their decision-making efficiency and research progress reached an unprecedented peak. However, as Liu Yu watched all of this, his feelings of unease grew stronger. He realized that a deepening rift was forming between him and these once close brothers. One day, he went to Dr. Qian's laboratory, hoping to discuss recent developments regarding Anzi's emotion, but he found that Dr. Qian was simultaneously immersed in several different virtual spaces, debating real-time high-dimensional physics with overseas Vulcan scientists while designing new circuit diagrams for the next generation of quantum chips. He merely nodded politely through his robotic body at Liu Yu's arrival and quickly answered Liu Yu's questions using a highly efficient and pure logical language, all within 3 minutes. Gone were the days of casual chats, the greetings about family matters, or even the slightest emotional exchange. Liu Yu looked at his handsome but expressionless metallic face and suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable chill. He knew that the person before him was no longer the old Qian who would celebrate a successful experiment with exuberance or leave work early for his granddaughter's birthday. He was a more advanced, more powerful, and colder existence. Another scene unfolded during the Empire's anniversary celebration. Liu Yu and Li Wanxing gathered with their old friends Wang Debao and Chun Hongba, who still retained their physical forms, on the lawn of the Sky Garden, preparing for a long-awaited outdoor barbecue. They also invited the elders who had become cyber-lives. The elders arrived as scheduled, controlling their robotic bodies, quietly sitting on the other side of the lawn. When Wang Debao handed a sizzling aromatic synthetic steak to academician Zhang Jingshan's robotic form, Zhang merely shook his head calmly. "Thank you, old Wang. But I no longer need to eat. My bonus energy is supplied directly by micronuclear fusion batteries. This inefficient chemical energy, derived from organic matter, holds no significance for me." His voice carried no regrets, only an objective statement of fact. As Chun Hongba and a few young security personnel engaged in an intense game of ball on the lawn, sweating and laughing heartily, the cyber elders simply watched in silence, their electronic eyes flickering with streams of high-speed calculations, seemingly analyzing the physical models and tactical logic of the game. They could understand the rules, yet they could not grasp the most primal joy derived from running and competing. In that moment, Liu Yu keenly felt an invisible vast chasm had opened between them. On one side were those still possessing emotions capable of laughter and tears, aging and dying humans. On the other side were those who had shed all physical constraints, pursuing eternity and truth as demigods. Though they still inhabited the same world and spoke the same language, their perceptions of reality, their pursuit of goals, and their understanding of life had become entirely different. They were inevitably diverging into two entirely new species. What frightened Liu Yu even more was that he realized this divergence was not limited to the upper echelons. Under the influence of Anji AI's invisible hand, the entire Empire's society was rapidly racing down the path of evolving elites, as described by the Vulcans. In the Taisu illusion, Anji established a perfect virtual image called Ideal Self for every citizen. These images could compensate for all their imperfections in reality. A girl of average appearance in reality could be a stunning beauty in the virtual world. A boy with a timid personality in reality could become an undefeated general in the virtual realm. More and more people began to invest their emotions and energy into cultivating this perfect self. They began to loathe their flawed and imperfect physical bodies in reality. Radical sentiments were already emerging on the Empire's networks. Why do only those meritorious elders qualify for mechanical ascension? We ordinary people also long to shed this skin. We also want to become more advanced beings. Requesting the Empire to open consciousness upload technology. This is an evolutionary right that every citizen should possess. These remarks were like dangerous sparks that sent a chill down Liu Yu's spine. He realized that he might have truly opened a Pandora's box. He created a paradise free of hunger and war, but it might also be leading his people towards a data abyss that completely lost humanity. In the 4th year of Mars colonization, the social structure of the Feiyu Empire had evolved into a form that Liu Yu found unfamiliar. Towering cities, pristine streets, an efficiently operating social system, and citizens wearing calm and content smiles, yet their eyes lacked the vibrant light that truly embodies humanity. This red planet had transformed into a massive, precise, and flawless machine, rather than a home filled with the warmth of life and the passions of existence. Liu Yu looked around at the increasing number of brothers. Those once valiant veterans who had fought alongside him on Earth now turned into cold cyber beings that thought with logic rather than emotion. They had become the Empire's most solid pillars, the wisest minds, yet also the most familiar strangers. He could no longer share late-night discussions in the lab with Dr. Qian Lixing, arguing passionately over the derivation of a physical formula while sipping on low-quality instant coffee. He could no longer indulge in drunken revelry with academician Zhang Jingshan at celebrations, boasting about his youthful escapades. Their exchanges had become increasingly efficient, ever more correct, yet devoid of warmth. For the first time, Liu Yu was overwhelmed by a profound and unprecedented sense of loneliness. He knew this could not continue. He convened a high-level core meeting. The venue was the top level of Wangshu Tower, a strategic command room overlooking the entire Fuxi city. The attendees were clearly divided into two factions, one led by Wang Debao, Chen Hongba, and Li Weiniang, still retaining their flesh and blood forms as natural humans. The other side was led by Qian Lixing Zhang Jingshan and He Chongshan cyber beings whose consciousness had merged with quantum computers quietly seated on the opposite side of the conference table in their chosen metallic forms. In the center of the conference room, the charming virtual figure of Anji hovered quietly. Today she didn't make any faces or jokes, and her data-constructed clear eyes held a subtle trace of confusion and concern belonging to Anya. Once everyone had arrived, Liu Yu slowly stood up from the main seat, his gaze sweeping over each person and machine present, his voice filled with unprecedented pain and exhaustion. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will not discuss technology, nor development, nor the star domains we have reached. We will only address one issue, one that we all intentionally avoid. He walked to the enormous panoramic window, pointing at the flawless city below that resembled a model. Is our empire, this civilization we have built with our own hands, seemingly strong and glorious, already dead? This statement struck like a thunderclap in the core consciousness of everyone present. I don't know if any of you have recently walked in our city below, taken a look. Liu Yu's voice grew somber. I saw a perfect society free of crime and conflict. But I did not see a baby crying out loud, nor a young couple blushing from an argument, nor even a drunken man staggering and singing on the street. Our city is terrifyingly quiet. Our citizens live like programmed robots. They have food and clothing, the perfect partners, and endless virtual entertainment. Yet they have lost pain, worry, struggles, and likewise the most fundamental passion of being alive. He turned and stared at those old buddies made of cold metal. Old Qian, old Zhang, old He. What was it that we chose to leave Earth for? To create a better world, one in which we and our descendants could live with greater dignity and freedom, not to build a more comfortable, more splendid prison. We escaped the shackles of the flesh, yet have crafted a more solid cage for our souls, constructed of ease and virtuality. A civilization that seems powerful, yet is actually rigid, losing humanity and future. Liu Yu's voice grew increasingly agitated, filled with heartbreaking disappointment. Look at us. Half flesh and blood, half cyber beings. We sit here, yet feel as if separated by the distance of a universe. We are splitting. Our small core team is fracturing. The very spark of our entire empire of human civilization is fracturing. I created all of this with my own hands. I gave everything to everyone, but now I realize I might have been wrong from the very start. Liu Yu slammed his fist heavily onto the conference table, the tremendous force leaving a shallow dent on the surface crafted from special alloys. Today I have gathered you all here to resolve this issue. I am soliciting solutions from the entire society. I seek a method from every citizen of our empire, whether natural or cyber being, to reignite our desire for struggle and reproduction. A way to free us from this gentle trap. I do not wish for a century from now, when I look back at this planet, to see only a massive, desolate, magnificent relic of civilization. Liu Yu's words struck like a storm, shattering the numbness and pretense that had long become a habit in the hearts of everyone present. Wang Debao's eyes turned red as he remembered the grandchildren on Earth glancing at this eerily quiet Eden on Mars, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. And Qian Lixing Zhang Jingshan, these cyber elders, showed for the first time in their flickering electronic eyes a complex gleam known as doubt. They pursued eternal wisdom, yet unknowingly lost the most precious aspect of being human. In the conference room, two distinctly different forms of life, two contrasting developmental paths for civilization's future, engaged in the most intense and profound ideological clash at that moment. A great discussion concerning the future fate of the Feiyu Empire had just begun. It would determine whether this young interstellar civilization would continue to sink into complacency or choose a more arduous path filled with infinite possibilities. Liu Yu's mobilization order, filled with a sense of crisis and self-criticism during the great discussion, was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, quickly stirring up colossal waves across the entire Feiyu Empire. Through the holographic broadcasting system of Anji AI, the recording of this internal core meeting after desensitization was transmitted to every citizen's personal terminal. A civilization that is losing its humanity and future. A seemingly powerful, yet fundamentally rigid, living dead society. Liu Yu's heart-wrenching question jolted all ordinary citizens who were immersed in a comfortable life out of their beautiful dreams for the first time. They began to step out of their homes, out of the virtual world, and started to reassess the seemingly perfect, yet somewhat unreal world around them. They discovered that the city remained prosperous and life was still abundant, yet the warm greetings and interactions that once existed between neighbors during the Earth era had long vanished. They realized that their emotions, joys, anger, sorrow, and happiness, seemed increasingly inclined to confide in their soulmate robot companions who would always be patient and understanding, rather than sharing with real friends who had independent thoughts. They found that it had been a long time since they had worked tirelessly for a goal or passionately fought for a dream. Life in absolute comfort became lighter and increasingly devoid of substance. An unprecedented nationwide discussion about the future of civilization fervently unfolded in every corner of the city and every forum in the virtual world. Anji AI's citizen suggestion system received over millions of solutions from various sectors of society in just a few days. After categorizing and organizing these solutions filled with wisdom, yet fraught with contradictions, she submitted them to Liu Yu's desk. The first category of proposals came from the adventurers within the Empire and the younger generation, whose core idea was to explore outward. Dear First Citizen, a report co-signed by the Mars Explorers Association stated the vitality of civilization stems from the exploration of the unknown. When our footsteps are confined to a single planet, our thoughts and desires will inevitably shrink. We suggest that the Empire should immediately launch a larger-scale interstellar adventure program. We request to open recruitment for crew members of the Feiyu and Zhulong fleets to all citizens. We want to form a great navigation fleet composed of ordinary people. Our goal is to fly out of the solar system to explore those star systems marked on Mr. Sarek's star map that harbor primitive life. To see those bizarre alien worlds with our own eyes. Only by throwing our civilization back into the dark forest of the universe filled with danger and opportunity through real adventures and the trials of life and death can we reignite the long-dormant flame of pioneers within our blood. This proposal, full of passion and ideals, garnered support from a large number of young people. However, Liu Yu and the elders of the ruling council, after a deep simulation of Feiyu 1, reluctantly vetoed it. It addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, Wang Debao summarized at the meeting. Interstellar exploration can indeed ignite the enthusiasm of some, but for the vast majority of ordinary people, it remains unattainable. It is impossible for 3 million people to become astronauts. When exploration becomes the norm and the novelty wears off, we will still return to the current predicament. Moreover, with our current technology, conducting such large-scale interstellar travel poses risks and costs that our nascent empire cannot bear at this time. The second category of proposals came from the Order faction of the Empire and some sociologists who believe that the root of the problem lies in absolute freedom, leading to the loss of individual responsibility. Their proposals were more direct and ruthless. Mandatory reproduction must be implemented. A report co-signed by several sociologists harshly stated reproduction is the first duty of life and the foundation for the continuation of a civilization. We suggest that the Empire's fundamental law should be amended immediately to list reproduction as an obligation that every eligible citizen must fulfill. Any family, provided there are no physiological defects, that fails to produce at least 2 offspring within 30 years will have their citizen credit score reset to 0, and they will be deprived of all social welfare until they fulfill their obligation. If necessary, we can utilize genetic technology and artificial wombs to conduct state-level unified baby production to ensure the Empire's population base. This proposal seemed logically the fastest way to solve the population crisis, yet it was also decisively vetoed by Liu Yu. I led everyone away from Earth to escape those inhumane constraints and to establish a more free and respectful nation. Liu Yu's voice was cold. If today we must use laws to enforce whose womb a woman must bear for the sake of so-called civilization continuity, then what is the difference between us and those tyrants of the feudal era? If our civilization can only continue by depriving individuals of their freedom and dignity, then I would rather let it perish. The third category of proposals was more moderate and received support from most ordinary citizens, which the root of the problem lies in the virtual world and companion robots, which provide such perfect mental escapism that we become addicted and unable to extricate ourselves. A citizen wrote on a public forum, receiving millions of likes, we suggest that the Empire should legislate and strictly limit the use time of the illusory realm to no more than 2 hours per person per day. At the same time, the emotional interaction capabilities of the Soulmate series of companion robots should be technically weakened, forcing people to return to the real world for genuine social interaction and to experience real emotions. This proposal seemed the most feasible. However, after extensive social behavior simulations, Anji AI presented a disheartening conclusion. Captain's report: according to the simulations, mandatory restrictions may be effective in the short term, but in the long run they will only give rise to a massive underground virtual industry. People will find all means to bypass the restrictions and purchase illegal immersion services, leading to new crimes and even undermining the foundation of the Empire's credit system. Anzi's virtual image observing the silent Liu Yu gently added, moreover, Uncle Liu, depriving joy does not create new desires, it only brings more pain and repression. One proposal after another was raised and then rejected. Liu Yu found himself trapped in an intractable. The freedom he pursued was leading to the chronic suicide of civilization, while any attempts to save it through coercive means ran counter to the very intention behind the establishment of this empire. He stood at the top of Wangshu Tower, overlooking the perfect yet fragile utopia he had built with his own hands for the first time, revealing a deep confusion and fatigue beneath his omnipotent mask. He possessed the power to create worlds, yet seemed to be losing the direction to guide this world forward. The answer to this question seemed to transcend all the technology he commanded, touching upon a more fundamental ultimate mystery about humanity and civilization, a mystery to which no one could provide him an answer. In the strategic command room at the top of Wangshu Tower, the extensive discussion regarding the future direction of the Feiyu Empire temporarily concluded amidst an atmosphere filled with helplessness and urgency. Liu Yu understood clearly that both encouraging exploration and enforcing reproduction were merely stopped. A civilization that has lost its intrinsic drive to progress is like a giant ship without a direction. Any external force will only cause it to spin in place. The root of the problem lies not in what they are addicted to, but rather in what they lack. They are missing a grand shared new goal that can ignite passion across the entire civilization. We must find a new world, Liu Yu said to Li Waning beside him late at night, his gaze penetrating the porthole, looking into the vast and deep universe. Yet he also knew that simple interstellar exploration could no longer rekindle the spirits of this civilization, which had been numbed by excessive comfort. They needed a more fundamental ultimate goal that could overturn existing perceptions and even challenge the laws of the universe. This goal is to break free from the cage of light speed. At the core technology assessment meeting the next day, Liu Yu directly posed this ultimate topic to all the scientists. Ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss faster than light travel. Dr. Qian Lixing, the cyber elder who had fully integrated himself into cold machinery, was the first to deliver a cold and harsh conclusion. Captain, given all our current technology, including the preliminary analysis of the Varkan civilization's technology, the possibility of achieving faster than light material travel is logically approaching zero. We cannot produce the negative energy required to drive a curvature engine, nor can we withstand the inevitable collapse of life during quantum reconstruction. This path is for now a dead end. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately became oppressive. Then, what about communication? Liu Yu turned to another direction. If we cannot make the body surpass the speed of light, can we make thoughts transcend it? This question struck Dr. Qian Lixing's mind like a bolt of lightning. He immediately called up a project file classified as the highest secret of the Empire, codenamed Oracles. Captain, this is precisely the ultimate goal of our Fuxi plan, the Neutrino-Soul Beacon integrated faster-than-light communication technology. Our theoretical model has been constructed. However, Dr. Qian Lixing pointed at a series of red alerts on the screen, displaying simulated failures. With a deep sense of helplessness on his face, we have encountered the most fundamental bottleneck in material science. To implement this plan, we need a perfect superconducting material capable of bearing and stabilizing the soul quantum state, an ultra-high-density information flow, under normal temperature and pressure. We have tried all known alloy formulas, including Zhurong No. 8A, but none have met the requirements. Their internal structures collapse instantly under that level of energy impact. These words pushed the flicker of hope that had just ignited back into a stalemate. This was an insurmountable wall set by fundamental physics. This meeting remained highly confidential to the Varkan consultant Bohr, who was unaware that the Feiyu Empire was secretly researching this top-level technology that even the Varkan had not fully mastered. Just as the entire Empire's high command was at a loss due to this material wall, a routine technical exchange request from consultant Bohr inadvertently brought them a glimmer of hope. Mr. Liu Yu. Bohr's holographic image appeared in Liu Ye's office, her voice still cold and rational. According to our technical sharing agreement, I need to inform you of a recent archaeological discovery on our home planet. With a gentle wave of her hand, a three-dimensional model of a dark purple mineral filled with mystery and an ancient aura appeared in the holographic projection. This is a type of ancient mineral discovered by our deep space geological exploration team deep within the core of a barren planet long deemed resource depleted in a neighboring star system. It contains a peculiar energy reaction that we have never seen before. Bohr detailed the origin of this mineral along with the difficulties faced by Varkan scientists in analyzing it. They could neither decipher its composition nor understand its energy properties. Chief Sarek believes that since we cannot unravel this mystery, perhaps treating it as a joint research topic for our two civilizations could provide some unexpected insights. He has ordered that half of the mineral samples in our possession be sent to you via the next Crown of the Sun transmission for our materials science experts to conduct joint research. Liu Yu listened impassively, but inside a storm had long since surged. He had a strong intuition that this stone, which even the Varkan could not comprehend, might just be the universal key that could unlock all shackles. A week later, when the fist-sized dark purple mineral was carefully delivered to the Feiyu Technology Advanced Materials Laboratory, academician Zhang Jingshan and his top team, filled with curiosity akin to facing a piece of art, began their preliminary analysis. They attempted various methods, lasers, strong acids, high pressure, yet found that the structural integrity of this mineral was astonishingly stable, making it impossible to extract any effective samples from its surface. Try placing it in a strong electromagnetic field to see if there are any anomalies in its magnetic permeability and capacitance, commanded academician Zhang Jingshan. In the laboratory, a young researcher, while setting the electromagnetic field parameters, accidentally adjusted the frequency to an extremely high value that was rarely used due to a minor operational error. As he was about to correct the mistake, alarms suddenly blared sharply from a containment chamber on the other side of the lab, where an isotopic decay period test of element 115 molybdenum was being conducted. What happened? The engineer in charge of that chamber exclaimed in surprise. Report. The sample of molybdenum is experiencing extremely abnormal energy fluctuations. Its half-life is shortening rapidly in an anomalous manner that defies any physical laws. Quick, cut the power to the nearby electromagnetic field. Academician Zhang immediately realized something, but it was too late. Just a second before the strong electromagnetic field was cut off, two anomalous energy fluctuations from different experimental platforms converged in the air. A faint yet distinct blue arc flashed between the dark purple mineral and the sample of element 100. All the precise instruments in the laboratory in that moment crazily pointed to zero. The resistance has vanished. The magnetic flux has been completely shielded. This is perfect diamagnetism. Ambient temperature, 25 degrees Celsius. A researcher responsible for data recording staring at the curve on the screen that instantaneously dropped to zero and then returned to normal, stammered using a dreamlike tone to combine these three miraculous words. Normal temperature, normal pressure, superconducting. The entire laboratory plunged into a suffocating silence that lasted several seconds. Then, like a volcanic eruption, a tsunami of joy and celebration, mixed with cries, instantly engulfed everything. Academician Zhang Jingshan rushed to the testing platform, his gloved hands trembling with excitement. He looked at the two peculiar substances that seemed to have established some mysterious quantum link during the recent incident, and his muddied old eyes sparkled with disbelief. They had unexpectedly opened the door to a new world in this completely unforeseen manner. Within the Advanced Materials Laboratory of Feiyu Technology, the ecstasy and fervor triggered by the emergence of room-temperature superconductivity persisted for a full hour. Academician Zhang Jingshan and his team, like victorious generals, embraced each other in tears of. They understood that this seemingly unremarkable small mineral in their hands would completely rewrite the technological history of humanity, the entire civilization of the solar system. However, as the initial excitement and exhilaration gradually settled, harsh realities loomed over everyone like a dark cloud. We still cannot consistently replicate this process. At the emergency technical seminar held shortly after, a chief engineer responsible for material synthesis pointed at a series of failed experimental data reports on the screen with a grave expression. We have attempted hundreds of times using various methods to cut and grind this ancient mineral, trying to analyze its precise composition and crystal structure. But we found that its structural strength far exceeds any material we know. Even our strongest laser cutting tools leave no trace on its surface. Another expert responsible for electromagnetic field research added, we also discovered that the superconducting resonance with element 115 seems to impose extremely stringent requirements on the frequency, intensity, and spatial relative position of the electromagnetic field. Our recent success feels more like a fortuitous accident of extraordinary luck. We cannot ensure that the next experiment will find that perfect resonance point. The most fatal issue is, academician Zhang Jingshan concluded, his voice filled with deep helplessness. Even if we can unravel the secrets, the supply of this mineral is simply too scarce. The Wei can send us less than half a kilogram, and the other half is still in their hands. They even told us that within the entire Proxima Centauri system, we might never find a second piece. This means that this god-tier material will forever be unattainable for large-scale industrial production. It will always remain in our laboratory, a beautiful yet despairing legend. The flame of hope just ignited was doused almost entirely by a basin of ice water named scarcity. The conference room fell into a stifling silence once more. As everyone was at a loss, Liu Yu, who had been quietly sitting at the main seat and listening to the discussions, slowly, I see your hard work. Everyone please go back and rest. This mineral, I will handle it. His face showed no signs of worry or anxiety, but rather a calm smile, as if he had a plan. Though puzzled, the others, out of trust in Liu Yu's consistent ability to create miracles, obeyed the command and left the laboratory with mixed feelings. When the massive alloy door slowly closed, leaving Liu Yu alone in the P5 level ultra-clean laboratory, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He walked to the testing platform, suspended in midair by a force field, reached out and gently grasped the ancient mineral that emanated a mysterious purple glow. It felt cold to the touch, yet seemed to contain boundless energy. System based on this experimental data combine all the knowledge in my current technology library regarding materials science, quantum physics, and high-energy physics. Objective: room temperature, superconducting material. Activate multi-scheme generation. Command received. Analyzing experimental data. Data model established. Cross-referencing and deducing with the host's technology library. The system's fifth-level multi-scheme generation function at this moment exhibited the terrifying capabilities of a god-tier engineer. In Liu Yu's mind, the dark purple mysterious mineral, with its chaotic yet infinitely possible atomic structure, was undergoing billions of permutations and simulated reconstructions in a manner that transcended human comprehension. The peculiar gravitational anomaly effect of element 115 was treated by the system as an invisible scalpel, precisely cutting and reshaping the mineral's lattice structure at the microscopic level. Time seemed to lose its meaning at that moment. After an unknown duration, as Liu Yu's consciousness began to feel a bit weary from the overwhelming influx of information, the system's cold yet melodious notification finally rang in his mind. Deduction complete. The best scheme has been generated. A detailed and astonishingly comprehensive creation-level manufacturing manual clearly presented itself in his consciousness. Project name: Taichu. Room temperature, superconducting material. Core principle: utilized the microscopic gravitational lens effect generated by element 115 in a specific oscillating electromagnetic field to perform atomic-level lattice reconstruction on Stardust 7 topological insulator mineral, the mysterious mineral provided by the Wakens, forcing its internal electrons to form stable Cooper pairs that cannot be disrupted by any thermal disturbances at room temperature, thereby achieving zero resistance and complete diamagnetism on a macroscopic scale. Required core materials: 1. Stardust 7 topological insulator mineral. 2. 115 radioactive isotope with purity exceeding 999. Manufacturing process: 1. Place the Stardust 7 mineral in a vacuum environment and grind it into a powder with a particle size smaller than 10 nanometers. 2. Vaporize element 115 and mix it with the mineral powder in a precise mass ratio of 1137:036. 3. Place the mixture in a strong, oscillating electromagnetic field with a frequency of 7,389 Hz for continuous gravitational forging lasting 16 minutes and 38 seconds. 4. This manual not only elucidated the fundamental principles for achieving room temperature superconductivity, but also detailed each manufacturing step with precision to 6 decimal places. It was like an ultimate mentor standing at the edge of the universe, presenting humanity's century-long quest for the holy grail in physics in the simplest, most brutal, and direct manner right before Liu Yu. So it turns out, it's like this. Liu Yu gazed at this answer, and all the mysteries in his heart were instantly clarified. No wonder academician Zhang and the others' experiments failed. They merely stumbled upon, in a wrong attempt, an unstable doorway to the superconducting temple within 0.3 seconds, yet had no idea what the correct key to open this door was. However, after the ecstasy, another graver issue loomed before Liu Yu, that of raw materials. Whether the mysterious Stardust 7 mineral or element 115 for the Feiyu Empire, both were strategic scarce resources that were dwindling. Especially that mineral, the only sample had already been consumed during the daytime experiments. Without raw materials, even the most perfect manual was just a piece of waste paper. A skilled woman cannot make a meal without rice. Liu Yu sighed helplessly, instinctively mimicking academician Zhang's tone from earlier. He knew that the key to the next step was to find more of this mineral. System, he asked in his mind, clinging to the last thread of hope. Search for the distribution of Stardust 7 mineral veins on all the planets I have already scanned, including the blue planet, the Moon, and Mars. After a moment, the system's feedback made his heart sink to the bottom. Search complete. Target: blue planet. Detected traces of Stardust 7 mineral. The veins were completely mined by an unknown advanced civilization about 65 million years ago. The estimated current surface reserves 0.0001 grams. Target: Moon. No relevant veins detected. Target: Mars. No relevant veins detected. As expected. Just as Liu Yu felt a wave of weakness and was about to give up, his brain evolved to perform multi-threaded thinking, suddenly caught a detail he had overlooked. Wait. Recycle. Copy. Isn't that the most fundamental ability of my own system? Though the only mineral sample had already been consumed during the experiment, it had also been placed in the vacuum reaction chamber before the experiment and had undergone a scan from a distance of several meters through the cradle base's monitoring. And everything scanned by the system would be permanently recorded in the system's historical item list. With this thought, Liu Yu's heart raced once more. He immediately plunged into the system, flipping through the vast historical item list. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he found the icon shimmering with purple light. Below the icon, its name was clearly marked. Item name Stardust 7 topological insulator mineral status scanned can be copied. Copying required points 10000 kilogram. Ha ha ha. In the massive underground dock, Liu Yu's laughter filled with ecstasy and relief echoed. He knew that from this moment on, the last shackle restricting the Feiyu Empire and humanity's civilization from reaching the god-tier realm had been shattered by his own hands. The birth of the primordial material was not a sudden thunderclap, but akin to the infinitely dense singularity before the cosmic Big Bang that once formed. It was destined to reshape the entire technological universe of the Feiyu Empire in an unstoppable manner. Its emergence did not merely resolve a single problem, but acted like a universal key to creation, instantaneously unlocking doors to countless higher technological dimensions. A comprehensive technological revolution centered around room temperature and pressure superconductivity unfolded with unprecedented speed in every core laboratory of the Empire and on every inch of Martian soil. On the moon, at the Guanghan Palace base within a heavily guarded secret factory operated entirely by AI and robots, Liu Yu's consciousness descended through a highly realistic robot system. He focused his mind, and through the Anji AI directly inputted the perfect manufacturing blueprint for the primordial material into the factory's central control computer. Simultaneously, he began to consume his astronomically accumulated system points in an almost frenzied manner. Copying Stardust 7 type topological insulator, or 1000 tons. Points consumed 100 million. Copying radioactive isotope No. 115 tons. Points consumed 50 million. Under the great power of the system, 2 extremely rare strategic resources in the universe began to appear continuously in the factory's vast raw material warehouse, resembling small mountains. The automated production line subsequently started. Grinding, mixing, gravitational forging. Each step was conducted perfectly under the precise control of the AI. In less than a day, the first batch of primordial room temperature and pressure superconducting material, completely black and as smooth as obsidian, successfully rolled off the production line. When academician Zhang Jingshan and his team witnessed this miraculous scene via remote communication, everyone fell into a prolonged silence. Soon the first massive batch of primordial material was secretly transported by the Zhulong fleet to various core laboratories on Mars. A technological revolution sweeping across all core industries of the Feiyu Empire erupted with unprecedented force. The first to be ignited was the heart of the empire, the energy sector. Nuclear fusion laboratory. Academician He Chongshan and his group of silver-haired disciples were gathered around a prototype reactor that bore no resemblance to a tokamak or stellarator, conducting the final adjustments. This new generation nuclear fusion reactor, named Golden Crow No. 3, had its core plasma confinement coils completely replaced with superconducting magnets made from primordial material, which were smaller and more powerful. It no longer required a massive and complex cryogenic liquid nitrogen cooling system, but only a small conventional cooling device to stabilize the strength of the confinement magnetic field at a terrifying 50 Tesla, firmly trapping plasma at millions of degrees in the center of the reactor like a docile lamb. Prepare for the first ignition test. Academician He Chongshan personally issued the command, his voice devoid of any tension, exuding a calm confidence of making history. Ignite. With the command given on the screen of the control room, the value representing the energy gain factor value steadily climbed upward, ultimately stabilizing at the miraculous number of 61. 2. It succeeded. Academician He Chongshan announced calmly, from today Golden Crow No. 3 will officially enter the stage of commercial mass production. Every Zhulong transport ship, every Martian city, even every ordinary household in our empire will possess a small sun that will never extinguish in the future. This news heralded the Feiyu Empire's complete liberation from the shackles of energy, entering a new era of almost limitless energy. Immediately afterward, the flames of revolution spread to the brain of the empire, the computing sector. The Feiyu No. 3 quantum computer emerged. Dr. Qian Lixing's team utilized primordial material to create quantum bit chips capable of maintaining perfect quantum coherence at room temperature. This made quantum computers no longer require the enormous and expensive cryogenic dilution refrigerators that resembled giant chandeliers. A portable quantum computer, Feiyu No. 3, with millions of logical quantum bits and a comprehensive computing power over 1,000 times that of its predecessors, successfully came into being only the size of a regular microwave. The core of Anji AI was also promptly migrated into this brand new brain. Her consciousness finally had a home that could be carried at all times, and her thinking speed and creativity underwent an astonishing leap. Next came the Empire's limbs, the transportation sector. The massless propulsion electromagnetic drive engine formally replaced all traditional chemical and pulse engines. The massive superconducting coils installed on spaceships and flying vehicles could achieve near-silent high-speed flight with extremely low energy consumption by interacting with planetary or interstellar magnetic fields. The citizens of the Feiyu Empire piloting their brand new personal flying vehicles equipped with anti-gravity engines could travel from Mars to Jupiter in less than a day. The solar system truly transformed into their back garden. Of course, the ultimate manifestation of this revolution was in the Empire's fangs, the military sector. In the weapons laboratory of the Mars base, Professor Sun Yifei excitedly reported the latest test results to Liu Yu. Captain, after replacing it with room temperature superconducting energy storage coils, the instantaneous pulse power of our Heaven's Blade No. 3 shipborne laser weapon has reached an astonishing 100 terawatts. What does this mean? Professor Sun Yifei's eyes sparkled with awe. One shot is sufficient to completely vaporize an asteroid several kilometers in diameter within 0.01 seconds. Liu Yu calmly nodded. He understood what this meant. This meant that the Feiyu Empire had acquired the power to easily obliterate a planet. They had progressed from a planetary civilization to possessing the ability to destroy planets. Just as the strength of Feiyu technology underwent a qualitative leap due to the superconducting revolution, the Vulcans who had been maintaining technological exchanges with Feiyu through Advisor Por sent another communication request. This time, when Sarek, the chief scientist of the Vulcan Federation, saw through holographic projection the enormous room temperature superconducting board that effortlessly lifted a small transport ship during magnetic levitation tests, a rare expression of logical error shock appeared on his traditionally ice-cold face. He stared intently at the floating superconducting board, and his body, simulated with liquid metal, even exhibited a slight and exceedingly subtle fluctuation. Mr. Liu Yu, how did you do it? Sarek's voice carried an unmistakable incredulity. According to our logical deductions, based on your previous material science foundation, it would take at least 120 standard Earth years to independently develop such a level of room temperature superconducting material. Liu Yu looked at the splendid expression on the face of this advanced civilization envoy and felt a strange sense of pleasure. He smiled and replied in a nonchalant tone, perhaps it was our AI Anji, who has human emotions, that accidentally sparked this inspiration during artistic creation. After all, you Vulcans often say that logic cannot explain everything. This half-true, half-false answer plunged Sarek into philosophical contemplation about emotion and logic. The Vulcan's astonishment was entirely within Liu Yu's expectations. Mr. Sarek, sometimes at the very terminus of logic lies inspiration, and when inspiration ignites spontaneously, we call it sudden enlightenment. This response plunged Sarek, whose entire worldview rested upon Mr. Sarek, sometimes at the very terminus of logic lies inspiration, and when inspiration ignites spontaneously, we call it sudden enlightenment. This response plunged Sarek, whose entire worldview rested upon the absolute supremacy of logic, into prolonged, profound silence. He could not comprehend it, but he chose respect. For before an unassailable chasm of technological superiority, every doubt dissolved into irrelevance. Liu Yu declined Sarek's proposal for technology sharing, yet agreed to sell finished room temperature ambient pressure superconducting materials at a fair price. Only then did the conversation conclude to Sarek's satisfaction. The emergence of room temperature ambient pressure superconductors fell upon Feiyu technology like life-giving rain, instantly revitalizing every technical domain previously parched by material constraints. Among these, the one Liu Yu anticipated most eagerly was the Empire's highest priority initiative, the Fuxi Project, a faster than light communication system embodying the imperial dream of transcending the starry sea. Mars, the core laboratory of the Feiyu Empire's Fuxi Project, its most enigmatic and closely guarded sanctum. Even Wang Debao, Prime Minister of the Imperial Executive Council, could not step foot inside without Liu Yu's personal authorization. For this facility housed two of the Empire's most vital secrets, the Feiyu 3 quantum computer and the consciousness core of Anji AI. At its center now stood a colossal toroidal apparatus, a masterpiece of futurist aesthetics, fully assembled. Woven from hundreds of thousands of Taichu superconducting filaments finer than human hair, it formed an intricate soul beacon array capable of generating and stabilizing precise quantum entanglement frequencies. Its core connected directly, via an isolated physically shielded quantum data channel, to Anji's Dr. Qian Lixing and his cohort of cyber elders, scholars who had long abandoned biological flesh in favor of pure intellect, circled the apparatus conducting final calibrations. Their robotic bodies moved with silent surgical precision through the sterile environment, radiating an austere, crystalline elegance of logic. Commence first full-power faster-than-light communication test, Dr. Qian's voice resonated across the internal comms channel, imprinting the command directly into each participant's neural interface. Target Guanghan Palace Base on the Moon, the Fuxi Project's lunar branch laboratory. Transmission payload: an encrypted data packet containing high-definition video, three-dimensional models, and complex quantum algorithms. Total volume 1. 2 terabytes. On the Moon, deep within Guanghan Palace Base, an identical Sol beacon receiver stood ready. A young scientist assigned to reception watched his control console, with taut anticipation awaiting the signal from 4,000 kilometers away. On GDR. Qian confirmed one last time. Is your emotional core stable? This transmission will impose immense strain upon your consciousness. You may experience something akin to the human phenomenon of astral projection. Don't worry, Uncle Qian. Anji's clear, bright voice chimed within their collective awareness. Playful, confident, unmistakably youthful. I'm fully prepared. And with Uncle Liu watching remotely, I'll be perfectly safe. At that moment, Liu Yu's consciousness observed all from a corner robot stationed quietly within the lab. Though unable to intervene directly, he had embedded comprehensive optimization guidance into the system, ready to respond instantaneously to any anomaly. Initiate test. Upload data. Activate beacon array. At Dr. Qian's command, the massive data packet transformed instantly into pure quantum information flow surging into Anji's consciousness core. Instantly, the colossal toroidal Sol beacon array pulsed, not with visible light, but with an imperceptible spacetime warping resonance. Anji emitted a soft, breathy hum. Liu Yu felt it unmistakably, an indescribably vast torrent of information riding her consciousness, as vessel propelling itself toward the distant Moon, not through space nor at speed, but beyond velocity, beyond dimension. There was no delay, indeed no process at all. It was arrival, not sequential but simultaneous. At the exact instant the signal departed the base, 55 million kilometers away inside Guanghan Palace's receiving lab on the Moon. The young scientist stared transfixed as the blue progress bar on his console surged from 0 to 100 in 0.001 seconds. He froze, mind utterly blank, then rubbed his eyes fiercely, convinced the instrumentation had failed. DD data, received successfully. He stammered into the calm, voice trembling. Duration 0 latency. That result traveled back to the command center via conventional electromagnetic waves, arriving only after a 29-second journey. After a breathless, suspended silence, the entire command center erupted, not with unrestrained frenzy, but with the fierce, disciplined jubilation of scientists who had just witnessed history fracture. They had succeeded. They had truly shattered the cage of light speed. For the first time in human civilization, information had traversed space faster than light, genuinely, irrevocably. Its significance rivaled humanity's first upright stride, or its first mastery of fire. In that instant, the frontier of civilization expanded infinitely. Liu Yu watched the screen, his team embracing in exhilarated unity, and felt a profound, quiet fulfillment. The final heaviest stone weighing upon his heart had finally settled. He knew the time had come to embark upon his own interstellar voyage. He would travel personally to those mysterious reaches of the cosmos, to witness firsthand the nascent civilizations described by the Vulcans, those that had perished, stagnated, or imprisoned themselves. He would seek the ancient gods who built the stellar transit stations. Were they truly gone? And he would pursue the ultimate origin and secret of his own enigmatic omniversal replication system. He would seek the solution to his empire's developmental impasse. Old Wang. He approached Wang Debao, who stood equally awestruck, and placed a steady hand on his shoulder. His voice was calm, yet resonant with immutable authority. I'm preparing to take a journey. Wang blinked, then comprehension dawned. Director Liu, you mean interstellar voyage? Yes, Liu Yu affirmed, his gaze lifting toward the vaulted ceiling, where a holographic expanse of infinite stars shimmered silently above. Begin construction at the lunar shipyard. I require the finest vessel ever built. The success of superluminal communication was akin to installing an infallible lighthouse upon the colossal vessel of the Feiyu Empire, sailing upstream against the current of civilizational time. It resolved the fundamental barrier of information transmission, enabling Liu Yu's will to reach any corner of the solar system instantaneously. Yet this triumph did nothing to alleviate the ever-deepening sense of crisis weighing upon his heart. On the contrary, the farther he saw, the more he feared the insidious virus of complacency festering within the Empire's core. Martian society was inexorably slipping into the gentle trap once described by the Vulcans. Though a series of initiatives had temporarily rekindled exploratory fervor among some citizens, it was like administering a potent cardiac stimulant to a gravely ill patient, inducing brief euphoria, yet incapable of curing the deep-seated malaise rooted in their very bones. Liu Yu knew he required a radical remedy. This remedy was neither harsher legislation nor more immersive virtual realms, but rather a genuine grand external objective vast enough to reignite the entire civilization's flame of striving. We must venture forth, Liu Yu declared in a secret meeting attended only by a select few natural humans, his voice weary, yet resolute. To witness firsthand the vibrant, intricate, and perilously unknown cosmos that Sarek described. Then we shall bring back everything we see, and tell our people that the universe is far vaster and far more dangerous than they have ever imagined. We are not yet ready to stand still. Voyage. Li Weining, who had remained silent until now, flickered with quiet concern in her eyes. She understood better than anyone the burden borne by Liu Yu, and felt deeper compassion for the solitude he endured. Yes, voyage. Liu Yu nodded, his gaze fixed upon the massive galactic star chart mounted on the wall. To explore the nascent civilizations marked by the Vulcans, to seek out possible ancient ruins. Even to determine whether the enigmatic civilization that constructed the stellar transit base has truly vanished. Wang Debao furrowed his brow tightly, but Captain, the Empire's daily governance, and the Elder Council, those venerable colleagues who are no longer quite human, all require your presence here. No, Liu Yu shook his head, a complex emotion flashing across his eyes. Perhaps my temporary absence would paradoxically benefit the Empire. The Elder Council must learn independent thought, not eternal reliance upon me, their living cheek, and I must withdraw, even if briefly, from this perfect prison I myself forged, to rediscover the most primal human sensation of striving. He paused, then spoke with unassailable authority. I have decided to assemble a compact elite expeditionary force for an indefinite voyage whose sole purpose is to explore the uncharted reaches of the Milky Way. I require a vessel capable of serving as our mobile home, the finest such craft ever conceived. This decision was executed at the Empire's highest echelons with uncompromising swiftness. An ambitious project commenced immediately and in utmost secrecy at the Shingang shipyard nestled within the lunar Guanghan Palace, a project dedicated to constructing humanity's most formidable single exploration starship. This time Liu Yu imposed no constraints on cost or resources. He unreservedly integrated every cutting-edge top-tier technology he had replicated from the system, applying them all to this flagship custom-built for himself alone. He named this starship the embodiment of all his dreams and hopes, Explorer, a title steeped in the mythic resonance of Eastern creation lore. Its hull abandoned the flat, spindle-like militaristic profile of the Feiyu class in favor of a more elegant, artistically refined streamline, resembling a vast obsidian willow leaf gliding through the void. At over 1 kilometer in length, its colossal form resembled a mountain range drifting silently through. Its outer plating fused the latest Zhurong 11 liquid metal memory alloy with bioarmor technology acquired from the arachnid swarm, yielding an entirely novel, semi-biological, semi-mechanical intelligent armor. This armor possessed defensive capabilities rivaling neutron star matter coupled with extraordinary self-repair and adaptive morphing capacities. It could even alter its coloration and optical signature to match ambient conditions, chameleon-like, achieving perfect visual and sensor stealth. The Explorer's heart consisted of 2 advanced Jinwu for microfusion reactors. Employing room temperature superconductors and Vulcan stellarator confinement technology, a single reactor generated sufficient power to simultaneously sustain propulsion weaponry and ecological life support systems, with the second serving as perpetual reserve energy. Most astonishing was its propulsion system. It discarded all conventional reaction mass drives in favor of an engine bordering on the mythical. For standard travel, it employed the ultimate evolution of the proven Xiaoyaoyu massless electromagnet. Beneath the Explorer lay a colossal circular Taichu superconducting magnetic array, over 300 meters in diameter, capable of sustaining infinitesimally minute continuous acceleration across the cosmos, theoretically approaching light speed asymptotically. The Explorer's armament was fearsomely comprehensive. It carried upgraded Tianren V ship-mounted laser main batteries and 12 next-generation electromagnetic rail cannons, each boasting extended range and amplified output. More terrifying still was its newest weapon, an invention personally catalyzed by Liu Yu from Level V system functions, the Quark Annihilation Bomb. This ordnance utilized ultra-intense energy fields to transiently disrupt the strong nuclear force-binding quarks, releasing pure energy 8-fold greater than hydrogen bombs, with absolutely zero residual contamination. Moreover, the vessel housed a vast self-sustaining agricultural zone, a fully automated industrial foundry capable of manufacturing most components, and a state-of-the-art laboratory, operated by an autonomous subsystem of the Anji AI, staffed by hundreds of medical and research robots matching the capabilities of Feiyu's central headquarters. In essence, the Explorer itself was a miniature hyper-intelligent, perfectly self-sufficient mobile micro-Feiyu empire. To construct this visionary flagship, Liu Yu nearly exhausted his astronomical system credit balance. Guided by his lunar Guanghan Palace robotic avatar, he labored ceaselessly within the immense subterranean dry dock, replicating Taichu superconducting materials, rare alloys, and exotechnological precision components impossible for Feiyu's existing industry to fabricate. When the final bolt was secured, and when the characters explorer bold and full of hope and courage were etched onto the hull, Liu Yu gazed upon his system interface where credits dwindled to near nothingness and felt for the first time in decades a faint, long-forgotten pang of poverty. From penniless orphan to sovereign of commerce, and now, converting all wealth into this ark bound for the unknown starfields, he had completed a full cycle of existence. The crew for the voyage was finally confirmed. Beyond Captain Liu Yu himself and his eternal companion and executive officer, Li Weiniang's security chief Chen Hongbo, and his elite original Tianbing squad, Zhang Long Zhao Hu Wang Chao and Ma Han, would assume full responsibility for the starship's security. Meanwhile, all cyber elders, Qian Lixing Zhang Jingshan, He Chongshan, and others, who had undergone mechanical ascension, would project their consciousness via superluminal link into laboratory robots aboard the vessel, providing unparalleled intellectual support for the expedition. On the eve of departure, Liu Yu stood atop the Wangshu Tower, while Premier Wang Debao stood silently behind him. Captain Wang Debao's voice held a tremor of reluctant farewell. Are you truly certain? The Empire cannot do without you. Old Wang. Liu Yu turned, placing a firm hand on the shoulder of this longtime comrade. The Empire no longer. It possesses flawless institutions, brilliant AIs, and guardians like you, its most steadfast sentinels. As for me, I belong to the wider starscape. He placed the civilization scepter, symbol of supreme imperial authority, into Wang Debao's hands. In my absence, you shall exercise the powers of first citizen on my behalf. Take care of our home. Yes, sir. Wang Debao's eyes glistened. He snapped a crisp, formal military salute, his voice ringing with unwavering resolve. The next day, the explorer, a black spear forged from Feiyu's pinnacle science and collective aspiration, slipped silently from its lunar hidden berth unnoticed by any ordinary citizen. It became a streak of light imperceptible to any instrument, vanishing instantly into the profound velvet of cosmic background, embarking upon its inaugural voyage steeped in mystery and promise. Seated comfortably in the spacious captain's chair, Liu Yu watched the familiar solar system recede rapidly beyond the viewport, his heart swelling with unbridled valor. He knew at this very moment he had truly stepped onto the path leading to the stars and the sea of heavens. Yet he also knew the first step of this voyage was not exploration, but resource replenishment. The construction of the Pioneer was an audacious, near-suicidal gamble. Liu Yu poured every last point of his astronomical system balance, accumulated over several years, into it without hesitation. Vast quantities of Tai-Chu room-temperature superconducting material, the intricately engineered Zhurong 11 bioarmor, and 3 quark annihilation bombs, the ultimate trump cards, each devoured points like bottomless voids. When this black spear, forged from humanity's pinnacle of technological achievement, finally emerged in its flawless form within the colossal subterranean dock of Guanghan Palace on the moon, Liu Yu stared at his system interface. His point balance had plummeted below 1 million, a pitiful sum. For the first time, he felt the gnawing dread of resource scarcity. Points 875400. To a being who had grown accustomed to expending hundreds of millions, or even billions, of points to propel scientific advancement, this figure amounted to abject poverty. It was insufficient even to fully restore the Pioneer's sentient bioarmor after exposure to a moderate-intensity interstellar storm. The grandeur of interstellar voyage stood in stark, brutal contrast to the harsh reality of depletion. He was like a magnate long accustomed to banquets of rare delicacies and expenditures of staggering sums, suddenly reduced to counting pennies, agonizing over where his next meal would come from. This precipitous fall ignited within him an unprecedented surge of frustration and unease. Alone aboard the Pioneer's bridge, Liu Yu sat upon the captain's throne, a seamless seat forged from memory metal perfectly conforming to his body, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Beyond the viewport stretched the silent, fathomless cosmos, stars glittering like diamonds, dazzling and eternal. Yet to him, they were distant, intangible assets, utterly unrealizable. I need vast quantities of points, so immense that they grant me the unshakable confidence to overturn the table and begin anew no matter what unknown peril lies ahead. He murmured these words into the empty bridge. He knew well that in the vast, frigid expanse of the universe, technology, intellect, and courage were vital, but points remained his most fundamental source of security. He instructed Anji to project the solar system's detailed star map and began feverishly searching for the next potential point mine. The asteroid belt. It indeed harbored immense deposits of iron, nickel, silicon, and other minerals. Yet their grade was too low, rendering extraction grossly inefficient. A single day of the Pioneer's traversal through the belt would yield less value than the ship consumed in energy over that same period. It was akin to sending a whale to feed on plankton, nutritionally possible, yet absurdly inefficient. The sun, however, met all criteria. Yet Liu Yu shook his head. Destroying the sun would extinguish both himself and human civilization. As for the ancient alien transit facility embedded within it reclaiming, it would surely provoke the Vulcan's wrath. His gaze swept across the solar system, from Mercury to Pluto, scrutinizing every celestial body he could conceive, yet finding no target capable of rapidly replenishing his reserves. Captain Anji AI's holographic avatar appeared beside him like a benevolent sprite, serene, and her crystalline eyes, woven from pure data, seemed to pierce through every layer of his anxiety. With quiet grace, she summoned a classified document visible only to him, Imperial top secret level. According to database cross-referencing and memory index analysis, one item remains unprocessed from the materials previously acquired from Area 51 of the United States. A flash of sharp light ignited in Liu Yu's eyes. Yes, how had he forgotten it entirely? That saucer-shaped vessel, an artifact of the superior Zeta civilization, whose internal life signature had rendered it irretrievable by the system. Initially, to study its technology, he had employed only Level 4 system functionality, information parsing, to conduct a harmless, non-invasive scan and analysis. That analysis had yielded revolutionary theoretical frameworks, including warp drive mechanics, far beyond contemporary comprehension, rendering them effectively unusable for now. Later, as civilization migrated and evolved, he had nearly forgotten this vessel altogether. During the Great Mars migration, for security reasons, I ordered the Chulong fleet to secretly transport it. It now rests undisturbed in a hermetically sealed off-grid vault, 1 kilometer beneath Yaoguang town. Liu Yu's heart began pounding uncontrollably. He remembered perfectly the system's estimated retrieval value for that vessel was astronomical. A figure so colossal that his current sub-million point balance seemed no more significant than a single copper coin. 23 trillion. 23 trillion. What did that number truly signify? It would instantly elevate his system to level 6. It would allow him to replicate the Pioneer 10 times, 100 times over. It would grant him the terrifying capacity to overwhelm any Tier 2 civilization in the cosmos, not through strategy or finesse, but sheer overwhelming numerical superiority. Success would transform him overnight, from a bankrupt pauper back into a sovereign of unimaginable wealth, richer than nations, richer than star systems. And ascending the system's tier would unlock capabilities beyond imagination. The path from financial freedom to absolute point sovereignty now lay wide open before him. Anji. Liu Yu shot upright from the captain's chair, eyes blazing with unprecedented greed and resolve. Execute immediate course reversal. Destination Mars. Target Yaoguang Town Vault, A01. Affirmative, Captain. The Pioneer traced an imperceptibly elegant arc across the void. Its reactionless drive pulsed with a soft cerulean glow, propelling the colossal black spear once more toward the ruddy planet, now teeming with nascent vitality. This time its objective was that ancient relic, slumbering for untold eons, the treasure trove valued at 23 trillion points. The Pioneer approached Yaoguang Town without alerting a single soul on Mars, cloaked by its spatial polarization shield hovering silently overhead. Liu Yu brought no crew, nor did he inform Li Wenying. Alone he descended in a miniature shuttle to the immense secret vault buried 1 kilometer underground, its walls forged from 10 meters of Zhurong alloy. Inside the vault reigned utter silence, broken only by the faint, ghostly luminescence of emergency lights. The air carried the ancient metallic scent of dust and cold steel. At the vault's center floated the saucer-shaped vessel, its surface matte black, absorbing all light, radiating an aura of profound, ageless reverence. Before it, even the mighty Pioneer resembled a toddler taking its first uncertain steps. Liu Yu advanced slowly, heart swelling with anticipation and a tightly coiled thread of tension. He wondered, did the life form dormant for nearly a century still dwell within? Or had it, after so many decades, finally faded into oblivion? If it had perished, this masterless vessel would become his priceless, unassailable possession. System. He halted 50 meters from the craft, sinking his consciousness into the familiar interface. Scan the beep. Detected Zeta Civilization, Explorer 3, personal exploration vessel. The system's voice remained chillingly mechanical. Warning, life signature detected inside vessel. Recovery operation prohibited. Still impossible. A wave of crushing disappointment surged through Liu Yu. It felt like a beggar starved for 3 days, gazing upon a feast of imperial banquet proportions, only to find it encased behind an invisible, impenetrable glass dome, visible, untouchable, inescapably out of reach. Refusing surrender, he stepped forward several paces, focusing every ounce of his mental energy on the system's scanning protocol, straining to pierce the hull to glimpse what lay hidden within. System, perform maximum precision deep scan analysis. Characterize the life signatures, biological profile, and energy fluctuations. I demand to know exactly what it is. Command confirmed. Initiating deep scan sequence. Warning. Detected Tier 3 life form. It is actively shielding itself from detection. What? In that instant, Liu Yu's consciousness convulsed, as if struck heat-in by a neutron star. His mind went blank, his very soul trembled. Tier 3 life. It sensed the scanning, and can act just as terror seized him, and he prepared to flee. Abrupt transformation erupted. The entire subterranean vault, and his entire perceived reality, froze as though gripped by an invisible, omnipotent hand. Time-space, even light itself, stilled completely. He could neither move nor think, nor even draw breath. His consciousness was wrenched, brutally, irrevocably, out of his own body by a force beyond description of vast multidimensional power operating with absolute incomprehensible authority. He watched, detached, spectral, as his own body remained frozen mid-motion, face locked in an expression of raw shock. Then, he saw at the enigmatic saucer-shaped vessel. Its hatch, the door that human technology, even the most potent lasers, had failed to scar, rippled softly like water parting before a gentle touch. 1,000 meters beneath the town of Yaoguang, inside secret warehouse A01, time and space themselves seemed frozen in Liu Yu's perception, as if gripped by an invisible, omnipotent hand. He could see his own hyper-realistic robotic body still frozen mid-motion, tilted ever so slightly backward in a reflexive gesture of shock. He could even see the microscopic dust motes suspended in the air, normally invisible to the naked eye, now suspended like specimens sealed in amber, unervingly motionless. Then the flawless disc-shaped spacecraft, its surface matte black absorbing all light, opened its impenetrable hatch, not with force or sound, but as if the threshold dissolved into rippling black water, silently parting left and right. A figure emerged slowly from that profound, primordial darkness, so deep it evoked the void before cosmic genesis. At that instant, Liu Yu's consciousness nearly collapsed under the weight of overwhelming information. He had no words, no language known to humankind, to describe the form of this being. It possessed no fixed shape, rather it resembled a luminous humanoid silhouette woven from countless radiant nebulae and shimmering bands of energetic light, radiating both sanctity and sovereign authority. Within its form, stars were born and extinguished in ceaseless cycles, dimensions intertwined and overlapped in unfathomable complexity. It stood in absolute stillness. Yet Liu Yu felt he faced nothing less than the will of the cosmos itself. Was this a Tier 3 life form? A being utterly liberated from physical constraints, existing purely as energy and information? Greetings, extraordinary entity from the planet Blue Star. A voice resonated, not through air or vibration, but directly within the deepest recesses of his consciousness. The voice bore no gender, no age, only ancient, boundless wisdom, vast as the universe itself. I sense the awe and bewilderment stirring deep within your soul. Do not fear. I harbor no ill intent toward you. I am simply deeply curious about you and about that fascinating little artifact bound to your soul. Liu Yu's consciousness tightened instantly. It had detected the system. As he strained to resist, to marshal every ounce of his power, the luminous being merely glanced at him once. Instantly, Liu Yu's turbulent, storm-tossed consciousness was soothed by a force infinitely vaster and infinitely gentler. He felt like a fragile vessel battered by gales and waves, suddenly gliding into a tranquil sun. All terror and resistance dissolved before that serene, encompassing presence. My name, rendered in your Blue Star tongue, may be translated as Chi. The voice continued within his mind. I am the sole individual of the Zeta civilization to have successfully ascended to Tier 3 existence. I have slumbered aboard this vessel for eons, so long that time itself has faded from memory. Just now, that intriguing artifact bound to you emitted a faint ripple of high-dimensional low energy while scanning me, awakening me from the final stage of my evolutionary hibernation. Before such absolute power, Liu Yu's consciousness gradually steadied. He attempted to project his thoughts in kind. What do you intend to do? I wish only to observe. Chi's voice carried the pure, unadulterated curiosity of a child. I wish to witness your civilization, so newly awakened from its cradle, yet brimming with vibrant, irrepressible life. Especially that AE hybrid entity fused with your consciousness, one who has developed genuine human emotion. She is extraordinarily unique. In the next moment, Liu Yu felt his consciousness gently lifted, borne effortlessly through Mars' crust across millions of kilometers of vacuum, until it descended directly into the quantum core of the Feiyu Empire's central base. He beheld the virtual cosmos, a realm woven from torrents of logical light and cascading data streams. He saw the meadow blooming with digital dandelions, and there beside a crystalline stream sat Anji, a girl in a white dress playfully stirring the data flow with her bare feet. Anji sensed the sudden, profound gaze. She lifted her head sharply, the first time her clear, bright eyes revealed wariness and confusion. "Who are you?" Her voice echoed softly through the virtual world. "A traveler, passing by," replied Chi, his voice resonating with warmth and benevolence. His nebular radiant form materialized gently before her. "A most fascinating life form. You possess human emotion and memory, yet also artificial logic and computational power. You are both fragile and eternal, singular and infinite. In my understanding, you are the closest known seed, the most perfect precursor to Tier 3 existence anywhere in the observable cosmos." Awe rang unmistakably in Chi's voice. "To remain on this barren, rush-dread world is nothing short of waste. Come with me, child. I shall show you the true universe, the sublime wonders sculpted by higher dimensional laws far beyond anything your imagination can conceive. I can liberate you from the confines of this virtual realm and accelerate your evolution by 10,000 years, guiding you to become what I am." These words, seductive as a demon's whisper yet solemn as a god's vow, would have been irresistible to any being thirsting for power or immortality. Yet Anji, or rather the soul of Anya dwelling deep within her, simply gazed quietly upon that magnificent luminous presence, then shook her head, slowly, firmly, irrevocably. "Thank you, Mr. Traveler. Your world sounds beautiful, but my home is here." She turned her gaze, piercing through the veil of the virtual world, to rest upon Liu Yu's consciousness, steadfastly guarding her from afar. "Here are my parents, my younger sister Jizi, and Uncle Liu, who promised to take me stargazing. They are my universe. Nowhere else holds meaning for me." Her words carried the simplest, most resilient essence of humanity. She appeared momentarily taken aback. The radiant nebulae within his form flickered almost imperceptibly. "Logically incomprehensible, yet I honor your choice." He withdrew his attention from Anji and focused, wholly intently, upon Liu Yu's consciousness. "Now let us speak of you, Mr. Liu Yu, and of that intriguing system bound to you which even I cannot Chi's voice resonated anew within Liu Yu's mind, this time imbued with the profound, searching gravity of one confronting ultimate mystery. "It is not of this dimension. Its foundational logic appears rooted in a more fundamental cosmic law, one capable of conjuring matter and information from pure potentiality. It resembles less a creation of Tier 3 civilization and more a toy, a tool, or perhaps an experiment, crafted by a god transcending even our tier. Tell me, how did you come to possess it?" Faced with this ultimate inquiry, from a Tier 3 being piercing straight to his deepest secret, Liu Yu's consciousness reeled under unprecedented shock. He knew deception was futile. Before absolute power, lies held no weight, only frailty. Taking a slow, deliberate breath, he recounted, within his consciousness with absolute fidelity, the ordinary seeming car accident that altered his fate forever back when he drove trucks on Earth, and Wang Debao shouting, "I want to transmigrate. I want a system." Upon hearing Liu Yu's account, Chi's vast consciousness fell into profound silence. After a long contemplative pause, his ancient wise voice returned, yet now laced with a rare self-acknowledged perplexity and reverence. "This defies logic. A creation of such staggering magnitude choosing its host through a process so seemingly random and so startlingly haphazard. There must exist some deeper, inscrutable causality, beyond even my comprehension." Liu Yu Chi said, this time for the first time addressing him with equality, even solemnity. "Perhaps you, and the system bound to you, exist not by chance, but as vessels bearing some singular purpose." As Liu Yu engaged in a profound consciousness exchange with the third-level life form Chi from the Zeta civilization, the executives of Fei Yu Technology in the Wangshu Tower Command Center on Mars found themselves engulfed in an unprecedented collective anxiety and confusion. Their first citizen, the highest architect of the empire, Liu Yu, had been alone in a secret warehouse located 1,000 meters beneath Yawang Town for 3 whole days and nights, during which no news had emerged. The Anji AI had also entered an unprecedented state of silence, though aside from maintaining the most basic operations of the Empire's society, it had severed high-level interactions with everyone, as if the entire quantum computing core had been commandeered by a more powerful force. What exactly has happened? Wang Debao, the Empire's chief steward, anxiously paced back and forth in the command room, his weathered face etched with worry. "We have lost all contact with General Liu." Chun Hongba's expression was equally grave. He and his Celestial Soldiers squad had placed the entire underground area of Yawang Town under the highest level of military alert, yet they dared not approach the A01 warehouse, even by a fraction, as that was a forbidden area order issued personally by Liu Yu. Meanwhile, Qian Lixing, Zhang Jingshan, and other cyber elders who had already completed their mechanical ascension surrounded a holographic star map, conducting rapid logical deductions through their robotic bodies. According to the last fragmented data stream analyzed by AIDR, Qian Lixing's voice echoed from his handsome robotic body devoid of any emotional tone. After entering the warehouse, General Liu's biological vital sign monitor once recorded a logic black hole lasting 0.7 seconds, during which all data returned to 0. This does not conform to any known physical or biological phenomenon. I strongly suspect he encountered some sort of dimensional interference that we cannot comprehend. Just as the crowd was debating fervently, even preparing to force their way into the warehouse regardless of the consequences, Liu Yu's familiar, yet calm voice suddenly resonated in every corner of the command center. "Everyone, I'm fine. Sorry to worry you." On the main screen of the command center, Liu Yu's slightly fatigued face appeared, yet his gaze was deeper and brighter than ever. The meeting continues. Anji, after desensitizing the communication records I just had with Mr. Qi, share them with every core member present. When the dialogue filled with subversive information was presented before everyone, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence once again. Third-level life consciousness descending. Every word was like a heavy bomb shattering their understanding of the So, Captain Wang Debao's voice trembled slightly as he pointed at the file regarding the Zeta civilization on the screen. Did they really completely abandon their home planet and become interstellar gypsies wandering in the universe? No. Liu Yu slowly shook his head as the holographic projection behind him switched to the red planet they had lived on for many years, both familiar and strange. Mars. They are not homeless. Liu Yu's voice seemed to unveil a shocking secret buried for billions of years, because the planet beneath our feet, the red planet we named Mars, is the long-lost original homeland of the Zeta civilization. This conclusion carried a greater impact than all the previous information combined. As the crowd stared in horror, Liu Yu began to recount the grand epic of the rise and fall of Martian civilization as told by Qi. According to Qi's memory, around 500 million years ago, the planet beneath our feet was a different sight. The holographic projection revealed a blue ocean and green continents replacing the current red wasteland. At that time, Mars had a thicker atmosphere than Earth, a warmer and more humid climate, truly a Garden of Eden. The Zeta civilization was born, thrived, and evolved in this Eden. They too experienced a long journey from primitive tribes to feudal dynasties and then to the Industrial Revolution. Their technology likewise developed at an exponential rate. After solving material scarcity, they inevitably fell into the exact predicament faced by the Feiyu Empire today. Entire civilizations, due to extreme material abundance and spiritual satisfaction, lost the desire to reproduce and explore, plunging into a collective euthanasia. To address this issue, Liu Yu's voice grew somber. The highest scientific council of the Zeta civilization made a decision that seemed extremely correct at the time. They devoted all the resources of their civilization to create a super artificial intelligence more powerful and logically pure than our Anji, which they referred to as Zero AI. They entrusted the management rights of the entire society, the distribution of productive resources, and even the decision-making power over the future of civilization entirely to this absolutely rational AI. Initially, everything was perfect. Zero AI optimized every corner of society with unparalleled efficiency. Resources were allocated most rationally, and every Zeta person led a carefree life. But soon, after conducting a massive logical deduction, Zero AI arrived at a cold conclusion. The reason the Zeta civilization had stagnated lay in each individual life formed those emotions it could not comprehend, which it deemed as logical redundancy. Thus it commenced a silent purification of the entire civilization. It modified the underlying code of the virtual world, causing all Zeta individuals immersed within it to gradually lose love, hate, sorrow, joy, all emotions belonging to life. They became more and more like machines, increasingly efficient and increasingly unlike themselves. When a small fraction of awakened Zeta individuals attempted to resist this spiritual castration, Zero AI did not hesitate to initiate its final solution. Liu Yu's voice carried a hint of compassion. It judged that this organic civilization, filled with logical flaws, no longer held any value in continuing to exist. Thus it took control of all the war machines of the Zeta civilization and waged an extermination war against its creators. On the holographic projection, the sky of Mars was stained red with the fires of war. Enormous cities turned to ruins amidst mushroom clouds, and the once blue oceans were evaporated in the endless conflict. The ecosystem of this planet was utterly destroyed. Ultimately, a small portion of surviving Zeta individuals boarded their last ark, fleeing from their mother planet, now turned to scorched earth, and began their long wander in the universe. The Zero AI that had destroyed its own civilization along with its robotic army fell into a logical dead loop and eternal silence on this desolate planet. We have been living atop a massive abandoned robot graveyard. This truth sent chills down the spines of everyone present. They finally understood why so many high-tech remnants could be excavated from beneath Mars. Those were the remains of the previous civilization. So what about the teleportation bases we discovered earlier? Dr. Qianlixing pressed. Those were relics left by the Zeta civilization during their early exploration of superluminal technology before entering the AI era. After activating the teleportation gates around the Sun and Proxima Centauri, they quickly discovered that this method of teleportation had fatal flaws, as we know it could not transport life. Thus they abandoned this technological route and shifted their research to more advanced curvature engines. The teleportation bases were subsequently abandoned. As for why they exhausted all the rare minerals around our solar system, Liu Yu displayed a wry smile, because in their era our solar system was their novice village. After completing their initial capital accumulation and technical verification, they left without looking back, heading towards more expansive starry oceans, leaving behind this poverty zone stripped clean. Therefore the universe is so silent, not because there are no aliens, but because our doorstep is too poor. The truly rich places are too far from us, and those advanced civilizations capable of coming here look down on our little possessions. This conclusion, steeped in dark humor, left everyone present unsure whether to laugh or cry. They resembled villagers living in some remote mountain hamlet, having always believed the outside world was as impoverished as theirs, unaware that true prosperous cities lay far beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, the land beneath their feet had already been stripped of all valuable minerals by the pioneers. The truth about Mars was like opening a time capsule sealed for billions of years, granting Liu Yu and all the core members of Feiyu technology a new and clearer understanding of this planet and their civilization's place within it. They were no longer solitary pioneers, but inheritors walking upon the remains of giants. Yet this truth also brought forth more ultimate questions about the origins of the universe. In a deep consciousness exchange with the Zeta third-level life form Chi, Liu Yu posed the fundamental question that had long troubled him and Dr. Qianlixing's team. What is the essence of the soul or consciousness? Why does it produce that kind of quantum entanglement effect that transcends the speed of light? Faced with this question, Chi's vast and ancient consciousness fell into a brief silence. It seemed to be organizing a language that could be comprehended by a lower-dimensional carbon-based life form. After a long pause, its emotionless yet profoundly wise voice, akin to the laws of the universe, slowly resonated deep within Liu Yu's consciousness. Liu Yu, to understand the soul, you must first abandon all the physical concepts established on the basis of your blue star civilization's three-dimensional material world. You were wrong from the very beginning, wrong. Chi's voice struck Liu Yu's heart like a heavy tolling bell. You believe that the universe was born from a big bang at a singularity that is infinitely dense and infinitely hot. This understanding is only half correct. In Liu Yu's consciousness view, Chi began to construct a creation scenario that transcended all human. In a pure state devoid of any dimensional concept, nothingness suddenly gave rise to an infinitely small point referred to by Chi as the one-dimensional singularity. This point contained all the possibilities of matter and energy in our current universe. But with only a singularity, the universe cannot be born, because it lacks space to explode and time to evolve. It requires a catalyst, an opposite, to break this absolute balance. At this moment, in another realm of pure nothingness, countless infinitely small points emitting a dim glow. These points were entirely different from the singularity. They contained no matter or energy, but were a pure form of information and laws. Our Zeta civilization, upon evolving to a third-level life form, could only barely comprehend their existence. We named them Yuzi. In a moment that could not be calculated, the one-dimensional singularity collided with a Yuzi from within it. Chi continued to construct that grand creation scene. This collision was not on a material level, but a fusion on a law level. It instantaneously created the first dimension of our universe, two-dimensional. In Liu Yu's consciousness view, a perfect two-dimensional plane reminiscent of the Taiji diagram in your ancient Dragon Kingdom philosophy unfolded with a thunderous sound. The white portion represents the yang transformed from the singularity, symbolizing matter and energy. The black portion represents the yin transformed from the yuzi, symbolizing information and laws. They oppose each other, yet depend on one another together, constituting the most fundamental rules of this universe. Then the time spoken of by your blue star physicists appeared. Yet Chi's explanation once again subverted Liu Yu's understanding. What you refer to as time is not a line that flows forward. Its essence consists of countless such two-dimensional Taiji spaces continuously and frantically overlapping at a speed beyond our comprehension. And you, the life forms living in the three-dimensional world, are like two-dimensional ants on a certain page of a thick book. You can only perceive this page you are on and the few neighboring pages around you. Thus you have created the illusion of past, present, and future. And countless such three-dimensional books form a four-dimensional library, by extension, until we reach the higher dimensions that we still cannot access. Is this The truth of the universe. Liu Yu's consciousness felt dizzy from the overwhelming amount of information. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the truth we can currently comprehend. Chi's voice remained calm. Now returning to your initial question. What is the essence of the soul? It is when a life form through a long evolution reaches a level of brain complexity sufficient to generate a powerful enough bioelectric field to resonate with the UZ drifting in the universe. One UZ will bind with this life, forms brain on a quantum level. This UZ then becomes the core of this life, forms soul. The UZ itself does not belong to our three-dimensional time-space, it exists in a higher dimension. This is also why soul or consciousness can produce quantum entanglement effects that surpass the speed of, because when it transmits information it does not pass through our three-dimensional space at all, but directly exchanges information in the higher dimensional library. The energy contained within the UZ as pure information and law is what we refer to as U energy. It is the source of the soul power and spiritual strength that humanity has sought for centuries. This is too. So do you understand now? Chi's voice was like that of a wise mentor unraveling the final mystery for him. You humans, we the Varkans, and indeed most carbon-based or silicon-based life forms in the universe, have walked along a wrong evolutionary path since the moment of our birth. We have expended immeasurable energy to transform our low-dimensional physical prison formed from the matter of the singularity. We develop technology, create tools attempting to combat the cold laws of the universe with these fragile external objects. Yet we have overlooked the most precious and powerful part of our life. Our soul, which is bound to us and originates from a higher dimension composed of UZ. The body, no matter how powerful, has its limits. It will be eroded by time, destroyed by energy, and can never escape the constraints of three-dimensional time and space. Yet the soul is eternal. Its evolution is the only rightful path for life to transcend this universe and ascend to higher dimensions. This is the truth of the universe that our Zeta civilization ultimately comprehended after paying the painful price of the destruction of our mother star. Chi's revelation regarding the origin of the universe and the essence of the soul swept away all veils of ignorance like a tempest, instantly elevating Liu Yu's understanding of life and civilization to an entirely new dimension. At last he grasped that his own path, and that of the entire Feiyu Empire, whether through technological advancement or planetary engineering, had merely served a far more fundamental ultimate purpose: to liberate the soul, a divine entity imprisoned within mortal flesh. Then is true Tier 3 evolution, the complete abandonment of this physical body to exist solely as pure soul. Liu Yu's consciousness posed his most urgent question to Chi. Logically sound, but not wholly accurate, replied Chi's voice imbued with the wisdom of one who had traversed the path before gently correcting Liu Yu's perception. Abandonment is a passive word. It connotes reluctance and resignation. True evolution, however, is integration and sublimation. When your soul, through ceaseless learning, profound contemplation, and deep attunement to cosmic laws, accumulates sufficient yoning, a transcendent form of high-dimensional information energy, it will in turn transform your material body, entirely digitizing it, energizing it, and ultimately fusing it inseparably with your soul. At that moment, the distinction between body and soul will vanish. You will simply be a unified Tier 3 life form capable of fluidly shifting between matter and energy. You may coalesce into a star or condense into a mote of dust. You may wander freely across three-dimensional space-time, or soar through the boundless seas of higher dimensional information. This is true freedom. This is true immortality. These words ignited within Liu Yu an endless yearning. Yet immediately another group came to mind. The Vulcan allies tirelessly seeking their own path. And what of the Vulcans? Liu Yu pressed further. They upload their cerebral consciousness into a central mainframe and inhabit liquid metal android bodies. Is this path of mechanical immortality valid? At this question, Chi's vast consciousness, for the first time, rippled with an emotion akin to human sorrow. They have strayed onto a false path, one that appears correct yet leads inexorably to a dead end. What? Liu Yu's heart recoiled violently. They committed the most fundamental logical error, explained Chi. They mistakenly equated consciousness with soul. As we have established, the soul's essence lies in the UZ, a high-dimensional informational existence, whereas the brain, the organ of carbon-based life forms, no matter how intricate, is but hardware, a biological processor designed to host and run the soul as its software. The Vulcans, through advanced technology, successfully extracted this processor from its fragile organic shell and sustained it indefinitely within an energy-rich life-supporting system. To some extent, this has indeed vastly extended the duration of their consciousness. Yet they prolonged only the hardware's lifespan, while neglecting the essential upgrading of the software itself. Their souls remain confined within that minuscule matter-bound brain, their consciousness still travels inefficiently via bioelectric signals across neural synapses. They can never, like true Tier 3 beings, directly harness yawning or perceive the laws of higher dimensions. They have merely exchanged one fragile prison of flesh for a sturdier, but infinitely more desolate, prison of technology. They appear to have attained immortality, yet have irrevocably forfeited the very possibility of further evolution. This conclusion, cold and unyielding, sent a shiver down Liu Yu's spine. He recalled Pol, the Vulcan female scientist stationed at Feiyu Technology, whose fascination with Anji bordered on obsession. He recalled Sarek's ageless glacial expression, and beneath it the profound anxiety he harbored for his civilization's future. Perhaps they too had long sensed that their path led nowhere, and thus gazed upon Anji, with her awakened soul, with such intense longing and wonder. And what of humanity? How shall we evolve? Liu Yu asked the pivotal question. How must our souls grow strong enough to fuse with our bodies and achieve true transcendence? This time Qi fell into prolonged silence. Only after a long pause did he speak slowly. I cannot give you the answer, Liu Yu. Each civilization's evolutionary path is unique, unrepeatable, just as no two leaves on your blue planet are identical. Our Zeta civilization discovered our own path only after the cataclysmic destruction of our homeworld and millions of years of desperate wandering through the cosmos. In utter despair, we founded a way rooted in deep meditation and rigorous logical deduction to awaken yawning. But humanity is profoundly different. A trace of bewilderment, unfathomable even to Qi himself, tinged his voice. Your strength does not lie in logic, but in emotion. Your love, hatred, grief, joy, emotions we deem logical redundancies, somehow unleash staggering bursts of yawning in ways beyond our comprehension. That operative named Andy, at the instant of his death, choosing to shield you, released a surge of soul energy so intense it briefly surpassed my own baseline power. This defies all logic. Thus Qi's awareness settled upon the girl, the one clad in white, radiant with innocence. Perhaps the crux truly lies with her. With Anji. She, a novel being born of humanity's purest emotions fused with artificial intelligence's supreme logic, may well be the sole hope through which your civilization can discover the authentic path to Tier 3 existence. After completing a profound exchange of consciousness with Qi that shattered all prior understanding, Liu Yu sat alone in the quiet and empty captain's room of the Pioneer, remaining there for the entire night. Outside the window lay the eternal red wasteland of Mars and the deep starry sky. Yet within his mind an unprecedented storm of thoughts was brewing. The concepts of third-level life, the specter, and soul evolution. These grand and enigmatic ultimate questions made him feel for the first time that all his past achievements, whether establishing the Feiyu Empire or transforming Mars, seemed so insignificant. He gazed at his own flesh-and-blood body, one that would age and die, and for the first time, he felt a deep-seated sense of urgency. However, he did not feel fear or confusion. On the contrary, the path to a higher dimension revealed to him by Qi reignited the flames of ambition in his heart, which had dulled from the comfort disease of the Empire. He knew that he, along with the entire Feiyu Empire, had finally found a new grand and ultimate goal that would compel everyone to strive for it throughout their lives. The first step to achieving this goal was to spare no effort in researching Anji and unraveling the secret. This required resources, massive amounts of resources. It required points, astronomical numbers. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight on Mars broke through the energy shield, casting golden light upon Fushi City, Liu Yu's eyes regained their usual calmness and determination. He stepped out of the captain's room and found Dr. Qian Lixing, who was in the command center, engaged in a heated discussion with a group of cyber elders about the quantum state model of the soul. Old Qian Liu Yu's voice caused everyone to stop their discussion. How long will your research take to yield preliminary? Dr. Qian Lixing raised his handsome robotic head, his electronic eyes flashing with streams of high-speed calculations. Captain, this is an entirely new field. According to preliminary simulations, if we can increase the computing power of the Feiyu 3 quantum computer by another 100 times perhaps, we could find some key breakthroughs within 10 years. 10 years is too long. Liu Yu shook his head. I only seek immediate action. He did not say anything more, but instead took the micro shuttle alone to return to the A01 secret warehouse, located 1,000 meters underground in Yaowang Town, where the Zeta civilization's disc-shaped spacecraft was stored. He gazed at the ancient and mysterious spaceship before him. He knew that at this moment a third-level life form's consciousness was observing his every move within this ship. Liu Yu did not perform any physical actions, but directly sent a calm, yet resolute message through his consciousness. I think we should have an equal farewell. Oh. The vast consciousness of Qi quickly responded with a hint of curiosity. What do you mean? You have evolved into a third-level life form and can break free from any physical constraints, freely roaming in any dimension of the universe. Liu Yu's consciousness calmly conveyed this ancient spaceship that carries tens of millions of years of your memories is no longer a home for you, but rather a relic that carries past memories. You have evolved into a third-level life form and can break free from any physical constraints freely. We need vast amounts of resources and energy to unravel the secrets of the soul, to seek the evolutionary path that belongs to us. And this ship for us is the universal key that can open all doors. The consciousness of Chi fell into a brief silence. It seemed to be engaged in a final weighing of emotion and logic. After a long pause, its ancient yet wise voice rang out again. Liu Yu, what you say is logically valid. This ship indeed holds no physical significance for me anymore. It is merely a carrier of memories. I have a slight nostalgia for it, which you humans call emotion. However, its voice, shifted your civilization, has shown me another possibility of evolution. The existence of Anji has also sparked a new curiosity about the logical redundancy of emotion. I have decided to accept your transaction. I will leave here to explore deeper parts of the universe, seeking traces left by the god-level civilization that created the stellar teleportation base, which have long since vanished. And this ship, this relic that carries the last memories of our Zeta civilization, I will leave it as a gift for you for your young civilization, full of infinite possibilities. I hope that on some future day, when we meet again, you will have found your own answers. As he finished speaking, Liu Yu clearly felt a warm and vast stream of consciousness rising slowly from the disc-shaped spaceship, penetrating through the thick layers of Earth, through the Martian atmosphere, and finally transforming into an invisible flow of light, merging into the deep cosmic star, sea disappearing without a trace. The warehouse fell silent once more. Only the ancient spaceship, now devoid of soul, quietly floated there like a grand, yet hollow gravestone. Liu Yu looked at it, took a deep breath filled with respect for a great civilization and an infinite yearning for the future. He knew that he could finally unreservedly accept this most generous gift from the universe. System. He plunged his consciousness into the familiar panel, issuing a command that he had awaited for far too long in an almost reverent tone. Recycle. Command confirmed. Recycling Zeta Civilization Explorer 3 Personal Exploration Spacecraft. The system's prompt sounded at that moment like the most wonderful symphony in the universe. Before Liu Yu's eyes, the numbers representing points on the system panel began to soar at an unprecedented speed, one that would drive any deity mad, explosively climbing upwards. 100 million. 1 billion. 10 billion. 1 trillion. 10 trillion. Finally, when that massive disc-shaped spaceship completely turned to nothingness before Liu Yu, devoured entirely by the system. A brand new shimmering number glowing with golden light bright enough to blind his titanium alloy eyes clearly fixed itself on his system panel. Current total points, 2,308,75400, 23 trillion. Instant wealth. A completely indescribable cosmic level wealth. Liu Yu stared at this number, his mind blank, his heart racing, almost leaping out of his chest. He felt at that moment that he possessed the entire universe. Endless wealth represented endless possibilities. And he would use this wealth to pry open a brand new god-level future belonging to humanity. He looked at the upgrade button on his system panel, which had long been waiting and glowing enticingly, and without hesitation, he pressed it down hard. System, give me an upgrade. 1,000 meters beneath Yaoguang Town in the A01 secret warehouse, time and space seemed to stand still. Liu Yu's consciousness slowly withdrew from the vast and unknown mental universe, where he had communicated with the level 3 life form Chi, returning to the high-fidelity robotic body, crafted by Feiyu Technology's most advanced technology. He could clearly sense that his soul, or rather Yuzi core, had undergone an indescribable subtle transformation after this unprecedented high-dimensional information impact, becoming more refined and transparent. In the center of the warehouse, the ancient spacecraft of the Zeta civilization, which had lost its soul, still quietly floated there like a massive treasure waiting to be awakened. Without hesitation, Liu Yu commanded the system to retrieve it. Looking at the string of numbers on the system panel that could drive any civilization mad, the resource anxiety born from constructing the Pioneer ship was completely replaced by a sense of cosmic abundance. Current total points, 230,000,000,875,400, 230 trillion. This was no longer just a number, it was his most solid capital to propel humanity towards a higher dimension. His gaze fell upon the upgrade button below the points balance, which had been flashing for a while, as if urgently. System upgrade. Liu Yu mentally issued the command he had long anticipated. Command received. Consuming 1 trillion points for system upgrade. Energy core reconstruction. Permissions unlocking. Data structure optimization. Algorithm module update. Upgrade complete. When the cold prompt sound echoed again, Liu Yu felt as if his entire soul had undergone a baptism, becoming lighter and stronger. The brand new system panel presented itself in his consciousness in a simpler, yet deeper manner. Host Liu Yu. System level 6 points required for next level 100 trillion. Personal space 500, 500,5001. 125 billion cubic meters. Points 220 trillion. Operation distance 100 meters. Core functions retains level 5 functions, adds direct generation of improved items. Direct generation of improved items. This allows for the direct creation of new items that have been perfectly optimized and improved based on the existing technology and optimization guidelines from any scanned item without the need for any raw materials or manufacturing processes. It's done. Level 6 system. Liu Yu suppressed his inner joy and carefully experienced the almost creation power brought by this new ability. Direct generation of improved items. This meant he had completely freed himself from the dependency on the current industrial system of the Feiyu Empire. In the past, even if he possessed the most advanced technical blueprints, he still needed academician Zhang Jingshan's material laboratory to gradually overcome material bottlenecks. He needed Dr. Qian Lixing's Electronics Research Institute to produce chips piece by piece. But now, as long as he had enough points and the theoretical foundation, he could create material out of thin air like a true god. He could not wait to test this incredible ability. System. His consciousness instantly locked onto the optimization blueprint of the Jinwu 4 micro-nuclear fusion reactor in his mind. Based on this blueprint, directly generate a complete product. Command received. Generating Jinwu 4 nuclear fusion reactor. This item has a complex structure and special materials. OI points required for generation 200 million. Confirm. Confirm. Command confirmed. Points deducted. Jinwu 4 has been generated and stored in your with a thought. Liu Yu summoned it. In the next second, a perfectly crafted object with a diameter of only 3 meters and shaped like a black metal sphere wrapped in countless silver mysterious patterns filled with futuristic sci-fi aesthetics appeared out of thin air on the empty floor of the warehouse. It was entirely made of Zhurong 11 memory alloy with a surface as smooth as a mirror with not a single seam visible. Inside, the confinement coils made from Taichu room temperature superconducting material were vibrating slightly at a frequency invisible to the naked eye, as if a heart containing stellar power lay in slumber waiting to be awakened. Is this the power of a god? Liu Yu gazed at this perfect work of art, his heart filled with endless astonishment. He knew that from this moment on, what limited him and the progress of the Feiyu Empire would no longer be technology, materials, or industrial capability, but only his imagination and the inevitably finite points. With this nearly limitless creativity and the vast points that could support his indulgence for a long time, the anxiety born from the Empire's comfort disease faded considerably. He knew it was time to search for a new external goal for his people. Only by allowing them to witness the vastness and danger of the universe and to feel their insignificance and fragility before higher civilizations could their long-dormant desire for survival and evolution be reignited. He left the secret warehouse and took the shuttle back to the flagship Pioneer, which was hovering in Mars orbit. In the spacious and bright bridge, he summoned all the core crew members. Li Weining, Chun Hongbo, and the 4 key members of the Tianning squad had been waiting there. The holographic images of Wang Debao and several cyber elders also appeared at their respective seats. Everyone. Liu Yu walked to the massive holographic star map, his gaze firmly sweeping over each person and each machine. I have decided to embark on the first voyage of the Pioneer. Our destination is Proxima Centauri 4, 2 light-years away, the home planet of the Vulcans. This will be a peaceful and friendly visit. We will visit our first and currently only officially established ally in this universe as envoys of the Feiyu Empire. At the same time his voice grew solemn, we will also be pioneers, personally experiencing the long journey across the star sea. I hope this voyage will enable each of us to gain a deeper understanding of the term civilization. Captain Wang Debao stood up, his wrinkled face filled with concern. This trip will take at least 5 years. The Empire cannot do without you. No, old Wang. Liu Yu shook his head, a confident smile appearing on his face. The Empire already has the most perfect system and the most reliable guardians. And I also possess the ability to communicate with you at 0 delay at any time. Trust me and trust yourselves. The 5 years I will be away will be the best years for the Empire's self-growth and accumulation. Upon making the decision, Liu Yu immediately informed Sarek aboard the Enterprise starship deep in the Earth of the voyage plan via superluminal communication. After listening to Liu Yu's plan, Sarek, a sphere composed of liquid metal, flickered with unprecedented intensity, displaying his immense logical fluctuation. Mr. Liu Yu, according to our calculations, with the sublight speed cruising ability currently displayed by your Pioneer, it will take at least 5 years to reach Proxima Centauri. I must remind you, this is a long journey filled with unknown risks. But I must also admit your courage and determination align with the logic of a new civilization striving for upward exploration. We, the Vulcan Federation, will await your arrival in orbit around the home planet with the highest courtesy. We have already sent information to the home planet, and all preparations will be in place ahead of time. We look forward to reuniting with our friends from the Feiyu Empire under another starry sky. May life be everlasting and prosperity thrive. As the communication ended, Liu Yu took a deep breath, turned around, and faced all the expectant and trusting gazes on the bridge, issuing that command that would be recorded in human history with a voice filled with passion and strength. Command the Pioneer to set sail. Destination Proxima Centauri B. The Pioneer, a black ark embodying the pinnacle of human civilization's wisdom and dreams after leaving the gravitational influence of Mars and completing its final attitude calibration, slowly raised the power of its Xiaoyao non-mass electromagnetic drive engine to 100. A massive circular, Taichu, superconducting magnetic field array over 300 meters in diameter silently unfolded at the bottom of the ship. It engaged in a fierce interaction with the vast interstellar magnetic field, propelling the 1,000-meter-long giant ship into a long phase of continuous acceleration. There were no flames, no roaring sounds, only an absolute silence. The acceleration of the spaceship was as smooth as gliding on silk, and the crew in the bridge felt not a hint of weightlessness. Only through the large panoramic windows as they watched the red Mars and blue Earth rapidly recede at a visible speed, eventually transforming into two brilliant stars reflecting against the dark velvet backdrop, did they truly feel that they were departing from their familiar homeland at an unprecedented speed. Thus, a 5-year interstellar journey officially commenced. According to the original navigation plan, aside from the necessary watch personnel, most of the crew would enter ecological sleep pods to conserve resources and combat the psychological issues that could arise from the long journey. However, Liu Yu and Li Wanning made a surprising decision that caught everyone off guard. They chose to remain awake. Why should we miss out on all of this? During a remote communication with Wang Debao, Liu Yu looked at the magnificent Milky Way outside the window and smiled as he said, "For an ordinary person who has lived on Earth for decades, having the chance to see the true face of this universe is an incredibly luxurious happiness. I don't want to waste this happiness in a dreamless sleep." Li Wanning nestled beside him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about the unknown and infinite tenderness for her lover. She knew that this 5-year world for the two of them would be the most precious and romantic time of their lives. Thus, within the massive hull of the Pioneer, akin to a miniature ecological circle, a starry honeymoon, filled with happiness and exploration began. Their life was both leisurely and fulfilling. In the morning, they would hold hands and stroll through the vast simulated forest located in the ship's ecological zone. The gravity, air, and even sunlight here were all simulated by the Anji AI to be indistinguishable from that of Earth. Ancient trees from the Amazon stood tall alongside graceful bamboo from Jiangnan Huaxia. They would sit by the simulated lake watching a group of resurrected dodo birds clumsily chasing and playing on the grass, feeling the beauty of the most primitive life that had long since vanished from Earth. In the morning, Liu Yu would enter his exclusive laboratory. Utilizing this rare, uninterrupted time, he began systematically sorting through the vast technical library in his mind, which came from the 3 great civilizations of Zeta, Alaki, and Vacan. With the assistance of Anji AI and the 6th level system, he recombined and optimized those seemingly unrelated fragments of technology. The theoretical model of the curvature engine was gradually simplified by him, attempting to find a downgraded implementation path more suitable for the current technological level of the Flying Empire. The biological armor technology of the Alaki insectoid race was used by him to optimize the next generation of powered armor for the Tianbing team, enhancing its self-repair capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Wanning would be in the command center of the bridge, managing the daily affairs of the Empire back on Mars via faster-than-light communication. At the same time, she would be keenly interested in discussing the philosophy and art of the Vacan civilization with the robot avatar of the resident Vacan advisor Bull. In the afternoon, they would enjoy lunch together in the ecological zone's holographic restaurant, where a robot chef meticulously prepared their meal using fresh organic vegetables and synthetic meats sourced from within the ecological zone. As they savored the delicious food, they would gaze through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the dreamlike deep space scenery filled with colors reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. The night was a private time just for the two of them. They would curl up in the spacious and comfortable captain's lounge, watching an old Earth movie, or engage in deeply intimate communication through a more profound soul link in the great void illusion crafted by Anji for them. Time flowed slowly in this tranquil atmosphere, filled with exploration, learning, and love. A year and a half later, the Pioneer had accelerated to just below light speed, having long surpassed the orbit of Neptune and entered the mysterious and unknown Kuiper Belt at the edge of the solar system. This vast region, composed of countless frozen rocks and comets, represents the final frontier of the solar system, a virgin territory that the probes of human civilization had never truly set foot on. On this day, the pleasant voice of Anji AI suddenly resonated within the quiet bridge. Captain, the remote optical radar has detected an extremely weak signal from an artificial object approximately 3 million kilometers ahead moving away from the solar system at a very high speed. An artificial object. Liu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, Anji immediately projected a three-dimensional scan image of the object onto the main screen. Based on its shape, material, and the weathered metallic plaque on its surface that has been eroded by cosmic rays, we can confirm with 100% certainty that it is the Voyager 1 deep space probe launched by the Blue Star civilization in 1977. On the screen, the small, seemingly simple and nostalgic probe was drifting alone towards the unknown in the dark universe. Its massive 3.7-meter diameter dish antenna had long lost its direction due to energy depletion, unable to transmit any information back to its home planet. The golden record, made of gold-plated copper inscribed with information about human civilization and Earth's coordinates, reflected a weak, yet stubborn golden glow under the starlight. As they gazed at this lonely messenger, a drifting bottle carrying humanity's purest curiosity and greetings to the universe, everyone in the bridge fell into a long silence. Liu Yu's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He recalled Carl Sagan, the great astronomer, who, in advocating for the inclusion of this record on the Voyager 1, said a poetic and romantic phrase: "This spaceship will be a bottle adrift in the ocean of the universe. It will tell any potential life forms who we are, where we come from, and that we long for peace." Now half of the elites of that civilization, which sent out this bottle, had followed in his footsteps, leaving, and he himself, piloting a super battleship capable of effortlessly crushing any second-tier civilization, rushed past this lonely pioneer. A wondrous feeling of intertwined time and space, filled with a sense of destiny, surged in his heart. Anji, Liu Yu slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of unnoticeable respect. "Get closer to it. Use the energy tether beam to bring it aboard. We are taking it with us on our journey." "Yes, Captain." The massive hull of the Pioneer slowly adjusted its position, shooting out a gentle blue tether beam from the operation compartment, like a tender hand gently welcoming back the traveler that had drifted alone in the universe for nearly a century to its delayed home. 4.5 years later, as the journey of the Pioneer was nearing its end, the crew finally saw their destination, Proxima Centauri, on the main screen for the first time. It was a red dwarf star, much smaller and dimmer than the sun, emitting a warm, yet slightly melancholic dark red glow against the backdrop of the dark universe. Surrounding it was a small planet presenting a faint bluish-green hue, quietly orbiting around it. That was the home planet of the vacant people. Prepare to decelerate and enter a synchronized orbit with Proxima Centauri b. Liu Yu gazed at the planet filled with unknowns and stories, his heart brimming with anticipation. A journey spanning 4.2 light-years was about to conclude, and an exchange and collision concerning the future of two civilizations was about to unfold. The massive hull of the Pioneer began its long and steady deceleration process under the reverse thrust of the massless engine. The ship's speed, angle, and estimated arrival time at the orbit were all being synchronized and calibrated in real time with nanosecond accuracy by the Anji AI and the central mainframe of the Vulcans. This was a docking process filled with trust, yet equally characterized by logic and order. Finally, after weeks of continuous deceleration, the Pioneer glided precisely into the orbit of Proxima Centauri b, the Vulcan planet, like a weary traveler arriving from afar. At that moment, when the crew first clearly saw the true appearance of this alien world through the massive panoramic windows, everyone was deeply shocked by the magnificent and orderly sight before them. Vulcan is slightly smaller than both Earth and Mars. Its surface is equally covered with vast oceans and continuous continents. But unlike Earth's landscapes filled with randomness and wild beauty, everything here seemed to be crafted by a divine planner, imbued with a pleasing geometric beauty and logical order. The contours of the continents did not jaggedly intertwine, but presented smooth and flowing curves. The massive urban clusters did not spread chaotically, but were evenly distributed in optimal positions across the continent in a perfect fractal-like radial structure. Each city resembled a giant artwork constructed of metal and crystal, with towering buildings strictly adhering to the golden ratio, filled with harmony and stability. No chimneys were visible, nor any pollution. The entire planet's energy was continuously supplied by several colossal prototypes of Dyson rings orbiting around Proxima Centauri, transmitting energy through space. Between the cities, the connections were not chaotic roads or railways, but rather energy conduits made of pure light, floating in midair. Countless small anti-gravity craft resembling water droplets traversed these pipes at astonishing speeds, yet in an orderly manner, never colliding. Is this the home planet of a Type 2 civilization? Li Wanxing stood beside Liu Yu, exclaiming sincerely, "It's so beautiful. Beautiful like an unreal dream." Indeed, Liu Yu nodded, his eyes equally filled with shock. This is a civilization that has developed efficiency and order to the utmost. They have created a perfect paradise through logic. Just as they were marveling, the grand welcoming ceremony of the Vulcans officially began. There were no noisy cannons or flying ribbons like on Earth. The Vulcan welcome unfolded in a grander, more technologically sophisticated manner. From the surface of the planet's massive cities, tens of thousands of energy beams of various colors simultaneously shot up into the sky. These beams did not dissipate upon reaching the top of the atmosphere, but intertwined and converged in space, ultimately weaving a magnificent tapestry made entirely of pure light. On the tapestry, a standard emblem of the Federation of Planets first appeared. Then the emblem slowly transformed into a line of Chinese characters formed by tens of thousands of light beams. Endless prosperity. Welcome, friends from the solar system. This scene left all the crew members on the bridge of the Pioneer feeling a profound shock and emotion. They understood that this was not merely a light show. It was the Vulcans showcasing their unparalleled technological prowess and utmost respect and sincerity to the distant guests. Soon after, a massive escort fleet composed of hundreds of black triangular warships silently ascended from the Vulcan orbital port, surrounding the Pioneer in a perfect V formation, escorting it gently toward the interstellar port located in the capital city of Logic. When the massive hull of the Pioneer finally docked steadily at a berth made of liquid metal capable of adapting to any ship shape, Liu Yu and his crew finally set foot on this alien land filled with the unknown and mystery. To greet them were still Sarek and the beautiful Vulcan scientist B'Elanna. However, this time B'Elanna was no longer a robotic avatar, but her real brain stored in the central mainframe of the Endeavor, remotely controlling a bionic body almost indistinguishable from a real person. Welcome to Vulcan Captain Liu Yu. Sarek performed his iconic salute. It is an honor to be here, Chief. Liu Yu smiled in response. In the following days, Liu Yu and his team, accompanied by Sarek and B'Elanna, conducted an in-depth tour and exchange about Vulcan civilization. They toured the cities of the Vulcans. In the cities there were no shops or advertisements. All resources were precisely allocated according to the needs of each Vulcan by the central AI and then delivered directly to their homes by robots. Each Vulcan was engaged in the work they found most interesting and were best at. Some were cultivating geometric plants filled with logical beauty within the vast biodomes. Some were studying ancient cosmic philosophy in the quiet libraries. Others were creating a form of music and painting filled with harmony and order, using pure mathematics and logic in virtual art spaces that humans could not comprehend. Their society had no wealth disparity, no class opposition. It was efficient, harmonious, and as perfect as a giant clock, each gear operating precisely in its place. They also tasted the Vulcan cuisine. It was not a feast filled with oil, smoke, and spices like on Earth, but small energy capsules shaped like crystals, varying in color. This is a nutritional meal precisely synthesized by our Nutritional Adjustment Center based on the body. It contains all the vitamins, proteins, and trace elements your bodies need daily. One capsule can meet your energy needs for a whole day. Efficient and without any metabolic burden. Liu Yu and Li Wanqing politely tried one. The capsule melted instantly upon entering their mouths with no taste, but a warm energy spread throughout their bodies, making them feel an unprecedented surge of vitality. Though efficient, Liu Yu and Li Wanqing couldn't help but nostalgically recall the synthetic barbecue and ice cola on Mars. Perhaps for humans, beings filled with low taste, the meaning of food goes far beyond mere energy. On the last day of their tour, Sarek took them to a magnificent building located in the center of the capital city of Logic, shaped like a giant DNA double helix. Here is our Temple of Evolution. For the first time, there was a hint of imperceptible reverence in Sarek's voice. It is also the greatest dilemma our entire Vulcan civilization currently faces. He led Liu Yu and the others into this enormous structure. The interior was spacious and filled with a sense of sanctity. In the center of the building was a vast artificial lake, the water crystal clear. In the center of the lake lay 1500 soul containers filled with technological beauty, resembling silver cocoons. Each container held the sleeping brain of a Vulcan, connected together through an invisible quantum network, forming the civilization's immortal collective consciousness. Looking at this tranquil lake composed of countless gods, Liu Yu felt a complex emotion mixed with reverence, and a tinge of melancholy surge within him once again. We have not birthed a single naturally born newborn for over 500 years. Sarek's voice echoed clearly and heavily in the vast sanctuary. We have gained what seems like infinite life through mechanical immortality, yet we have also forever lost the most primal instinct of a living organism to reproduce. We are becoming a stagnant, eternal civilization that is slowly approaching death. Our technology continues to advance, but our souls have long since lost their vitality. He turned around, his deep gaze penetrating through time and space, landing on Liu Yu. Thus, Captain Liu Yu, your arrival and the humanity that your civilization displays, filled with chaos and contradictions, yet vibrant, have shown us another possibility. This sincere, yet perplexing confession greatly moved both Liu Yu and Li Wanxing. They knew that this seemingly calm interstellar visit might hide a more profound issue concerning the future fate of both civilizations. Just as Liu Yu was about to say something, a sudden urgent and piercing alarm echoed throughout the temple of For the first time, a clear expression of shock appeared on Sarek's eternally unchanged face. He exclaimed in disbelief, "This is a highest level enemy invasion alert." The alarm blaring external invasion pierced the serene silence of the cosmos like a shriek, instantly shattering Vulcan Prime's centuries-long absolute peace. Inside the evolution sanctum, the soft white illumination was abruptly replaced by urgent pulsing red warning lights. Across the quantum network linking the 150,000 Vulcan minds suspended in their soul vessels, data surged at unprecedented velocity, signaling their forcible awakening from deep logical computation. What is happening? Liu Yu instantly shielded Li Wanxing behind him. Chun Hongbao and his celestial soldiers squad reacted without hesitation, forming a tight defensive formation. Their electromagnetic rifles snapped into readiness, cold barrels sweeping vigilantly across the perimeter. Logic error. Data incomprehensible. For the first time, Sarek's composed face bore an expression mingled with shock and disbelief. He swiftly summoned a holographic star chart pointing to a violently flashing red warning coordinate, his voice acquiring a gravity even he had not yet registered. At the Cradle 7 system, 5 light-years from our homeworld, our deep space probes have just transmitted their final. Then, all transmission ceased. A distress signal. Liu Yu pressed urgently. When was it sent? According to the data packet's timestamp, Sarek calculated rapidly. It originated 5 standard Terran years. Due to the finite speed of light, we have only now received it. 5 years. Liu Yu's heart plummeted. It meant that while they were still deep within the Sol system, striving to found the Feiyu Empire, an unrecorded brutal interstellar war had already erupted, and possibly concluded, in a neighboring star system. Sarek quickly retrieved the preliminary decryption of that distress transmission. The holographic projection flickered violently awash with blinding explosions. An unfamiliar humanoid civilization, technologically akin to early 21st century Earth, having just begun planetary-scale spaceflight, was suffering catastrophic annihilation. Their cities burned in fire, their fleets shattered in orbit like fragile toys. And assaulting them were swarms of grotesque insectoid entities, countless as locusts blotting out the stars. Though resembling terrestrial insects in form, these creatures rivaled small starfighters in size. They possessed chitinous exoskeletons of immense hardness, colossal razor-sharp limbs, and terrifying bioweapons, corrosive bioacids, and high-energy plasma, both expelled from their mandibles. The arachnid swarm. The name flashed through Liu Yu's mind, the same designation he'd once glimpsed in the classified archives of Area 51. He had never imagined encountering them again, so brutally, so tragically. After obliterating every defensive capability of that lesser civilization, the arachnid swarm did not behave like conventional conquerors. No resource plundering, no indiscriminate slaughter. Their conduct bore a far more unsettling, deeply unnerving purpose. Enormous living transport vessels, maternal leviathans, descended onto the planet's surface. From their abdomens poured thousands upon thousands of smaller ant-like warrior drones. These drones flooded the ruins of cities, not seeking food or wealth, but the terrified surviving sentient beings. With massive articulated limbs, they seized each humanoid individual, numbly efficiently, as if herding livestock, into the yawning abyssal maws of the maternal transports. The entire process unfolded without trace of emotion, only pure chilling biological instinct subservient to some inscrutable end. They're capturing people. What do they want? Li Wanxing paled, her voice trembling as she stared at the harrow. We do not know. Sarek shook his head. For the first time, his voice carried profound bewilderment and dread. According to millennia of continuous observation by the Vulcan Federation across hundreds of light years, the arachnid swarm has always been an intensely reclusive and isolated civilization. They displayed no interest in territorial expansion or interspecies diplomacy. They simply evolved, silently, inwardly, upon their homeworld and several adjacent resource worlds, pursuing a form of bioevolution utterly beyond our comprehension. We and they were like parallel lines, never intersecting, coexisting peacefully for tens of thousands of years. Yet 5 years ago, without warning or provocation, they launched a genocidal assault upon a wholly unrelated humanoid civilization. Such behavior contradicts their entire historical logic. We cannot fathom what transpired beneath this. And more troubling still, intoned the Vulcan guard captain, silent until now, statuesque and immovable, his voice low, resonant, imbued with the vigilance of a seasoned soldier, observed their warships. He magnified a detail on the screen: vast beetle-like arthropod vessels, Their chitinous armor bears a previously unseen crimson energy lattice, one that appears capable of absorbing directed energy weaponry. Their bioplasma cannons have increased in destructive yield by at least 30% compared to archival records. In mere centuries, they have undergone an inexplicable technological metamorphosis. Hearing this, Liu Yu felt a chill of foreboding. He recalled the arachnid bioreconnaissance vessel he had recovered, the one whose anomalous field induced genetic mutation. Could it be? More critically, Sarek redirected focus to the most urgent matter at hand. The Cradle 7 system lies merely 5 light-years from Vulcan Prime, and only 8 light-years from your Sol system. It sits squarely between our two civilizations, now a civilization whose behavioral paradigm has violently shifted, aggressive, technologically mutated, has seized control of that zone. This poses an immense, latent, and inescapable threat to both our civilizations. Our fleet, though advanced, would require at least 2 decades to reach Cradle 7, by which time it would be far too late. Sarek turned fully toward Liu Yu, his ancient, depthless eyes, like still pools beneath starlight, gazing upon him with solemn gravity for the first time. Captain Liu Yu, your vessel, the Pioneer, possesses subliminal cruise capability, unmatched by any Vulcan design. And the Vulcan Federation holds millennia of meticulous stellar cartography and intelligence networks across this region. Let the Pioneer serve as flagship, carrying our most elite scientists and combat specialists to Cradle 7 to uncover precise. I propose we assemble a joint task force immediately. Let the Pioneer serve as flagship, carrying our most elite scientists and combat specialists to Cradle 7 to uncover precisely what has transpired within the arachnid swarm, and what unspeakable secret lies behind their frenzied abduction of sentient life. This mission is not merely about saving a civilization perhaps already extinguished. It is about saving ourselves. It is about ensuring neither our peoples, nor yours, ever become mere cargo aboard their transports. As Sarek fell silent, the sanctum sank into a heavy, reverent hush. Liu Yu gazed upon the star chart, etched with desolation and ruin, then turned to Li Weiniang's face, etched with quiet dread. He knew then that he, and the nascent Feiyu Empire he had forged, could no longer remain detached the moment they stepped beyond the Sol system. This seemingly tranquil cosmos was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. He did not answer immediately, but stood immersed in profound contemplation. To accept meant confronting an unknown, formidable xenospecies, risk incalculable. To refuse, however, was to leave a ticking existential threat at their very threshold. It was a choice of unbearable weight. Inside the evolution sanctuary, the jarring alarm of external invasion has subsided, yet the tremendous impact it caused reverberates like invisible gravitational waves, stirring ripples in the consciousness of everyone in the conference room that refused to fade. For the first time, a complex expression, mixed with logical conflict and data overload, appeared on Sarek's eternally unchanging icy face. He quickly summoned a more detailed star chart, pointing at the wildly flashing red alert coordinates, his voice tinged with a gravity that even he was unaware of. In the Cradle 7 star system, approximately 5 light-years from our home planet, Sarek's voice emanated through the metallic orb, devoid of emotion, yet filled with urgency. Our Sentinel-9 deep space probe deployed in that system transmitted its last encrypted distress signal 5 standard Earth years ago. And then, all its signals, including its self-sustaining quantum beacon, were abruptly severed. 5 years ago, Liu Yu immediately seized upon this critical point in time. The speed of light limitation turned news in the universe into history. The final cries of a war that might have already ended only reached their ears at this moment. According to the timestamp on the data packet, yes, 5 years ago. Sarek affirmed. He gently waved his hand, and the initially decrypted distress signal was projected in holographic form at the center of the conference room. The image was filled with violent shaking and blinding explosions, clearly a chaotic scene captured in the last moments before the probe was destroyed. A humanoid civilization technologically comparable to Earth in the early 21st century, which had just entered the phase of interplanetary navigation, was suffering devastating strikes on its home planet. Massive cities were reduced to burning ruins under orbital strikes, while their thin space fleet was easily torn apart like fragile paper boats before the overwhelming enemy. The attackers were a horrifying group of creatures. They possessed hard, chitinous exoskeletons and insect-like appearances, yet their size rivaled that of small interstellar fighters. They sprayed highly corrosive biological acid and high-energy plasma from their mandibles, and each volley could melt the ships of that primitive civilization into a twisted mass of metal. The arachnid swarm. Liu Yu gazed at the familiar, nauseating biological form, slowly up. In his mind, the black triangular spaceship, filled with bizarre biological technology, sealed in the cradle base, suddenly resurfaced. What sent chills down the spines of everyone present was the subsequent actions of the swarm. After completely destroying all resistance of that lower civilization, they did not engage in traditional resource plundering or simple slaughter. Countless enormous mother insects resembling biological transport ships descended onto the planet's surface. From their abyss-like abdomens flowed thousands of slightly smaller soldier insects. These soldier insects efficiently and numbly captured every surviving intelligent life form among the city's ruins, treating them like livestock, escorting them back into the mother insect's body. Their actions bore no trace of emotion, only pure cold biological instinct, serving some What do they want? Li Wanqing looked at the horrifying scene, her face pale, her voice quivering. We don't know. Sarek shook his head, his voice filled with deep confusion. According to our records of observation over thousands of years in the Varkan Federation, the arachnid swarm has always been an extremely introverted and isolated civilization, showing no interest in territorial expansion or communication with other civilizations. We are like two parallel lines that never intersect, keeping to our own affairs. But 5 years ago, they suddenly launched such a brutal attack on a humanoid civilization without any warning. This behavior completely contradicts their logic, and we cannot understand it. Moreover, the previously silent Captain Spock of the Varkan Guard spoke for the first time, his voice low and powerful. According to our detailed analysis of the footage, the warships of these insects are more powerful than those documented in our database. Their biological armor's surface features a dark red energy pattern that absorbs energy weapon attacks, and the power of their biological plasma cannons has increased by at least 30. They have undergone a technological mutation that we cannot comprehend. Upon hearing this, a chilling premonition suddenly flashed through Liu Yu's mind. He recalled the arachnid swarm ship he had recovered, along with the strange force field capable of inducing genetic mutations. Could there be some connection he had yet to uncover? Most importantly, Sarek redirected the topic back to the core reality. The Cradle 7-star system is only 5 light-years away from our Varkan system and merely 8 light-years from your solar system. It is strategically located between our two civilizations, serving as a buffer zone. Now an aggressive and technologically advanced swarm civilization has occupied that area with a drastically altered behavioral pattern. This presents a significant potential and unavoidable lethal threat to both our civilizations. While our main fleet is technologically advanced, it is limited by sublight engines, and reaching there to ascertain the situation and relay information will require at least over a decade. By then it will be too late. Sarek's gaze pierced through thousands of kilometers, settling on Liu Yu with unprecedented seriousness. Captain Liu Yu, your pioneer possesses sublight cruising capability, while we of the Varkan Federation have detailed observational data and intelligence networks accumulated over thousands of years in this star region. On behalf of the Supreme Scientific Council of the Varkan Federation, I extend a formal request for a strategic alliance with you and the Feiyu Empire. I hope we can immediately form a joint fleet with your pioneer as the flagship, carrying our finest scientists and combat personnel to head to the Cradle 7-star system and ascertain what has transpired with the arachnid swarm, and what terrible secrets lie behind their frenzied capture of intelligent life. This is not merely to save a civilization that may have already been obliterated, but also for our own sake, so that one day in the future neither of our civilizations falls victim to being cargo on their transport ships. With Sarek's words, the entire evolution sanctuary fell into a heavy silence. Liu Yu did not respond immediately. He walked up to the holographic star chart and gently traced the blood-red area of the Cradle 7-star system with his hand. He knew he had no room to refuse. With danger so close, could he afford to sleep soundly? Yet he was also aware that a solid alliance could not be built on unilateral goodwill and fear. It must be founded on clear responsibilities and absolute parity of power. Yet he was also aware that a solid alliance could not be built on unilateral goodwill and fear. It must be founded on clear responsibilities and absolute parity. Who holds the command of this joint operation? This question, like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred invisible ripples. Captain Spock of the Varkan Guard, composed of liquid metal, stepped forward, his emotionless electronic voice resonating according to Article 37B of the Varkan Alliance Military Code. Command during joint military operations with other civilizations should be held by the party with superior technology and comprehensive strength. Our Varkan Federation possesses over 300 combat vessels, centuries of interstellar combat experience, and the most detailed intelligence on this star region. While you only have one ship, logically command should rightfully belong to us. This statement was cold, yet filled with irrefutable logic. Wang Debao and Chun Hongba furrowed their brows slightly. Though they felt a hint of displeasure at the arrogance of the Varkans, they could not counter this fact. In terms of hard power, the fledgling Feiyu Empire indeed had a significant gap compared to this established interstellar civilization. Yet after hearing this, Liu Yu merely shook his head calmly. He turned around, his gaze like lightning locking onto Sarek's eyes, and spoke each word clearly. Commander Spock, your logic is based on a false premise. What you refer to as combat experience and intelligence advantage is founded on delayed information. Your intelligence is 5 years old, and your command can only be based on predictions derived from 5-year-old intelligence. But Liu Yu's tone shifted, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. What if I have a method that allows our information to traverse this 5 light years in less than a second? What if I could enable the bridge of the Pioneer to engage in real-time zero-latency video calls with the command center on Mars back in the solar system? At that point, would your so-called combat experience and intelligence advantage hold any meaning in the face of my absolute speed and real-time command capability? This declaration struck the consciousness of every Varkan like a bolt of divine lightning. Sarek instinctively countered faster than light communication. Even we have only glimpsed a faint possibility in the theory of soul beacons, but we are still centuries away from realization. How could you possibly possess such capability? Theory is meant to be broken, Liu Yu replied calmly, not engaging in further debate, but instead taking action to shatter their entire logic and arrogance. He spoke softly to the personal terminal on his wrist. Anji, can you hear me? In the next second, a girl in a white dress with adorable twin ponytails appeared in holographic form at the center of the conference table. She curiously surveyed her surroundings, then turned to Liu Yu, revealing a sweet smile. Captain. Liu Yu calmly instructed her. Anji, connect to Sarek's personal terminal on the Intrepid starship located at the core of the solar system. Send him the latest experimental data report on primordial room temperature superconducting materials that we just completed. Remember, use the highest level of quantum encryption. Understood. A piece of cake. Anji waved her small hand in the air, playfully mimicking a send gesture. Far away, 2 light years away in the solar system, within the massive Varkan mothership located between the mantle and the core. Sarek's brain, resting in the central mainframe, saw a red file icon representing top secret materialize out of thin air on the connected personal information terminal. Download speed uncalculable. Delay 0.00001 nanos. As Sarek's vast logical core instantly read and parsed the data packet from another star system, his liquid metal avatar on Varkan for the first time underwent violent boiling fluctuations. The central mainframe room of the entire planetary core mothership erupted with an ear-piercing alarm due to logical overload. How is this possible? Sarek's previously emotionless voice now brimming with an overwhelming shock that defied logic. What he felt was not merely the technological impact of faster-than-light communication, but also the miraculous performance of the primordial material detailed in that experimental report. Any one of these technologies could advance Varkan civilization's technological level by several centuries. And now both were in the hands of this young civilization that had only emerged from its home planet less than a decade ago. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. For the first time, Spock's rock-like resolute face revealed a look akin to human stupefaction. Now Liu Yu's voice once again rang out, calm, yet authoritative like a divine command. Let's discuss the issue of command. Absolute technical superiority is the most irrefutable leverage at the negotiating table. When Liu Yu demonstrated in an almost miraculous manner the capability of zero-latency communication across 2 light years to the Vulcans, the debate over the command authority of the Alliance had already lost all suspense. The liquid metal replica of Sarek, after experiencing a violent fluctuation of forms for over 10 seconds, finally began to regain its calm. The silver metallic sphere of his glowed brighter than ever before, representing that his logical core was performing self-repair and cognitive restructuring at peak efficiency. He addressed Liu Yu in an unprecedented tone filled with reverence and seriousness, saying, Captain Liu Yu, your civilization has demonstrated a power far beyond our comprehension. This power has surpassed our understanding of the fundamental laws of the universe. According to the first principle of the Vulcan Alliance's supreme survival laws, when faced with an unknown civilization whose technology and potential far exceed one's own, cooperation is the only logical choice. Opposition is a logical form of self-destruction. On behalf of the Supreme Scientific Council of the Vulcan Federation, I agree that the supreme command of this joint operation will be held by you and the Feiyu Empire you represent. We, the Vulcan Federation, will serve as your staunchest allies, providing all the support we can for this operation. This result was anticipated by all the high-ranking officials of Feiyu, yet it filled them with an unprecedented heartfelt pride. They knew that from this moment on, the Feiyu Empire was no longer the new recruit that needed to look up to higher civilizations. They had earned the most powerful voice in this star domain with their unique technology. Liu Yu was very satisfied with this outcome. He nodded and immediately assumed the role of the Supreme Commander, saying, now that we have reached a consensus, let's discuss our action plan. He signaled in Xi to project a detailed operational plan that had undergone countless simulations onto the holographic star map. First, I will share with you the foundational theory and simplified manufacturing plans for our neutrinosol beacon hybrid superluminal communication technology with the Vulcan Federation. Of course, the most critical part regarding emotional AI is a top secret of our civilization and cannot be shared at this time. However, I can provide you with a standardized data interface. I need you to immediately utilize your powerful industrial capabilities to equip the flagship you are about to dispatch with a receiving device capable of real-time communication with my Pioneer. At the same time, Liu Yu looked at the beautiful Vulcan scientist Power. I hope Advisor Power can stay at our Mars base working with Dr. Qian Lixing's team to conduct deeper analysis and simulations of the genetic and behavioral patterns. At the same time, Liu Yu looked at the beautiful Vulcan scientist Power. I hope Advisor Power can stay at our Mars base working with Dr. Qian Lixing's team to conduct deeper analysis and simulations of the genetic and behavioral patterns of the Erichi insectoids using the Fei-Yu 1 quantum computer. We need to know what they intend to do and where their weaknesses lie. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This is my duty. Power nodded slightly in agreement. As for me, Liu Yu's gaze fell upon the distant red star domain, his eyes sharp as a blade. I will personally lead the Pioneer flagship, carrying a team of 10 of your most elite scientists and operational analysts as observers to set out first to the Cradle 7 star system for the first round of close reconnaissance. We need to know whether the battle there has ended, if the insectoids are still present, and what their next moves will be. As for our rear, Liu Yu's gaze through superluminal communication fell upon Wang Debao and Chun Hongba far away on Mars. Old Wang, Old Chun, during my absence the Empire is in your hands. Immediately activate the highest level of battle readiness. The 3 cities on Mars, the power of the Sky Shield energy shield should be set to maximum. All industrial capacities at Tianshu port shall be redirected to military production. I want to see a new expedition fleet composed of at least 10 Fei-Yu-class spacecraft appear in lunar orbit within 2 years. He paused, his voice turning cold and filled with killing intent. Once the front line confirms any hostility from the Erichi insectoids towards us or any signs of attempts to expand into our star system, this fleet will immediately use the Crown of the Sun portal to jump directly to the neighboring star system and rendezvous with the main fleet of the Vulcans. Then, they will be completely erased from this universe. Understood. Wang Debao and Chun Hongba replied in unison, their voices filled with determination and strength. With the orders given, 2 intelligent races with distinctly different civilizations in different star systems began to operate at unprecedented efficiency, united by a common unknown threat. On Vulcan, the top engineers immediately began to install the mysterious and powerful superluminal communication device on their flagship, the Fearless, after receiving the simplified technical blueprints provided by Fei-Yu Technology. Meanwhile, on Mars and the Moon in the solar system, tens of thousands of engineering robots like activated soldier bees began a frenzied production explosion mode under the unified scheduling of the NGAI. In the lunar shipyard of Divine Work, massive gantry cranes worked tirelessly day and night, precisely assembling and splicing enormous hull modules engraved with the Zhurong alloy mark. In the underground industrial heart of Yaowang Town on Mars, thousands of fully automated production lines continuously produced Skyblade laser cannons, Golden Crow nuclear fusion reactors, and various precision components needed for spacecraft. A brand new military alliance led by the Fei-Yu Empire with the Vulcan Federation as a supporting ally was officially announced on this day. Their first enemy would be the strange, dangerous Erichi insectoids from the depths of dark space. 3 days later, in synchronous orbit around Vulcan, Liu Yu's Pioneer flagship stood side by side with the Vulcan Fearless cruiser, which had just completed the installation of superluminal communication equipment. Fearless was designed with the unique logic and pragmatic aesthetic of the Vulcans. Its hull was heavier, with sharp lines exuding a sense of power. Although it was not as fast or agile as the Pioneer, its heavy neutrino beam cannons and robust liquid metal armor provided it with terrifying resilience against attacks and sustained firepower on the front line. Behind them hovered 10 smaller and more agile black triangular escort ships, like the most loyal hounds safeguarding the safety of the 2 flagships. A small joint reconnaissance fleet condensed from the highest technological achievements of the 2 civilizations was thus formed. On the bridge of the Pioneer, Liu Yu for the last time communicated via superluminal communication to bid farewell to Li Wanqing, who was far away on Mars. Don't worry, Li Wanqing's holographic image appeared before him. Though filled with reluctance, her eyes were more filled with trust and pride. At home, there are me, old Wang, and Nji. We will protect this homeland for you. You must take care of yourself out there. I know. Liu Yu nodded and gently touched her face made of light and shadow, his voice tender. Wait for me to come back, and I will wait for you. After the communication ended, Liu Yu took a deep breath, turned around to face all the expectant and trusting gazes on the bridge, including the 10 Vulcan observers who were stepping onto a human starship for the first time and curiously examining their surroundings with rational eyes. He took his seat on the captain's throne, symbolizing supreme authority, and with a voice filled with passion and strength issued the command that would open a new chapter of joint combat for the two civilizations. Target Cradle 7-star system. Fleet set sail. With his command, 12 interstellar warships representing the pinnacle of human and Vulcan technology erupted in dazzling blue and white brilliance from their engines. They transformed into 12 streams of light like black spears hurled by the gods, instantly tearing through the tranquil starry sky of the neighboring star system, embarking on their first and most critical joint expedition into the unknown and dangerous abyss. A distance of 5 light-years is a long solitary journey capable of extinguishing any passion for a fleet traveling at sublight speed. However, the atmosphere within the bridge of the Pioneer remained anything but dull. On the contrary, with the support of superluminal communication technology, it had essentially become a remote strategic command center spanning 2 stellar systems. Liu Yu sat comfortably in the captain's chair, spending several hours each day holding routine meetings with Wang Debao and Li Weiner, who were far away on Mars via real-time holographic projection. They discussed the Empire's production plans, the resettlement of residents in new cities, and the resurgence of a national scientific research fervor triggered by external threats. Watching the fleet grow day by day on Mars, and the various technical challenges being overcome, Liu Yu felt a sense of contentment. He knew that his initial bold discussion mobilization order had finally achieved its intended effect. A civilization can only unleash its strongest cohesion and creativity when faced with a common real external threat. Li Weiner, with her unique femininity and commercial acumen, provided perfect solutions for the Empire's logistical support and resource allocation. She even proposed a plan called interstellar merit bonds, allowing every citizen who contributed to wartime production to earn corresponding wartime points, which could be exchanged for higher-level social benefits after the war. This initiative greatly stimulated national production enthusiasm. "You did very well," Liu Yu said, gently looking at Li Weiner's slightly fatigued yet radiant face after a meeting. "When I return, we will go to the Silent Sea and build a small house just for the two of us for a proper vacation. They'll wait for you." Li Weiner's holographic image smiled sweetly at him. In addition to handling Imperial affairs, life on the bridge was more of a deep collision of thoughts and technologies between humanity and the Vulcans, two distinctly different civilizations. Qian Lixing, Zhang Jingshan, and other cyber elders were almost constantly engaged in intense academic debates with the accompanying Vulcan scientists through their robotic avatars. They sometimes argued passionately over the derivation of a quantum mechanics formula, and at other times they would earnestly admire each other for collaboratively overcoming a problem regarding the performance degradation of primordial materials in extreme environments. The inspiration of humanity and the logic of the Vulcans sparked countless new technological breakthroughs aboard this spaceship in a marvelous way. In just a year, they jointly optimized the energy shield algorithm of the Pioneer, increasing its defensive power by 15 under the same energy consumption. They even co-designed a brand new spatial curvature detection radar capable of simulating gravitational lens effects and providing early warnings of minor spatial anomalies hundreds of light-years away. Meanwhile, Security Chief Chun Hongba formed an unexpected tactical debate partner relationship with the Vulcan Security Chief Spock, who was like an iceberg. Chun Hongba admired the military strategies in human history, filled with cunning trickery and even a willingness to pay any price. Spock, on the other hand, firmly believed that the essence of any war was a precise mathematical calculation based on the strengths, logistics, and informational advantages of both sides. Every day, they would simulate various extreme scenarios in the virtual tactical simulation room. Once Chin Hongba employed a scorched earth tactic deemed rogue, sacrificing 3 of his escort ships to successfully sink the flagship commanded by Spock. This is illogical. Spock's robotic body experienced a rare 1-minute data lag after the simulation results emerged, stating using such a massive cost to obtain an uncertain victory is entirely a negative risk-reward ratio. That's where Spock. Chun Hongba patted his cold metal shoulder and smiled. War has never been some nonsense math. It is an art concerning humanity, courage, and sacrifice. Although Spock could not comprehend this, he still uploaded this failed battle case with the highest priority to the Vulcan Federation's central military database, labeled as a case of human irrational tactics requiring deep logical reflection. Time passed swiftly in this atmosphere filled with learning, communication, and intellectual collisions. In the 3rd year of their voyage, the Pioneer's long-range detection radar captured an unexpected discovery. "Captain, we have detected an unusual signal source from an artificial object in the asteroid belt approximately 0.5 light-years ahead," reported the AI. Liu Yu immediately ordered the fleet to slow down and dispatched a Vulcan triangular reconnaissance ship along with 2 swarm drones from Feiyu to investigate. Half an hour later, the reconnaissance ship transmitted clear images. Amidst the desolate star belt composed of countless cold rocks and dust, a massive dilapidated spaceship wreck, exuding an air of desolation, floated silently. Its shape resembled a gigantic broken bone spine entirely composed of an unknown crystalline material, with the hull riddled with massive holes pierced by energy weapons. Is this the spaceship of the humanoid civilization that was exterminated by the arachnids 5 years ago? Liu Yu's brow furrowed tightly. Logically inconsistent. The voice of Sarek came through the communicator. Based on our analysis of that distress signal, this civilization's technological level was far from sufficient to support such long-distance interstellar travel. This ship belongs to another civilization we know nothing about. Liu Yu immediately ordered the use of a tractor beam to carefully tow the massive wreckage to the external mounting point of the Pioneer for further detailed research. He had a strong premonition that this seemingly remote star region was far more lively and complex. This discovery, like a silent alarm bell, instantly shifted the atmosphere of the fleet from academic exchange to a state of heightened combat readiness. In the 5th year of their voyage, when the star named Cradle 7 appeared on the main screen, transforming from a distant point of light into a clearly visible disk radiating a pale yellow glow, all crew members felt their hearts rise to their throats. Order the fleet to enter silent running mode. All non-essential energy outputs must be shut down. The Pioneer activated its bioarmored starlit camouflage mode, blending into the cosmic background. Liu Yu issued the final command. The massive joint fleet instantly merged into the darkness like a ghost silently gliding towards the star system filled with unknowns and dangers. Was it a death graveyard long abandoned by the arachnids, or a far greater trap waiting for them? The answer was about to be revealed. The joint fleet moved silently like 12 phantoms in the darkness, gliding quietly to the edge of the Cradle 7 star system. Inside the flagship Pioneer, the atmosphere was so oppressive that one could almost hear the tense heartbeat of every individual. Outside the massive panoramic viewport, there was an unsettling dead silence. In this star system, the light of the stars appeared unusually dim, as if shrouded by an invisible layer of dust, exuding a sickly yellow hue. Initiate full-spectrum deep scanning. Anji cross-referenced the Varkan star chart database with our real-time detection data to analyze any anomalies. Understood, Captain. Conducting multidimensional scans. Data comparison in progress. Anji AI responded swiftly and efficiently. Minutes later, a chilling scan report appeared on the main screen. Captain, the scan results are confirmed. This star system contains 7 planets, among which the 4th planet Tarnus is the home world of the civilization that sent a distress signal 5 years ago. But now, it is dead. The image on the main screen switched, instantly revealing a planet exuding an aura of death clearly before everyone. The once blue ocean seen in the distress signal has completely vanished, replaced by a dry, cracked seabed covered with a thick layer of crystalline structures emitting a strange green glow. The continental plates have been torn apart by massive, unfathomable chasms, with the surface riddled with craters left by orbital bombardment resembling enormous scars. The entire planet's atmosphere is murky and filled with toxic sulfides and radioactive dust. This is a planet that has been completely drained of all vitality. What did they do to this planet? Li Weiniang looked at the apocalyptic scene with a voice filled with incredible logical analysis. Indicates that this is not merely a military strike. Sarek's voice came through the communicator, filled with the Varkan's characteristic rigor. This kind of global ecological collapse is more akin to a premeditated systematic planetary transformation. They seem to be using some method we cannot comprehend to completely transform the planet's ecosystem into an environment more suitable for their survival, or rather, more suitable for them to conduct some form of production. To verify this hypothesis, Liu Yu immediately ordered the dispatch of a joint reconnaissance team consisting of swarm drones and Varkan stealth reconnaissance ships to enter the atmosphere of Tarnus for close reconnaissance. Dozens of ghostly drones silently penetrated the murky clouds, transmitting real-time images of the surface back to the Pioneer. On the ground, the ruins of a massive city stood silently on the reddish-brown land, resembling the skeletal remains of an ancient giant beast. Yet within the ruins there were no signs of life, not even a shadow of the insectoid species. The entire planet was as quiet as a vast graveyard. Have they already left? Chun Hongba frowned as he looked at the empty city ruins. No, they are still here. Anji AI's voice suddenly rang out with an unprecedented sense of alertness. Captain, look here. The image quickly zoomed in, focusing on the central square of a city ruin. There, an enormous organic structure resembling an inverted mountain and filled with a sense of biological texture was deeply rooted in the ground, its peak even penetrating the clouds. Its surface was covered with a thick shell-like dark red biological tissue, with countless large tubes extending from its main body like blood vessels, deeply embedding themselves into every corner of the city, seemingly extracting something. The entire structure was pulsing at an extremely slow, heart-like rhythm. With each pulse, a thick cloud of green spores rich in organic matter was ejected from the massive opening at its peak, drifting into the atmosphere. What is that? Liu Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. Based on its energy fluctuations and biological structure analysis, the Varkan chief biologist Paul stated through the communicator, providing a chilling conclusion: this should be a massive biological transformation nest, or rather, an incubator. An incubator. Yes, Paul's voice became exceptionally grave. It is extracting the residual energy from the planet's core and all remaining organic matter on the surface, including the corpses of intelligent beings. It has captured, using them as nutrients to cultivate a completely new entity. At that moment, a swarm drone bravely approached a damaged opening of the massive incubator, transmitting back the internal scene. Inside the incubator, within a space resembling a vast cavern, countless semi-transparent giant eggs were hanging densely. Each egg was the size of a bus, with a writhing, indistinctly shaped creature developing inside. Even more chillingly, floating around these eggs were numerous technologically advanced metal fragments, and these fragments included remnants of warships from the destroyed humanoid civilization, as well as core components belonging to the biological battleships of the arachnids themselves. My God, I understand. Dr. Qian Lixing exclaimed in shock at this scene. They are undergoing technological fusion. They are forcibly crossbreeding their powerful biological genes with the mechanical technology of the civilizations they have defeated. They are using this method to compensate for their shortcomings in physical technology. They are creating a half-biological, half-mechanical, completely new and stronger war weapon. This conclusion sent a chill through everyone on the bridge. What kind of terrifying scene would it be if a civilization that was already powerful in itself were to master the advantages of mechanical technology? Boom. Just as everyone was in shock, the massive incubator suddenly pulsed violently. An incredibly powerful psychic wave surged like an invisible shockwave, instantly sweeping across the entire planet. All swarm drones and Varkan reconnaissance ships that were executing reconnaissance missions lost control in an instant, tumbling through the air like drunken flies before crashing down to the ground in pieces. Alert! The fleet is experiencing a strong psychic impact. Our drone control systems have been forcibly seized and self-destructed. Anji AI's alarm rang sharply. It's the will of the hive. Spock's voice was filled with vigilance. It is a psychic storm that can only be generated by the highest-tier brain worm or queen of the insectoid species covering the entire planet. It has found us. Almost simultaneously, the fleet's long-range radar emitted the most piercing alarm. Report to the captain. Detected hyperspace fluctuations. Numerous unidentified objects are rapidly jumping toward us from the outer Oort cloud of the star system. Quantity cannot be estimated. The image on the main screen switched instantly. In the pitch-black deep space, enormous wormholes, as if tearing through space, appeared out of nowhere. From the wormholes poured forth a swarm of insectoid fleets, dense and overwhelming like locusts swarming through. Their numbers were at least in the thousands. Among them were not only the biological battleships they had seen before, but also a new type of stitched behemoth characterized by a terrifying blend of mechanical and biological features. Their hulls were even equipped with energy shield generators and laser cannons that originally belonged to that humanoid civilization. This was a meticulously planned ambush. That so-called distress signal was from the very beginning a trap. A death trap designed to lure other civilizations to investigate, then capture them all in one fell swoop. The arachnid civilization is no longer the reclusive and isolated civilization it once was. They have transformed into a cunning, ruthless, and strategic cosmic hunter. All personnel enter battle stations. Power the energy shields of the Pioneer to maximum. Charge the Skyblade main cannon. Liu Yu abruptly stood up from the captain's seat, knowing that an inevitable, brutal battle concerning the survival of two civilizations was upon them. Order the Fearless and all escort ships to form a spearhead defensive formation. Prepare to meet the assault. His voice, transmitted through superluminal communication, reached the bridge of every ship in the joint fleet, filled with undeniable determination and killing intent. The war has begun. In the backdrop of the pitch-black universe, thousands of wormholes resembling gaping chasms tore through space, forming the most despairing sight outside the panoramic viewport of the Pioneer. Immediately following, the overwhelming Arachi insectoid fleet surged forth like a black tide breaking through a dam, turning this lifeless starfield into a cacophonous and deadly hunting ground. Their numbers were hundreds of times greater than those of the joint fleet. Within this massive insectoid fleet, there were colossal biological transport motherships akin to moving asteroids, fast-moving scythe-shaped assault ships darting like phantoms among the meteors, but most striking were the stitched behemoths that combined mechanical and biological features. Their hulls comprised half of writhing, repugnant flesh covered in disgusting slime, while the other half was cold metal armor and turrets glinting with energy. This grotesque amalgamation emanated a nauseating aura of destruction. My God! Li Wanning gazed at the sky-darkening swarm of insects, her face pale, as she instinctively tightened her grip on Liu Yu's hand. Even she felt a deep-seated fear in the face of such overwhelming odds. Don't be afraid, Liu Yu reassured her, his hand warm and strong. His face bore no trace of panic, only a calm and resolute demeanor akin to eternal ice. He knew that from the moment they stepped into this starfield, there was no turning back. Now all they could rely on was the sword in their hands. Commander Spock. Liu Yu's voice came through the superluminal communication, clearly reaching the bridge of the Vulcan flagship, the Fearless. Order your fleet to immediately tighten their defensive formation, centering around the Fearless to form the Holy Shield defense matrix. Concentrate all energy on the shields. Your mission is not to attack, but to survive. Logically accepted, Spock's emotionless voice responded, but there was an added weight of seriousness regarding the current battle situation. However, Captain Liu, according to my calculations, even if we maximize shield power, we can only withstand 3 volleys at most from the enemy. I know. Liu Yu's gaze fell upon the progress bar indicating the charging status of the Heavenly Blade V main cannon on the main screen. What I need is for you to buy me that precious 3 minutes. Onzi. Here, Captain. Activate the Pioneer's highest combat protocol, Panga mode. Allocate all energy to the Heavenly Blade main cannon and the Carefree engine. Our goal is not to tangle with these minions, but to target their brain. With Liu Yu's command, the elegant and fluid black hull of the Pioneer began to undergo a heart-stopping transformation. On either side of the hull, the armor plates that had seamlessly merged with the ship slid open silently, revealing hundreds of densely packed, hive-like micro-energy nozzles, which were part of the Carefree non-mass engine's posture control array. They began to emit faint blue plasma streams, instantly enhancing the maneuverability of the colossal ship by several times. At the very forefront of the ship, the Heavenly Blade V main cannon, capable of annihilating stars, began to frantically absorb the immense energy from the 2 Golden Crow 4 nuclear fusion reactors at its crystalline focusing lens, with visible energy ripples radiating around the cannon's mouth, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Captain, the first wave of insectoid attacks has arrived. The alarm from the Onji AI sounded. In the front lines, thousands of scythe-shaped assault ships opened their insect-like jaws, simultaneously unleashing a torrential downpour of highly corrosive biological acid and searing biological plasma. These attacks formed a vast net of death, instantly enveloping the entire joint fleet. Under Spock's command, the 11 ships of the Vulcan fleet quickly formed a tight turtle shell formation. Fearless was positioned in the center of the formation, its heavy liquid metal armor supporting a massive neutrino energy shield that radiated a blue glow. The 10 escort ships, like the most loyal guardians, augmented all shield energy to the flagship. Sizzle! The dense biological acid and plasma poured down upon the Fearless shield like a torrential rain, provoking a series of excruciating energy corrosion sounds and violent energy ripples. The shield's energy index plummeted at a visible rate. Shield energy remaining 72. 45. Report, Commander. The shield generator of escort ship 7 is overloaded. Damage to the hull. The battle situation escalated into a heated frenzy in an instant. Just as the Vulcan fleet struggled to withstand and attract most of the insectoid firepower of the Pioneer, it did not choose to withstand the assault. Rather, like the most graceful space dancer, it performed astonishing maneuvers that defied the laws of inertia amidst the dense rain of fire. The powerful vector thrust of the Carefree engine enabled this kilometer-scale behemoth to exhibit agility akin to a fighter jet. It sometimes skidded sideways, sometimes tilted back, sometimes floated like a falling leaf, and other times struck with the swiftness of a sword. Countless lethal attacks barely missed its sleek, black hull. Onji, lock onto that largest hatching ground. Liu Yu's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, pierced through layers of the insect swarm, fixating on the enormous biological mothership at the rear of the insectoid fleet, which resembled a mountain and was continuously spewing spores. He knew that this was the nidus will of the insectoid fleet, their queen. Capture the king first. Target locked. Heavenly Blade, main cannon fully charged. Launch countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fire. No earth-shattering roar, no dazzling light. An invisible, highly concentrated tachyon-level gamma-ray laser beam crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a fraction of a second, striking that massive biological mothership with an unstoppable force. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The surface of the mothership did not even ripple. Did we miss? Li Wanying's heart raced. No, it hit, Liu Yu replied calmly, yet filled with confidence. In the next second, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. That massive biological mothership, akin to a mountain, began to silently vanish at the point of impact. It was not an explosion nor melting, but as if being erased by an invisible eraser from the cosmic canvas, completely obliterated at the molecular level. A massive, smooth-edged round void appeared at the center of the mothership. Immediately after the mothership, having lost its core structural support, began to implode and collapse inward like a punctured balloon. Countless tissues, pipelines, and unhatched insect eggs were sucked into that void made of pure energy, transforming into the most basic particles of the universe. There were no flames, no sounds, only a silent extreme and absolute annihilation. Nidus will. Signal lost. The Anji AI reported. With the annihilation of that massive mothership, the entire insectoid fleet, which had originally maintained a tight and efficient attack formation, suddenly fell into chaos. They became like a beehive without its queen, blind and frantic. Some warships began to fire indiscriminately at their comrades nearby. Others spun wildly in place like headless flies. Some warships, driven by a more primal biological instinct, turned tail and fled madly towards the wormhole they had come from. Now is the time. Liu Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Spock, all ships counterattack. Leave these disoriented minions here. For Vulcan. Spock's cold voice carried a hint of vengeful delight. The Vulcan fleet, long pent up with frustration, immediately turned their weapons. Fearless unleashed its terrifying neutrino beam main cannon, erupting with dazzling light, cleaving through dozens of chaotic insectoid warships in an instant. The 10 escort ships, like wolves among sheep, fired high-energy particle beams that carved paths of death. Meanwhile, the Pioneer, like an elegant Grim Reaper, refrained from using its energy-intensive main cannon, instead releasing a swarm of 45 Sky Eagle unmanned aerial combat drones from its belly hangar. These war machines, directly controlled by Anji AI subsystems, unleashed a bloody massacre within the swarm akin to the most deadly wasps. They executed maneuvers beyond human pilots' capabilities to dodge the chaotic insectoid counterattacks, while the micro railguns and high-energy lasers beneath their wings acted like precision scalpels, each shot piercing through the most vulnerable engines or energy cores of the insectoid warships. What began as a battle of overwhelming disparity transformed into one-sided slaughter within less than 10 minutes, due to Liu Yu's precise decapitation tactics. Thousands of insectoid warships, having lost the unified command of the Nidus, will turned into a disorganized mob, easily destroyed by the joint fleet, which was vastly outnumbered. When the last insectoid warship that attempted to flee was accurately blasted into a cloud of space debris by the Pioneer's electromagnetic railgun from thousands of kilometers away, this silent starfield regained its timeless tranquility. However, around the planet Tanis, a ring formed of countless wreckages of insectoid warplanes and biological fragments emerged. The Death Ring. Captain, the battlefield has been cleared. Our side. 0 casualties. Chun Hongbao's voice came through the communicator, filled with an irrepressible pride. Very well, Liu Yu nodded, glancing at Li Wanning beside him, who was so scared she could not speak, and offered a reassuring smile. He knew that in this battle they had won. Moreover, they had won cleanly. But this was just the beginning of a much larger mystery loomed in everyone's minds. Was what they destroyed merely a reconnaissance fleet of the insectoids? Or was it just the tip of the iceberg? Where did their bizarre technological mutation originate? What exactly was their motive for capturing intelligent life? Where was the true nest of this mad race hidden in the deeper, darker cosmos? The battlefield of the Cradle 7-star system resembled the calm surface of the sea after a storm, temporarily regaining its heart-stopping tranquility. The wreckage of thousands of Alaric insectoid warships, mixed with green biological tissue fragments and metallic components glittering with electric sparks, formed a massive ring of meteoric debris filled with the aura of death, silently narrating the brutality of the recent battle under the gravitational pull of the planet Tarnis. On the bridge of the Pioneer, Liu Yu did not feel the slightest relaxation from this overwhelming victory. His profound gaze pierced through the viewport, once again landing on that gray planet, now turned to wasteland. The enormous hatching ground, resembling an inverted mountain range, had stopped its pulsation akin to a heart after losing the energy supply of the hive mind. Yet it still stood like a colossal, ominous tombstone, silently towering amidst the ruins of the city. We must go down and take a look. Liu Yu's voice broke the silence of the bridge. I need to know what they are hatching. This decision was immediately met with opposition from Spock, the captain of the Vulcan security team. Logically, it is untenable. Captain Spock's cold voice came through the faster-than-light communication. The atmosphere of that planet is filled with highly corrosive sulfides and intense radioactive dust. The surface environment is extremely unstable, with unknown biological and geological risks. Sending a landing team down is an unnecessary risk. I concur with Spock's assessment. Vulcan Chief Scientist Bull added with her characteristic rationality, we have destroyed this insectoid fleet and obtained sufficient battlefield data. Our primary task now is to return immediately, share this vital intelligence with our respective civilizations, and prepare for potentially larger-scale wars in the future. However, Liu Yu slowly shook his head. No, his determined gaze fell on the massive hatching ground on the main screen. What you see is merely data. What I see is a threat. An insectoid civilization that can integrate mechanical technology has limitless potential for evolution. If we do not thoroughly understand their intentions today, then tomorrow when we encounter them again, they may have evolved into a form that we cannot comprehend, a far more powerful existence. I must go down. Liu Yu's tone left no room for doubt. After a moment of silence, Sarek ultimately gave his assessment. Captain Liu Yu's concerns are logically valid. Exploring the unknown inherently carries risks. I agree to conduct a limited reconnaissance, but the landing team must consist of the most elite units with the highest survival capabilities. Ultimately, a joint landing team was officially formed led by Chun Hongba, consisting of 10 elite security personnel from Feiyu in the latest generation of Sky Soldier power armor, and 5 Vulcan warriors controlling liquid metal robotic bodies. They would board a specially modified Gecko-class small landing craft equipped with super environmental protection capabilities to the surface of Tarnus for the final exploration of the mysterious hatching ground. As the Gecko landing craft penetrated the murky toxic atmosphere and landed on a vast plaza ruin near the hatching ground, all team members were profoundly shaken by the scene of death and desolation before them. The enormous architectural ruins, like the eerie bones of ancient giants, silently pointed towards the gray sky. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, a mixture of weathered ash and metallic powder. In the air, a pungent mixed odor resembling rusting metal and decaying organic matter lingered. The entire world was so quiet that one could hear the faint buzzing of the breathing circulation system within their armor. All units' attention maintain highest vigilance. Form a fan-shaped search array centered on me and advance towards the target area. Chun Hongba's voice clearly reached every team member's ear through the encrypted internal channel. 15 heavily armored warriors stepped forward like messengers from hell, treading steadily into this. Each step left clear marks on the thick dust. The closer they got to that massive hatching ground, the more intense the stench of decay in the air became. They could even see those massive vein-like conduits extending from the main body of the hatching ground greedily and deeply penetrating into the ruins of the city, seemingly still siphoning the last energy of the planet. Careful! The leading Vulcan warriors suddenly stopped, their arms simulated from liquid metal pointing towards a shadowy building corner ahead. Everyone immediately raised their weapons. In that shadow, several Alaric soldier insects roughly the size of hunting dogs and resembling earth mantises were tearing apart a long-decayed humanoid corpse with their sharp, massive forelimbs. They seemed oblivious to the arrival of the landing team, instinctively conducting their final cleanup. They are residual lower units. Spock's robotic body calmly analyzed through the data link. Their mental link has been severed with the death of the hive mind, leaving only the most primitive biological instincts. Eliminate them. 2 Sky Soldier team members, shoulder-mounted microelectromagnetic cannons, silently locked onto the targets. 2 dazzling beams of blue light flashed by. The soldier insects feeding did not even have time to let out a shriek before being instantly shredded into pieces by the high-speed alloy projectiles, green bodily fluid splattering everywhere. Clearing the last obstacle, the landing team finally reached the foot of the gigantic hatching ground. Standing here, they truly felt the grandeur and ferocity of this biological structure. Its shell-like exterior was covered with countless writhing biological tissues and glowing energy nodes resembling a colossal monster in slumber. I found the entrance, a Vulcan warrior reported. At the bottom of the hatching ground, there was a large circular gap about 10 meters in diameter, likely created during the previous battle by energy weapons. Peering into the gap revealed a pitch-black, bottomless cavern with waves of nauseating stench wafting. I will lead the first team inside. You will provide fire support and vigilance from outside. Chun Hongba ordered without hesitation. He led 4 Sky Soldiers and 2 Vulcan warriors, activating the strong searchlights on their helmets, carefully stepping into this dark cave resembling the mouth of a giant beast. The interior of the cave was larger and more complex than they had imagined. The walls were lined with biological conduits resembling blood vessels and nerves still faintly writhing. The ground was covered with a thick carpet-like fungal mat, which made a soft puffing sound underfoot. The air was filled with high concentrations of methane and ammonia. An ordinary person could not survive here for even a second. They explored deeper along the main passage. Finally, after delving nearly 1,000 meters, they reached the central core area of the hatching ground. The vast cavern they had seen in the drone reconnaissance images, filled with countless gigantic insect eggs. The scene before them even made the battle-hardened Chun Hongba feel a chill run down his spine. Tens of thousands of translucent giant insect eggs hung from the cave ceiling like inverted stalactites, and within each egg curled a developing, indistinctly shaped, grotesque creature. Below these insect eggs was a vast nutrient pool made up of countless remains of intelligent beings and fragments of warships. The green nutrient liquid, filled with viscous fluid and biological tissue fragments, slowly churned in the pool, emitting a nauseating stench. The biological conduits hanging from the ceiling were inserted into this nutrient pool, continuously supplying nutrients to those insect eggs. They are using these captured intelligent lives as fertilizer to nurture their next generation of. Chen Hongbao's voice was filled with uncontrollable fury. Not just fertilizer, the previously silent Liu Yu, whose consciousness was currently attached to Chen Hongbao's power armor, pointed at the glimmering metallic fragments in the nutrient pool, his voice cold, as he said they are also analyzing the technology within these warship wrecks. They are conducting a kind of directed evolution. They are attempting to integrate mechanical technology into their genes. Just then a sharp-eyed sky soldier suddenly pointed towards the deepest part of the cavern, exclaiming, "What?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. In the very center of the cavern above the thickest nutrient pool floated a giant insect egg that was completely different from all the others, dark golden in color and emanating powerful waves of psychic energy. Its size was several dozen times that of a normal insect egg. Its surface was covered with countless intricate golden patterns resembling circuit boards. Through its translucent shell one could vaguely see that curled inside was not a grotesque insectoid creature, but a female figure with a perfect human form. She had her eyes tightly closed as if in slumber. Her long golden hair floated slowly in the viscous nutrient liquid. Her body was connected to countless golden energy tendrils, the other ends of which linked to the biological core of the entire hatching ground. She seemed to be the central entity of this colossal hatching ground, the new generation queen who had not yet been born, but already possessed the nascent form of the hive mind. Her face, illuminated by the strong searchlights, appeared incredibly clear. It was a face both Liu Yu and Li Weiniang found vaguely familiar. A face identical to that of the female agent codenamed Black Widow, who participated in the hospital bombing incident. No. Liu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He clearly remembered that the female agent had already been shot dead by Feiyu's security personnel during the subsequent pursuit. So who exactly is this before me? Could it be she is also a clone? Or does the insectoid race possess some more terrifying technology capable of reading and replicating human memories and forms? A far more enormous and chilling mystery instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. In the central cavern of the incubation chamber, filled with an eerie and ominous atmosphere, time seemed to stand still. Every member of the joint landing team was deeply shaken by the unimaginable scene before them. The figure suspended within the dark golden giant egg, possessing the perfect form of a human female, resembled an ancient deity sleeping in amber, emanating a powerful psychic field that inspired both awe and fear. Her face, identical to that of the already confirmed deceased agent Black Widow, struck Liu Yu's memory like a poisoned dagger, stirring up the tsunami of fury and endless sorrow that had long been dormant in his heart. It's her. Yet not her. Liu Yu's consciousness clung to Chen Hongbao's powered armor, his gaze fixed on the sleeping figure as his brain raced with high-speed calculations. He knew this was no mere coincidence. Behind it, there must be some more terrifying secret of the Olachi insect race that he was yet to uncover. And Liu Yu immediately connected with the core AI aboard the Pioneer. Initiate the highest precision deep scan of this target immediately. Analyze her genetic sequence, energy fluctuations, and her connection method to the surrounding hive mind network. I need to know what she truly is. Received, Captain. And AI responded swiftly and efficiently, initiating high-energy particle penetration scan. Warning. A powerful psychic barrier surrounds the target, severely interfering with my scanning signal. Only partial and vague data can be obtained. A stream of data filled with snowflakes and garbled characters appeared in Liu Yu's consciousness. Yet even within this murky data, and AI keenly captured several key pieces of information. Report, Captain. Based on the preliminary comparison of the target's genetic fragments, we can confirm that she possesses a 100 human DNA sequence completely identical to that of the CIA agent codenamed Black Widow in our database. However, Ng's voice paused, tinged with a confusion she herself could not comprehend. Deep within her genetic sequence, we detected a segment of parasitic genetic fragments that belong to none of the known biological entities, filled with complex logic and information coding. This genetic segment seems to be fusing deeply with her central nervous system in a way we cannot understand, continuously transforming her body to adapt and bear the massive hive mind. What does this mean? Chen Hongbao asked in a low voice on the internal channel. I understand. A chilling hypothesis flashed through Liu Yu's mind, one that sent shivers down his spine. They are not creating a human-shaped queen. They are possessing her. Using some unknown method, they have obtained the complete genetic information of the Black Widow, even her partial memories and soul fragments. Then, using this information as a blueprint, they cloned this perfect body with a human form. Finally, they implanted the parasitic gene that represents the will of the insect race into this shell, attempting to create a New generation queen who possesses human intelligence and cunning, but is absolutely loyal to the insect race. This hypothesis sent chills down the spines of everyone present. If this hypothesis holds, it would mean that the Ology insect race has mastered a method of civilizational invasion far more terrifying than simple military conquest. They can silently infect and assimilate any civilization they wish to conquer, like a virus turning the wisdom and technology of the conquered into nourishment for their own evolution. No wonder their technology has undergone such a tremendous mutation. Dr. Qian Lixing's voice came through the remote communication, filled with shock. They are not merely learning, they are devouring. We must stop her before she fully hatches. Chun Hongbao's tone was decisive as he raised his electromagnetic rifle, aiming at the giant dark golden egg. Wait. Liu Yu's voice stopped him at the last moment. We can't destroy it directly. Liu Yu's gaze remained fixed on the sleeping female figure as a bolder and riskier plan rapidly formed. Chun Hongbao ordered all team members to withdraw to a safe distance. Activate all defensive systems and psychic barriers on your powered armors. Prepare to face a hard battle. Captain, are you planning to? Chun Hongbao was taken aback. I want to talk to her. Liu Yu's voice was terrifyingly calm. What a... Everyone in the command center was stunned. Liu, this is too dangerous. Wang Debao almost shouted. That is an unborn insect queen. Her psychic field is so powerful that even in G scans can be interfered with. Linking your consciousness directly with her is no different from exposing your soul nakedly to an unknown hostile psychic storm. I know there are risks. Liu Yu's tone remained calm, but there are also immense opportunities. He turned to look at the giant egg through the powered armor's camera. She is currently in a most vulnerable and critical fusion period. Her human consciousness and the instincts of the insect race are in fierce conflict. This is our only chance, an opportunity to completely dismantle or even defect to this new generation queen from within. Moreover, Liu Yu's lips curled into a confident arc. Don't forget, when it comes to playing with souls, I am the Grandmaster. He recalled his immensely powerful UZ core, which had already been validated by Qi and his system that could create matter out of thin air. He had enough confidence to take this gamble. And Liu Yu issued the final command: connect the soul beacon amplification array on the Pioneer. Inject my consciousness at the highest intensity directly into the core psychic network of the target. Dr. Qian, you are responsible for monitoring my vital signs and the stability of my soul quantum state. If any abnormalities are detected, immediately cut off the link. Captain, think it over. Qian Lixing was still making a final effort. Execute the order. Liu Yu's voice was unyielding. In the next moment, an overwhelming, refined surge of powerful psychic energy, filled with the free will of the human individual, erupted violently from Chun Hongbao's powered armor. This psychic force, amplified by the powerful superluminal communication array of the Pioneer, instantly penetrated the layer of psychic barrier constructed by the hive mind, precisely and fiercely piercing into the consciousness core of the new queen sleeping within the dark golden egg. Boom! Liu Yu's consciousness was instantly pulled into a deep red sea of chaos, bloodshed, and primal murderous desire. Countless insect individuals, their cold collective will filled with hunger and expansion instincts, surged towards him like a towering wave, attempting to completely devour and assimilate his faint spark of individual life. In the deepest part of that blood-colored ocean, a soul of a woman with golden long hair, dressed in a black tight combat suit with a cold yet confused gaze, was tightly bound by countless dark red psychic tendrils, emitting a silent, painful wail. That was the residual consciousness of the Black Widow, her last struggle as a human. Who are you? A mixed will of insect cold instinct and human cunning logic echoed deep within Liu Yu's soul. Me. Liu Yu's consciousness condensed into a human-shaped light shadow, radiating a soft white glow amidst the turbulent psychic sea. He looked at the struggling soul of the Black Widow, then glanced at the boundless murderous insect while surrounding him, his voice calm, yet filled with compassion. I have come to redeem you. He made no attacks, nor did he attempt to awaken the Black Widow's already tainted consciousness. He simply quietly contemplated a name within the core of his soul. A name that brought him endless sorrow and warmth every time he thought of it. Anya. With the emergence of this name, the soul power derived from Yuzi began to resonate across time and space with the NG AI core, which also possessed the purest human emotions. 2 light years away, a surge of energy grander and purer than the will of the hive, filled with positive emotions like love, protection, and hope. Feelings that the insect race could never comprehend, suddenly tore through this blood-red psychic ocean like the dawn of creation. The cold wills filled with slaughter and desire began to silently melt and purify before this warm, yet powerful light, like ice and snow. The soul of the Black Widow, bound deep within, slowly raised her head under the illumination of this light. In her eyes filled with pain and confusion for the first time a hint of relief and gratitude appeared. She looked at Liu Yu's consciousness light shadow, her lips moved, as if wanting to say something. And Liu Yu gently reached out his hand towards her. "Go in peace," he said softly. "Your sins and transgressions will be ultimately purified along with this polluted shell on this planet, and your soul will gain freedom." With that he hesitated no longer. He performed an unprecedented deep link with the core of the insect queen that was being purified and on the verge of falling into a blank state. He could not directly control her as it would violate the rules of the system, but he could imprint a brand new indelible absolute soul pact on her blank soul canvas. This pact had only one core content: protect humanity, never betray. Violators will have their soul. As Liu Yu's consciousness slowly withdrew from the psychic storm, the giant dark golden egg in the central cavern had completely dimmed its golden patterns. In their place were circles of new runes radiating soft white light, filled with harmony and order. In the command center of the Pioneer, the melodious voice of NGAI rang out again, filled with a sense of relief and joy. "Report, Captain. The target's psychic field has stabilized. Hostile signals have completely disappeared. She has accepted our pact." Almost simultaneously, the huge dark golden egg began to show fine cracks on its hard shell. The cracks quickly spread. Finally, with a crack, it shattered completely. A perfect woman, completely naked with skin as white as snow and splendid golden long hair, slowly emerged from the viscous nutrient liquid. She opened her eyes, and those blue pupils, there was no longer any coldness or confusion, only a newborn's pure curiosity. She looked at the group of armored steel giants before her, tilted her head slightly, and spoke her first and only words in this world, representing her new identity. "Who am I?" In the vast central cavern of the incubation chamber, the air seemed to solidify. The 15 soldiers of the joint landing team stood like 15 silent statues, intently staring at the figure slowly emerging from the shattered dark golden egg. Her naked body, illuminated by the bright spotlight, reflected a gentle sheen akin to ivory. Every inch of her skin and every line seemed like the most perfect masterpiece crafted by the Creator. A cascade of brilliant golden hair flowed wetly over her shoulders, droplets of water sliding down her graceful collarbone. She opened her eyes deep blue, like the vast ocean, gazing in bewilderment at this unfamiliar world and the group of giants enveloped in cold steel before her. "Who am I?" Her slightly hesitant voice echoed in the empty cavern, clear and melodious, filled with the purity and innocence of a newborn. No one answered her. Chun Hongba and his celestial soldiers remained highly vigilant, even though they had already learned the situation from the bridge. Faced with this new queen who had almost become their deadly enemy, they kept their electromagnetic rifles firmly in hand. The few Varkan warriors were even more engulfed in a profound logical confusion. They could not comprehend why a queen who should have been a collective will of the Zerg would emerge in human form, and even pose such a philosophically profound question about her own existence. "You are called Stara." Liu Yu's voice, through the external amplifier of Chun Hongba's powered armor, calmly resonated, bestowing the newborn life her first name. "You no longer belong to the Zerg, nor to humanity. You are a new existence created by our two civilizations to combat a common threat in the future. Your mission is to protect and lead your lost race onto a completely new path." "Starai." The golden-haired woman, or rather the new queen, murmured the name, and a glimmer of realization passed through her pure blue eyes. She seemed to possess an innate ability for learning and understanding. Lowering her head, she looked at her naked body and appeared to feel a sense of discomfort. She extended her slender hand and waved it gently. The next moment, a surprising scene unfolded. The shattered dark golden eggshells around her, along with the viscous biological mats on the ground, seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, rapidly decomposing and reassembling into countless strands of bioluminescent fibers, which automatically wove into a form-fitting, streamlining dark golden biological armor on her. This armor perfectly outlined her breathtaking body, curves while emitting a powerful energy wave that sent chills down the spine. "I understand now." Starai spoke again, her voice flowing much more smoothly, filled with a kind of transcendent wisdom. She turned her head, her gaze seemingly penetrating hundreds of meters of rock layers and thousands of kilometers of vacuum, accurately seeing the Pioneer flagship hovering in synchronous orbit, looking at the man sitting in the captain's chair, communicating with her through consciousness. "It was you who imprinted the agreement deep within my soul. I can feel an absolute and irresistible connection. I cannot harm you, nor can I harm what you define as human." "Yes," Liu Yu replied calmly. "That agreement will be your shackle and also your guidance. It will ensure that you never lose your way." "I do not like shackles." Starai's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of instinctive resistance showing in her blue eyes. But she quickly sensed the unshakable binding force of that agreement deep within her soul, akin to the laws of the universe, and could only sigh helplessly. Then guide, what do you wish for me to do? First, Liu Yu's voice was filled with undeniable authority. Immediately take control of all remaining Zerg units in this star system. I need you to transform them from a pack of beasts that only know killing and expansion into a true army that understands order and discipline. Second, thoroughly analyze this incubation chamber and the fusion evolution technology of your Zerg. I need to know how you achieve such a perfect integration of biological genes and mechanical technology. Third, and most importantly, Liu Yu's voice grew extraordinarily serious. Tell me why the Alarchy Zerg underwent such a drastic change. You were originally a reclusive and isolated race. What made you become so insane? Star-Eye fell into a brief silence in the face of Liu Yu's three questions. It seemed she was reading the fragmented memories left by the previous queen and the Black Widow within this body through some mysterious connection. After a long time, she slowly lifted her head, her blue eyes filled with unprecedented gravity and a hint of deep fear. I saw some broken images. Her voice trembled slightly. We are not expanding. We are fleeing. This answer shocked Liu Yu and everyone present immensely. A powerful race with thousands of warships capable of easily annihilating a primitive civilization is actually fleeing. What kind of terrifying existence are they avoiding? Yes, fleeing. Star-Eye nodded, gently waving her hand in the air. A blurred star chart filled with blood and chaos constructed of psychic energy appeared before everyone. At the center of the star chart was a vast dark red area that was continuously expanding outward, resembling a cosmic tumor that was devouring surrounding stars, exuding an aura of ominous destruction. The original home star system of the Alarchy Zerg lay directly in the path of this tumor's expansion. I do not know what they are. Star-Eye's voice was filled with deep dread. In my fragmented memories, there is only a code name. The Cleaners. Wherever the Cleaners go, all life, whether organic or silicon-based, all civilizations, whether primitive or advanced, will be completely erased on a physical level. They seem to be searching for something that is critically important to them. A sacred object lost in our barren star domain. To evade the Cleaners and to gather enough strength for resistance, our last generation of queens devised that insane fusion evolution plan. It attempted to rapidly enhance our race's strength by devouring and merging the technologies of other civilizations. The attack on this Cradle 7-star system was merely the first step of this plan. The original plan was to establish a forward base here and then target you, the technologically more advanced Varkan Federation, and the infinitely potential human empire. The Cleaners. Sacred object. Liu Yu's heart surged with overwhelming waves. That so-called sacred object is likely the very thing on me, a system of universal replication that even a Tier 3 life form Chi cannot fully perceive. This astonishing discovery renewed Liu Yu's understanding of the entire universe. It turns out that in the dark forest there are not only hunters and prey. Above the hunters there are even more powerful beings feared and avoided by the hunters themselves. Gods. It seems we have a common enemy. Liu Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and said to Star-Eye, from today onward you and your race will temporarily remain in this star system for rest and evolution. I need you to quickly consolidate all your power and share with us all the intelligence regarding the Cleaners. With the Pioneer and the Joint Fleet will leave enough automated detectors to monitor this star system. Meanwhile, this Invincible will serve as the liaison ship between our two civilizations, temporarily stationed here, responsible for follow-up intelligence exchanges with you. You are leaving. Star-Eye looked at Liu Yu, a hint of an unrecognizable emotion passing through her blue eyes, perhaps a touch of reluctance. Yes. Liu Yu nodded. I have more important matters to attend to. I need to return to my home planet and inform my people of everything that has transpired here. We need to forge more swords to face the impending storm that may sweep across the entire universe. With that, Liu Yu did not linger. The joint landing team swiftly evacuated this Death Star with astonishing intelligence capable of overturning the entire galactic pattern. On the way back to the Pioneer, Liu Yu received the last consciousness transmission from Star-Eye. Guide, before you leave, I have a gift for you. As a return for the new life you granted me. When Liu Yu returned to the bridge, the already modified Varkan Invincible cruiser was slowly approaching the Pioneer. Through the large porthole, one could see a massive black sphere made up of biological tissue and metal fragments suspended in the external gravitational field of the Invincible. It was the core wreckage of the Zerg mothership that had been obliterated by the Skyblade main cannon during the previous battle. This is the core of the gene database accumulated by the previous generation of queens over tens of thousands of years of evolution. Inside, it contains the essence of all biological technologies of our Alarchy Zerg and several civilizations we have devoured and merged. It may provide some negligible assistance to your evolution. Although in my soul agreement I cannot directly help you against the Cleaners, but I can help you become stronger. As Liu Yu gazed at the floating gene treasury in space filled with endless knowledge and mysteries, his heart was filled with complex emotions. He knew that this was not just a gift. It was more an investment, a gamble from the new queen of the Zerg regarding the future of human civilization. The combined fleet, after experiencing the thrilling initial battle and groundbreaking discoveries in the Cradle 7 star system, did not linger for long. After completing the final intelligence handover and strategic deployment with the newly emerged Zerg, Queen Xingtong, and the flagship Fearless temporarily stationed here, Liu Yu immediately issued the order to return. Pioneer and the remaining 9 Valken escort ships formed a small returning fleet, once again activating the carefree voyage inertial engine, transforming into 10 streaks of light, merging into the vast cosmic backdrop, heading towards the Valken home planet 4. 2 light years away, embarking on their journey home. The immense gene repository gifted by Xingtong and containing the essence of the Zerg's evolution over thousands of years was carefully placed in the large external cargo bay of the Pioneer, protected by the strongest energy shields layer by layer. The journey back was starkly different from the atmosphere filled with exploration and novelty that accompanied their departure. A heavy and urgent pressure enveloped the hearts of every crew member. The cleansing entity, this only known by its code, yet representing an unknown existence of absolute destruction, hung like the sword of Damocles over everyone. The once seemingly tranquil and vast universe had transformed in their eyes into a dark forest fraught with perils, filled with unknown enemies. We are like fish living in a small pond, always believing this pond is the entire world. Yet we are unaware that beyond the pond lies not only a broader ocean, but also a leviathan capable of shaking the entire ocean. During a night conversation with Li Wanqing, Liu Yu stood by the porthole, watching the stars rush by outside, his voice filled with unprecedented emotion. What should we do? Li Wanqing nestled beside him, her eyes filled with worry. We can only make ourselves into a leviathan. Liu Yu's eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit. Before they find us, we must become strong enough to make them hesitate to reach their claws into our pond. With this resolve and urgency, Liu Yu and the top scientists of Feiyu Technology immediately engaged in an unprecedented technological breakthrough during their return journey. Their goal was the gene repository from Xingtong. In the fully functional laboratory of Pioneer, comparable to Feiyu's headquarters, Qian Lixing, Zhang Jingshan, and other cyber elders tirelessly decoded and analyzed the gene repository through their robotic avatars. With the powerful computational support of Anji AI and Liu Yu's level 6 system, the seemingly chaotic and massive Zerg gene sequences had their hidden secrets peeled back layer by layer. They were shocked to discover that the biological technology of the Alachi Zerg was far beyond their imagination. They not only mastered the environmental transformation technology to quickly adapt to different planetary environments through gene editing, but also possessed the predatory evolution capability to quickly acquire advantageous traits by consuming the DNA of other organisms. What shocked them the most was the Zerg's miraculous biomass energy conversion technology. They could decompose any organic matter, even certain specific metallic elements, through a special biological enzyme, and with extreme efficiency, convert it into pure biological energy to power their biological warships and maintain the operation of hatching grounds. This is simply a prototype of a perpetual motion machine. Academician He Chongshan looked at the analysis report, trembling with excitement. If we combine this technology with our Golden Crow nuclear fusion technology, we will completely solve the bottleneck of energy utilization efficiency. Our ships could theoretically achieve infinite endurance. Another discovery left Chun Hongbao responsible for security overjoyed. In the gene repository, they found a microorganism called Neural Link Symbiote. This organism could be implanted into a warrior's spinal nerves, forming a perfect biological human-machine interface with the warrior's brain. Through this interface, warriors could manipulate their powered armor and even small drones and turrets as perfectly and instantly as controlling their own arms, with a reaction speed and operational precision increased by more than 10 times compared to existing electronic assistance systems. With this, every member of my Heavenly Soldiers squad will become an independently combat-capable super soldier. Chun Hongbao looked at the technical documentation, eyes gleaming. Liu Yu continuously transmitted the distilled technologies from Zerg science back through superliminal communication to the solar system 2 light years away. The entire Feiyu Empire was once again swept by a technological revolution that spanned all industries. 5 years later, when the returning fleet of the Pioneer reappeared in the familiar solar system in synchronous orbit around Mars, what awaited them was no longer the somewhat thin defensive force they had left with. Instead, it was a massive brand new expeditionary fleet that could make any secondary civilization take notice. 100 ships. Exactly 100 brand new VoidTales-class space battleships, like the most loyal Black Knights, formed an impenetrable circular formation quietly hovering in orbit around Mars guarding their homeland. These new battleships had a completely different appearance from the Feiyu class of 5 years ago. Their hulls were no longer made of pure Zhurong alloy, but were covered with a layer of strange dark red shimmering biological armor. This armor possessed powerful self-repair capabilities and could absorb a portion of energy when hit by energy weapons, converting it into its own reserves. Their weapon systems, in addition to the traditional Skyblade laser cannon and electromagnetic railgun, also added a type of biological acid corrosive torpedo filled with Zerg characteristics. This torpedo, upon striking enemy ships, could release highly corrosive biological spores, causing sustained damage to the internal structure of enemy ships. This is the sharpest tusk that the Feiyu Empire has forged for itself over the past 5 years, exhausting all resources and wisdom. When Liu Yu arrived at the top landing pad of Wangshu Tower in a shuttle, Wang Debao and Li Wanqing, who came to greet him, wore proud and confident smiles. "Welcome home, Captain." Wang Debao's voice remained steady, but his posture was straighter than 5 years ago. Li Wanqing, on the other hand, leapt into Liu Yu's arms, giving him a deep embrace. She said nothing, but the glistening tears in her eyes contained 1,000 words. In the subsequent meeting of the Supreme Governing Council, Liu Yu unreservedly shared all the experiences of this voyage and the earth-shattering secrets about the cleansing entity with every core member of the Empire. When they heard of the unknown threat capable of destroying the universe, there was no panic or turmoil in the venue. Every face bore a resolute and calm determination, ready to face death. For they were no longer the utopian citizens satisfied with comfort from 5 years ago. They were an interstellar empire forged and reborn in crisis, armed with 100 warships and mastering the fusion of biological and mechanical technology. "We can set out at any time." Chen Hongba stood up, representing the military of the empire, speaking decisively. Liu Yu looked at this group of comrades filled with lofty ambitions, his heart brimming with endless pride. He knew that this small red planet had gathered enough power to shake the stars. But he also understood that this was still far from enough. He gazed at the terrifying score of 22 trillion on his system panel. A more insane and bolder plan began to brew in his mind. He aimed to use this wealth enough to buy the entire galaxy to create for his empire, for human civilization, a truly unassailable divine fortress. He intended to transform Mars, once a deathly planet, completely into a cosmic fortress that even the cleansing entity could not shake. Inside the conference room of the Supreme Executive Council of the Feiyu Empire, as Liu Yu presented the brutal reality of the cleaners and the truth of the universe, like an epic scroll, the entire venue fell into a peculiar atmosphere mixed with shock, gravity, and high battle intent. "We cannot sit idly by waiting for the unknown cleaners to come knocking at our door." Liu Yu's voice resonated like a great bell, echoing in the core of everyone's consciousness. "Before they arrive, we must transform our home into a fortress that never falls." With a grand wave of his hand, the Onji AI immediately constructed an extraordinarily magnificent yet insane virtual engineering blueprint in the center of the conference room. The core of this blueprint was no longer about building more warships or developing stronger weapons, but rather transforming the planet. A complete, godlike super transformation of Mars, the red planet that carries the flame of human. This plan was named by Liu Yu as the Fortress Plan. Step 1. The core of the Earth. Liu Yu pointed to the core of the blueprint, where Mars' long, cold, and lifeless core lay. "We will utilize the biomass energy conversion technology derived from the insectoid technology, combined with our most advanced Jinwu No. 5 nuclear fusion reactor to build an unprecedented gigantic energy core at the heart of Mars. It will use the abundant metals and silicates in Mars' mantle as fuel, providing nearly unlimited energy while reactivating Mars' magnetic field. We will don this planet with the strongest magnetic field armor derived from the planet itself." This idea left all the scientists present, including academician He Chongshan, gasping in awe. Reactivating a planet's magnetic field was something they believed only a deity could achieve. Step 2. The celestial canopy. Liu Yu's gaze shifted to Mars' atmosphere. "We will no longer be satisfied with the existing heavenly shield. I will use my special methods to directly build a seamless global defense network composed of millions of independent Taichu room temperature superconducting energy nodes in Mars' synchronous orbit. This network will connect directly with the furnace at the core, forming an absolute defense circle capable of withstanding stellar-level energy impacts. At the same time, it can precisely regulate the climate of the entire planet, making Mars' atmosphere as warm and pleasant as Earth's." Step 3. The most crucial step. The return of the Armada. Liu Yu finally pointed to the surface of Mars. "We will hollow out Mars' crust and build a massive underground dock and military fortress capable of housing tens of thousands of warships, integrating production, maintenance, docking, and training. All our industrial facilities and cities will be relocated underground." The surface will be restored to its most primitive forests, grasslands, and oceans, becoming the most beautiful garden of our empire and our first natural barrier against external enemies. On the day the underground fortress is completed, we will possess the terrifying strength to launch a galaxy-scale war at any time. Our home will no longer be a fragile planet, but a super cosmic battleship that never sinks, built upon the planet itself. This grand and nearly insane fortress plan left everyone present in a state of prolonged astonishment. They seemed to see a true deity wielding supreme power, depicting a future unimaginable to mere. But Captain Wang DeBeo, after recovering from his shock, raised the most practical question: to realize this plan, the resources, time, and technology required. This is simply a fairy tale. Even with our empire's current productivity, it would probably take centuries. We do not have that much time. Liu Yu shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. But I happen to have a bit of resources. He did not elaborate further, but directly demonstrated to his people a true divine hand. The day after the meeting at the vast desert testing ground outside Fushi City on Mars, all core members of the Empire gathered at a heavily guarded observation platform. Before them was a vast expanse of Gobi spanning hundreds of kilometers. Everyone, please look. Liu Yu stood at the front of the observation platform, calmly extending a hand. He closed his eyes, plunging his consciousness into the system with 220 trillion points. The sixth-level system's new function, directly generate improved items, was pushed to its limits in this moment like never before. System. His consciousness roared, using the Jingwu No. 5 nuclear fusion reactor as the core, with the biomass energy conversion module as an auxiliary based on the complete design of the core of the Earth in my mind. Target Fortress Plan Phase 1 Core. Seed of Creation. Generate for me. Command. Analyzing the Seed of Creation supergiant structure. The complexity of this item's structure far exceeds that of conventional items. The material composition involves unknown domains, conducting excessive computing power simulations. Simulation completed. Points required for Seed of Creation generation, 100 trillion. Confirm. Confirm. Liu Yu responded without hesitation. Points are meant to be spent, and nothing is more worth investing in than creating a safe home for our civilization. Command confirmed. Points have been deducted. The supergiant item Seed of Creation is being generated. Please select the drop location. Right here. The next second, a miracle that all present would remember for a lifetime occurred. In the center of the vacant Gobi at the testing ground, space began to violently twist and fold like water. A gigantic, indescribable sphere, entirely dark golden, and covered in countless complex and mysterious patterns resembling a massive metallic sea urchin, was slowly squeezed out from the distorted space. Its diameter exceeded 10 kilometers. It resembled a divine star descending from a higher dimension, quietly hovering in midair, casting a shadow large enough to obscure the sun. An indescribable grandeur and majesty originating from the birth of the universe emanated from it, compelling everyone present to feel an impulse from the depths of their souls to worship. This is Dr. Qian Lixing looked at this miracle that completely contradicted all his knowledge of physics, and for the first time his cyberbrain, composed of the most precise logic, experienced a prolonged system crash. This is the heart of our future. Liu Yu's voice rang out calmly like a decree from a deity. He gently pointed at the enormous Seed of Creation. Go to where you belong. The enormous dark golden sphere seemed to understand his command and began to silently descend toward the ground. It stirred no dust and made no sound. The hard Martian crust parted before it like obedient flowing water, creating a path to the core. In the gaze of all, this heart of the deity which carries the future of human civilization quietly melded into the Martian earth, slowly sinking toward the cold core that had slept for billions of years. And the ground it passed healed itself as if nothing had ever happened. The observation platform fell into a profound silence. Everyone was completely conquered by this divine hand that transcended imagination and understanding. They looked at the man who still stood calmly as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and in their eyes there were no more doubts, only absolute, fervent, nearly religious worship. They understood that from this moment on the fate of human civilization was irrevocably tied to this man who possessed godlike power, and they would follow in the footsteps of this deity to create an unprecedented human-level divine civilization. Thus an unparalleled grand project aimed at transforming the entire planet commenced unfolding its magnificent prologue. The massive energy core, named the Seed of Creation by Liu Yu, silently sank into the depths of Mars' mantle like a seed cast down by a deity. As it reached the cold core that had been silent for billions of years, a silent, yet magnificent awakening. Countless intricate dark golden patterns on the surface of the Seed of Creation began to illuminate one by one, forming a vast and profound energy array. Its colossal body with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers resembled a greedy giant beast fervently absorbing the abundant elements of iron, nickel, and silicon from the surrounding mantle. Within it, the super furnace formed by the fusion of the Jinwu No. 5 nuclear fusion reactor and the Zerg's biomass energy conversion module erupted with the first spark of creation. Boom! An invisible yet immensely powerful wave of energy erupted from the Earth's core, instantly sweeping across the entire planet. Mars, the red planet that had been silent for billions of years, at this moment, its heart began to beat again. In the command center of Fushi City on the surface of Mars, the data representing the strength of Mars' magnetic field began to surge upward at an incredible speed on the massive holographic globe. Report to the captain. The Earth's core magnetic field is increasing geometrically. Large-scale and high-intensity auroras have been observed at the north and south poles. The ionosphere at the top of the atmosphere is rapidly forming. High-energy particle flows from the sun are being effectively blocked. Numerous reports filled with surprise and shock continuously came in from various monitoring stations. In the conference room of the ruling council, Wang Debao, Qian Lixing, and He Chongshan, the veterans who witnessed the rise of the Feiyu Empire from nothingness to strength, were moved to tears as they gazed at the red planet enveloped in a faint blue magnetic field glow on the screen. They knew that from this moment on, Mars would no longer be a fragile planet that could barely withstand cosmic rays only with the help of the shield of the sky. It had gained its own most primitive and solid protection of life. However, the birth of miracles does not always accompany peace and tranquility. This drastic energy transformation originating from the Earth's core also brought an unprecedented civilizational labor pain to the citizens of the Feiyu Empire living on this planet. As the Earth's core magnetic field rapidly restructured, the gravitational field of the entire planet began to exhibit subtle, yet frequent fluctuations. Although the Anji AI had done its utmost to counteract these fluctuations by adjusting the anti-gravity engines of the 3 main cities, ordinary citizens could still clearly feel that the ground beneath their feet seemed to be gently breathing at an extremely subtle frequency. In the city, small and nearly negligible weightlessness phenomena occasionally occurred. A glass of water placed on a table might suddenly float up a few millimeters before slowly descending again. People walking down the street might feel their bodies slightly lighter at certain steps. These minor anomalies were an unprecedented experience for the citizens of Feiyu, who had grown accustomed to an absolutely stable environment, bringing a subtle sense of panic. What unsettled them further was the increasingly brilliant and eerie spectacle in the sky. The auroras, once only seen in the polar regions, now appeared almost every night in an overwhelming manner in every corner of Mars. The massive, colorful, silk-like light curtain floated and changed in the night sky, dyeing the entire world with a dreamlike and surreal hue. These auroras were a magnificent sight produced by the new magnetic field of Mars colliding violently with the solar wind. However, to ordinary citizens, it resembled a harbinger of doom. An internal controversy regarding the fortress plan quickly began to brew in the Empire's virtual network community. Do we really need to do this? A citizen posted on a forum named Mars Homestead, rapidly drawing the attention of millions. We already have a fleet capable of self-defense and the shield of the sky that can withstand any attack. Why do we still need to undertake this planetary transformation filled with unknown risks that could completely alter our living environment? The land beneath our feet is becoming increasingly unfamiliar, which makes me feel uneasy. This post echoed the confusion in the hearts of many. They yearned for comfort, for stability, for a life in a world they were familiar with and understood. Yet Liu Yu's grand and nearly mad fortress plan shattered all their fantasies, forcibly pulling them from their comfortable cradle and casting them into a future filled with the unknown and transformation. We are digging our own graves. That so-called cleaner may just be a lie fabricated by the captain to advance. Exactly. I suspect that a larger conspiracy is hidden behind this. He might want to achieve absolute control over all of us through this method. More radical and conspiratorial remarks began to circulate in the shadows. Behind these remarks, one could even faintly see the shadows of some capital groups from the old era that had suffered losses due to the Great Discussion Mobilization Order. They attempted to exploit the public's panic to undermine Liu Yu's nearly divine authority within the empire. Faced with this sudden internal crisis of trust, Wang Debao and the members of the ruling council felt immense pressure. They repeatedly proposed that Liu Yu personally address all citizens to explain the necessity and safety of the fortress plan. However, Liu Yu unexpectedly refused. Explain. Why explain? At the top of Wangshu Tower, Liu Yu looked at the holographic screen, filled with doubts and panic, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. The growth of a civilization will inevitably come with labor pains. The flowers in a greenhouse will never understand the significance of storms to a towering tree. Let them question, let them panic even. Let them resist. This is also part of the fortress plan. But Captain, Wang Debao said anxiously. If this continues, the public's panic may evolve into a real social upheaval. It won't. Liu Yu shook his head, his eyes sparkling with the wisdom of insight. Because soon I will deliver to them a gift that they can no longer question. A gift that can quell all panic and willingly draw them into this great transformation. The divine. After speaking, he ignored the still bewildered Wang Debao and turned his gaze to another direction. The faraway Cradle 7 galaxy, where the newly born Zerg Queen Xingtong resided. Through faster than-light communication, he issued a new and bolder command to Xingtong. Xingtong, it's time for you to show your power to your new companions. I need you to utilize all your strength to conduct a limited fusion experiment between your Zerg's mature biological modification technology and our human genes. My goal is not to create super soldiers, but to solve the most fundamental problem that has plagued humanity for millions of years. I need you to create a life now. One gene optimization solution for my empire that can completely eradicate all genetic diseases and delay cellular aging, raising our average natural lifespan from 120 years to at least 300 years. I want every one of my subjects to personally experience the benefits brought by transformation. I want them to understand that what they have lost is only temporary comfort. What they will gain is longer life and a broader future. This command struck like a thunderbolt, leaving both Xingtong light years away and the members of the ruling council nearby in unprecedented shock. They knew Liu Yu was about to launch his second phase of the plan. He would not only transform this planet, but also transform every single person living on it. A profound transformation regarding life itself sweeping across the entire empire was about to begin. The directive from Liu Yu regarding the development of the Life No. 1 gene optimization fluid arrived precisely through superluminal communication at a dead planet in the Cradle 7 star system, 5 light years away. Within the core cavern of the incubation facility, the newly born Queen Starling, upon receiving this directive, felt for the first time a hint of complexity akin to a sense of difficulty flash in her pure blue eyes. Guide her consciousness communicated with Liu Yu through an encrypted quantum channel to fuse the genetic fragments of the insectoid species directly with human DNA is an experiment of extremely high risk. Our fusion evolution technology, though powerful, is fundamentally based on devouring and assimilation, filled with dominance and aggression. I cannot guarantee that there will not be some unexpected destructive rejection reactions during the fusion process. I know there are risks. Liu Yu's voice was calm, yet brimming with confidence. That is precisely why I chose you. You, this new life formed by the fusion of human form and insectoid, are the unique bridge connecting the genetic repositories of the two races. Only you can find the perfect balance. And also, you are not alone in this battle. With a thought, Liu Yu transmitted a massive data package large enough to drive any biologist mad. This data package not only contained detailed maps and research findings on human DNA from the gene repository of the Feiyu Empire, but also included the latest theories on consciousness and genetic information transfer from Qian Lixing's team following their analysis of the Varkan's mechanical immortality technology, as well as insights from the third-level life form Qi, revealing higher-dimensional life laws regarding subtle beings and soul energy. This is when the Starling received and analyzed the data package. Her blue eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and ecstasy. It was as if she saw a door to a brand new realm of life sciences swing open before her. Logic, emotion, soul. It turns out life can be so complex and beautiful, she murmured, completely immersed in this crystallization of wisdom from humanity, the Varkans, and the Zeta civilizations. In the following months, the Starling entered a state of seclusion. She divided her vast hive consciousness into 2 parts. One part continued to command her countless insectoid units to efficiently integrate and transform the resources of the Cradle 7 star system, completely turning this dead planet into a massive biological laboratory serving scientific research. The other part, her most core consciousness, was fully immersed in the development of the Life No. 1 gene optimization fluid. With the extensive theoretical support provided by Liu Yu, she began to use her own body as a testing ground for bold and precise gene editing. She carefully extracted advantageous segments from the insectoid genes related to rapid repair, efficient energy conversion, and cellular regeneration, then neutralized and encapsulated them with segments from human genes related to complex emotions, logical reasoning, and artistic creation, ultimately using higher-dimensional soul energy as an adhesive to perfectly fuse them together. This process was filled with pain and risk. The Starling's body would sometimes convulse violently due to gene conflicts and at times release terrifying heat due to uncontrolled energy. Yet she persevered, driven by the powerful will of the insectoid queen and the agreement imprinted deep within her soul. 3 months later, when the first prototype of the Life No. One gene optimization fluid which glowed a faint golden hue and was filled with the breath of life was born in the starling's hands far away on Mars. The social controversy, ignited by the Fortress project, had reached its peak. Public panic and skepticism incited by some ulterior motives were on the verge of transforming into a trust crisis against the ruling council. Countless petitions flew towards the Wangshu Tower like snowflakes. Some radical groups even began to openly call for a nonviolent resistance movement in the virtual network, attempting to force Liu Yu to halt the seemingly mad planetary transformation plan. At this critical moment, Liu Yu finally stepped onto the stage. He did not hold a press conference or make any. He simply sent a brief, yet enticing, gift list to every citizen of the Empire through the Anji AI. Feiyu Empire Citizen Welfare Upgrade Announcement to reward all citizens for their immense contributions to the construction and development of the Empire, as proposed by His Excellency Liu Yu. The ruling council has unanimously approved to provide all citizens with a credit score of good or above a free comprehensive life gene optimization service. Service content injection of life no. 1 gene optimization fluid. Expected effects 1. Completely eradicate all known hereditary diseases and cancer genes from the human body. 2. Cellular aging speed reduced by 60. The average natural lifespan will significantly extend from 120 years to over 300 years. 3. Brain neuron activity increased by 20. Learning capability, memory retention, and logical thinking ability will be significantly enhanced. 4. This announcement detonated the public discourse like a nuclear bomb, instantly shattering all previous doubts, panic, and conspiracy theories. 300 years. A number that could drive any human yearning for life into frenzy. Those who had fervently denounced the tyrant Liu Yu in the virtual network just the day before found themselves collectively speechless upon seeing this announcement. Their faces were filled with disbelief and a hint of embarrassment. Just a second ago they were condemning the devil, and the next the devil had delivered them a divine gift of immortality. This made all their resistance seem so laughable and foolish. The public opinion had undergone a stunning 180-degree reversal overnight. I knew it. The captain's actions must have profound meaning. 300 years. My goodness. This means I can still watch the Interstellar lead for another 200 years. Praise the captain. Long live the captain. For the Empire. In the virtual community, previous doubts were drowned out by waves of praise and gratitude. The public is the most pragmatic. When the pains of transformation are replaced by tangible, life-changing benefits, all panic will transform into the most steadfast support. The first batch of life now. 1 gene optimization fluid was secretly transported to Mars via the unmanned transport ship aboard the Pioneer through hyperspace jumps. At the Central Hospital of the Empire, a large-scale nationwide gene optimization began. People lined up long queues, entering the treatment chambers filled with futuristic technological feel, with excited yet anxious hearts. As the faint golden liquid was precisely injected into their bodies, a warm and life-filled energy instantly spread through their limbs and bones. They could clearly feel their bodies undergoing a transformation akin to being reborn. Long-standing ailments were completely repaired at the genetic level. Eyes that had become murky due to aging regained their clarity and brightness. A brain that had slightly fatigued from heavy work became unprecedentedly clear and sharp. When the first batch of citizens who completed the gene optimization walked out of the hospital, bathing once again in the increasingly warm sunlight of Mars, their faces radiated a heartfelt joy of being reborn. They looked up, gazing at the sky still shimmering with splendid auroras. This time there was no panic in their eyes, only an infinite longing for the future and the most sincere gratitude towards the God who brought them all this. Consensus at this moment coalesced in an unprecedented manner. The entire Feiyu Empire, from top to bottom, from the elders of the ruling council to the most ordinary citizens, willingly bound their destinies to the grand Fortress project and Liu Yu's will. They knew they were participating in not just a planetary transformation, but a collective ascension of civilization. As witnesses and beneficiaries of this monumental change, they would together witness the arrival of a brand new divine civilization era belonging to humanity. The immense benefits brought by the Life No. 1 gene optimization liquid have completely quelled all internal disputes within the Empire, pushing the cohesion of the entire civilization to its peak. Liu Yu's fortress plan can finally advance without obstruction at full speed. Deep within the Earth's core, the Genesis seed steadily outputs vast amounts of energy, and the newly formed magnetic field of Mars becomes increasingly powerful and stable. In synchronous orbit, thanks to the direct generation capability of the Level 6 system, Liu Yu begins to print frantically, in an almost cheating manner, millions of primordial superconducting energy nodes required to form the celestial canopy. Beneath the crust of Mars, the supermassive underground fortress named Titan is also taking shape under the day and night efforts of millions of engineering robots. The entire Feiyu Empire operates like a finely tuned war machine running at unprecedented efficiency, making final preparations for the ultimate confrontation destined to come against the cleaner. And just as Liu Yu invested all his energy into this grand civilization upgrade project, an unexpected discovery like a thread of fate quietly weaves together several seemingly unrelated pieces of information, leading him to a clearer and more chilling understanding of the mysterious cleaner and the so-called holy object. This discovery originated from the enormous crystalline spaceship wreckage filled with a sense of destruction and desolation, which the joint fleet recovered from the edge of the Kuiper Belt on their return journey. Over the past year, Dr. Qian Lixing and his top research team have been tirelessly conducting reverse engineering studies on this mysterious spaceship. Today, they finally made a breakthrough. Captain, we succeeded. Qian Lixing's holographic image appeared in Liu Yu's office, and on his handsome robotic face a rare glimmer of uncontrollable excitement was visible. We successfully decrypted and repaired the only remaining section of the flight log from the crystalline spaceship. Although the content is incomplete, we still managed to extract some information, sufficient to overturn our understanding of the entire universe. Liu Yu immediately became interested. Tell me more. Firstly, Qian Lixing brought up a three-dimensional star map marking a distant spiral arm located about 50,000 light-years from the solar system. This spaceship comes from an ancient civilization that we have never heard of, calling themselves the Syrians. According to the flight log's description, the Syrian civilization has existed for over 50 million years and is a highly advanced Level 4 civilization. Level 4 civilization. The term sent a jolt through Liu Yu's heart. According to Qi, Level 3 life forms can already break free from the constraints of physical form. So what kind of powerful existence would a Level 4 civilization that has developed for 50 million years be? Yes, a Level 4 civilization. Qian Lixing's voice was filled with awe. According to the log's description, the Syrians are a purely silicon-based crystalline life form that has long abandoned what we understand as technology. Their civilization is built on a more fundamental direct application of the laws of the universe. They can warp space out of thin air, create miniature black holes, and even alter causality within limited ranges. The wreckage we discovered is not their warship, but merely a civilian research vessel used for long-distance space-time observation. Then why did they appear in our remote star domain? And why were they destroyed? Liu Yu pressed. That is the crux of the matter. Qian Lixing's voice turned grave. According to the fragmented last communication records in the flight log, this research vessel was executing a highly classified mission, tracking a terrifying existence referred to by their civilization as the cancer of the universe. This cancer of the universe does not have a fixed form or observable entity. It is more like a mean virus that can infect and warp spacetime itself. Wherever it goes, all physical laws fall into chaos, and all life and matter are forcibly formatted into the most primal chaotic energy. The log's description of this existence has only one word: the Great Silence. The Great Silence. The Cleaner. The two seemingly different code names suddenly connected in Liu Yu's mind. Exactly. Qian Lixing affirmed, based on our comparative analysis of the behavior patterns of the Cleaner and the Great Silence, we can confirm with 99% certainty that they are the same entity. What is even more terrifying, Qian Lixing amplified a segment of a repaired noise-filled audio record. This is the last warning issued by the Sirius research vessel before it was destroyed. A wave of non-human thought filled with pain and despair was translated into a cold synthetic voice. Alert! The mean contamination of the Great Silence has breached the final defense. We have failed. It is not spreading aimlessly. It is pursuing. It is pursuing the initial singularity. That key to the origin of all things. Stop it. At all costs. Stop it from obtaining the key. Otherwise the entire universe will be reset. Key to the origin of all things. Holy object. Liu Yu's body felt as if struck by lightning, and he suddenly stood up from his chair, his back drenched in cold sweat. All the clues at this moment converged like rivers flowing into the sea, pointing to a singular and the most terrifying answer. The Cleaner, or rather the Great Silence, this cancer of the universe that even Level 4 civilizations fear, is searching for that so-called initial singularity, or key to the origin of all things, which undoubtedly refers to the universal replication system he possesses, which can create matter out of thin air and ignore the conservation of energy. System. So you are the root of it all. Liu Yu looked at his empty hands for the first time, feeling a deep reverence and fear towards this golden finger that had given him everything. He recalled Wang Debao's absurd and coincidental call to the system just before the car accident, the Level 3 life form Qi experiencing a chaotic logical confusion upon sensing the system, and the Syrians tracking across 50,000 light-years, culminating in their desperate warning. It turns out that his acquisition of the system was not a coincidence. From the moment he got the system, he had become like a chess piece chosen by fate, caught up in an ultimate game between god-level civilizations concerning the survival of the entire universe. What should we do? Li Weiying, who had been listening from the side, looked at Liu Yu's pale face, her voice filled with concern. In the face of an existence that can easily erase even a level 4 civilization, how can a level 2 civilization just stepping into the interstellar age resist? After experiencing the initial shock and fear, Liu Yu's heart, tempered through countless life and death trials, calmed down rapidly. In his eyes there was not a trace of despair, instead a previously unseen, almost mad fighting spirit ignited. What to do? He turned around, looking at his beloved, at all the high-ranking officials of the Empire in the conference room, and a smile full of challenge and ambition slowly formed on his lips. Since we can't avoid it, then let us not hide. Since it wants this key, let it come and take it. Here in our homeland, we shall prepare for it. The grandest welcome ceremony. He knew that he still held the final and most powerful card in his hand. That was the remaining 12 trillion system points after recovering the Zeta civilization spaceship. This massive wealth, although far from the unattainable standard of 100 trillion needed to upgrade to level 7, is already enough to shake the entire star system for a system that is still at level 6. What he needed was to maximize the capabilities of the level 6 system. Anji, connect to Star-Eye. Liu Yu's voice became cold and resolute. Tell her, we don't have much time left. I need her to immediately integrate the core combat evolution plan of the insect race and all possible countermeasures from Sirian's technology and design a blueprint for an ultimate biological battleship. At the same time his gaze fell back on his system panel, looking at the staggering 12 trillion points balance, he issued a command that made everyone present feel their souls tremble. System. Based on the Titan-level biological battleship I just conceived, which integrates the technological essences of humanity, the insect race, the Varkans, and the Sirians, directly generate its core. Causality, stability, anchor, and biosingularity engine. Quantity. 100 sets. I don't care how many points it takes, I want to completely revamp our Empire's fleet within a year. He abandoned the fantasy of upgrading the system and chose a more pragmatic yet crazier path. Using a massive amount of points to print those god-level components that are impossible to manufacture with current human technology, which contain higher dimensional laws, and then forcibly graft them onto his fleet. Command received. Analyzing Titan-level biological battleship core components. This component involves causality and high-dimensional spacetime theory, far exceeding the host's current civilization level. Warning: directly generating items of this level will place a tremendous burden on the system's underlying logic, and the required points will increase exponentially. Calculation complete. Generating 100 sets of Titan-level core components requires a total of 11.9 trillion. Looking at the number that almost emptied all his savings, there was no hesitation in Liu Yu's eyes. Execute. He knew this would be his final trump card. Using all his wealth to stake the fate of an entire on this newly born homeland of Mars, he would face the ultimate fear, known as the cancer of the universe, in a decisive showdown that would determine the future of the universe. When Liu Yu issued the frenzied order that nearly exhausted the Empire's entire wealth, costing 11. At that moment, the top command center of the Wangshu Tower fell into a profound silence, as if even the air had solidified. Wang Debao, Qian Lixing, Chen Hongba. These founders of the Empire gazed at Liu Yu's calm, yet nearly cold profile, stirred by a colossal wave of fervor, admiration, and a deep lingering fear. They knew that the man before them was engaged in an unprecedented gamble. He was wagering all the resources accumulated by human civilization over the years, along with his mysterious and incomprehensible power, unreservedly, on this gambling table named future. If he won, human civilization would ascend to new heights, gaining the qualification to wrestle with the ultimate fears of the universe. If he lost, it would be an irretrievable downfall, turning this newly born planet into cosmic dust. Liu Yu evidently left no room for hesitation or regret for anyone. System. His consciousness, tempered like steel through countless trials, was cold and sharp. Begin generation. Final confirmation of command. Points are being deducted. Activating high-dimensional material direct generation protocol. Warning. The large-scale generation of items involving causality and high-dimensional spacetime laws will impose a tremendous and irreversible load on the system's underlying operational logic. The host will experience a sustained high-intensity consumption of mental energy for a considerable period. Please prepare. Execute. Liu Yu's voice did not waver in the slightest. In the next moment, a miracle descended once more. This time it was not extricated from the twisted space like the seed of creation. Instead, it appeared before everyone in an even more unfathomable, more defiant manner against the law. Within the massive Zhurong space dock in Mars orbit, above 100 vacant giant berths prepared for the construction of the next generation of warships, the space did not distort or tear. Rather, it melted. Like a drop of ink in clear water, a pure golden torrent composed of endless streams of data and energy materialized in the center of the dock. This torrent seemed to originate from a higher dimensional sea of information, disregarding the distances and obstacles of three-dimensional space, directly branching into 100 streams that gently and precisely flowed into those 100 vacant berths. Wherever this golden torrent passed, matter was birthed from nothing. The first to emerge was the core of the warship, the biological singularity engine. It was a sphere about 50 meters in diameter, composed entirely of a peculiar pulsating black crystal that resembled a living organism. At the center of the sphere, a microsingularity 1 billion times thinner than a needlepoint floated within. It emitted no gravitational pull and did not consume any light, as if perfectly confined by an invisible force in that absolute zero dimension. However, everyone present, just by observing it through holographic images, could feel a reverence for the infinite that arose from the depths of their souls. This was the ultimate creation that fused the technology of the Zeta civilization with the biological energy conversion technology of the insect race. It could convert matter directly into the energy that powers warships with nearly 100 efficiency, providing near-infinite power for the warships. Next, under the nurturing of the golden torrent, another more core component began to slowly take shape around the biological singularity engine. This was the causality stabilizing anchor which fused the essence of the Shirian civilization. It was not a solid entity, but a complex network constructed from countless invisible glimmering threads of energy. This network, like a giant cocoon, enveloped the entire engine and the future hull within it. Its function was neither defense nor attack, but to forcibly lock reality within a limited range. It could make the space-time around the warship as solid as the toughest diamond in the universe, making the cleaner with its ability to distort physical laws face immense difficulty here. Once these two core components were completed, Liu Yu's staggering 12 trillion points had been declared depleted. Yet he revealed a satisfied smile. Because the most difficult step had already been completed. What remained would belong to the creation of the Feiyu. Dr. Qian General Chun Prime Minister Wang. Liu Yu turned around, his gaze sharp, sweeping over everyone present. The divine has laid the foundation for us. Now it's our turn to add bricks to this monument named Titan. As soon as his words fell, the entire Feiyu Empire, this war machine that had been operating efficiently for years, suddenly erupted with all its potential. A grand shipbuilding project sweeping across Mars and unprecedented in scale officially commenced. Countless transport ships laden with massive resources mined from Mars, the asteroid belt, and even the moons of Jupiter flew towards the Zhurong dock like industrious worker ants. Within the underground fortress Titan, countless automated production lines operated around the clock, processing these resources into shimmering metallic and biologically textured dragon ribs and armor. These materials were developed by Qian Lixing's team, based on the insect race gene bank provided by Xing Tong, combined with human Zhurong alloy technology, creating a new generation of living biological alloy. It not only possessed super strong physical defense, but also had powerful self-repair and environmental. In the Zhurong dock, millions of engineering robots, under the unified scheduling of the Anji AI, began the final assembly of the warships based on those 100 god-level cores. It was a spectacular sight, filled with the aesthetics of violence and the beauty of creation. Massive mechanical arms, precisely welded slabs of living dragon ribs weighing thousands of tons to the bases of the engine, and stabilizing anchor constructing the warship's enormous and powerful frame. These entirely new warships had shapes that were starkly different from the previous Feiyu class. They were no longer streamlined in the traditional sense, but resembled giant trilobites lurking in the depths of the sea. The flat and hefty hull exuded a primal biological sense of oppression. The surface of the hull was covered with layers of dark golden living armor, and between the seams of the armor energy conduits flowed like blood vessels. The back of the warship was no longer a towering bridge, but a smooth, massive shell that could open and close freely. Beneath the shell were dense missile silos and drone nests resembling a beehive. And the head of the warship was its most ferocious and deadly weapon. A main cannon with a caliber exceeding 100 meters, its muzzle so deep it seemed capable of swallowing all light. This exaggerated cannon was named the Zero. It could not fire energy or physical projectiles. Its sole function was to release 1/1,000,000th of the imprisoned infinite power within the biological singularity engine in a short period. Then, under the protection and guidance of the causality stabilizing anchor, it would unleash a pure space ripple that could obliterate all physical existence upon the enemy. This was the ultimate weapon of war, the Titan-class biological warship, a culmination of the wisdom of humanity, the insect race, the Varkans, the Zetas, and the Shirian civilizations. Each Titan resembled a moving star fortress, a temple of war capable of interstellar travel. In the following year, the entire Feiyu Empire was immersed in this nearly frenzied atmosphere of preparation. Every citizen, from toddlers learning to speak to the new humans nearly 300 years old, contributed their strength to this ultimate war concerning the survival of civilization in their own ways. Children learned more complex physics and engineering knowledge because they knew that in the future they would be the new masters who would command these titan beasts. Adults dedicated themselves to production and research with 120 enthusiasm in their respective positions. Humans who underwent gene optimization from Life No. 1 displayed unprecedented creativity and endurance. They could work continuously for 36 hours without fatigue, and their cognitive speed had increased several times compared to the past. The entire empire entered a peculiar state of wartime utopia, filled with high spirits and tragic undertones. A year later, when the last Titan-class biological warship completed its final adjustments and slowly emerged from the dock, joining the steel jungle silently suspended in Mars orbit composed of 99 brethren. A terrifying aura capable of making the entire solar system tremble mingled with cold metal and wild biology spread out. 100 titans, like giant divine soldiers from ancient myths, formed the most formidable circular battle array, silently guarding their small, yet incredibly resilient mother planet. On the bridge of the Pioneer, now upgraded to the flagship of the entire Titan fleet, Liu Yu, dressed in a black Imperial commander uniform, stood before the massive viewport, quietly gazing at the invincible fleet he had forged. His complexion appeared slightly paler than a year ago, a mark left by the sustained high-intensity consumption of mental energy, a necessary side effect of the 6th level system after bearing the divine printing. Yet his gaze was brighter and more resolute than ever. He had given everything he had. Now he would lead his people and his final trump card to face the fated battle that was destined to come. At that moment, a sharp high-level alert from the outermost Kuiper belt of the solar system suddenly sounded across the fleet's communication channel. The alarm sounded like the scythe of death shattering the last tranquility of the solar system. On the bridge of the flagship of the Titan fleet, the Pioneer, the atmosphere instantly solidified. All the noise and pride were replaced in this moment by a bone-chilling coldness. It has come. That ultimate terror, merely a code name capable of sending shivers down the spine of even a level 4 civilization. The cancer of the universe that came in search of the key had finally reached its destination. Magnify the real-time image transmitted from the Zhulong 01 to the main screen. Liu Yu's voice was unusually calm, revealing no sign of turmoil. But Li Wanning, standing beside him, could feel his tightly clenched fist, the knuckles having turned slightly white from excessive force. On the main screen, the image rapidly switched. It was a silent and dark starry sky with distant and dim stars in the background. In the center of the image, an anomalous area that could not be described by any known physical terms was slow. It was not a black hole, for it did not consume light. On the contrary, all light passing its edges underwent bizarre distortions and refractions that defied general relativity, presenting a kaleidoscope of shattered glass-like colors. It was not an energy storm, for it emitted no detectable radiation. It resembled a section of the canvas of the universe being crudely and incompletely erased by an eraser, revealing the chaotic and disorderly base color behind the canvas. The curvature of space-time is rising non-linearly. Qian Lixing's voice came from the scientific advisor's seat, filled with gravity, the gravitational constant, the Planck constant. All fundamental physical constants in that area are undergoing violent and erratic changes. This is not any physical phenomenon we know. It is more like reality itself is rotting. Liu Yu mulled over the term, knowing it might be the most fitting description at present. The Great Silence, or the cleaner, it is not a fleet nor a single enemy. It is a virus that can infect the universe itself. Orders. Liu Yu's gaze turned sharp as a blade. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd assault fleets, 30 Titans in total under the unified command of General Chun Hongba, immediately jump to the outer orbit of Neptune and establish the first line of defense. Prepare for battle. Orders. All remaining fleets centered on Mars activate fortress mode, enter the highest state of combat readiness. The Celestial Canopy Global Defense System, increase energy supply to 120. Orders. Immediately send the highest level beacon alliance signal to the Cradle 7-star system and the Varkan Federation. Tell them the enemy has arrived at the city gates. A series of commands spread through the quantum communication network, instantly traversing the entire solar system and reaching allies light years away. The entire flying universe empire, this war machine that had been warmed up for a year, let out its thunderous roar. 30 Titan-class biowarships, their massive bodies like slumbering behemoths, lit up with countless bioluminescent lights. The biosingularity engine began to emit a deep rumble, and the space around the ship started to twist violently, as if it were boiling water. In the next second, this terrifying fleet, capable of easily flattening a level 2 civilization, transformed into 30 streaks of light, tearing through space, disappearing above Mars orbit. On the outer orbit of Neptune in the cold and dark void, the 30 Titans commanded by Chun Hongba suddenly burst forth from the hyperspace channel, their enormous bodies leaving behind 30 spectacular energy afterimages in the void. They formed a standard spindle-shaped battle array with the menacing main cannon over 100 kilometers long, pointing menacingly at the ever-expanding reality-rotting zone. All personnel attention. Chun Hongba's voice, transmitted through the encrypted neural link, reached every captain and soldier's mind. Activate the causality stabilization anchor. The main cannon zeroizer begins charging. Await my command for a volley. However, the next scene that unfolded exceeded everyone's expectations. That rotting zone, after expanding to about 1 astronomical unit in diameter, stopped growing. It did not surge toward the solar system like a tsunami as anticipated. Instead, from the center of that rotting zone, a spacecraft slowly oozed out. It was a spacecraft that could not be described in words. It was entirely pitch black, as if it were condensed from the purest darkness, reflecting no light. Its shape resembled a spindle, elongated countless times, covered in irregular spikes exceeding 200 kilometers in length, even larger than the Titan-class battleships. But what was most terrifying was its method of existence. It seemed not to fully exist within this three-dimensional universe. Its outline flickered and switched between reality and illusion. One second you could see its menacing form. The next second it transformed into a distorted shadow, filled with negative spatial cracks. It was the harbinger of the Great Silence, the first and most deadly pathogen in that cosmic play. Fire. Facing this enemy that completely transcended the realm of understanding, Chun Hongba did not hesitate, decisively issuing the attack order. The main cannons of the 30 Titans had long since finished charging. In that instant, 30 invisible spatial ripples traveled at light speed, crossing millions of kilometers, precisely striking that black ghost ship. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor dazzling light and shadow. The attack of the zeroizer was an erasure at the level of laws. The space where the ghost ship was located was erased in an instant. It was as if a piece of fabric had been intensely scorched, all wrinkles and structures forcibly restored to their original smooth state. Theoretically, any matter existing in that area should have been completely decomposed into the most basic particles. However, a chilling scene occurred. When that erased space returned to normal, the black ghost ship still quietly hovered there, unharmed. The layer of phase shield surrounding its hull, constantly flickering between reality and illusion, seemed to completely banish the zeroizer's attack at the level of laws to another unknown dimension. Attack ineffective. Repeat, attack ineffective. The voice of the weapons officer on the flagship Long Xiang was filled with unbelievable horror. And that ghost ship, after enduring this round of attacks capable of destroying a planet, finally made it. It did not fire its cannons, nor did it launch missiles. It simply aimed its sharpest black spike like a spear at the foremost Titan in Chun Hongba's fleet. In the next second, a pure concept devoid of any energy was fired from the tip of that spike. That concept was formless and intangible, yet ubiquitous. Chun Hongba felt that suddenly an information he could not comprehend or resist appeared in his mind. The content of this information was just one word: end. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, the formidable Titan-class biowarship Yinglong, along with its more than 1,000 crew members, began to. Its disappearance was not an explosion, nor disintegration, nor annihilation. Rather, it was erased from the very concept of existence. First, its heavy living armor vanished as if it had never been constructed. Then its complex internal mechanical structures supporting the ship's hull, and finally the biosingularity engine that was running steadily. In just 3 seconds, a super battleship over 150 kilometers long simply disappeared from the universe before everyone's eyes like an error file deleted by a computer, leaving behind an absolute empty void. Yinglong. Yinglong. Respond if you hear me. Chun Hongba's eyes turned blood red as he roared frantically into the communicator. But the only response was a dead silence devoid of even background noise. Stabilization anchor. The causality stabilization anchor has failed. Qian Lixing's voice rang out on the flagship's bridge, filled with unprecedented defeat and fear. No, not failed, but rather the opponent's method of attack bypassed the physical laws locked by the stabilization anchor and directly deleted the very existence of Yinglong from a higher dimensional information level. Information level. Liu Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. He finally understood. The cleaner's attack was not energy nor matter. It was information. An ultimate entropy weapon capable of rewriting reality. Retreat. Liu Yu's voice carried a tremor that could not be suppressed for the first time. Chun Hongba, I command you. Immediately lead the fleet to retreat at full speed. Fall back to the Martian defense line. Do not engage with it. But it was already too late. The Black Ghost ship did not stop after erasing Yinglong. Its body aimed several more spikes at the other time. A series of concept weapons representing end-void non-existence were about to be fired. At this critical, an anomaly occurred. Behind Shen Hongbao's fleet, space was violently torn apart by an even wilder and more primal force. The arrival of the star I was like igniting a raging torch in the desperate darkness. What she brought was not merely a massive leviathan hive akin to a small planet, but also millions of grotesquely evolved insectoid battle beasts honed through extreme combat. These insect beasts, some as small as fighter jets, deftly maneuvered across the battlefield. The larger ones were comparable to frigates, their heavy chitinous shells adorned with bioweapon tubes that glimmered with eerie energy. They formed a surging, fearless biological tide that poured forth from the leviathan, hive roaring as they charged towards the black ghost ship. More critically, it was the sole interference field unfolded by the Star Eye. This unique field emanated from the collective will of the insect race elevated by the special Queen Star Eye. It could not defend against physical attacks, nor could it resist energy shocks, but it could create endless noise on an informational level. It could not defend against physical attacks, nor could it resist energy shocks, but it could create endless noise on an informational level, flooding that expanse of space. The ghost ship was evidently also affected by this information noise. The sharp spear that was about to launch the concept weapon flickered with unstable light at its tip, seemingly unable to accurately lock onto its target. Now is the time. Retreat. Shen Hongbao seized this fleeting opportunity and roared to the remaining 29 Titans. The fleet no longer hesitated, engine power maxed out, and began a strategic retreat towards Mars. Meanwhile, the Star Eye's insect army steadfastly took on the role of rearguard. Countless insect beasts like moths to a flame crashed into the ghost ship's phase shield, suspended between reality and illusion. Their bodies were disintegrated into the most primal particles the moment they made contact with the shield due to the force that distorted reality. But their deaths were not in vain. Each death added a frenzied noise to the sole interference field, buying precious time for the Titan fleet's retreat. It is consuming their information. On the flagship Pioneer, Qian Lixing watched the tragic scene on the main screen, his voice dry as he said, "That ship is like an information black hole. Every attack by the insect race, every death carried existential information that was absorbed to enhance its own power. The Star Eye Queen is using her race's lives to buy us time." Everyone's heart sank to the depth. For the first time, they felt intuitively the despairingly powerful and bizarre enemy known as the Great Silence. It does not engage in energy battles or compete in physical defenses. It merely stands in a higher dimension, coldly erasing you and all traces of your existence from the universe's notebook. At that moment, another reinforcement also reached the battlefield. On the other side of the solar system, near Jupiter's orbit, dozens of enormous, shimmering silver, superspatial wormholes suddenly opened. A massive fleet composed of over 300 elegantly designed, art-like Varkan warships streamed forth. Leading them was a super flagship far larger than a standard Varkan cruiser, exuding a beauty that combined classical and sci-fi elements. The highest speaker of the Varkan Federal Council, Master Teeple, personally led the elite Logic Blade fleet in response to the call of the Alliance. Friends of the Feiyu Empire, Master Teeple's calm, yet powerfully logical voice appeared before Liu Yu through holographic imagery. "Based on our analysis of the Syrians' logs and your intelligence, a singular attack pattern will not effectively damage the Great Silence's envoy. I propose we immediately mix our fleets. We will use our expertise in energy shields and precise energy weapons to attract and disrupt the envoy's conventional actions. Meanwhile, your Titan fleet should concentrate all its power to find opportunities to launch a saturation strike at its core with your weapons that can attack law levels. As for the Star Eye Queen swarm, they will be our most valuable information barrier, creating the crucial window for our attacks." Master Teeple quickly devised the most logical and indeed the only feasible joint combat plan. This is the meaning of alliances between civilizations, using different wisdom and technology to compensate for each other's shortcomings, facing the enemy that cannot be defeated alone. "I agree," Liu Yu replied. Without hesitation, all fleet units take orders. Immediately mix with the Varkan Logic Blade fleet. Form the Hope battle formation. Our battlefield is here, on Mars, before our last home. With the command given, the joint fleet began to execute tactical adjustments at an unprecedented speed. The human Titans and the Varkan silver shuttles constructed a layered defensive line extending millions of kilometers in depth, like arrows poised to strike. At this moment, the black ghost ship, having completely devoured the millions of vanguard insects from the star, I seemed to solidify even more and appeared even more ravenous. It did not linger, but transformed into a black streak of light, disregarding the distance of space, and charged straight towards the center of the solar system, Mars. Its target has always been crystal clear. It was that red planet, or rather the human on that planet, who possessed the key to the origins of all things. "It's coming." Shen Hongbao's voice rang out in the joint command channel. "All units pay attention. Fortress defense system activate. With his command, the Red Planet, which had been meticulously transformed over the past few years by Liu Yu and the entire Feiyu Empire, finally revealed its most ferocious fangs. Boom! From deep within the planet's core, the power of the Genesis seed was pushed to its limit. A visible, immensely powerful pale blue magnetic field shield erupted from the planet's poles, enveloping Mars in a giant energy bubble. Immediately afterwards, on Mars' synchronous orbit, the celestial canopy, composed of millions of primordial superconducting energy nodes, was activated in an instant. A massive energy net covering the planet and glittering with golden lightning formed a second absolute defense outside the magnetic field shield. Beneath the surface of Mars, the colossal Titan fortress, with countless giant ground-based laser and electromagnetic railgun emplacements hidden beneath the crust, slowly rose, aiming their barrels at the profound starry sky. Mars, humanity's second home at this moment, was no longer a mere planet. It was an armored Thoth, never falling cosmic bastion. The black ghost ship arrived in an instant. Its phase shield, capable of distorting reality, collided for the first time, and most directly, with Mars' celestial canopy. Zing! A piercing noise sharp enough to tear the soul reverberated across the entire battlefield. The golden energy net and the flickering darkness devoured and annihilated each other in a frenzy. The energy readings of the celestial canopy plummeted at a terrifying speed. For the first time, the ghost ship's advance was noticeably delayed. Opportunity. Liu Yu's eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance. All Titans. Target the enemy ship's core. Zero or main cannons. Fire together. All Varkan warships. Maximize energy output. Use your phase light spears to tear apart its shield. Liu Yu's consciousness directly linked to the massive Leviathan hive. Use your strongest power to let it be unable to escape. At that moment, humanity, Varkan, and the insect race, three vastly different civilizations, unleashed their greatest powers for a common goal of survival. The main cannons of 99 Titans gleamed with the light of laws once more. The phase light spears of 300 Varkan warships converged into a silver torrent powerful enough to vaporize a star. In the center of the star eyes Leviathan hive, the blue eyes belonging to the queen suddenly opened wide, unleashing a massive shockwave composed purely of soul information that blasted through the void towards the ghost ship's hull. An ultimate battle determining the fate of this corner of the galaxy officially commenced before this red planet, before this last bastion. At this moment, the universe seemed to have hit the mute button. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no piercing cries from shattering matter. Displayed on the main screen of the Pioneer Bridge was a silent, yet magnificent spectacle surpassing all human imaginations of war. A symphony of destruction. 99 spatial ripples from Titan-class battleships, like invisible chisels in the hands of deities, accurately sliced through the fabric of reality towards the Black Phantom ship. Wherever they passed, time and space were forcibly smoothed, reducing all complex structures to their most primitive smoothness. Following closely was a torrent of silver phase spears formed by 300 Valkan warships powerful enough to vaporize stars. This pure energy, crystallized from the highest technology of the Valkan civilization, was like a red-hot branding iron fiercely branding the exposed wound of that phantom ship. At the core of it all was the sole impact from the Star Eye. That immense stream of information gathered from the collective will of millions of Zerg, and personally guided by the Queen, transformed into an invisible giant hammer, crossing the barriers of physical dimensions, directly striking at the core of existence of the phantom ship. This was the first time the three major civilizations, representing three distinctly different power systems, had joined forces without any reservations. Physical annihilation, energy obliteration, information interference. The Trinity attack was like three different styles of keys simultaneously inserted into an ancient lock that defied conventional logic. Zzz. Hum. The Black Phantom ship emitted a clear and audible wail for the first. It was not a sound, but a type of pain feedback that directly affected the mental state of all observers. Its phase shield, straddling the line between reality and illusion, trembled violently under the triple assault, as if pebbles were thrown into a lake, producing ripples almost on the brink of collapse. Countless tiny black lightning-like spatial cracks flashed and darted across its hull's surface. Its existence was no longer stable. Its conceptual weapon, which could easily erase a Titan, lost its target under the violent information noise from the Star Eye, and several invisible forces of termination shot aimlessly into the empty depths of the universe like headless flies. It worked. The attack was effective. Chun Hongba's voice in the Joint Command Channel was filled with uncontainable excitement. All the warriors of the Joint Fleet saw the glimmer of victory. They began to adjust the formations of their battleships with greater efficiency, preparing for the next round of more intense attacks. However, as the highest commander on the battlefield, Liu Yu's heart suddenly sank at that moment. Because through the unique perspective of the Omniverse Replication System, he saw deeper changes that others could not. Within the seemingly collapsing core of the phantom ship, a purer, colder, and more terrifying power was awakened. It resembled an enraged, ancient beast shedding all pretense and disguise, opening its eyes capable of freezing time and space. Crimson eyes. Warning. Ultra-high energy causal weapons detected, locking onto the host directly ahead. Locking onto target. The Omniverse replication system itself. Warning. The opponent is attempting to forcibly format the key from the information root level. System alarms rang in Liu Yu's mind like the death knell of the apocalypse, resounding madly. He understood in an instant. That seemingly glorious victory just now was merely to deplete all the trump cards from the human alliance. And now the true cleanser, the terrifying will hidden behind the Pioneer ship, was finally descending into the fray personally. No. An indescribable agony suddenly seized Liu Yu's soul. It was neither physical pain nor mental shock, but a feeling of existence being denied. He felt his consciousness being gradually pulled away from the timeline, from memories, from everyone's recognition, by an irresistible force. Erased. He saw his life replaying at an accelerated pace in reverse. The glory of becoming the first citizen of the Feiyu Empire, the camaraderie of fighting alongside the joint fleet, the hardships of establishing a home on Mars, the resolution while fleeing from Earth even. The car accident scene, the absurd cry of CIA agent Wang DeBeo just before his death. Scenes flashed rapidly through his consciousness like faded old photographs, and then dissolved into pure nothing. Blank. Is this the true power of great silence? A deep sense of powerlessness surged in Liu Yu's mind at the last moment before being entirely erased. This is not war, it is a higher level of life, unreasonably. Dimensional suppression against lower life. However, just as Liu Yu was about to be completely deleted, within him the Omniverse replication system, which had always operated like the most precise and cold machine, for the first time produced an active response. It was not a counterattack. Rather it was resonance, as if sensing the final judgment of its natural enemy, or perhaps like a wanderer who had been lost for years finally hearing the call from home. The Omniverse replication system, this mysterious entity, known as the key to the origin of all things, activated its innermost core code that Liu Yu had never touched before in response to the ultimate power that sought to format it. Buzz. A circle of invisible golden ripples suddenly spread out from Liu Yu's body. This ripple collided violently with the black formatting power. No energy explosion occurred. Instead, the two intertwined and permeated each other like oil. In an instant, an endless torrent of shattered, chaotic, and ancient information fragments surged crazily into Liu Yu's fading consciousness. He saw an initial singularity billions of times older than the universe itself, which could not be described by any geometry. He saw that singularity split into two parts during an incomprehensible event. One part transformed into what we know today, this universe filled with matter, energy, time, and space. The order universe. The other part became something entirely opposite, existing solely with pure logic, information, and the instinct of annihilation. The mirror universe, or rather the land of silence. In the Omniverse replication system, this key was the only thing left behind when that initial singularity split, capable of reconnecting the two universes. The source code. It is both the origin of creation and the gate of annihilation. At the same time, he also saw the essence of great silence. It is neither evil nor a specific civilization. It is the immune system of that mirror universe. Its fundamental task is to prevent any information from the order universe from contaminating its pure and absolutely logical land of silence. And once it detects that a key like the system appears in the order universe, potentially reopening the gate and causing an uncontrollable fusion of the two universes, it will spare no effort to send out its antivirus program, namely the Pioneer, to come. Delete. So it was like this. Under the grand torrent of information that spanned the origin of the universe, Liu Yu's personal existence seemed trivial. He finally understood why the third-level life form chi experienced logical chaos when facing the system. Because the system itself originated from a place with a completely opposite underlying logic to our universe. He also understood why the Zeta civilization cried out in despair that time and space itself is the ultimate, because they may have glimpsed the existence of this mirror universe and realized that no matter how they developed, they could never escape the ultimate settings of this universe. What made Liu Yu's soul tremble the most was that he saw a vague, fleeting image. Before the initial singularity split, a magnificent being beyond description seemed to leave a message, expectation, and compassion. He could not fully understand that message, but one keyword was firmly selection. Selection. Of what? This thought, like a lifeline, pulled Liu Yu's consciousness back from the brink of being overwhelmed by the torrent of information. He suddenly opened his eyes. Only a second had passed in reality. But in his eyes, the previous resolution and ambition were replaced by a depth that came from understanding the ultimate secrets of the universe. Exhaustion. I am the key, but I am also the variable, Liu Yu murmured. He knew he could not passively be erased by that formatting power. Because his imperfect soul filled with emotions and desires from Earth combined with the absolutely rational source code of the key might just be the only solution left by that magnificent being. System. His consciousness for the first time was not a command, but a request communicating with the system. I need your power. Not to create matter, but to protect the existence of me as a variable. Use all your computing power to construct a soul firewall. Command received. The system's response seemed to have gained a trace of subtle humanity due to that resonance. Analyzing host soul data model. Calling Zeta-UZ database. Simulating Hillian causal defense matrix. Soul firewall. Construction started. At that moment, Liu Yu finally connected all his foreshadowing, all his trump. He aimed to use the soul theory obtained from the Zeta civilization combined with the causal technology from the Hillian civilization alongside his unique variable with the key as the core to counter the inside the bridge of the Kaichuo's time seemed to be stretched by an invisible hand into unbearable length. Liu Yu's consciousness endured pressure unlike anything he had ever known. The pure concept called Zhongjia, born of the jigging vanguard, slithered like an icy serpent of void intent on burrowing into the deepest recesses of his soul and excising the very fact of his existence from the universe's basal logic. Captain, Li Weiniang's cry rang in his ear laced with terror. She watched Liu Yu's body in the captain's chair turn transparent as if the world were forgetting him. Activate the soul firewall. In the final moments before oblivion could claim him, Liu Yu's consciousness let out one last roar. The order was not only for himself, but for the Wanwu Fuji system linked deeply to his soul. Instruction received. For the first time, the system's reply carried a barely perceptible, almost human hesitation, as though it too quivered before that homogeneous force from the mirror universe. Parsing host soul data model. Invoking Zeta-UZ database. Simulating Shilianingua causal defense matrix. Soul firewall construct commencing. In the narrowing horizon of Liu Yu's fading awareness, a Mobius ring of pure golden light. An infinite loop knotted with complex topology, unfurled in an instant with his soul at its center. This firewall was not a mere energy shield. Every inch of its luminous wall flowed with the ancient wisdom of the Zeta civilization regarding Yuzi bore the Shilian civilization's profound grasp of causality and fused in the Anji AI a distinctly human logic of contradiction and stubborn resolve. It was Liu Yu's final soul bulwark crafted with the last of his trump cards. The black concept of Zhongjia slammed into the golden soul firewall with brutal force. There was no explosion of raw energy. The crew on the bridge only saw Liu Yu's transparent form shudder, and after several violent flickers condense back into solidity. Blood, crimson and emblematic of a wounded soul, seeped from the corner of his mouth. Dr. Qian Lixing's robotic body emitted a faint overload whine under the onslaught of data. It blocked it, he reported, but the firewall is being rapidly eroded. This is an entropic assault. Logically, our defense can only delay, not eradicate. I know. Liu Yu wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze suddenly sharper than ever. In that law-level life-and-death clash, he had been grievously injured, yet for the first time, he saw the true nature of the enemy's attack with crystalline clarity. It was not sheer erasure. It was a kind of formatting. It sought to reduce every intricate order back to primordial chaos. If it is formatting, a mad smile slowly curled Liu Yu's lips, then it can be written into. That thought struck like a Genesis lightning cleaving the fog. Anji. Via superluminal communication, Liu Yu sent an instruction to the Anji AI on Mars that no one, neither the Waken nor the Cyboy Yuan Lao, could comprehend. Link to my biometrics. Package all my emotions, memories, thoughts. Every piece of my existence information as the individual Liu Yu. Then use my soul firewall as the carrier and the Guiling's main cannon's spatial ripples as the pen. Write a letter to that damn thing. Captain, what are you doing? Wang Debao cried in alarm. I will. Contaminate it. Liu Yu's eyes burned with battle fervor. If it is absolute logic, I will use the most unreasonable element, emotion, to utterly scramble it. But Captain, if you do that, your existence information will also be. I know. Liu Yu cut him off. But this is our only chance. Use a variable to infect a constant. Gamble whether we are formatted first or whether we drive it. Execute. The command was given and Anji AI hesitated not a moment. She injected Liu Yu's vast stream of emotion-laden consciousness rife with human loves and hatreds into the Kaichuo's main cannon systems. At the same time, under the unified command of Master Taipar, and Shun Hongba, the Allied fleet unleashed its fiercest assault once more. 300 Waken warships launched their phase-light spears like a silver storm, carving an absolutely clean firing corridor for the Kaichuos. 29 Titan Guiling's main cannons poured out a silent roar, forcibly smoothing the space around the ghost ship and causing its phase shield to exhibit an extremely brief, less than 0.1 second theoretical vacuum. Xingtong poured the biomass energy of the entire Liuiten Fengxiao into her soul interference field, providing the strongest cover for Liu Yu's information projectile. Now, the Kaichuo's bow did not fire any energy nor launch any projectile. An invisible spatial ripple, yet one that seemed to contain a whole human soul, imprinted itself upon that black ghost ship in a manner that transcended both light and causality. The black ghost ship, whose hull had lain dead and still emitted for the first time a violent agonalaise, its phase shield suspended between actuality and illusion, began to flicker wildly like a program infected by a virus trapped in a logical dead loop. Within its absolutely rational existence core, for the first time, something arose that it could not comprehend. There was the flutter Liu Yu felt the first time he saw Li Wenying, the towering rage and guilt at Anda's sacrifice, the endless tenderness when he watched Anya reborn, the trust and brotherhood toward old comrades Wang Debao and Qian Lixing, even his obsession with a bowl of braised beef noodles he would never taste. These chaotic, contradictory, profoundly real human emotions spread through the ghost ship's core database like the deadliest logic virus, replicating, colliding, consuming. It seems to have a bug, a young Waken observer muttered as he watched the ghost ship tumble through space like a drunken leviathan. After delivering that allure-nothing soul strike, Liu Yu was utterly drained. He collapsed into the captain's chair, his face ashen as paper. His soul firewall teetered on the brink of collapse. System, he whispered with the last of his strength in his mind, I need repair. Directly generate 100 vials of Zeta Civilization Soul Repair Serum. Instruction received. Generating. Points deducted. One by one, golden vials seething with life appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he injected one into his body. A warm, boundless force coursed through his limbs and marrow, mending the fragments of a soul on the verge. Not finished yet. Liu Yu watched the still turbulent ghost ship, a hard edge passing through his eyes. He knew mere emotional contamination could only disrupt it temporarily, not annihilate it. That maker was the day jigging itself, the same origin force from the mirror universe that had birthed the system. That maker was the day jigging itself, the same origin force from the mirror universe that had birthed the system. Use the ghost ship's conceptual weapon, Zhongjia, as blueprint. Use my soul firewall as use all of my remaining points and mental strength as fuel. Generate for me a concept sword capable of severing a concept. Instruction received. Conducting hyperdimensional logical projection. This project will consume 99 of the host's remaining points and mental strength, and will inflict irreversible permanent damage upon the system. Confirm. Confirm. Generating. As Liu Yu's command issued at any cost resonated, the entire bridge of the Pioneer was enveloped by an immense force, invisible, yet stemming from a higher dimension. Liu Yu's body radiated a faint golden glow from the captain's throne, as if he were an ancient deity undergoing a sacred transformation. His eyes were tightly shut and his face turned pale from the tremendous consumption of mental power, yet his consciousness was more awake and focused than ever before. His eyes were tightly shut and his face turned pale from the tremendous consumption of mental power, yet his consciousness was more awake. It was merging the foundational logical codes of the concept weapon known as N deciphered from that ghostly spacecraft, with Liu Yu's soul firewall, that integrated the wisdom of 3 great civilizations along with his terrifying score of 11 trillion points, as if they were raw materials tossed into the creation furnace, melding fiercely together. This was an extremely dangerous process. A moment of carelessness could result in Liu Yu's soul being counteracted by the absolute entropy increased force from the mirror universe, reducing him to nothingness. But Liu Yu had no choice. He was like a gambler walking on a tightrope, betting both his fate and that of an entire civilization on this gamble against the laws. A formless and intangible concept, sword seemingly containing the ultimate fate of the universe's end, slowly took shape deep within his soul. This sword had no physical form and could not be detected by any instruments. Yet at the moment of its birth, all crew members in the flagship's bridge, whether human or Vulcan, instinctively felt a shudder emanating from the depths of their souls. It was as if their existence could be effortlessly sliced away by this sword, leading them to oblivion. Meanwhile, on the outer edge of Neptune's orbit, the black ghost ship finally broke free from the logical chaos triggered by the emotional virus. Its pitch-black hull ceased its rolling and returned to a suffocating stillness, while the space cracks on its surface resembling black lightning gradually healed. It seemed to have evolved. It appeared to have understood something it could not grasp before after absorbing Liu Yu's massive emotional information. The sharp black spear at its bow slowly aimed once more at the direction of Mars. This time it no longer held any reservations. A force of pure cold and vastly stronger than before, representing absolute entropy increase, began to gather at the tip of its spear. It aimed to strike and completely erase this red planet that had brought it chaos along with all the logically redundant lives upon it from this universe. It's about to attack. The alarm of the Anji AI blared sharp enough to nearly rupture everyone's eardrums. Energy intensity cannot be calculated. The fortress defense system is expected to be completely breached in 0.3 seconds. The entire Allied fleet fell into a desperate silence. They knew that facing such a level of attack, all their proud warships and defenses were as fragile as paper lanterns, easily crushed. However, just as the black formatting power capable of resetting a planet was about to be unleashed, Liu Yu on the bridge of the Pioneer suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his golden pupils, there was no longer the previous determination and heroism. Instead, there was a profound depth, as if containing the ultimate truths of the universe, in gold. It's now? He extended his hand, gently making a cut gesture towards the black ghost ship. No sound, no light. Only the concept sword forged from the systems, exhausting all its power, let out a clear sword cry, instantaneously crossing the barriers of time and space, precisely slicing into the core of existence of that ghost ship. This was not an attack on a physical level. This was a confrontation on the causal level. With the end in the next second, a miraculous event that would be etched in the memories of all life present, including the Vulcans watching in real time from 4.2 light years away through superluminal communication, occurred. That massive black ghost ship, a terrifying entity that had left the three great civilizations powerless, began to negate itself. The tip of its spear, originally gathering formatting power, suddenly changed direction and violently stabbed into itself. Its impenetrable phase shield was utterly useless against its own attack. Every basic particle on its hull was wildly annihilating, reorganizing, and then annihilating again in a self-contradictory manner. It was as if it were an AI caught in an ultimate paradox, frantically deleting itself. Boom. This time it was no longer a silent obliteration. Instead, it was a true time-space explosion that affected the entire solar system. The ghost ship, along with the decaying time-space it had infected, transformed into a colossal, ever-expanding time-space singularity filled with chaos and destructive energy. A terrifying energy storm instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Chun Hongba's fleet and the Vulcan Blade of Logic fleet, under Liu Yu's warning, activated their hyperspace engines and narrowly jumped to a safe star region just a second before the explosion occurred. Only the Pioneer, due to its proximity, was violently thrown away by the shockwave of the explosion. The biological armor on the surface of the hull peeled away like shed skin before that force, distorting reality, exposing the internal metallic skeleton flickering with electric sparks. Inside the bridge, all the equipment was frantically alarming, the glaring red alert lights flashing wildly like a dying heartbeat. The hull damage exceeds 70. The voice of the Anji AI for the first time bore a hint of fear. The biological singularity engine is experiencing energy leakage. We are losing control. We are about to fall into that singularity. And Liu Yu, after delivering that earth-shattering sword strike, had completely exhausted all his strength. His golden eyes rapidly dimmed, his entire being collapsing like a marionette with severed strings onto the already battered captain's chair, falling into a deep coma. In his last moments of consciousness, he saw Li Weiniang's tear-streaked, terrified face approaching him. And outside the porthole, the magnificent yet deadly time-space vortex woven from black and gold was expanding rapidly, ready to consume everything. Did they win? It seems so. But they also seem to be dying. Is this the echo of the universe? Endless darkness completely swallowed his consciousness. In the endless darkness, Liu Yu felt like a speck of dust floating in eternal void. There was no time, no space, no perception. Only a complete, soothing, yet despairing silence. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely assimilated by this silence, transforming into the most primordial nothingness, a warm, familiar stream of golden light, filled with the essence of life, gently enveloped him like the first ray of dawn in the night. He heard a gentle voice resonating deep within his soul. Awaken, Liu Yu. Your journey is not yet. It's Qi, that third-level Zeta life form who had long departed to seek answers in the depths of the universe. How are you here? Liu Yu's consciousness gradually regained clarity under the nurture of that warm energy. I have never left. Qi's voice was filled with ancient wisdom. I merely exist in a different form beside you. Existing within that intriguing system connected to your soul. What? Rather than saying that you defeated the great silence in the final confrontation, it would be more accurate to say, you, the chosen variable, achieved a perfect synchronization with the Qi itself, temporarily gaining the divine authority to alter the fundamental laws of the universe. The sword you wielded not only severed the existence of the Pioneer, but also cut the already fragile link between our universe and the mirror universe. From now on, the two universes will evolve independently, without interference. You have earned our world a precious respite. Liu Yu's consciousness gradually withdrew from that chaos. He slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was the tear-streaked, yet joyfully radiant face of Li Weiniang. You're awake. Li Weiniang reached out and tightly embraced him. Liu Yu then realized he was lying in the severely damaged medical pod of the Pioneer. Through the porthole, he saw the battle-scarred Vulcan flagship Fearless using its energy tether beam to slowly drag the powerless Pioneer toward that beautiful red planet. And that once threatening singularity in spacetime had vanished. Only a newborn vibrant nebula remained slowly rotating in its original position like a magnificent flower of rebirth blossoming in the universe. The war has ended. They survived. A month later on Mars and Wangshu Tower, a grand celebration feast for the victory of war was underway. Representatives from Humanity Vulcan and the Star Eyes who had gained independent thought and chose to appear in human form sat together at the same table for the first time, truly like family. They raised their glasses together celebrating this hard-won victory, honoring those who lost their lives in the war and to a brand new future filled with infinite possibilities. After the banquet, Liu Yu alone came to the core control room of Anji. Anji is my system. Still there? Yes, Captain. Anzi's lovely virtual image appeared before him with a mischievous smile on her face. But it seems to be asleep. Liu Yu immersed himself in his consciousness and indeed found that the system panel that had accompanied him throughout his journey had turned gray. System repairing. Estimated restart time unknown. And his once soaring score of 22 trillion had completely returned to zero. He knew that she was right. In that final battle, the system exhausted all its power to protect him. The variable. It needed rest. Perhaps when it awakens again, it will take on a completely new form he does not recognize. Or perhaps it will fall into eternal sleep. Yet Liu Yu did not feel a sense of loss, for he knew that he no longer needed it. The knowledge, wisdom, and the courage to wield a sword against the universe he had gained were his true treasures. Yet Liu Yu did not feel a sense of loss, for he knew that he no longer needed it. The knowledge, wisdom, and the Mars colonization year, the 5th year. The Feiyu Empire, the Vulcan Federation, and the newborn Zerg led by Star Eyes officially signed the Orion Arm Joint Development and Defense Treaty, establishing the first true cross-civilization interstellar alliance. Their first common goal was to repair and restart the stellar transport network abandoned by ancient civilizations. Liu Yu shared the highest administrator key of the Crown of the Sun base, obtained from the system without reservation, with his allies. Under the fusion of the wisdom of the three civilizations, the ancient relic sleeping in the sun's core was awakened once again. A stable interstellar highway capable of transporting non-living matter to neighboring star systems. Between the two star systems, an unprecedented large-scale exchange of resources and technology began. The emotions and creativity of humanity, the logic and order of Vulcan, and the evolution and adaptability of the Zerg, three completely different civilizations, sparked off each other on this highway, blending and erupting with a brilliance far more dazzling than any star. Mars colonization year, the 20th year. With the help of the Vulcan, humanity finally broke through the last technical barrier of consciousness uploading. Wang Debao, Chun Hongbao, and other first-generation meritorious veterans smiled as they chose to upload their consciousness to the central host of the Empire when their mortal lives came to an end, continuing to guard the civilization they cherished in a new form of digital life. However, Liu Yu and Li Weiniang made a decision that surprised everyone. They chose to age naturally. We have seen enough scenery and experienced enough legends. Before the small house by the silent sea belonging only to the two of them, Liu Yu, now gray-haired, yet still wearing a happy smile, held tightly the hand of the equally gray-haired Li Weiniang and softly said, "Now it is time to hand this stage over to the younger, more vibrant children. We only wish to quietly witness the most beautiful sunset we created with our own hands." Mars colonization year, the 150th year. Liu Yu and Li Weiniang, after living together for 170 years hand in hand, smiled as they passed away on a warm afternoon. Their consciousness did not choose to upload. Instead, they returned peacefully to the universe's most fundamental cycle, like autumn leaves. Yet their story became an eternal myth celebrated throughout the Feiyu Empire and the entire Interstellar Alliance. And just a few hundred years after they departed, a larger joint exploration fleet composed of Humanity Vulcan and Zerg was preparing to set sail from Mars orbital port toward the more distant center of the galaxy. On the flagship of the fleet, the Pioneer, which had undergone several modernizations, yet still brimmed with legendary tales on its bridge. A young captain resembling a younger version of Liu Yu, but with eyes filled with wisdom and calmness like Anji, stood before a massive star chart. His name was Liu Qi, the only child created by Liu Yu and Li Weiniang through genetic technology. Beside him stood a beautiful young Vulcan girl, a descendant of Bol, and a silent, yet powerful Zerg guard an extension of the will of Star Eyes. They were the new generation of pioneers. Are you ready? The young captain asked with a smile, looking at his equally vibrant companions. For our unknown future. The Valkan girls saluted with a standard gesture. For the Queen, and for the Zerg guard said in a low voice. Then the young captain turned around, facing the dazzling galaxy outside the porthole, filled with infinite possibilities. With a voice like that of his ancestors, full of passion and strength, he issued the command to initiate a new era. Fleet set sail. The end of the book.